You are clearly the imperial prince nurtured by the Wan Dao Mo Zong, but all the righteous people treat you as a savior to worship, even asking you to represent justice to crusade against the Son of Heaven's will. Just because the Son of Heaven's will is currently entangled with the Empress of the Demon Path, and you have awakened the system of the great antagonist of destiny. As long as you plunder the value of destiny, you can become stronger. At this moment, on the edge of an ancient and desolate abyss, countless disciples of various clans trembled in their eyes and exclaimed, only to see two figures walking side by side in the depths of the abyss. One of them was a young disciple in white clothes with an ordinary appearance, while the other was a woman in phoenix clothes, wearing a purple golden emperor's crown. The woman's skin is as delicate as water, her beauty is captivating, and there is a sense of dignity between her eyebrows as if she has long held a high position. However, at this moment, her complexion is slightly pale, giving off a sense of vulnerability that evokes pity. The Empress of Magic, Yu Cho Ci. She really didn't die. That young man is Chu Yang, the young master of the Xianjian sect. I didn't expect these two to collude with each other. Yu Cho Ci was seriously injured. Everyone, now is our good opportunity to eliminate demons and defend the way. Let's join forces to kill the demon emperor. The proud talents of various clans shouted angrily, their faces filled with fear and resentment. The phoenix-robed woman furrowed her brows slightly and turned to the young man beside her, saying, Young Master Chu, you can rest assured and leave. I, Xiaozi, will never forget this great kindness. Her eyes were extremely clear and determined at this moment. Chu Yang took a deep breath and flew towards the distant sky. Stop him, don't let this righteous traitor escape. The proud gods were excited, surrounded by spiritual radiance, and were about to stop Chu Yang. But at this moment, Yu Qiuzi suddenly reached out a jade hand towards the crowd to suppress them. A terrifying demonic power fell down, shattering mountains and rivers, destroying ancient forests, and causing several prominent sect disciples to fall on the spot. The originally resentful crowd suddenly became dull, no longer daring to move a single bit. However, Yukiosi stepped forward and rushed towards the crowd. Conspiring with the Empress of the Demon Path is an unforgivable sin, and if the disciples of these sects leave this place alive today, Shu Yang's fate will be extremely tragic. Therefore, from the moment the two of them walked out of the abyss side by side, Yu Qiu Ci had no intention of letting anyone off. Between heaven and earth, there is a magical brilliance blooming, with countless paths being worn away. With the strength of Yukiosi, the disciples of these sects in front of me are almost no different from lambs. At this moment, standing with hands behind your back on a distant mountain peak, you gaze into the chaotic situation below, with a face as serene as a fairy's, without a hint of disturbance. The heavenly barbarian five realms, the desolate lands of the east, south, west, and north, as well as the holy state, have thin spiritual energy in the four desolate lands, and the strongest can only break through illusions. However, your family sect is the renowned supreme lineage in the holy state, enough to crush any force in the four desolate lands. The scene before you is very familiar, with Chu Yang's destiny value reaching an impressive 500 points, making you extremely envious. There is a thin figure in black standing behind you, with a withered face, looking extremely sinister. Empress of the Dark Arts, your eyes are clear and bright, with a hint of a smile at the corner of your mouth. First, you conspired with the Empress of the Dark Arts, then you were suppressed in a certain forbidden place, and finally you became invincible. Marvelous. However, you did not feel the desired aura from this Empress. Obviously, what you are looking for is not in this person's hands. Young master, do you want to make a move and capture her? The old man in black robe's eyes were filled with coldness, with a strong black light shining. In his eyes, the strong warriors of the northern wasteland were like ants, not worth mentioning at all. Wait a little longer. But you shook your head, watching as Chu Yang went far away, with a thoughtful look in your eyes. According to your guess, this son of destiny will definitely encounter hardships next, not tolerated by the righteous path of the world. At that time, he will inevitably awaken new talents and soar to new heights. But since you are here, most likely this sky is the western sky. What might confuse you a little is, what crime will he be suppressed by this sect? You should know that with Yukiosi's strength, it is not necessary to spend too much effort to slaughter all the disciples of the sect present. So the matter of colluding with the Empress of the Demon Path has completely become a secret. Interesting. It seems that there will be some twists in the plot here. Just as you were pondering silently, several figures once again swept across the distant void. Among them, the leader is a woman in green clothes, with a stunning immortal face, a cold and lonely temperament, but her realm is only in the void spirit realm, not too strong, just like Chu Yang. At this moment, you can also see a trace of divine aura on her body, 400 divine auras. She is also a person of destiny. The realm of the cultivator in the vast world is divided into 9 realms: body cultivation, true essence, harmony, void spirit, awakening, soul sea, profound purity, and breaking illusions, ascending to immortality, especially the realm of void spirit, is a watershed in cultivation. And many people are trapped in this realm without making any progress in their entire lives. It is Yi Qingqian of the Xianjian sect, the daughter of the sect master of the Xianjian sect. At the moment when the young girl in green clothes fell, a touch of deep hatred appeared on the faces of the disciples of various sects. Ladies, what happened? Yi Qingqian frowned lightly, looked up at the figure in the distance wearing phoenix robes that were shaking, her eyes trembling. Mo Dao Empress Yuqiu. Her strength truly stands at the top of the northern wilderness. Even the current generation, let alone the heads of various sects, may not necessarily be her match. However, at this moment, Yi Qingqian could feel that there was a sense of instability in her aura, indicating that she had suffered some serious injuries. Don't pretend. Chu Yang colludes with the Demon Empress. I see that your profound sword sect wants to exterminate us and dominate the northern wasteland. Yi Qingqian's face suddenly paled, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. At this moment, she was not thinking about why Chu Yang colluded with the Demon Empress, but that this was likely a conspiracy against the Xianjian sect. Someone had deliberately laid out a plan to make the Northern Wasteland sect determine that the Xian Sword sect had colluded with the Devil's Path, thus logically destroying the Sword sect. Gentlemen, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Don't let the people of the Devil's Way scheme you and disorganize yourself. Yi Qingqian's pretty face was chilled to the bone, and her eyes were dead set on Yu Qiuqian. With four eyes facing each other, a cold light erupted in both women's eyes. Misunderstanding? Chu Yang has just parted ways with this demoness, and everyone present has seen it with their own eyes. What other misunderstanding could there be? The faces of the crowd were indignant, itching to strike now and kill the crowd of Xianjian sect disciples on the spot. Impossible, how could brother Chu Yang? Yi Qingqian's Taoist heart trembled, and she always felt that today's events revealed something fishy everywhere. With her understanding of Chu Yang, there was no way that the latter would collude with the Devil Dao Empress for no reason. What's more, before the crowd came to this place in search of treasure, Chu Yang was worried about Yi Qingqian's safety before he entered the ancient forest abyss alone. How could such a gentle brother Chu Yang betray the Xian Sword sect? Buzz! Before Yi Qingqian could think more, she only saw Yu Qiuqian suddenly take a step and kill straight towards her. Vast demonic might hung down from the sky, and with Yu Qiuqian's Xinqing level realm, just a single look was simply not something that Yi Qingqian could resist. Thus, just at the moment that the pressure fell, Yi Qingqian directly staggered back and spat out blood, nearly collapsing. Run away! When the crowd saw this, there was clearly some surprise on their faces, as if they hadn't expected that Yu Qiuqian would take a shot at Yi Qingqian. But me! Only by escaping this place could the black pot of the Xian Sword sect colluding with the Devil Dao Empress be placed on the Xian Sword sect's head. In that case, not only would Chu Yang die, this party's sword sect, which had been passed down for thousands of years, would also be completely destroyed. Buzz! Just as the crowd turned around, wanting to escape from this place, they saw layers of demonic patterns manifesting above the void, blocking off all of their paths of retreat, and the hatred on the faces of the celestial pride immediately solidified. Damn! A burst of painful cries immediately resounded throughout the entire ancient forest, while Yi Qingqian's eyes revealed a color of despair. Hypocrites of the righteous path, all deserve to die. Yu Qiuqian stood in the void, and a pair of Qian jade hands blasted down. One could only see a demon radiance Dharma seal fall from the sky, encompassing 10,000 miles and suppressing down towards the crowd. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent, and all of the clan celestials fell to the ground in fear, their bodies paralyzed, without a single ounce of courage to resist. However, right at this moment, a trace of fear suddenly flashed across Yu Qiuqian's pretty face. She could feel that a magnificent momentum fell from the sky, suppressing her divine soul, and even her physical body. At this time, could not move. Cold sweat flowed down her hair. This level of pressure shouldn't be possessed by someone from the northern wasteland at all. Then, before Yu Qiuqian could react, she saw the void in front of her eyes suddenly ripple for an instant. Immediately afterward, a gentle immortal face appeared, and her palm probed out, directly inserting itself into her, the Sea of Dan. Puff! Even with Yu Qiuqian's strength, she didn't even have a trace of resistance at this time. One can only watch as that teenager, who had wasted all her cultivation, easily tackled her. The faces of the originally despairing clansmen's pride had long been completely dull. They froze and looked up, looking at the figure with black clothes and bundled hair that stood in the sky, only feeling incomparably shocked. Tsukiakari Porcelain, the most top-notch powerhouse in the northern wasteland, or even the four wastelands, the Devil Dao Empress, was actually shattered by someone thrusting one hand into the Dan Sea? Until Ling Xiao turned around and looked down at the crowd below as a piercing glow bloomed behind him. Immortal haze surrounded. The sound of the Dao resounded, as if the true immortals of the 9 heavens were banished. Even Yi Qingchan was staring wide-eyed, with a touch of longing on her pretty face. Seeing this scene, Ling Zhao's face immediately blossomed into a warm smile as he casually threw Yuqiu porcelain onto the ground and stepped forward. Under its feet, there were layers of the golden lotus of the great Tao manifesting, auspicious for thousands of miles, transcendent. A demon sect empress from the lower realms, although her realm was higher, was not worth mentioning in front of Ling Xiao. Previously, when the system awakened, Ling Xiao not only obtained an ascending immortal soul crystal, but also a supreme demonic armor, which melted into his skin, and was simply not something that someone from Xinqing could fight against. That's right, even though his cultivation was only at the Soul Sea realm, it was enough to run rampant in this 4 desolate lands. What's more, he was originally the young master of the Wandao demon sect, and the Wandao demon skill that he cultivated was the most top-notch technique in the sacred state. Moreover, on Ling Xiao, there was a heavenly secret hidden. This physical body of his was a truly forbidden physique. The true body of the heavenly devil is not allowed in the 9 heavens. When the Ling clan sent him to the Wandao demon sect, it was to conceal the demonic aura in his body. Even in order to conceal this demonic body, his mother had even dug up his half-brother's Danhai with her own hands. Well, with this setup, it's rather villainous. You're safe. Ling Xiao descended from the sky and stood over a group of clan celestials, always with a warm smile on his face. Is this an immortal? Gongzi Wushuan, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow to offer the prince. Even some of them, the proud girls of the sects, were even trembling, instantly wetting their eyes. This kind of experience after the robbery is just too much to call for, and you can only wait for the mail to pull. Getting rid of demons and defending the Tao is originally the duty of my generation of cultivators. You all don't need to be polite. Ling Xiao waved his hand with a bland expression. As a villain, if you want to live in this world where providence runs rampant, of course you have to learn to disguise yourself. As long as he pretended to be decent, with the saintly motherly hearts of those heavenly destined children, there would be no reason to take a shot at him, and Ling Xiao could easily harvest them by simply laying them out in secret. The system had already hinted before that the Son of Heaven's destiny was blessed with qi and sheltered by the heavenly Tao. If you wanted to kill them, you had to find a way to plunder their qi and forge your own heavenly destiny. The experience of my previous life told Ling Xiao, as long as I can act, you won't be able to tell who was a good guy and who was a bad guy. Gongzi Day, righteousness. Many thanks to you for saving our dog's life. There's nothing I can do to repay you. I'll return to the clan right now and ask my master to hand over the Jinzong spiritual treasure to honor you. Your Excellency, I would like to repay your great favor with my body. I'm going to you. How can you be worthy of the Gongzi with this ugly look? I suspect you're insulting Gongzi. Chop her. In the crowd, the clamor was more than just a hubbub, as countless proud women blushed and confronted each other, clearly having been shocked, intimidated by Ling Zhao's divine face. Okay, everyone, the Xian Sword sect is colluding with the Devil sect. This matter is of great importance, and it's better to report it to the sect as soon as possible. Right at this moment, a young man wearing a golden robe with thick eyebrows and heavy eyes let out a cold cry, raised his feet and walked in front of Ling Xiao, bowed and bowed down. I still hope that your excellency will do justice for my northern desolate sect. With this person's eyesight, he could easily tell that Ling Zhao's identity was feared to be extremely uncomplicated. Although the empress was abolished, there were many powerful people in the devil sect. Once they made a comeback, the northern wasteland would be plunged into a real living hell. Chapter 3, Return to the Sect. Yeah, my lord. I propose that we kill Yi Qingchan first so that she doesn't ventilate. Right, kill Yi Qingchan. When the crowd of celestial pride heard this, they immediately chimed in aloud. On the other hand, Yi Qingchan and the rest of the Xian Sword sect's disciples were frowning tightly, looking terrified. At this point their explanations were no longer of the slightest significance. With the doggedness of these sects' heavenly pride, they would definitely take the opportunity to conquer the Xian Sword sect so that they could overthrow this northern wasteland's strongest force. As for Ling Zhao's identity, it was likely that he came from the sacred state above the 4 deserts, or else he simply could not have such strength. It was impossible for someone like him to care about the death or life of a mole like them. Just as Yi Qingchan's heart was trembling and filled with indignation, Ling Xiao suddenly waved his hand to stop the clamor of the crowd. Although Mr. Ling's strength is mediocre, he has always believed that the great Tao is fair, and I hereby assure you all that I will never spare a devilish demon, but I will not wrongly blame a good person either. At those words, the looks on the faces of the crowd once again froze. At this moment, looking at Ling Xiao again, it was as if there was light blossoming from his body, piercingly brilliant and shocking. It is the light of righteousness. Gong, gong. Even Yi Qingchan, at this moment, her lips were trembling lightly, wanting to speak. Originally, In her opinion, a young, ambitious, high-flying male like Ling Xiao was mostly a proud and arrogant person who had no one in his sight. Even if he had suppressed the demon emperor just now, it was only to earn some fame and publicity. But at this moment, looking at that gentle and calm immortal face, she was suddenly a little confused. This girl, who fought back just now, was similarly injured. I think, even if the Shin Sword sect colluded with the Devil sect, it must have nothing to do with her. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and suddenly waved his hand, only to see an old figure immediately stepping through the void and appearing above the heads of the crowd. Immediately afterward, an incomparable palpitating pressure rushed open, directly crushing all the heavenly pride present on the ground in a cold sweat. Delusion-breaking powerhouse. At that moment, the eyes of the crowd trembled, and they were even more incomparably convinced of the idea in their hearts. This Mr. Ling, he must not be from the Four Deserts. Go, eradicate all the demonic sects in the northern wasteland, in secret, and don't let the word get out for the time being. Ling Xiao spoke indifferently while the old man immediately bowed. Yes, Your Excellency. That gesture was like a slave. A delusion-breaking powerhouse was actually this youngster's servant. Hiss hiss hiss. A low, suppressed gasping sound resounded, while the black-robed old man had disappeared back into thin air. Miss Qingchan, that Chu Yang they're talking about. You know him, right? After doing so, Ling Xiao then looked at Yi Qingchan again and said in a calm tone, just as he had guessed, if today, Yu Qiuqian killed all of the clan's heavenly pride, then the matter of her colluding with the Devil Dao female emperor would be completely covered up. And like this kind of son of destiny, always like to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Go and the clan quietly develop, until reunited with the female emperor, and then staged a hero to save the beauty of the scene. Of course, the unusual son of the heavenly fate would likewise have a childhood friend, a younger cousin, a younger sister. Obviously, Yi Qingchan should be Chu Yang's little green plum, and judging by the fortune on Yi Qingchan, she wouldn't easily fall here today. When she returned to the sect, she would definitely question Chu Yang's relationship with Yu Qiu porcelain, thus creating another wave of twisted and bizarre ordeal drama. However, what slightly intrigued Ling Xiao at this point was how Yi Qingchan, with her cultivation, should escape from Yu Qiujia's hands. What is her golden finger, exactly? Ling Xiao's eyes were clear and cold as he looked Yi Qingchan up and down. Sure enough, every person with a heavenly destiny was a mysterious hole in their body that needed to be slowly opened up in order to uncover the creation in them. It seemed that it was still necessary to find a chance to delve into Yi Qingchan in order to truly understand her. I won't hide it from you, Your Excellency. Chu Yang is the young master of my Shin Sword sect. This time he came down to the mountains with me to practice, and before that he agreed to meet up at the faraway Long Cloud Mountain. I dare to swear on my life that Chu Yang will never betray the Shin Sword sect. Yi Qingchan did not hide it, or rather, it was simply impossible to hide it. With this Duke Ling's strength, he could easily overthrow the entire sword sect, and the consequences of swindling him would only be incomparably miserable. Oh, since that's the case, then please ask Miss Yi to take me to the Shin Sword sect. Ling Xiao nodded gently and did not say much. Look, isn't this a chance? If you swear on your life, does it mean that your life is mine? Yes. Yi Qingchan was austere and fearless. She still did not believe that Chu Yang would collude with the devil sect and slaughter the northern wasteland righteousness. It was imperative to meet Chu Yang and figure out the cause of the matter. And while Eunuch Ling is here, with his great righteousness and integrity, he will definitely return justice to the Shin Sword sect. Then I'll be grateful to Miss Yi. Ling Xiao turned around and placed a hand on Yu Qiuqian's neck, bringing her along with Yi Qingchan as they traveled towards the Shin Sword sect, while the other clan's pride is one after another to leave the ancient forest, return to the clan, or will today's matter, reported to the clan elders. Ahem. Along the way, Yi Qingchan coughed up blood and her breath became more and more withered. Obviously she had also suffered a considerable amount of injuries in the great battle just now. Miss Yi, it's getting late. Why don't you rest here? Today, for your injuries, it's better to recover as soon as possible, so as not to fall into a hidden danger. Ling Zhao's expression was calm, but only a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. From the system's previous hints, he already knew that there were two ways to obtain this heavenly fate value. One is to plunder the chi and kill it on the spot, so that you can get a reward for killing it. The other, on the other hand, is to make the Son of Heaven's destiny submit, and the same rewards can be obtained. Now that Ling Xiao had met the two heavenly fates, of course he wanted to test out what the difference between the two ways was. Of course, it wasn't that Yi Qingchan couldn't be killed. It was just that Heaven's destiny little Qingmei like this would often have another extremely terrifying identity. If she was taken in before she awakened her golden finger, later on, it might be of great use. Thank you, sir. Yi Qingchan nodded gently and fell from the sky with the crowd. finding an ancient cave in the mountains and forests to use as a place to land for the time being. Miss Yi, follow me. Yes, my lord. For some reason, at this time, Yi Qingchan's heart was actually somewhat inexplicably terrified. Late at night, alone, cave, healing. Guys, do you have a picture? Chapter 4. Of course, with Yi Qingchan's status, she wouldn't even dare to refuse any of Ling Zhao's requests. After all, more than 500 lives on the Xianjian Sex Mountain were now in his hands. Fortunately, at this time, Duke Ling had likewise taken away Yuqiuqian, so in this way, it wasn't exactly a lone man and woman, but rather, a dragon and two phoenixes. The picture seems clearer? It wasn't until the two of them walked into the cave that Ling Xiao casually laid down a boundary to seal the entrance to the cave, and tossed Yuqiuqian aside, before looking at Yi Qingchan in front of him. It had to be said that Yi Qingchan's beauty was enough to rival that of any holy state holy maiden. Ancient clan heirloom, or even better, the skin is like a cream, and it's like a shock. Even Yuqiuqian, who was on the side, was slightly inferior. Of course, Ling Zhao's move was not a desire for beauty. What he had to do was to see the seams, and insert the needle, striking the iron while it was hot, thoroughly convincing this heavenly fate's daughter of his character, thus laying the groundwork for his subsequent acceptance. Remember, as a traveler, the brain is the most precious gold finger. Take your clothes off. Very suddenly, Ling Xiao rushed at Yi Qingchan in front of him. What? Gongzi. Yi Qingchan's face immediately revealed a look of panic, her beautiful eyes revealing helplessness and fear. She turned her head, glancing at Yuqiuqian next to her, but saw that at this moment, this devil sect empress had a hidden sneer on her face, as if she had long guessed such an end. If you're told to take it off, you take it off. However, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest explanation, and his tone was even a bit cold. So, he was faking it before? Yi Qingchan closed her eyes in despair. For a moment, she did think of resisting, but once she did something irrational. I'm afraid that the price would be the entire Xian sword sect burying her with her. Drop. The host's behavior is in line with the villain's style, gaining 300 points of villain value. Hearing the voice coming from the system, Ling Xiao did not have a trace of surprise on his face. This immortal path. The gods and demons are in chaos, but in the end, only the one who ultimately stands at the top of the heavens is the only righteous path. Rustling. With a sound of clothes falling to the ground, Yi Qingchan's body was soon left with only one piece of intimate clothing. Ling Zhao's eyes were calm, while 2 lines of tears had already flowed down Yi Qingchan's face. Have you, before, been bitten by something poisonous? Ling Zhao's hand touched above Yi Qingchan's chest. It was warm and delicate, but his voice was still cold and calm. Yi Qingchan clenched her teeth tightly, especially when she felt that hand gradually moving downwards. A look of humiliation appeared on her face. It took a while before she suddenly responded. My lord, what did you say? There are residual poisons in your body that have yet to be cleared, blocking your meridians, and when you cultivate in the past few years, you often feel excruciating pain, right? Ling Zhao's palm stroked over every inch of Yi Qingchan's body, and his face still had a serious and grave look on it. Yi Qingchan was instantly confused. Gongzi is checking my pulse? She had indeed been bitten by a demonic creature a few years ago when she had gone out to practice. Her father, Xian Sword Sect Master Yi Luyun, had even wasted a lot of effort to hire someone to detoxify her. But after that, she realized that her cultivation speed was getting slower and slower. There was even a sharp pain like a broken meridian every time he made a breakthrough. Able to. How did Mr. Ling know? Had he misunderstood him? At this moment, Yi Qingchan's heart and soul trembled. It's not a big deal. It's just a bit of a pain in the ass to fix. Ling Xiao shook his head and hesitated for a moment before pulling out an elixir from his pocket. This is a 3rd-grade spirit nurturing pill. If you eat it, you should be able to drain the remaining poison from your body. Actually, he knows a cockamamie's poisonous ways. The party's messy touch was just for show. Reversal, get it? A woman is most vulnerable when she is defenseless. But, when she realized that the humiliation was a protection, it would soon wet her eyes. Like the poison in this barren land, naturally there is little challenge. Yi Qingchan, as the daughter of heaven's destiny, would definitely not be too easy to take in. Using force was definitely not an option. The best thing to do was to move her. Of course, this touch isn't more hot water for lickspittles. Rather, it's about giving her some hope when she's at her most desperate. Such a setup. Ling Xiao handily. Mr. Ling. As expected, Yi Qingchan's expression froze, and when she looked again at the sacred state duke in front of her, whose origins were mysterious, her face was already somewhat grateful. Even seeing his pair of clear and deep eyes, Yi Qingchan felt vaguely guilty. Turns out, he really is worth trusting. 3rd-grade spirit pills. Even if the Xian Sword Sect was the top power in the northern wasteland, It was simply impossible for them to take out pills of this grade at will. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take it and refine it. It should help you in your realm. The corner of Ling Zhao's mouth raised a hidden arc, and at this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Gongzi, it's getting late. You should rest early. I'll go out and refine. Yi Qingchan panicked and put on her clothes, turned around and wanted to leave. Although Ling Zhao's actions just now had touched her somewhat, this mysterious gentleman was truly inscrutable. He acts in a style that is both good and evil, with reckless abandon. Yi Qingchan felt very unsafe with him, or rather, she was also afraid that she would lose her mind. The poison in your body is not something that can be drained out just by thinking about it. You'd better refine it in front of me so that I can help you in time if something goes wrong, Ling Xiao said casually before turning around and walking to the side to cultivate with his eyes closed. He also had his own purpose in doing so, and that was to plant a thorn in Yi Qingchan's heart, a thorn in the side of breaking with Chu Yang, so that she would feel that there was a way out, and she would have fewer worries. The reason why Ling Xiao had brought Yu Qiuqian was so that she could see a scene of the two of them being honest with each other. In that case, when the day comes when she tells Chu Yang about this matter, guess, will this heaven's destiny sun be moved to collapse? Yi Qingchan hesitated for a moment and eventually walked honestly to Ling Xiao's side. I don't like people around when I'm practicing, so stay away from me. But what Yi Qingchan didn't expect was that Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to kick her aside. Ever since she was a little girl, this proud daughter of heaven has always been one of the sought-after ones. She had never been disliked like this before, and it made her feel a little frustrated. Of course, Yi Qingchan also understood that with a status like Ling Xiao's, he must usually come into contact with a lot of beautiful women, so how could he possibly look at himself? Thinking like this, Yi Qingchan actually suddenly felt a bit inferior. Ling Xiao naturally didn't care about Yi Qingchan's thoughts at this moment, but he understands the truth that in order to take in a woman, the most effective way to do so is to capture her. Especially at this moment, the loss on Yi Qingchan's face was such that Ling Xiao couldn't help but have a smirk on his face. Sure enough, it pays to read more books in general. Chapter 5, Taking People's Hearts. Yi Qingchan took the pills and quickly fell into cultivation. A third-grade spirit elixir was enough to restore the injuries on her body and hammer her flesh. Of course, to Ling Xiao, the third-grade spirit pills that were incomparably precious in the eyes of the northern wasteland crowd were no different from sugar beans to him. Because his mother was the top Dan Dao powerhouse in the sacred state, in charge of an entire Dan Dao Holy Land. Who the hell are you? Right at this moment, Yu Qiuqian suddenly opened her eyes and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. The great power that had suppressed the heavens and the earth before simply could not be possessed by someone from the Four Desolations. However, what truly shocked Yu Qiuqian was that great momentum contained a trace of true demonic intent. This demonic intent, which even she was simply unable to resist, was like the source of all demons, shaking heaven and earth. Therefore, from the very beginning, she knew that everything Ling Xiao had done was probably a disguise. But, what does this Xian sword sect have that is worth his painstaking efforts? Or perhaps, with his strength as well as that black-robed old man's strength, wanting to overthrow a clan and dominate a woman was not a matter of a finger. A light insertion? Even though Yu Qiuqian knew that the young man in front of her was a devil, there was simply no way to argue, because, who would believe the words of her, the Empress of the Devil's Path? What's more, this teenager's background and strength had already transcended the settings of this realm, and at his level, whether he was an immortal or a devil, what difference did it make? I know what you want to say? It doesn't matter. When we get to the Xian sword sect, you can feel free to tell them that I'm a demon and see how many people will believe you. Ling Xiao guffawed and smiled. His eyes were covered in devilish lines without a hint of concealment at all. With Yu Qiuqian's status, even if she told the truth, everyone would think that she was deliberately planting evidence against Ling Xiao. Previously, the reason why he had sent his servants forward to overthrow the northern desolate demon sect was not to shelter these lower realms of the righteous Tao, but rather to continue prying for information. However, after seeing Chu Yang as well as Yi Qingchan, he had a new thought in his heart. In the past, some ancient relics and ancient secret realms required the Son of Heaven's destiny to open them. Even if it was a magic treasure, it was just a matter of words when it fell into their hands. Spiritual treasures do not discriminate between immortals and demons, and as long as one's Taoist heart is strong, one will not be affected by them. But if this magic treasure fell into someone else's hands, then it would definitely be 10 evils and the remnants of the devil's path. With Ling Zhao's villainous setting, wanting to find such a secret treasure realm was tantamount to a fool's errand. But, wherever the son of Qi goes, it has always been the place of creation. Now that Chu Yang had returned to the Xian sword sect in all probability, and as long as he figured out his golden finger, he would be able to know whether or not he was involved with that demonic treasure. Yu Qiuqian closed her eyes in despair, her eyes trembling. At this time, her Danhai was already ruined. Even if she survived by chance, she would still be reduced to an invalid. But, before she was betrayed and fell into the abyss, it was Chu Yang who saved her. So, she didn't want to involve the former in this. In this world, the real difference between immortals and demons is probably who wins and who loses. Immortals are able to cut down one person for the sake of the living world, while devils, on the other hand, are willing to slaughter the living world for the sake of one person. The firmament is just different. With your excellency's strength, why would you need to make things difficult for us mortals? As long as Gongzi spares me, Kusurai is willing to follow Gongzi to the end of her days. If it was in the past, with Yu Qiuchen's arrogant nature, it would be impossible for her to submit on her own accord. But now, in order to preserve Chu Yang, she had no other choice. That youth, to the point of sincerity and trust, if he saw himself in this state, he would surely be pained. Good. Now is your chance. Go to the Xian Sword sect and tell the crowd the truth. Then you can go to hell. Ling Xiao smiled grimly. A lower realm woman with no chi luck had no qualifications whatsoever to follow him. What this Yu Qiuchen is thinking, Ling Xiao naturally knows clearly. Just thinking about peaches. Yu Qiuchen's beautiful eyes slightly condensed. While Ling Xiao did not give her another chance to open her mouth, the soul lines in her eyes condensed, directly sealing her divine sense. Previously, he had awakened the system and also obtained a divine soul secret technique called the soul regeneration ancient art. Nowadays, when combined with his ascended immortal divine soul, it was enough to suppress all the strongest people in the four deserts. Regarding the power of the divine soul, Ling Xiao was familiar with it. In the past, those mighty people who reincarnated were all relying on the strength of their divine souls. Rumor has it that in ancient times, there were powerful people who specialized in the divine soul and could transform into thousands of subdivisions with a single thought. And although immortal ascension powerhouses are not allowed to transform their soul into a separate body, they are able to cultivate their yuan shen and gallop through the heavens and the earth. Just now the art of divine soul has long been lost. Occasionally ancient ruins of the soul of the art of the world will inevitably lead to many forces to fight for. However, these were not a problem at all for Ling Xiao. Anything you want in the system mall. All he had to do was accumulate enough villain value to get everything he needed. As Ling Xiao's mind moved, only a system interface appeared in front of him all of a sudden. Soul Emperor's secret code. 100,000 villain values. Ancient Saint Bloodline. 100,000 villain value. World Seed. 999 villain values. Ling Xiao carefully browsed through the items in the system mall and found that not only were there ancient techniques and pills, but there were also incredible creations such as World Seeds and Saint Bloodlines. It was just that the more precious the spiritual treasure creation, the more villainous value it would naturally require. Nowadays, the little bit of villainous value he had on him could merely be exchanged for some earth-grade martial arts, as well as some unusual spirit weapons. Martial arts are divided into creation, sacred, heavenly, earthly, and mortal. Spiritual treasures are divided into heavenly treasures, Taoist artifacts, divine artifacts, spiritual artifacts, and treasure artifacts. The 10,000 Paths demonic skill he cultivated was itself the topmost saint-grade martial art in the sacred state. Therefore, the earth-grade martial arts were really not very attractive, although his own heavenly demon true body was 10,000 times stronger than any technique. But, as that demonic body realm got higher, Ling Xiao would likewise be corrupted by demonic thoughts. If he couldn't control that demonic thought, even if his cultivation was strong, he would eventually be reduced to a mindless killing machine. This was the reason why he had worshipped the 10,000 Paths demon sect in the first place. Originally, the Ling family wanted to use this sacred state's #1 demonic sect to find a way to control Ling Zhao's demonic thoughts, but in the end, it failed. Heavenly demon true body. 9 revolutions of the true demon. If the devil appears in the world, what can the immortals do to me? Nowadays, Ling Zhao's demonic body was only at the level of the first turn, and could usually be suppressed with his cultivation. Plus, he was originally the young master of the demon sect, so this secret was logically covered up. And once his demonic body was stronger than his realm, the demonic thoughts in his body were bound to be uncontrollable. At that time, not to mention the 4 wastelands, there would be no place for him in the entire 5 regions. Therefore, even with the system, today's Ling Xiao was still having a hell of an opening and had to plunder his fortune as quickly as possible. To enhance the cultivation. Chapter 6 Xing Chan's Breakthrough. Buzz. The night was silent. On the second day, just as the sky dawned, above Yi Qingchan's head, there were suddenly thunderclouds gathering and pressing across the miles. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, opened his eyes and calmly looked at the young girl wrapped in thunderclouds in the distance, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. A breakthrough? At this moment, he could see that as that thunder drooped down, Layers of dirt immediately seeped out from Yi Qingchan's body. It was just that her aura, however, climbed steeply at this moment, quickly reaching the awakening god level. This was quite surprising to Ling Xiao. The elixir he gave Yi Qingchan was indeed a third-grade spirit elixir that could indeed detoxify the toxin, and it also had the efficacy of easy cleansing of the marrow. But he didn't expect that the body of this heavenly fate's daughter would be so weak. A single third-grade spirit pill had washed out a full 10 pounds of impurities from her body and helped her break through to the awakening god realm. One must know that this Yi Qingchan was a true daughter of heaven's destiny. Such a character, shouldn't it be reasonably difficult to break through? It seems that the four wastelands can really live up to the word wasteland. Until the thunderbolt dispersed, Ling Zhao's eyes steeply flashed with a hint of surprise. At this moment, he seemed to see that in the sky above that Yi Qingchan's head, there seemed to be a divine mountain emerging. Above it, snow poured down, silver and white, and at the peak of that snowy mountain, it seemed like there was a black temple standing in the sky, heavy and solemn. It is? Ling Zhao's face froze, and when he looked at the value of qi on Yi Qingchan again, it had reached 600 points, which was 100 points more than Chu Yang, the son of heaven's destiny. No wonder it can become the daughter of heaven's destiny. It seems that this Yi Qingchan has some secrets on her as well. The various immortal shadows of the party, absolutely not the things of the lower realm. The divine rhythm of the iterative, also not the scene of the holy state, cannot be, is above the 9 heavens? Wonderful. The original female lead is, indeed, uncomplicated. It seemed that in order to uncover the secrets in Yi Qingchan's body, one would have to delve a little deeper into her. Gong, gong? Yi Qingchan opened her eyes, but saw Ling Xiao standing in front of her with a grave expression. Her pretty face immediately froze. Me? I broke through? Immediately after, the confusion in Yi Qingchan's eyes dispersed and was replaced by an indescribable ecstasy. Ever since she was bitten by that demonic creature, she had been trapped at the peak of the void spirit for a long time. Every time she had just found a hint of a breakthrough opportunity, she would soon be tormented by the excruciating pain again. But this time, instead of feeling half the pain, she even felt hot all over her body at this time, and it was generally the same as when Ling Zhao's palm stroked through before, with an indescribable, throbbing sensation. Congratulations. Gong, gong. Thanks. This time, Yi Qingchan was grateful to Ling Xiao from the depth of her heart. She suddenly felt that in fact, this mysterious male was not as unattainable as he seemed on the outside. Although yesterday, when he suppressed Yu Qiuchen, he was truly cold and cruel, but when you think about it, he was also trying to shelter the northern wasteland righteousness. You might as well, go wash up first. Wash? Yi Qingchan froze, feeling some shyness. What do you mean, this early in the morning, should we wash up and go to bed? But this time, Yi Qingchan realized that she didn't seem as nervous as she was yesterday, but when she looked up at Ling Xiao, she realized that he had already turned around and stepped aside. Yi Qingchan was instantly confused, and it was also at this moment that she suddenly smelled a foul odor coming from her nose, and there was a strange feeling of tightness on her skin all over her body. It's... Yi Qingchan glanced down at her hands, and her face stiffened a little for a moment. So dark, so stinky, so salty. The excitement of the breakthrough just now made her temporarily ignore the abnormalities in her body. At this moment, the impurities in her body had long since solidified on the surface of her skin. That stench can be so disgusting. No wonder Lord Ling Xiao disliked himself. Shame on you. Yi Qingchan ran out of the cave, while the expression on Ling Zhao's face gradually grew cold. Next, it was also time to go to the Xian sword sect and harvest that heaven's destined son. With Yi Qingchan's attitude towards herself nowadays, as well as Yu Qiujia's miserable condition, it would easily be able to shatter Chu Yang's Dao heart, right? At that time, once he lost his qi, he would no longer be sheltered by the heavenly Dao and could be killed at will. Did senior sister Yi go over there just now? Seems like it. What's wrong with senior sister Yi? Before the cave, a group of Xianjian sect disciples looked at each other with blank expressions. Just a long time later, when Yi Qingchan reappeared in front of the crowd, her face was actually somewhat inexplicably flushed. Even her hair, at this time, was still wet, obviously having just been bathed. Suddenly, the crowd seemed to have thought of something, and their faces all had a look of realization. A man and a woman in a cave together. What does it say about the rush to bathe and dress this early in the morning? Explaining that, early this morning, there was definitely more than just sunlight shooting on senior sister Yi's face. What are you looking at? Yi Qingchan's eyes were chilled, and her heart became more and more shy. Right at this moment, Ling Zhao's figure stepped out from the cave, eloquently holding Yu Qiu porcelain in his hands, and said in an indifferent tone, "Since your injuries have recovered, let's continue on our journey." Your Excellency. Yi Qingchan turned around in a panic and swept towards the Xian sword sect. Just just the moment she took a step, and as if she had thought of something, she suddenly stopped where she was. My lord, I will first send a message to my father, telling him to prepare your bedchamber and other matters. With the status of the duke, his sudden descent into the Xian sword sect was bound to cause many shocks. At this moment, Yi Qingchan was worried that her father as well as the sword sect elders would verbally impugn the duke, thus inviting disaster. No need. Ling Xiao shook his head, his eyes brooding. Once Yi Qingchan transmitted her voice in advance, she would inevitably startle the snakes. Against the heavens mandate, any carelessness could trigger endless changes. But, there's nothing but, before we figure things out, Chu Yang as well as the Xian sword sect are suspected. If they really collude with the demonic demons, I won't be merciful. Ling Xiao spoke indifferently, but Yu Qiuchen, who was on the side, suddenly laughed coldly with a playful look in her eyes. However, before she could open her mouth to mock, she saw Ling Xiao directly slap her with a palm, fainting her alive. Seeing this scene, the crowd's faces stared slightly, always with a sense of absurdity. Who could imagine that the hallowed northern wasteland demon emperor was now like an animal, being played with? Life. Ah, big ups and downs. Chapter 7, Shocking the Sword Sect. Miles and miles of sky, clouds and haze cover the sun. The Xian sword sect was 800,000 miles away from this place, and with the cultivation level of Yi Qingchan and the others, even if they put their best foot forward, it still took a whole day. It wasn't until nightfall that the figures of the crowd appeared at the foot of the mountain. Stand still. Xianjian sect gate. Outsiders stop. Senior brother Lu. It's me. Yi Qingchan shook her head and smiled as she lifted her foot and walked in front of Ling Xiao, bowing towards that sword sect disciple. Ghost. However, what was never expected was that after seeing Yi Qingchan's face clearly, the two mountain guard disciples directly cast the spirit talisman in their hands and turned around to frantically flee. Buzz. Above the void, a golden glow rose up, illuminating the entire Xian sword mountain as bright as day. Before Yi Qingchan and the others could react, they saw a strong aura rushing up above the mountain peaks, running and sweeping. That stance was as if the devil sect had attacked the mountain, attracting all the strongest members of the Xianjian sect out of the world, especially the several people at the head of the group. Their cultivation was even more terrifying. Although they were not as good as Yuchou porcelain, they could still be called the top of the northern wasteland. Father? Old ancestor? What are you guys? Yi Qingchan's lotus steps moved lightly and rushed to meet him, fearing that the crowd would strike out rashly and offend his excellency. Qingchan? No. Who the hell are you? Among them, a middle-aged man dressed in white with a majestic appearance frowned lightly, his lips trembling, obviously somewhat incredulous. Previously, Xu Yang returned to the clan, saying that he had encountered a demonic sect powerhouse outside the secret realm and slaughtered everyone. Originally, he thought that Yi Qingchan was not at the agreed place and must have returned to the Xian sword sect, but he didn't expect that by the time he rushed back to the clan, there was no sign of Yi Qingchan, and his heart panicked. With Yu Qiuchen's tactful heart, she would definitely not leave any survivors. The reason why Chu Yang didn't object was also because, all these years, the major clans in the northern wasteland had explicitly and secretly targeted the Xian sword sect, and they really deserved to die. But he never dreamed that Sister Qingchan had been poisoned. Quickly look, what that teenager is holding seems to be Moon Autumn porcelain. What? Sukiakari porcelain? In the crowd, there was a sudden shocking clamor. Immediately afterward, countless voices sucking in cold air immediately resounded, and on the faces of all the sword sect's disciples, there was a thick flash of shocked trepidation, especially at this moment, that the Devil Dao Empress, who stood tall and regarded all living beings as ants, was actually carried in the hands of that black-clothed teenager like a dead dog. It was really a call for disbelief. Qingchan? You really didn't die? Seeing this scene, Yi Liuyun's eyes suddenly condensed, and he was equally incomparably terrified. If you were coerced, you blinked. Devil path powerhouses have always been tricky. Even at this point, Yi Liuyun still didn't let go of a trace of caution. Chu Yang, as a disciple of the sword sect and Yi Liuyun's personal heirloom, would definitely not lie. And looking at the four wastelands, who could make Yu Qiuchen look half dead like this? There is a devil in everything that happens. Can't it be that it's a bitter trick performed by the devil's sect? However, looking at Yu Qiuchen's swollen face at this moment as well as the plugged and shattered Danhai, Yi Liuyun was again a little confused. Isn't this performance too realistic? Humph. Upon hearing this, a chill appeared on Ling Zhao's face. Immediately afterward, a Deng Xian soul might surge through the heavens and earth, sweeping across the firmament, and the wariness on the faces of Yi Liuyun and the others solidified almost instantly. Jiao. What is this what kind of breath? A teenager who actually possessed such a vast and terrifying aura? Suddenly, Yi Liuyun seemed to have figured out something. And when he looked at Yuchochan's miserable condition again, he no longer felt fussed. Ching-chan, why don't you introduce us to this gentleman? Yi Luyun bowed with a naive smile on his face. Father, this is Mr. Ling. I get it. I understand. Duke Ling's presence in Xian Sword Sect is indeed an honor for my sword sect. Quickly, set up a banquet and eat tonight. Yi Luyun descended from the sky with an extremely humble demeanor. Your Excellency, please. Aha. Ling Xiao indifferently nodded his head without too many waves on his face. To be honest, people at this level, in his eyes, did not even have the qualifications to be a slave, not even a fart. Just as he lifted his feet and was about to march towards the peak, he saw a white-clothed young man suddenly come from the crowd and pay a deep obeisance towards Ling Xiao. Your Excellency, a devilish demon like Yuchochan will only dirty your hands. My name, Xiao Gu, is willing to share your worries. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly, a smile hidden at the corner of his mouth, and casually threw a pill to the youth. Then I'll be grateful to Brother Xiao. My lord. Xiao Gu caught the elixir and only smelled a wisp of medicinal fragrance coming from his nose. His heart trembled and he felt that all the bones in his body were crispy. The elixir or whatever. It doesn't matter. The important thing was that this male of mysterious origin had called him Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, a supreme demon who had crushed the patriarch, the elder ancestor, and many other elder ancestors called him Brother Xiao. The joy of licking a dog is sometimes so plain and simple. This is a third-grade spirit pill? All around the mountain peak, there was a loud gasp of shock. In the northern wasteland, the third-grade spiritual pill was definitely a top-notch creation. And this male even casually threw one to Xiao Gu. That stance was like throwing a mortal object. Many thanks, Your Excellency. Your Excellency is generous. Mr. Xiao is terrified. Xiao Gu had a flattered look on his face. His mouth said he was terrified, but the elation in his eyes was real. Even a trace of envy flashed in the eyes of many of the surrounding disciples. If they had known that they would be able to get a third-grade spirit pill by offering their attentiveness, they would have directly knelt down and kowtowed to the Duke twice. Brothers, doesn't it seem a bit deliberate to kowtow now? Xiao Gu hesitated for a moment, and finally put that elixir into his mouth in front of the envious eyes of the crowd. Buzz. Next, something unexpected happened. Only Xiao Ji's body suddenly bloomed with eye-catching golden light. In a short moment's time, his aura had directly broken through from the peak of the void spirit realm to the awakened god realm. Golem. The entire sword mountain was instantly silent. Everyone looked at the black-clothed male in front of the crowd, and their eyes were surging with deep longing. What do people who practice medicine care about? Spiritual treasure creation. But these are out of body. The only way to survive in this world was to be strong in one's own realm. Both in this path, all people are thinking of desperately cultivating to enhance the realm. But this gentleman in front of me, casually bestowed a pill, can make people break through the realm? At this point, no one cared about Yuchou Porcelain's slaughter of the northern wasteland's heavenly pride anymore. Everyone was thinking about how to go about getting on good terms with this dukeling of mysterious origins. Even Yi Liuyun's eyes were flickering with a touch of greed. With his eyesight, how could he not see where Ling Xiao was coming from? If the Xian Sword Sect could take advantage of this opportunity and become the Duke's dog, who would dare to move? Not to mention the northern wasteland, but the four wastelands? It is said that there is a party of ancient clans in the northern wasteland, and the old ancestor of 8 generations ago ascended to the holy state, and this greatness has not been blown up until now. Go! Ling Xiao casually waved his hand, not paying attention to the longing in the eyes of the crowd, and lifted his foot towards the top of the mountain. As the saying goes, you rely on your parents at home, but outside, of course, you rely on your parents' treasure. Chapter 8 Under the Devil's Abyss. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency. I hope you will bear with me if I have offended you much in the past. I have already prepared your bedchamber and wine banquet for you. I hope you will enjoy your time. Xian Sword Sect. In the main hall, only to see Yi Luyun with a wine cup in his hand. He got up and arched his hand towards Ling Xiao on the temple. Where's Chu Yang? At this moment, Ling Xiao ignored his flattery and swept his gaze across the hall, but found no trace of Chu Yang. Chu Yang? Yi Luyun was visibly stunned, obviously not expecting that this mysterious male actually knew his sword sect young master. Your Excellency doesn't know. Chu Yang previously went down the mountain to practice, encountered a demonic massacre, ran back to the clan by himself, but left his senior brother and sister behind, and has already been punished by me to go down to the Jin Demon Abyss and face the wall. Oh, punished to go down to the Demon Suppression Abyss? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest surprise on his face, and even revealed a touch of hidden laughter. That's right, with Chu Yang's fortune, he must have encountered many trials and tribulations before he could awaken the true Golden Finger, the Devil Suppressing Abyss. This place hid a true secret as soon as he heard it. I just don't know if the demonic treasure he was looking for would be under this demon suppression abyss. Sovereign is in bad shape. Right at this moment, a hiss suddenly came from the place outside the hall. Only a sword sect disciple was seen sweeping in from outside, his face incomparably pale. What's so alarming? Yi Liuyun's eyelids fluttered lightly, and he glanced at Ling Xiao without any trace, fearing that he would attract the Duke's displeasure. It's no good, Sovereign. 8,000 li of expedited tip-offs are circulating among the major forces in the northern wasteland that Chu Yang colluded with the devil Dao Empress Yuqiuqian to brutally kill the northern wasteland's heavenly pride, and that the Xian sword sect can't escape involvement. The disciple of His Highness had a terrified and miserable look on his face, and he was about to cry out. However, just at the moment he lowered his head, he saw an incomparably resentful eye light swept from the side and was staring at him with a deadly stare. Hiss? For a brief moment, some bewilderment was evident on this disciple's face as he tucked his fingers into his mouth and looked around at the other disciples in the hall. Elders, do you feel that this woman resembles Yuqiuqian? Get out! Yi Luyun spoke with hatred and directly pushed out with a flat palm, blasting him out of the hall. Gongzi, it's all rumors. Rumors? Is that so? I saw with my own eyes that Chu Yang and Yuqiuqian exited the secret realm together and waved goodbye. Ling Xiao looked calm and spoke indifferently. Yi Liuyun's face, on the other hand, suddenly froze. How is that possible? Yes or no? Just try it. Ling Xiao did not say much. He got up and stretched his bones. It's getting late today. Tomorrow morning, we will go down to the devil abyss. From this moment onwards, all people are not allowed to take half a step into the demon abyss. Those who disobey the order will be killed without pardon. As the words fell, Ling Xiao looked deeply at Yi Qingchan and directly reached out, capturing Yuqiuqian and marching towards the back hall. At the same time, he could only see his soul sense dispersing, directly enveloping the entire Xianjian mountain. Once someone was privy to the Jin demon abyss, it would simply be hard to escape his senses. What the hell did you do all this for? Xian sword sect. In the middle of the back hall, only Yuqiuqian looked confused, and her face had long since lost all semblance of fear. In her current situation, she was already bound to die, so any more panic would be futile. However, she really couldn't figure out what Ling Xiao's plans were when he was so intent on calculating this situation. You wouldn't understand. Ling Xiao guffawed and looked up to gaze out the window at the stringed moon. The reason why he chose to descend into the Jin demon abyss tomorrow was not to give Chu Yang a chance to live on. Now that he was still unclear about what the golden finger of this heavenly destined son was, it was always a good idea to probe a bit, so that he could also have something to deal with. What's more, this one-night period was also considered a test for Yi Qingchan. If she really disobeyed Ling Xiao's orders and privately went to the devil-suppressing abyss, then she would also become a corpse tomorrow without any surprises. Buzz! With this thought, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared into the darkness, heading towards the Xianjian sect's forbidden land, the devil-suppressing abyss. To be on the safe side, he even cast 13 spirit talismans that concealed his breath so as not to be detected. Have you thought this through? The devil-suppressing abyss was the most ancient forbidden land of the Xian sword sect. In the beginning, this place, which was used to suppress evil demons, had a thin aura and could not be cultivated, so outsiders would not set foot here at all. But nowadays, with the Xian sword sect in decline, it basically didn't dare to mess with the big demons and devils, so the current Jin demon abyss was extremely empty. And at that moment, in an ancient hall at the bottom of that abyss, Chu Yang's palms were clenched tightly, and on his face was a color of indignation, only to see that in front of him, there was also a slightly illusory figure standing, hidden in the darkness, unable to see his appearance. However, there was no way to conceal that demonic momentum in his body. Elder, I've thought it over. There is no good or evil gong methods, only being strong in oneself is the hard truth. When he thought of yesterday, the entanglement between him and Yuqiuqian, Chu Yang's heart was somewhat inexplicably agitated. On that day, the two, together, fell into the devil's abyss, and under the coincidence, mistakenly inhaled the love flower powder. Before some indescribable and absurd things happened, it was just that afterwards, Chu Yang did not abandon the severely injured Yuqiuqian, but instead did his best to help her recover her cultivation. The son of heaven's destiny, who meets the devil's sect empress by chance, staging a world-changing story. The script is this script. But I didn't realize that a villain who has read countless scripts has now been inserted. And now, although Chu Yang was not worried that his relationship with Yuqiuqian would be exposed, in the end, he already had a gap with the righteous path. Well, I'm very pleased that you can have this realization. This divine ability is the inherited technique of my blood clan. It's enough to tell you to cross the 4 wastelands. When your cultivation is complete, I will take you to see another lord who is suppressed under the abyss. At that time, if you can help her escape, not to mention the 4 wastelands, Even those in the upper realm cannot be your opponent. The devil's shadow gently nodded, and without further words, transformed into a seal out of thin air and fell into Chu Yang's soul sea. And at that moment, in the darkness outside that hall, the void suddenly rippled for a moment, then returned to calm. Worthy of being the devil-suppressing abyss, it really does suppress great devils. On the devil-suppressing abyss, Ling Zhao's figure manifested from the void, the corners of his mouth lifting up with a touch of sinister evil intent. Obviously, that demonic soul of the party should be an ancient soul that had been suppressed in the demon abyss and had unexpectedly awakened. Ling Zhao was naturally incredibly familiar with such a routine. But, how could a mere demonic soul, even if its aura was close to the breaking delusion level, be a match for Ling Zhao? However, Chu Yang, should I say you are lucky or unfortunate? Although this demonic soul was the bottom card, but, how could it not be a breakthrough? Chapter 9 Magic Body Exposed. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning of the second day, Ling Zhao eloquently took Yu Qiuqian and appeared in front of the devil-suppressing abyss. Since now, he already knew Chu Yang's bottom card, he no longer had the slightest concern. Later on, he would only need to collapse the Tao heart of this heavenly destined son, causing him to lose his qi, and he would also be able to harvest smoothly. Duke, in the ancient forest in the distance, Yi Qingchan, Yi Luyun, and a group of Xianjian sect disciples came walking in a line, all with a look of gravity on their faces. If today, Chu Yang was really involved with Yu Qiuqian, the Xian sword sect might face extinction. Yesterday, I placed a boundary on the devil-suppressing abyss and checked to see if there was anyone in the Xian sword sect who had colluded with Chu Yang. Well, you all did not disappoint me. Ling Zhao raised his head and glanced at Yi Qingchan. If later on, Chu Yang really colludes with Yu Zhou porcelain, I think it will be his actions alone, and has nothing to do with Xian sword sect. At that time, I will notify the northern wasteland, and return justice to the sword sect. What? Yi Liuyun's eyes lightly trembled, hidden tears slipping down. Gongzi De, Righteousness, Patriarch Yi, Miss Qingchan, and all the elders of the Xian sword sect, follow me on a trip down to the demon suppression abyss. Ling Zhao nodded his head and without another word, lifted his feet and traveled towards the bottom of the abyss. Soon, when the figures of the crowd appeared at the bottom of the abyss, in Ling Zhao's eyes, a ray of soul light suddenly flashed. In its hands, Yu Qiuqian's pretty face was slightly frozen, only to feel a vast soul power dropping down from the sky, sealing her divine sense. Unable to move. Then, Ling Zhao gave a look towards Xiao Gu, who instantly understood and carried Yu Qiuqian, walking into the large hall. Buzz, accompanied by a buzzing sound. One could only see that above the heads of the crowd, a spirit screen suddenly surfaced, which was precisely the means that Ling Zhao had arranged on Yu Qiuqian. Senior Chu, is it still comfortable to live here? Hearing the footsteps coming from outside the hall, Chu Yang's eyes instantly condensed, his breath rippled around his body, and a fresh blood was immediately sprayed out of his mouth, which was again swallowed down alive by him. He was. At this moment, he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, and he was actually forcibly interrupted. This feeling of being on the verge of a breakthrough and strongly suppressing one's spiritual energy was really stifling to the extreme and called for indignation. Nay, the divine ability he cultivated was a demonic inheritance, and once it was detected, he would truly be unable to defend himself. Senior brother Xiao, what brings you here? Chu Yang took a deep breath and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. The two before them had been at odds over the position of the sword sect's young master. In the end, Chu Yang forcefully overpowered the contemporary and achieved the name of young master, while Xiao Gu, in a fit of pique, directly closed the door and ignored mundane matters. Unexpectedly, now that he had been suppressed in the demon locking abyss, the only one from the entire sword sect who had come down to visit him was actually him. Brother, why are you carrying a pig's head? I've come to give you a female companion so you won't be lonely down there. Before the smile on Chu Yang's face could dissipate, Xiao Gu suddenly grinned and threw Yu Qiu porcelain directly in front of Chu Yang. Senior brother, you can be careful. This is the devil Tao Empress Yu Qiuqian. You'd better stay away from her. Xiao Gu smiled brightly and turned around to march towards the outside of the temple. With that kind of acting, wouldn't it be worth another third-grade elixir? Yu Qiuqian? At those words, Chu Yang's heart and mind trembled, and that mouth of suppressed blood nearly spewed out. Only at this time, he still forced himself to be calm, until Xiao Gu walked out of the hall. Only then did he take a step in front of Yu Qiuqian and embraced her in his arms. Akicha, it's really you, Mei. At this point in time, Yu Qiuqian has long been sealed by Ling Zhao's divine sense of speech and action, can only be tearful eyes looking at Chu Yang, simply cannot move the slightest bit. Akicha, what's wrong with you? What's going on here? Chu Yang's heart was burning with anxiety, not realizing that all the actions at this moment had long been seen by Yi Luyun and the others outside the hall, especially Yi Qingchan. Her eyes were even more chilling and her jade hands were clenched. That day, Chu Yan left alone, leaving them to mistakenly enter the ancient abyss and narrowly escaping death at the hands of Yuqiuchen. Originally, Yi Qingchan did not believe that Chu Yang would betray the Xian sword sect and betray her and her father at all. However, the scene in front of her completely shattered all her beliefs. Although between the two of them, there had never been a hint of intimacy. Over the years, the two of them had practiced together, and their feelings were still there. Chu Yang, this sinful beast actually really colluded with the devil's way. Yi Luyun looked indignant, itching to immediately rush into the hall and kill Chu Yang on the spot. Patriarch Yi is at ease. There might be a surprise. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled, his eyes clear and crisp, unsurprised by what was in front of him. Nowadays, Chu Yang was at best a righteous disciple who colluded with the devil's path, and although it was outrageous, it wasn't evil enough. But, what if he himself is the devil? In this way, what feelings in old relationships are worth nothing? Blood Elder. Blood Elder. Seeing that Yu Qiu Kai's face was expressionless and unresponsive, Chu Yan was suddenly shaken. If, on that day, he hadn't had a relationship with this devil Dao Empress, perhaps he wouldn't have been so obsessed. The man of destiny has always been the one who has always been a messy. No, he has always been the one who has always been devoted to his nature. Hush, don't talk. There are a lot of redheads, but that doesn't stop me from being devoted to each one. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, only a ray of blood radiance suddenly blossomed in that endless darkness. Immediately after that, a demonic shadow stepped on heaven and earth and appeared above Chu Yang's head. Kusora, you don't have to worry. I won't let you fall here. I will help you escape this place. Chu Yang's eyes were bloodshot, especially the bloodstains on Yu Qiuchen's lower body that had been shattered by Ling Zhao's thrusts. It made him feel incomparably heartbroken. At those words, Yu Qiuchen sighed softly at the bottom of her heart and closed her eyes in despair. Seeing this, Chu Yang embraced her harder and harder with a look of heartache. Elder Blood, take a quick look. What's wrong with Qiu Chen? Buzz. The blood shadow was silent for a long time, and a blood radiance gradually lit up around his body, appearing incomparably evil and terrifying in this gloomy hall. Then, one could only see the layers of blood shadows running through heaven and earth, enveloping Chu Yang and Yu Qiuchen's figures. However, right at this moment, the closed door of the temple in the distance was once again opened with a bang. Chapter 10 Loss of Luck. Chu Yang. The door to the ancient hall opened with a bang, only to see Yi Luyun, Yi Qingchan, and the rest of the sword sect elders coming in a line, all with a look of indignation on their faces. Qingchan? At this moment, Chu Yang's heart and soul trembled, and he only felt that his body was covered in chills, and he could not stop. Especially at this time, the anger on the faces of the crowd made him fall into an ice cellar, and he didn't even have the courage to defend himself. Before the crowd, Ling Zhao's mind moved, only to see the seal in Yu Qiu Kai's soul sea shatter on its own, and on her face, a flash of bitterness immediately appeared. Chu Yang, I didn't realize that you were a devil. No, it's not like that. Qingchan, let me explain. Chu Yang rose up with an open heart, completely ignoring the Yu Qiuchen in his arms. For Yi Qingchan, to be honest, he was extremely trusting and loving. As the number one beauty of the northern wasteland, Yi Qingchan had caused countless northern wasteland prides to covet her, both in terms of her looks and her status. But at this moment, seeing the coldness on her face, Chu Yang suddenly panicked. AI, Mr. Chu doesn't need to explain. This confidant of yours has already been honest with others. Yu Qiuchen sighed lightly, and these words were more like the last straw that crumbled Chu Yang's Dao, only to see the latter's body trembling as his gaze finally landed on Ling Xiao, his lips trembling but unable to make a single sound at all. It's you? Drop. The heaven's destined son's Dao heart has been broken. Congratulations to the host for plundering 500 points of chi luck value and 5,000 points of villain value. Drop. The son of heaven's destiny has lost his fortune. Kill it now for an extra reward. Hearing the system beep coming from his ears, the corner of Ling Zhao's mouth instantly raised a smile, and when this smirk fell into Chu Yang's eyes, it was clearly a stark provocation. Hey! Yi Qingchan sighed softly, and there was some hard-to-conceal despondency in her eyes. If before, there was still a trace of hope within her, then at this moment, in the moment she saw the blood shadow outside Chu Yang's body, that trace of hope was completely shattered. The original. He is actually evil. Qingchan? It's not what you think. Elder Blood and I met at the demon suppression abyss before. I believe you. Yi Qingchan suddenly laughed, while the resentment within Chu Yang instantly disappeared. She was still willing to believe in herself, no matter what she did before. As long as she still loves herself in her heart, of course Chu Yang can forgive her. So what's wrong with dog licking? Why do so many people say that lickspittles are lowly and undignified? It's us dog lickers who have the most dignity. We have absolute autonomy to lick when we want to lick, and when we don't want to lick we can do it later. Who can force us? I made the biggest mistake of my life by trusting you. May. Yi Qingchan's next sentence, however, caused the look on Xu Yang's face to completely freeze. Qingchan, you, Xu Yang, you colluded with the demons and slaughtered the northern wasteland celestial pride. Your crime is truly unforgivable. Ling Xiao spoke indifferently, his eyes clear. Nowadays, Xu Yang's qi was lost, and there was no more change. As for a blood demon remnant soul, it was even less of a threat to Ling Xiao. The soul regeneration ancient art that he practiced was a true forbidden soul skill. Adding to that, he was originally a heavenly demon's body, and any devilish demons and evils could only kneel in front of him, without a single ounce of resistance at all. And looking at the black-clothed teenager who was walking towards him step by step, Xu Yang's eyes trembled and he finally felt despair. Xu Yang, later on, I can take you away, but this woman can only be given up for the time being. Behind him, the blood demon frowned tightly, seemingly in deep thought. But, senior, woman, it will only affect the speed of your sword drawing. When you break, you will suffer. The blood demon's eyes were slightly condensed, and his tone was extremely low. Obviously, at this moment, Xu Yang's indecision had caused him to feel irritated. Gentlemen, you can retreat for now. Here, leave it to me. However, right at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and glanced at Yi Qingchan and the others with a calm expression. Upon hearing this, Yi Luyun and the others' faces froze, and then they realized Ling Xiao's intentions. Xu Yang was, after all, the young master of the sword sect, someone who had once been a childhood friend of Yi Qingchan. Now that his identity as an evil demon had been revealed, although it was outrageous, but to put him to death in front of him was not a cruelty to Yi Qingchan. Gongzi Dai, Yi Luyun took a deep breath and took hold of Yi Qingchan's shoulders as he led her away from this place. And at this moment, Xu Yang's face was also slightly stunned. His eyes looked at Ling Xiao in a gloomy manner, obviously unable to guess, this teenager, what exactly he was going to do. Until, in the Great Hall, all the people retreated before Xu Yang said in a deep voice, Who exactly are you and why do you want to put me to death? Xu Yang, he's most likely from outside the Four Wastelands. Yu Qiuqian sighed lightly. Xu Yang's nervousness and shortness when facing Yi Qingchan just now had already caused her heart to be incomparably lost. However, even so, she still could not bear to see Xu Yang fall here. After all, he was the first man to take possession of his body, and everything in front of him was because of her. If you can walk, you should leave quickly. With Yu Qiuqian's eyesight, she naturally saw that the blood shadow behind Xu Yang was an ancient powerhouse with an extremely terrifying cultivation. The aura on his body was such that even Yu Qiukai felt incomparably alarmed. Even if he wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, it shouldn't be difficult to leave this place. What? Beyond the Four Wastes? Xu Yang's complexion was slightly austere, and there was a hidden palpitation in his eyes. Beyond the Four Wastelands, the legendary Holy State. It is said that a dog there has a cultivation level above breaking delusion. But, why would a sacred state prince go to great lengths to deal with him? Do I need a reason to kill you? At this moment, however, Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and the moment he took a step, a great power of immortal ascension roared down. Although his realm was only at the soul sea level, but his divine soul had long since stepped into immortal ascension. Neither Xu Yang nor the blood demon could possibly be his opponent. A son of heavenly destiny who has lost his chi is no different from a pig or a dog. This sent, Xu Yang's face turned pale. Then he seemed to gather great courage and hissed, If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price too. Blood Old Man. Chapter 11, The First Kill of Heaven's Destiny. You are not too proud of yourself. In the Devil Suppressor Hall, Ling Xiao looked disdainful, his eyes filled with contempt, only to see that in the center of his palm, a divine pattern suddenly erupted, piercing through the Songhai Sea. On the other hand, Xu Yang took a deep breath, no longer daring to have a moment's hesitation. His body was covered in blood flames as he said in an indifferent tone, Blood Elder. Boom! At that moment, a blood aura surrounded the heavens, evil and incomparable. The terrifying demonic might directly shattered the lapis lazuli ground with countless cracks. Whoever you are, you will regret your actions today. Xu Yang's expression was cold, like an ancient devil, arrogant and domineering, unbeatable. Behind him, the blood demon figure emerged, as if carrying a sea of blood on its back, covering the sky and revealing supreme ferocity. Just at the moment his words fell, he saw that in the four directions of that great hall, there were suddenly soul patterns that lit up, running through heaven and earth, blocking all prying eyes, and the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth immediately raised a smirk. and the devilish intent in his eyes revealed that he was actually 10,000 times more terrifying than Chu Yang. You. The demonic momentum outside Chu Yang's body was crushed and shattered almost instantly. Even the blood demon. His face froze and he only felt endless trepidation. Suddenly, a flash of extreme unease surged from the bottom of his heart. A feeling like falling into an endless abyss, powerless to struggle. Especially the smile on Ling Zhao's face at this moment. It gave him a creepy feeling. How is that possible? How could a teenager have such a terrifying demonic momentum on his body? Buzz. At the critical moment, the blood demon directly abandoned Chu Yang and turned into a blood shadow, wanting to escape from here. However, right at this moment, a terrifying demonic shadow suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping his figure. The entire hall plunged into a perpetual darkness. The only thing was an eerie chewing sound, like it was coming from the bottom of the heart, and it was mind-numbing. Your turn. At this moment, Chu Yang had long been paralyzed with fear and by the scene in front of him. Instead, Ling Zhao just gave him a quiet look and stepped out with one foot, directly stomping his head into smithereens. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the son of heaven's destiny and receiving an additional reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine escape talisman, an ancient panga stone, and 3,000 points of villain value. A divine recluse talisman? Pan Gu Sure? Ling Zhao's face froze. The villain value was not rare for him. After all, there were many ways to obtain it. But this recluse talisman is a good thing, equivalent to an additional means of life preservation. As for the pancake stone system, what is the use of the pancake stone? Fusing the discordant stone will open up divine soul space against any divine soul attack. So awesome. Ling Zhao was instantly stunned. Although his cultivation was strong and his divine soul realm rivaled the immortal ascension realm, there were countless powerful people in the holy state. And his enemies were not just of the younger generation. Once they encountered a great power above the level of immortal ascension, they would easily be suppressed by their divine sense and would not even have a chance to escape. But with this Pango stone, he could resist any divine soul interference, thus giving him a chance to resist. One must know that the word Ling Zhao was notorious in the sacred state all these years. The young man was arrogant and domineering. If he didn't have a calf protecting mom and dad with countless protector followers everywhere he went, I'm afraid he would have been put in a sack and beaten to death with a stick. And now, with Ling Zhao's divine soul crossing over, one must not die easily in the setting of villain. Step by step, you can step to the peak of the way. Fusion. Ling Zhao couldn't wait to fuse the discordant stone. In an instant, he only felt a wisp of soul power float past the sea of souls. Immediately afterward, the sound of the Tao sounded, and a green lotus seemed to bloom in the sea of souls. An incomparably grand divine palace gradually took shape, directly enveloping his entire sea of consciousness. The palace was pitch black, and the symbols on it were civilized and extinguished, revealing a sense of indestructibility. This is the ancient Panga stone. It's truly terrifying. Ling Zhao secretly sighed. At this moment, he could feel that his divine soul realm was vaguely breaking through to immortality. Originally a villain who couldn't survive more than 5 chapters, now he even gradually had the qualifications to compete with this side of heaven and earth. In the middle of the great hall, blood overflowed. Ling Zhao's figure, however, quietly sat in place for a long time before opening his eyes. Obviously, Chu Yang was not the son of heaven's destiny that he was looking for, but today's harvest is considered extremely generous. Eventually, Ling Zhao glanced at Yu Qiuqian beside him, only to see that at this moment, this Devil's Path Empress had long since had her mind shattered by fear and had a stupefied look on her face. But even so, Ling Zhao still had no intention of letting her go as his palm probed out and directly slapped her head to pieces. Villains, if you don't want to die, don't make waves. Get rid of all hidden dangers and learn to disguise yourself in order to go on this immortal path for a long time. After doing all of this, Ling Zhao only walked out of the hall, only to see that at this time, Yi Qingshan had already waited outside the hall, her pretty face twisting and turning as she lowered her head and rubbed the corners of her clothes. Especially at this moment, the bloody aura on Ling Zhao's body was even more frightening and incomparable. Obviously, Chu Yang as well as that Devil Dao Empress were afraid that they had already died in Ling Zhao's hands. Your Excellency, the Xian Sword Sect. You don't need to worry. I said that I won't spare any evil demons, nor will I wrongly accuse good people. Chu Yang deserved his crime and has already been put to death. The Xian Sword Sect has nothing to do with this matter and will naturally not be implicated. Ling Zhao's expression was warm and gentle, and there was a hidden smile at the corner of her mouth. At this time, Yi Qingshan did not inquire about what happened to Chu Yang, which was somewhat unexpected by Ling Zhao. However, it was precisely because of this that this young girl was qualified to follow him. A smart woman always knows how to make trade-offs. Your Excellency, I guaranteed my life before. If Chu Yang colludes with the Devil Dao, Qingshan's life is yours. Yi Qingchan suddenly tilted her head and looked at Ling Xiao, a look of determination in her eyes. But at this point, the system still hadn't transmitted the authentication of the Daughter of Heaven's destiny subjugation, so it seemed that she still had some concerns in the bottom of her heart. It's not your fault. It can only be said that Xu Yang is hiding too deeply. Ling Xiao shook his head and did not say anything more as he lifted his feet and wanted to walk towards the top of the abyss. Your Excellency, I'm willing to follow you and be your maidservant. Please give me a chance. Gongzi. Oh, that's... Ling Xiao's face seemed to be in a difficult position, and he was silent for a long time before he sighed lightly. You know, a righteous person like me will inevitably offend many evil devils in crooked paths. Following me will be dangerous. I'm not afraid. I only hope that Your Excellency will give me a chance to sublimate my Dao heart. Yi Qingchan's red lips were pursed and her eyes were brilliant. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, smiled and nodded, gently rubbing her hair. All right, then in the future, you'll follow me? Day later? Yi Qingchan's pretty face was slightly red. Her heart and mind were fluctuating. She always felt that the way Ling Xiao was looking at her, there was something wrong. Chapter 12, A Past. My lord, there's one more thing. Earlier, my father said that in this devil suppressing abyss, there's also a great devil being suppressed, as if it came from the sacred state. Just as Ling Xiao took a step and was about to leave, Yi Qingchan opened her mouth to stop him again. Oh, the holy state? Ling Xiao's eyes were slightly condensed, but his heart suddenly felt some anticipation. Not bad. According to the records in my sect, this great demon, it seems to be a demon race, from the 9 Spectre mean Phoenix clan of the sacred state. My lord, is this clan strong? 9 Spectral mean Phoenix? On Ling Xiao's face, a trace of surprise suddenly flashed. If he remembered correctly, back then, this 9 Secrets close Phoenix clan was a first-class ancient clan in the sacred state. Although their numbers were small, their battle power was unrivaled in the same realm. In particular, this clan's talent, the 9 Underworld Flame, was claimed to be able to burn everything in the world. Even the dragon race, which was always known for its terrifying physical body, would never dare to easily mess with it. But later, the Holy Sect stepped in and took away the mean Phoenix clan from the 10,000 Demons Holy Land. And since then, they have never appeared in the Holy Land again. Is it possible that? What's the secret in between that outsiders don't know? At this moment, Ling Xiao was suddenly a bit curious as to what kind of change had happened to this mean Phoenix clan. Sooner or later, Ling Xiao's true body of a heavenly demon would be exposed. When that time came, his greatest enemy would be the holy sect that seemed to be ignoring the world nowadays, but liked to manipulate everything in the dark. After all, hundreds of years ago, a taboo physique had also appeared in the sacred state, claiming to be the reincarnation of a heavenly demon. In the end, however, he was surrounded by the sacred sect's powerhouses and disappeared. Ling Xiao's strength was strong, but it was only limited to the younger generation. And an ancient demon race like the 9 Spectral mean Phoenix was born with heaven-defying talents. He didn't want to be burned to the dregs by that 9 underworld fire if he was not careful. However, now that this Meisher Phoenix has been suppressed in the lower realm, I'm afraid that its cultivation has long since ceased to be the same. And if, perhaps, the feud between it and the sacred sect could be uncovered, it might be Ling Xiao's leverage against the sacred sect. Most importantly, Yi Qingchan, as the daughter of heaven's destiny, simply couldn't fall easily. There might be some unexpected surprises with her along for the ride. Show me. In the end, Ling Xiao took a deep breath, still not intending to let go of this opportunity that had waited until it was right in front of him. Good. Yi Qingchan nodded gently and guided Ling Xiao towards the depths of the great abyss. Soon, when a hidden stone door suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, Yi Qingchan's footsteps only stopped in place. My lord, it's here. Aha. Ling Xiao indifferently nodded his head and reached out to imprint his hand on top of the stone door, his body's spiritual might rushing out, directly shattering it open. At that instant, a reckless and gloomy aura came over him, while a trace of gravity gradually surfaced on Ling Xiao's face. With his divine soul perception, he easily detected a hint of life fluctuation coming from the depths of that darkness. Although it is very weak, but after the stone door, there are really living beings. What is it, my lord? And seemingly sensing the change in Ling Xiao's expression, Yi Qingchan immediately turned her head and said with some doubt, "Be careful." Ling Xiao did not say much and lifted his foot towards the direction where the vitality came from. Aha! Yi Qingchan nodded gently and followed closely behind Ling Xiao, walking into the depths of the ancient cave. Endless darkness shrouded the 4 fields, and behind that stone door was actually a winding ancient road. Time passed, and when the two of them were in front of their eyes, a ray of spiritual radiance suddenly bloomed, only to see the space in front of them open up. Here, it was a stone hall constructed underground, eerie and terrifying, favoring an extremely hot fluctuation that kept sweeping And in the middle of that ancient hall, a pitch-black colored stone platform stood quietly. On it, there seems to be a figure standing, green silk like waterfalls, covering the face, soul, body. Moreover, what surprised Ling Xiao the most was that this figure was completely cohesive with soul power and did not possess a trace of qi and blood power. Seeing this scene, the concerns in Ling Xiao's heart dissipated. With his divine soul realm as well as his soul regeneration ancient art, there was no need to be afraid of a residual soul. What's more, after executing Chu Yang again, he had obtained another divine soul supreme treasure, the ancient Panga stone, not to mention a remnant soul. Even a true immortal ascension powerhouse would not be able to break through his sea of souls at all. Xing-chan, wait for me here. Ling Xiao spoke indifferently and raised his feet to walk before that ancient platform, and seemingly sensing the movement in front of him, the imprisoned figure slowly raised its head. The green silk slid down, and a delicate and blurred face suddenly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. May! Before Ling Xiao could open his mouth, the soul shadow slowly lowered its head again and did not speak. You're from the Meifeng clan? A smirk appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Looking at the state of this woman, it was obvious that she had gone through many trials and tribulations. But, how could a race that was sheltered by the holy sect be reduced to such a state? Tell me, what exactly happened between the Mean Phoenix clan and the sacred sect? At those words, the woman's body obviously trembled, and then she raised her head again, and a pair of ancient, wave-free eyes finally rippled with a hint of waves. Who are you? Obviously, to be able to know the name sacred sect, the young man in front of him was by no means someone from the Four Wastelands. However, a powerful person from the holy state could not easily descend to this place at all. How did he, again, penetrate the domain barrier and appear here? It doesn't matter who I am, but I might be able to take you out of this place and back to the sacred state. Back in the holy state? The woman's eyes lightly trembled, and a blazing flame suddenly swept around her body, transforming into a party of prisons that came towards Ling Xiao to suppress her. Chapter 13, The Holy Church's Plot. Buzz. Vast flames swept through the heavens and earth, that dark and deep color, as if it was the underworld fire of extinction, giving people endless oppression. However, at this moment, facing the attack of this soul shadow, Ling Xiao acted extremely calmly, only to see that in its eyes, the soul lines were dazzling, and a black divine palace gradually manifested, standing in the cloud dome, shocking heaven and earth. And that flame was even directly suppressed and dissipated when it landed on the palace, not causing even a hint of damage to Ling Xiao at all. Who, exactly are you? In your current state, does it make a difference whoever I am? Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled, his eyes clear and cold. You only need to tell me why the Mean Phoenix clan, back then, suddenly disappeared. Why did it suddenly disappear? The soul shadow's body trembled and suddenly laughed crazily. Why has it suddenly disappeared? And looking at her actions at this moment, Ling Xiao's heart instantly guessed. I'm afraid that the Meifeng clan of today has already been destroyed in the river of history. And the originator of all of this was the holy sect that was regarded as a god by countless sects in the sacred state. Holy Church. The soul shadow took a deep breath and suddenly looked up at Ling Xiao. The sacred sect imprisoned my clan and killed my clan members. So this revenge will not be shared. And by whom were you suppressed here? Back when I fell, there was a wisp of residual soul that managed to escape and was brought to this place by an ancient treasure. Soul Shadow's eyebrows lightly clustered as countless memory images surfaced in her mind. But this wisp of her divine soul was not considered complete. Many memories, therefore, are broken and no longer whole. Ancient treasure? Ling Xiao grinned with some inexplicable gleam in his eyes. Just as he had guessed, the destruction of the Meifeng clan was the work of the holy sect. This group of hypocrites appeared to have no desires. But once the people and forces that threatened their rule appeared, it was hard for all of them to escape their downfall in the end. Submit to me, and I can take you back to the holy state and uncover the insidious crimes of the holy sect. Just as the soul shadow was suffering from a splitting headache and his face was grimacing, in his ears, a gentle and indifferent voice suddenly came. Only at this moment, Ling Xiao had a hidden smile at the corners of his mouth and his eyes were extremely sincere. Aren't you afraid of the holy sect? I have my own considerations. And if you really intend to spend the rest of your life here, just forget I said anything. As the words fell, Ling Xiao turned around and wanted to leave. Wait, at this moment, that soul shadow eyes, seems to have light bloom, the original dead and withered vitality. There is a trace of recovery. I promise, no matter what the teenager in front of him was up to. Now, none of it mattered. This remnant soul of hers would soon dissipate, and the blood feud of the Mean Phoenix clan would be buried. It didn't really matter if she died or not. But the holy cult's crimes had to be punished, even if this teenager swindled himself. As long as he could live, there was hope. Open the soul. Ling Xiao nodded and a ray of soul light steeply emerged from his eyes, transforming into a soul seal that fell into the woman's soul sea. Buzz. At that instant, a wisp of soul might rippled out, and some sort of connection seemed to have arisen between the two of them. Mysterious and unfathomable. With the eyesight and experience of this mature phoenix, he naturally knew what this soul mark meant. Once she dared to give birth to the slightest thought of betrayal, Ling Xiao would only need to move his divine sense, and he would be able to bring her to her doom. It was obvious that this seemingly gentle and kind teenager had another unknown side to him, but the more she did, the more convinced she became. Instead, that she had made the right choice, because this immortal path is never as bright as the world sees it. Which of those powerful men who stood at the peak of heaven and earth hadn't gone through blood and rain, stepping on countless corpses and bones, climbing up step by step? Buzz. With a wave of Ling Xiao's palm, one could only see that the sealing shackles that were originally wrapped around the soul shadow's body shatter. As of today, you are free. Thank you, sir. Buzz. With a humming sound resounding, a layer of ripples immediately swirled in the great hall, while a trace of black flames began to bloom on that soul shadow's body, and then her entire soul body became incomparably solidified. Black clothes, black hair, picturesque fairy face, a proud body coupled with a pair of straight and slender legs. Even compared to Yi Qingchan, this Meifeng had some more of the characteristic flirtatiousness of the demon race, especially those dark eyes that seemed to have flames burning in them, revealing wildness and pride. A mere remnant of a soul has such charm. To be honest, Ling Xiao did not expect that this mean phoenix that he had casually taken in was born so beautiful. Of course, probably at this time, this Phoenix Clan woman didn't expect that her choice today would ultimately lead her to the seat of the Sacred State's Demon Lord. But, at that time, she realized that what she really wanted was not strength or status, but merely to follow beside her male son. It's just a shame. Why did the sacred sect slaughter the Meifeng clan in the first place? I can't remember either. When the holy sect had erased most of my memories in order to prevent things from being exposed. Meifeng sighed lightly, and on her face was a look of loss. It's not easy to overthrow the holy religion, even if she could return to the holy state. So what? Nowadays, let alone a holy lord, even an ordinary disciple of the holy sect could easily kill her, right? Moreover, for some reason, at this time, there was always a vague figure in the bottom of her heart, incomparably terrifying, and just thinking about it called for the heart and soul to tremble and the heart of the Tao to crumble. Chapter 14, The Next Heavenly Order. Memory wipe? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly and nodded lightly. With the Holy Church's methods, things have always been tricky. If Ling Xiao hadn't guessed correctly, this mean phoenix should have been Chu Yang's creation. The son of heaven's destiny meets the old grandpa in the ring by chance, and then goes through countless calamities, stepping step by step to the top of the sky. And then this unveils a new period of hatred and another round of rising against the odds. It was a pity that before Chu Yang had the chance to develop, he was plundered of his chi by Ling Xiao and subdued under the demonic abyss. Stay in my ring for now, and when we return to the sacred state, we'll start dealing with the sacred sect. Ling Xiao looked deeply at Meifeng and hesitated slightly before opening his mouth. Do you have a name? I can't remember. Meifeng seemed to freeze for a moment, then shook her head and laughed bitterly. Oh, well, do you mind if I fetch one for you? All at the command of the prince, since it chose to follow Ling Xiao. At this moment, this mean phoenix was putting its posture extremely low. In fact, according to the age of the human race, she was only in her early 20s, so her mind was not as mature as it appeared to be. Good, then you'll be called 9 specters from now on. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled wryly, looking at Meifeng who was inexplicably a bit nervous. 9 specters? Originally, she had thought what a nice name the prince would bestow upon her. This Jiuyue, wouldn't it be taking her clan name directly? Not bad. 9 specters, a woman I once loved. Ling Xiao looked up at the sky at 45 degrees, his eyes revealing a vicissitude that did not fit his age. Deeply loved woman? Zhou Yue froze at once, only feeling her pretty face blushing and breathing heavily, itching to immediately escape into Ling Xiao's ring. How could she know that the woman Ling Xiao supposedly loved dearly was nothing more than a fictional character who had accompanied him for a very long time? The greatest joy of every day back then was hiding under the covers waiting for an update, expecting to have a ring full of treasures and old grandpas too. Sadly, I don't know if the name Ling Xiao will become that character that accompanied your youth, so I can only do my best by giving me the name of the woman he loves so much. Is the male giving me the name of the woman he loves so much? Is he doing this to me? At this moment Zhou Yue, which still had the high and cold in front of Chu Yang before, just like a neighboring girl. Drop. Congratulations to the host for gaining the admiration of the remnant soul of the mean phoenix, increasing the value of chi by 50 points. Crap, that's okay? Ling Xiao looked somewhat dumbfounded at the fascination revealed in Zhou Yue's eyes, and couldn't help but sigh in the bottom of his heart. This woman is really quite scary once she brainstorms. But from this, It could be seen that this Joyue's original body might also be a person with added chi. Otherwise she wouldn't have triggered the system reward. My lord, you came to the northern wasteland. Joyue suddenly glanced at Ling Xiao with some confusion. As a matter of fact, it was rather difficult for people from this lower realm to ascend to the upper realm. But it is even more difficult and dangerous for people from the upper world to descend to the lower world. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was far more powerful than the people of the four deserts, but if he wanted to break through that domain barrier, he was bound to pay a great price. I've come to find something. Ling Xiao's eyes were clear and crisp, but there was a sinking feeling in his heart. Now it seemed that neither Chu Yang nor Yi Qingchan had anything to do with that guidance in his soul sea. And when he had come down from the holy state, he had originally hidden it from his clan family, and the longer he stayed, the more dangerous it became. It seemed that it was time to leave the Xian Sword sect. Demon, pro. Right at this moment, a bizarre fluctuation once again came from Ling Xiao's soul sea. That barren aura was extremely vast and bizarre. It was as if he had pierced through 10,000 epochs and ages. Ling Xiao was not the son of heaven's destiny, and even if he had plundered his chi now, he still didn't have a protagonist's aura. So by himself alone, he was afraid that it would be difficult to find this Tao of creation. Originally, he had hoped that Chu Yang would be able to disguise himself as a treasure-seeking beast and help him find the secret realm. But the path Chu Yang was going to take, Ling Xiao saw the head at a glance. So he died. And the immediate priority was to find the next heaven's destined son as soon as possible. It's best to know how to look for chi. See through eyes or find dragons and points or something. Looking for an item? Zhou Yue's eyebrows were lightly clustered, and seeing that Ling Xiao was unwilling to say more, she immediately bowed and disappeared into Ling Xiao's ring. Elder Yin, how are things going? Ling Xiao lowered his head, looked at the voice transmission spirit talisman in his hand, and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency, the Northern Wasteland Demon Sect was destroyed at all costs, but we didn't meet the person Your Excellency was talking about. Soon, a low, hoarse voice came from the other end of the transmission note. Previously, Ling Xiao had ordered the Dao protectors behind him to go to the Northern Desolate Devil Sect to suppress all the remaining members of the Devil Dao. In the eyes of outsiders, this is a righteous move. However, Ling Xiao's true intention was to find a heavenly destiny son who was related to the Devil's Way. But now it seems that this wish is afraid to be disappointed. Notify all the clans in the Northern Wasteland to come to the Xian Sword sect to pay their respects early tomorrow morning. Ling Xiao's expression was calm and he was not angry. The son of heaven's destiny was already blessed with luck and sheltered by the heavenly Dao. Therefore, it is not an easy task to find them. However, nowadays, Ling Xiao's identity was something that the many clans in the Northern Wasteland were afraid that they had already guessed. He didn't believe that he couldn't find a heaven's mandate person by utilizing the forces of the entire Northern Wasteland. Yes, Eldarine answered in a deep voice while Ling Xiao had already put away the transmission note in his hand and traveled towards the entrance of the underground palace. Chapter 15, Sword Sect Ancestor. My lord, how is it? That great demon. At the entrance of the underground palace, Yi Qingchan looked gloomy, seemingly a little worried. Knowing her father as she did, she naturally understood the intent of his move. This great devil had been suppressed in the Xian Sword sect for some time. However, the successive Xianjian sect masters were unable to exterminate him, which is really a great hidden danger. Since Lord Ling Xiao is from the sacred state and has amazing means, he might be able to help the Xianjian sect get rid of this big problem. Don't worry, it's already been subdued by me. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and raised his feet towards the outside of the underground palace. And Yi Qingchan's face suddenly revealed a sweet smile as she followed closely behind him and walked out of the underground palace. At the same time, the Sword Sect's main hall, only Yi Luyun and the crowd of Sword Sect powerhouses were all bowing and standing still, looking at the youth on the hall with awe. This time, thanks to your excellency, or else my Xian Sword Sect would have fallen into the hands of the devil. Yi Luyun sighed lightly and looked at Ling Xiao with gratitude in his eyes. When Chu Yang had first worshipped in the Sword Sect and sat on the position of young master step by step, it could be considered extremely inspirational. The entire Xian Sword Sect is even more trusting of this young master. So it can be seen that he is deeply hidden. If it wasn't for the Duke descending and revealing his disguise, I'm afraid that within a few years, the Xian Sword Sect would have fallen into Chu Yang's hands, and by then, the Sword Sect's legacy would be completely destroyed. At the thought of this, Yi Luyun felt even more alarmed, nearly falling into 1,000 sins. Tomorrow, all the major clans in the Northern Wasteland will gather at Xian Sword Sect, and I will clear the Sword Sect's name. Ling Xiao looked indifferent. He didn't believe that he couldn't find where the next heaven's destiny son was by lifting up the entire Northern Wasteland. Be aware that in any set, the predestined son will encounter some trials and tribulations and establish an enemy. At first, this enemy was unattainable, but when the heaven's destined son searched for the secret realm and broke through the realm, it was time for the enjoyable face-punching part. Your Excellency's great kindness. The Shin Sword sect is unable to repay you. Let's do it this way. I see that you are young. I will honor you with the title of Big Brother. And in the future, the entire Shin Sword sect will look up to you. Yi Liuyun's tone was grave and all-righteous. However, Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and a hidden smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He's a villain, and naturally he's surrounded by lickspittles. However, a mere person of Xinqing simply didn't even have the qualifications to lick him. Seeing that Ling Xiao had not opened his mouth, Yi Luyun suddenly raised his hand and gave himself a slap. It's Mr. Yi who has overstepped his bounds. Your Excellency, truth be told, the ancestral tomb of my Shin Sword sect's ancestor is a feng shui treasure, in which there is a spiritual pool with extremely vast spiritual power. Why don't we ask Qingchan to bring you forward? Dig out your ancestor and bathe in the spiritual pool. Oh, upon hearing this, the smile on Ling Xiao's face grew thicker, especially because the look on Yi Liuyun's face at this moment, solemn and heavy, incomparably serious, really called for a smile. The ultimate in dog licking is fracking. Obviously, this Shin Sword sovereign had been immersed in this path for some time. Your Excellency, there is no way to repay the great favor, so please be sure to accept a piece of Mr. Yi's filial piety. Yi Luyun made a wink towards the elders beside him, and all of a sudden, the entire hall immediately resounded with a burst of hoots and hollers. I beg your Excellency to accept our filial piety. It's just an ancestral tomb. If we can take this opportunity to gain the Duke's appreciation, the Shin Sword sect will become the true number one in the northern wasteland. No matter how many years had passed, no one dared to offend the Sword sect. That's okay. Ling Xiao sighed lightly and reluctantly nodded. Qingchan, quickly, share a bath with Gongzi. Yi Luyun looked delighted, while Yi Qingchan's face raised a hint of blush, shy and alluring. My lord, please. It was only when the two of them walked out of the hall that Yi Luyun breathed a sigh of relief. Nowadays, it seemed that Qingchan's relationship with Gongzi had some subtle changes, and this was already a supreme creation for the Sword sect. And at this moment, Ling Xiao and Yi Qingchan's figures had already appeared on top of the peak of Sword Mountain, only to see appearing in front of the two of them was a lofty and ancient stone hall. It was more like a burial mound than a stone temple. The four sides were unribbed, like a whole block of lapis lazuli had been built, revealing a hint of a reckless and grandiose aura. My lord, this is my Sword sect's forbidden land, my ancestor's grave mound. It is said that this is where my ancestor became a Taoist back then before he created the Shin Sword sect and became the strongest force in the northern wasteland. Aha! Ling Xiao nodded indifferently and walked straight into the large hall. With Yi Qingchan's fortune, perhaps the tomb mound in front of her would be her place of creation. According to the general plot, that Shin Sword ancestor, most likely, was still alive. Your Excellency, there is a party in the northern wasteland that is unwilling to travel to the Shin Sword sect to pay their respects. Just as Ling Xiao was secretly pondering, he heard old Yin's voice suddenly come from the transmission note. Perish the thought. And Ling Xiao just calmly glanced at Yi Qingchan and said in an indifferent tone, My lord, what happened? Nothing. There's still a party in the northern wasteland that colludes with the devil's path. I'll send people to overthrow it. Oh. Yi Qingchan's eyes trembled as she looked at Ling Xiao with increasing awe and admiration. A clan with a heritage of hundreds or thousands of years. But in the eyes of the prince, it is like a mole cricket that can be destroyed with a wave of the hand. There is no forgiveness in heaven's might. In the northern wasteland, the Duke is a true god, and whoever dares to go against the Duke's wishes will die without a burial place. Go! Ling Xiao raised his feet and headed towards the depths of the tomb mound. Even if that Shin Sword ancestor really wasn't dead, he wasn't half a threat to Ling Xiao. Now 9 specters was in his ring, ready to give its life at any time. Moreover, with Yi Qingchan here, it was even more unlikely that Ling Xiao would be told to have a single accident. Aha! Yi Qingchan nodded gently and followed closely behind Ling Xiao, walking into the depths of the ancient tomb, until in front of the two of them, a ray of light suddenly lit up, only to see that in the depths of that great tomb, there was actually a spiritual pool flowing. The water in it was glistening and full of spirituality, and at first glance, it was an incomparable creation. And in that spirit pool, a figure dressed in white sat quietly, soundless, except in the soul sea, there seemed to be a wisp of spiritual energy waves. Finally, someone's here. Immediately afterward, a low, hoarse voice suddenly resounded, and Yi Qingchan's face turned white as she directly jumped into Ling Xiao's arms, her face filled with fear. Ling Xiao's eyes were slightly condensed, but not a single ripple was visible on his face. This is really a bit of the netherworld feeling. No wonder now young people dating like to go to a haunted house or something. This shock, a hug and a touch. Hey, feelings do not have progress? Guys, get it? Chapter 16, Overdressed. Are you a human or a ghost? Yi Qingchan hid in Ling Xiao's arms and poked out her little head, lightly drinking towards the figure in the pool. Old me, Yi Woji, was the first sect master of the Xian Sword sect. It's not wrong for you to say that I'm a ghost. I've already fallen for nearly 1,000 years. The white-clothed old man suddenly got up and looked over towards Ling Xiao and the two of them, and on his withered face was a bland smile. So it's the ancestor. Yi Qingchan's eyes stared slightly, and the panic on her face dissipated a bit. Since you guys are able to come here, I think you are also disciples of the Xian Sword sect. Come over here. The spiritual liquid in this pool is a holy thing to quench the body. It's just a pity that I'm nearing the end of my lifespan, so I was unable to take the final step after all. Yi Wuji sighed tersely. Then he glanced at Yi Qingchan. You should be a descendant of the Yi family. That's all you can tell? Ling Xiao's eyes are playful. See, this is the person of heaven's destiny, but wherever he shows up, there is creation present. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly had a bold idea. If he, a villain, collects a group of heavenly fates to follow, then wouldn't he be able to take advantage of their destiny and turn misfortune into good fortune, without any disadvantage? I see that you have light bones and excellent qualifications. Come with me, I have something to say to you. Yi Wuji waved his hand towards Yi Qingchan and lifted his foot out of the spirit pool, walking towards the side of the ancient tomb, not even glancing at Ling Xiao more than once since the beginning. My lord. Yi Qingchan, on the other hand, glanced at Ling Xiao with some hesitation, and only after seeing the latter nodding did she gather her courage and follow the old man. It was only until the two figures were far away that Ling Xiao took a step into the spirit pool and sat down in place. At that instant, an incomparably pure and vast spiritual energy swept over him, enveloping his figure. Is it really a spirit vein? As we all know, but all divine mountains and rivers have many dragon veins running through them, diffusing Taoism, which is a supreme creation. And this spirit pool at the moment, although it could not be comparable to a true dragon vein, for Ling Xiao, it was likewise a rare treasure. Buzz! The heavens and earth hummed, and the entire sky above the Xian Sword sect was suddenly surrounded by a divine haze that ran through 10,000 miles. Yi Lu Yun, on the other hand, stood before the grand hall, looking out in the direction of the ancestral shrine at the top of the mountain, his eyes filled with depth. Meanwhile, the center of the northern wasteland, one could only see a divine city towering over the cloud dome, with cloudy azure paths and divine radiance rushing into the sky. This was where the most powerful force in the northern wasteland, the bastard heavenly imperial dynasty, was located. Just by listening to the name, doesn't it give you a sense of dominance dropping down from the sky, amazing the heart? These years, between the major forces in the northern wasteland, there has been constant strife, with the bastard heavenly imperial dynasty as well as the Donghua ancient sect being the most wanton, presuming to take the Xianjian sect and replace it. Now that Chu Yang, the young master of the Xian Sword sect, had colluded with the Devil Dao Empress and massacred many of the sect's heavenly prides, it was really a rare opportunity. It was said that on that day, a peerless prince descended from the sky and suppressed the demon emperor with an extraordinary status. Now, this prince is on the Xian Sword sect and has issued a decree inviting the heads of all the major sects in the northern wasteland to go to Xian Sword Mountain. This may not have much of an impact on the unusual forces. However, for top Dao lineages such as the Hegemony Royal Dynasty and the Donghua sect, they had to be cautious. After all, once there was a plot by the Xianjian sect in this, I'm afraid that none of them would want to go down the mountain peacefully. And at this time, in that palace hall, only to see a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe with a rugged look frowning in contemplation, all the emperor's chi stumbling, extremely heroic. This person was none other than the lord of the bastard heavenly imperial dynasty, Nan Badian, who was also a renowned great powerhouse in the northern wasteland. In the main hall, there were also many cultivators sitting on the end of the hall, mostly the lords of the forces that were dependent on the hegemony heavenly emperor's banner. I have invited you all here today to discuss a matter. In Nan Baishan's eyes, golden radiance burst forth, manifesting his majesty, and the many lords of the forces below immediately rose and bowed to drink, appearing extremely humble. The young master of the Xian Sword sect colluding with the Devil Dao Empress Yu Qiuqian. This matter, you all know about it, right, King Nan? The Xian Sword sect is so rampant. I propose that we immediately lead our men to hit the Xian Sword sect and capture Yi Qingchan, father and daughter alive, to teach them some lessons. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man with a lewd look snorted coldly and immediately said in a deep voice, the events of that day are now well known in the northern wasteland. What is the peerless duke suppressing the demon emperor is just a rumor from some uninitiated disciples. Besides, at that time, Yu Qiuqian was already severely injured, and it was feared that if any of the sect lords were present, they could easily crush him. Even at this point, many people speculated that this was most likely a conspiracy directed by the Xian Sword sect. Once, Yi Lu Yun really colluded with the Devil's Way, now afraid to have already laid a dragnet in Xianjian Mountain, waiting for them to throw themselves into the net. But, that youngster who suppressed Moonshow porcelain, Nanbation's expression was grave, and he seemed to be quite concerned. The Southern King need not worry. If this person really came from above, the Shin Sword sect would not need to go through a lot of trouble at all, and would directly send people to us all to death and unify the Northern Wasteland. Yeah, I think it's just the Shin Sword sect deliberately bluffing. King Nan, don't hesitate. We are willing to follow to our deaths, destroy the Shin Sword sect, and raise the majesty of my Northern Wasteland righteousness. At that moment, in the Great Hall, the clamor flourished, and countless lords of power were all furious, as if they were ready to sacrifice for the righteous path. Good. The Shin Sword sect has no sense of morality. So this day, this king will ask for a statement on behalf of his fellow disciples in the Northern Wasteland. Nanbadian snorted coldly, his eyes dominating in determination. What he cultivated was originally the Emperor's way, exclusively respecting heaven and earth. How could he grovel to please a teenager of unknown origin? It's still you. The Southern King's elegance has not diminished. Upon hearing this, the heads of the clans immediately stroked their palms in admiration, their faces full of flattery. As for that mysterious male, if there is really an accident later on, it will be the Southern King who will carry it. So it's none of their business. Of course they were forced by the threat of the Southern bastard. Buzz. Just as the crowd was recklessly blowing awesome, above the Great Hall, a wisp of fluctuation was suddenly dispersed. Immediately afterward, a magnificent power crushed down from the sky, nearly scaring the piss out of this group of sect overlords on the spot. Chapter 17, Getting Down to Business. Who? The crowd tilted their heads, but they saw what appeared to be a figure standing at the top of their heads, with black clothes fluttering and a withered face. He stood there like a devil stepping into the ages, obscuring the light, and the 10,000 paths did not exist. Hiss, this old thing doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Is it possible that he's a remnant of the devil's way? Southern King, quickly give him some lessons. Why don't you guys go? Nanbation frowned lightly, his heart suddenly a little uneasy. You're the most dangling in this. How dare we steal the Southern King's thunder? Yes, we are sworn to follow in the footsteps of the Southern King, so of course we are standing behind the Southern King to follow. Upon hearing this, Nanbation's face was grim, knowing that these lickspittles couldn't be relied upon at all. Who is strong enough to lick who? Humph. Making false pretenses. Just who are you? Nanbadian lifted his foot and took a step. Golden light blossomed around his body like a blazing sun, stabbing people's eyes. The Emperor's Tao that he cultivated was already overbearing, and at this time, he was intentionally showing off, which really caused many people to suck in a breath of cool air. Another breakthrough in the Southern King's cultivation. It's too terrifying. I'm afraid that in a few years, this Northern Wasteland land will be surnamed South? I don't think so. Look at that old man rippling around. Maybe he's a demonic powerhouse. So what if he's strong in the devil's way? We can't beat one of him with over 800 people? Humph. Don't blame me for being rude to you if you don't leave. Nanbadian frowned lightly, and saw that the old man was not moved, so he no longer hesitated, and took a step out. The green stone in the hall instantly crumbled, and his figure appeared above the black-clothed old man's head. Die! Nanbation's double fists blasted out. All the golden light around his body converged on top of the fist shadow, as if it was a furious dragon, tearing through the space and coming out. It's the Southern King's secret technique, the Heavenly Bastard Dynamic Bastard Fist. I didn't expect the Southern King to still have such a violent temperament, and to execute such a killing move right off the bat. Many people were shocked, looking at the golden light-filled figure with a strong fear in their eyes. Tianba Dynamic Hegemony Fist, a heavenly martial art. In this northern wasteland, this was the topmost means. Even Turtle Falcon, the head of the Leaning Mountain sect, who was known for his defense, would never dare to harden himself against the might of Nanbation's fists in front of him. Just, unexpectedly, at this time, the old man's face was still extremely calm, and did not have the slightest intention of wanting to retreat. There wasn't even half a trace of breath overflowing from his body. He just looked indifferently with his eyes at the golden light figure that was getting closer and closer. Buzz. It's very sudden. There was a sudden buzz from heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, a ray of dark light bloomed above the heads of the crowd. In the short span of an instant, 100 feet palm print covered the air, instantly submerging Nanbation's figure. At this moment, the mountains and rivers collapsed and space shook. Everyone only felt a sense of death rising from their hearts, incomparably terrified. Gollum. The heavens and the earth were suddenly quiet. The entire imperial palace was filled with smoke and dust. A 100 feet crack appeared out of thin air, while Nanbation's figure had long disappeared in front of the crowd. Just who is it? When did such a strong person appear in the northern wasteland? Ahem. In the middle of the abyss, a violent coughing sound suddenly came out. Immediately afterward, Nan Baishan's figure escaped in a sorry state and landed in front of the crowd. At this moment, this emperor of the Badian dynasty had long since lost his previous spiritedness. His hair was disheveled and the corners of his mouth were covered in blood. Even the dragon robe on his body had completely shattered. One must know that this dragon robe was a divine weapon that had been passed down for hundreds of years by the hegemony dynasty. One palm, shattering a divine artifact? Moreover, for some reason, at this time, the crowd always had the illusion that the black-clothed old man had not exerted any force at all. Otherwise what the party had shattered would have been more than just a piece of armor. To talk about the duke behind his back is death. Just as the crowd's minds were shaken, the old man's figure had already taken a step and stood in front of the people. At this time, although his body outside of no half of the breath scattered, but only stood there, let a person feel cold all over the body. Delusion breaker. The many lords of power instantly changed their faces. This old thing, it wouldn't be from the holy state, would it? To know, today's four wastelands, there has long been no delusion-breaking powerhouse, and the strongest is only Shencheng. For some reason, at this moment, many people suddenly associated themselves with that mysterious Lord Ling Xiao. It is said that on that day, this prince had assigned a servant to go and overthrow the devil's sect. Fizzle. ***** seems to have kicked the bucket. The faces of the heads of the sect stared blankly, and then they actually paid their respects towards the black-robed old man in Nan Baishan's shocked eyes. Old immortal. I've long heard that there are immortals descending from the Xian sword sect. I didn't think that I would have the honor of seeing an immortal today. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes for us. 3 lifetimes of blessings. Puff. Upon hearing this, Nan Baishan's bloodline, which had just calmed down, instantly boiled up again, and a mouthful of blood directly sprayed out 10 feet away. You guys, if I don't kill you guys in the future, I'll swear not to be a human being. At this moment, Nan Baishan's face turned green. He knew that these so-called people of the righteous path are all villains who are greedy and fearful of death and see the wind at their backs, but he had obviously still underestimated their shamelessness. This battle hadn't even started yet, and Nan Baishan turned around to see that his teammates had actually voted. The Duke has ordered that all Northern Wasteland forces immediately go to the Xian Sword sect and pay their respects to the Duke, and those who disobey the order will be killed without pardon. The black-robed elder spoke indifferently, his eyes sweeping over the crowd, and whoever meets his eyes, his heart and soul trembles. The line is about to crumble, and he lowers his head in fear. It was horrible. A single ray of light had such divine might. It was hard to imagine to what level this old man's true strength was strong. Chapter 18, Preparing to Leave. Killing no pardon? Nan Baishan's face was gloomy and his heart was filled with panic. But, telling him to grovel for the hallowed king of the south was simply more painful than killing him. It's not good. Report, your majesty. Just at this moment, a sharp cry suddenly came from outside the palace. Immediately after that, a general in armor with a terrified look ran and swept from the distance, quickly reaching the crowd. Just looking at the empty palace hall in front of him as well as the crowd of kneeling clan lords, his face instantly solidified. What is so alarming? Nan Baishan's eyes were slightly awe-inspiring, while the general then saw the Nan Badian whose clothes were broken and in a sorry state before the crowd. His lips lightly trembled, and he knelt down with a roar. Your Majesty! The next door Chang clan colluded with the Devil's Way and was suppressed by a mysterious powerhouse with a full house. It is said that mysterious powerhouse is rushing towards my heavenspan imperial dynasty. No. Nan Badian slowly nodded his head, forcing himself to be calm, and then he immediately shouted angrily, which instantly scared the body of a group of sect leaders and caused them to tremble, ting and pissing all over the place. Come on people, prepare the horses and go forward to the Xian Sword sect. Meanwhile, above Sword Mountain, only Ling Zhao's eyes were clear and crisp as he looked into the distant sky. Behind him, Yi Qingchan's face was flushed with satisfaction. At this time, Ling Zhao's breath had become more and more majestic and volatile, and it was obvious that he had also gained something from that spirit pool. Yi Qingchan had even received the Yi ancestor inheritance, and her cultivation level had climbed again. My lord, what are your plans next? The lords of the forces of the northern wasteland should all be here already. Let's go and meet them. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Just now Eldarine had already sent back the news that other than a few forces that did not know how to die, the other clan heads were already waiting at Xianjian sect. Although, he did not find what he wanted during this trip to the sword sect. However, both Zhou Yue and Yi Qingchan were both pleasantly surprised. Even compared to spiritual treasures and divine objects, a heaven's destined daughter like Yi Qingchan was the true creation. After all, where there was a heavenly destiny person existing, what secret ancient land and strong inheritance was not everything? My lord, Yi Qingchan's bright eyes trembled. She took a deep breath, and worshipped towards Ling Xiao. Your Excellency's great kindness. Qingchan will never forget it. In the future, but whenever your excellency commands, Xingqian will do whatever you want. She realized that after deciding to follow Ling Xiao, her state of mind had all changed. In the past, one would have looked at the male in front of him with fear and resistance, but now, she would want his sheltered favor. As the daughter of the Xian Sword Sovereign, Yi Qingqian's character was already high and proud, and she had seen more Northern Wasteland pride on weekdays, but no one has ever been able to make her bow her head voluntarily and want to rely on it. And Lord Ling Xiao, without mentioning anything else, just this transcendent aura of his body alone is very heartwarming. There is no excuse for the fact that from time immemorial dainty girls have loved bullies, but a bully loves a hard-on. So the story of the bully and the dainty girl is usually a sad one. There was no denying that Yi Qingqian was indeed very smart, and even now, she understood that Ling Xiao could not possibly fall in love with her, but as long as he could follow him, it was worth it for Yi Qingqian. At the very least, the Xian Sword sect would definitely not be threatened again in the future. That will have to come later. Ling Xiao smiled thoughtfully. If Yi Qingqian was just an ordinary northern desolate heavenly pride, it was naturally impossible for Ling Xiao to be attracted to her. But when Yi Qingqian's cultivation broke through that day, there had been an immortal shadow standing above her head. That scene of the snowy mountains and the divine queen standing in the sky is really a call to mind. According to the direction of the plot, she would definitely awaken her bloodline in the future, thus restoring her cultivation. It's like scratching a lottery ticket. Ling Xiao admitted that he had an element of gambling. But once Yi Qingqian really awakened into a supreme powerhouse, then he would have earned a lot. This protagonist came up to meet the girl, in the premise of not knowing the identity and background of the care, to get the girl's heart, and finally did not grow into their strongest rely on? Although Ling Xiao did not intend to rely on anyone, multiple powerful followers would surely be beneficial to his future immortal journey. Of course, if Chu Yang was still alive and saw the lofty goddess in his eyes reveal such a demeanor and say such words, he probably would have exploded with anger himself without the need for Ling Xiao to make a move. That's why men, they must be able to pretend. It's been a long time since a setup was a good idea. What aura of heavenly destiny and unparalleled talent were worthless in the face of pretending? Being mocked and despised day in and day out and punched in the face is only good for a moment. If you keep pretending, you'll be able to enjoy it all the time. Won't you? Gongchan. Just then, in the distant grove, there suddenly came the sound of Xiao Ji's suppressed call. And after seeing that witticism flashing in Xiao Ji's eyes, Yi Qingqian's pretty face blushed, suddenly feeling shy. In fact, Ling Xiao had long known that Xiao Gu had come. He hid behind the woods not to spy. Give him 100 guts he wouldn't dare. I'm afraid I'm mostly afraid to disturb myself. What is it? Ling Xiao's face has returned to its usual coldness. In front of these small dragons, this aspect of temperament should still be taken. Otherwise there is no deterrent. Your Excellency. All the patriarchs in the northern wasteland that can be named are waiting to pay you a visit in the main hall, and have even sent a special banner to glorify your great achievement in suppressing the demon emperor. Ever since Xiao Ji's realm breakthrough, that was a 5 to Ling Xiao, more so than his own father. So what's wrong with licking a dog? As long as you lick the right person, the chance of creation is at your fingertips. As the words fell, Xiao Gu stole a glance at Yi Qingqian. At this moment, her face was flushed, her expression was bright, she was indeed beautiful. He hid in the woods and of course saw the intimacy between the two, but Xiao Gu didn't envy Ling Xiao at all. Instead, he was a little envious of Yi Qingqian. He hates it. How nice it would be if you were a woman, so that you could stay by your son's side every day. When the prince is happy, a random reward of elixir will be worth decades of hard training. Well, go on down. Ling Xiao nodded calmly, while Xiao Gu did not dare to stay for a moment, jogging all the way down. The villain is always the last to appear. Otherwise how can he shine? Come on, it's time to get down to business. Do business? Your Excellency, but it's still early in the day. Chapter 19, Licking to the Extreme. Xian Sword Sect. Before the Great Hall, one could only see a figure standing with his hands in the air, looking anxious, especially when they saw that one black-clothed old man. A flash of fear flashed across the faces of the crowd, incomparably nervous. Yin, Ling Xiao's servant, could not even be called a protector of the Dao. How can a villain not have an entourage behind him? To be honest, if it weren't for this land of the 4 deserts, where the shackles of the heavenly Dao existed, Yin He wouldn't have been qualified to follow the Duke around at all. The peak of breaking delusion was not even as good as a dog in the ancient clan that the Duke belonged to. Just then, a layer of ripples suddenly rippled in the sky. Immediately afterward, a handsome figure dressed in black appeared out of thin air. Divine beauty is unrivaled, clear and handsome. On a white, indifferent face was a chill from the marrow of his bones. It was as if these northern wasteland powerhouses in front of him were not even farts in his eyes. Compared to him, those so-called heavenly prides of the northern wasteland were truly worthless. Not true. These heavenly prides of the northern wasteland simply didn't have the qualifications to compare with this black-clothed male. Behind him, Yi Qingchan looked respectful. Her appearance was not like that of a divine daughter of the sword sect, but rather like a maidservant of this gentleman, not daring to overstep the mark. Standing together, the two did have the feeling of being divine beings. When Ling Zhao's figure fell, something dazzling happened, only to see that the black-clothed old man, who had crushed the lords of the northern wasteland's forces with his breath alone, actually respectfully bowed towards that peerless male. "Greetings, Your Excellency. Greetings, Your Excellency." Immediately afterward, all the elder disciples of the entire Xian sword sect bowed down and paid their respects in unison. Fluttering gentlemen, unrivaled in the world. The mere act of showing up was such a big show. At this time, Nan Badian and the others had long been shocked beyond words. To be able to cause a delusion-breaking powerhouse to voluntarily put down his dignity and bow down. The answer was self-evident. Holy state. A cold sweat instantly flowed down on the foreheads of all the people, especially a yellow-robed old man at the head of the crowd. His eyes darted around, and a flash of contemplation appeared on his old face. Dong Yudao, the Donghua Patriarch, was one of the three great giants of the northern wasteland on par with Nan Badian and Yi Luyun. The sudden descent of Yin He to the Donghua sect the day before yesterday had already caused him to feel incomparably terrified. If this Lord Ling Xiao really came from the holy state, perhaps it was time to show off the real technology. Puff! Just as the crowd was inwardly shocked and bewildered, in the great hall, a kneeling sound suddenly came, only to see Donghua Patriarch Dong Yudao suddenly kneel down in front of the shocked eyes of all the powerhouses. Gollum! At this moment, everyone, including Yi Luyun and the others, had a trace of dullness as well as shock on their faces. The lord of the Donghua sect, a great and powerful man of the northern wasteland. I can't believe that when I saw Gongzi, I directly kneeled down. What kind of heavenly power? What kind of aura is this? I don't think it's too much to say that I'm unrivaled. Is it? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and looked at the old man in front of the temple with increasingly playful eyes. In fact, there was no need for him to make a move. A single Yin He was enough to crush this group of stinking fish and shrimp. It was just that Chu Yang had already died, and it was time for him to find the next heaven's mandate. With one Xianjian sect, I'm afraid it's far from enough. And whether it was the Donghua sect or the bastard dynasty, in Ling Zhao's eyes both were nothing more than preliminary stepping stones for some heavenly destined people. Of course, even Ling Xiao did not expect that this Dong Yudao would be so bold. What strong man's dignity clan backbone, the will to die rather than given seems to be not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. Humph, Dong Yudao, what are you doing? Are you not discounting his excellency? Before the great hall, Yi Luyun snorted coldly, his eyes gloomy. It wasn't that he despised Dong Yudao's groveling. He was really worried that he would lick his way into the Gongzi's heart. Patriarch Yi. Before coming here, the old ancestor asked me how I viewed the matter of Gongzi's suppression of the demon emperor Yuqiuqian. And truth be told, the Aristotle has already made it clear that you have to kneel down to see it. Dong Yudao's old face was brilliant, not the least bit annoyed, and his attitude was extremely sincere. I have invited all of you here today to say two things. Ling Xiao overlooked the crowd in front of the hall without many waves on his face. Yu Chou Porcelain is dead. The young master of Xian sword sect, Chu Yang, colluded with the devil demons, and has also been killed by me. After several days of my rigorous investigation, Xian sword sect has not been involved in this matter. So, this matter is over. All of you still have any doubts? Hiss. Upon hearing this, countless lords of power were immediately shocked, and some of the small thoughts that originally existed for the Xian sword sect were instantly wiped out. What colludes with the demons and falls by the day? I see this Xianjian sect is prosperous very well. This Yi Luyun red-faced, spirited, will be able to live until death. The #1 clan in the northern wasteland. The name is true. Besides, even if the Xian sword sect colluded with the remnants of the Devil's Way, who would dare to have the slightest doubt now that Prince Ling Xiao was backing them up? In the end, above this immortal path, it was ultimately strength that was honored. The winner is the king. What is the immortal way and the devil way? But all those who stand at the peak are the righteous way of heaven and earth. Chapter 20, The Southern King's Hegemony. A few days ago when I heard that your excellency had suppressed the demon emperor, Dong Mao still had doubts. But once I saw your excellency today, Dong Mao knew that it was me who was narrow-minded. Pop. Before the great hall, Dong Yudao shook his head and sighed lightly, suddenly raising his hand and giving himself a slap. Today, Mr. Dong kneels down, not to please your excellency, but simply to express his admiration for your excellency's efforts to rid the world of demons and defend the righteous path. At the same time, I hope to contribute to the righteousness of the world. I know that a divine artifact is worthless to your excellency, but this is the attitude of the aristocrats towards the demon exorcist cause. So your excellency, please be sure to take it. As the words fell, Dong Yudao waved his palm, only to see a clear light immediately fly from his sleeve, and was grasped in Ling Xiao's hand. An inferior divine weapon? In just a few words, Ling Xiao knew that this Dong Yudao was an old licking dog. Just now, he had only released a strand of ascended immortal divine sense on it, and this old lickspittle actually knelt immediately. Kneeling so naturally is not something that can be practiced in a day or two. No wonder the East China sect can stand in the northern wasteland for hundreds of years without collapsing. There is this East has the road to sit in the town. In the event of trouble is bound to be good luck. Like it? And right in the middle of the crowd's shocked gazes, Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Qingchan with a rather gentle tone. Gong, gong? Yi Qingchan was a bit dazed, a bit terrified at this sudden favor. Does your excellency mean to give me this divine artifact? This is a godsend. As one of the strongest forces in the northern wasteland, the Donghua sect only had this one divine weapon. As for the Xian sword sect's inheritance until now, only the green sparrow sword, which symbolized the identity of the patriarch, was a lower-grade divine artifact in the hands of his father, Yi Lu Yun. It could be said that in this northern wasteland, the divine weapon was the key to determining the clan's fortune, and where the inheritance was located. Duke Ling Xiao actually gave himself a divine artifact in front of so many people? What honor is this? What a favor! Just quite suddenly, Yi Qingchan felt that following Lord Ling Xiao was really a wise move. This feeling of being in the limelight and being envied is really enjoyable. Yi Liuyun's old face once again smiled into a small chrysanthemum. Cam. It seems that the relationship between Lord Ling Xiao and Qingchan is already quite deep. Sending out a divine artifact with his hand. This boldness, this stroke. What Chu Yang Chu Ri? How can it be compared? No, they don't deserve a name in front of the Duke. Take it if you like it. Although Mr. Ling's family is mediocre, a mere divine weapon is not half as useful to me. Ling Xiao casually threw that divine cauldron to Yi Qingchan, and Dong Yudao felt a pang of flesh pain as he watched. My lord, this is a divine weapon. You at least show a little like. It is not in vain I have a hard time kneeling. Just on second thought, Dong Yudao was relieved. It would be nice to receive it. Although this Duke Ling Xiao did not have half a breath fluctuation on his body, the might in his glance just now made him feel as deep and terrifying as a great abyss. This was not only a sacred state duke with a terrifying origin, but also an absolute heavenly pride with a terrifying cultivation. And at this moment, a number of young female disciples at the bottom of the mountain looked at Yi Qingchan, their eyes clearly flickering with jealousy. On what grounds? That Yi Qingchan can be the sole favorite of Lord Ling Xiao? How am I worse than her? Thinking like this, many great sect saints, dynasty princesses and some lofty goddesses in the eyes of the northern wasteland pride have already begun to quietly pull down their shoulder sleeves, revealing their waist, and what's more, they have directly lifted up their breasts, just begging that the high and mighty Prince Ling Xiao to take a look at them. After all, it had been a long time since anyone had ascended in this four wastelands, let alone the descent of a powerful person from the sacred state. And wherever they could get a hint of the Duke's coat, they might be able to change their destiny completely, and their chickens come home to roost. There is one more thing that Mr. Ling would like to ask for your help. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the crowd in front of the hall with some obvious gravity on his face, but when it comes to the divine order, it's always about pretending. Look at these lickspittles, don't they deserve to be punched in the face? Therefore, it was only fitting that they should be the ones to find the whereabouts of the next heaven's destined son. Humph. However, the moment Ling Xiao's words fell, Nan Badian suddenly snorted coldly, his body flashing with golden light in an unbeatable posture. Ling Xiao's eyes slightly condensed and a smirk suddenly appeared on his face. You have a problem with me? A mere person from the lower realms. Even if he cultivated the Emperor's way, how could he be Ling Xiao's opponent? Even if the latter didn't use his heavenly demon true body, his surface strength alone was enough to crush him easily. Furthermore, nowadays, Ling Xiao's divine soul pressure was comparable to the realm of immortal ascension. Even if Yin He saw him, he felt his heart tremble. What's more, the imperial way of these four wastelands was simply in vain. Those true ancient emperors of the sacred state, every word and action was accompanied by thunder descending, true dragons soaring, and great suns floating and sinking. Indescribably mysterious. Ridiculous, a false emperor from a savage land dared to pretend to be in front of him. On what grounds? Nan Badian let out a stern cry, frightening many of the surrounding powerhouses into trembling. This Nan Baishan, he really doesn't know how to die. The other Donghua patriarch had even knelt down, and he had the audacity to yell at Prince Ling Xiao. In case they annoyed Lord Ling Xiao, none of them would be able to leave today. On what grounds? Ling Xiao grinned, not seeing the slightest bit of temperature on his face. The sky and the earth were instantly suppressed, and there were vague clouds of gloom spreading from the top of the mountain. Why did the Duke give Dong Yudao the opportunity to offer a gift, but not us? Manbatian was proudly standing in front of people in a golden suit. His tone was still as domineering as ever. But the words he said, how did they suddenly start to look a bit off? Your Excellency, the immortal exiled, is my four wastelands, the auspiciousness of the immortal path. Shao Tian is unable to return the favor, and would like to send 100 years of accumulation from my dynasty as a small token of appreciation. Everyone looked at the waist-straightened lord of the dynasty with dumbfounded eyes, and only after a long time did they swallow their saliva. Tiny, Southpaw, the hallowed southern king had reigned over the northern wasteland with absolute hegemony since the time he became famous. Originally, the crowd thought that he would inevitably die today to prove the Dao, but they didn't expect he was actually even more shameless and direct than Dong Yudao. He's got a really unique way of getting things done. Chapter 21 3 Days. Oh, Xing-chan, what do you think? This gift, should I accept it or not? Ling Xiao once again looked at Yi Qingchan, as if all his preferences were all dependent on this woman. Of course, Ling Xiao naturally had his own reasons for doing so. In order to completely conquer a woman, in addition to lust, you need to give her enough security, make her feel like you need her. Now that Yi Qingchan had already revealed her submissive heart, as long as she exerted a little more tactics, she would be completely captured. Ha! Your Excellency will decide. Yi Qingchan's pretty face was slightly red, especially when she felt the killing intent in the eyes of quite a few holy maidens and princesses at the bottom of the mountain. Her heart unexpectedly had an indescribable sweetness. I'm not talented, but I'm fortunate to be favored by you, so I can't return the favor, so I can only give my body to you. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Yi Qingchan's love and adoration. The value of Qi luck increases by 50 points. Sure enough, this silly woman has gradually begun to get intent. I just don't know what will become of her after she awakens her memories. That's just it. No matter what becomes of it, who in this world's women can still escape their grasp? Ling Xiao shook his head and casually flashed a gentle smile towards a well-presented proud daughter of the clan in the crowd. Ah, only to see that woman's face froze. And then she let out a miserable scream and directly fainted in agitation. You no good. Why don't you hurry up and wake up? Beside her, a white-haired old woman was instantly anxious, and the elixir spirit power poured vigorously into the woman's mouth. It's not easy for Mr. Ling Xiao to look at you. How come you are so dogless that you fainted? What about you guys? All think the same way? Want a chance for a fair offering? Ling Xiao smiled. It's true that it's still cool to be a villain. A beautiful woman can be flirted with at will, and she can be flirted with all the time. If this were the chosen one, not only would he have to pretend to be reserved and decent at all times, but he would also have to be devoted and infatuated. Otherwise, once you attract peach blossoms, you are going to be sprayed all over the place. Your Excellency, I, the Xian Yuan ancient sect, present a divine artifact heaven-breaking hammer. I hope that you will smile. Your Excellency, I, the Great Illusion Dynasty, present a divine flame sacred talisman, and I hope that your Excellency will have mercy on me. My lord, I, your Excellency, I, the Thousand May sect, present the holy maiden Feng Jiao Heir, willing to be your personal slave. Cam. Quite a few powerhouses instantly turned back to look at the middle-aged beautiful woman who had spoken last, their eyes filled with contempt. But despise it or not, a lot of people are already regretting why they didn't think of it. This Duke Ling Xiao looked immortal-boned and divine, but he was quite doting on Yi Qingchan. This move by the Thousand May sect is truly a throwback but to the disappointment of the crowd, Ling Xiao accepted all the gifts, but turned around and gave them to Yi Qingchan. It was obvious that Yi Qingchan's position in his heart was unshakable. Shi Mei sect? Ling Xiao looked at the coolly dressed young girl beside him and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The young girl named Feng Jiao Heir in front of him was indeed extremely beautiful, and her entire body revealed a sense of charm. Although her looks weren't as out of this world as Yi Qingchan's, she was much more tempting to men. Humph. Yi Qingchan stood behind Ling Xiao, her eyebrows slightly clustered as she let out a soft hum. Ling Xiao gave her an interested look before shaking his head slightly. Qingchan, are you unhappy? Qingchan wouldn't dare. Yi Qingchan lowered her head, obviously a little tasty, but she didn't dare to show it to Ling Xiao. Seeing this, that Feng Jiao Heir instantly pursed her lips and smiled lightly, her lotus steps lightly moving to Ling Xiao's side. Daughter Feng Jiao Heir, in the future, is Gong Zi's slave. What Gong Zi wants Jiao Heir to do, Jiao Heir will do. Oh, so obedient? Alright, then you'll follow Qingchan and serve her as a maidservant. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and before that Feng Jiao Heir could react, she had already turned around and walked towards the mountaintop hall. A woman with no luck at all had no value to him at all, but was just a tool that could be discarded at any time. After all, the villain has to have a few cannon fodder dragons around, just in case. The major patriarchs have come to the temple to talk. Gongzi. Feng Jiao'er looked at the smugness on Yi Qingchan's face and stomped her little feet in anger. But in the end, she still followed the two closely. Humph, as long as I can follow Gongzi, do I still have to worry about finding an opportunity? Master said that these ancient clans of the sacred state value the inheritance of heirs the most, and as long as I can carry Gongzi's child. Regarding Feng Jiao'er's thoughts, Ling Xiao naturally did not care. How could he not see that this 1000 May-sect's holy maiden had practiced the art of charming? But this level of seduction was simply not worth mentioning to Ling Xiao. In the Holy Land, there is the Green Fox clan. The women of that clan are born with charming bones, and ordinary men just need to take a look at them, and they will fall in love with their hearts and sync with their intentions. Compared to the Fox clan, this Feng Jiao'er is not even a fart. My lord, that Feng Jiao'er is so beautiful. You can't bear to let her be my maidservant? Yi Qingchan held Ling Xiao's arm with some surprise between her eyebrows. Even though she disliked this demoness, she understood what the holy maiden of the 1000 May sect meant to men. But looking at Ling Xiao's eyes, they were calm from the beginning. This made Yi Qingchan feel more and more that this sacred state prince was unfathomable. You don't have to guess anything. You're unique in my eyes. Very simple words of love. Not even much sincerity. Even Yi Qingchan knew that this was Ling Xiao's bull **** to trick her. But it just sounded so warm. Although Ling Xiao was by no means a good match, it was undeniable that he fulfilled all of a woman's fantasies of a Taoist couple. Handsome, terrifyingly cultivated, noble, and knows how to be romantic. Unfortunately, how can a villainous man walk the walk? It's unique because you're the order of the day. He. Yi Qingchan contentedly snuggled on Ling Xiao's shoulder. Looking at that Feng Jiao'er's face became more and more gloomy. Xian Sword Sect Great Hall. Ling Xiao was half lying on the main seat in the hall with a cup of clear wine in his hand. Yi Qingchan and Feng Jiao'er stood on either side, pouring him wine and tea from time to time. Ling Xiao hung his eyes and sipped lightly, and although he did not speak, he gave off an impression as deep as an abyss. At this moment, the lords of the major powers standing under the temple didn't even dare to utter more than a single breath. Gentlemen, I called you here to ask you something. Ling Xiao finished his glass of wine and sat straight again, looking at the people in the hall. Sir Ling Xiao, feel free to ask. We will definitely know everything we know. Yes, what does your excellency want to ask? There's still no news we don't know in this northern wasteland. The crowd of power lords were extremely enthusiastic, competing to try and show off in front of Ling Xiao. I'll give you all 3 days to help me inquire about the heavenly pride teenagers that have recently risen in the northern wasteland. Preferably the kind that came from humble origins, suffered from ridicule since childhood, and have suddenly become powerful recently. Ling Xiao nodded his head and smiled, but the coldness in his eyes caused the temperature of the entire hall to drop by 3 points out of nowhere. Xu Yang is dead. Where is the next manifest destiny? Chapter 22, A Bit of a Story. Heaven's Proudest Boy? A group of lords of power looked at each other in dismay. Or was it the kind that suddenly rose to prominence? What does Mr. Ling Xiao want? Can't it be that he came down to the world to find someone? I'm a little tired, so you guys go down. Ling Xiao was naturally too lazy to explain to them and directly tugged on Yi Qingchan's hand and walked towards the back hall. Feng Jiao'er hesitated for a moment, but still followed. On the other hand, the remaining lords of the forces rushed back to their clans without stopping, and then mobilized their disciples to start searching for the Heavenly Pride Jr. that Duke Ling Xiao was talking about. For the next 3 days, the events that happened in the Xian Sword Sect were unsurprisingly spread out. All the major clans came with their Jinzong divine weapons with the intention of destroying the Xian Jian sect, but in the end, each and every one of them willingly handed over their artifacts and paid a visit to the Sword Sect's driving Lord Ling Xiao. By now, the topmost forces in the northern wasteland had all guessed the identity of that male. From the holy state, with horrible cultivation and a preference for beauty, countless forces were secretly terrified, trying to find out the purpose of this male's descent into the realm. On the other hand, the cultivators of the younger generation were in awe and wanted to catch a glimpse of the Ling Xiao heavenly face, especially some self-proclaimed proud female disciples, but also all the time look forward to the streets to meet this gentleman, so as to seek their own share of creation. The entire northern wasteland, suddenly in chaos. Have you guys heard? Patriarch Shenmei actually gave the holy maiden Feng Jiao'er to Prince Ling Xiao as a maidservant. Feng Jiao'er, the dream goddess in the hearts of many men in the northern wasteland. I won't hide it from you all. Ever since I met that Feng Jiao'er at the foot of the 1000 May Sex mountain a few years ago, I've jerked off for a whole year since I came back. You're nothing. I look at her portrait at least 10 times a day. AI. It's a pity. From now on my goddess will be reduced to someone else's tool. In the center of the northern wasteland, in a rich and ancient city, several young cultivators gathered together, drinking and chatting. At this moment, they didn't even notice that not far away from them, a teenager dressed in white was staring at them with a gloomy face, a pair of palms clenched tightly. Feng Jiao. This person would rather be a servant girl for someone than be my fiancé. You wait for me. The teenager looked 18 or 19 years old, with some inexplicable pallor on his face. His name was Yi Fan, and he was the first son of the Yi family in Qingfeng City. As for Feng Jiao, before she had become the holy maiden of the Thousand May sect, she was only a young lady of a small family in this city. The two have been married since childhood, but Yi Fan was born with a wasted vein and couldn't cultivate, while that Feng Jiao was gifted, and within a few years was accepted as a personal disciple by the Thousand Beauties patriarch. And along with that, the Feng family also jumped to become a famous cultivation family in Qingfeng City. Last year, when Yi Fan came of age, that Feng Jiao came to the door with the authority of the Thousand May sect's holy maiden, and in front of the countless clan elders and children of the Yi family, she withdrew from the marriage. It was also on that night that Yi Fan, in his despairing frenzy, accidentally awakened his sealed memories. Just wait for me. It won't be long before I make you kneel in front of me and repent. Xianjian Sect's back mountain. Ling Xiao was lying on the soft couch in the hall, and Yi Qingchan pinched a peeled grape and sent it into his mouth. It was a leisurely 3 days for him. There was nothing to tease Yi Qingchan about, and in the meantime, he waited for the information sent by the heads of the various clans. However, what made Ling Xiao a little disappointed was that the Heaven's Pride teenagers that those lords of power had sought out were either heirs of ancient sects or young masters of lineages, and had a smooth ride, not at all in line with the growth trajectory of a Heaven's Destiny son. Could it be that that creation really has nothing to do with me? Since coming to the northern wasteland, the calling in Ling Xiao's head had also disappeared. It didn't help that he was a little lost. What is the cause of the male's distress? Yi Qingchan brought a cup of clear wine and looked at the hint of sadness between Ling Xiao's brows and was slightly puzzled. Does a man of your stature have moments of worry? Nothing. Of course, Ling Xiao would not tell Yi Qingchan that he was looking for a treasure-seeking beast that could help him find creation. Although he was a villain, Yi Qingchan was a true daughter of Heaven's mandate and might not be able to accept his style of acting like this. My lord, it is said that there are many families in the central part of the northern wasteland, and there are quite a number of ancient clans. So if you want to find someone, why don't you go there and try your luck? Yi Qingchan knew that Ling Xiao did not fully trust her yet, and a flash of loss flashed across her beautiful eyes. Let's wait another day, and in a day's time, if we don't have any clues, we'll go for a spin. Yeah, our Yi clan is right in the middle of Green Maple City in the center of the northern wasteland, so it's a good time to go back and see the clansmen on the way. Yi Qingchan looked excited while Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. The Yi family, this family, but it has always produced people with heavenly destiny. Miss Qingchan is from the Yi family of Qingfeng City? That Feng Jiao, who had never opened her mouth, heard this and her face suddenly turned cold. Well, my father is the third son of the Yi family, and after he initially worshipped in the Xian sword sect, he rarely went back. Yi Qingchan was clearly a bit hostile towards Feng Jiao, and even her tone was a bit icy. Are you also from Green Maple City? Ling Xiao suddenly became interested and looked Feng Jiao up and down, putting aside the charm on her body. This Feng Jiao was really good looking, ebony eyebrows across the green, pink face in spring, enchanting color of the country, slender and moving. It was thought that this Mei Zone woman, none of them would be the protagonist of an era, the more likely identity, and a stepping stone for others. Back to my lord. My daughter comes from the Feng family of Qingfeng City, and once had a marriage contract with Yi Fan of the Yi family of Qingfeng City. Cam, the name Yi Fan, how do you hear it? It has a bit of a story to it. Was there ever a marriage? This routine, so familiar. Oh, it was you who took the initiative to withdraw from the marriage? Ling Xiao sat up from the soft couch in a flash, startling Yi Qingchan and Feng Jiao's pretty faces at the same time. Although he saw a trace of qi in this Feng Jiao, it was really pitifully small. That's why he wasn't planning on keeping her around. Just what will ultimately happen to the heroine who withdraws from the marriage? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. It's a real step down. Yes, Master said, my clan may gong, not to break the body, or else the previous work will be abandoned. So when I came of age, I personally went down to the Yi family and retired the marriage. Feng Jiao's face was shy, and her eyes were flowing with charm. Worthy of being the holy maiden of the Thousand May sect, this knitted brows and smile were full of temptation. Humph, then your master is still giving you to the Gongzi as a servant girl, not afraid that you'll lose your cultivation? Yi Qingchan snorted coldly, her face full of disdain. Over the past few years, she had also heard many rumors about Feng Jiao. This woman had not done much to compel men. Rumor has it that when a lord of the dynasty saw her, he even gave up everything to guard under the Thousand May sect, which ultimately led to the destruction of the country and the death of the dynasty, and became a 1,000-year-old sinner. If it's for the gentleman, the slave is willing. Feng Jiao lowered her head, her pretty face slightly red. and there was some shyness in her voice. Bah! Shame on you. At this moment, Ling Xiao gave Feng Jiao a look with ulterior motives and shook his head slightly. I'm afraid you're not just withdrawing from the marriage because you'll break it. Chapter 23. Gong, gong. A flash of panic was evident in Feng Jiao's eyes. How did His Excellency know? When she had withdrawn from the marriage, it was indeed not just because of the cultivation technique. In fact, there is no such thing as a broken power in Mei Gong, and even collecting male yang can increase the power. She withdrew from the marriage. The root cause being that Yi Fan was born with a wasted vein and had not yet cultivated half of his spirit power at the age of 16. How could a waste be worthy of her, the Northern Wasteland's proud daughter? If she told the truth, it would inevitably make Lord Ling Xiao feel like a snob, so she made up other excuses. That Yi Fan, he should be a waste, right? Ling Xiao inexplicably smiled and looked at Feng Jiao with increasingly playful eyes. It's getting interesting. Gong knows Yi Fan? Feng Jiao panicked. She really didn't expect that a waste from a small family in Qingfeng City would even be able to catch the eye of Prince Ling Xiao. It's been hard for her to stay by Gongzi's side. If it's because of this matter, have you heard anything about Yi Fan recently? If Ling Xiao was right, this Yi Fan would have been hit by the withdrawal and thus awakened his talent. Alternatively, there was a mother from the sacred state who left him a heavenly treasure that could only be unsealed when he reached adulthood at the age of 16. It was just that no matter which set of circumstances it was clear that this Yi Fan was the son of heaven's destiny that Ling Xiao was looking for. Recently, I have been in closed-door cultivation in the Thousand Mei sect. I have not heard of him. Your Excellency, I have never seen a single sight of him since I broke off my engagement with him. If Your Excellency does not believe me. Feng Jiao was worried that Ling Xiao would misunderstand and hurriedly explained a few things, but when she looked up at Ling Xiao again, the latter had already stopped paying attention to her. Is Your Excellency disappointed in me? This damn Yi Fan, withdrawing from the marriage and delaying my great future. I wonder if he can lead me to that creation this time. A hint of anticipation flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he slightly stretched his muscles and looked up at Yi Qingchan and said, Let's go. Go to Qingfeng City to meet this Lord Yi. Why is the prince suddenly interested in my cousin? Yi Qingchan looked at Ling Xiao with a suspicious expression on her face. Knowing what she knew about the male in front of her, there was no way he would be kind enough to visit a stranger. Moreover, these four desolate families were as lowly as ants in his eyes. How could he make a special trip to a place to befriend someone who was born with a wasted vein? This guy, he's definitely holding back. Of course, with Yi Qingchan's status, she naturally didn't dare to speculate on Ling Xiao's thoughts at will, but she was just already worried for that cousin of hers in the bottom of her heart. Just curious, Qingchan, how is your relationship with this cousin of yours? According to the general formula, Yi Fan, who was born with a wasted vein and was withdrawn from the marriage by the proud daughter, would surely be acquainted with another heavenly destined daughter, which was the later female protagonist. It was just that he didn't know whose chi was a bit stronger between him and Chu Yang in order to finally involve Yi Qingchan, the reincarnation heavenly maiden. Relationship? My lord, I was born in the Xian Sword sect, and only occasionally returned to Qingfeng City a few times with my father. That cousin, speaking of his life, is quite pitiful. Yi Qingchan's voice was a bit sad, obviously in her heart, that Yi Fan should be a person worthy of sympathy. This point, on the contrary, fit perfectly with Ling Xiao's thoughts. If you're not miserable, how can you fight back against the odds and achieve the destiny of heaven? Oh, how pathetic. Ling Xiao seemed to be extraordinarily interested in this Yi Fan, which made the uneasiness in Yi Qingchan's heart even more intense. This cousin of mine, although he is a firstborn, it is said that his mother was not from the northern wasteland and left the family after giving birth to him, and his second uncle died within a few years because of a sickness caused by longing. Such unsupported. Usually in the Yi family, even the subordinates bully him, also thanks to the grandfather when he was still much care for him. But a few years ago, grandfather also passed away, Yi Qingchan said, and her eyes actually turned a little red. Cousin Yi Fan himself was born with a wasted vein, unable to cultivate. This is now even more despised by people of the same clan. The last time I went back to Qingfeng City, I even fought with the son of my eldest uncle's family because of this. So, Ling Xiao understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. It seems that this is where Yi Qingchan and Yi Fan's destiny lies. Although Chu Yan was also a heavenly destiny, his body was not miserable enough. This is generally speaking, the more miserable the male lead is, the more horrible the value of Qi is. Just exactly what secrets he had. Ling Xiao would have to go and find out for himself. Looks like you're pretty attached to this loser cousin. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth lifted up in a smile, while Yi Qingchan's heart trembled at these words. My lord, well, there's no need to explain. Such a tragic life, it makes me want to cry, but I guess after such a long time has passed, on this cousin of yours, There should be some changes. In front of the Xian Sword Sect's main hall, Ling Xiao stood with his arms folded, his black clothes floating like an immortal, indescribably ethereal and unrestrained. Yi Qingchan and Feng Jiaoer both stood one step behind him with a touch of awe on their pretty faces. In a more distant place, the Xian Sword Sect Master Yi Luyun, the Supreme Elder Wei Wuchen, as well as the Lords of Power of all the great clans were similarly solemn, and without knowing it, they thought that something big was going to happen in the northern wasteland. Mr. Ling Xiao, are you really not going to stay in the Xinjian sect for 2 more days? Yi Luyun had tears in both eyes and his voice was mournful. He knew that if Ling Xiao left this time, he probably wouldn't come back, and Yi Qingchan, naturally, would follow him to the sacred state. Both father and daughter were a little down in the dumps. Well, there are some things to be done, gentlemen, so let's leave it at that. With a wave of Ling Xiao's palm, a stream of light was seen flashing in mid-air, transforming into an aerial pavilion out of nowhere. On it were carved beams and paintings, immortal sounds curling up, and streams of light, revealing supreme honor and glory. What a grand flying building! What a terrible fluctuation! Just a single magic weapon caused each of these lords of power in the northern wasteland to reveal a look of shock. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, held Yi Qingchan's hand and walked into the pavilion. Feng Jiaoer turned her head to look at her master teacher in the crowd. Her eyes slightly reddened, and she similarly lifted her foot to walk in. Mr. Ling Xiao, Xiaogu stood on the far side of the great hall, clenching his teeth. Why did the male leave but not take me with him? Could it be that I didn't do enough? Thinking like this, Xiao Ji's eyes actually overflowed with tears. If I'm given another chance, I'll definitely spend all the time I spent cultivating on kneeling and licking Lord Ling Xiao. Take care of yourself on your journey. Your Excellency, my lord, I'll miss you. Gongzi, come back often to see Na. For a time, the Xian Sword Sect was in mourning, and those who saw it were saddened, and those who heard it were in tears. Everyone looked at the flying building that was gradually moving away, with a strong sense of reluctance in their eyes. Ling Xiao's departure meant that the sacred state was completely out of their reach. Chapter 24, The Splendor of the Yi Family. Wow, Gongzi, this flying building of yours is so grand. Yi Qingchan stood on top of the flying building, looking down at the silhouettes below that were gradually turning into mole crickets, her beautiful eyes filled with novelty. Like it? It's yours. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on top of a golden chair in the building, while Feng Jiaoer made tea on the side. In fact, this flying building was the lowest-ranked flying spiritual treasure in his hands. It was just that the space of these 4 wastelands couldn't withstand the pressure of other spiritual treasures at all, which was why he chose to keep a lower profile. Your Excellency is so kind to Miss Yi. It's also true that Miss Yi has a stunning appearance and a good personality, unlike me, who is clumsy. Upon hearing this, Feng Jiaoer couldn't help but let out a light sigh. Her eyes were a little bit grumpy, and the despondency on her face, even more so, caused the heart to feel a little bit of pity. Ling Xiao guffawed. There's something familiar about this set. Brother, you're so nice. Brother, I'm so stupid. Brother and sister-in-law are so happy. Brother, I shouldn't have bothered you. Isn't it the tea art girl's set of words? No wonder this Feng Jiaoer can cook tea. However, if it was an unusual northern desolate heavenly kingdom that saw Feng Jiaoer in this state, it was estimated that she would immediately feel self-condemnation in her heart, and by the way, she would be swept into her arms and comforted in a fine voice. What's so great about sister-in-law? You're the best. Sister, Qingchan, you really don't intend to return to the Xian Sword Sect? Ling Xiao picked up his teacup and suddenly laughed. Does the prince want me to go back? Yi Qingchan turned her head, but her face was not half as alarmed. After these few days together, she had almost figured out Ling Xiao's character. This sacred state male seemed to be high-strung and reticent, but he always liked to have some fun at her expense. Yi Qingchan had gotten used to it. Boring. Ling Xiao shook his head helplessly and took a light sip of tea. What about you? Do you also plan to return to the holy state with me? Ha! Your Excellency, can I return to the sacred state with you? Really? That would really be an honor for Jiaoer. Jiaoer has said it before, from now on, wherever Gongzi goes, I will follow him to wherever he goes. Unless Gongzi doesn't want Jiaoer anymore. Feng Jiaoer's jade hand lightly covered her red lips with a look of being flattered, and Ling Xiao could not help but show a smirk on his face as he watched. That's right, that's the reaction he wanted. Humph, shameless. Yi Qingchan walked to the front of the building and looked up at the clouds that swept by beside her, falling into silence alone. Qingchan. Ling Xiao's hands came from her shoulders and hugged her from behind. Tell me about it. The northern wasteland? What forces are in that green maple city? Just ask her. Yi Qingchan beamed, seemingly still angry, but her heart had long been disturbed by Ling Xiao's sudden gentleness. This bad male, always bullying people. I like to hear you say it. Humph. Green Maple City is a small city in the center of the northern wasteland. subordinate to the Great Yan dynasty, in which there are many lineages, and the Yi family is just a very small one. From Yi Qingchan's mouth, Ling Xiao roughly knew, the northern wilderness is vast, with a territory of tens of thousands of miles, and the Xian sword sect was just isolated, considered a great sect in the northwestern direction of the northern wasteland. However, when placed in the entire northern wasteland, it could not be called powerful. In particular, the 4 major dynasties, 6 major ancient sects, and 8 major lineages in the center of the northern wasteland were each shocking to one side. One of them, the Thousand Mei sect, was one of the 6 ancient sects, and the Yi family was just a small family in the center of the northern wasteland, seeking some creation in the cracks. As for Green Maple City, it was an ordinary mountain city, with almost no strong people descending on weekdays. However, as the purpose of Ling Zhao's trip became public, for a time, several of the most prosperous forces in the northern wasteland had sent their disciples to Qingfeng City in an attempt to befriend this prince from the sacred state. Before Ling Zhao's arrival, many people thought that the so-called holy state was just a rumor. After all, in the entire northern wasteland, no one had been able to step out of the delusion-breaking first realm for hundreds of years. However, Ling Zhao's appearance once again confirmed the existence of the holy state. To be able to casually bestow pills to help people break through, a peerless demon who ascended to the realm of the Sea of Souls at the age of 17 or 18 could never be someone from the northern wasteland. If being able to get on good terms with this Lord Ling Xiao would be a heavenly blessing for any power in the northern wasteland. Just look at the Xian sword sect and the Thousand Mei sect for an example of this. Nowadays, the Xianjian sect had clearly become the most profoundly embedded sect in the northern wasteland. There was a Xianqing realm Taishang sitting at the center, and a daughter of the patriarch who had followed Duke Ling Xiao to the holy state. Within 100 years, the 3-word Xian sword sect would become a taboo in the northern wasteland. The flying building kicked up a hurricane and sped at breakneck speed towards Qingfeng City. In the meantime, the Yi family, the head of the Yi family, that is, Yi Qingchan's eldest uncle, Yi Lufeng, stood before the ancestral shrine and burned incense in worship. Behind him, the Yi family members all looked respectful as they gazed at the tablets placed on the ancestral hall. Only in their eyes, there was more than a little confusion. It's not a day for ancestor worship, either. Why did the clan master call all the Yi family members here to pay homage so early in the morning? The only one in the crowd was a young man dressed in white, standing boredly at the corner, with neither respect nor constraint on his face, just looking coldly at these so-called clansmen in front of him. This son was naturally Yi Qingchan's cousin, Feng Zhao heir's original fiancé, Yi Fan. For Yi Fan, the so-called family was simply a decoration. When his grandfather was alive, he was still able to receive some cultivation resources. But now, even the Yi family's watchdog slave, who had nothing to do, loved to give him a hard time. Those cousins who had grown up with him since he was a child, even more so, did not even look at him squarely. But it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, he would make all the people in the clan who looked down on him kowtow in front of him and apologize. Just, Mother, where the hell are you? Why did you disappear after leaving your child that heavenly creation? A ghostly light flickered in Yi Fan's eyes, and his thoughts had drifted beyond the northern wasteland. Not surprisingly, the mother would have been forced to leave. In order to protect herself, she even used heavenly means to seal her bloodline. And now, with the help of that 8 desolate glazed demons suppressing pagoda, the district north wasteland could not trap him at all. Wherever his mother was, he would find her. Clan master, you called us over. Is something wrong with the Yi clan? In these few days, there were clearly many more strong auras in Green Maple City. This caused the entire cultivation family of Green Maple City to feel incredibly nervous. In particular, it was rumored that all the heirs of the 4 great dynasties and the 6 great ancient sects had converged on this place, saying that they were waiting for a prince of some sort to descend. But what is the identity of that gentleman? How could it cause such a commotion in the northern wasteland? The 4 great dynasties, the 6 great ancient sects, and the 8 great lineages. This was an unattainable existence in the eyes of the Yi family's crowd. Otherwise, when that Feng clan was but a small clan of 100 people, after Feng Jiao'er worshipped the Thousand Mei sect, she unexpectedly jumped to become the head of the Qingfeng City family. This was the deterrent power of the ancient sect. Of course, with the strength of the Yi family, it was still far from the point of contacting the top forces of the northern wasteland. That's why most of the Yi family didn't even know that a sacred state prince had come to the northern wasteland. Today, Lu Yun sent a letter to me. Yi Lufeng inserted the incense into the desk and turned to look at the Yi family members in front of him. The splendor of my Yi family is coming. Chapter 25, Preparing for Takeoff. The splendor of the Yi family? Patriarch? What does this mean? What did uncle and nephew Lu Yun say? The Yi family's grand elder, Yi Wentian, frowned and looked at Yi Lufeng with some puzzlement and said, Lu Yun said that the sacred state has sailed a prince who will come to my Yi family as a guest in the near future. And those heaven's pride sacred maidens that suddenly appeared in Qingfeng City are most likely coming for him. Yi Lufeng was spirited, with an untamed smile on his face. If Yi Luyun was not now the Xian sword sovereign, I am afraid that his Yi family would have fallen into ruin long ago. But even so, in the central zone of this northern wasteland, the Yi family was only a small and inconspicuous family, able to, as long as the Yi family serves this holy state down the sun. What spiritual treasure creation? Martial arts techniques are not at hand. What? The Prince of the Sacred State Advent? So the rumors about the sacred state are true? Beyond the four deserts, there really is that one holy land. The entire Yi family was suddenly thrown into a clamor. Many of the Yi family's children were already secretly pondering how to stand out amongst the crowd of siblings. Clan Master, are you telling the truth? That sacred state prince is really coming to our Yi family? Yi Wentian's old face was similarly overflowing with excitement. He had been trapped at the peak of awakening God for decades. If you can get guidance from that sacred state prince, a breakthrough is just around the corner. There's still a lie to this. Nowadays niece Qingchan is following Prince Ling Xiao, and it's rumored that that thousand-may sex saintly daughter, Feng Jiaoer, was also taken in by Prince Ling Xiao as a maidservant, and they've come together this time. After Yi Lufeng finished speaking, his gaze lingered on Yi Fan for an instant. That day, the Feng family withdrew from the marriage, bringing shame to the entire Yi clan. But the Thousand-May sect was so powerful that the Yi family didn't dare to resist at all. Therefore, all the people of the Yi family vented this hatred on Yi Fan. If he hadn't been born with a wasted vein and was purely an invalid, how could he have been withdrawn from the marriage and made the Yi family a laughingstock? And sensing the sneers contained in many of the gazes around him, Yi Fan's face quietly grimaced for an instant. The Sacred State Prince? What's so great about the Sacred State Prince? Look at how scared you all are. On the day he awakened his bloodline at the age of 16, he had seen the soul thoughts left to him by his mother in his sea of consciousness. Mother had said that the ancient pagoda in his sea of consciousness was the topmost supreme treasure even in the sacred state Great Land. The techniques and martial arts inherited in them were all top-notch in the holy state. As long as he cultivated step by step, sooner or later he would be able to step into the delusion-breaking realm and thus step into the holy state. At the same time, his mother reminded him that he must not inquire about her whereabouts until he had ascended to the realm of the immortals. From this aspect, the mother's origin must have been extremely terrifying as well. What's ridiculous is that these Yi family's mole crickets in front of him, letting him go without licking, had to go to lick a person with an unknown origin from a foreign surname. But it's good. The more you guys look down on me, the less I'll blame myself when I get back at you in the future. Cough cough. Yi Fan, I know that withdrawing from the marriage in the first place was a big blow to you, but this time, that Feng Jiao heir is following Prince Ling Xiao over. So pay attention to your attitude. Yi Lufeng coldly glanced at Yi Fan, especially the trace of resentment in the latter's eyes, which made him think that Yi Fan hadn't let go of the humiliation of withdrawing from the marriage before at all. Watch yourself? Yi Fan wanted to laugh. I was the one who was withdrawn from the marriage. I was the one who was insulted. And I was the one who was ridiculed by the clan. Now she comes back with a bull asterisk prince and I have to serve her with a smile? How can a human being be so lowly as this? You guys can. But I, Yi Fan, can't do it. Yi Fan, my father is talking to you. Are you deaf? At the front of the crowd, a flamboyant gentleman dressed in purple frowned and turned his head to look at Yi Fan and chided. His name was Yi Shang, and he was the current young master of the Yi family. With some talent of his own, he was already a strong person of the void spirit realm, and had some fame in this mountain city. A mere void spirit realm, and you dare to talk to me like that? Humph! The day I break through the awakening spirit will be the day your Yi family is destroyed. Yi Fan snorted coldly in the bottom of his heart, but on the surface, he nodded with a calm expression. Got it. My mother said that one must know how to hold back. I've put up with it for 18 years. What do I care about a few days? As long as I find another 1,000-year-old ice heartgrass, I will be able to refine that one spirit ascension pill, and breaking through to awakening should not be a big problem at that time. He had stayed in Green Maple City long enough, and his next step was to head to the 4 dynasties to find the creation. I heard that in half a year's time, it would be the 100 Dynasties battle organized by the 4 dynasties. This time, I will make sure that everyone in the northern wasteland knows my name. Yi Fan. Just, cousin Qingchan. It's been a long time. A smirk gradually emerged in Yi Fan's eyes. If there was anyone in the entire Yi family who was worth his thoughts, it was only this Xian sword sect's eldest miss. Though they don't see much of each other, they are attracted to each other. Yi Fan could never forget Yi Qingchan's appearance when she drew her sword and pointed it at Yi Shang and stood up for herself. It was a rainy day, and Yi Fan was humiliated by several people from Yi Shang. Yi Qingchan was like a fairy banished from the 9 heavens. suddenly appearing in front of him. The rain dampened her hair, but it couldn't hide her clear and beautiful face. The green clothes were dancing and the jade hands were flourishing. She reached out to hold Yi Fan's muddy hand and helped him wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, then turned toward Yi Shang and drew her sword. Blood stained the courtyard, and the sky was hideously overcast. But all of this could not withstand the little bit of vermilion in the corner of Yi Qingchan's eyes. That year, when the two first met, Yi Fan was 13 years old and Yi Qingchan was 12. On that day, Yi Fan swore that in this life, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with her. It is said that you are now the #1 beauty in the northern wasteland. Qingchan, give me some more time and I will definitely show you that only I am worthy to stand by your side. A flash of infatuation appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. Mr. Ling Xiao? Oh, my 8 desolate glazed soul-suppressing pagoda can suppress countless top devils of the holy state. You? What are you? Humph. You'd better remember that for me. Or else. Yi Shang looked at the calmness on Yi Fan's face, and a hint of hostility flashed under his eyes. Just now, his father, Yi Lufeng, had already secretly told him that this time, Lord Ling Xiao had come to the Yi family in search of a teenage pride, and there was simply no one else in the entire Yi family who could claim the word heaven's pride besides him. If Yi Fan didn't know better and offended Lord Ling Xiao because of a Feng Jiao heir, Yi Shang wouldn't mind getting him killed in advance. Family master, there is someone outside seeking an audience. At this moment, the voices of the Yi family's subordinates suddenly came from outside the ancestral hall. Yi Lufeng and the others' faces trembled as they hurriedly asked, but Prince Ling Xiao and Qingchan have arrived? No, clan lord. Oh, Yi Lufeng was a little disappointed. He said that he is the crown prince of the great Yan dynasty, named Xiao Yan, and is coming to pay you a visit. What? Surprisingly, it's the prince of the 4 dynasties himself. Quickly have an invitation. At this moment, a look of shock appeared on the faces of everyone in the Yi family. The 4 dynasty princes coming to visit the Yi family. In the past, this was something absolutely impossible. What does that mean? It means that the Yi family is really going to take off. Chapter 26, Who is Yi Fan? 2 days later, when the flying building that Ling Zhao's trio was traveling in stood over the Yi family, the entire Qingcheng was completely abuzz. Countless heaven's pride holy maidens of the forces stood on the street, looking up at a black-clothed figure standing with its hands above that flying building. Although they couldn't see Ling Zhao's appearance, it didn't stop them from having a strong admiration for this sacred state prince. I love you, Mr. Ling Xiao. Lord Ling Xiao favors me. Lord Ling Xiao humiliated me. Especially those proud women who were conceited to have some good looks were like cats in heat at this moment, hissing vigorously towards the silhouette on that flying building. Quite a number of the unexplained people of Qingfeng City looked at the proud women who were usually high and mighty, but at this moment, they were just like the women in the green houses who were generally showing off their bodies, and one by one, their mouths were wide open, revealing a stupefied face. Who is Mr. Ling Xiao? For a time, the name Ling Xiao instantly spread throughout the northern wasteland. Even some mortals who had never set foot on the path of immortality knew that the most prestigious prince in the northern wasteland nowadays was surnamed Ling Xiao. Welcome Lord Ling Xiao to the Yi family. Welcome Lord Ling Xiao. In the lobby of the Yi family, Ling Xiao was seated at the first position. Yi Qingchan as well as Feng Jiaoer stood beside him, as good as 2 maidservants. One must know that with the status of these two, no matter where they went, they were sought after existences. But at this moment, in front of Duke Ling Xiao, they didn't even see half a bit of condescension on their faces. All there is the honor of standing beside the prince. You are all welcome. Ling Xiao smiled gently, not the least bit arrogant and overbearing as rumored in the outside world, but instead made people feel warm. Prince Ling Xiao from the sacred state is actually smiling at us? Many of the Yi family members were already heart-pounding and blushing, just short of orgasm. Your Yi family's children, are they all here? Ling Zhao's gaze swept across the large hall in front of him and realized that none of the younger generation amongst them carried any chi luck at all, and his brows furrowed slightly. Why don't we see cousin Yi Fan? Yi Qingchan likewise gave Yi Lufeng a somewhat puzzled look. Yi Fan said early this morning that he was going into seclusion. I'll send someone to call him here. This thing that doesn't know how to be polite. Yi Lufeng never dreamed that Yi Qingchan would mention that trash Yi Fan in front of Lord Ling Xiao, and hurriedly made a wink towards Yi Shang and the others. Wait a moment. Your Excellency, I'll go find Yi Fan here. Yi Shang bowed towards Ling Xiao and turned towards the outside of the lobby. Seeing this, Ling Xiao slowly closed his eyes, seemingly a little tired. At this moment, he couldn't help but think in the back of his mind, what kind of undercard would this Yi Fan have in his hand? Dealing with the son of heaven's destiny, Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless for a moment. These sons of heavenly destiny will initially have the heavenly Tao sheltered on them. If you're not careful, the one who falls could be yourself. So, he had to take it step by step and deal with it carefully. Even the smallest details should not be overlooked. Of course, Now that Ling Xiao was searching for the Son of Heaven's destiny in the four deserts, plundering Qi was secondary. The main thing was to get the creation that had summoned him here. If that creation was truly related to his heavenly demon true body, then it would definitely be a heavenly object. This could be more precious than the value of Qi. Furthermore, plundering Qi was undoubtedly more abundant on those heaven's destiny sons in the holy state. Counting the time, it was almost time for him to go back to his family, because in a few days, it could be the day of his engagement. In his mind, a cool and lonely fairy-like beautiful face gradually surfaced, and the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth involuntarily raised a smile. Yi Qingquan was beautiful, and Feng Jiao'er was also bewitching enough, but when it comes to that fiancée of his, she's the one who truly soars to the 9 heavens as a goddess. And at this moment, in a small, remote courtyard at the back of the Yi family, Yi Sheng and the others kicked open the courtyard door and walked in. I really don't know what this cousin Qingquan is thinking, actually mentioning this waste of a man. Yi Fan, in front of His Excellency, is it because she wants our Yi family to lose face? One of the Yi clan's children named Yi Mei complained softly. Yi Mei, watch what you say. Yi Sheng glared at her, but his face was just a bit gloomy. Yi Qingquan was indeed closer to Yi Fan than to him. Furthermore, Yi Qingquan was now a redhead in front of Ling Xiao. Offending her would not benefit the Yi family in the slightest. Yi Fan was born with a wasted vein, and since Duke Ling Xiao had come to select the teenage heavenly pride this time, it didn't have anything to do with Yi Fan anyhow. I'm sure that when Lord Ling Xiao meets him, he'll be disappointed. Yi Sheng, what are you doing here? In the side yard, Yi Fan walked out of the house in white clothes. How can you talk to the young lord? Do you believe me or not? I'll whip the hell out of you. Yi Mei took an arrow step to Yi Fan's side and raised her hand, wanting to slap him in the face. But just then, she clearly saw a flash of a ghostly aura in Yi Fan's eyes. A chill instantly rose from the bottom of her heart, and Yi Mei's face unexpectedly turned inexplicably white. For a moment, she seemed to see a great demon standing in front of her, making her feel dead with just a look. How is that possible? It must be an illusion. Yi Mei staggered back 2 steps, looking at the teenager in front of her with a horrified expression. How could one be afraid of a punk? Yi Fan, cousin Qingquan and Prince Ling Xiao have arrived and said they want to see you. Yi Sheng gave Yi Mei a somewhat puzzled look, but at this time, he did not ask more questions, but said in a calm tone, Cousin Qingquan is here? Yi Fan's eyes suddenly blossomed with a trace of radiance, only to turn his face a bit gloomy again. Since that Ling Xiao came from the sacred state, his methods were by no means comparable to those of the northern wasteland, so he could not afford not to be more careful. Mother had said that the 8 desolate glazed pagoda in his sea of consciousness was a heavenly treasure. Even if it was placed in the sacred state, it would be enough to attract supreme powerhouses to fight over it. Although he was not afraid of Ling Xiao, once the secret was exposed, it would inevitably lead to more trouble. For now, he had to hold back, until the day he was strong enough to wantonly trample these people who looked down on him under his feet. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Yi Fan, later on, in front of Prince Ling Xiao, you must be more disciplined. Feng Jiao'er is now the prince's maidservant. You, got it. Without waiting for Yi Sheng to finish his sentence, Yi Fan had already impatiently lifted his feet and walked towards the outside of the courtyard. Feng Jiao'er or whatever. What's that? Yi Fan actually didn't want to marry her at all. What he liked had always been his cousin Yi Qingquan. It was just that when Feng Jiao'er withdrew from the marriage in public, it really made him suffer a lot of humiliation. So he wasn't going to let her off the hook either. Yi Sheng looked at Yi Fan who was walking away, and a murderous intent immediately flashed across his face. For some reason, today's Yi Fan seemed a bit different from his usual self. Humph, I'll see how long you can be arrogant. When Lord Ling Xiao and cousin Qingquan leave, let's see how I'll clean you up. Chapter 27, The Northern Wasteland Pride. In Yi Sheng's opinion, Yi Fan's backbone came from Yi Qingquan. After all, back then, cousin Qingquan had once gone so far as to draw her sword against herself for his sake. But everyone was ignorant and young at that time. Now that Yi Qingquan was already a woman favored by Duke Ling Xiao, sooner or later, she was going to step into the holy state. And after so many years had passed, Yi Fan was still a waste who hadn't even broken through the true element realm. The gap between the two was such that they were destined to never cross paths again. And when Yi Fan appeared in the Yi family's lobby, Ling Xiao's tightly closed eyes then opened wide. Coming! The system had beeped, and the new Destiny's Child shone. Ling Xiao looked at the white-clothed boy standing at the bottom of the hall and tried to make himself smile in a less lewd manner. White with starry eyes, handsome, and there is not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy on his body. A proper waist. I'm sure it's the standard for the chosen one. 700 points of Qi luck value, a full 200 points more than Chu Yang. As expected, the more miserable the destined son of heaven's life was, the higher the chi on his body was. Only, even though Yi Fan was well hidden, the aura on his body was still detected by Ling Xiao. Bringing some sort of spirit treasure that hides your breath? It looks like this Yi family is about to have bad luck. Needless to think, nowadays, Yi Fan hid his breath so that he could grow peacefully. If Ling Xiao didn't come to Qingfeng City, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long for this Yi Fan to save up enough strength and then step on these clansmen who looked down on him, one by one. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed softly. Unfortunately, he met himself. Moreover, looking at the way this kid looked at Yi Qinchan as soon as he entered the door, if he said that he didn't have the slightest bit of interest in this cousin, then Ling Xiao's books over the past few years would have been in vain. Only, at this moment, Ling Xiao did not feel any half of the strong fluctuations on him, nor did he have any remnants of his soul. So, what exactly is his bottom line? Holy state kung fu? Mysterious martial arts? Or, weird forbidden treasure? Since the chi on this Yi Fan was so high, it proved that his secret must be even more amazing than Chu Yang's. At this moment, Ling Xiao was already pondering how to test him a bit. The Yi family members all had an expected smile on their faces as they watched Ling Xiao shake his head and sigh. How could a loser get into the eyes of Lord Ling Xiao? Cousin Qingchan. However, Yi Fan's sight had not been on Ling Xiao since the beginning. Instead, he kept looking at the stunning figure that had been hanging around in his mind all day. Cousin Qingchan. So we finally meet again. In Yi Fan's opinion, since Yi Qinchan dared to fight for him with her sword in the beginning, she definitely cared about herself in her heart. Even if the two of them hadn't seen each other for a long time, Yi Fan believed that cousin Qinchan must be missing herself in her heart. In the past, Yi Fan didn't dare to show his heart, because he really didn't deserve Yi Qinchan. But now, he would soon become one of the strongest people in the Yi family, and even looking at the northern wasteland, he would definitely be called a supreme heavenly pride. Such a status was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yi Qinchan. As for this Lord Ling Xiao, even if his cultivation was strong, could he still be stronger than the demons sealed in his 8 desolate glazed pagoda? One must know that those demons were also all from the holy state, and all of them had heinous sins and terrifying cultivation levels. A mere 17 or 18-year-old teenager dared to be reckless in front of him. Humph! Cousin Yi Fan. Yi Qinchan smiled politely towards Yi Fan, but this politeness fell in Yi Fan's eyes, but it instantly caused the excitement on his face to freeze. It shouldn't. It's not supposed to be like this. Why is cousin Qinchan so cold to me? In Yi Fan's thought, the two of them had not seen each other for a long time. Shouldn't they have a hug at this moment, and then say to each other that they miss each other? Damn it! It must be because of that Ling Xiao. He must be the one who threatened his cousin with his identity. Although it would be a bit troublesome to get a male from the sacred state killed, but do it carefully and no one should notice, right? Furthermore, the entire Green Maple City knew that he, Yi Fan, was a waste of space, and naturally, he didn't have the ability to kill a prince from the sacred state. Even if others suspected the Yi family, they would never suspect themselves. Drop. The heaven's destined son's state of mind is damaged. Congratulations to the host for plundering 50 points of chi value and increasing the villain value by 500. That's a start? Ling Xiao looked at Yi Fan standing under the hall with some surprise. From the look in his eyes, he did feel a hint of killing intent fluctuating. Obviously, in this moment just now, this heaven's destined son should have already brainstormed many images. 600 points of chi luck value. 500 points of villain value. It seems like it's time to take some time out and raise the cultivation realm. Ling Xiao glanced at the system interface with satisfaction and refocused his gaze on Yi Fan. It had to be said that this son of heaven's destiny in front of him was much more urban than Chu Yang. In just a moment, he had completely concealed his emotions and stepped back with a very calm face. Of course, such a townie has a lot to do with the environment he grew up in. After all, he couldn't afford to offend a single person in this Yi family. And once he didn't know how to hide his emotions, he could easily get killed. Mr. Ling Xiao. A few days ago, Xiao Yan, the crown prince of the great Yan dynasty, had personally visited the door and said that there are many young celestial pride in the northern wasteland who want to pay you a visit. So you see. Yi Lufeng suddenly smiled slightly and looked towards Ling Xiao. Oh, you promised him? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly. This Yi Lufeng was good at doing things. He hadn't even arrived at the Yi family yet, and he had already sold his favor. I don't dare. Just tell that Prince Xiao that everything depends on the Duke. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Yi Lufeng's forehead. He was promising Prince Xiao that he would pass a message to Lord Ling Xiao, but no one yet has the guts to dare to make decisions for the Duke. But even so, hearing the displeasure in Ling Xiao's tone, this Yi family head still felt incomparably terrified. Damn it! Offending Lord Ling Xiao for a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. This is a bit of a lose-lose situation any way you think about it? Xiao Yan? Still stopping the itch. That's just it. Just go and meet it. Ling Xiao stood up and walked straight towards the outside of the courtyard. Yi Qingchan and Feng Jiao'er hurriedly followed. Shang, in these few days, you will accompany your son around and take him around Qingfeng City, and all expenses will be counted on my Yi family. Seeing Ling Xiao agree, Yi Liufeng's heart was relieved and he hurriedly instructed towards Yi Shang. Yes, father. Yi Shang's face showed a touch of joy, following the side of Gongzi. Maybe at some point Gongzi will grant me supreme creation when he is happy. It's a fat job. No. I have to think quickly about how to lick the male properly. Ling Xiao naturally did not know what Yi Shang had in mind, and at this moment, he just felt curious. Great Yan Dynasty. Crown Prince Xiao Yan. If it wasn't for the word prince, Ling Xiao would have thought that a third heaven's destined son had appeared. Chapter 28, Life at the Top. Cousin Qingchan. Yi Fan looked at Yi Qingchan who walked past him, a flash of pain in his eyes, and Yi Qingchan just stopped to look at him. Her face still had a polite smile. Cousin Yi Fan, is there something wrong? Something wrong? Yi Fan was completely desperate. He couldn't figure out why Yi Qingchan was like a different person after only a few years of not seeing her. Had she forgotten how she had promised herself that rainy night? She had personally said that she would wait for him at the Xian Sword Sect. This is a vow of love between two people for Yi Fan. How is it that in the blink of an eye, Yi Qingchan is so indifferent to him? It must be Ling Xiao. It must have been this damned sacred state duke who forced Qingchan to do it. At this time, Yi Fan did not feel that Yi Qingchan would betray him, because in his heart, Yi Qingchan was flawless and uninsultable. Even if he himself, he must never doubt Yi Qingchan. So the reason can only come from someone else. Ling Xiao, it's not my fault. You brought this on yourself. Anyone who dares to harm cousin Qingchan must die. Yi Fan shook his head very gently. Nothing. If you have time later, come to the backyard to find me. I haven't seen you for a long time. I have a lot of things I want to say to you. Yi Fan was worthy of being an old city that had held back for more than 10 years. Even though he hated it in his heart, his expression still didn't show half a horse's foot. Okay, I'll meet you over there later then. Yi Qingchan certainly wouldn't think much of it. When she first stood up for Yi Fan, it was purely because she felt pity for this cousin's life. And that line about waiting for him at the Xian Sword Sect was nothing more than encouragement. But she did not realize that in the heart of a humble teenager, the word wait is a promise. How many people's lives have been ruined by the word wait? Of course, Yi Qingchan really couldn't have imagined that Yi Fan would disregard ethics and develop feelings for her. I'll wait. Yi Fan laughed and deliberately said the word wait extremely heavily, and Yi Qingchan just nodded before chasing Ling Xiao out of the Yi family. It was only until the figures of several people disappeared that the Yi family crowd dispersed. Because of Yi Qingchan's relationship, Yi Fan rarely received any more difficulties. It seems like we have to break through the awakened god realm a bit faster so that we can control the demons in the first layer of the 8 desolate glazed pagoda. Yi Fan glanced in the direction of the doorway with a gloomy expression, then turned around and walked towards his small courtyard. Gongzi, wait for me. Over here. Yi Qingchan jogged to catch up with Ling Xiao, but at that moment she saw the latter looking at her in a different way. What's wrong? Yi Qingchan was a bit nervous. Usually when Ling Xiao showed this look, he must be holding back bad water. Your cousin Yi Fan seems to care for you. A lot. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth lifted up in a smile while Feng Jiao'er similarly covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Yes it is. From the moment that Yi Fan entered the door, his eyes have been fixed on Miss Qingchan. What? We're cousins. Aren't you guys too? A blush flashed across Yi Qingchan's face and she glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. Young Lord Yi Shang. Ling Xiao did not continue to tease Yi Qingchan, because he could see that this girl really didn't have a trace of affection for that Yi Fan. Yi Fan was just making a fool of himself. The emotional thread between the two seemed to have been forcibly interrupted by himself before it could be triggered. What are Mr. Ling Xiao's orders? A young master, called Yi Shang, who was both terrified and honored, hurriedly bowed 90 degrees towards Ling Xiao. In front of Ling Xiao, he was really nervous and even his voice was a little shaky. You have to know that this is a lord that even third uncle Yi Luyun has to serve carefully. He was afraid that if he accidentally said the wrong thing, he would suddenly have his dog's head blown off by the male. Don't be nervous, just chatting a little. Is young Master Yi 20 years old this year? Lord Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to make small talk with me? Yi Shang looked up at Ling Xiao with some disbelief, and then immediately lowered his head in fear. My lord, Shang just turned 20 this year. Not bad. At the age of 20 you're already at the peak of void spirit cultivation. Good talent. Ling Xiao certainly isn't idle to be pulling the wool over this Yi Shang's eyes. Rather, he wanted to sidestep some news about Yi Fan from his mouth. After all, Ling Xiao's purpose of coming to the Yi family was not pure, and although Yi Fan was restrained at every turn in the Yi family, once he showed too much directness, it was inevitable that he wouldn't make that heavenly fate's son wary. Gongzi fallaciously praised. Yi Shang's entire body was floating at this time, and if it wasn't in front of Ling Xiao, it was probably able to flip 2 heels in place. Mr. Ling Xiao actually complimented me. What an honor this is. One must know that previously, that the Yin dynasty's crown Prince Xiao Yan had to come to the Yi family in advance to make an appointment if he wanted to see Duke Ling Xiao. Yi Shang felt that at this time he just became the most beautiful cub on the street. How many brothers are young Master Yi's brothers? Next, Ling Xiao asked Yi Shang about some of the Yi family's situation, and finally naturally led the conversation to Yi Fan. That Yi Fan from the party. He doesn't seem to have any cultivation. I heard Qing Chan say before that he seems to be born with a wasted vein? That's right. Yi Fan has been unable to cultivate since he was a child, and after these 10 years have passed, he still hasn't been able to step into the true element realm, and this is already well known in Green Maple City. Yi Shang looked at Feng Jiao without a trace. When this Thousand May sect holy maiden withdrew from the marriage, wasn't it because of this matter? However, today, Yi Fan was sensible and never looked at Feng Jiao. Otherwise, once he annoyed Lord Ling Xiao, I'm afraid that the entire Yi family would have to follow his bad luck. Oh? Never stepped into the true element realm? But why do I see some spiritual power fluctuations on him? Ling Xiao pretended to frown. Yi Fan was hiding his cultivation, but how could he hide it from Ling Xiao's eyes? Spiritual fluctuations? Yi Shang was obviously a bit dazed. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, shook his head and smiled. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. It seemed that this Yi Fan was hiding deeply enough. Nowadays, the entire Yi family seemed to be unaware that his cultivation level was already comparable to Yi Shang's. But the deeper he hides, the more he proves to be scheming. The secrets in his body must be extremely amazing. Mr. Ling Xiao. In the distance, a group of gorgeously dressed young men and women suddenly came in great numbers. At the head of the group was a handsome young man wearing a gilded red robe and a purple and gold crown. This is Mr. Ling Xiao. My name is Xiao Yan of the Great Yin Dynasty, and I have already paid a visit to the Yi family before. So I wonder if you can honor me by going to the drunken immortal tower with us? Xiao Yan's hallowed crown prince's dignity unexpectedly made a respectful salute towards Ling Xiao at this moment. Brother Yi Shang, good to see you again. Yi Shang stood beside Ling Xiao and naturally accepted Xiao Yan's obeisance in a dignified manner. He already felt that his life seemed to have completely reached its peak because of the appearance of Lord Ling Xiao. One must know that it was Prince Xiao Yan, one of the northern wasteland's most dazzling heavenly prides. Usually, they wouldn't even look at this Qingfeng City family, but now they're not going to politely greet me? Chapter 29, Whoever robs dies. So it is Prince Xiao Yan. Ling Xiao hesitated slightly and eventually agreed to Xiao Yan's invitation. After all, this was the center of the northern wasteland, and Xiao Yan and the others were the local snakes here. So naturally, they were extremely knowledgeable about the major forces as well as the secret stories in the neighborhood. Now that Ling Xiao was searching for the Sons of Heaven's destiny, the most fundamental reason was still that he hoped to utilize the Qi in them to seek out the path of creation that had summoned him. But it was a bit risky to bet all of his hopes on Yi Fan. Therefore, he planned to ask about the news about the Northern Wasteland secret realm from these Northern Wasteland's top celestial pride. Your Excellency, we have been waiting for you in Green Maple City for 3 days now, so I hope you'll be sure to honor us with your presence. Xiao Yan's attitude was sincere, while Ling Xiao only nodded indifferently and did not speak again. The rumors are true. This male from the sacred state has a high and cold personality and is not approachable. Xiao Yan and the others laughed bitterly inwardly. But it did not in any way prevent them from transforming into licking dogs and bowing all the way to stand beside Ling Xiao, trying their best to express themselves. Soon, the drunken immortal house arrived. Today's drunken immortal tower was full of guests, and those who came were all the northern wasteland's renowned heaven's pride holy maidens. Even the hidden ancient clans, which were rare to see in ordinary times, had already sent their disciples to pay their respects to Prince Ling Xiao. A group of people went up the stairs with great vigor. And the drunken immortal house also directly put up the signboard of closing. Everyone's faces carried a deep touch of awe when they saw the indifferent-looking black-clothed male before the crowd. When Ling Xiao descended on Qingfeng City that day, they only saw the figure of this sacred state prince above that flying building. But today, under this close contact, they only then felt the terrifying aura of the vastness of the abyss on the duke's body. The noble aura that was like a god in the 9 heavens caused these usually high and mighty dynasty princes, young masters of ancient clans, and holy daughters of sects to be unable to help but feel a sense of insignificance. In front of Lord Ling Xiao, they were as if they were ants. Nope, they are just mole crickets. Greetings, Mr. Ling Xiao. The crowd of celestial pride saluted one after another, and wherever Ling Xiao went, everyone's face carried a touch of unspeakable excitement. There were even a few proud women who could not help but shed tears of happiness already. Just now Lord Ling Xiao looked at me. Nonsense, the male is clearly looking at me. Your bull ******* ting me. Boom. the entire restaurant instantly fell into a hubbub, while Ling Xiao only glanced at Xiao Yan with an indifferent expression. And the latter's entire body instantly trembled as he drove all those young masters and young ladies of unorthodox lineages out. That's much clearer. Ling Xiao nodded his head and smiled, raising his feet to sit on top of the first place, and Yi Qingchan and Feng Jiao were still standing behind him on both sides. Only Yi Shang, after hesitating for a moment, ended up actually kneeling at Ling Xiao's feet, as if he was a pet dog. At this moment, he didn't feel ashamed, but instead felt immensely honored. Just kidding. Didn't you see how those usually high and mighty heavenly pride saints looked at him with envy in their eyes as Feng walked this way? To be able to follow Duke Ling Xiao, even if one were to be a dog, it would still be the most dignified dog in the northern wasteland. My lord, let me introduce you. This is the crown prince of the great Qin dynasty, Ying Yu. This is the young master of the sea-covering sect, Jiao Yun. And this is the young master of the Swire Phoenix family, Phoenix Qi. Xiao Yan began to introduce Ling Xiao to the identities of the people present one by one. And those ancient sect dynasties' prides also began to express themselves extremely well, especially those proud women. Each one of them was like a chicken blood, posing with flirtation, which filled Yi Qingchan's heart with contempt. It wasn't true that she was the #1 beauty in the northern wasteland, but these women in front of her were all gorgeous as well. Although Ling Xiao was showing a lack of interest at this moment, Yi Qingchan knew that this gongzi, in his bones, was bad. So at this moment, she was a bit nervous, fearing that Ling Xiao would take a fancy to the heavenly family's proud daughters again and keep them around. Unconsciously, this Xian Sword sect's eldest young lady, who had previously only wanted to follow Ling Xiao to the holy state, had begun to go a little off the deep end. Of course, even if Yi Qingchan had a taste for it, she was clear that a sacred state prince like Ling Xiao was the most dazzling existence wherever he went. A man like him can't have just one woman. However, it was a woman's nature to have a taste for food. And Yi Qingchan only hoped that when she returned to the sacred state, she would still be able to follow Ling Xiao around at all times like she was now. Phoenix Qi? Ling Xiao's gaze paused for a moment on that Phoenix clan's young lord, and the corners of his mouth revealed a faint trace of playfulness. From the moment he entered, this Phoenix Qi's gaze had been on Feng Jiao. Obviously, this was another teenage heavenly pride who had fallen under the skirt of the Qian Mei sect's holy maiden. But you like it as much as you like it, and I'll pretend I didn't notice if you peeked. After all, we're all men. But what do you mean by staring at Feng Jiao so blatantly? And as if he had sensed Ling Xiao's gaze, Xiao Yan froze slightly before turning his head to look at Huang Qi. Ahem, brother Phoenix. He naturally knew that this Phoenix clan young lord was Feng Jiao's biggest suitor. Previously, there was a young lord of a power in the northern wasteland who liked Feng Jiao and threatened not to marry her unless he died. He ended up dying the next day. The body was hung under the clan's gate, and even the thing under the crotch was brutally cut away. It was later analyzed that he would have been cut off while he was still alive, although who knows how this was analyzed, but we don't dare to ask, for fear of pissing off the young master of the Phoenix clan. I heard that Prince Ling Xiao is from the sacred state. I wonder if you have heard of the Phoenix family of the sacred state. Phoenix Qi sneered, his complexion the only one with arrogance among this group of northern desolate celestial pride. The Phoenix family of the sacred state? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly. Another thing that doesn't know how to die. Humph. It seems like you don't have much of a status in the sacred state. My Phoenix family ancestor had ascended to the sacred state 300 years ago, and is now a renowned powerhouse in the sacred state, creating his own Phoenix family and shaking the party. Phoenix Qi's face was full of arrogance. The Phoenix clan's legacy had been the first of the 8 ancient clans in the northern wasteland. The most fundamental reason was that the Phoenix clan had an old ancestor who had ascended to the holy state behind them. Although the old ancestor had never returned, he would descend his divine sense every so often and was extremely concerned about the Phoenix clan. No one in the entire northern wasteland knew about this matter. Therefore, in general, the major powers would rarely make an enemy of the Phoenix clan. After all, there are people above them. In case the Phoenix clan ancestor comes back someday, ask who in the northern wasteland can be defeated? So, Ling Xiao picked up a cup of tea and gently took a sip, and seeing this action of his, a flash of sympathy flashed in Yi Qingchan's eyes. Obviously, Lord Ling Xiao had already moved to kill that Phoenix Qi at this point. I told you, Feng Jiao is mine. Whoever snatches, whoever dies. Oh, yeah. Ling Xiao raised his head openly, and a wave of might instantly surged out around him. The entire drunken immortal building was inexplicably silent for a moment, and then the faces of all the northern wasteland celestial pride were completely pale. Chapter 30, Terrified. What a terrifying pressure. Although before, everyone knew that Duke Ling Xiao's cultivation was strong, but when they actually faced this male directly, they realized what this so-called strength really meant. At this time, even Xiao Yan, the crown prince of the Dian dynasty, was unconsciously prostrate on the ground under this pressure. His head was drenched in cold sweat, and even breathing became extremely difficult. Your Excellency, calm down. In the void, several figures suddenly emerged. One of the white-haired old men in gold robes trembled all over his body, and a wave of spiritual energy instantly spread out, directly enveloping that Phoenix Chi's figure. Oh, protectors of the way? Ling Xiao let out a cold smile. But in all large sects and powers, the outstanding disciples would always be followed by a protector of the path. It is called the protection of the way, but what is protected is actually life. It was more or less out of one's depth for a mere late-stage soul C in the district to dare to pretend to be a bully in front of Ling Xiao. Don't know how to die. Ling Xiao sneered, not seeing the slightest movement at all, while the aura on that Phoenix Clan old man's body unexpectedly shriveled up in an instant. Immediately afterward, a frightening scene appeared, only to see that there seemed to be a large invisible hand in the void, holding that old man's figure in one hand. Then, with a bang, he was directly pinched into a sky full of blood mist. Vomit. A thick scent of blood instantly filled the air. Some of the timid heavenly prides of the forces had already been completely stunned. Even Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with fear and shock. A late-stage Soul Sea powerhouse was just crushed into crumbs in front of him. Moreover, the most important thing was that he hadn't seen when Lord Ling Xiao had struck since the beginning. What a terrifying tactic! And at that moment, the faces of the few remaining Dao protectors were also pale. They looked at the black-clothed young man sitting in front of the case, sipping tea with his eyes downcast, and there was nothing else but fear in their hearts. Luckily, fortunately, they didn't make a move to shelter their own young master just now, or else the end would definitely be the same as that Phoenix Clan elder. Gollum. At this time, the Phoenix Chi, half of the condescension was no longer visible in his eyes, and his whole body could not stop trembling. He suddenly had some regrets as to why he had messed with such a demon. It's just that in this world, there's no such thing as regret, so he's still barely standing, because he still has leverage. I haven't heard of the Phoenix family in the sacred state, but 300 years ago, my Ling family took in a foreign surnamed slave who seemed to be surnamed Phoenix, also from the northern wasteland. Ling Xiao lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and looked up at the pale-faced Huang Qi. That's what it's called, not knowing, isn't it? Puff. At those words, Phoenix Chi's eyes went black, and his entire body suddenly fell to his knees. 300 years ago, surnamed Phoenix, from the northern wasteland. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Could it be that the old ancestor who stood tall in his own eyes and sheltered the Phoenix family for 300 years was only a servant in this Ling Xiao family? It's impossible. Never. By the way, I still have a divine soul incarnation given by the old ancestor himself. Huang Qi looked up at Ling Xiao, a sudden flash of gloom in his eyes. He didn't believe that the old ancestor would be anyone's slave, because old ancestor was the proudest heavenly pride of the Phoenix family. How could he be willing to be a slave? He must be pretending, trying to use this to humiliate my Phoenix family. With this thought, Huang Qi ghostly pulled out a golden spirit talisman from his pocket, then directly flung it out while Ling Xiao was off guard. Only, Ling Xiao, which was unprepared, was clearly disdainful. What kind of waves could a person of the void spirit make in front of him? Boom! A terrifying pressure instantly descended, a few points more terrifying than Ling Xiaofeng. The heavens and earth seemed to crumble, and layers of emptiness collapsed. Then, a deity-like figure just appeared out of nowhere in the drunken immortal building. Paranoia breaker. At this moment, the entire immortal building was instantly silent. Everyone looked at the tall figure that was slightly illusory, and their eyes were filled with a strong sense of fear and awe. In the northern wasteland, there hadn't been a delusion-breaking powerhouse for 300 years. Not to mention breaking the delusion. Even the Shenqing great powers are mostly secluded from the world and dedicated to the Tao. Therefore, right now, a person from the Sea of Souls could walk horizontally in the northern wasteland. This was also why this group of northern desolate celestials had acted so shocked and horrified when that Phoenix clan elder was slapped to death by Ling Xiao just now. But now, a delusion-breaking powerhouse who had ascended to the sacred state had descended, and this was considered a miracle for any person of power, although it was only a divine soul incarnation. In this land of the four wastelands, it was a godlike existence. Ancestors save me. Seeing the awe-inspiring shock in the eyes of the crowd, Phoenix Chi's face instantly raised a smirk. Ling Xiao, I'll see how much longer you can be arrogant. Son of the Phoenix clan, what is the reason for calling me to descend? The divine soul incarnate did not see Ling Xiao, but instead turned his head to look at Huang Qi with a slight frown. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth were steeply darkened. A streak of thunder hung down like a furious dragon. Like divine might. Ancestor, someone insulted my Phoenix clan, threatening to exterminate my clan's entire family, and talking about you, saying that you are a foreign slave of his family. Huang Qi added some explanation and looked provocatively towards where Ling Xiao was sitting. At this time, the entire drunken immortal building had completely collapsed, filled with smoke and dust and broken walls. Only within 10 feet in front of Ling Xiao, the silk dust was untainted, as if immortal blessing. How dare you? Who is it that dares to insult my Phoenix clan like this? The divine soul shadow bellowed angrily, instantly crushing tens of thousands of miles of emptiness above Green Maple City. At this time, all the people of Qingfeng City had already fallen to their knees and kept kowtowing and praying. Even those people of the lineage, each one of them looked up at the cracks and thunder in midair with faces of despair. What a terrifying aura! What's going on? Phoenix Hong, it really is you. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the figure of the old man above his head that stood in the heavens and the earth, the corners of his mouth always carrying a touch of playfulness. Who? The silhouette's expression froze, and even the aura on his body quietly flinched. His name was unknown even to the Phoenix family's side clansmen. Moreover, why did that voice sound familiar? Phoenix Hong lowered his head and swept his gaze across the room, finally stopping on the black-clothed youth sitting in front of the case. Hiss. For a moment, Phoenix Hong thought he had looked away. How is that possible? How could His Excellency be in this northern wasteland? Puff. The old slave didn't know that Your Excellency was here and made a mistake. So I hope that Your Excellency will forgive me. The entire drunken immortal mansion was once again dead silent. Everyone gulped hard as they looked at the broken powerhouse kneeling in front of Ling Xiao. Prince Ling Xiao, really, unfathomable. What does it mean to break the power of delusion? A single divine sense descending was enough to crush the four wastes. But now, the breaking delusion powerhouse, who was like a god in the eyes of the four wastelands cultivators, was actually kneeling in front of Duke Ling Xiao. And, just by listening to his tone of voice, I can tell that at this moment he must be terrified and helpless inside. Chapter 31, Breaking the Delusion. I've heard that you've established a clan in the sacred prefecture and shook the party? Ling Xiao's tone was teasing, as if he was not surprised by what was in front of him. A mere foreign slave. He could determine his life and death with a single thought. Moreover, this Phoenix Hong was still the lowest grade of the Ling family's slaves, several grades worse than Yin Lao. Of course, the matter of blowing awesome was understandable to everyone, and Ling Xiao did not get angry. But the problem was that this Phoenix Hong blew so hard that it diaphragmatized him, so he's going to be punished. Ancestor? At this time, Phoenix Chi's entire body was confused. How could he not expect that his ancestor, who was unattainable in his eyes and enjoyed the incense of the world, would kneel down to a teenager? Everyone looked at the calm-faced Duke Ling Xiao, and for a moment, they actually didn't know whether they should kneel or stand. After all, people's delusion-breaking powers were kneeling. Didn't it seem less respectful for them to stand? Puff, puff, one after another. Quite a few of the power celestial pride fell to their knees, not daring to utter more than a single breath. Since you're here, take care of it yourself. Ling Xiao stood up and walked straight past that Huang Hong. I don't want anyone to know about my business in the northern wasteland. After saying that, Ling Xiao never looked at that Phoenix Chi again and directly held Yi Qingchan's hand and walked out of Drunken Immortal Tower. He believed that Phoenix Hong should know what to do, not to mention a northern desolate family, even in the sacred state. If anyone dared to offend Lord Ling Xiao, then there would only be one end: extermination. As for Yi Sheng as well as Feng Jiao, they followed behind Ling Xiao and the two of them with a haughty look on their faces, enjoying the worship of the entire audience. First, ancestor. When Ling Xiao and the others walked away, only then did Huang Qi look with some fear at Huang Hong, who was gradually standing up in front of him. For some reason, at this moment, he actually felt a trace of twilight in his ancestor. Self-inflicted sins cannot be lived. Phoenix clan, ruined by your hands. Phoenix Hong closed his eyes with a somewhat saddened expression, then directly rolled up Phoenix Chi and disappeared into the void. My lord, was that delusion-breaking powerhouse just now really a slave in your family? On the streets of Qingfeng City, Ling Xiao held Yi Qingchan as he wandered aimlessly. Here he could feel a hint of real fireworks. The common people didn't recognize him at all, while ordinary cultivators had never seen his real face even if they had heard of his name. It was just that Yi Qingchan and Feng Jiao were born really pretty, so they attracted the attention of most of the people at the roadside. Well, most of the people who step into the sacred state from the four deserts will become slaves of the ancient clan's great clans, and this is already a creation for them. Ling Xiao nodded his head and smiled, his eyes showing gentleness, completely different from the cold-blooded ruthlessness of the party. Creation? Yi Qingchan was stunned. How did this becoming a slave to someone even become a creation? Not bad. But anyone who steps into the sacred state from the four deserts is like a beast in the mountains and forests. Whoever hunts it, it goes to whoever hunts it. Many of them become dance slaves, sword slaves, or even refined into puppets for the mighty, losing their freedom for life. Do you think it's not a kind of creation to become a slave of a foreign name? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. He was not alarmistically scaring Yi Qingqian. In fact, the gloom of the holy state was far more brutal than these 3 words of his. In a world where the strong are honored, the weak, not to mention dignity, do not even own their lives. There were many powerful people in the sacred state, and the 10,000 races had many grudges against each other. Therefore, even those who are the strongest, go out also have to look at the yellow calendar. To save accidentally by someone backstabbing, fall that is also a common thing. Ha, so the holy state is so scary? Yi Qingqian and Feng Zhao's pretty faces froze, obviously a little nervous. What do you think? And a young girl as beautiful as you, from time to time, will be targeted by some old monsters, captured to become a cauldron. Not only that, some psychopaths will make the young girl into a specimen, and then, hiss, it's really perverted. Ling Zhao's entire body shivered, frightening Yi Qingqian and Feng Zhao so much that their faces turned white. Gongzi, you will protect me, right? Yi Qingqian hurriedly hugged Ling Zhao's arm, and the softness on her chest caused the corners of the latter's mouth to unconsciously raise a smile. Of course, in the sacred state, there's no one that my Ling family can't protect. As long as you're obedient, no one will be able to harm you. Thank you, sir, you're the best. Yi Qingqian contentedly pressed her face against Ling Xiao. Gong, what about me? Feng Zhao squirmed for half a day before she boldly asked. You, later. Ling Xiao calmly shook his head. This Feng Zhao was really of little value to him. The reason why he didn't refuse that day was because she had 50 points of chi value on her. Ling Xiao was just a little curious as to where a woman with mediocre qualifications like her got her chi. Now that Ling Xiao knew, it must be related to Yi Fan. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to kick her out now, as she was now useful. Just as the 4 of them were walking along the streets towards the center of the ancient city, in the crowd in the distance, a sudden familiar fluctuation caused Ling Zhao's face to freeze. It was a figure shrouded in a black cloak, leaving only 2 eyes exposed, with a peak void spirit aura surrounding him that was extremely surging. It was as if 1 foot had already stepped into the awakened god realm. That outfit, it's kind of interesting. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Just from this dressing, he felt that this Yi Fan did have a bit of a story. He was careful to hide his identity, so he must have been off doing something unseemly. What exactly is the means? Ling Xiao lifted his feet and followed in the direction that Yi Fan had left. What did the prince say? Nothing. I went out today and saw colorful clouds in the sky. Maybe something good will happen later. Ling Xiao held Yi Qingqian's jade hand and followed Yi Fan all the way to a remote bazaar in the north of Qingcheng. It was just that what was being sold here was not extraordinary goods, but all sorts of strange and bizarre spiritual treasures and elixirs. It's true. This kind of marketplace is the place where the Son of Destiny should come. Ling Xiao was suddenly a bit excited. If this Yi Fan was the son of heavenly destiny he was looking for, then all that was left was to wait for him to go out and find treasures for himself. My lord, what brings you to a place like this? Yi Qingqian's eyebrows knitted lightly as she looked at the surrounding vendors who had set up stalls with some confusion. This kind of place, to put it nicely, is a place for cultivators to taunt. To put it bluntly, it's a flimflam. And with a status like Ling Zhao's, where an inherited divine artifact could be casually given to someone else, how could he look at these rags of copper and iron? Of course, Ling Xiao naturally wasn't looking for treasure. He just wanted to see if Yi Fan could gain something here. Soon, Yi Fan's figure stopped in front of a stall, and that stall was owned by an old man with a white beard and scruffy clothes. When the boss saw Yi Fan, his face was a kind of disdain, and he didn't even move while lying on the chair. That's the attitude. This stall, it's bound to produce exotic treasures. Chapter 32 Gentle. Your Excellency, as we all know, this unusual cultivator browsing the stalls, most of them are going to be pitched, but the Son of Heaven's destiny has the fortune added to his body, and the things that he looks up to are things that other people don't care about, but they definitely contain Qiankuan inside, especially if the stallholder reacts too enthusiastically. There's usually nothing good to be found. The more apathetic and pretentious this is, the better it will come out. Everyone understands these routines, which is why Ling Xiao seems so excited. I just don't know. What kind of creation can this Yi Fan get here today? It's a little exciting to think about. Ling Xiao led Yi Qingqian and the others to the stall, pretending that he didn't recognize Yi Fan. Of course, at this time, the aura on Yi Fan was properly at the peak of the void spirit, and neither Yi Sheng nor Yi Qingqian would associate it towards Yi Fan. The latter, on the other hand, saw Ling Xiao and the others, and the aura on his body visibly choked. Boss, how do you sell this piece of iron? Yi Fan deliberately lowered his voice and picked up a broken scrap iron placed on the stall. Steady. If an ordinary person saw this thing, they would most likely think that it was a fragment of some spiritual treasure that had no value at all. However, at this time, Yi Fan was extremely excited inside. Another piece. Before that, he had already inadvertently picked up one such black iron piece, which hit a very old map. It was just that the map was mutilated, so he liked to come and take his chances at Green Maple City's workshops and auctions when he had nothing else to do. I didn't expect that today. It had really happened to him. Otherwise, it is said that this thing called chi is mysterious and unpredictable. Crap, how else do you emphasize the protagonist's aura? Although the map in Yi Fan's hand was mutilated, he could clearly tell that it was the northern wasteland, near the eastern wasteland, which belonged to the forbidden area of the human race. And places like that are usually out of the ancient relics, containing great creations and at the same time great dangers. Of course, at this time, Yi Fan still tried to make his tone sound indifferent. After all, Ling Xiao was right beside him, and if he acted too eagerly, he would inevitably not draw suspicion from others. 100 spirit stones. The old man opened his eyes, glanced at Yi Fan, and his gaze lingered on Ling Xiao for a moment before he lazily said, 100 spirit stones. Yi Fan let out a cry of surprise, nearly exposing his true voice, and hurriedly coughed twice, asking with an icy voice, just this piece of scrap iron, how is it worth 100 spirit stones? What did you buy it for scrap metal? The old man's reasoning was very strong, and Yi Fan froze directly in place when asked, I'll take this iron piece, but I don't have so many spirit stones on me, can I trade for something? Yi Fan gritted his teeth and pulled out a jade bottle from his Qiankuan bag. This is a bottle of spirit rising elixir. A second-grade elixir. How about exchanging it for this broken iron piece of yours? No exchange, I only want spirit stones. The old man didn't even look at Yi Fan and directly refused. This bottle of my spirit ascension pill is an extreme product even amongst second-grade pills. Your Excellency. I'll take this spirit rising pill of yours. 100 spirit stones, right? Ling Xiao suddenly walked over to Yi Fan and pulled out a bag of spirit stones from his pocket and handed it over. A second-grade elixir. Or an extremely high-grade spirit ascension elixir. If it were to be auctioned off in an auction house, it would never be more than 100 spirit stones. Of course, what Ling Xiao cared about was naturally not pills. He just wanted to help Yi Fan get this iron piece quickly. Maybe in here. It was the map of the ruins where the Tao of Creation was located? Thanks. Yi Fan gave Ling Xiao a cold look, threw the spirit stone to the old man, took the iron piece and left, knowing the Qi lookout technique, alchemy, and hiding one's cultivation. Which kind of routine is this Yi Fan following? Ling Xiao glanced at the figure that disappeared into the crowd in a different way. Regardless of which set of paths Yi Fan took, he had to think of a way to help him speed up the process. If Ling Xiao hadn't suddenly descended, this Yi Fan would have definitely had to accumulate a certain amount of strength and punch the Yi family in the face before going out to train and find the creation. But Ling Xiao clearly didn't have the time to wait for him to grow up in this northern wasteland. Therefore, he had to think of a way to figure out Yi Fan's bottom card, and by the way, give him a bit of a boost, so that he would set foot on the path of searching for creation earlier. But what stimulus to give him? Ling Zhao's gaze landed on Yi Shang and Yi Qingchan as well as Feng Jiao'er. From today's lobby, he naturally saw that the Yi Fan was harboring a hint of thievery towards Yi Qingchan, and Feng Jiao'er, as Yi Fan's former fiancé, had definitely left scars in his heart. In that case, it's a good idea to take advantage of it. Duke, Yi Qingchan's heart thumped when she saw Ling Zhao's gaze as well as the bad smile raised at the corner of her mouth. The male must be holding back bad water again. Let's go. Go back. Young Master Yi, the pills are for you. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to Yi Qingchan's skepticism and instead led them back to the Yi family. Many thanks, Your Excellency. 100 spirit stones. For Yi Shang, it was a considerable expense. Sure enough, as long as you follow Prince Ling Xiao, not only do you have a card, but you also have a creation. At this time, what happened in the Drunken Immortal building had already spread throughout the entire Green Maple City. The young master of the Phoenix family, Phoenix Qi, did not know what was good for him and provoked Lord Ling Xiao in public and summoned the divine soul of his ancestor. As a result, he was mercilessly slapped in the face by Lord Ling Xiao. Not only did the ancestor kneel down and admit his mistake, but the entire Phoenix family was actually reduced to nothing in one night. This was simply a bolt from the blue for all the forces in the entire northern wasteland. Although they had long known that Duke Ling Xiao came from a mysterious and powerful background, but they had never dreamed that the Ling family would be so terrifying. A great powerhouse of the delusion-breaking realm was only an external slave of the Ling family. What a terrifying underbelly this was. Even thinking about it made people feel chills on their backs. Lord Ling Xiao is back. Outside the lobby, there was a sudden cry of alarm. Then all the Yi family members instantly swarmed around and neatly paid their respects towards Ling Xiao. Greetings, Your Excellency. Yi family master. Is something wrong here? Ling Xiao was a bit confused. How come when he came back from a trip out, the faces of this group of Yi family members changed when they saw him? Each one was silenced, not daring to utter more than a single breath. Ha? No. Is your traveling still pleasant? In fact, at this time, Yi Lufeng was afraid that Ling Xiao would be angry with the Yi family. After all, he was the one who helped Prince Xiao Yan to ask Ling Xiao to meet him in the first place. And once the sacred state prince is disgruntled, the Yi family will surely not be able to escape annihilation as well. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. This phrase Yi Lufeng finally realized. Pleasant? Of course pleasant. If there is nothing else for the housemaster to do, arrange a place for me to rest. Nonsense. Can it be unpleasant? Yi Fan getting the creation was equivalent to him getting the creation. He'd have to come up with a way to stimulate the chosen one in a hurry. If your excellency doesn't mind, I'll send someone to pack up my place. No need. Find me a quieter place. A quieter place? Shang, take the eunuch to the backyard and let the eunuch choose a satisfactory courtyard for himself. Yi Luyun didn't dare to delay and hurriedly instructed Yi Shang to take Ling Xiao to rest. When the Ling Xiao trio walked into the backyard, they also dismissed Yi Shang. Gongzi, I want to see that cousin of yours? Go on. What made Yi Qingchan somewhat surprised was that Ling Xiao agreed to her request painfully. My lord, what are you waiting for? You siblings haven't seen each other for a long time. It's time to talk. Ling Xiao grinned while Yi Qingchan obediently went out the door despite her suspicions. And it was only after Yi Qingchan left that Ling Xiao laid his eyes on Feng Jiao'er, especially with that sinister smile on his face, which for no apparent reason caused the thousand Mei Sect's holy maiden's delicate body to tremble. Sir, please, gently. Chapter 33, Unrequited Advancement. Lighter? Ling Xiao's expression froze, and then he realized what Feng Jiao'er meant. There's something I need you to do right now. My lord, I understand. Feng Jiao'er took a step in front of Ling Xiao, and before Ling Xiao could stop her, she had already undone the clothes on her body. It's not about that. Although at this moment, Ling Xiao was eager to taste the flavor of this thousand Mei Sect saintess, it was obvious that the Tao of creation was a bit more important, especially taking advantage of Yi Qingchan's absence. He had to instruct Feng Jiao'er properly. Aha! Feng Jiao'er didn't care which thing Ling Xiao was talking about. At this point, she had already started to resist, softly chanting, Feng Jiao'er, I need you to seduce Yi Fan. Ling Xiao barely suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. He wasn't a saint. Besides, this Feng Jiao'er did look good. That little waist twirl is a real firecracker. Seducing Yi Fan? The delicacy on Feng Jiao'er's face instantly solidified before she looked at Ling Xiao with an incredulous expression. What is the prince thinking? Could it be testing himself? Why else would you let yourself seduce that loser? There are some secrets on this Yi Fan. I hope you can help me find out. Can you do that? Ling Xiao's expression gradually became grave. It's the right medicine for the right problem. If he didn't even know what the bottom card on Yi Fan was, how could he proceed with his next plan? Moreover, this Yi Fan was cautious by nature, so I'm afraid it would be hard to get him to expose his methods if he wasn't given some stimulation. It was naturally most appropriate for Yi Qingchan to do this, but Ling Xiao weighed the situation and was still a bit intolerant. Feng Jiao'er was at best a toy for him. Letting her seduce Yi Fan would have little effect on success or failure. Of course, with Ling Xiao's current value of qi, in fact, crushing Yi Fan wouldn't necessarily be subject to the backlash of the heavenly Tao. Even if he had a heavenly creation in his hands, he might not be able to shake Ling Xiao. It's just that villains have died more often than not since the beginning of time by being too big. This Yi Fan is really hiding too well, so the dog that won't bark is the most dangerous. Besides, he was counting on Yi Fan to open the secret map and bring him to find that creation, so it was boring to directly strike out and get him killed. Gongzi, I have long since had no relationship with Yi Fan. Don't worry, I'm not testing you. Yi Fan is not a simple person. You go and probe him, and after it's done, I'll bestow you with a divine weapon. Ling Xiao naturally knew what Feng Jiao'er was concerned about and said with an evil smile on his face, you should be able to do it, right? Aha! Feng Jiao'er's body trembled, and her body twisted even more. Don't worry, Your Excellency, my slave will definitely make the Yi Fan's hands be tied. No, later, you just put it all on my head and make him trust you, and then, Ling Xiao leaned over and whispered a few words in Feng Jiao'er's ear, and the hot breath exhaled from his mouth caused Feng Jiao'er's face to blush and her entire body to burn. My lord, why don't we do something fun first? Over here. Yi Qingchan left Ling Xiao's residence and went directly to the small courtyard where Yi Fan was. Ever since he was a child, Yi Fan had always lived in this small remote courtyard far away from the Yi family's lobby, isolated and ignored by the entire Yi family. Cousin Yi Fan. Yi Qingchan stood outside the courtyard and gently called out, it's cousin Qingchan. Inside the thatched hut in the courtyard, Yi Fan's face suddenly revealed a smile, and he scrambled to put the two pieces of iron that kissed together in his hand into his storage bag, and turned around and walked towards the outside of the house. Ao-chan. Yifan opened the courtyard door and looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him with a smile on her face and a beautiful face, her eyes revealing fascination. Cousin Yifan, aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Yi Qingchan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. This cousin, still as silly as before. Although he was born with a wasted vein and was unable to step into the immortal path, he was tough-minded and never bowed down easily. This was quite appealing to Yi Qingchan. Qingchan, come in. Yifan instinctively went to pull Yi Qingchan's hand, but she naturally avoided it. Yifan blushed and smiled helplessly. Qingchan has grown up. Just as soon as he turned his face, a glint of gloom flashed in his eyes. Even though he didn't want to believe it, he still felt Yi Qingchan's detachment from him. You know, when they were kids, the two used to hold hands and go out of town to play. Cousin Yifan, you still live here alone? Yi Qingchan walked into the small courtyard and looked at the simple and shabby thatched cottage in front of her, slightly distressed. Yes, always lived here. Qingchan, do you remember? That time it was here that you stood up for me, drew your sword and chopped up Yi Shang, and was scolded by third uncle. Yifan's eyes revealed memories. It was because of that sword that he had commiserated with the Yi family for so long. The purpose, naturally, was to be able to take one more look at Yi Qingchan. Failing that, what's there to keep about the Yi family? At that time, cousin Yi Shang was too overbearing. I couldn't stand to see it, but this time his character seems to have changed a lot. Cousin Yifan, how have you been doing lately? Still unable to cultivate spiritual energy? Yi Qingchan spoke lightly, as if she didn't feel how bone-chilling that memory was at all. Yifan was actually eager to tell Yi Qingchan about his current realm, but looking at the attitude of this cousin at this moment, there was some hesitation again. His undercard absolutely could not be easily exposed, or else it would surely attract countless powerful people to covet it. If Yi Qingchan was still like before, sharing his mind, he wouldn't hide anything from her. But now, Qingchan, I heard that you're now following that what's-her-name Ling Xiao around and are just a maidservant? Yifan brought tea and deliberately tested Yi Qingchan. Well, Gongzi Tianzuan, I'm content to be a maidservant by his side. Yi Qingchan lowered her head and smiled lightly. Her face was actually a bit shy. As for Yifan, he could no longer help but clench his palms, and the depths of his eyes were filled with grimness. Qingchan, with your appearance, you should be a phoenix soaring in the 9 heavens. How can you condescend to be someone's servant girl? Did that Ling Xiao force you? Or did he lie to you about something? In Yifan's eyes, although Ling Xiao was from the holy state, his status was just like that. His mother was also from the sacred state and had left him a heavenly jewel, so sooner or later, he would set foot there, make a name for himself, get his mother back, and kill all his enemies in the process. Cousin Yifan? What are you thinking? Yi Qingchan froze for a moment, especially the killing intent in Yifan's eyes at this moment, which inexplicably caused a chill to grow in her heart. Gongzi treats me extremely well, but it's cousin. You're always so unmotivated. What will you do in the future? Why don't I'll go ask the Gongzi if he can solve the problem of your wasted veins. Not looking to get ahead? Yifan froze for a moment, and a touch of grimness instantly raised on his originally fairly gentle face. Chapter 34, the show begins. So that's how my cousin sees me. To be honest, at this moment, Yifan's heart was very difficult and depressing. There was even an urge to immediately tell Yi Qingchan his true cultivation level, but in the end, he restrained himself. Although he was not afraid of Ling Xiao, his current strength was not able to contend with that sacred state prince, so it can only be held back for the time being. Besides, the piece of iron he had just found had a very old map drawn on it. If Yifan expected well, it would be an ancient secret realm there. Just what kind of creation it contained, he was not sure for the time being, but obviously, definitely not too bad. Intuition told Yifan that this secret realm had a lot to do with whether or not he could achieve the immortal Tao. These years of experience have given him a maturity far beyond his years, so he was not destined to play himself to death as easily as Chu Yang. Instead, he would dissipate his entire body's light and heat before being played to death by Ling Xiao. Cousin? Yi Qingchan looked somewhat uneasily at the frozen Yifan in front of her. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but she always felt that the current Yifan made her a bit impervious. Ha? Qingchan, what did you say? Yifan reacted and reappeared with a gentle smile. I say, should I let Lord Ling Xiao take a look at what's going on with your meridians for you? The poison on my body before was something that Mr. Ling Xiao helped me with, Yi Qingchan said, her face actually slightly flushed. This in turn made Yifan feel extremely humiliated. There's no need for that. I'll leave my cousin to worry about my affairs. Yifan looked at Yi Qingchan very coldly, then got up and walked into the hut. If your cousin has nothing to do, please go back. I'm going to rest. cousin Yi Fan. Yi Qingchan looked at Yi Fan's back in a bit of a daze, and really couldn't figure out how this cousin of hers had suddenly gotten angry. Yi Qingchan, sooner or later, you are mine, only mine. Yi Fan leaned behind the door of the room, his hands clenched tightly as a flash of black aura gradually surged out of his eyes, revealing a mysterious and evil aura. Is Mr. Yi Fan here? But just as the black aura in his eyes became more and more prevalent, outside the courtyard, there was once again a melodious and pleasant woman's voice. Who is it? Yi Qingchan returned to Ling Xiao's residence, her face clearly a bit gloomy. What's going on here? Ling Xiao glanced at her with ulterior motives, the corner of his mouth lifting in amusement. Without thinking, he could guess why Yi Qingchan was unhappy. It must be because she had a fight with Yi Fan. The system beeps have gone off several times. Feng Jiaoer took the initiative to send warmth at this moment, which was bound to make Yi Fan feel sweet. Steady, my lord. Do you think that people change? Yi Qingchan sat in front of Ling Xiao with her little mouth pouting and some aggression in her eyes. She originally only had good intentions, wanting Ling Xiao to help Yi Fan look at the problem with his meridians. Who knew that the guy wouldn't even appreciate it, but he even kicked her out. Yeah, the only thing that doesn't change in this world is change. Ling Xiao said something very profound, and Yi Qingchan was obviously a bit confused. Why is he angry when I was obviously being nice and trying to get you to help him? Really? Yi Fan? Angry? Ling Xiao eyes more and more thick playful. This girl, usually very smart, how this time the reaction is so slow. The way Yi Fan looked at Yi Qingchan, anyone with a discerning eye could tell something, but the girl just thought it was a normal bond between cousins. How can this not make people angry? After all, it's the chosen one. What you want is not immediately delivered to your door. Qingchan, do you feel that this cousin of yours is any different than before? Ling Xiao picked up the wine cup on the table and tilted his head back to drink. At this moment, he didn't look at Yi Qingchan and just pretended to casually ask, different place? Gongzi, I forgot if you didn't say it. Just now when I stood beside cousin Yi Fan, I actually felt a chill, but he clearly doesn't have any cultivation. Yi Qingchan acted confused. Usually this kind of chill was mostly the result of cultivation suppression or panic when facing a strong person. But Yi Fan hadn't even cultivated his spiritual power, so how could he make himself feel panicked? Chill? A hint of curiosity appeared on Ling Xiao's face. On Yi Qingchan's body, there was the divine artifact Taishu tripod that he had bestowed upon him. If it was an ordinary spiritual treasure, the breath would not have been able to suppress the Taishu tripod. In that case, the treasures on that Yi Fan's body were at least something more terrifying than a divine weapon. Kind of. A mere inferior divine artifact. Ling Xiao would naturally not place it in his eyes. But if it was an absolute divine weapon or a Dao weapon, even in the sacred state, it would still be a rare treasure. Let's just see if Feng Jiaoer can bring some useful news. Ling Xiao glanced at his empty wineglass, and Yi Qingchan instantly and wisely helped him fill it up, and the sadness between his brows was not as obvious as before. Yi Fan was, after all, only a not-so-important character in her immortal journey, and was still far from influencing her Dao heart. It was just that the change in his attitude towards himself was more or less chilling Yi Qingchan a bit. This way, Feng Jiaoer sat opposite Yi Fan, a pretty face with some hidden tear marks. So, in the beginning, when you withdrew from the marriage, it was entirely because your master forced you to do so? Yi Fan frowned, seemingly somewhat disbelieving. If it wasn't for master forcing me to do so, how would I have been so heartless to let go of this 10-year marriage contract? Brother Yi Fan, have you forgotten how happy we were together when we were little? This was something Yi Fan did not deny. When the two families were first engaged, this Feng Jiaoer did often run to visit her. It was just that what he didn't know was that the Feng family at that time was just a third-rate clan in Qingfeng City. It was so hard to hug the Yi family's thigh, so how could he let go of it? Yi Fan was born with a wasted vein, but at least he was the son of the Yi family. When the Yi family's old man was still alive, he was very heartbroken. And what is the reason for your visit today? Yi Fan looked at the sadness in Feng Jiaoer's eyes, and a flame inexplicably burned in his heart. At this moment, he wanted to hold this 1000 sect holy maiden in his arms and comfort her. It wasn't that Yi Fan, this person, was seeing color, it was really that Feng Jiaoer was secretly practicing her charming techniques. Especially this kind of charming technique of entering the heart from sorrow. It was hard for the average person to resist it. I didn't come here to ask brother Yi Fan to forgive me. It's just that the moment I see my brother, it's so hard on my heart. Feng Jiaoer hid her face and sobbed, her tears wetting her chest shirt. Feng Jiaoer became more and more sad, and finally even let out a cry. Yi Fan's heart trembled, feeling more and more that what Feng Jiaoer said was true. Otherwise, why would she have come to act with herself? After all, Yi Fan thought that he had hidden himself well enough that absolutely no one would know the secrets he carried. And how could a loser be worthy of this thousand-may sex-proud daughter's deliberate calculations? Chapter 35, Falling into a Trap. That Lord Ling Xiao has a terrifying background and is a nobleman from the sacred state. Don't quite a few heavenly prides in the northern wasteland want to move to his side now? Why are you unhappy instead? Yi Fan felt annoyed in his heart when he thought that Yi Qingchan had just opened her mouth and closed it with a Prince Ling Xiao. Without realizing it, he had completely fallen into Feng Jiaoer's trap. The most natural and effective way to capture a person is to get him or her off the hook, especially when it was performed by a proud woman who could charm. It was a bit of a turn-on. Brother Yi Fan, how do you know how perverted that Ling Xiao is? Feng Jiaoer let out a bitter smile, her silver teeth clenching her vermilion lips, indescribably seductive and charming. That Ling Xiao, in front of people is a gentleman's appearance, but behind the scenes is the most nasty people I've ever seen. I'm with Sister Ching Chan with him, all day long fear. You do not know it, before Sister Ching Chan has a senior, because of the relationship with her closer, but was killed alive by the Ling Xiao. This set of sayings was taught to Feng Jiaoer by Ling Xiao. Yi Fan's character was too calm, so a simple beauty trick wouldn't necessarily work for him. Therefore, Ling Xiao intended to put some pressure on him and force him to make a move against himself. In this way, Ling Xiao naturally knew exactly what means he had. And with Eldarine sitting behind him and Ling Xiao having prepared for it, it would be difficult for a mere mole not yet at the awakened god realm to truly threaten his life. The son of heaven's destiny, however, was blessed with good fortune and sheltered by the heavenly Tao, but this asylum presupposes a threat to his life. Now that Ling Xiao wasn't moving, forcing him to make a move, how could the heavenly Tao still shelter him? Could it be that all the heaven's destined sons wanted to kill anyone, and the heavenly Tao would help him do it? That's certainly not possible, because the heavenly Tao also believed that only those who had grown up through heavy trials and tribulations were the true sons of heaven's destiny. Don't ask me how I know. The question is that we haven't written the heavenly doctrine yet. What? A black aura instantly surged out of Yi Fan's eyes, and even his aura around him gradually turned cold. Sure enough, cousin Qingchan was forced to do this. She must have the same unavoidable hardships as herself. I hate myself for treating her like that just now. Cousin Qingchan must be very sad now, right? Brother Yi Fan, you mustn't get excited. Although I've always believed that you'll become the most dazzling pride of the northern wasteland. Right now you're definitely not a match for that Ling Xiao. His cultivation is terrifying, at least at the Soul Sea realm. Not to mention you. Even my master is not a match for him. What Feng Jiaoer said at this moment was 3 parts true and 7 parts false, but the more so, the easier it was to believe. Humph. Soul Sea realm? Yi Fan showed a touch of disdain on his face, while a hint of sarcasm immediately flashed in Feng Jiaoer's eyes. Lord Ling Xiao's guess was indeed correct. This Yi Fan was definitely hiding some terrifying means in his body. Soul Sea powerhouses were already at the top in this northern wasteland. If an ordinary person heard the word Soul Sea, they would definitely be afraid. But now, instead of being scornful, this Yi Fan revealed a hint of disdain. What a scary city. At this moment, even Feng Jiaoer couldn't help but feel a little chilled. Once this Yi Fan grows up, I'm afraid that the first one won't let himself go. No, today, even if he put down some money, he had to pull out this Yi Fan's bottom card, so that Lord Ling Xiao could hurry up and clean him up. Brother Yi Fan, I came to find you today. I don't have any other meaning. It's just that I'm really depressed in my heart. I want to find someone to talk to. We grew up together as children. You'll definitely help me to keep my secret, right? Or else if I let that Ling Xiao know about it. Feng Jiaoer's eyes revealed a touch of trepidation. Then she looked at Yi Fan with some supplication. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, but it's not a good idea for you guys to stay around him like this. Yi Fan didn't doubt Feng Jiaoer at all at this moment. After all, her fear didn't look like she was faking it. Brother Yi Fan, I knew you were the best for me. If it's possible, Jiaoer would still like to be your fiancé in her next life. When Feng Jiaoer saw that Yi Fan had almost believed in him, she immediately jumped into his arms and said softly, Jiaoer, you. Yi Fan was not ashamed to be the son of heaven's destiny, the rightful protagonist. Now that the beauty has thrown herself at him, it is surprising that he is acting extremely rushed. If this were Ling Xiao, he would have already stripped naked and eaten and wiped clean. Brother Yi Fan, let Jiaoer hug you for a while. Otherwise, you might not have the chance to do so in the future. Feng Jiaoer gently swayed her body, right on top of Yi Fan, and feeling that hidden excitement, Yi Fan's eyes gradually became mesmerized. At this moment, not only was he worried about Feng Jiaoer's safety, but more importantly, Qingchan was also in Ling Xiao's hands. Sanity was rapidly being cut down, and a ghostly aura suddenly lit up in Yi Fan's eyes. Jiaoer, you go back first. I'll think of a way to remove that Ling Xiao. Brother Yi Fan, there's no need to worry. Others are afraid of him, but I'm not. You just go back and wait at ease. And by the way, tell cousin Qinchan that I won't let her be wronged. Yi Fan took a deep breath, and at this time, his heart had already made up its mind. Kill Ling Xiao, take back his beloved woman, and go to the peak of his life. The setup was this setup, but all of this had long been seen through by Ling Xiao. No matter how deep Yi Fan's city was, how could he possibly play with a reborn villain who stood in God's perspective overlooking him? Poor Yi Fan didn't know by this point that he had completely fallen into the trap that Ling Xiao had prepared for him. Joel, you're beautiful. Even after completely dropping his guard, Yi Fan's lust gradually grew bigger, and his face was even a little shy. Brother Yi Fan, I want to be held in your arms like this every day. Feng Zhaoer's voice was a bit disoriented, but her eyes were calm and terrifying, and the corners of her mouth still had a hint of faint playfulness. Good. Tonight I will make my move to get rid of that Ling Xiao. You must remember to hide far away. It's best to let people know where you are, so as not to be implicated. As well as cousin Qinchan, you must protect yourselves. After this night, we will be able to be together every day. Yi Fan took a deep sniff of the aroma of Feng Zhaoer's neck and was just about to put his hand into her collar when he saw that the latter suddenly stood up and glared at him somewhat sheepishly. Brother Yi Fan, you're bad. I have to go back. Otherwise that Ling Xiao should get suspicious. Zhaoer. At this moment, Yi Fan had long been aroused by Feng Zhaoer. His head only had some male and female love matters left. Suddenly interrupted by Feng Zhaoer, his heart suddenly felt a little lost. Brother Yi Fan, I want to be with you one day in a dignified manner. Right now like this, I'm scared. Feng Zhaoer revealed a hint of aggression, while the killing intent in Yi Fan's eyes was finally no longer hidden. Good. You can go back and wait. Ling Xiao will definitely die tonight. Chapter 36 Yi Fan's Cards. The night breeze is cool, and the moon presses down on the lonely branches. Darkness enveloped the land and silence reigned everywhere. Tonight, indeed, is a good time to kill. Ling Xiao stood in front of the window, looking at the cold moon overhead, with a hint of a smile always at the corner of his mouth. So, you're saying that Yi Fan knew that I was at the Soul Sea realm and acted disdainfully? Yes, my lord. He said that he would make a move on your lord tonight. Feng Zhaoer had long since put away the coquettishness on her face, and her expression was somewhat grave. The feeling Yi Fan gave her today was extremely dangerous, though she wasn't sure what kind of secret was hidden in the former. However, the means to be able to kill a Soul Sea powerhouse must be extremely terrifying to think about. If it was before, Feng Zhaoer would definitely feel terrified. But today, she had witnessed Ling Xiao casually crush a Soul Sea powerhouse in the drunken immortal tower, so she thought that a mere Yi Fan should not be placed in the eyes of the Gongzi, right? In this matter, you have done well. This is a lower-grade divine weapon. It is the royal beast sex inherited treasure. The divine sense on it has been erased by me. You can just recognize the master. Ling Xiao casually handed a ring-shaped spiritual treasure to Feng Zhaoer. Thank you, sir. Feng Zhaoer's face was a joyful color. Although divine weapons were not worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes, they were a supreme creation for these northern wasteland prides. You go back first. Go find Qinchan, and don't let her come out later, no matter what commotion you hear. Ling Xiao waved his hand to dismiss Feng Zhaoer. Then the killing intent in his eyes was no longer concealed. Yin Lao, Duke. There was a fluctuation in space, and Yin Lao's figure suddenly appeared in the room. Keep an eye on Yi Fan's side, but don't make a move against him. He has the confidence to kill Soul Sea. I'm afraid he must be extremely confident in the undercard in his hand. Ling Xiao did not see the slightest panic on his face. Instead, he was somewhat excited. The more amazing Yi Fan's secrets were, the more interesting this game would be. Otherwise, a random son of heaven's destiny could be killed with a wave of his hand right now. Only that feeling of a little bit of plundering chi luck made him feel soothed. The path of the villain is really a path that you can't stop walking down. It's going to be a good show tonight. Ling Xiao closed the window and resumed his seat at the table, filling a cup of sake for himself. The room grew quiet, with the occasional chirping of insects coming from the yard to make the night seem slightly less lonely. Over here, Feng Zhaoer left Ling Xiao's room and went directly to Yi Qinchan's place. Miss Qinchan, Gongzi asked me to come over. Feng Zhaoer stood in front of Yi Qinchan's door. Her face no longer had the humble flattery from before, but rather a condescending look. She was originally one of the 8 clans, the holy daughter of the Thousand Mei clan, and by all accounts, her status in the northern wasteland was a bit higher than Yi Qinchan. Even his cultivation had long since stepped into the awakened god realm for a long time. Although Yi Qinchan was recognized as the #1 beauty in the northern wasteland, in Feng Zhaoer's eyes, it was just that. She was just luckier to have been favored by the male. But as a woman, Feng Zhaoer thought she understood men better than Yi Qinchan. In these few years, there were countless northern wasteland celestials who had fallen under her, and most of them are still self-inflicted. Feng Zhaoer believed that as long as she could stay by Gongzi's side, Sooner or later she would replace Yi Qingchan and gain Gongzi's favor alone. The prince sent you over? Yi Qingchan's eyebrows knitted slightly, especially when she saw the cold pride on Feng Jiaoer's face. A flash of gloom flashed across her eyes. What did the prince ask you to come here for? Come over and keep you company. Feng Jiaoer didn't explain too much and directly pushed open the door and walked in. What were you doing? Yi Qingchan frowned. Her voice had gone a little cold and hard. Do something for the prince. Feng Jiaoer glanced at Yi Qingchan triumphantly, and sure enough, she saw a hint of disappointment flash through her eyes. Oh, aren't you curious about what the male has made me do? Did what? The male is not allowed to speak. You. Yi Qingchan was extremely angry, but she didn't dare to turn the tables on Feng Jiaoer. After all, she definitely wouldn't dare to come over and provoke herself under the guise of a male. In doing so, she may have actually helped the Duke accomplish something great and been rewarded by him. Thinking like this, Yi Qingchan surprisingly suddenly felt a little lost. Although Ling Xiao always said some lovey-dovey things to her on a regular basis, he had never asked her to do anything. On the contrary, this Feng Jiaoer has only been with the Duke for a few days and has gained the Duke's respect. If this continues, I'm afraid that sooner or later, I'll be kicked away from the Duke by this Feng Jiaoer. In the meantime, in the small courtyard where Yi Fan was, only to see a path of ghostly awns dispersed from the cottage, and then dissipated without a trace in the twinkling of an eye. Yi Fan stood in an unfamiliar space that was completely dark, his expression somewhat grim, and what made people feel fearful was that at this time, his eyes had completely turned the color of pitch black. No whites of the eyes, no feelings, cold like a demon walking out of the 9 specters, and at the end of this weird space, from time to time, there would come a sound of chains clashing, making people not help but feel a little creepy. The 8 desolate glazed pagoda, suppressing all of the most terrifying demons in the sacred state. Nowadays I can only open the first layer, but it should be enough to deal with a mere soul sea person. Yi Fan took a deep breath, then walked towards the place where the sound of the chains came from. Ta-da-da. The darkness seemed to have no end, and as far as the eye could see, it was all pitch black. Until 2 scarlet reds suddenly lit up in the distance before Yi Fan's footsteps stopped. Demon, we meet again. Roar. At those 2 scarlets, an angry growl suddenly came from them. Immediately afterward, a huge black shadow swept in from the distance. The entire space instantly stirred up a monstrous fishy wind, causing people to want to escape from this place. I'll give you a chance to do it, and when you do, I'll give you back your freedom. It was just that Yi Fan's face didn't show half a bit of panic. Instead, the corner of his mouth raised a smile. Clang! The sound of chains crunched to a halt. In the darkness, the terrifying ferocious shadow gradually revealed its figure, which was actually a giant ape covered in black hair. Ancient devil ape, born as a devil, has long since disappeared from the sacred state nowadays. I didn't realize that there was actually one here. Only, at this moment, its hands and feet were all bound by a huge chain. The chains were as thick as a person, with flame-like runes flowing from them, filling them with a sense of mania. And those 2 spots of scarlet were the eyes of this demonic ape. I know you can understand what I'm saying. Are you interested in working with me on this? Yi Fan raised his head and looked at the figure that was more than several times taller than him, and a black ancient pagoda in his hand gradually bloomed with light. Roar! The devil ape seemed to be very jealous of Yi Fan, or perhaps scorned the black tower in his hand. The figure unconsciously took a few steps back. I'll loosen your 2 seals and allow your divine soul to go out. Help me kill a person from the sea of souls and I'll return your freedom. Yi Fan sneered, and in his eyes, the black aura steeply grew. Chapter 37, Happy Birthday. Who? The devil ape suddenly spit out human words. The figure shrinks out of thin air, and in just a few moments it turns into a human form. Oh, you can even take shape? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows lightly and nodded in satisfaction. So, you're saying yes? You're true to your word that you're going to give me back my freedom? The demonic ape's illusory human form was 9 feet tall, with muscles shrugging all over his body and a demonic aura. Now that this 8 desolate glazed pagoda has recognized me as its master, it's all up to me whether I want to kill or release you. Yi Fan smiled icily while the demonic ape hissed up to the sky. Ignorant child. You think you can decide whether we live or die just because you control this broken tower? Not to mention you. Even the original owner of this broken tower can't exterminate us, but can only imprison us here. You'd better be true to your word, or else I'll definitely make your life worse than death. Oh, as long as you help me kill that man, I promise to return your freedom immediately. A flash of gloom flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Since he was a child, he had endured the most cold stares and threats from onlookers. He swore that all those who looked down on him would have to die. This devil ape had been sealed in the tower for 1,000 years. If it really had a way to break free from the shackles in this tower, it wouldn't have waited until now. This was something Yi Fan had understood from the time he fused this ancient tower. Therefore, he simply ignored this demonic ape's threat. It's a deal. A mere ant of the Soul Sea realm. I, Mayan, can destroy it with a wave of my hand. The devil ape coldly grunted. Outside the body of the devil aura spitting, there is a momentum of the devil god descending. Good. Then I'll unlock the 2 seals for you first, and your divine soul will leave your body and go kill that teenager called Ling Xiao. Yifan's palm seals changed in his hands, only to see that the black chain that bound the demon ape's body suddenly bloomed with dazzling red light, and then dimmed again in an instant. At the same time, a slightly illusory figure struggled slightly and broke free from the torso. Go on. Yifan frowned, looking at the terrifying divine soul that stood motionless in front of him as the black tower in his hand rotated slightly. He didn't believe that these demons would keep their word, so he had already prepared the means for them. As long as this demonic ape dared to make the slightest movement, he would not hesitate to activate the 8 desolate glazed pagoda and kill this demonic divine soul. As expected, the scarlet light in that devil ape's eyes was huge, staring at Yifan with a deadly stare, apparently also weighing whether or not to take the opportunity to kill the new lord of this ancient tower. Only in the end, it hesitated. This heavenly treasure was a holy relic of the devil race, and it was monstrously powerful. The demons that were suppressed in them were all once renowned supreme ferocious beasts in the sacred state. Now that he was only a divine soul manifestation and his strength was 10 to 1, if he struck out in this tower, 80% of the time, he would be resuppressed by Yifan. Yes, in the end, it respectfully bowed towards Yifan and then disappeared. It wasn't until that devil ape aura completely disappeared that Yifan's heart relaxed. Unconsciously, the shirt on his back was drenched in sweat. The realm is still too low. The demons on the first floor of the district can put me under such pressure, and I don't know what kind of ferocious things are suppressed above the 9th floor. Yifan lowered his head and glanced at the black ancient tower in his hand. From the day he fused this ancient holy relic, he knew the origin of this tower. 8 wasteland glazed pagoda, 9 layers and 9 demons. At first, my mother had said that as long as his cultivation breaks through the delusion, he can refine and drive the demons in this tower. At the same time, the martial arts techniques practiced by these 9 devils would also be passed down to him. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's appearance today, he would never have dared to let this demonic ape out so easily. Otherwise, once he aroused the attention of those supreme beings in the holy state, he was afraid that he would die without even knowing how. However, when he thought of the humiliation that cousin Qingchan had suffered beside that Ling Xiao, Yifan felt a million ants devouring his heart in agony. Ling Xiao, if you want to blame it on the fact that you messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with. Over here, that demon ape Mion left the 8 desolate glazed pagoda, only feeling that the air had become sweet and incomparable. At this moment, he didn't even go directly to Ling Xiao, but instead stood on the roof of the Yi family compound, panting indulgently. A whole 1,000 years, 1,000 years of not seeing the sun and facing perpetual darkness. Although it was late at night, the moonlight overhead was so warm and moving. Miyong took a deep breath, then slightly discerned the direction and swept towards the small courtyard where Ling Xiao was, carrying the endless demonic aura with him. Nowadays, he was only a divine soul leaving his body, and his main body was still in the soul-suppressing tower. That's not real freedom. What he wanted was indulgence for the soul and the body. Killing, only endless killing could bury his nearly 1,000 years of loneliness. In the sky above the Yi family, there were suddenly black clouds. A fearful chill swept in from all directions. If someone were to look up into the middle of the sky at that moment, they would definitely notice that the moon seemed to be covered by something. It was only at this time that Mayan was also a bit surprised. He realized that the cultivation level of the beings in this world was also too low. Right? This is definitely not the sacred state. But, how could the 8 desolate glazed pagoda be lost outside? Whatever. Kill that Ling Xiao first. Miyong didn't conceal his aura at all and just appeared in Ling Xiao's room out of thin air. But what made him feel surprised was that the moment he manifested from the void, the originally dark room suddenly lit up with bright candlelight. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Countless Yi family members stood around the room, looking at the terrifying figure with a monstrous devilish aura all over his body. Unfortunately, it was that they didn't have the slightest bit of fear on their faces, and at most, they were a bit surprised. Just now, Prince Ling Xiao sent someone to call all the Yi family's children, saying that there would be a distinguished guest at the door later. Also taught them an odd ditty. Originally, Yi Lufeng thought that this Duke Ling Xiao's honored guest was bound to be a sacred state powerhouse as well, right? But no matter how you look at it, this figure in front of you that was filled with demonic aura didn't quite look like a decent person. The look on Mayan's face had long since frozen. A heart completely messed up when he saw these humans shaped like ants in front of him and saw that he actually revealed a friendly smile. Dry. Is the old man out of fashion? Or do you think I can't lift my sword? It turned out that even immortal ascension powerhouses had a shivering. terrified and wary look when they saw him. But now, a few mole crickets in the district were actually smiling at him? Also, what the hell were they singing before? Happy birthday? Yi Fan sent you? The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth always carried a touch of playfulness. A divine soul incarnation of an immortal ascension powerhouse. I wonder if I can make a breakthrough in my divine soul realm by swallowing him. A mere mole cricket. How dare you talk to this king like that? Mayan snorted coldly, although he felt that the atmosphere in the room was so weird. But a few mole crickets, what can they set off? This king? It's a bit interesting. Is this what Yi Fan is relying on? A remnant soul of an immortal ascension powerhouse? Or a demonic soul? Ling Xiao frowned lightly, but his heart was slightly puzzled. Why had he never felt this fluctuation on Yi Fan before? Chapter 38, The True Body of the Heavenly Devil. Nope, surely it can't be that simple. With this move, Ling Zhao's intention was to let the Yi family members know that Yi Fan, the pusher, had been hiding his bottom card. So much for letting him end up with no place to stand. That would make it much easier for him to do it again. You guys saw it. He tried to kill me. I didn't seek death. However, he didn't expect that this Yi Fan had driven in a demonic soul. One must know that whether it was in the sacred state or the Four Wastelands, the word devil was taboo, even though the Wandao demon sect that he belonged to was labeled with the word demon. At most, it was because of the cultivation techniques. The 3,000 paths in this world are all great paths, but this demonic creature in front of him, with the aura emanating from his body, was by no means as simple as the devil's way. Nowadays, the holy sect is in charge of heaven and earth, and it is praised by the world for cutting down demons and eliminating devils. It seems like this kind of demon has long since disappeared. But why? How could Yi Fan drive it? It's getting interesting. You're Ling Xiao? Miang swept his gaze across the entire room and finally placed his eyes on Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha. What a fresh scent of flesh and blood. After this king swallows you, he will then crush all of these ants to death. As the words fell, he simply did not give Ling Xiao time to react, and with a flash of his figure, he even swept directly into the latter's sea of consciousness. Seeing this, the faces of the Yi family members changed, especially when they felt the monstrous demonic aura surging from that demonic creature. Each one of them was so scared that their faces turned white and they directly went limp on the ground. Mr. Ling Xiao. For a time, the entire Yi family mourned 100 people, and the sound of mourning spread far and wide. Done. Got it wrong. This demon is here to kill Lord Ling Xiao. But once Lord Ling Xiao falls in the Yi family, this responsibility. Oh, don't scare us, Gongzi. Even Yi Qingchan, who had been awakened from her dream, wanted to go out to find out what was going on with her pretty face confused. Stand still. Feng Jiao'er naturally wouldn't let her go out. Gongzi had explained that no matter what the commotion was outside, Yi Qingchan must not be allowed to go out. Feng Jiao'er, what do you mean? My lord said you're not to go anywhere tonight. You, and at this moment, Ling Xiao stood in place, seemingly in a daze. But instead of panicking, the corners of his mouth even lifted up a touch of playfulness. What a way to throw yourself into the net. Nowadays, his sea of consciousness is guarded by the ancient Pango stone, not to mention an immortal ascension demon soul. Even if a supreme powerhouse goes in, he won't be able to take the slightest advantage. If this demon soul made his move outside, Ling Xiao would still be slightly apprehensive. But in his sea of consciousness, the king of heaven would have to kneel for him. Boom! In Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, a demonic aura suddenly raged wildly. Mayan's figure tore through space and came out. Only in the next instant, his face suddenly froze. At this moment, he could see that where he was, it seemed to be a grand hall. However, the color of this great hall was not the reddish-golden color of an unusual immortal ascension powerhouse's divine soul, but a deep black. A trace of uneasiness suddenly arose in the bottom of Mayan's heart. Even the soul palaces of immortal ascension powerhouses were only a handful of 100 feet. But this bizarre black hall in front of him was 10,000 feet wide. What the is this? Could it be that this Ling Xiao was the incarnation of that old monster? Just then, at the end of that palace, a figure suddenly walked in. The figure was slightly slim, but Mayan inexplicably felt some trembling in his heart. Who, exactly are you? Answer me a few questions and maybe I'll consider keeping you alive. Ling Xiao's face was extremely indifferent, like a god judging the living, condescending and cold, devoid of any emotion. A mere mole cricket. How dare you threaten this king? With a furious roar, Miang's figure grew larger out of thin air, instantly reaching a height of 100 feet. Ling Xiao looked at the 100-foot demon ape in front of him with interest, and in his heart, he became even more curious about the secrets in Yi Fan's body. A person at the peak of the void spirit could actually make this immortal demon submission? Don't know how to die. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and gently waved it towards the 100-foot demonic shadow, only to see a divine soul palm seal instantly take shape from the top of Miang's head, transforming into the size of 1,000 feet. directly crushing the latter ruthlessly onto the ground. Roar! Devil Ape Mayan let out a miserable scream, but just as he was struggling, a scene that made him feel fearful happened. He only saw the black-clothed teenager walking slowly towards him, a demonic aura overflowing from his body with every step he took. In the end, he even transformed into a terrifying demonic shadow with a head with 2 horns and a pitch-black body. Although this demonic shadow was somewhat illusory, the evil aura emanating from its surroundings made even he feel extremely terrified. This is suppression from the bloodline. Compared to him, Mayan realized that he didn't deserve to be called a demon at all. Ah, demon! Mayan's body and mind trembled, and he prostrated himself on the ground and kept trembling. Fortunately, at this time, he was only a divine soul here. Otherwise, if he had descended in a physical body, he would have at least pissed himself at this moment. Now, can you answer my question? Ling Xiao leaned down to look at the huddled and trembling figure at his feet, and suddenly felt a little troubled again. He also didn't expect that once the heavenly demon's true body came out, this immortal ascension demonic creature would be scared to this state. I can't believe I can't even talk at this point. That's just it. Let's try my soul regeneration forbidden art with you. After saying this, a ray of soul light suddenly flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and before that Miyong could react, he directly formed an ancient seal in his sea of consciousness. The ancient seal blossomed with light, like the sound of the great Tao Brahma, which could swallow heaven and earth on its own. It was only after a few moments that the demonic aura outside of Ling Xiao's body gradually dispersed, but a look of dawning realization appeared on his face. So that's how it is. It seems that this Yi Fan's mother must not be a silent and unknown person in the holy state. And at this moment, as the Yi family members looked at the demonic intent radiating from Ling Xiao's body, each one of them went limp on the ground, letting out a mournful cry. Mr. Ling Xiao, how could you bear to leave us behind? Mr. Ling Xiao, my Yi family can't do right by you. It really wasn't that they didn't want to run. It was really that they were scared by the demonic intent that made their feet weak and unable to run. The demonic light in Ling Xiao's eyes dissipated and he opened his eyes only to see such a festive scene. Cough. Yi family master, if we don't give chase, that demonic creature will run away. Mr. Ling Xiao, you. Hearing Ling Xiao's voice, Yi Lufeng and the others' faces trembled, and when they looked up again, they saw a demonic shadow fleeing away from the window. Someone is trying to harm Lord Ling Xiao. Give chase. At this time, Yi Lufeng, which still has the disheveled face solemn, actually first towards the devil shadow chase up. It wasn't that he thought he could be that great power to subdue demons. It was just that, since this demonic creature had escaped, it proved that it was no match for Lord Ling Xiao. With the eunuch behind him, he is still afraid of Luanzi. At once, the Yi family was in chaos. The crowd chased the demonic shadow all the way to the small courtyard where Yi Fan was. And at this moment, that Yi Fan, who was originally humming a little tune and crossing his legs to play with the iron piece in his hand, suddenly froze in his face. He looked at that suddenly appeared in front of him, looking a little tired. Suddenly thump in the bottom of his heart. Chapter 39, Deep Roots of Love. Things, done. Yi Fan frowned and looked up at the outside of the courtyard. It was as if he had heard, in the distance, a sudden burst of dense footsteps. But where were the footsteps in the middle of the night? That Ling Xiao is sheltered by a great power behind him and missed. Mayan's head was bowed, a numb look on his face. Missed? Yi Fan stood up from his seat with a tongue. You come running to me when you miss? Are you trying to get me killed? Boo! The courtyard gate outside the house was suddenly broken open by a strong force. Yi Fan's face changed drastically, but in the end, he ruthlessly gritted his teeth and fled in a sorry state through the back door. Damned Ling Xiao! Damned Yi family! I'll be back sooner or later. At this time, he did not have the heart to hide his cultivation. The breath of the peak of the void spirit instantly surged away, wrapping himself towards the distant darkness and running wildly. He was afraid that if he hesitated for a moment longer, he would die at the hands of that sacred state duke. Damn! Looks like there was some underestimation of this asshole after all. Even the demon ape of the immortal ascension realm had missed, so if he wanted to kill him again, he was afraid that it wouldn't be too easy. A touch of grimness flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, and he finally placed his gaze on the 2 iron pieces in his hands. Although the time was not quite ripe, with the help of the demon ape, it was not impossible to break into that secret realm. Moreover, after the fusion of the 2 ancient diagrams, he also obtained more information. The location shown in that ancient map was actually left by a supreme being in the distant past. A supreme relic, even in the land of the holy state, was considered a heavenly creation. As long as he could obtain it, Ling Xiao or whatever, wouldn't he be able to kill it with his hands? It's Yi Fan. Look, it's Yi Fan. So it's this bastard who wants to harm Lord Ling Xiao and my Yi family. Chase after him. At this point, all the people of the Yi family had already decided that the demonic creature was Yi Fan's transformation. Otherwise, Why are you running in the middle of the night? Dripping. The son of heaven's destiny's heart and soul were traumatized and the people rebelled against him. Congratulations to the host for plundering 300 points of chi value and 3,000 points of villainous value. Above the Yi family's lobby, Ling Xiao stood with his hands in the air, coldly looking at the fleeing Yi fan. Eldarine stood at the place behind him, his face equally a bit icy. Eldarine, have you ever heard of that 8 desolate glazed soul-suppressing tower? Back to my lord, no. Eldarine shook his head. He was just an external family slave of the Ling family. His eyesight and experience were naturally limited. However, the aura from that demonic soul just now was truly terrifying, and even he felt his heart palpitate. But in the end, it was repelled by the male. Thinking like this, Elder Yin's eyes grew a bit more respectful. Looks like I'll have to go back and ask my mother or father. Ling Xiao nodded his head and smiled. No matter where that ancient tower came from, it was not much of a threat to him, because from the mouth of Miyong, he already knew that the 9 layers of the ancient pagoda sealed are the world cannot tolerate the great devil. What's a linchpin? Ling Xiao is the most terrifying devil in heaven and earth today. Once his heavenly demon true body was executed, it was enough to cause all the demons in the world to submit. This could be seen from the reaction of that devil ape just now. 300 chi yun value, 3,000 villain value. It seems that this time, that Yi fan is scared enough. But thinking about it, he had now risked so much to conjure up this ancient demonic creature, only to end up returning without any success. Not only did he expose his cards, but he also got involved with the devil. The heavens and the earth are so large that I fear it will be difficult to find a place for him again. But in this way, he must soar to the death. In this way Ling Xiao's purpose was achieved, regardless of what was contained in that iron piece. It was clearly a great creation belonging to the heaven's destined son. The treasure hunting beast was online, and all Ling Xiao had to do next was drink tea, pick up girls, and just wait for the Yi fan to find the secret realm. Although this was a bit shameless, the good thing was, Yi fan was a bit luckier than that Chu Yang. At the very least, he played his part. Eldarine, you follow and help Yi fan clear out all the obstacles. Of course, how could the kind-hearted Ling Xiao do something like this without any effort? The force is still out there. Sending a strong man to protect him secretly was not a waste of time. It's the Duke. Eldarine nodded, but there was a hint of hesitation on his face. Don't worry, for the recent period of time, I'll stay in this green maple city, and besides, in the 4 desolate lands, no one can threaten my life. Ling Xiao naturally knew what Eldarine was worrying about and immediately smiled and relieved him. Yes, if your excellency needs anything, you can call me with divine sense. As the words fell, Yin Lao's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Early the next morning, the matter of Duke Ling Xiao being attacked at the Yi family instantly spread throughout the northern wasteland. But what made people feel surprised was that the demonic creature that attacked the male was actually transformed by Yi fan, a waste of the Yi family. For a while, various rumors about Yi fan went online. Rumors spread about a killer of young girls, a psychopathic serial rapist, a demon who preys on the young and old, and so on. What's more, they even recalled the absolute tragedy they had witnessed 13 years ago, the very image of Yi fan eating a virgin girl alive. From this, we can see that the world has a deep taboo against the word devil. To them, devil was synonymous with bloodthirsty cruelty. If immortals carry all the incense offerings, then the devil is the source of all evil. Sadly, in this world, there are not many people who have seen the devil, but hating the devil has become a consensus. Yi Qingchan ran to Ling Xiao's room early in the morning, her eyes red and swollen as she looked at the teenager who was sitting in front of the case, quietly sipping tea. About what happened last night, she already knew from Yi Shang and the others. Moreover, for the situation at that time, under Yi Shang's description that added fuel to the fire, Yi Qingchan was even more shocked and remorseful to hear it. If she hadn't introduced the Yi family, the eunuch wouldn't have traveled thousands of miles to come. If something really happened to Gongzi and the Yi family, not to mention her, I'm afraid that even the Xian sword sect would not be able to escape extinction. At this time she has already guessed that last night, the prince did not allow himself to go out. I'm afraid that most of them are early awareness, only afraid that the demon Yi fan will be unfavorable to themselves. I hate that I blamed him for the night. I'm just a pig's ass yet. Drop. Yi Qingchan's love roots are deep. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 points of chi value, plundering heaven's destined son Yi fan's chi value of 100 points, and increasing the villain value by 1,000 points. Upon hearing the system's beep, Ling Xiao visibly froze for a split second. Deeply rooted? That's a lot of love? I haven't even said my love words, written my love songs, or done anything romantic, and this northern wasteland's #1 beauty is deeply in love? Oh, what a charm I have that goes nowhere. My lord. Qingchan, come over here. This is the tea I personally made. It was brought from the sacred state. Try it. On Ling Zhao's face, a gentle smile appeared as he reached out to hold Yi Qingchan's jade hand and directly swept her up in his arms. And at this moment, Yi Qingchan only felt shortness of breath. Heartbeat accelerated. And for a moment, she actually felt that everything in this world had lost its meaning. Only the embrace of the male is the only place one can go. Chapter 40, The Nine-Tailed Clan. Duke Ling Xiao. Yi Liufeng's voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Yi Qingchan wanted to get up, but she was deadlocked in Ling Zhao's arms. Come in. A group of Yi family powerhouses came in from outside the house with trepidation, looked up at Ling Xiao and the two of them, and before the latter could open their mouths, they even directly knelt down on the ground. Your Excellency, forgive me. Your Excellency, that Yi fan is ambitious, has nothing to do with my Yi family. I have issued a reward. 100,000 spirit stones to catch that Yi fan. Life and death. Your Excellency, Yi Lufeng cried old tears and was so vocal that he was close to dying. He's really scared. Yesterday, one of the 8 clans, the Phoenix clan, because that Phoenix Chi young master verbally contradicted Prince Ling Xiao. As a result, in an instant, the entire Phoenix clan was razed to the ground. As for the Yi family, although it had some fame in this green maple city, but in the northern wasteland, it was not even a fart. Once the prince is blamed today, I'm afraid that the entire Yi family will surely be wiped out. Even early this morning, Yi Lufeng specifically went to visit a few concubines that he kept outside and sowed some seeds. In the future, the Yi family will count on them. Gongzi, this surely has nothing to do with Big Uncle and the others. Don't be angry. If you want to blame it, blame Qingchan. If I hadn't asked you to come here, you wouldn't have. Yi Qingchan slightly lowered her head, and there seemed to be tears flashing in her eyes. Thinking about it now, she realized that the Yi fan seemed to have revealed himself long ago. Otherwise, with her realm, how could she possibly feel a chill on him? How could I blame you? It's all because that Yi fan is hiding too deeply. Ling Xiao grinned and gently scraped Yi Qingchan's agitated nose, and the latter instantly ducked shyly into his arms. This scene fell in the eyes of the Yi family's crowd, immediately causing many of them to breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, the Yi family has this delicate daughter, otherwise this time it is really hard to escape. All get up. This matter has nothing to do with the Yi family. It's all the work of the Yi fan alone. Notify all the major forces in the northern wasteland. Once they find any sign of Yi fan, report immediately. At this time, Ling Xiao of course had to fully utilize his acting skills. Yi fan's every move was naturally under his control. However, in the past few days, he would occasionally sense a trace of unfamiliarity in Yi Qingchan. It was clear that her Cebu wisdom was awakening. Ling Xiao of course wanted to take this opportunity to completely capture her heart. In this way, even if she completely awakens, her heart will inevitably leave Ling Zhao's mark. As for sending people after Yi fan, to create a bit of urgency for that chosen one, of course. Thank you, sir. Your Excellency's great kindness. My Yi family will never forget it. No, I'll send someone to build an idol for the prince and make a daily pilgrimage. Yi Lufeng excitedly kowtowed 3 times before retreating under Ling Zhao's somewhat impatient eyes. Your Excellency, that Yi fan cultivates devilish skills. I'm afraid it's hard to tolerate in the world, but the day he lives, it's a danger for your Excellency. Why don't I write a letter to my father, and ask him to send Xian Sword Sect's disciples down the mountain to look for Yi fan's whereabouts? At this moment, Yi Qingchan had been completely fooled by Ling Xiao and was unable to find her way out. You're practicing magic, and the world can't tolerate it? If she knew that she was the biggest devil in this world, I wonder how she would feel. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. There's no need, just a mere Yi fan. I don't think he'll be able to turn any waves. In the next few days, the northern wasteland was once again bustling with activity. Countless forces sent disciples down the mountain to search for the Yi fan's whereabouts. Of course, what they were after was naturally not the measly 100,000 spirit stones, but the goodwill of Lord Ling Xiao. A mole-like waste who actually dared to make a move against Lord Ling Xiao. What was this if not looking for death? As long as whoever can find him first and get him killed, they will definitely be rewarded by Lord Ling Xiao. At that time, what spiritual treasures of creation? That was still not within reach. And at this moment, in a dilapidated ancient city on the border of the northern wasteland, a figure covered in a black bucket hat sat on the side of the road, gnawing on a piece of cold, hard, dry food. Have you guys heard? That Yi family trash is actually a demonic cultivator, practicing the skill of eating human essence and blood. I can understand this blood sucking. This essence sucking, how? You don't believe me? These past few days there have been many places in the northern wasteland where lean men have disappeared, and when they were finally found, they were all sucked into dry corpses. This Yi fan's taste, it's really heavy. When he heard the murmurs coming from the surroundings, the figure in the bucket hat suddenly trembled all over. and there seemed to be killing intent flowing in his eyes. This person was none other than Yi Fan, who had fled all the way here from Qingcheng. In the past few days, he had seen countless powerful people of strength who were looking for him everywhere in the name of eliminating demons and defending the way, and his heart's hatred for Ling Xiao had even reached its peak. Although he had a bottom card like the 8 Desolate Glazed Pagoda in his hand, but releasing the demon ape divine soul out of the tower was a risk after all, and his own realm was just a little too low, so he could only endure the hatred in his heart and follow the ancient map instructions all the way to find this place. However, yesterday, he happened to find a spiritual herb in the mountains, and after swallowing it, his realm unexpectedly broke through. This had slightly comforted Yi Fan's originally lost heart. 2 more days and we'll almost reach that valley marked on the map. By then, Yi Fan gritted his teeth fiercely, and the coldness in his body instantly attracted a lot of gazes from the surroundings. What a heavy killing aura on this person. Quite a few powerful people's divine sense instantly locked onto Yi Fan, while the latter's eyes condensed as he hurriedly got up and left the place. 2 days? Give me 2 more days. I'll make the entire northern wasteland kneel under me. In the meantime, on an elevated mountain stream in the eastern wasteland, there was an ancient stone hall built of lapis lazuli throughout. At this moment, the hall was filled with countless figures, each with a majestic breath. Just look carefully, but see this group of figures although humanoid, but the head is born 1,000 strange. There are tigers and leopards, eagles and bears. Even at the front of that large hall, there was a dog-headed demonic creature standing. Did you find out what I asked you to inquire about? The whereabouts of my nephew? Above the grand hall, a tiny figure sat on a large golden chair, a hint of less mature majesty on her pretty little face, compared to Yi Qingchan's unbelievable beauty. This little girl in front of her was a bit more playful, but that small, slightly green face already had the beginnings of a scourge. Moreover, what made people feel the most surprised was that her parabi pupils actually took on a bewitching pink color. Behind them, 9 fluffy tails were adorable. Back to Miss. I didn't inquire about it before, but in the past 2 days, the name Yi Fan has been heard like thunder in the northern wasteland. The dog-headed demonic creature bared its teeth, as if it was ready to start licking. Oh, that's natural. In his body, he can have the noble bloodline of my 9-tailed clan flowing through him. The little pink pupil girl smiled faintly, although she was trying to maintain her majesty, but with her sweet and childish little face, it was a different flavor. No, Miss Jishi, that Yi Fan is said to have offended a prince who came down from the sacred state, and has now become a demonic cultivator that everyone in the northern wasteland is shouting about. And it said that he specializes in eating the essence blood of virgins, and his methods are extremely cruel. Fart. This can't be right. Upon hearing this, the young girl named Jishi immediately burst into a rage, and even the 9 white tails behind her hardened. Whoever dares to slander my nephew, I will make him pay. Chapter 41, A Bastard. Miss, calm your anger. The human race is insidious. All races know it. You mustn't get angry and break your body. In the Great Hall, the crowd of demons were immediately filled with righteous indignation, and had the appearance of immediately rushing to the northern wasteland to stand up for Yi Fan. Humph. Whoever dares to falsely accuse Miss Jishi's nephew will have to die. A mere person from the sacred state thinks he can wreak havoc in my 4 deserts? My demon god mountain won't be afraid of him. Miss, we are willing to follow you and head to the northern wasteland to retrieve the Duke. For a while, all sorts of tiger and wolf howls resounded. It was as if those powerhouses in the northern wasteland and even the holy state were not worth mentioning in the eyes of these demon clans. This is not that they are blowing smoke. This place is the eastern wasteland demon clan's small holy land demon god mountain, with the holy state 10,000 demon holy land behind it. It was said that most of the demonic powers in the 10,000 demons holy land today had ascended up from the eastern wasteland. Therefore, compared to the human forces in the northern wasteland, this demon god mountain could be said to have a deep background and terrifying heritage. After all, the fertility of the demon race was too low, but they had a long lifespan. Therefore, counting the generations, some of the great demons in this demon god mountain really have the same bloodline as the demon saints and demon zoons of the 10,000 demon holy land flowing in their bodies. And the identity of this pink-pupiled girl was even more amazing. She is from the holy land of 10,000 demons, the direct lineage of the 9-tailed fox queen. This time, he sneaked down to the world originally for fun, and on a whim remembered a secret of the 9-tailed fox clan in the early years. And that's why he sent someone to inquire about Yi Fan's whereabouts. Rumor had it that back then, the great princess of her 9-tailed clan, her eldest sister had been punished and relegated to the land of the 4 wastes. But who would have thought that she would fall in love with a human and give birth to an heir with him? This matter was considered a great shame by the 9-tailed clan, and it was unusual for no one to know about it at all. And after that great princess was captured and returned to the sacred state, She was also locked up in a forbidden place by the Fox Empress for 20 years now. This Bai Jishi since childhood with the big male main good. Often see her tears and lamentation. Very poor. Which has the idea of going down to the world to look for that little nephew. The world only knows that the nine-tailed clan is born with charming bones and turns the world upside down. However, he did not know that the most powerful talent of this clan was the void talent. Of course, not all nine-tailed fox clans could awaken this talent. This Bai Jishi, moreover, is known as the nine-tailed clan, the strongest demon of the millennium. A teenager from the sacred state was naturally extremely shocking to everyone in this four desolate lands, but for Bai Jishi, it was nothing. The 10,000 demon Holy Land, despite the title of Holy Land, was formed by the union of countless demon races. It was an indisputable fact that nowadays, the heavens and the earth, the human race were co-dominators. The demon race was slow to reproduce and their numbers were scarce, especially those great demons with terrifying bloodlines. It was even more difficult to give birth to an heir. And in order to counteract the power of the human race, all of the strongest members of the demon race embraced and established the 10,000 Demon Sanctuary, which had the appearance of being the first sanctuary of the sacred state. The nine-tailed demon clan, as a royal clan, was equivalent to the role of a clan elder in general, enjoying the pilgrimage of 10,000 demons. Even if an unusual lord of power saw her, his heart would inevitably be filled with admiration. A mere male from the sacred state. Humph! How dare you falsely accuse my nine-tailed clan? Simply looking for death. All strong people above the Soul Sea, follow me to the northern wasteland. I want to see what kind of identity this sacred state prince has. Of course, Bai Jishi's confidence didn't just come from the power behind her, but also her Xianqing realm cultivation. With her strength, even if she looked at the younger generation of the holy state, she was still the top of the heap, not to mention in this land of the four wastelands. Miss, you mustn't, the mountain master instructed before his seclusion that you mustn't show yourself at will. Or else, I'm afraid that it will lead to disaster. Among the group of demons, an old man with a tortoise shell, a lewd look and a long beard stepped forward and stopped in front of Bai Jishi. This old turtle's cultivation was not weak, reaching the level of peak Soul Sea, much stronger than immortal sword sect master Yi Lu Yun. But looking at the refined light that flowed out of his small green bean eyes, it more or less gave off a sinister and calculating feeling. Not a proper demon at first glance. Calamity. What calamity? With my talent, even those who have ascended to immortality can't do anything to me. What other calamity can there be? Old turtle head. You'll stay in Demon God Mountain. The rest of you, follow me. Bai Jishi's small hand waved, just like a king's reign. Especially at this moment, the majesty on her small face really made people feel like they couldn't help themselves. On weekdays in the 10,000 Demons Holy Land, she was the youngest one in the clan and had to be instructed everywhere. Now that it's so hard to be sought after in this eastern wasteland, it's not a good idea to make a good deal of trouble. Moreover, her own nephew was aggrieved. She, as a little ant, how must not help him to get back? Otherwise others still think that her Nine Tails clan no one. Thinking like this, Bai Jishi's small face immediately surged with a touch of determination, and her figure flickered and directly transformed into streams of light and went away. Go! Seeing this, a group of Demon God Mountain's great demons got up, simply ignoring that old turtle's obstruction, and followed Bai Jishi closely. For a time, over the eastern wasteland, the demonic gas was monstrous, and those who saw it were frightened, and those who didn't know thought that the Demon God Mountain Lord was going to go on an imperial expedition to crush the human race. Hey! At the top of the Demon God Mountain, that old turtle sighed, and a touch of bitterness seemed to flash across his small green eyes. His original body was a 1,000-year-old Xian turtle. In addition to his own powerful defense, he also knew the way of divination. Early this morning, he was alerted and had his fortune told for Demon God Mountain. It turned out to be a very bad sign, but there are variables in this great evil, and the variables are in this Bai Jishi's body. He didn't know much about the 10,000 demon sacred land, but he had heard from the mouth of the mountain lord before that nowadays. The sacred land had long since not been as calm and united as it appeared on the surface. The clans have been at peace for a long time, and have long since lost the camaraderie of living and dying together. In particular, the division of demon kings had caused many of the demon clans to harbor animosity towards each other. Although this Bai Jishi is young, she is the most gifted of the Nine Tails clan. In particular, his comprehension of the Tao of Void was coveted by many great demons. This time she sneaked down to the realm without even bringing a protector with her. Once she exposed her whereabouts, I'm afraid that she would definitely attract a lot of people with evil intentions. With the realm of these demons on Demon God Mountain, they were simply unable to shelter her. Once something happened to her in the eastern wasteland, the Demon God Mountain would surely bear the wrath of the Nine-Tailed clan. Could it be that this variable is in that sacred state Duke? The old turtle thought for a long time. seems to have suddenly thought of something, looking at the mid-air that the vast swarm of demons, but ultimately did not stop them again. The key to breaking the situation is the word change. If Bai Jishi really harbored on Demon God Mountain, if a powerful person from the sacred state descended, there would only be one outcome for her to stay on Demon God Mountain. And now, it is said that northern desolate ancient clan, the Phoenix clan, was destroyed in one fell swoop. And the reason was precisely because they had messed with that sacred state prince. The fact that there was a delusion-breaking ancestor behind the Phoenix clan was known to everyone in the Four Wastelands. In that case, that gentleman's identity should not be ordinary either. As for that What Ye fan, just a bastard. What's there to care about? Chapter 42, Cultivating the Demonic Body. In the land of the Eastern Wasteland, demonic clouds loomed. A mountain of oppression quietly swept away. Many of the great demons in the mountains and forests had converged their breath at this time and were prostrate on the ground, not daring to utter more than a single breath. At this moment, they could feel that the aura of that leading figure had unexpectedly reached the terrifying Xianqing realm. You have to know that the Xianqing great demon on the surface of the Eastern Wasteland, in addition to the one on the Demon God Mountain, there are only a few old things left in seclusion all year round. But looking at that slender figure, how could it not look like the Demon God Mountain Lord? Is it possible that the Eastern Wasteland, someone else has made a breakthrough? And at this moment, in the backyard of that Yi family, Ling Xiao was half lying on a bamboo chair, whistling leisurely. Yi Qingchan stood beside him, gently kneading his shoulders. In the distance, Feng Jiaoer's eyes were lowered and she was seriously cooking tea. Such tranquility, Ling Xiao had not felt for a long time. System. Board. Ling Xiao summoned the system. Master, Ling Xiao. Identity, young master of the Wandao demon sect. Divine body, heavenly demon true body, forbidden physique. Cultivation level, peak soul sea realm. Techniques, the 10,000 paths demon technique. Heavenly demon true body, talent. Silent pupil, talent, soul regeneration ancient technique, forbidden technique. Luck value, 700. Villain value, 9500. Looking at the chi and villain values on the system interface, the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth unconsciously raised a smile. Another breakthrough is possible. With his current fortune value, there was actually no longer any pressure on him to go out and behead these heaven's destiny sons of the four deserts. It was just that his purpose for coming down wasn't to simply plunder the chi luck value. Now that Ji Fan had followed his plan, he had disguised himself as a treasure-seeking beast and went to search for creation for him. As for the other four deserts sons of heavenly destiny, they no longer held much appeal to Ling Xiao. It was just that he had come to the four wastelands for some days, and I'm afraid that some people in the sacred state had more than likely begun to notice his whereabouts. Now the priority is to improve the cultivation as much as possible, so that it is good to go back to the future, to deal with those who have malicious intentions. I'll go out for a while. You guys stay in the Yi family. If there's something important you can use the divine talisman to call me. Otherwise don't disturb me. Ling Xiao did not intend to break through the realm in the Yi family. After all, breaking through the Xianqing realm would be too much of a commotion. Now that Eldarine wasn't around, and Zhou Yue was recovering his cultivation, he didn't even have a strong person by his side. So if he was targeted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Especially that Ji Fan's chi always made him feel a little uneasy. The secrets in the body of this heaven's destined son were just too astonishing. And that mother who gave him the 8 desolate glazed pagoda might be the source of Ling Xiao's unease. Looks like we have to try to raise the realm of the heavenly demon true body. Although the Xianqing realm was already the topmost powerhouse in this 4 desolate lands, but Ling Xiao's enemies were not in these 4 wastelands. His biggest card was still that forbidden demon body. At full strength, Ling Xiao was confident that he could crush the delusion breaker. Able to. The bottom card, the forbidden demon body, once cast, had to resolve the opponent. Otherwise it would only lead to endless misfortune. Now, taking advantage of the fact that no one is paying attention, Ling Xiao has less to worry about when he breaks through. If he waited until he returned to the sacred state, every move he made would attract the prying eyes of countless people. Where is the gentleman going? Yi Qingchan frowned slightly and gave Ling Xiao a somewhat puzzled look. Going to a kiln? You want to follow? Ling Xiao grinned and his figure instantly disappeared in a flash. Kiln? Yi Qingchan froze in place, clearly not understanding the meaning of these 2 words. It's the greenhouse. Feng Jiaoer casually threw aside the folding fan in her hand that was fanning the fire and got up to walk out of the small courtyard. Greenhouse? Yi Qingchan's eyes glazed over, and with just a passing thought, she realized that Ling Xiao must have deliberately teased her. Although this sacred state duke, his character was indeed a bit frivolous, but with a status like his, what kind of women did he not have around him? How could he go to that kind of dirty and sordid place? Over here, Ling Xiao quietly left the Yi family and found a deserted mountain range, slightly releasing a wisp of pressure, causing the beasts and demon spirits in the mountain to fall completely silent. Instead, He walked into a cave and found a few spirit talismans from his Qiankuan bag, casually arranging them before closing his eyes and falling into cultivation. Now that the Wandao demon skill was at the 6th level, it was a premier existence in the entire Wandao demon sect's younger generation, and as long as he broke through one more realm, his cultivation would completely step into the Xianqing level. 9. 500 villain points. Well, that's at least 3 tiers to break through. As for the heavenly demon true body, it was also time to step into the realm of the second transformation. Having made up his mind, Ling Xiao resummoned the system. Wandao demon technique. Add some points, a little hand and the realm takes off. This feeling is indeed much more soothing than any bitter cultivation against the odds. Boom! And with enough villain value to squander, Ling Xiao's breakthrough naturally became easy and relaxed. As the aura around him gradually surged, in the sky above the barren mountain, dark clouds finally began to converge. A thunder dragon-like robbing thunderbolt descended from the sky, directly enveloping the entire barren mountain in an instant. The sound of the Tao was melodious, and divine light filled the sky. When the people of Qingfeng City saw this miracle in the distance, they instantly gave another knee and kowtowed and muttered in the direction of that barren mountain. And the cultivators in the city looked at the thunder waterfall that looked like an inferno, and each one of them revealed a shocked look, and speculated as to who was the person who was here to cross the threshold of the tribulation. The process of breaking through was tasteless, especially to Ling Xiao. The thunderbolt that was 9 deaths in the eyes of others was just a pinprick in his eyes. The heavenly demon true body was known as a forbidden physique, and its toughness could be imagined. Even without the demonic dragon's sacred armor on his body, Ling Xiao would not be the least bit intimidated. In a short moment's time, his realm had not only stepped into the Xianqing realm, but had even broken through to the middle Xianqing stage. If Ling Xiao hadn't intentionally left 4,000 points of villain value to use to cultivate the heavenly demon true body, I'm afraid that he would be able to directly cross a large realm and reach the terrifying level of the late Xianqing stage. What kind of ridiculous speed is that? If those holy Lord God Kings in the holy state knew about it, I'm afraid that they wouldn't need to expose the heavenly demon's true body. They would definitely find a way to get him killed. There are demons in every age, but there has to be a limit. Otherwise, once someone broke the balance of the holy state, it would be the enemy of the world. This reasoning was naturally understood by Ling Xiao, so he did not continue to raise his own realm, but instead focused his mind on the heavenly demon true. 9 turns of the heavenly devil, 1 turn for each realm. Although from birth, Ling Xiao had possessed the heavenly demon true body, he had not dared to cultivate it at all over the years. It was recorded in the Ling family's ancient books that the taboo physique that had been running through the sacred state was the one that had awakened the 3 turns of the heavenly demon when he was at the immortal ascension realm, which led to a surge of demonic thoughts that were ultimately manipulated to become a killing machine. And now, even though Ling Xiao had broken through to the Xianqing realm, he was bound to take a great risk by hastily awakening the second transformation demon body. Over the years, in order to control the demonic thoughts within his body, Ling Xiao had never dared to slack off in the slightest, and his cultivation realm had always been at the top of his peers. It wasn't just because of his hard work, there was also a more important reason: his extraordinary Danhai. Chapter 43, Demonic Beasts Massacre the City. Since the time of his birth, Ling Xiao's true body of a heavenly demon had been exposed. Although this forbidden physique was powerful and mysterious, it was regrettable that Ling Xiao didn't even have a Dan Si in his body. In other words, he was originally an invalid, unable to swallow aura and cultivate like a normal person. And in this way, the demonic thoughts of the heavenly demon's true body couldn't be suppressed by its own spiritual power, and sooner or later it would be exposed. But just then, the Ling family gave birth to another concubine's infant. He was Ling Zhao's half-brother, Ling Tian. Ling Xiao, this younger brother, his mother was a young lady from a fallen ancient clan in the sacred state. It was said that back then, this ancient clan had given birth to a sword Dao venerable who had shaken the holy state, but then somehow it declined. Ling Zhao's father occasionally saw this ancient clan lady on the street and felt pity for her life, so he brought her home and took her in as a concubine. Because of this matter, Ling Zhao's father was also targeted by his mother in 100 ways. The two were born on the same day. Ling Xiao was born forbidden and had no Danhai. Ling Tian, on the other hand, is gifted, carries a different vein, and his Sea of Dan is the world's rare yin and yang Sea of Dan, dividing the two poles, and his speed of cultivation is even more unattainable by ordinary people. But regrettably, the day Ling Tian was born, his mother died in childbirth. This also doomed him, losing all shelter in the Ling family. As the head of the number 1 Dan sect in the sacred state, Ling Zhao's mother, Xian Yuan Yu, even poured all her efforts into studying the Dan Dao, in a vain attempt to conceal the demonic thoughts in Ling Zhao's body. However, the good times did not last long, and without the cover of spiritual energy, Ling Zhao's mind was gradually eroded by demonic thoughts. It was also against this backdrop that Xian Yuanyu set her eyes on Ling Tian. When the two were 10 years old, Xian Yuanyu took it upon herself to dig out Ling Tian's danhai and plant it inside Ling Xiao. Perhaps because of the bloodline connection, the yin-yang danhai was revitalized in Ling Zhao's body and quickly helped the latter suppress the demonic thoughts, achieving the name of Heaven's Pride. However, Ling Tian was tapped into the Sea of Dan, and has since been devastated and reduced to a known invalid. Almost no one in the Ling family knew about this secret. Even Ling Tian was only ignorantly remembering that he was victimized by Ling Zhao's mother and son. However, in the eyes of Ling Zhao's mother, it was only natural for a concubine's son to be able to dedicate himself to the first family's young master. Of course, the previous Ling Xiao thought the same thing. However, right now, he knew that compared to Ling Tian, the future fate of this physical body of his would definitely be miserable. Ling Tian, on the other hand, should be the Ling family's true son of destiny. The two parents had a big fight over this and lived apart. And Ling Xiao, after all, is a direct descendant of the Ling family. Not 2 years later, his father also chose to forget about this matter, but to Ling Tian, but is extremely favored, and did not let him suffer half a bit of harm again. Regarding the secret story, Ling Xiao had known about it since the day he crossed over. What only made him slightly hesitant was how he should face this half-brother after returning to the holy state. According to the normal routine, Ling Tian's dance being dug up would definitely awaken other talents. At the same time, his hatred for himself was by no means dissolved by a few words. Although on the surface, Ling Tian was acting extremely well-behaved, this kind of well-behavedness was even more chilling. Ling Tian might not be aware of the fact that he was carrying a forbidden demonic body, but obviously these 7 years of stoicism must have allowed him to accumulate enough terrifying cards. The former Ling Xiao might end up becoming a stepping stone for Ling Tian in a diluted manner, and Mother Xian Yuan would only end up worse. But now, since he knew where the plot was going, he had to find a way to stop this fiasco from happening. The Dancy was dug up and you can still hold back for 7 years. TSK, my good brother, your city is also deep enough. Ling Xiao was very clear that Ling Tian's stoicism nowadays was only to save his life. After all, the Ling family was different from the Yi family, and besides, Ling Zhao's mother was a figure who only had a hand in the holy state. Once Ling Tian showed a hint of dissatisfaction or any other talent, he was afraid that it would be hard to escape his hand. Hey, it's really villainous enough, even for his own brother. Ling Xiao let out a bitter smile, and in the end, he didn't think of how to deal with Ling Tian, so he could only focus his mind on cultivation for the time being. After all, no matter if it was a heaven's destined son or a villain, if one wanted to stand firm in this world, in the final analysis, one still needed strength, especially for Ling Xiao. His previous domineering arrogance had already offended a group of enemies, and now that he dared to slack off again, he was afraid that the next road would be very difficult to walk. Heavenly demon true body, go for it. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and barely calmed his mind. Then without hesitation, he spent all of his remaining villain value on cultivating his heavenly demon true body. Buzz. This time, the space did not collapse, and there were not even dark clouds gathering overhead. Only a dark and evil demonic aura began to spread, and even with the spirit talisman laid down by Ling Xiao to cover it up, there were still strands of demonic aura that spilled out. In a short moment's time, the entire barren mountain instantly fell dead silent, along with the grass and trees. They were turned into flying ash the moment the demonic on swept past. Endless darkness enveloped the earth, and the light was completely annihilated in a 100-mile radius. Even the sunlight overhead, the moment it fell, disappeared without a trace. A cold and ferocious aura slowly spread out, and at this time, in Qingfeng City, all the cultivators looked at the gloomy sky overhead with a look of fear on their faces. What a terrifying demonic aura! What a terrifying pressure! Only to see that in that mid-air, a delicate figure dressed in white fur stood with her arms folded. Though her likeness looks a little green and her movements reveal a hint of cuteness in her old age, but that doesn't stop people from being in awe of her. It was because the pressure on her body had clearly reached the Xianqing level. Behind it, a demonic beast with a terrifying aura roared hideously, and a bloody aura visible to the naked eye poured out. Demon beasts are slaughtering the city. Demonic beasts are slaughtering the city. At this moment, all the lineages in Qingfeng City were in a panic. Even those northern desolate celestials and the Tao protectors behind them were all silenced, huddled in the shadows not daring to move a bit. Xianqing is not out. It is already a forbidden law in the Four Wastelands. But now, a Xianqing great demon had suddenly descended on Qingfeng City. Moreover, looking at her, she didn't seem to be here to pay her respects to Lord Ling Xiao. That kind of ferocity that was as vast as the might of the heavens was more like, coming to kill. Where is that bull ***** sacred state prince? My lady is here in person. Why don't you hurry up and come out to pay your respects? In mid-air, the dog-headed demonic beast roared angrily, its demonic aura sweeping around it, just like a great demon in the late stage of the Soul Sea. Roll out and pay your respects? At those words, many northern desolate celestials who had seen Ling Xiao immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Listening to the tone of this demon, it seems that he doesn't even have Duke Ling Xiao in his sights. Since he knew that Ling Xiao was from the sacred state, he still dared to be so provocative. So, what a terrifying identity was the white-furred maiden standing behind him. Chapter 44, Meeting on a Narrow Road. How can this be? In the Yi family's lobby, Yi Lufeng and the others gathered in one place, looking at Yi Qingchan as well as Feng Zhao standing in the hall. Their faces were white with fear. When did Lord Ling Xiao go out? Did he say where he went? Originally, with Ling Xiao at the helm, the Yi family crowd would not have been so alarmed. After all, that male's methods, Yi Sheng had already told them before, casually pinching a Soul Sea powerhouse to death. Even the sacred state's delusion-breaking powerhouse descended and had to kneel honestly when he saw Prince Ling Xiao. What kind of heavenly power is this? A mere Xianqing little demon is nothing in front of Gongzi. But on the contrary, at this time, Ling Xiao was not in the Yi family, and once the group of demonic beasts in mid-air vented their anger on the Yi family, how should they, the group of void spirits and awakenings, resist? The Duke did not say, only that he should not be disturbed for anything important. Yi Qingchan shook her head slightly. If it was in the past, she would definitely be scared even when facing a Xianqing great demon. However, after following Ling Xiao around for the past few days, she had long since seen countless big scenes, and at this time, she was acting extremely calm. Don't bother him without something important? Little ancestor, this isn't even an important matter. The enemies are hitting the door. I don't know how Lord Ling Xiao offended this group of Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan. Yi Liufeng's head was in a cold sweat, and even his voice trembled a little. Uncle, I advise you that you'd better watch what you say. Yi Qingchan's eyebrows knitted lightly, and there seemed to be coldness flowing in her eyes, and Yi Liufeng's face immediately froze, then smiled sarcastically and said, Good niece, you quickly call Prince Ling Xiao back, otherwise our Yi family, it's over. If we don't say anything, how will they know that Lord Ling Xiao is related to the Yi family? They might just leave later. Yi Qingchan was unperturbed, looking up at the demonic clouds overhead, and deep within her eyes, a strange icy coldness vaguely flashed. His Excellency said not to disturb him if it wasn't important, so I'm sure he must have gone to do something very important. Although the group of demons were all scary, they obviously hadn't noticed the Yi family yet. If we call the male back at this time, he will surely be disappointed, right? Yi Qingchan was pinching a spirit talisman in her hand, the very same one that Ling Xiao had given to her earlier before her departure. Wasn't that bull Prince Rampant? What? He doesn't even dare to show his face when he sees my lady? A group of demons stood in the air, demonic chi whistling and sweeping outside their bodies, shocking the entire Green Maple City. Fine, if you don't show up, then I'll kill you until you do. Bai Zhishi sneered and threw a look towards the dog-headed demon beside her. The latter instantly understood, and with a wave of his palm, he transformed into a giant palm out of thin air, blasting down towards the bottom. Buzz! Right at this moment, a loud and clear sword chant suddenly came from somewhere in the city. Immediately afterward, a golden light sword shadow came across the sky and directly chopped that palm print in half. Lord Ling Xiao has struck. This time these demons are dead. Countless gazes turned back in surprise and looked towards the direction where the sword intent filled the air, only to see Great Yen Crown Prince Xiao Yan coming with his head held high. Behind him, an old man with white hair held a spirit sword in his hand, and a Soul Sea mid-stage cultivation around him was undisguised. This demon race lady, my northern wasteland and eastern wasteland have always been well watered. Are you not putting my northern wasteland forces in your eyes by coming here with such a large number of people? At this time, Xiao Yan, calm, clad in red robes hunting with the wind, when it really is a few points of the dynasty young master's momentum. Prince Xiao Yan, so handsome, how dare he face the Xianqing great demon straight on? Too much courage, worthy of being the head of my northern desolate heavenly pride. Quite a few of the proud women who were not strong-minded had already temporarily thrown Ling Xiao to the back of their minds, staring adoringly at the figure that was slowly walking towards them. This Xiao Yan has the courage of a chicken. The moment this group of eastern wasteland great demons arrived just now, this great Yen prince was almost scared to pee, but on second thought, he figured something out. He had long since seen Lord Ling Xiao's methods, although this group of demons had a terrifying cultivation, but how much more terrifying could it be than the Phoenix clan ancestor? That was a delusion-breaking powerhouse who had ascended to the sacred state. But didn't he kneel just the same when he saw Prince Ling Xiao? In Xiao Yan's opinion, Duke Ling Xiao had not appeared for a long time and was definitely testing them, the people of the northern wasteland. If you come forward at this time, you will surely be favored by the prince, and by then, he would be able to stand out from the crowd of heavenly prides and be appreciated by the duke. It's an opportunity, and it's a once-in-a-lifetime, thrilling opportunity. You're that piece of Ling Xiao? The dog-headed demon's face sank. He had also been thinking that he could put on a good show in front of Bai Jishi. Maybe if the lady is happy, she'll take him to the holy state. But I didn't expect this Ling Xiao to actually make a move at this time. Although facing a prince from the sacred state caused him to feel some pressure inside, Bai Jishi's identity gave him endless courage. 2 licking dogs, just an unexpected narrow escape. Is Duke Ling Xiao not something that you and the others can humiliate? I am Xiao Yan, the crown prince of the Dian dynasty, and I will come today to teach you group of things that do not know how to die. In the face of a late-stage Soul Sea Demon race great demon, Xiao Yan, instead of not having the slightest fear, his eyes were actually burning with a blazing battle intent. Not Ling Xiao? In that case, you are going to give Ling Xiao a head start? When the dog-headed demon heard this, he was instantly enraged. He had heard of this great Yan dynasty, but where did this void spirit realm griffin get the courage to dare provoke him? Something looking for death. Watch me slap you to death. The dog-headed demon's entire body aura flinched as its figure instantly swept out, and its monstrous demonic aura transformed into a wind whirlpool that caged down towards Xiao Yan's head. To be honest, Xiao Yan's legs were scared soft at this time, but the more times like this, the more he couldn't take half a step back. As long as he could hold out for a few more moments, Lord Ling Xiao would definitely not sit idly by. Elder Sword. Thinking in this manner, Xiao Yan's face recomposed itself. Behind him, the sword-wielding old man also took a step forward, and the spirit sword in his hand bloomed with 10,000 feet of golden light, directly meeting up towards the dog demon. Puff! Just, his realm was already one realm lower than the demon, so naturally he couldn't take advantage of it in a head-on fight. Therefore, as soon as the two figures collided, all the cultivators of Green Maple City were dumbfounded to see that the old man from the Dian dynasty spat blood and flew out. At this moment, Xiao Yan panicked. Why hasn't Lord Ling Xiao shown up yet? A mere mid-stage Soul Sea. How dare you be arrogant in front of Master Dog? The dog-headed demonic beast sneered, not giving that sword old man a chance to catch his breath at all, and with a fierce grip of his hand, he directly pinched him in the air in the center of his palm. Gollum! The entire Green Maple City was completely plunged into silence. Everyone was pondering, where did that rumored and powerful Prince Ling Xiao die? Is it hard to run away? Ling Xiao, I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't come out, Master Dog will kill someone. The dog demon snorted coldly and swept his gaze across the city. However, anyone who met their eyes with them all lowered their heads with fear in their eyes. Just kidding, this one demon was so terrifying. Beside him, there were still a dozen or so Eastern Wasteland great demons standing. It's over. Today, this Qingfeng city, I'm afraid it will be slaughtered. Chapter 45, The Face of the Prince. 1. The dog demon only counted a single number before directly crushing the head of that great yin powerhouse with his hand. You're cheating. Didn't you say 3 breaths of time? Xiao Yan stared dazedly at the blood and rain of brains as well as broken bones falling from above his head, and his face was no longer half bloody. You're teaching me things? The dog demon reached out and licked the bloodstains on his fingertips as he grinned towards Xiao Yan. At this moment, the ferocity of the demon was revealed. Vomit! Many Yun celestial pride had already been unable to hold back their dry heaves, and their original heartfelt expectations for Ling Xiao had instantly minimized. Xiao Yan, in particular, had a completely pale face at this time. Miscalculation. Originally, he thought that Duke Ling Xiao would definitely step in at the critical moment and save Sword Elder and him. Don't these pretentious sons of great clans usually like to play savior? But how? Puff! The body of the sword old man fell in front of Xiao Yan, splattering him with blood. Xiao Yan directly blacked out with both eyes and fainted on the ground in fear. Ling Xiao, if you don't come out, I'm going to eat this great Yin prince. The dog demon let out a cold smile and lifted its foot as it was about to walk towards Xiao Yan. And that great Yin prince, who had already fainted to death, at this time, unexpectedly jumped up from the ground with a jolt, and then with a bewildered look at the dog demon, he turned around and was about to leave. Where am I? How did I get here? It's time to go home and eat, or mother will be anxious. Want to go? The dog demon sneered, and with his palm outstretched, he wanted to capture him. Stop! Right at this moment, in the direction of the Yi family, a green-clothed figure suddenly swept in and directly landed beside Xiao Yan. At this moment, Yi Qingchan's face was similarly a bit pale. After all, a great demon of the late Soul Sea stage was simply not something she could resist. Not to mention her, even in the entire Green Maple City, no one would be able to straighten their backs in front of such a group of Eastern desolate great demons. Peak Soul Sea, Shen Cheng level. was already the topmost powerhouse in the northern wasteland. Even if the sword sex Taishang Wei Wuchen could not take the slightest advantage against a demonic powerhouse of the same realm. This group of demons had come for Lord Ling Xiao after all. If this Xiao Yan was really killed by them, I'm afraid that the Yi family would definitely suffer the wrath of the great Yin dynasty. Miss Qingchan. Xiao Yan's tears sprang out at once. Luckily, the male didn't give up on me. Miss Qingchan, where is Mr. Ling Xiao? Quickly tell the Gongzi to come out and get this group of unknowing people killed. On Xiao Yan's body, a dazzling spiritual light bloomed once again, and even his face became cold and arrogant. With Lord Ling Xiao present, a mere few eastern desert demonic beasts were nothing. The male can completely crush them with a move of his finger. The great Yin dynasty died as Seoul Sea powerhouse in exchange for the goodwill of the Duke. This wave is not a loss. Gongzi is not in Qingfeng City. Yi Qingchan shook her head. A trace of helplessness raised on her pretty face. What? Xiao Yan's entire body was completely frozen, and in an instant, cold sweat soaked his back. Gongzi is not in Qingfeng City? Dry. Sloppy. Who did you say was? The dog demon bared its teeth and let out a cold smile towards Xiao Yan, and the might belonging to the Soul Sea great demon on his body surged out once again. Miss Qingchan, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to do over there, so I won't keep you company. I'll come back to visit again when your son returns. Xiao Yan did not dare to have the slightest hesitation as a golden talisman suddenly lit up in his hand while his figure instantly disappeared in place. As the great Yin crown prince, the northern wasteland's topmost heavenly pride, he naturally had some means of preserving his life on him. This void escape talisman was the most powerful card in his hand. Before Xiao Yan could be happy for too long, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him in the void, and it was precisely that Xianqing female demon. Golem. Xiao Yan's eyes steeply widened. How is that possible? How could she have traveled through the void? Although this little demoness in front of him was sweet looking and had a clear face, the aura on her body was properly the strongest in this land. Where do you want to go? Bai Jishi coldly glanced at Xiao Yan, and with a gentle grip of her small hand, the void aura that was wrapped around the latter's body instantly dissipated cleanly. Ah! A sudden scream came from the sky. Then everyone was dumbfounded to see that the great Yin crown prince, who had just cast a spirit talisman to escape, directly fell down from mid-air. What's going on here? At this moment, Xiao Yan could not care about the pain on his body at all, and his eyes were filled with deep despair. Done. Even the void escape talisman was useless in front of this demoness. Could it be that today, he would really die here? Xiao Yan suddenly remembered the 361 concubines in his harem, remembered the wine and food of the past, and his eyes actually overflowed with tears anew. Mother, I don't want to practice immortality anymore. It's so scary. The number one heavenly pride of the northern wasteland. At this moment, his Dao heart was unexpectedly shattered all over the place. Puff! Xiao Yan's figure fell heavily to the ground, and as Yi Qingchan looked at the white-furred maiden with an icy complexion in mid-air, a trace of coldness gradually surged out from the depths of her eyes. Little girl, do you know where Ling Xiao is? The dog-headed demon stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. This pretty maiden or whatever. It tasted the freshest. I don't know. Yi Qingchan shook her head and barely managed to calm herself down, though she didn't know exactly why this group of demons had come. But as long as we can stall for more time, the probability of Gongzi rushing back will be a bit higher. At this time, the sweat stains in her palm had already soaked through the golden spirit talisman, but Yi Qingchan remained stubborn and did not ignite it. No? Are you teasing this great king? The dog-headed demon's expression was cold. The ferocious cruelty in his eyes looked at Yi Qingchan and he felt a chill in his heart, his body instinctively wanting to retreat towards the back. In the end, although she was the Xian sword sect's eldest miss, when had she ever faced such a ferocious demon? But since she's with the Duke, what she does represents the Duke's face. She really didn't want to see Ling Xiao's disappointed expression. Humph. In that case, you go to hell too. The dog demon's patience seemed to have run out, especially in front of the young lady. He was a great eastern wasteland demon, but he had been teased by this mole-like human 3 times. Damn. Just damn. The sky suddenly darkened. A fuming soul sea demon. Its aura alone was enough to be feared. Facing that monstrous demonic aura, Yi Qingchan finally gritted her teeth and gently ignited the spirit talisman in her hand. It was at this moment, in the sky above his head, that dog demon waved his palm. A black spirit mark instantly condensed and formed, printing towards Yi Qingchan's head. Boom! The space began to crumble layer by layer, emitting a gust of palpitating clicks. The entire 100 miles above Qingfeng City was filled with a lurid black crack. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the terrifying spirit seal that was like a divine punishment, and without realizing it, their urine had already wet all over the ground. It's over, with this palm coming down. I'm afraid the entire Green Maple City will collapse. Only, right at this moment, Under the shroud of that spirit mark, Yi Qingchan's body seemed to suddenly have a cold and terrifying aura that was gradually surging. Chapter 46, The Sinful Animal Seeks Death. In the meantime, at the top of that barren mountain, the monstrous demonic aura suddenly trembled. Ling Zhao's eyes slowly opened. At this moment, it was as if the stars were falling across the ocean. An indescribably terrifying aura roared out and dissipated in an instant. Something happened? He raised his head and glanced in the direction of Green Maple City. An array of scarlet seemed to flash in the depths of his eyes. Master, Ling Xiao. Identity, young master of the Wandao demon sect. Divine body, heavenly demon true body second turn, forbidden physique. Cultivation level, middle Xianqing realm. Techniques, the 10,000 paths demon technique. Heavenly demon true scripture. Heavenly demon true body, talent. Silent pupil, talent, soul regeneration ancient technique, forbidden technique. Luck value, 700. Villain value, 0. At this time, his heavenly demon true body had already broken through to the second turning realm, and there were also unexpected gains. Heavenly devil's true scripture. This technique appeared in Ling Zhao's mind along with the second transformation of the demonic body. According to the records above, this scripture was inherited from the ancient heavenly devil, and through the Hongmeng derivation, its power was extremely terrifying. It described in detail how to fuse the Tao rules of heaven and earth. This method, however, also revealed supreme demonic intent, going so far as to devour the Tao origin that was already present in heaven and earth for cultivation. When cultivators cultivate, in the early stage, they only need to exhale the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and fuse it into the Danhai to form spiritual power. However, if one wishes to step into the supreme realm, one must perceive a trace of the Tao rules of heaven and earth and deduce the origin from the Tao rules, thus retiring the mortal body and accomplishing the immortal way. A few gifted people could also perceive two kinds of Tao rules at the same time, thus diffusing different origin powers in the sea of consciousness. Of course, in this world, there are people who are born to be the favorites of the heavenly Tao and contain the Tao origin in their bodies, so that the so-called immortal Tao shackles would be nothing to them. But no matter what, this cultivator who possessed the Tao origin was either an incomparably powerful existence or a supremely gifted heavenly pride. If Ling Xiao wanted to cultivate the heavenly devil's true body, he had to fuse the power of the Tao within them. It's a path that's destined to be against the world. No wonder every time this kind of physique appeared in the 5 domains, it would attract the combined killings of all the forces. Imagine how powerful a cultivator whose body contained countless types of Tao origin would be. Even once the devil body turns 9, what's the difference between him and the heavenly Tao? Thinking about it this way, this heavenly demon true body was not unworthy of being an ancient taboo. No need to cultivate, no need to feel. Simply by plundering the Tao of others one could fuse it into oneself and thus achieve the true body of a heavenly demon. What a pervert! However, with the breakthrough, Ling Xiao could also feel the demonic thoughts within his body climbing wildly. If you want to step into the third turn, you need to fuse at least 9 Tao rules. It seems like you need to search for some prey earlier. The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth rose slightly as a rare flash of evil intent flashed across his eyes before he lifted his foot and walked out of the spirit formation. At this moment, the sky above Qingfeng City was covered with gloomy clouds, and a demonic aura pressed across the miles, shocking to the eyes. Demon race? Ling Zhao's eyes slightly condensed and he no longer dared to have the slightest hesitation as his figure instantly disappeared in place. Fong had just made a breakthrough, and before he could completely suppress the demonic thoughts in his body he felt the message from Yi Qingchan. Obviously, that girl must be in big trouble. In Qingfeng City, the terrifying spirit seal blasted down. At this time, Xiao Yan has long since lost the style of a dynasty prince, the whole person prostrate on the ground, ting and pissing. As for Yi Qingchan, she just looked coldly at the sky that was gradually darkening, and deep in the bottom of her eyes, there was a coldness, a trace of coldness, if any, spread out, and within a few feet of its circumference, space seemed to have frozen. However, this Yi Qingchan had cultivated the way of the sword since she was a child. When did she possess this terrifying power of frost? Boom! Finally, the palm imprint fell and completely enveloped Yi Qingchan as well as Xiaoyan's figure. In the direction of the Yi clan, all the Yi clan members looked at the smoke and dust that rose up in the city in an instant, and their eyes were all filled with a touch of intense fear and despair. The only person in the Yi family who was involved with Lord Ling Xiao was Yi Qingchan. Now that she's dead, I'm afraid His Excellency won't look at the Yi family much longer. Only Feng Jiao'er stood in the crowd. The corner of her mouth seemed to carry a smirk. Yi Qingchan is dead, so she can finally take the throne. Silence enveloped the entire ancient city. Everyone looked at the place where the palm print fell and swallowed hard. With this palm, I'm afraid that even a peak soul sea human cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yi Qingchan, the #1 beauty of the northern wasteland, would end up in such a situation. Many of the clan pride girls were already secretly thankful at this point. Fortunately Ling Xiao didn't look at them all. Who would have thought that guy would be a shrinking violet? I'd rather let my woman die than dare to come out and mess with these demons. At this point, there were already quite a few people secretly speculating that, to be able to make Ling Xiao feel scornful, how terrifying should the identity of that white-furred girl be? Looking at her appearance, at most 14 or 15 years old, but a cultivation has reached the Xianqing level. Could it be that she also came from the holy state? Just as that dog-headed demon had a disdainful sneer on its face. In mid-air, Bai Zhishi's mouth let out a soft eep. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, revealing a 100-foot crack in the ground. Then, everyone saw that in front of Yi Qingchan, a figure stood in the air, protecting the young girl in her arms. Black clothes fluttered and he looked weary and lazy. Even at this moment, there was a hint of sarcasm hidden in the corners of his mouth. In those eyes that seemed to contain the eternities were the depths of a starry sea. Silly girl, why are you casting spirit talismans so late? Didn't I tell you to call out to me if something happens? Ling Xiao lowers his head, looking at Yi Qingchan's dull eyes and gradually reddening eyes, and chides in a gentle tone. Wow! At this moment, Yi Qingchan finally couldn't suppress the grievances in her heart and let out a sob in Ling Xiao's arms. Just now, she thought she would never see the male again, but just at the moment when that spirit mark was about to fall on her, that familiar black color suddenly came tearing through space and embraced her in her arms. This was Yi Qingchan's most desperate moment, but Ling Xiao gave her total peace of mind. She even had the illusion that even if the sky collapsed, Lord Ling Xiao would definitely be able to hold it up for her. On the side, Xiao Yin shivered and raised his head, and when he saw Ling Xiao, he unexpectedly cried even more heartbreakingly than Yi Qingchan. Lord Ling Xiao, you are finally here. Oh prince, you must do right by me. Xiao Yin hugged Ling Xiao's thigh as tears and snot flowed from his eyes. Did she bully you? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and looked up at Bai Zhishi in midair, and when he felt the latter's Xianqing level cultivation, a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Is it also from the holy state down here? You're Ling Xiao? The arrogance on the dog-headed demon's face had long disappeared. In its place was a touch of gravity. That palm just now, even though he didn't exert his full strength, it was by no means something that an ordinary Soul Sea person could easily receive. But this youth in front of him, without even making a move, disintegrated all the might in that palm print. Stronger, definitely a powerhouse. Sinner, Ling Xiao snorted coldly, as if his words contained supreme pressure. In just a few moments, the sky of Qingfeng City had turned an inky color. Chapter 47, Riding the Tiger. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, the sound of the Tao suddenly resounded, only to see that above the dog-headed demon's head, a ghostly demonic seal instantly coalesced. Even before the crowd could react, it directly crushed the void and fell. Miss, help me, the dog-headed demon hissed, his tone containing endless fearful despair. It was just that Bai Zhishi didn't move, or rather she didn't dare to move at all, because she had the feeling that as soon as she moved, she was bound to die horizontally on the spot. Especially just now, the moment she saw that black-clothed teenager's eyes, she actually nearly lost her mind. Boom! Before the demonic seal landed, the dog-headed demonic beast's figure directly turned into blood mist in midair. A chill instantly filled everyone's hearts, especially those few Eastern Wasteland great demons. Their mouths were even wider open at this time, looking at the black-clothed figure below, their hearts and minds trembling. If Miss wasn't still here, they would have turned tail and fled by now. The entire Green Maple City, once again, fell into a dead silence. Even Yi Qingchan, a look of shock appeared on her pretty face. The Duke of the World is unmatched. These 5 words, when applied to Ling Xiao, I'm afraid they couldn't be more appropriate. You, how dare you kill my people? Bai Zhishi finally reacted. A small face that had long been pale. Although she knew that Ling Xiao was from the sacred state, she didn't expect him to be so ferocious. Waving one's hand to kill a Soul Sea great demon. What kind of demonic might is this? Give me a reasonable explanation, or else today, all of you will die. Ling Xiao raised his head, eyed Bai Zhishi, and said in a calm voice, it was as if in his eyes, killing these few Eastern Wasteland great demons was a matter of raising his hands. Of course, no one dared to doubt his words at this point. You're Ling Xiao? Bai Zhishi took a deep breath and barely suppressed the fear in her heart. At the end of the day, she was just a 14 or 15-year-old girl, usually practicing in the 10,000 Demons Holy Land. I have seen a lot of small fights. How have I ever seen this kind of ruthless tactics? To kill someone at the drop of a hat? Is this Ling Xiao a devil? And why was it obvious that she was in midair and that Ling Xiao was standing on the ground? Yet she had the feeling that she was being looked down upon by him? Humph. Ling Xiao, I came here today to get a statement for my nephew Yifan. Bai Zhishi feigned a look of majesty, but the fear in the pink pupils of those eyes was not completely hidden. Yi Fan, nephew? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly and looked Bai Jishi up and down. It had to be said that although this young girl was still young, her looks were extremely beautiful. Snow-white skin and delicate features. The two jade legs were exposed beyond the white fur, with an indescribable temptation, especially that pair of beautiful eyes, which were actually pink in color, filled with a sense of bewitchment, a superb loli. If this were to happen now, it would inevitably be a goddess sought after by a group of dead fat geeks. Only, looking at the appearance of this young girl, she was obviously not of the human race, so how could Yi Fan have become her nephew? Could it be that Yi Fan's birth mother was actually a demon? The holy land of demons? A flash of realization flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. He just didn't know which clan of the 10,000 demons holy land this little loli was from. Of course, no matter which clan messed with Ling Xiao, there would only be one downfall. If it wasn't for the fact that the chi on her body was really a bit scary, Ling Xiao would have slapped her to death long ago. What about the Xianqing realm? Before Ling Xiao made his breakthrough, getting a Xianqing demon beast killed would be easy. What's more, at this time, he had already stepped into the middle stage of Xianqing, and this little loli was, at best, a doll in his eyes. At this moment, when the Yi family heard the word Yi Fan, they all froze. That loser? When did he get such an awesome little aunt? How do you want to beg? Ling Xiao did not pay attention to the surprise in Yi Qingchan's eyes. He knew early on that Yi Fan's mother was from the holy state and had some background. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to grant Yi Fan a heavenly ancient treasure. If it was according to the previous episodes, this little girl coming down to the realm should become Yi Fan's biggest leaning point. It's a shame. She met herself. 10,000 demons holy land, 3 emperors and 9 kings. Although each is strong, they are not as united as they once were. With the background of the Ling family and the Wandao demon sect, even if the 3rd emperor himself arrived, he wouldn't necessarily offend Ling Xiao for a bastard. Moreover, if that Yi Fan's mother was really of high status and cared for this child, how could she let him be left behind in the 4 wastelands? You, who are you to say that my nephew is a demon? Bai Jishi was instantly confused by Ling Xiao's question. Originally, she had come with the demon god mountain great demon in order to give Yi Fan an outlet for his anger. But she didn't expect that this Ling Xiao would be so strong that he came up and slapped one of the most loyal dogs by her side to death. With her strength, she still felt a trace of palpitations. Once today to annoy him, I am afraid that these demonic beasts behind her, one cannot escape. Bai Jishi suddenly had the feeling of riding a tiger. If I say he is, and you have a problem with that? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth lifted up in a playful manner. 2,000 points of chi value. Now that's the sacred state's heavenly pride. It was impossible to kill, but wouldn't it smell good to scare her a little bit? And by the way, control her with the soul regeneration ancient technique, and keep her by her side as a toy? Lolita and all. It's the most fun. Moreover, nowadays, he could be said to have enemies all over the sacred state. If he could plant a pawn in the 10,000 demons holy land, he might be able to be of unexpected use in the future even if his demonic body was exposed. Sooner or later, the matter of the 9 Sephiroth clan would become a trigger between the demon clan and the sacred sect. If Ling Xiao remembered correctly, that clan was the demon emperor clan from back then. I demand that you apologize to my nephew. Bai Jishi gritted her teeth and tried not to show too much cowardice, but the threat was too vicious, and she really didn't dare to open her mouth for fear of angering the demon in front of her. The aggravation in her heart at this point could be imagined. He came with a large number of people, but ended up being nearly scared to pee by a slap from someone else. Bai Jishi felt humiliated. Very humiliated. It's a completely different plot than one would have imagined. Of course, at this time, the one who felt the most refreshed was none other than Xiao Yan. Things were twisting and turning just now, and he had already been scared out of his pants by this group of Eastern desolate great demons. But now Lord Ling Xiao appeared and not only crushed that dog demon, but also shocked a bunch of great demons. What a sight! Xiao Yan stood upright and looked at Bai Jishi and the others with a hint of disdain in his gaze. Humph. So what if it's a great Xianqing demon? In front of the eunuch, he was still just as scared and pale, and he couldn't even speak properly. Humph. Apologizing to a mole. How dare you think of that? That's just it. Since you want to seek justice for Yi Fan, let me see what you can do. Ling Xiao sneered. Scaring a little girl was not something he could do with his hands. The terrifying pressure of the realm of the ascended immortal instantly swept across. Heaven and earth seemed to have completely darkened at that moment. An aura visible to the naked eye enveloped towards Ling Xiao outside his body, whistling like a dragon. Like a miracle. Good, what a terrifying aura. In mid-air, though several eastern wasteland great demons all had a touch of fear and despair in their eyes, even from a long distance away, at this moment, they all felt like their bodies were going to explode. Just Just as Bai Jishi's entire body was tensed up and her expression was grave as she prepared to meet Ling Zhao's thunderous tactics, the latter's face inexplicably turned white. At the same time, a strange icy coldness quietly filled the air, and the teenager's eyes, surprisingly, turned a blood-red color at this moment. Damn it! The demonic thoughts are going to be out of control. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth fiercely and directly shoved a spirit talisman to Yi Qingchan. Then there was no time at all to explain anything and his figure instantly swept towards the outside of the city in a flash. Chapter 48, Incarnation of the Evil One. The true form of the Heavenly Devil. Originally, it was transformed by the bloodline of the ancient Heavenly Devil, born at the beginning of the Hong Meng, which was forbidden by the Heavenly Tao. Rumor has it that in ancient times, when the gods and devils were fighting, the Heavenly Devil carried the four ancient gods alone with his own strength. In the end, the four gods used the power of blood sacrifice to barely kill it. But before he fell, the Heavenly Devil said, "My bloodline is endless." 300 years ago, the first teenager with the true body of a heavenly demon appeared in the sacred state. This person became a Taoist at the age of 10 and stepped into the breaking delusion. And at 16, he ascended to immortality already at the top of the sacred state. At the age of 22, he was regarded as a common enemy by the forces of the entire sacred state for devouring countless demonic origin Tao rules. In the end, after the sacred state had fallen countless powerhouses, it was once again exterminated. At the same time, the heavenly demon true body was classified as a forbidden physique by the holy sect, which was said to be ominous. Anyone who dares to conceal the true form of the heavenly devil will be executed. Unfortunately, it is also difficult to decide on parental affection when the holy teachings are harsh. On the day Ling Xiao was born, his body was shrouded in a demonic aura, and his true body of a heavenly demon was revealed. And in order to cover up this truth, the always gentle and elegant Ling family's lord, Ling Tianlin, even personally exterminated countless Ling family subordinates. Ever since he was a child, Ling Xiao knew that he had a secret that he could not tell anyone. Although he had tried his best to control the demonic thoughts in his body over the years, his mind and character were still inevitably affected by them. This was also the reason why the mention of Ling Zhao's name caused all of the sacred state's celestial pride to turn pale. Cruel and cold and murderous, worthy of being the young master of the Wan Dao demon sect. It's just that the world only thinks he's like that by nature. But they don't know that it's just the beginning. In the sky above Qingfeng City, Bai Jishi looked at the hastily fleeing Ling Xiao and was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. As for Yi Qingchan, because of her proximity, she naturally sensed that terrifying aura from Ling Zhao's body in the party. It was a terrifyingly sinister and murderous aura. Just a single strand made Yi Qingchan nearly lose her mind and fall into the boundless demonic path. "My lord, what's wrong?" Yi Qingchan had never seen Ling Xiao reveal the same anxious demeanor as Feng Xiao. Even that day when he faced the ancestor of the Phoenix clan at the drunken immortal tower, the duke's face remained calm. But just now, could it be that this Ling Xiao has something difficult to say? A flash of doubt flashed across Bai Jishi's small face. Wasn't that kid going to compete with the lady? How come he turned around and ran away before it even started? Scared. Right. Humph. So it's a paper tiger. Miss God's might. A mere human ant dares to shout at our miss. This pussy fled as soon as he saw that he couldn't pretend anymore. "Miss, let's go after them. You must avenge Air Dog." The crowd of Eastern Wasteland great demons immediately lost their tempers again and stood in midair whimpering and zapping. Originally, Bai Jishi was planning to leave. These Eastern Wasteland great demons couldn't feel Ling Zhao's dreadfulness, but she felt it extremely clearly just now. Just now, Ling Xiao clearly had a trace of the ascended immortal aura on him. A 16 or 17-year-old teenager was actually an immortal ascension powerhouse? That's not possible. Although Bai Jishi rarely stepped out of the 10,000 demons holy land and didn't know much about the human forces. However, if a 17-year-old immortal ascender appeared in the sacred state, it would also inevitably cause a sensation. Or, was he just trying to scare himself on purpose? But that demonic seal of the party was truly overbearing and overwhelming. For a while, Bai Jishi actually hesitated a bit. To chase or not to chase? Chasing. They were afraid that Ling Xiao would backhand them and destroy the group. If you don't go after it, you'll weaken your name again. So torn up about it. "Miss, any later and that little will have escaped." The group of demons behind them were filled with righteous indignation, and seemed to have forgotten how they had clamped their tails just now. Humph, where can he escape to? Chase. In the end, Bai Jishi decided to go after them. Previously, Ling Xiao had already made her lose face, disgracing her in front of a group of Eastern Wasteland demons. If she escapes again at this moment, if word gets out later, she is afraid that it will be difficult for the 9th princess to hold up her head in the demon clan again. "Miss, these people." At this moment, Xiao Yan had already raised his sword and was ready to commit suicide. "This Ling Xiao, is he playing with me? In just half a day, This great Yen prince already felt like he had finished his life ahead of schedule. Don't mind them. Bai Jishi glanced at Yi Qingchan and ultimately didn't make another move to slaughter these mole crickets and hurriedly chased after them towards Lingxiao. Go! The crowd of demons clenched their teeth, but they didn't dare to disobey the lady's order, and immediately set off 10,000 feet of demonic qi, and left with great vigor. Yi Qingchan breathed a sigh of relief, but the worry on her face was not cut down by a single bit. Unconsciously, she actually really started to worry about that Shengzhou male who bullied her all day long. Where did that guy go? Bai Jishi and the others chased after him to a mountain stream outside of Qingfeng City, but they suddenly lost Ling Zhao's scent. It shouldn't. They demons were naturally good at tracking compared to the human race. Can't help it. Got a good nose. But at this moment, where was Ling Zhao's shadow in a 100-mile radius? Just then, Bai Jishi clearly felt that at the top of that high mountain, a great figure was sitting quietly, as if it was one with heaven and earth, with a kind of ancient momentum. There was not a single fluctuation of spiritual power on his body, only endless blood qi that was like an ocean, vast and surging. This kind of aura, it's so strange to say. Bai Jishi's small face froze as her figure descended from the sky and landed beside that black shadow. Only when she got closer did she see that the figure was several feet tall, and his entire body was covered in a layer of black light. But this light was not powerful, but it was as if it was eternal darkness. Even in that black shadow around the 3 feet of land, there is not a trace of light flickering, like a universal devil's cave, devouring all the light in the world. Hey, what race are you? Have you seen a human teenager pass by here? Bai Jishi clenched her hands around her waist and drank in a cold voice. Only that black shadow ignored it and only sat quietly. In the sky above its head, there was a hidden devilish intent that quietly swirled, diffusing the heavens of the ages. Our young lady is asking you, are you deaf? Behind Bai Jishi, a great demon shouted out angrily, and was just about to raise his feet toward the black shadow when he saw his eyes open abruptly. Buzz. In an instant, heaven and earth were dark, and there was a yellow bell-like roar resounding in one's ears. And the crowd of demons only felt the blood qi in their bodies violently rolling around, nearly fainting in place from fear. Miss, this person is a bit powerful. Why don't we make a detour? What's the big deal if you don't say it? Bai Jishi's eyebrows knitted lightly, but for some reason, she always felt that the pair of eyes in front of her were somewhat familiar. It shouldn't be. That Ling Xiao was a human, and this big guy in front of him, at a glance, was a demon. So it couldn't be impossible. But how could there be such a terrifying demon in this lower land? Or, perhaps, the devil? It's confusing. Buzz. Just before Bai Jishi could think of the reason, above that void, there was suddenly an unrivaled aura that pressed across heaven and earth, and the doubt on her face turned almost instantly to fear. Chapter 49 Blood Palace Pursuit. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, a sword chant suddenly resounded. An aura as terrifying as the divine sky enveloped the entire barren mountain at once. The scent. Bai Jishi's delicate body trembled lightly as she looked up in the direction where the breath had come from, her small face vaguely pale. Bai Jishi, you're really here. Above the void, a white-clothed upright figure pierced through space and floated down. In his hand, a green-colored ancient sword was brimming with sharpness, and his sword intent flowed, gulping mountains and rivers. You again. Bai Jishi's pretty face grew colder, but the tension in her divine sense failed to escape Ling Zhao's perception. That's right, that demonic shadow was none other than Ling Zhao's second-turned demonic body. Only now, his spiritual power suppressed the demonic intent, and although it didn't cause the demonic aura to leak out, he couldn't move it lightly by the slightest bit. Moreover, he could sense that this white-clothed swordsman who had suddenly descended was at least at the peak level of breaking delusion. Moreover, looking at him with his sword intent rushing through the air, even in the delusion-breaking first realm, he should be an extremely terrifying existence. If you stayed safely in the demon race, I would really have no way to take you, but I didn't expect that you would seek your own death. The white-clothed swordsman smiled indifferently, and the ancient sword in his hand gently chopped down, surprisingly without the slightest bit of procrastination. Buzz. The monstrous sword chant instantly resounded through the heavens and earth. 100 feet of sword on appeared out of thin air, not giving Bai Jishi the slightest time to prepare, carrying a terrifying heavenly might towards the heads of a group of eastern wasteland great demons. Run apart. The farther away the better. Bai Jishi's small face turned white, and she fought to hiss, so she wanted to turn around and flee. The remaining few eastern wasteland great demons even instantly transformed into their original bodies, exerting 12% of their strength and frantically fleeing towards the distance. How could they not feel the frightfulness of this swordman? The pressure on him could be several times more terrifying than Bai Jishi, but even if they fled as fast as they could, how could they be faster than the heaven-tearing sword awnings? Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream. Immediately, the bodies of 2 soul-sea great demons were chopped into pieces by that sword intent. Ling Xiao's complexion was aghast as he looked at the falling sword blade above his head with a grave expression. If it was an ordinary time, he would not need to be afraid of this white-clothed swordsman with mysterious origins. But now, his cultivation was sealed, and even his body could not move lightly, as if he was a living target to be slaughtered. Sure, although this sword intent was strong, it was by no means easy to break his demonic body. He was just worried that an accidental leak of the demon would draw suspicion from that white-clothed swordsman. Aren't you going to run yet? This person is very powerful. No one in the lower realms is his enemy. You will die. Bai Jishi looked at the figure beside her that was still sitting in place, as well as the sword mane that was about to fall, and finally clenched her silver teeth as she tugged on Ling Xiao's arm, a layer of strange fluctuations rippling around her. Ling Xiao was then somewhat surprised to see that the scenery in front of him suddenly shifted and changed in appearance. The Void Dao? A ray of divine splendor suddenly bloomed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He turned his head to look at Bai Jishi beside him, whose face was grave, and suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. No wonder this girl was able to come down to the realm. So it turns out that she actually controls such a terrifying Dao. Looking at her age, she was at most 14 or 15 years old, yet she was already in the Xinqing realm. These 2,000 points of chi are really not much, and, although this girl seems to be indifferent, but the heart is pure and childish, simply do not understand the sinister of the hearts of the world. In other words, the fact that she was able to save an unrelated person in a time of crisis was proof of her heart. But, with a heart like that, it's easy to be taken. Void Dao rules, 2000 chi, or a demon lowly. Ha ha, I, Ling Xiao, am a villain and do not deserve an established childhood friend. But who says I can't build my own little green plum? I'll see where you run this time. The white-clothed swordsman frowned, looking at the slight ripples that swirled in space, and the corners of his mouth suddenly raised in a smile, only to see his palm turn over. A small octagonal mirror immediately appeared in his palm, on which runes flowed, indescribably divine and exquisite. Since he had come here specifically for Bai Jishi, he naturally knew about the Void Dao in this girl, so it's been prepared for a long time. Bai Jishi dragged Ling Xiao all the way towards the eastern wasteland in a frenzy. On the Demon God Mountain, there is a teleportation gate that leads directly to the demon race of the upper realm, which was left by the 3 emperors back then. She only needed to return to the Demon God Mountain, then she could escape back to the sacred state. And sensing that the swordsman did not come after him, Bai Jishi's figure reappeared in midair and landed in an ancient forest on a lonely mountain at the border of the eastern wasteland and the northern wasteland. Scared to death, this Blood Soul sacred temple is really a ghost that won't go away. Humph, when I return to the sacred state, I'll ask mother to beat you all to death. Bai Jishi grumbled with her small mouth. After not having that group of eastern desolate great demons around her, she finally didn't have to pretend to be as deep as she was before. Blood Soul Sanctuary? Ling Xiao frowned. He was extremely familiar with this name. This force, which was notorious in the holy state, specialized in killing people. It was just that the Blood Soul Sanctuary never went out of their way for spirit stones, and when one approached them to do something, one had to fulfill the conditions they put forth. This condition, sometimes it was a favor, sometimes it was an elixir. In short, it was so strange and confusing. How did you provoke the Blood Soul Holy Temple? Ling Xiao suddenly opened his mouth, clearly startling Bai Jishi. You can talk? Bai Jishi popped up in front of Ling Xiao and looked him up and down with some wariness in her eyes. You better run fast. He's catching up. Ling Xiao sighed, and there was a bit of a low tone in his voice. Don't Lolitas always prefer a deep and stable man? Hello baby, I'm Ling Xiao, a mature and handsome, bad uncle. Catching up? You're bragging less. I didn't even feel that guy's aura. How could you possibly feel it? Bai Jishi gave Ling Xiao a godly look, but right at this moment, above the sky, a streak of unparalleled sword intent suddenly drooped down, like a torrential downpour, instantly enveloping the entire mountain peak. Chapter 50 Ling Xiao Demonic Might. No good. Bai Jishi's small face turned white, and her figure instantly rose up in the air. 9 large furry tails appeared out of thin air behind them, blossoming with eye-catching spiritual light. Boo! It was just that this Bai Jishi was only at the Xinqing realm, so how could she block the attack of a delusion-breaking powerhouse? The rain of swords showered down, instantly raising a bloody light. Bai Jishi's figure fell from the sky and landed in front of Ling Xiao, and by now, her body had revealed many longitudinal sword marks, looking somewhat pitiful. Damn it, hey, run fast, I'll stop him for a while. Bai Jishi turned her head and glanced at Ling Xiao, that pair of pink eyes revealing gravity. Ling Xiao frowned lightly and gave a cold laugh in his heart. This heaven's mandate people are really all upright and righteous. You're dying and you're still in the mood to care about other people's lives? 9 tails, the foxes? The 10,000 demons Holy Land. Among the 9 kings, the Skyfox clan has always been uncontested. But this Blood Soul Sacred Temple's powerhouse in front of him was clearly rushing towards this little girl. Could it be that they coveted her talent? What are you still waiting for? He's here to kill me. Run away. Humph. I, Bai Jishi, am not a person who is greedy and afraid of death. Bai Jishi snorted coldly, looking a bit arrogant in her pallor, obviously cheering herself up. It was obvious that the white-clothed swordsman had come prepared. If she escaped again, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape his palm. It was just that Ling Xiao did not move. The void Daoin Bai Jishi's body was equally tempting to him. The power of the void. Even if it was placed in the 3000 Dao rules, it was one of the top mysterious ones. With 2000 Qi added to her body, it was impossible for this little girl to fall easily. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to suppress the demonic intent. The heavenly Dao shelters well, preaching that everything is cause and effect. Since he was here, perhaps that was where the little girl's life was. Buzz. Space rippled, and the figure of that one white-clothed swordsman reappeared in midair with a faint hint of teasing in his eyes. You idiot, don't run away yet. I won't have the time to care about you in the fight later. Bai Jishi clenched her teeth fiercely and raised her head to look at that blood hall powerhouse. Did the Cthulhu clan send you? Since the time of the Holy State, Bai Jishi had experienced many assassinations. The Skyfox clan doesn't have many enemies. The only one with some competing interests was the Tsunami Kangwolf clan. In the Holy Land of 10,000 demons, the 3 emperors stood tall and ruled over all races, and the remaining 9 kings each ruled their own mountains and rivers. Among them, the territories of the Skyfox clan and the Tsong Wolf clan were adjacent to each other, and there were often conflicts. In particular, Bai Jishi was known as the strongest talent of the 9-tailed Skyfox clan, awakening the Void Dao at the age of 14, and was bound to be the one to achieve supremacy in the future. The Tsunami Kangwolf clan would definitely not allow it to grow. A dead man need not know too much. The white-clothed swordsman laughed coldly as arcane aura bloomed once again on the ancient sword in his hand. Dark clouds roared and gathered, and the sound of thunder crashed across the miles. Even the space of 100 miles in a radius was locked by a biting sword intent. Obviously, he didn't intend to give Bai Jishi another chance to escape. Sword Dao origin? This white-clothed swordsman has actually comprehended the Dao as well. Another hint of surprise flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. From this swordsman, he sensed a terrifying severity that killed heaven and earth. It was vaguely mixed with a hint of the origin of the great Dao. It seemed that in order to kill Bai Jishi, the Blood Soul Sanctuary had also paid a big price. What slightly made Ling Xiao feel a bit puzzled was how this white-clothed swordsman's delusion-breaking body had broken through that layer of domain shackles and descended in its true form. One must know that when he went down to the realm with Eldarine, it was because he had begged for a boundary-breaking talisman from his mother's hand. The preciousness of this thing was comparable to a heavenly treasure. Although Ling Xiao did not know where his mother had gotten such a divine object from. However, it was obvious that there shouldn't be many in the land of the Holy State that could possess such divine objects. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation level was, the easier it was to be rejected by the domain realm. And if one didn't pay attention, one could be crushed into a slag. Bai Jishi was able to cross the shackles, which Ling Xiao could understand. After all, she had comprehended the Dao of Void, and her control of space was absolutely unparalleled. And as this white-clothed swordsman had likewise comprehended the Dao, it was reasonable to say that he would never be able to easily avoid the prying eyes of the holy sect and descend here. Unconsciously, Ling Xiao seemed to smell a hint of conspiracy. Die! In the sky, a large sword chopped down furiously. The golden light on it overflowed, and the Taoist lines grew horizontally, containing the holy might of the great Dao. The speed at which that sword fell was not fast, but it gave one a sense of being unable to avoid it. Bai Jishi's small face was icy cold. Knowing that she couldn't avoid it, she suddenly raised her foot and kicked Ling Xiao hard. Move! At this moment, she even had the heart to worry about herself. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. How could he not see that if this sword fell, Bai Jishi would be seriously injured if not dead? How could Ling Xiao easily miss such a perfect opportunity for a hero to save a beauty? The 9-tailed fox clan is the world's most beautiful and seductive. The world knows that the foxes are charming, but they don't know that this tribe, once moved, has always been loyal. This little girl is gifted. The body list of luck, subdued to do a plum raised. It does not smell good? Between heaven and earth, a wisp of demonic intent suddenly dispersed quietly. The green sky is clear and instantaneous. Buzz, peerless sword intent hung down from the sky like a galaxy. The clouds shattered, and the heaven and earth twisted, instantly covering the entire mountain range. Bai Jishi clenched her silver teeth, and a red-colored treasure furnace appeared in her hand at some point. The same strange colors flowed from it, and it was as if flames were rising in the void. Daozer. With just one glance, Ling Xiao sensed the terrifying nature of that red cauldron, but although Dao weapons were powerful, they were also divided into whose hands they were in. Bai Zhixi's talent was strong, but her realm was too low. If she was given a few more years to grow, I'm afraid that no one in the entire sacred state would be her opponent. But now, the firelight above that red furnace quickly drowned out, and that matchless sword intent finally landed on Bai Zhixi's body at that moment. Boom! The entire barren mountain trembled for an instant for no reason. 100-foot crack spread from the top of the mountain to the location at the foot of the mountain, shocking all the spirits. It was only that the white-clothed swordsman's face was not half joyful, and even had a hidden hint of surprise. The spirit awnings in the sky were bright and clear, vaguely revealing a dark and magnificent figure among them. Bai Zhixi's eyes were tightly closed, and her small face was already pale. Only, after waiting for a long time, that sword intent never fell. Bai Zhixi opened her eyes suspiciously, but she saw that in front of her, a figure whose entire body was shrouded in demonic awnings raised the sky with one hand, holding that sword intent firmly in her hand. Who's this? How could there be such a strong man in the four deserts, relying on his physical body alone? He blocked that delusion breaker swordsman's Tao-containing sword? How is that possible? At this moment, Bai Zhixi's eyes steeply widened, and on her small face, she was filled with shock. This demonic aura, above his head, a trace of fear similarly flashed across the white-clothed swordsman's face. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something, and in the depths of his eyes, a wave of fear and horror suddenly erupted. This is, so the person Saint Elder was talking about, is you. Chapter 51 Execution of Breaking Delusion. You. Bai Zhixi lightly covered her small mouth. Her face had long since completely frozen down, and Ling Xiao only turned his head to look at her. The depth in his eyes, like the most terrifying abyss in the world, did not contain the slightest bit of emotion. What there is just endless killing. How? Bai Zhixi's delicate body trembled and instinctively stepped backward. Even at this moment, she had a feeling that this demon was 1,000 times more dangerous than the white-clothed swordsman overhead. Who the hell are you? The white-clothed swordsman looked at the figure wrapped in demonic aura beneath him with a grave expression. From him, with his cultivation at the delusion-breaking realm, he actually felt a slight coolness. How could there be such a great devil in the four deserts? No matter who you are, since I've stumbled upon you, I'll behead you first. Although the white-clothed swordsman sensed Ling Xiao's terror, in this land of the four wastelands, the strongest person was nothing more than a broken delusion, and since he had already sensed a trace of the Tao, how could he be afraid of a demonic creature? It's not that he's overly arrogant, it's just that there's no fear in not knowing. The ancient sword was lightly lifted, and a hint of sword intent began to whistle. It was only Ling Xiao who had a cold smile on his face, and then, he took a deep breath and let out a hissing sound up to the sky. Roar! The monstrous demonic aura rose up to the sky. The four quarters trembled, and heaven and earth were devoid of light. The entire barren mountain, no more light. The black clouds were pressing down as if they were just out of reach. Thunder rolls and crashes to earth. At this moment, all of the strongest people in the four wastelands were looking at the cloudy sky in midair with shocked eyes and terrified faces. Is this a great demon coming out? In Qingfeng City, Yi Qingchan placed her hands on top of each other in front of her chest, her beautiful eyes looking up at the sky with a hint of sadness between her brows. My lord, where are you? Why aren't you back yet? And at the junction of the eastern wasteland and the northern wasteland, a figure wrapped in a black robe similarly stopped, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Humph, does even the heavens know that I'm going to get the creation of this Shin demon ancient land? Just wait, Ling Xiao, just wait. Yi family, I will personally crush you all. As the words fell, the black-robed silhouette glanced at the ancient diagram in his hand, and without the slightest hesitation anymore, walked straight into a valley filled with endless demonic intent and deathly aura before him. How is this possible? As the white-clothed swordsman looked at the demonic-awned figure beneath him, his face finally brought a hint of panic. At this moment, he could feel that his mind seemed to be eroded by that demonic intent, unconsciously generating some crazy killing thoughts. Impossible. He is the person who has broken the delusion. His state of mind has long been like stopping water. How could a mere demonic intent cause him to lose his mind? Die. Just before he could think more, he only saw that the demonic shadow underneath him suddenly stretched out a hand in the direction of where he was, and gently held it. Click, click, click. A sound of a millstone turning came. Strangely enough, the space around that white-clothed swordsman seemed to be held in that demonic creature's hands, collapsing in an instant. No! At the critical moment, the ancient sword in the white-clothed swordsman's hand chopped out horizontally, and with unrivaled momentum, he chopped out a spatial rift alive. His figure instantly swept out, and when he looked back again, that entire space had been completely pinched into smithereens by a huge force. What power is this? At this moment, The white-clothed swordsman's face finally turned completely pale. Worthy of being a strong person who has controlled the Tao, Ling Xiao smiled grimly, only for his figure to suddenly disappear in place, and the white-clothed swordsman instantly launched his sword and chopped into the space behind him. It was just at the moment the ancient sword fell from his hand, his entire body suddenly froze in place. Ling Xiao's figure slowly emerged from midair. A palm covered in demonic aura tightly held that sword blade in his hand. Then, in the shocked eyes of that swordsman, he crushed it in his palm. Puff! The essence spiritual treasure was shattered. That white-clothed swordsman's mind was immediately traumatized. And then he gritted his teeth fiercely, not daring to have the slightest hesitation anymore, turning around and wanting to leave. Can you walk? Ling Xiao shook his head. The reason why he didn't hesitate to expose his demonic body was precisely because he was looking at the sword Dao Dao in this swordsman. Furthermore, the passage of this swordsman down to the realm was truly bizarre, so Ling Xiao naturally did not dare to let him leave. Die! Space was once again confined, and even though the white-clothed swordsman struggled desperately, he was ultimately wrapped tightly by a strange force. Feeling the squeezing sensation coming from his surroundings, the swordsman's eyes cracked. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he even directly gave up his physical body, trying to escape in the form of his divine soul. Finally out. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth lifted into a smile. With his heavenly demon true body second transformation form and his innate divine strength, pinching a delusion breaker wouldn't be too much of a hassle. At this time, I just want to force him to manifest his divine soul, so that I can also perform the heavenly devil true scripture. Get thee in here. The strange suction force instantly enveloped that swordsman's divine soul, and then a strange sensation struck him, and he completely lost consciousness before he could even let out a single miserable scream. Puff! The body of the white-clothed swordsman fell from the sky and dropped in front of Bai Jishi, this little princess of the nine-tailed clan. At this time, her entire body was in a state of complete confusion. With her mouth wide open, she looked at the 7 bleeding corpses, and for a moment, she didn't know whether to run away or to thank the great devil who had saved her life. And at this moment, the demonic aura on Ling Xiao's body suddenly began to roll violently, and an extremely powerful wave rippled out. Drop! Congratulations to the host for devouring another's Dao and conforming to the villain's style. The villain's value increases by 2,000 points. The system's beep sounded, and Ling Xiao's smile grew thicker at the corners of his mouth. Kendo Dojo. This was the first Dao that he had fused, even though he had never delved into the Dao of the sword. Nowadays, when he raised his hands and threw his feet, he carried an overwhelming and unparalleled momentum. This is the terror of the Dao. Communicate the power of heaven and earth, and diffuse their own Dao, thus accomplishing the origin. Again, this was the terror of the heavenly demon's true body. Using the true scriptures to fuse the Dao of others to achieve the power of one's own origin. There was no need to sense, no need to deduce, just plundering was enough. Ling Xiao placed his gaze on the little girl from the nine-tailed clan underneath him, and the devilish light in his eyes flickered with a hint of bloodthirsty ghostly aura. Should we, by the way, kill this girl altogether? 2,000 chi luck. If you just use your brain, you can soon plunder it clean, right? Although the Nine-Tail clan was one of the 9 royal clans of the 10,000 demons Holy Land, as long as it was done cleanly, it could be shifted to the Blood Soul Sanctuary. Furthermore, when that Blood Hall powerhouse descended, several great demons in the Eastern Wasteland had seen it with their own eyes. They can certainly prove their innocence for themselves. It's just, there are some people who are a little more useful, alive, than a Dao rule. Who the hell are you? Why are you looking at me like that? Weirdly scary to say the least. Bai Jishi's feet quietly stepped backward, a hint of trepidation flashing in her eyes. This demonic creature in front of her, even the delusion breaker could be killed. How could she, a mere Xianqing demonic beast, be his opponent? Who am I? A hint of playfulness flashed across Ling Xiao's face as his figure suddenly dropped from midair. The demonic aura around him gradually dispersed, revealing his original appearance. It's you. Chapter 52, The Nine-Tailed Sky Fox. Bai Jishi looked at the young man in black with a handsome face with a dull expression. At the end of the day, he even suddenly blushed, and in his heart, he despised. Bah, it's true that bad people all look like human beings. Nine-Tailed Clan, Void Talent, it seems that your status in the clan is not low. Ling Xiao's expression was warm, and his tone was all about gentleness. Nowadays, in the holy state, the holy sect stands tall and reigns over the forces of the human race, and the demon race has always been united when they are entrenched in one place. It's just that humans and demons have different paths, and disputes between the two races have existed since ancient times. This Bai Jishi was young, but her talent was extremely terrifying. If it can be utilized well, it will be a great help in the future. Of course, Ling Xiao admitted that he was a bit of a teenage girl raising. After all, Such a good-looking little loli and a kind-hearted little fox. It was a bit of a shame to kill it. The nine-tailed sky fox, even if you look at the holy state, is the most bewitching clan. This clan not only has the fox's natural charming bone, and the character of the proud, but conquest is a unique flavor. Although the girl in front of her was still young, and her charm had not yet been completely revealed, but it was thought that in less than 5 years, she would inevitably become an existence in the sacred state that plagued the party. My little green plum, when you meet me, you can only count yourself unlucky. Bad man, you stay away. Bai Jishi's hands covered her chest, and her face was a look of fear. She had already seen how terrifying Ling Xiao was before in Green Maple City, and now, this devil had put to death a delusion-breaking great power in front of her. At this point, Bai Jishi had completely given up on her intention to escape. She actually kinda underestimated herself. With the void Dao she herself controlled, she definitely couldn't be helped until Ling Xiao executed his heavenly demon true body. If the situation had not been critical, Ling Xiao would have never dared to release his demonic thoughts. But fortunately, with the harvest of that one sword Dao origin, taking a little risk was worth it. Since this little girl had seen him perform his demonic body, he must not let her go so easily. Otherwise, once she returned to the clan to tell what happened today, I'm afraid that Ling Xiao's fate would become quite miserable. Although the demon race sacred sect did not deal with each other, over the past few years, Ling Xiao had heard of many demonic great powers who had submitted to the sacred sect. So, to be on the safe side, why is that blood temple powerhouse after you? Ling Xiao walked in front of Bai Jishi to prevent her from casting her talent to escape. How would I know? Maybe it was sent by the Kangwolf clan. Bai Jishi had wanted to put on a cold and arrogant appearance, but there was no one else around at this moment, so if she annoyed this big devil again, she would have her sufferings. A clan of pale wolves? Ling Xiao frowned, a flash of contemplation in his eyes. Shouldn't be. Although the Tsong Wolf clan was also a royal clan of the demon realm, its power was not on par with the Nine-Tail clan. Even if a strong person was sent, it wouldn't be enough to startle the Blood Soul Sacred Hall. Furthermore, the white-clothed swordsman just now had a sentence that confused Ling Xiao. So the person Saint Lao is talking about is you? Who is the holy old man? Why am I the one who said it? What did he say about me? All of this caused Ling Xiao to feel an inexplicable sense of crisis. Furthermore, when Ling Xiao fused the divine soul of that sword Dao powerhouse just now, he actually realized that his memories had been sealed. With Ling Xiao's current means, he was simply unable to open it. What does that mean? It showed that this Blood Palace powerhouse was definitely not just here for assassination. He must have another agenda. Looks like some care will have to be taken. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart and refocused his gaze on Bai Jishi. Open your mind and don't resist me. What do you want? Bad man, don't you dare. Bai Jishi instantly tensed up, humiliation revealed in the pupils of her pink eyes. I'll give you two choices, either die or open your mind. I'll only erase your party's memories and won't do anything to you. Seeing that this little girl was so resistant, Ling Xiao could only say, half threatening and half promising, Are you sure? At this moment, Bai Jishi did not doubt for a second that Ling Xiao would kill her. This fellow's ruthlessness could be far too terrifying than that Song Wolf clan. Of course, in my position, would I lie to a little girl like you? A touch of gentleness appeared on Ling Xiao's face, like a bad uncle who swindled a little girl with a lollipop. Then you swear by the Dao heart. In the end, Bai Jishi was a little girl who actually believed in the words of oaths. If this oath worked, wouldn't every man in the world be dead? Humph, if I violate this oath, I will be made a devil forever. Ling Xiao snorted coldly while Bai Jishi stared at her wide eyes in contemplation for a long time. Why does it feel like there's something not quite right about this vow? Only in the end, under Ling Xiao's slightly threatening gaze, she reluctantly let go of her mind. After all, a dog's life is important. Wasn't it just a memory wipe? She didn't want to remember the big bad guy yet. Looking at Bai Jishi, who had her eyes tightly closed in front of her and was beaming with an unhappy face, Ling Xiao instantly had a sinister smile on his face. Soul regeneration ancient art. Buzz. Bai Jishi only felt a wisp of divine soul drifting into her sea of consciousness, and immediately afterward, her entire being was plunged into boundless darkness. Forget about what happened just now. Remember, Ling Xiao is the man you love most in this life. Your whole life. You have to dedicate yourself to him. Your flesh, your soul belongs to him. A voice suddenly resounded in the darkness, as if it had magical powers, deeply penetrating into Bai Jishi's mind and soul. Ling Xiao is my favorite person. My body and soul belong to him. I'm going to dedicate everything to him. Bai Jishi's eyes looked blankly into the distance, repeating these words over and over again under her breath. It wasn't until a long time later that she snapped out of that bizarre state. Ling Xiao glanced at the nine-tailed clan heavenly maiden in front of him with satisfaction. The tactic he had performed was not dementia. Rather, It's a divine soul inscription that's more advanced than a regimen. This hypnosis-like tactic is capable of inscribing commands directly into the host's subconscious, giving her an instinct. Also, it's not easy to be noticed. With the strength of that nine-tailed fox king, once Ling Xiao had performed the soul regeneration technique on this girl, it was inevitable that she wouldn't be able to tell the difference. After all, after a trauma to the mind, one's behavioral emotions would more or less change, but divine soul inscriptions won't. Although this means can't completely control the host like a dementor, and will even retain the host's original conscious thinking, but it's much more fun, and at the same time it doesn't interfere with the host's cultivation. Dolls, of course, have to have the most realistic reactions in order to get the thrill. Otherwise, just get an inflatable one. You're that Ling Xiao. Why are you here? The dullness in Bai Jishi's eyes gradually dissipated before she let out a terrified scream upon seeing Ling Xiao. Where am I? At the same time, she glanced at the surrounding mountain streams with some confusion, especially the gullies on the ground that spanned for 100 miles, which made her completely confused. What did you do to me? Chapter 53, The Name of the Prince. You forgot? Ling Xiao smiled wickedly. Fong was the one who said you liked me. What? You fart. How could I like you? As Bai Jishi spoke, her eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, she seemed to see that on Ling Xiao. She was glowing. It was a golden glow, like a dazzling sun, moving the heart. Coupled with Ling Xiao's handsome and peerless face, it was simply a bit mesmerizing. How can this be? How could I have fallen for him? It's impossible. Bai Jishi looked at Ling Xiao blankly, as if she was trying to remember what had happened just now. She only remembered that she had brought a group of great demons from the Demon God Mountain to Green Maple City. Then she was publicly slapped in the face by this Ling Xiao, and she couldn't remember much of what happened next. Did he plant a soul mark on me? The more Bai Jishi thought about it, the more ridiculous she felt, and eventually, in Ling Xiao's teasing eyes, she tore through the void and ran away. But why? Just for a moment on the verge of leaving, she felt a little reluctant again. Ling Xiao looked at the mid-air, the little girl who was looking back at him with a complicated expression, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew thicker. This divine soul inscription, it's really magical. I'm afraid that it won't take long for this little girl to understand in advance what it means to have acacia carved into her bones. Dropping. Congratulations to the host for severing the love affair of the heaven's destined son, gaining 200 chi value and 2000 villain value. Destiny's Child love affair? Sure enough, it's the doggone relationship trope again. If Ling Xiao had not appeared, I'm afraid that Bai Jishi would have sought out Yifan this time, and then the two of them would have encountered the Blood Palace's strongest pursuers, experienced some life and death experiences, and had a mutual love affair. In the end, Bai Jishi is forced to return to the sacred state, and Yifan vows to find her, setting the stage for his visit to the sacred state afterward. Even in the subsequent episodes, Ling Xiao had thought of it. When Yifan first arrived in the holy state, he had no one to turn to and was despised everywhere. Eventually, he offended some major power and was caught in a situation of certain death. At this time, Bai Jishi arrives at the news and leads the strongest members of the demon race to kill Yifan's enemies, completing a wave of plot reversal climax. The routine is such a routine. It's a shame. This Yifan encountered himself and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk to the holy state. Buzz. Just as Ling Xiao was secretly pleased with himself, in his sea of consciousness, Yin Lao's voice suddenly came over. Sir, you party? Oh, encountered some small accidents. Elder Yin, how is it on your side? When Ling Xiao's demonic intent climbed within his body just now, he took the initiative to cut off the connection with Elder Yin. After all, it was a slave, and it was never good to know too much. The villain, of course, can't be trusted. It's all in the eye of the beholder. My lord, that Yifan has found a monument, and it seems that he has touched certain prohibitions, and the monument has appeared. Yin Lao's voice was a bit urgent. Yifan had already gone in for a day. If the mail didn't come, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to drink the soup. Oh, so fast. Not bad for a son of destiny. Ling Xiao smiled. So what if he went in? It would just help him eradicate the difficulties in advance. I know. Wait for me at the entrance to the ruins. I'll be right over. With more chi. Sure enough, everything goes smoothly. Northern Wilderness Borderlands. This place had mountains running through it and ancient trees, and at first glance, it was a good place to get out of the secret realm. It was just unusual for such a mountain and river abyss to be rarely trodden by humans. The depths of the great abyss must have great demons. This is the consensus of the human race, who has nothing better to do than to come here and give rations to the demons. But at this time, in the sky above that mountain range, countless streams of light flashed, and all kinds of powerful breaths came and went, just like a lively scene. At the end of the mountain range, a beam of golden light shot straight up into the sky, and the sound of the great Tao Brahma resounded extravagantly, naturally being the source of attraction for the crowd. I didn't expect such a secret realm to appear in my northern wasteland. Yes, it's been a long time since I've seen such a terrifying divine light. God bless my northern wasteland. A crowd of cultivators gathered in groups of 3 or 5 at the place where the golden light shone, and their eyes all flashed with intense greed. Like this kind of miracle, it must contain heavy treasure. Whoever gets it, that is a step to heaven's creation. But just as the crowd was rubbing their fists and preparing for a big show, a lazy voice suddenly came from the ancient forest in the distance. I see that this secret realm contains great danger. You all will most likely be cold when you go in. So why don't you go back from wherever you came from? Ha! Where's the goddamned guy from? Who speaks out of turn? All the cultivators' faces froze, and the pressure outside their bodies rose in all directions as they turned their heads toward the direction from which the voice came. But see at this time, in that forest on an ancient tree, a figure dressed in black standing with his arms folded, his expression lazy, dusty appearance. Not Ling Xiao, and who is it? Kid, did you fart just now? In the crowd, a rough-looking, 9-foot-tall long-bearded man let out a cold laugh, and a soul-sea aura instantly surged out from his body. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Go or stay here. Ling Xiao leaped and fell from the branches of the ancient tree, taking one step at a time towards the group of northern wasteland powerhouses. Oh, a good arrogant kid. I know by never kill nameless generation. Kid, where is your division? Report your name. That rough big man laughed back in anger as his figure flashed and instantly appeared before the crowd. At this time, he intended to show off, and the spiritual light on his body rose up to the heavens, which really had a few meanings of shocking heaven and earth. So it's the great evil of the northern wasteland. Awesome. I heard that this person is ruthless. His hands are covered in blood, and he slaughters people at every turn. That kid is going down. Live a few deserved. Who made him blind and ungrateful? The crowd was in an uproar and looked at Ling Xiao with sympathy in their eyes. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, looked at the burly man in front of him in a different way, and the 3 fingers that were originally stretched out were suddenly folded back into 2. Whoosh! To one's surprise, that originally arrogant awesome, after hearing the teenager's name, instantly transformed into a divine rainbow and scurried madly towards the distance, even ran so fast that one shoe fell to the ground. That awesome, run? Everyone looked at each other with a hint of puzzled shock in their eyes. What did the teenager say his name was just now? It seems like, Ling Xiao. Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind was incessant, and in just a breath of time, the originally lively ancient forest was left with only Ling Xiao. The name of the Duke is as terrifying as it is. Ling Xiao smiled bashfully and looked up towards the entrance to the secret realm deep within the ancient forest, the depths of his eyes filled with joy. Demon Pro. In the sea of consciousness, a vicissitude and ancient voice came again. Beside Ling Xiao, space quietly trembled and Yin Lao's figure instantly emerged. My lord, that Yi Fan has already gone in for a whole day's time. No matter, it's useless to go in for as long as it takes. It's good that it didn't come out. Ling Xiao grinned, and immediately, without any further hesitation, lifted his foot and walked in towards the entrance of that secret realm. He had a premonition that the things in this secret realm were bound to be closely related to his demonic body. Chapter 54, Deeper into the Secret Realm. Elder Yin, just guard the entrance to the secret realm. This place is bound to store a prohibition. You're afraid you won't be able to enter. Ling Xiao reached out and touched the golden light at the entrance of the relic, and sure enough, he felt a layer of terrifying fluctuations ripple out. Sure enough, it's worthy of being a copy opened specifically for the Destiny's Child. The threshold of the prohibition was the awakened God realm. In this way, not only would it add a bit more of a test for Yi Fan to hone his heart, but it would also minimize the danger. After all, no matter how strong the Son of Heaven's destiny was, there was a limit to killing enemies across the border. Otherwise, once you cross too much, the main line in the later stages will tend to fall apart. Just how could this level of prohibition be difficult for Ling Xiao? Only to see a black aura suddenly light up in his palm, and a small diamond-shaped stone appeared in his hand, which was the boundary-breaking talisman. This talisman could even easily break through the spatial barrier. So what was a mere prohibition? Of course, there was another layer of purpose for Ling Xiao to leave Elder Yin outside. In this secret realm, if it really contained a supreme treasure related to his demonic body, it would certainly be extremely terrifying. Yi Fan's heavenly destiny. Seizing the treasure might just be a test with a surprise. However, Ling Xiao had to deal with it carefully. Once the secret realm contained the divine soul incarnation of some ancient great power, he would inevitably have to exert his demonic body to resist. By then, the more people you see, the more trouble you'll be in. The villains mostly die of too much. Ling Xiao was always reminding himself that he must be more cautious in his actions. Yes, Elder Yin nodded and stood quietly at the entrance. watching Ling Zhao's figure disappear. Boom! Just, to Ling Zhao's surprise, the moment he stepped into the secret realm, what he saw in his eyes was not the imaginary immortal realm Holy Land. Instead, it was an extremely desolate devil's abyss. Among them, withered bones were all over the ground, the death aura was spreading, and there was a kind of fearful demonic intent rising from the bottom of that abyss, where the great devil fell. Ling Zhao frowned, but in the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but be a little curious. Can it be that this Yi Fan walks the path of the devil's way as well? Like his path, he walks the quest, twisting and turning and bleak, as in his life of seeking the way, he was lonely and persistent. Or, alternatively, the devil. Ling Zhao shook his head and laughed, thinking that when that great demon Su Ming, was not he also seeking out a demonic trail, and only then awakened his memories, discovering the falsehood of fate layer by layer? It was just that regardless of whether this Yi Fan was seeking a devil or an immortal, he was bound to die today. Almost. Then Yi Fan should have arrived at the place as well. Ling Zhao let out a cold smile as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Today, he didn't just come for the creation in this relic. That 8 desolate glazed pagoda on Yi Fan's body was equally somewhat attractive to him. It was able to imprison the immortal ascension demons, and it imprisoned 9 of them. If this 9 devils could be subdued, it would not be a great help to Ling Zhao. Even if he couldn't be subdued, there was no harm in swallowing it. Whoosh! A sound of breaking wind came from Ling Zhao, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The bottom of the devil's abyss. The long sword in Yi Fan's hand chopped out angrily, directly chopping a demonic creature that was emitting a black aura into 2 pieces. Behind him, a bloody path spread all the way to the top of the demon abyss, and it was obvious that Yi Fan had also suffered many tribulations along the way. Here it is. Finally, Yi Fan's footsteps suddenly stopped in place and he looked up towards a majestic ancient hall hidden in the darkness deep within that devil's abyss. The ancient hall had collapsed for the most part, in which broken walls were scattered all over the place, revealing a sense of depression. Moreover, a frighteningly evil aura was faintly permeating the depths of that great hall. Creation should be in there. A hint of hesitation flashed across Yi Fan's face. Logically speaking, he wanted to wait until his cultivation had stepped into the Soul Sea realm before exploring this monument, but Ling Zhao's appearance completely disrupted his plans. Although he had obtained quite a few creations along the way, and his cultivation had already stepped into the middle awakened god stage, able to, faced with such a monument that contained a great danger, he still appeared a bit hesitant. Roar! Right at this moment, around the great hall, a terrifying hissing sound suddenly came. Immediately afterward, a tens of feet tall terrifying ferocious demon walked out from the darkness. The pair of eyes filled with evil hostility stared at Yi Fan dead on, causing the latter to develop a chill from his feet to his head. Demon ape, Buzz. Mayan's figure instantly appeared beside Yi Fan. Ever since that day when he failed to kill Ling Zhao, Yi Fan did not seal him in the soul-suppressing tower anymore, but let him follow him. After all, this monument was bizarre, and having such a great demon traveling with him would more or less put his mind at ease. Roar! Only along with the appearance of the demonic ape, a burst of hissing once again came from the darkness surrounding that great hall. Then, head after head of terrifying demonic creatures completely revealed their forms. Damn it! Why did so many demons suddenly come? Yi Fan gritted his teeth and turned his head to look at the demonic ape. Can you clean them up? It's true that you can, but all of these demons have been eroded by the death aura, so I'm afraid it won't be too easy to obliterate them. So be careful yourself. A twinkle flashed in Mayan's eyes, and Yi Fan instantly frowned. This asshole. It was obvious that he did not want to contribute to the work. Also, he couldn't wait to die here, and no one would be able to seal him again. Humph. Mi Young, after I die and this ancient pagoda falls here, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to see the light of day again. As long as you help me get the creation in this relic this time, I'll return your freedom. Of course, in this situation right now, Yi Fan didn't dare to completely turn his back on this devil ape. It could only be a slap and then give it a date, so that he could temporarily assist himself wholeheartedly. Don't all stinky monkeys love dates? Yes, Mayan nodded. No expression could be seen on his face as his figure flashed and instantly pounced towards the group of demons. Yi Fan, however, did not dare to hesitate any longer and ruthlessly clenched his teeth, closely following behind Myong, rushing in the direction of the entrance of that ancient hall. In the meantime, in the sky above Green Maple City, a demonic aura suddenly filled the air. All the Soul Sea realm powerhouses in the city looked at the white-clothed demons who had gone and returned, and each of them had their intestines turned green with remorse. Why is this big demon back again? Originally, they thought that this female demon had caught up with Ling Zhao, and regardless of who lived or died between the two, they would never return to Green Maple City. After all, you a Xianqing great demon, pressing a few Soul Sea and awakening God mole crickets to rub, is there any pleasure? Bai Jishi stood in mid-air, her gaze sweeping across the city, but she did not sense Ling Xiao's aura, and her eyes were vaguely disappointed. Ever since she had separated from Ling Xiao and returned to Demon God Mountain, that group of Eastern Desolate Great Demons had told her about their previous encounters. Bai Jishi seemed to have thought of something else. She did remember a white-clothed swordsman chasing after her, but at the moment of life and death, she also remembered a magnificent figure blocking all the attacks for her. The figure's entire body emanated a golden light. She couldn't see his face clearly, except for the lazy smile at the corner of his mouth which was as clear as a carving knife. This scene, like a magic spell, was deeply imprinted in Bai Jishi's heart. Could it be you, Ling Xiao? But why don't I remember? Right, that woman. Bai Jishi's brows knitted lightly, suddenly remembering the green-clothed girl from that day when she first visited Qingfeng City. Her divine sense instantly surged away, and she soon discovered Yi Qingchan's aura. The scent. At this time, it was clearly midday, but the Green Maple City was quiet and somewhat eerie. Yi Qingchan stood in the Yi family's lobby, her face suddenly a little pale. Qingchan, what's wrong with you? Is Mr. Ling Xiao back? No, uncle. I feel that it's that great demon Xianqing who has returned. Yi Qingchan pinched a spirit talisman in her hand and hesitated for a moment. If she left now, I'm afraid that the Yi family would surely be wiped out. But if we don't leave, once we fall into the hands of that demoness. What can we do about this? Yi Lufeng sat on his butt on the ground, his face no longer bloody, and those remaining Yi family members were even looking at Yi Qingchan with despair in their eyes, with some hidden hatred in the depths of their eyes. Buzz. Right at this moment, above the lobby, the space suddenly emitted a gust of waves. Bai Jishi's figure appeared out of thin air and stood silently in front of the Yi family's crowd. Ouch. OMG. King, spare your life. We really don't know Ling Xiao well. King, I don't want to die. At that moment, the entire Yi mansion wailed in all directions, and some even fainted in fear. Bai Jishi frowned slightly and didn't pay any attention to the crowd's scandalous behavior, directly placing her gaze on Yi Qingchan. Mr. Ling Xiao, has he returned? No, not ever. Yi Qingchan was equally scared at this time. After all, a Shen Chang great demon was right in front of him, and this feeling of life and death being controlled by someone was really a bit uncomfortable. Wait, what did she call the prince? Lord Ling Xiao? Could one have misheard? Remain STH. Do you know where he went? Bai Jishi blushed slightly, especially when she saw the surprise on Yi Qingchan's face. Her eyes immediately flashed with a hint of urgency. No, I don't know. Oh, when he comes back, you tell him that I'm going back to the sacred state, and if he's free in the future, he can come to the 10,000 demons sacred land to look for me. When the words fell, Bai Jishi instantly fled as if tearing through space and disappeared in front of the Yi family crowd. The wailing crunched to a halt. All the people of the Yi clan stared dumbfounded at the figure of the young girl who had disappeared, with a trace of dumbfounded amazement on their faces. Even Yi Qingchan was a bit confused at this point. How is it that this originally aggressive Xianqing big demon, a day not seen, has suddenly changed its nature? Besides, why did she invite His Excellency to find her? Could it be that? A flash of realization flashed through Yi Qingchan's eyes, but she could not help but feel some sourness in her heart. Gone? Go away. Your Excellency is divinely powerful. Even this Xianqing female demon has been conquered? Quickly help me up. I'm going to kowtow and offer incense to the Duke. Over here. Ling Xiao followed the place where Yi Fan had walked all the way towards the bottom of the abyss. At that moment, he also realized that there were many demonic corpses sprinkled on the side of the road. Good people. This Yi Fan is really a good person. Knowing that I'm coming, he even cleaned out a path for me in advance. Along the way, Ling Xiao also saw the remains of some ancient halls standing in the abyss. It was just that since Yi Fan didn't go in, it proved that there was definitely no creation in it. The intuition of the Destined One is the most ethereal and accurate thing in the world. Ling Xiao certainly trusted him. It wasn't until his figure appeared before that ancient hall that the expression on his face gradually became grave. In the darkness, the pitch-black hall was like a giant beast, with its man-hungry maw open. The prohibition at the entrance place had been broken, so obviously, Yi Fan should have gone in. Demon, in the sea of consciousness, an ancient and vicissitude call once again came. At this point, Ling Xiao was already a bit impatient. What kind of shocking secrets are hidden in this great hall? Hey, little Yafan, I'm coming. Oh. Chapter 55, It's Just an Illusion. Puff. Deep within the ancient hall, Yi Fan looked dazedly at the terrifying figure in front of him wearing divine armor and holding a golden spear in his hand, his eyes filled with despair. Farther away in the great hall, a lofty figure was seated, wearing a golden crown and holy robes, holding a rusty long sword in his hand. The figure's eyes were closed though, and there was not a single fluctuation of vitality in its body. but the fact that he was sitting there gave him an endless oppression. It was obvious that this person was most likely the owner of this relic, and this golden armored war puppet in front of him must be the guardian of his tomb. Only at this point did Jifan understand why this great hall was gloomy and full of death. It turned out that this was actually the sitting place of an ancient great power. The creation is bound to be above the corpse of that great power. And this war puppet, I'm afraid, is the final test. Thinking like this, Yifan's body suddenly blossomed with a radiant spirit aura. A might of the middle stage of awakening God rippled out, and a terrifying sharpness blossomed on the spirit sword in his hand. Clang! But that war puppet was originally a dead thing. It could not feel any pain, and even its strength seemed to be inexhaustible. Yifan fought with him for a long time, and in the end, he even slowly fell into the wind. Demon ape, don't make a move yet. Yifan's anxious and cold voice resounded in the great hall. The figure of the devil ape, Mi Yong, suddenly appeared beside Yifan, and the devilish aura in his hand surged, directly imprinting a palm on a black spirit crystal above the head of that war puppet. Ka-ching! Along with a shattering sound came a shattering sound, only to see that the figure of the originally powerful and terrifying war puppet suddenly stood still. But right at this moment, a layer of weird fluctuations swept away, instantly enveloping towards Yifan. Damn! There's actually a means. Yifan's mind trembled, and before he could take any precautions, the scene in front of him suddenly began to change. It's an illusion? In the great hall, there were suddenly many more fierce demons with hideous faces. It was just that Yifan was not moved in the slightest and directly sat down with his legs crossed. Since it is an illusion, stabilize your mind. All is illusion. As the son of heaven's destiny, Yifan's heart was naturally impeccable, and this ordeal wasn't much of a threat to him at all. Time passes slowly. When Yifan opened his eyes again, the corners of his mouth already carried a faint smile. Phantasmagoria and all that, killing all the dragons. For the destined one, this was nothing more than a copy to accumulate experience and cut off the demons of the heart. No, it should be forging the Immaculate Conception. However, just as Yifan got up and wanted to walk towards the corpse of the relic's owner, he clearly saw that in the center of that great hall, a familiar figure in black was looking at him with a smile. Ling Xiao. Yifan's face instantly grimaced. In just an instant, a flash of teasing flashed across his eyes. Is it still an illusion? This maneuver is somewhat brilliant. Yifan sneered and lifted his foot towards Ling Xiao. Although I'm not a match for you right now, as long as I obtain the inheritance of this ancient powerhouse, I'll be able to kill a person from the Soul Sea in the district with a wave of my hand. Yeah? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth lifted into a smile. It's true. This so-called relic was nothing more than an upgraded copy for the destined sons, although the process in the middle seemed perilous. In the end, all of the creation would logically fall into his hands. You can talk? Yifan froze for a moment. The illusionary realm that he experienced just now. Although many terrifying demons emerged, they were all without exception just the manifestation of the heart demons in his sea of consciousness. No consciousness, no thought, not even an expression. But this Ling Xiao in front of him clearly had a hint of sarcasm on his face. You're Ling Xiao? Yifan felt the sweaty hairs on his entire body stand up. How is that possible? How did this asshole get here? Mr. Yi, it's been hard work. Ling Xiao grinned and turned around to look at the magnificent figure sitting on the golden chair on the temple, and a flash of gravity immediately flashed across his eyes. Although this relic was filled with terrifying demonic intent everywhere, however, on this ancient corpse, there was no half of the fluctuation of demonic chi, and it even vaguely carried a hint of divine breath. Could it be that the creation that had summoned him here was in this corpse? And at this moment, Yifan's gaze swept around Ling Xiao, but he didn't feel half the aura of a strong person. Did you come alone? That day, when the devil ape assassinated Ling Xiao, it was blocked by the great power behind him. Although Yifan didn't know how he had found this relic, but if he really came alone, then this relic today is the place where he will be buried. Or what? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth lifted up in a playful manner. What this Yifan was thinking, how could he not know? Ha. Ling Xiao, how did you find this place? Yifan's face relaxed again, even with a hint of teasing hidden in his eyes. Of course I followed Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, how do you think I should thank you? Send you to your death, okay? Ling Xiao smiled, raised his feet and walked in front of the ancient corpse, his entire body quietly lighting up with a hint of spiritual aura. A great power that had fallen in the distant past, even if it left behind a legacy, it would definitely not be easily obtained. Furthermore, this relic was clearly prepared by Father Heaven's path specifically for Yifan. If he took it by force, it would inevitably lead to a change of heart. Sending me to my death? Ha. Ling Xiao, you're afraid that you haven't yet learned the power of my demon servant. Yifan let out a cold smile and gently waved his palm. only to see the demon ape Mayan's figure instantly appeared beside him. A mere person of the soul sea, this demon servant of mine can be destroyed with a wave of my hand. Ling Xiao, if you want to be blamed, it's because you're too greedy. How dare you plot against my creation? The Sea of Souls can be destroyed with a wave of your hand? Mr. Yi, don't you think about how I followed you here? Ling Xiao didn't even look at Yi Fan. His gaze was always on that ancient corpse, but after looking for a long time, he did not see what difference in that ancient corpse. Is it, or have to be this destiny of the sun to trigger the chance? What do you mean? Bring him to me. Ling Xiao spoke faintly, while Yi Fan didn't even have time to react. His entire body was gripped by a huge force on his neck, and then he was carried like a dead dog in front of Ling Xiao. Demon ape, you dare to kill your lord? Yi Fan's eyes were rounded, looking at the demonic shadow behind him with an incredulous expression. And just as he was about to activate the 8 desolate glazed pagoda, he heard Ling Xiao in front of him say in a calm tone, I guarantee that you will die before him. You! Yi Fan's face instantly paled, and bean-sized cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. He never dreamed that Ling Xiao would control this ferocious demon in his tower. How is that possible? Even with the terrifying ferocity of the 8 desolate glazed pagoda, it could only suppress it, unable to make it submit. How did this Ling Xiao do it? Drop! The heavenly destiny son's heart and mind are severely traumatized. Congratulations to the host for plundering 300 points of chi luck value and 3,000 points of heavenly destiny value. Chapter 56 Ancient Powers. Prince Yi, the creation in this relic should be in this ancient corpse. Why don't you try? Ling Xiao smiled and signaled the demon ape to bring Yi Fan to him. Then with a wave of his palm, he instantly sealed off his entire body's spiritual energy. The son of heaven's destiny. There is always something on his body to save his life. Ling Xiao doesn't want to be escaped by him again. Otherwise, give this Yi Fan a few more years of time, and maybe he would really be able to stir up some waves. Ling Xiao didn't want to accidentally become someone else's stepping stone again. Ling Xiao, you'll regret it. Yi Fan's eyes were filled with suffocation, but at this time, in front of a soul sea person, he really didn't have much power to fight back. Although the devil ape's cultivation was strong, it was not enough to worry about. After all, with the 8 desolate glazed pagoda restraining him, he didn't dare to really get himself killed. As long as a way was found to get rid of Ling Xiao, this crisis in front of him would be solved. Yi Fan's gaze, without a trace, glanced at the ancient corpse. He had passed the many tests before, and by all rights, it should be time to reap the rewards. As long as he could obtain the inheritance on this ancient corpse, dealing with Ling Xiao would not be without a chance of victory. It's ridiculous that this person actually let him try to wake up this ancient power. A hint of gloom flashed under Yi Fan's eyes, but his face put on a look of resistance. Ling Xiao, you don't want me to help you wake up the senior. You could win a lifetime Oscar for that acting. Ling Xiao let out a faint smile, not paying the slightest attention to Yi Fan's small mind. No matter what kind of secrets were hidden in this ancient powerhouse, they were simply not worth mentioning to him. A fallen person, according to the routine, would at most leave behind a wisp of residual soul. Although it would have a few moments of power from when it was alive, it was not a threat at all to Ling Xiao. Nowadays, with the means at his disposal, the heavenly demon true body was naturally the strongest card. However, the piece of ancient pangostone in his sea of consciousness was likewise the most precious treasure of heaven and earth, and was the nemesis of all divine soul objects. The remnants of the district's souls were, at best, sustenance to him. Ling Xiao would like to see this ancient corpse have a higher realm in life, so he can also nourish his soul palace more. Ling Xiao, don't be complacent. You won't have a good ending. You shall not die a good death. Yi Fan was picked up by Ling Xiao from the demon ape's hands, carrying his neck like a dead dog. Such an action made him feel incredibly humiliated. Mr. Yi, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. A decent person like me will definitely live longer than a devil like you. Ling Xiao grinned and casually threw Yi Fan towards the ancient corpse. According to his analysis, the son of heaven's destiny had gone through many seemingly thrilling, but not half-threatening tests, and finally came to this place where the strong man sat down. What with the tomb guardians, the stream of illusions is an unavoidable challenge, but at the same time, it is also the last resort left by the mighty. With that taken care of, it's time for the big moment. The residual soul awakens and the creation is passed on. Who is it that disturbs my clear sleep? Note that the word my must be used here. As for why, of course, it was to emphasize the compulsion of the ancient powers. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a little bit too unimpressive. In ancient times, everyone was very particular about what they said. Clunk! In an extremely humiliating position, Yi Fan ruthlessly slammed into the arms of that great powerhouse. Then, the entire hall was suddenly gloomy for an instant. A vast flood of aura quietly spread out. between heaven and earth. An aura surged towards that ancient corpse at a speed visible to the naked eye. The great Tao Brahma sound accompanied by a monstrous demonic aura suddenly erupted, and it did look a bit bluffing, and at that moment, one of the ancient corpse's eyes opened abruptly. It seemed to contain endless majesty as well as a faint hint of thunder aura. Yes, that's the look. Ling Zhao's heart and mind instantly became incomparably excited. Sure enough, this ancient great power still has to be awakened by the Son of Heaven's destiny. Otherwise, if a different person threw it over, he was afraid that he would immediately be struck to death by inexplicable thunder. Who is it that disturbs my clear sleep? A low and vicissitude voice boomed out, and at that moment, the entire ancient hall seemed to tremble for a moment. Familiar flavor. Yi Fan's face was a little pale, especially at this moment. He seemed to hear a mournful and fearful demonic chant in his ears. Die! A terrifying demonic aura emanated from that ancient corpse. Just immediately afterward, a ray of golden light manifested from its eyes, suppressing that demonic intent to death. It's the knife. In Ling Zhao's eyes, a ray of spiritual light steeply blossomed. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the demonic aura in this great hall was actually all emanating from that demonic blade, and that ancient powerhouse that was awakening was desperately trying to suppress the demonic intent that was sweeping through the heavens and earth. Demon Pro. Once again, the bizarre calling sound resounded from Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. Ling Zhao's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of that ancient corpse, kicking Yi Fan aside and reaching out to hold his hand over that demonic blade. Buzz! A terrifying pressure rumbled over. The ancient corpse's pair of eyes were also staring at Ling Zhao at that moment, like a god overlooking the living world. One could not help but want to kneel down and worship. Griffin, seek death. Boom! Ling Zhao instantly felt as if he had been hit hard, and his body trembled fiercely for a split second, only for his hand to not let go from that demonic blade. Ha 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 ha! Ling Zhao, you're a self-made man. Yi Fan struggled to get up from the ground. From the moment he touched that ancient corpse in the square, he knew the origin of this blade. According to the memories of that ancient powerhouse, this blade was the property of an ancient demon god. Ordinary people would be corrupted by demonic intent, not to mention touching it, even if they glanced at it, and would thus be reduced to a walking corpse. And this great power, in the beginning, is willing to fall, stay here, with a lifetime of cultivation to suppress the magic sword. In other words, the creation in this relic was not the demonic blade, but the cultivation and Tao lineage of this ancient powerhouse during his lifetime. It's ridiculous that Ling Zhao was so unaware of death, thinking that the sword was a creation. Now, without Yi Fan's calculations, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to escape that great power's thunderbolt. Boom! In the middle of the ancient hall, there was a sudden convergence of thunderclouds, and a purple and green thunderbolt meandered like an angry dragon. Ignorant rats! This demonic creature is also something you can covet? This father suppressed it for 3,000 years, and now it's hard to use the power of thunder to transform its demonic nature. And now that it's woken up, it's just right to destroy it completely. Griffin, die! The ancient corpse's voice was voluminous, and thunderous light flourished in one pair of eyes. He stared angrily at Ling Zhao, his expression incomparably shaken. Above its head, a thunder dragon entwined with each other, eventually transforming into a large round of sun condensing out of thin air. The terrifying power contained within it seemed as if it could refine all the evil demons in the world. Yi Fan hid at the side of the great hall. Not only did he not take advantage of the opportunity to escape, but his face also had a hint of excitement hidden on it. Once Ling Zhao died, his revenge was avenged and the inheritance was still his own. It's cozy. Chapter 57, Ancient Fiend. Ling Zhao's eyes were slightly condensed. The strength of this ancient corpse seemed to be somewhat beyond his expectations. In particular, the thunder sun above his head that contained the true meaning of the great Tao caused a trace of fear to arise in his heart for no reason. It was just that the more excited Ling Zhao felt instead. Obviously, to be able to make such a great power who had comprehended the Tao of Thunder Guard here, it was evident that the might of this devil blade was bound to be extremely terrifying. Of course, from the moment this demonic blade summoned itself, Ling Zhao knew that its origin would be more or less related to the heavenly demon True Body. What kind of person is Heavenly Devil? A supreme ferocious demon that was capable of suppressing the four gods in the ancient times, shattering the void with his own strength and nearly breaking the boundaries of the heavenly Tao. All the demons that can be involved with it are bound to be the most ferocious and evil things in heaven and earth. Demon Pro. In the sea of consciousness, that ancient vicissitude voice resounded again. Ling Zhao's face froze and his heart seemed to have a guess. Can't it be that it's the artifact soul in this blade that's calling out to me? Is that you calling me? Ling Zhao calmed his mind and tried to communicate with that demonic intent. Demon Pro, a good absolute murderous weapon. Wouldn't it be a pity to bury it here? As long as you're willing to follow me, I'll make sure that in the future, I'll make your name shock the heavens and the earth. Buzz! A monstrous demonic aura erupted at this moment. The demonic blade seemed to have understood what Ling Xiao had said, and the originally rusty blade gradually emitted a dark and deep glow. Immediately afterward, the rust fell off, and 10,000 feet of demonic aura rose to the sky. Damn it! Griffin, don't let go of this sword. When this sword comes out, the 5 domains will be devastated. That ancient great power in the eyes of the thunder will become more and more bright, even in the voice, contains the great Tao pressure, just like has been moved to real anger. This Ling Xiao is really looking for death. How dare he offend a supreme powerhouse? The smile on Yifan's face grew thicker as he coldly looked at the thunder sun that was gradually solidifying above the ancient hall, as well as the demonic ape that stood unreadable at the temple. If his cultivation had not been sealed by Ling Xiao, he would have already sacrificed the 8 desolate glazed pagoda at this moment to completely seal this demonic creature. So what if the people are dying? Ling Xiao grinned. A hint of a ghostly aura quietly flashed in his eyes, which was actually the same as the one on that demonic blade. Sinful animal! I didn't realize thou had such a demonic heart. Damn it! The ancient corpse raised its hands to the sky and swung down hard towards Ling Xiao. Buzz! Heaven and earth shattered in an instant, and that thunder sun, directly with a great momentum that crushed the void, fell towards Ling Xiao head-on. A terrifying pressure spread out, the full force of a supreme powerhouse's strike. Even if it was only executed by a remnant soul, the might was definitely not something that someone from Xinqing could resist. Even if Ling Xiao did not possess a forbidden demonic body, this wisp of pressure alone would be enough to crush him. However, Ling Xiao still felt that his entire body was tumbling with qi and blood, and his bones were vaguely emitting some terrifying friction sounds. It was just that, at this moment, Ling Xiao's intention with that demonic blade was at a critical period of fusion. With this attack, he couldn't dodge it at all. Ha 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 ha. That Ling Xiao is so quick to become a demon that he doesn't even care about his life. Yifan scoffed recklessly and watched as that thunder sun eventually wrapped Ling Xiao's figure completely. Self-inflicted evil. Do you really think you're an immortal devil body? Elder! Yifan couldn't wait to run to that ancient corpse. His face was a look of pain. Senior, I didn't expect you to fall because of this demonic creature. Posterity, but you have awakened the remnants of my soul? The ancient corpse looked down at Yifan, and the thunderous aura in his eyes receded, actually bringing a rare hint of gentleness. Yes, Senior Yifan, I am willing to carry on the will of Senior, and to pacify the evil demons in the world. Yifan's tone of voice was filled with righteousness, and his waist was straight, just like a son of righteousness. Good, the 5 regions need teenagers like you. Relief filled the ancient corpse's voice, but just as Yifan wanted to kneel down with a pious face, in the depths of that roiling thunderbolt, there was suddenly a wisp of ghostly light flickering. 2 or 3 words, and you've been fooled into finding your way around? You, a supreme powerhouse, are too easy to fool, aren't you? Boom! Deep in the depths of the thunder mantle, the wisp of ghostly light steeply flourished, and immediately afterward, a black-clothed, upright figure stepped out from it. You! How is that possible? The ancient corpse and Yifan froze at the same time, looking at Ling Xiao with the same incredulity in their eyes. How is that possible? How could an ant that hadn't even stepped out of the breaking delusion survive the full force of a supreme powerhouse's strike? Also, what's with the magic sword in his hand? Where's the seal on it? Where's that layer of rust? Who the hell are you? Who am I? Elder, I'm the one who inherited your legacy. Ling Xiao grinned, demonic intent surging in his eyes, and a buzzing sound instantly came from the demonic blade in his hand. Devil! So you're a devil. You, long-winded. Ling Xiao took a step forward, the demonic blade in his hand raised high. At that instant, the demonic light exploded, carrying an unrivaled momentum as it chopped on top of the ancient corpse's head. Since the creation has arrived, this farce should end. At this moment, although his figure was somewhat in a sorry state, even the demonic dragon saint armor that was hidden under his skin was completely shattered. But that didn't affect Ling Xiao's mood. The supreme demon blade, the matching blade of the ancient heavenly demon, after a lapse of 3,000 years, it finally reappeared in heaven and earth. There was no longer any grade to speak of for such an overwhelmingly great and ferocious weapon, because the world's so-called grades only differentiated between Hotian spiritual treasures. This supreme demon blade, however, was born from the birth of the heavenly demon, and it was accompanied by it. The might contained therein could open up the heavens, open up the earth, and behead immortals. No! A flash of despair instantly welled up in the ancient corpse's eyes. That thunder sun in the square had been his last resort, but I didn't expect that it would be resisted by this mole cricket. Is it God's will? Puff! Without the slightest obstruction, the moment the demonic blade fell, the body of that ancient corpse also split into 2 halves from it. A remnant soul instantly swept towards the outside of the hall, while a smirk immediately surfaced on Ling Xiao's face. the power of the divine soul, the thunder Tao. Compared to the magic sword, this creation was certainly not to be missed. Moreover, although this demon blade was good, it could not be used at will. Otherwise, once recognized by those saint-exalted great powers in the holy state, Ling Zhao's fate could be imagined. The power of the Tao, on the other hand, was the opportunity for the heavenly demon true body to step into the third transformation. 9 Tao rules, and Ling Zhao didn't expect that he would obtain 2 of them so quickly. With the realm of the soul sea, fusing 2 Tao rules, when looking at the holy state, it was definitely an unprecedented existence. Ling Zhao was already a bit impatient to go back and see the faces of those enemies. Get back here! Ling Zhao snorted coldly, and above his circumference, a demonic intent instantly surged out, directly transforming into a palm print out of thin air, holding that supreme remnant soul in his hands. Let go of me, Junior. You will regret it. That demonic blade contains the meaning of heavenly demon. Your mere Xinqing cannot control it at all, and you will only end up as a slave of that blade. Elder is afraid that he's thinking too much. Ling Zhao sneered, and in the space behind him, a demonic shadow suddenly gradually manifested in heaven and earth. Chapter 58, A Handful of Knives. This aura, you are. In front of Ling Zhao, the original panic on that ancient supreme's face instantly solidified. As he looked at that terrifying demonic shadow that manifested the heavens and earth, there was nothing but despair in his eyes, as well as a touch of deep fear. Sky Demon, you're Sky Demon. You know too much. Ling Zhao smiled grimly, and the demonic shadow behind him steeply opened its huge mouth and directly swallowed the remnant soul of that ancient supreme being. Click, click, click. At this time, Yi Fan had long been paralyzed with fear, and his ears were filled with the sound of that ancient powerhouse being chewed and swallowed by Ling Zhao. With his eyesight and experience, he naturally didn't know about the heavenly demon true body, this kind of forbidden physique. However, the demonic intent in Ling Zhao's body was simply too terrifying. With his cultivation at the awakened god realm, he simply didn't even have the courage to raise his head in front of the former. Yi Fan finally understood why the devil ape would actively submit to Ling Zhao. A demonic creature that could even swallow a supreme powerhouse must be the great demon that the world spoke of. You can't kill me. Yi Fan's face was pale, and his figure was huddled in the corner of the ancient hall, trembling unceasingly. He hates it. If he had known that Ling Zhao was so strong, he should have taken the opportunity to escape when he was fighting with that ancient powerhouse. People, it's true that they all die on a word of greed. Drop. The heavenly destiny sun's Tao heart is shattered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 points of chi luck value, 2,000 points of villainy value, and additional rewards can be obtained for killing the heavenly destiny sun. Hearing the system beep in his head, the corner of Ling Zhao's mouth immediately raised a smile. Why can't I kill you? Ling Zhao grinned with a teasing expression on his face, and the power of that ancient powerhouse's remnant soul as well as the thunder Tao had already been fused by the heavenly demon true scripture as much as possible. Nowadays, although Ling Zhao's realm was only in the middle Xinqing stage, the strength of the Soul Palace had far exceeded that of an Immortal Ascension powerhouse. Of course, the Immortal Ascension realm was already the strongest in the world in the eyes of the 4 desolate powers, but in the sacred state, the so-called ascension to immortality was also just a generalized generic term. Above the breaking of delusion is the ascension to immortality. It was because after the delusion breaker broke the domain barrier and stepped into the holy state, he became an immortal in the eyes of the world. As for the realm after breaking delusion, the people of the 4 deserts had no way of knowing. In fact, in the sacred state, there was no such thing as ascending to immortality, and the realm divisions weren't as fancy as the 4 deserts. After breaking the delusion, it is indeed the threshold of cultivation. The subsequent realms were the Divine General Realm, Divine Marquis Realm, Divine King Realm, Divine Emperor Realm, Yuanzuan Realm, Sacred Realm, and finally, the Heaven and Earth Supreme Realm. Each realm is divided into 9 grades, with 9 grades to the strongest. Like Elder Yin's realm, he was at the 9th grade Divine General Realm. Only after stepping out of the breaking delusion and achieving the body of a Divine General can one open up a soul palace, nourishing one's soul with the palace and building the palace with one's soul. Ling Zhao, on the other hand, managed to open up his own soul palace right at the Soul Sea realm with the help of the ancient divine artifact, the Pango Stone, and its toughness is rare in the world. Compared to the heavenly demon's true body, this undercurrent was equally frightening. Nowadays in the sacred state, demons were emerging and heavenly pride was everywhere. However, those who truly stepped into the realm of breaking delusion at the age of 17 or 18 were few and far between. Most of these heavenly prides, their cultivation levels were mostly in the Soul Sea and Xinqing realms. Of course, Ling Zhao's true battle power had long since been beyond the ability of a delusion breaker to contend with, but once he returned to the sacred state, the many undercurrents in his body could not be easily exerted. Therefore, It is necessary to grab the surface strength. My mother is from the sacred state. I have a token on me that she left for me. If you kill me, my mother will surely know about it. At that time, Yi Fan regained his composure. Although up to now, he didn't know who his mother was, but to be able to leave behind such a heaven-defying treasure as the 8 desolate glazed pagoda, it was clear that the mother's identity was bound to be extremely honorable. Just for Yi Fan's threat, Ling Xiao didn't care. Hands up, knives down, blood spilled all over the place. Yi Fan, a heavenly destined son without any semblance of fortune, was no longer of the slightest use to Ling Xiao. As for his mother from the Nine-Tailed Skyfox clan, it did occur to Ling Xiao that with the depth of the Nine-Tails clan, they really shouldn't be in control of a devil-quelling ancient treasure like the 8 desolate glazed pagoda. I think that there must be some other wondrous encounters on that Nine-Tailed clan's grand princess. However, with Yi Fan's character, if he didn't die today, he would definitely stage a 30 years worth of drama in the future. It would be better to just kill him and get it over with. The Nine-Tails clan was the royal clan of the 10,000 Demons Holy Land, but the Ling family was likewise the premier ancient clan family of the Holy State. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was carrying the identity of the young master of the Wandao demon sect. It was thought that even if the great princess of the Fox clan knew that she had killed Yi Fan, at most it would be a grudge between the two. Surely the Nine-Tails clan wouldn't go against themselves for a bastard. After thinking about this, Ling Xiao also reached out and threw that Yi Fan's body into the mouth of the demonic shadow behind him. At the same time, the system's beep sounded again. Drop! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the son of heaven's destiny and obtaining an additional reward. The 9 heavy Dan C. May I ask if it is fused immediately? 9 heavy Dan High? Ling Xiao's face froze, and then a flash of ecstasy abruptly flashed across his eyes. The 9 heavy Dan C, which was much more terrifying than the Yin Yang Dan C, was left by a sage in the ancient times and was rare in the world. Don't fuse yet. At this point, Ling Xiao already knew in his heart how to go back to his clan to deal with his heavenly destiny brother. Buzz! A terrifying buzzing sound suddenly came from the ancient hall. Immediately afterward, an ancient tower with a black body stood in front of Ling Xiao. On the side, a trace of fear flashed through the eyes of the demon ape. Mi Yong, clearly having an instinctive fear of this ancient treasure that had suppressed him for countless years. Is this the 8 desolate glazed demon suppressing tower? A glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He did have a strong interest in this supreme treasure, especially from Mei Yan's mouth. He had already known that there were 8 other demonic creatures that were even more powerful than him being suppressed in here. And as long as Ling Xiao refined this treasure and combined it with the terrifying demonic might of the heavenly demon's true body, the 9 demons would surely submit to his feet. With this thought, Ling Xiao's mind moved and directly took that ancient pagoda into the Soul Palace. Boom! A monstrous demonic aura instantly rolled out from Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. It was only along with the gusts of arcane aura lighting up in the palace made of Pan Gu Shur that the original might of that ancient tower was instantly suppressed. After all, the Panga stone was left by the great god Panga when he opened up the sky and earth, and had been baptized by the chi of Hong Meng. How could a mere heavenly treasure dare to show off in front of it? Soon, the sliver of consciousness that had survived in that tower was erased as much as possible, and Ling Xiao hurriedly detached a strand of divine sense to completely control it. The originally demonic 8 desolate glazed pagoda instantly became docile and silently hovered above the Soul Palace. And with a slight hesitation, Ling Xiao's figure instantly disappeared in place. He would like to see what the 9 evil demons sealed in this tower were all about. Chapter 59, The Mysterious Girl. The first floor of the 8 desolate glazed demon suppressing tower. Ling Xiao stood in the middle of the darkness with his hands folded. In the distance, the demon ape being silently knelt before him. It's sealed. No wonder. Previously, Ling Xiao had doubts as to how Yi Fan, who was merely a god awakening griffin, had taken control of this god candidate realm fierce demon. Sure enough, it's still a familiar routine. Ling Xiao reached out and snapped his fingers, only to see that above his head, a round of thunder sun appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the entire ancient tower as bright as day. Mayan sidled his head slightly, apparently a little less accustomed to such intense light. Only when he looked at Ling Xiao again, a trace of thick awe had already appeared in the depths of his eyes. The Thunder Dao, the power of the Great Dao. Compared to the unusual lightning power, the Dao was even more embedded with the origin of things. At this moment, he had no doubt that even without the suppression of the 8 desolate glazed pagoda, he was by no means a match for Ling Xiao. Just this Thunder Dao alone was enough to cause his physical body to crumble. Mayan, will you submit to me? Ling Xiao stood in front of the demonic ape, his figure appearing extremely small, and Mayan instantly took human form and knelt down on both knees towards Ling Xiao. Lord, we, the demon race, are originally your people. Awe and fear filled Mayan's voice. After realizing that Ling Xiao was carrying the heavenly devil's true nature, he had long since lost any thoughts of resistance within him. Good, then I will unseal you, and you may cultivate in the tower during the weekdays. And one day, I will return your freedom." Ling Xiao nodded, and with a gentle wave of his palm, he only saw the chains that were bound to Miyang's body immediately emit a buzzing sound before disappearing. "Thank you, Lord." A touch of heartfelt joy flashed in Mayan's eyes, and after casually moving his muscles and bones, he let out a stern whistle to the sky. "Mayan, do you know who is sealed in the remaining layers?" My lord does not know." Mayan shook his head, his tone extremely respectful. "That's just it. I'd better go and see for myself." With a thought, Ling Zhao's figure instantly disappeared away. Only just as he reached the entrance to the second floor, he was stopped by a strange force. The power of sealing? Ling Xiao frowned as his palm gently touched on top of that seal. It was just that it didn't contain extremely violent power like he had imagined, but instead was extremely gentle. It was obvious that the person who had laid this seal was not trying to stop others from going up, but was merely reminding that the time was not yet ripe, and based on Ling Zhao's experience, as long as one's cultivation stepped into the delusion-breaking realm, this seal would certainly be able to be easily lifted. Obviously, these are for the chosen one. Unfortunately, Yi Fan is dead. Ling Xiao had a treasure like the boundary-breaking talisman in his hands, so a mere seal naturally couldn't stop him. Just as Ling Xiao's black aura flourished in his hands and he wanted to walk towards the second floor, a gentle and clear young girl's voice suddenly came from the place behind him. "Why is it that on you, there is an aura that is familiar to me?" Ling Xiao's footsteps lurched and the hairs on his body instantly stood upside down. With his divine soul level, at this moment, he unexpectedly did not feel, in the slightest, that someone had arrived behind him. Moreover, now that the 8 desolate glazed tower had recognized him as its master, the space in this tower was under his control. But even so, he didn't feel half as much as the stranger. Ling Xiao slowly turned back and looked at the tiny figure that stood not far behind him, sitting in the air, and his eyes fiercely condensed. It was a girl who was all snow white and wearing a long black dress, delicate little face with soulful eyes. At this moment, she was wiggling her little legs and flashing those big innocent eyes, looking up and down at Ling Xiao. "Who are you?" A girl this cute should cry for a long time after a punch, right? But on second thought, Ling Xiao felt that it was a bit ridiculous. There are a total of 9 evil demons sealed in this tower, 1 on each floor, and no one can escape at all. But where did this little girl in front of me come from? Who am I? I don't know who I am. So who are you? The little girl's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. The latter's face turned white, and he just wanted to run his heavenly demon true body. But then he saw that the little girl was just lying on his body and sniffing, and her large pair of soulful and innocent eyes became even more puzzled. "You smell good. I like it. Where did you come from?" Ling Xiao felt that the image in front of him was incomparably bizarre. According to the previous formula, such a little girl with a mysterious origin and eccentric personality is definitely not a dragon set. However, from her body, Ling Xiao did not feel any half-percentage fluctuation of spiritual energy. Except again, she can travel through space at will, which is weird, don't you think? "I came from above." The little girl reached up and pointed to the top of her head. For a moment, Ling Xiao had suspected that she was the artifact spirit born from this ancient tower. But if it was an artifact spirit, why didn't Ling Xiao feel it before? Now that the 8 desolate glazed towers had recognized him as their master, if this little girl was really an ancient tower spirit, there was no reason for Ling Xiao not to know. Up there? The second level? Ling Xiao frowned, his heart becoming even more confused. "I'm going back. Will you come again? Will you come and play with me?" The little girl shook her head and looked at Ling Xiao with anticipation in her eyes. "Well, I'll visit you sometime, but shouldn't you tell me what your name is and where you're from?" What could Ling Xiao say? Before he could figure out where this little girl came from, he certainly didn't dare offend her. I'll tell you next time we meet then." After saying that, the little girl's figure disappeared in place, not even a single ripple in space. "Mayan, Lord, that girl from the party, do you recognize her?" "Girls? Lord, what girls?" "Gollum." Ling Xiao swallowed hard and looked at the bewilderment on Miyang's face, suddenly feeling a chill on the soles of his feet. Hallucinations? That's impossible. But why hadn't even the divine waiting realms Miyang sensed the girl's aura? Ling Xiao only felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart. It seems that this 8 desolate glazed pagoda still hides many secrets that he doesn't know. "It's fine. You cultivate well. Tell me if you need anything. And do not walk out of the ancient tower at will." Ling Xiao left after saying that, assuming that the girl was an evil demon sealed in the tower. Why didn't she escape since she could travel through space at will? At this moment Ling Xiao was both afraid of meeting her again and somewhat looking forward to his next meeting with her. What's wrong with the Lord? A girl? Where did you get a girl? Mayan looked blankly at the disappearing Ling Xiao, reached out and scratched his scalp. and turned to walk back into the darkness. Although he didn't know which 8 other ferocious demons were sealed in this tower, it was obvious that none of them could have any little girls. The Lord must be hallucinating. Also, today's day was pretty exhausting. Chapter 60, the trip was worthwhile. In the ancient hall, Ling Zhao's figure reappeared. Today's trip to the ruins was a rewarding one. Not only did he obtain a companion ferocious weapon of a swift heavenly demon, but he also fused a thunder Dao rule, killed a heavenly destiny sun, and obtained the 9 heavy Dan Si. This, no matter which creation it was, would be considered heaven-defying when placed in the holy state. But on the contrary, now they are all obtained by him alone. Not to mention, with so many heavenly prides in the sacred state, only a few of them are truly Dao-possessed? Or else that Bai Jishi had just run out and was targeted by the Blood Soul Sanctuary? The strongest talent of the Nine Tails clan for 1,000 years is not blowing awesome. System. Master, Ling Xiao. Identity, Young Master of the Wandao Demon Sect. Divine Body, Heavenly Demon True Body Second Turn, Forbidden Physique. Cultivation Level, Middle Xianqing Realm. Spiritual Treasure, Taiku Demon Sword, Great Unknown. 8 Wastelands Glazed Demon Suppressing Pagoda, Treasure of Heaven. Techniques, the 10,000 Paths Demon Technique. Heavenly Demon True Scripture. Heavenly Demon True Body, Talent. Silent Pupil, Talent, Soul Regeneration Ancient Technique, Forbidden Technique. Luck Value, 1400. Villain Value, 9000. Ling Xiao looked at the extra column of spiritual treasures on the system interface, and the corner of his mouth instantly raised a smile. Great Unknown. The more mysterious something is, the more powerful it is. It was just that, if he hadn't been traveled, I'm afraid that he would have been killed as a stepping stone from the moment he met Xu Yang. These past few days in the northern wasteland, although the experience had been twisted and turned, and even appeared to be treacherous, in the end, it was still within Ling Zhao's control. After all, the 4 wastelands were equivalent to the lower realm compared to the holy state, and the strongest people were only at the Xianqing level. But once they returned to the holy state, things wouldn't be as simple as they were now. It was well known that the holy state was filled with great clans, many ancient clans, and complicated forces. Even if a clan produced a heavenly pride, counting it, it was estimated that there would have to be 180,000 of them. Moreover, compared to these 4 wastelands, the pride of the sacred state is naturally much higher in terms of both strength and means as well as vision and experience. Ling Xiao had to be more careful and cautious if he wanted to continue smothering his forbidden physique. Moreover, there were many heavenly prides in the sacred state, and even more supreme beings. Every sect and Dao lineage and ancient clan lineage had a few old monsters sitting around, though normally, these old things wouldn't dare to hit him over the head. However, once Ling Xiao revealed a talent or supreme treasure that was too outrageous, it was inevitable that he would not be targeted. The world of cultivation is so cruel. Everyone is competing for the creation of qi. What bloodline kinship can sometimes be disregarded, which will also take into account the identity of the face. System, 10,000 Paths Devil Technique. Add points. This time, Ling Xiao steadily chose to raise the surface realm. After all, if his heavenly demon true body wanted to break through the 3rd turn, he still needed to fuse 7 Dao rules. If his own realm was too low, it was inevitable that he would encounter the embarrassing situation from before again. Buzz. 9,000 points of villainous value, instantly squandered, and Ling Zhao's realm also steadily stepped into the level of peak Xianqing, away from breaking the delusion, only 1 step away. Counting the hours, it's almost time to go back. If Ling Xiao remembered correctly, there were still a few days to go before the big day of his engagement to his fiancée, although according to what Ling Xiao thought, this engagement would definitely not go too smoothly. After all, he's here as a villainous stepping stone. Moreover, that woman who was about to be engaged to him was also the holy state's renowned goddess of heaven. A woman like this must have countless suitors standing behind her, and there might be a man of destiny among them, waiting to punch him in the face. But before that, Ling Xiao needed to make a trip back to the sect first. As far as he remembered, there was a true disciple of the Wandao Demon sect who had previously made a date with him without knowing what to do. It's time to go back. Ling Xiao moved his muscles and bones, feeling the terrifying strength that filled his body. A flash of teasing flashed across his eyes. Sons of the Divine Order, hurry up and wash your necks and wait for me to return to reap you. At the entrance of the relic, Ling Zhao's figure steeply broke through the air. Elder Yin's expression trembled as he hurriedly bowed and saluted. My lord. At this moment, this old Ling clan slave could clearly feel the change in Ling Zhao's aura, and his pale eyes were filled with awe. The male is awesome. It had only been a few short days, but he was about to step into the delusion-breaking realm. Even if we look at the entire sacred state, the Duke's talent is definitely at the top. First, I'll go back to Qingfeng City, pick up Qingchan, and then depart back to the sacred state. Ling Xiao spoke indifferently and his figure swept towards Green Maple City first. And at this moment, in the Yi family's lobby, Yi Lufeng and the others stood at the bottom of the hall, looking nervously at Yi Qinchan above. Qinchan, it's been 3 days already, and there's still no news from the prince? Yi Liufeng's heart was bitter. If Ling Xiao went straight back to the sacred state, then wouldn't they have licked in vain earlier? Or if something happened to him in the Yi family? I'm afraid those mighty ones in the Ling family would definitely not let them go. No. Yi Qinchan shook her head, the same hint of haggardness on her pretty face. That day Ling Xiao left in a hurry. It looked like he was in big trouble anyways, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed and the prince has yet to show up. Could it be that he has really had an accident? Or, don't want her? Just thinking about the shame on that Xianqing demoness face, Yi Qinchan felt a pang of annoyance. How can this be? Yi Lufeng sat disheveledly on the wooden chair, while behind him, the faces of all the Yi family members also carried a touch of uneasiness. What's wrong with Family Master Yi? A sad face. Just then, a familiar teasing voice suddenly came from the space above the lobby. Yi Qinchan's pretty face froze and when she looked up again, Ling Xiao's figure had already appeared in front of her. Duke! Yi Qinchan's eyes suddenly turned a little red. During these 2 days, she had barely closed her eyes and had been looking forward to Ling Xiao's return, and seeing Yi Qinchan's somewhat darkened eyes as well as the tears in her eyes, Ling Xiao's heart was immediately somewhat moved. What's wrong? Miss me? Gongzi, where have you been? What took you so long to come back? Yi Qinchan instinctively threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace with some aggression in her voice. Feeling the trembling body of the beauty in his arms, Ling Xiao's face instantly raised a smile. Now that I've eaten this Yi Qinchan, I'm afraid there shouldn't be any more obstacles, right? After taking care of a few things, Qinchan, pack up and we'll return to the sacred state today. Ling Xiao did not see Feng Jiaoer's figure in the Yi family's lobby, and there was some hidden chill in his eyes. Where did Feng Jiaoer go? She said that the clan has important matters to go back to. Gongzi, are we really going to the sacred state? Yi Qinchan looked a little agitated. After all, that place was one that only delusion-breaking powers could set foot in. Would she, a wakeful person, go and lose face with the Duke? Of course, Family Master Yi. Here are some pills that should be able to help you step into the Xianqing realm. Thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Family Master. Ling Xiao casually threw a jade bottle to Yi Lufeng before walking out with his arm around Yi Qinchan's shoulders. The beauty of creation is all in the hand. It was a good trip. Chapter 61, Return to the Holy State. In front of the Yi family, Eldarine stood in the air and waved his palm, only to see a spatial rift instantly emerge. The sky was steeply overcast. The clouds shattered and the demonic winds rose up in all directions, just like a devil's trail. What's that? At this moment, countless Green Maple City powerhouses raised their heads and looked at the terrifying figure in midair with a hint of fear in their eyes. In the past few days, they had long been scared to death by the group of great demons in the eastern wasteland, and the grass was on the ground. Seeing the strange appearance of Yin Lao again, a trace of coldness was born in his heart. There were even some timid people who were already prepared to cast their bottom cards and escape from this place. That person seems to be Duke Ling Xiao. Lord Ling Xiao? Wasn't he scared away by that demoness? My lord, the passage is open. You can go back. Eldarine turned around and bowed towards Ling Xiao. This teleportation formation was specially laid down for Ling Xiao by his mother Xian Yuanyu when he first came down. In the Dan Yuan Holy Land, this was naturally done to avoid Ling Xiao accidentally landing in someone else's territory when he crossed the domain barrier and attracting unnecessary trouble. The Ling clan is strong, but there are not a few people in the entire sacred state who want to get Ling Xiao killed. My lord, aren't you going to take Feng Jiaoer to the sacred state? Yi Qinchan stood beside Ling Xiao with a slightly puzzled expression. Never intended to take her in the first place. Ling Xiao smiled bashfully. A tea art girl was certainly not worth wasting his mind on. However, if Feng Jiaoer was here today, even if he didn't bring her to the sacred state, he would definitely leave her with some creation. Too bad she's not. Not to mention whether or not it was important for her to return to the clan or not. Oh, by the way Gongzi, that Xianqing female demon came to look for you earlier, saying that she had time to ask you to go to the 10,000 demon holy land to seek her out. Bai Zhishi? What is she doing here? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and then the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Is it possible that you can't hold back your thoughts? Oh, I'm such a ing charmer. How would I know? Yi Qinchan pouted her little mouth and said without a trace of anger. Oh, don't mind her. Let's go. Yi Qinchan instantly clutched Ling Xiao's arm a little nervously. She was still a little scared when faced with this kind of large formation that could cross the two realms. Hold on to me, or I'll be sent somewhere else by the power of space, and then I'll be in trouble. Ling Xiao intentionally scared Yi Qinchan. The latter even directly opened her hand and hugged him tightly on his waist. The way she closed her eyes, It was really a bit cute. But just then, in the distant sky, a demonic aura suddenly pressed horizontally. The entire powerhouses of Green Maple City instantly froze in their faces, and when they looked up again, they only saw a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe and a golden crown slowly walking from the void, with an aura that was just like it was already at the Xinqing level. Behind him, countless Eastern Wasteland great demons followed closely behind, as if they had come in a nest. That's the Demon God Mountain Lord, the #1 powerhouse of the 4 wastelands. Demon God Mountain Lord, run away. The demonic beasts are coming to slaughter the city again. Damn Ling Xiao, he killed the Demon God Mountain Great Demon. This Demon God Mountain Lord is most likely here to seek revenge. I told you nothing good would come of this grandson's return. Dropping. The host is being lambasted. In line with the villain style. Gaining 500 points of villain value. That's okay? Ling Xiao's face froze, and the corner of his mouth instantly raised an inexplicable smile as his figure flickered and directly appeared in midair. He had never heard of the Demon God Mountain Lord. However, a mere Xinqing demon beast, he could naturally kill it with a wave of his hand. You are, Lord Ling Xiao? The Demon God Mountain Lord's eyes slightly condensed as he eyed the black-clothed young man in front of him, a flash of gloom steeply flashing across his face. Nice. Ling Xiao stood with his arms folded, his expression calm, accompanied by the beauty in his arms, when he was really a little bit of the turbulent gentleman's uninhibited nature. What are you waiting for? The Demon God Mountain Lord shouted angrily, frightening many of the strongest people in the city, who instantly operated their entire body's spiritual energy and fled frantically in the direction of the city's outskirts. This Ling Xiao was truly a bereaved star. From the moment he came to Green Maple City, he hadn't had a single day of peace. Why don't you hurry up and kowtow to Prince Ling Xiao and apologize? Only, at the next moment, all the great demons in that mid-air actually suddenly knelt down and let out a mournful cry towards Ling Xiao. Your Excellency, spare your life. The silhouettes that fled in all directions instantly froze in place. And even Yi Qingshan, whose originally tense little face had become frozen in place. In Qingfeng City, all the powerhouses watched in dumbfounded disbelief as the Demon God Mountain Lord, the #1 powerhouse of the 4 deserts, slowly knelt down in front of Ling Xiao, and there was a trace of intense fear in his eyes in addition to shock. Mr. Ling Xiao, he's unrivaled in the world. Was it you who scolded Mr. Ling Xiao just now? Whoever curses the Duke shall not die. Pissing for nothing. By Xixi, going back? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly. It seemed that these people knew his identity. Sure enough, the older a person gets, the more afraid of death. In front of death, what dignity and shame are irrelevant. Back to your excellency. The 9th princess returned to the sacred state yesterday. The Demon God Mountain Lord always maintained his kneeling position for fear of attracting Ling Xiao's displeasure. Others didn't know what the word Ling Clan meant, but he understood that if this gentleman in front of him moved to kill, I'm afraid that the entire Demon God Mountain would be destroyed in an instant. Not even the 10,000 demon Holy Land could shelter it. Oh, come on. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't pay any attention to the group of wailing great demons. Once again glancing at the Yi Clan crowd, he finally stopped hesitating and stepped into the large formation together with Yi Qingshan in his arms. Greetings, Your Excellency. Greetings, Your Excellency. Buzz. The void began to change, and the scene in front of him shifted, vaguely dizzying. Yi Qingshan kept her eyes closed while the expression on Ling Xiao's face quietly became grave. With his original character, he had indeed caused a bunch of trouble in the holy state over the years. If not for the strong cultivation of his parents and the overwhelming power of the Ling clan, he was afraid that he would have been killed and buried. But even so, there were still some people in the sacred state who were trying to get him killed at all times. One of them was his younger brother Ling Tian. After all, the hatred of seizing the Danxi was not shared. According to the formula, now he was afraid that he was already secretly preparing to make a move on himself. Secondly, amongst the Wan Dao demon sect, there were a few true disciples who had always looked down on Ling Zhao's status as a young master. It is thought that the position he has gained is not due to strength, but is dependent on the fact that he has a good family history. So these past few years, those few little pussies from the Wan Dao demon sect have openly and secretly held a group against him, and it has even gotten to the point where they are uniting with an outside sect to deal with him. It's a pity that although Ling Xiao is a villainous stepping stone, his identity is there, and if he wants to step on him, he has to be at least a heaven's mandate. And those few true legends of the Wan Dao demon sect obviously didn't have this kind of luck. The remaining one is Ling Zhao's fiancé. Though he hadn't met yet, he had long heard of this one's reputation. The most mysterious power in the eastern border of the sacred state, the goddess of the Misty Dao Palace. Rumor has it that the ancestor of this Misty Dao Palace has long since ascended to the immortal realm, and what this sect cultivates is also the way of emotionlessness. But no one knew why. But the current Dao Palace Lord had personally chosen a marriage for the Divine Maiden. If this Ling Xiao is a sunny young man with such a background, this marriage is not bad. But on the contrary, no one in the sacred state knows about Ling Xiao's evil reputation, bullying men and women, arrogant and ignorant, arrogant and debauched. As for that divine maiden of the misty Dao Palace, she was the topmost heavenly figure in the sacred state. There was no need to mention a cultivation level, and his looks were known as the first in the sacred state. There is a reputation for wreaking havoc on the nations. It was even rumored that this Dao Palace goddess would inevitably cover her immortal face when she went out, or else she would inevitably attract chaos. A proud daughter of the heavens like her, inwardly she must not be able to look at the second generation of a mongrel demonic clan like Ling Xiao. So, that engagement party might be trouble, too. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao felt a headache. Sure enough, he couldn't get rid of his status as a stepping stone for a while, but all the same, he's not what he used to be today. Although carrying the identity of a stepping stone, the character and mind are not comparable to the previous second generation of the clan. Besides, doesn't he know more than anyone else about these tired old set plots? What a sibling, mostly owes a beating. As for fellow disciples and whatnot, they can all be killed if they should be. And that fiancé with a high and cold personality, if she really doesn't know how to behave, Ling Xiao wouldn't mind letting her understand what it means to be a villainous style. Although he didn't have much chi in him, his identity, cultivation, spiritual treasures, and talent today were all at the top of the younger generation. He must have an IQ problem if he gets stomped to death easily again in such a context. Buzz. With a buzzing sound coming from him, the scene before Ling Xiao's eyes was instantly fixed. This place was the top of an immortal mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, with the sound of the Tao rising. Occasionally a few cranes fly overhead, giving a sense of peace and tranquility. Shower, you're finally back. Mother has missed you. Before Ling Xiao could react, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him and held him in his arms without any further ado. Mother-sama, Mother-sama. Ling Xiao struggled for a long time before he was able to break free from the arms of that palace-suited beauty. The person who came was naturally Ling Xiao's mother, the owner of the Dan Yuan Holy Land, Xian Yuan Yu. To say that this Xian Yuan Yu also really looks extremely beautiful. A large red silk dress neckline opened very low. Her face is like a hibiscus. Her eyebrows are like thin willows, and her peach blossom eyes are seductive. Her skin was snowy. Her black hair was pulled back into a high beauty bun, and her head full of jewels and jade shone with a blinding light in the sunlight. At this moment, he was staring up and down at Ling Xiao with a pampered look on his face. Aya, my son, it's only been a few days since you went. Why have you lost weight? Quickly, for my mother here are a few 5th grade pills. You quickly eat them to replenish. Xian Yuan Yu had a heartbroken look on her face, and the corners of Yi Qingchan's eyes inexplicably trembled as she listened. A 5th grade elixir, eat it to make up for it? What kind of talk? What kind of atmosphere is that? The Duke's background is really scary enough. And at this moment, a touch of bitterness flashed across Ling Xiao's face. It's been a long time since a loving mother had a child. The ancients were true to their word. With the extent of the Xian Yuan Yu's coddling of Ling Xiao, it was no wonder that he was able to develop the same arrogant and brash nature that he had before. He even went so far as to dig up his fellow brother's danhai and place it inside Ling Xiao. I'm afraid that even if Ling Xiao said that he wanted the stars and moon in the sky, this Xian Yuan Yu would go up to the sky without saying a word and pick them for him. Mother! Mother! I haven't lost any weight. I really haven't lost any weight. I still have things to do. I have to go back to the sect first. Ling Xiao turned around and was about to leave, while Xian Yuan Yu suddenly gave a cold shout. Stop! Ling Xiao's complexion was bitter, and a wave of pain immediately came from his ears as he was directly carried by Xian Yuan Yu towards the middle of the distant hall. Mother, let go of me. I'm really not okay. What's the matter that could delay you and I, mother and son, from having a meal? Ian Sanner, take that girl to the inner gate to rest for a day. The mail is not leaving today. Xian Yuan Yu did not look at Yi Qingchan from the beginning to the end. Or rather, it was difficult for a person who was awake to enter her eyes. Right? Chapter 62 Holy Lord Dan Yuan. What you went down to look for, you found it? In the middle of the great hall, Xian Yuan Yu sat on top of the golden chair, looking at the helpless Ling Xiao below, his tone inexplicably a bit gloomy. In the entire Ling clan, nowadays, the only ones who knew that Ling Xiao possessed the body of a heavenly demon were her and Ling Xiao's father. This time, Ling Xiao insisted on going to the 4 desolate lands precisely because the demonic body had been summoned. Xian Yuan Yu was still a little worried about the demonic intent within Ling Xiao's body. After all, there's just too much at stake in this case. Found it. Ling Xiao's mind moved and the supreme demonic blade instantly surfaced. A suffocatingly terrifying demonic might instantly surged and swept away, frightening Xian Yuan Yu, who could not help but turn white. A spiritual aura surged out around her body. directly imprisoning the space where the demonic blade was located alive. Don't put it away yet. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly and casually recalled that demonic blade back into the Soul Palace. With the concealment of that ancient Panga stone, Ling Xiao believed that even a Zun realm powerhouse would definitely not be able to see half a clue on him. What a terrifying demonic creature. No wonder it was able to pass through the domain barrier to summon you. But Shower, you must never offer this sword in front of people until it is absolutely necessary. And even if you do, you must make sure that you definitely kill the other party. Xian Yuanyu's complexion gradually became grave. Her beautiful eyes turned slightly, and she said in an icy tone, "Having Sanner and that little girl from the party seen this knife? What do you want, mother?" A few black lines fell on Ling Xiao's head. This Xian Yuanyu is worthy of being the mother of the villain, acting in a ruthless and merciless style. No wonder she can do things like digging up other people's danhai at birth. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao was indeed somewhat moved. He was an orphan in his previous life. That may be the only similarity between him and those of the chosen ones. So he has never experienced parental love at all. Looking at the Xian Yuanyu in front of him, he felt very close. Shower, you have to know that sooner or later, you'll be on the opposite side of the entire sacred state. Nowadays, Mother is still able to shelter you, but after that, so you must be extremely careful in what you do. A hint of sadness appeared on Xian Yuanyu's stunningly beautiful face. If possible, she would have preferred Ling Xiao to be just an ordinary teenager, even without any talent. With her Dan Dao attainments, she would still be able to pile him up to the Divine King realm alive. Don't worry, Mother, I've got it covered. Ling Xiao naturally understood what Xian Yuanyu was worried about, and immediately said with a solemn expression and a calm tone, Xian Yuanyu's words, which had originally reached her mouth, were swallowed alive. If it was in the past, if she had persuaded Ling Xiao in such a painstaking manner, the answer she would have gotten would have been, even if other people knew about it, what can they do to me? And other such arrogant remarks. But at this moment, looking at Ling Xiao's face as well as his tone, Xian Yuanyu surprisingly felt a bit strange. Shower, don't move. Open your mind. Without saying a word, Xian Yuanyu directly swept in front of Ling Xiao. Divine sense surged in his eyes and directly began to inspect Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao had even changed his temperament after going to the four deserts once. It's hard to believe that he's been taken over, Mother. The bitterness at the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth grew thicker. But he did not argue anything with Xian Yuanyu. Instead, he took the initiative to let go of his divine sense, allowing Xian Yuanyu to properly inspect it. However, when Xian Yuanyu saw the Black Palace in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness as well as that 1/8 desolate ancient pagoda, her face instantly froze. In front of them, even with Xian Yuanyu's cultivation level, he felt a deep pressure. Shower, where have you been? Before Ling Xiao traveled to the Four Wastelands, Xian Yuanyu was sure that there were no secrets in him that she did not know about. But at this moment, Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness alone had already shocked her so much. Could it be that his stupid son had gotten lucky and fallen into a treasure pit? And, what's with the aura on you? You broke through? Fong was too emotional that Xian Yuanyu did not even notice the change in Ling Xiao's realm. At this moment, looking at this familiar face in front of her, Xian Yuanyu was suddenly a bit bewildered. Mother, I was about to ask you, have you ever heard of this treasure? The 8 desolate glazed pagoda? The Black Palace is made of the ancient Panga stone and comes from the system. This was something Ling Xiao knew only too well, but the 8 desolate glazed pagoda, which he had snatched from Yi Fan's hands, had unexpectedly sealed the 9-headed fierce demon inside. By all rights, such a treasure should be in the hands of the holy sect, and how could it have fallen to the 9-tailed clan? Besides, who was that little girl he saw in the tower today? Why would she say that she had, on her, a scent that she liked? The 8 desolate glazed pagoda? Xian Yuanyu's eyebrows knitted slightly, and after thinking for half a day, she didn't recall that there was this pagoda in the sacred state, so she immediately shook her head. Most of the sacred state's heavenly treasures, Dao weapons, are on the 1000 Chance Pavilion's Divine Soldier list, and I have not heard of such a spiritual treasure. Not on the Divine Soldier list? Is it not from the Holy State? Ling Xiao instantly associated something with it. Just like the sacred state was the so-called upper realm to the Four Wastelands, and whether there was an upper realm above the Holy State, Ling Xiao guessed that there mostly was. After all, there were so many great powers throughout the ages, and some of them left behind relics of their Dao lineage and fell on the Holy State's great land, but there are some that have disappeared into thin air. Where did they go? Was it also like the powerful people of the 4 deserted lands who broke the space barrier and went to the upper world after reaching a certain level of cultivation? Moreover, although the sacred state was a domain of its own, over the years, some secret realms had appeared one after another, connecting to some other small worlds. This meant that other than the 4 desolate sacred states, the human and demon races, There were other spaces, other races in the heavens and earth. It just hasn't been discovered yet. That's kind of in keeping with the writing habits of those dog authors of a previous life. When the book scores well, what with the 10,000 races of the void and the 3,000 realms at your fingertips, if you don't get good grades, then you can just hang out in this realm honestly. Shower, are you talking about the Black Tower in your Sea of Consciousness? Just now Xian Yuanyu examined Ling Zhao's Sea of Consciousness, and although he felt infinite pressure, he did not feel any trace of a strong residual soul. So in this way, it seems that Ling Zhao most likely had some strange encounters in the Four Wastelands, which led to him obtaining treasures and changing his character. Not bad. It was taken from the hands of a man named Yi Fan, and according to my speculation, that Yi Fan's mother should be from the Nine-Tail clan. Ling Zhao nodded and looked at Xian Yuanyu with an expectant gaze. If he wanted to figure out the origin of this ancient pagoda, he had to start with Yi Fan's mother. As the owner of the Dan Yuan Holy Land, Xian Yuanyu had knowledge of the various clans and tribes in the Holy State. Perhaps she would know some secrets that Ling Zhao did not know. The Nine Tails? As expected, Xian Yuanyu mused for a long time before suddenly uttering a name that Ling Zhao had never heard before. Could it be that child of Bai Jiro's? Bai Jiro? Ling Zhao was instantly interested. This name, it sounded like the mother of the righteous path. Well, rumor has it that back then, the Nine-Tailed clan's Grand Princess Bai Jiro had made a big mistake, and was wasted by the Nine-Tailed clan and thrown into the Four Wastelands. But I didn't expect that Bai Jiro unexpectedly fell in love with the human race, and gave birth to an heir for him. As a result, the Nine-Tailed Fox Queen was furious, and personally went down to the world to catch him back. Could it be that this ancient tower is Bai Jiro gave him? Xian Yuanyu's eyes seemed to have flashed a flash of contemplation, while Ling Zhao said with some curiosity, made a big mistake? Does mother know what big mistake that Bai Jiro made? Chapter 63 Accumulation of Reserves. I'm not too sure about the specifics. This involves the Nine Tails clan's secrets after all. But Shower, you killed that Bai Jiro's son. This matter must not be exposed. Xian Yuanyu's tone was somewhat inexplicably heavy. That Bai Jiro once claimed to be the first heavenly pride of the demon clan, with a talent that oppresses all clans. Even if her cultivation has been abolished by now, no one thinks that she was imprisoned by the Fox Queen in the clan, or perhaps she willingly stayed behind. That strong? Ling Zhao's face froze. This matched the background of the identity of the Son of Heaven's destiny that he knew. Having a mother with a prominent background in the upper realm, he was mocked and despised by his mother's family in the early days, and was most often scolded as a mole cricket. Later in the game, go, come up with a reversal punch to the face, and travel strongly to mother's clan to get her back. It's a shame that Yi Fan had the destiny of the Son of Heaven's destiny, but he didn't have that luck anymore. Otherwise, the sacred state was so big. If each of these sons of heavenly fate grew up, who exactly would be the strongest? Even now, aren't quite a few of the reader's old men also curious about how many chances of victory Mu Chen has against Lindong? According to me, whoever comes out late has a better chance of winning. However, at this time Ling Zhao was even more curious. What exactly did that Bai Jiro do back then? And where did he get such a heavenly treasure as the 8 desolate glazed soul-suppressing pagoda? It seems like this matter, we still need to let Bai Jishi go and poke around a bit. After all, Ling Zhao had killed Yi Fan, and sooner or later, he was going to be exposed. As long as that Bai Jiro put a little bit of thought into it, she would be able to know that Yi Fan's death was absolutely unrelated to herself. By figuring out her identity means first, Ling Zhao would also be able to make some plans in advance. As for Bai Jishi, if it was in the past, she would have definitely told the clan about the northern wasteland. However, now that she had been controlled by Ling Zhao, she would definitely not do anything unfavorable to the latter. It seems that this piece is inserted in the right place. Ling Zhao's calmness satisfied Xian Yuanyu and immediately pulled out a bottle of elixir from his pocket and handed it to him. This is a bottle of 5th grade spirit punching pill that I just refined for my mother. Shower, no matter what you will face in the future, my mother will be your strong backing. Mother, there really is something else that I need your help with. Ling Zhao smiled somewhat embarrassedly, but before he could open his mouth, Xian Yuanyu's face suddenly turned serious. The woman from the lower realms. You must not take her with you, much less have the slightest thought about her. Ling Zhao was a bit confused. He had intended for Xian Yuanyu to think of a way to help Zhou Yue reshape her physical body. But where has this mother of yours been thinking? Mother there are still a few days to go before that goddess from the Misty Dao Palace gets engaged to you. So what is the decency of you bringing a woman around now? Hasn't there been enough rumors about your prodigal reputation over the years? Do you know what they call you now? See, King, you've got a long memory, don't you? Mother isn't, I just wanted to. That Pyongmiao Dao Palace's goddess, rumored to be a peerless beauty not seen in 3,000 years. Her cultivation is strong, cultivating the emotionless Tao, ice clear and jade clean. If you can be a couple with her, in a few years, the sacred state will still not be your world? Good boy. Listen to your mother and love people well. Ling Xiao wanted to cry. This goddess of the misty Tao palace was practicing the emotionless Tao, so how could she really be in love with herself? This pair of parents of theirs, most likely they are craving for other people's bodies and want to improve the Ling family's genes, right? Mother, I just want to ask you if there's a way to remake your flesh. Ling Xiao finally said what he wanted to say in one breath. Xian Yuanyu was visibly stunned. Remodeling the flesh? Who wants to remake the flesh? I saved a member of the 9 specters in the northern wasteland. She was victimized by the sacred sect in her lifetime, and now only a remnant of her soul remains. Mother, do you have a way to help her remake her physical body? Ling Xiao sighed. With a mother like this, who in the entire holy state would dare to mess with him? I'm afraid that half of Ling Xiao's reputation as the Wandao demon sect's absolute pride is true, and the other half, it's really possible that it was accumulated by relying on his parents' reputation. After all, no one would want to feud with him and then attract the revenge of Shen Yuanyu, the Sun Protector, right? However, in this immortal path, relying on parental shelter alone would definitely not go far, especially for someone as villainous as Ling Xiao. Once pride is born as a result of this, he is afraid that he is not far from death. The 9 Spectres clan? Offended the holy sect? Shen Yuanyu frowned, and her eyes widened abruptly after a long time. Shower, you can't even take care of yourself. How can you care about the sacred sect? No! Hurry up and get rid of that 9 Spectres clan's powerhouse. Otherwise, if the sacred sect learns about it, do you still want to live? If there was anyone in the entire sacred state who could make Shen Yuanyu afraid, I'm afraid there was only the sacred sect left. Even with Shen Yuanyu's cultivation and connections, it was inevitable that he would despair a bit when facing that giant who was above the human forces. Mother, sooner or later I will have to face the holy sect. Isn't it good to accumulate more reserves now while they're off guard? Do I have to wait until the world is an enemy before I think about pulling people together? Ling Xiao smiled blandly, not seeing the slightest bit of panic in his eyes, but instead carrying a touch of profoundness. Once again, Shen Yuanyu froze. She really didn't expect that in just a few days. Ling Xiao's character had become so calm. My shower has grown up. Shen Yuanyu lowered her head and smiled lightly, looking at Ling Xiao with some relief in her eyes. Good. Since you want to accumulate your own heritage, then mother will definitely support you. Give me 3 days. I'll refine the pills and send them over to you. Will you go back to the Ling family or go to the 10,000 Paths demon sect? Mother, I have to make a trip back to the clan before returning to the Ling clan, so just send the pills back to the Ling clan at that time. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he couldn't help but remind Shen Yuanyu. Mother, regarding Ling Tian, I think that in the future, you shouldn't make things difficult for him, and you and father haven't seen each other for a long time, so I'll think of a way to untie this dead end. Humph. Ling Tian Lin this. I don't want to see him. Back then for that wild woman, it was against me in every way, and then because of her son, everything looked at me wrong. Now it's good. I don't see anyone. It's also clean. Shen Yuanyu clutched his shoulders, his face a bit gloomy, but Ling Xiao knew that his mother had done all this for herself. If she hadn't been born with a wasted vein and no Sea of Dan, she wouldn't have risked the world by digging up Ling Tian's Sea of Dan alive, causing her father to be furious. Hey, mother, you've worked hard. Ling Xiao respectfully bowed down towards Shen Yuanyu. The latter's body trembled as she turned her head to look at Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes already brimming with tears. Shower, you've really grown up. For my mother is very joyful today. Mother, although Qingchan is from the lower realms, she is loyal to me, and her own talent is horrifying. Do you see if there is a place where she can settle down? Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly asked. Now that Yi Qingchan has turned her heart towards him, Ling Xiao is not worried about her having second thoughts. After all, these templates of the daughter of divine destiny can always be infatuated and dedicated. Didn't all those heroines who were picked up by a major power at the beginning of the book wait a book's worth of time before finally meeting up with the main character? It was just that now that Ling Xiao had just returned to the sacred state and had many enemies, Yi Qingchan's cultivation was only at the realm of awakening god, so it was really a bit unsafe to stay by his side. Chapter 64, Qingchan's Homecoming. What martial arts path did she cultivate before? Since Shen Yuanyu knew what Ling Xiao was thinking nowadays, he naturally wouldn't stop him from accumulating connections. Besides, that young girl is extremely beautiful and her temperament is also superior, so it is not bad to give your son a dowry. Although Shen Yuanyu didn't like men who went on 3 different trips, it didn't stop her from wanting Ling Xiao to sit on 3 wives and 4 concubines. A good parent has to beat a double standard. The one from the Misty Dao Palace must be the young master mother of the Ling family, and no one can stop this. But aside from the young master mother, wouldn't it be a joke if such an outstanding 9 good young man like Ling Xiao didn't have 3 or 5 beauties by his side? It should be cultivating the way of the sword. Where did Ling Xiao know what Xian Yuanyu was thinking at this moment? His face still held a trace of gravity. Sword Dao? How about this? You send her to the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect. I have a few friendships with their patriarch. So take my jade order and go. Xian Yuanyu casually threw a jade pendant to Ling Xiao, who immediately smiled gratefully, and before Xian Yuanyu could react, his figure flashed and directly slipped out of the hall. Mother-sama has a lot of work to do in the day, so my child won't intrude. I'll come back to see you again when I have time. Mother, don't forget to refine the pills for me to remodel my flesh. Ah, you ungrateful brat. Xian Yuanyu's eyebrows knit lightly, but in the end, she did not stop Ling Xiao again, only that some deep meaning surged in her eyes. Jio, Holy Lord. In the darkness, there was a sudden whisper. Go check on that by Jiro of the Nine-Tail clan, and inquire about the past of the Nine Spectres clan. At this moment, the Xian Yuanyu, which still had the verbose appearance of the party, a beautiful face with 7 points of majesty and 3 points of sadness, just like the demeanor of a giant. Although Xian Yuanyu's cultivation wasn't considered the top of the sacred state, his Dan Dao attainments were recognized as the strongest in the sacred state. The lords of various powers had more or less begged for pills in her hands. Therefore, in terms of connections, Xian Yuanyu was not targeting anyone. Even Ling Tianlin was by no means like her. Shower, don't worry, even if the world is against you, I will definitely kill a bloody path for you. Boom! An invisible fire quietly filled the air, and even Jiu in the darkness felt a hint of inexplicable palpitations. Yes, Holy Lord. Ah, Jiu has gone. Dan Yuan Holy Land. In the inner gate hall, Yi Qingchan clasped her hands together in front of her chest and looked at the direction outside the hall with an anxious expression. Miss Qingchan can eat something first to rest for a little while. Gongzi will be back later. Eldarine stood behind her with a hint of helplessness on his face. From the moment she met Xian Yuanyu, Yi Qingchan had acted especially nervous. It has the feeling of a new daughter-in-law meeting her mother-in-law for the first time. It was just that Eldarine was well aware that Xian Yuanyu had not even glanced at Yi Qingchan since the beginning, proving that she had no intention of letting her follow Ling Xiao. Thought so. Ling Xiao's identity was also enough to be called a phrase that was unrivaled in the world in this holy land. No matter how beautiful Yi Qingchan was, she was only a person of the four wastes. The difference between the two was worlds apart. Qingchan, what are you standing here for? Space quietly trembled, and Ling Xiao's figure instantly appeared in the large hall. And seeing the nervousness and urgency in Yi Qingchan's eyes, Ling Xiao was visibly stunned. What's going on here? Didn't you always look forward to coming to the sacred state before? Why are you unhappy instead of coming? Gongzi, did that senior say anything? Yi Qingchan's pretty face reddened and she lowered her head somewhat shyly. Which senior? Oh, you mean my mother? Ling Xiao instantly understood what Yi Qingchan was worried about, and the corner of his mouth instantly raised a smile. Little fool, of course mother complimented you a lot, but I hadn't seen her in a long time, so I had some quiet conversations. Really? Senior complimented me? Gongzi, what did senior compliment me on? The haze on Yi Qingchan's face was swept away, and she turned to Blossom with a touch of splendor. Qingchan, I have something to discuss with you. Ling Xiao's tone was suddenly a bit grave, while Eldarine was even more sensible and disappeared in place. Gong, what is it? Yi Qingchan was slightly lost, her face recomposed. Although she was the proud daughter of the northern wasteland's heaven, she was an existence that was not even as good as a mole in this holy state's land. In particular, the glance that the eunuch's mother had given her just now had caused her to feel a pressure that she had never felt before. That terrifying pressure that was as terrifying as the heavenly authority nearly caused Yi Qingchan's mind to lose its grip. A mere look can determine a person's life or death. What kind of terrifying cultivation is this? Holy state, it sure is scary. Don't be nervous, I just wanted to talk to you too. Ling Xiao tried to make his tone as gentle as possible, fearing that it would make Yi Qingchan feel uneasy. You see, you cultivate the sword Dao, I cultivate the demon Dao, and my mother here is a Dan sect, so neither of them are very suitable for you to cultivate. So I'd like to send you to another Dao sect that cultivates the sword Dao, so that I can also help you to raise your realm more quickly. Don't you think so? Ling Xiao let out a bitter smile. The fact that he had to abandon Yi Qingchan only just arrived in the holy state did make him a bit intolerant. It's just that what he's going to do next is too sinister. By placing her properly so early, Ling Xiao would also be able to put his heart down. So, my lord, love fades, does it not? As expected, Yi Qingchan's pretty face instantly flashed with a trace of sadness as she looked at Ling Xiao with tearful eyes. Her appearance was really somewhat pitiful. How come? I just want you to grow up faster so that we can be together every day in the future. I have too many enemies in this sacred state, and I still have a lot of things to settle right now. Qingchan, trust me, okay? Ling Xiao reached out, holding Yi Qingchan in his arms, and softly said in relief, I believe in Gongzi. Gongzi won't not want Qingchan. Well, the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect is one of the strongest sword Dao sects in the eastern border of the sacred state, and its patriarch Duan Woyang's cultivation has long since stepped into the Emperor realm. Qingchan, go and cultivate well, and I'll visit you when I have time. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before a flash of sternness suddenly flashed across his eyes. Qingchan, open your heart and I'll give you something. Ha, my lord. Yi Qingchan looked slightly stunned. Right at this moment, a ray of arcane green luster suddenly bloomed at the bottom of Ling Xiao's eyes. At the same time, it was as if the space of the entire hall had been chopped alive by an unparalleled sword intent. Yi Qingchan watched dumbfounded as the strand of green aura disappeared into her sea of consciousness, and in the next instant, her delicate body trembled abruptly. Qingchan, this is a strand of the sword Dao Dao. Be careful fusing it, don't be hasty. But before Ling Xiao could finish his sentence, he only saw that on Yi Qingchan's body, the arcane light steeply flourished. The monstrous sword intent rose up to the sky, actually chopping 100 feet crack out of the roof of that great hall. That's fused? Ling Xiao's face froze and a flash of realization flashed across his eyes. Not bad for a reincarnation with wisdom. Even if Yi Qingchan hadn't fully awakened her memories now, her comprehension of the origin of the Tao was simply not something that could be compared to ordinary people. It was also good. In that case, she would definitely be more valued when she worshipped in the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect. Chapter 65, The Nine Dragons Pulling a Whisker. Yi Qingchan stood in place, her beautiful eyes tightly closed. The sword intent around his body whistled horizontally and quickly attracted countless prying eyes. Shen Yuanyu's figure had long since appeared outside the main hall, looking at the young girl dressed in green with a somewhat contemplative face. The power of the Tao. Even for those rather famous heavenly pride demons in the sacred state, not many of them were able to comprehend the fusion. But this young girl from the lower realm in front of him had actually fused a strand of Tao power. Looks like my son has a good eye. Buzz. Yi Qingchan's beautiful eyes opened abruptly, which seemed to contain endless ice and snow. A wisp of coldness mixed with unparalleled severity instantly surged out. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown lightly as the devilish aura around his body flickered before he blocked the strange force. Ha, Gongzi, what's going on here? Are you alright? The coldness in Yi Qingchan's eyes gradually dissipated, and as she glanced at the wretched hall, her face suddenly became somewhat confused. It's okay. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled, looking up at Qingchan. Qingchan, how are you feeling? To be honest, Ling Xiao knew early on that Yi Qingchan had a special status, but he also didn't expect her to be able to fuse a Dao rule so quickly. Moreover, at this time, the Qi luck value on her had reached 1,000 points. Apparently, she's slowly waking up, just what she would become in the end. Ling Xiao wasn't sure. It's fine. It's just, Yi Qingchan was about to say something, but finally seemed to have made up her mind and looked at Ling Xiao and said, My lord, I sometimes feel that I am another person. There seems to be a very scary force in my body that I can't control at all. That's because you're not strong enough. When your cultivation steps into the breaking delusion, perhaps all the mysteries will be solved. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. This was the first time Yi Qingchan had taken the initiative to mention the matter of Sibu Hui to him. It was obvious that this girl had completely dropped her guard against him. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll be there for you. Me too, Gongzi. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and be by your side sooner. Yi Qingchan tightly bit her red lips, and in her eyes was a touch of mountainous and unshakable determination. She had already thought it through. She was at most a liability even if she followed her son now. Only when you have enough strength can you accompany your son across the world. Duke said he had a lot of enemies. Your Excellency's enemies are Qingchan's enemies. One day, when she has achieved success in her immortal journey, Qingchan will guard your son with her life. Let's go. I'll send you to the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect. Ling Xiao reached out, holding Yi Qingchan's jade hand, and raised his foot to walk in front of Shen Yuanyu. Mother, her name is Yi Qingchan. She is my woman. Good. I hope that one day you may stand side by side. Shen Yuanyu calmly glanced at Yi Qingchan and suddenly took out two objects from his arms. One was a porcelain white jade vase and the other, a golden feathered coat. This bottle contains 100 third-grade spirit gathering pills. Send someone to ask for them after you've eaten them. And this golden silk feathered clothes is a top-grade divine artifact that never left my body before I stepped into the divine king realm. After saying that, Shen Yuanyu looked deeply at Yi Qingchan and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. The Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect is not far from my Dan Yuan Holy Land. So if you're idle and bored, you can always come find me and accompany me for a chat. Many thanks, senior. Yi Qingchan looked at Ling Xiao with some nervousness. a pair of jade hands rubbing the corners of her clothes helplessly. The coldness of Shenyuan Yu just now made Yi Qingchan instinctively feel endless pressure. But at this moment, her sentence about standing shoulder to shoulder with Ling Xiao was, in Yi Qingchan's opinion, an encouragement and likewise a spur. What Shenyuan Yu meant was that she had to be strong enough to stand beside Ling Xiao. Yi Qingchan had never been a mindless, stupid white girl. On the contrary, her city looks all a bit deep to Ling Xiao. And since she had the opportunity now, she naturally wouldn't let it go easily. She only needed some time to prove to everyone that she, Yi Qingchan, had the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Duke. Take it. Ling Xiao guffawed. This wave of assistance from his mother. Wonderful. This way, even if Yi Qingchan awakened her memories in the future, I'm afraid that she would still remember her kindness. Your 9 Dragons Golden Whiskey is ready for you. Go. When the words fell, Shenyuan Yu turned around and left. And in the square in front of the Grand Hall, a golden sedan carriage pulled by 9 black scaly dragons was parked quietly. A frighteningly ferocious and hostile demonic aura instantly pounced on his face. Ah, it's a dragon. How had Yi Qingchan ever seen such a terrifying demonic beast? Each black ogre had a terrifying body that was dozens of feet long, covered with black scales, and looked hideous and terrifying. No less than those eastern wasteland great demons. But they are actually demonic beasts that specialize in pulling whisks for the male. What's the difference between that and a cow or a horse? It's an augur. Ling Xiao shook his head. Even if he had an honorable status, he would never dare to use a true dragon to pull a chuff. Nowadays, the strongest one in the 10,000 demons Holy Land was a green dragon, and it was said that a trace of ancestral dragon bloodline flowed in his body. His Majesty is not something that anyone would dare to offend. But even so, the 9 dragons pulling whiskey was enough of a show when placed in the sacred state. This Ling Xiao was worthy of being the son of the Ling clan and the young master of the devil sect. Cocky enough and high profile enough? Let's go and show you the sacred prefecture sword sect's underpinnings. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and picked up Yi Qingchan and landed on top of that golden whiskey. The 9 dragons instantly rose up into the air, racing towards the direction of the heavenly sword immortal sect. It's just not the same. This driving a dragon. At this point Ling Xiao has been unable to resist wanting to release a song. Speed 70 mph. The mood is in high. Heavy mountains swept from beneath his feet, and the clouds were torn out in slender trails. Ling Xiao was holding Yi Qingchan in his arms, breathing in the pure air at a height of 10,000 miles, and his face was a look of contentment. Now that's how a villain should enjoy himself. A beautiful woman in her arms, a car and a treasure horse. A glass of wine at this moment would be perfect. Soon, the 9 dragons fell from midair and stopped before an ancient mountain gate. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao would most likely have to drive and fly directly to the front of the sword sect's main hall. But these days, he still felt that an appropriately low profile was necessary. Otherwise, if we end up in a situation where all of our friends and family are separated, then we will really be doing this to ourselves. Arrived. Ling Xiao held Yi Qingchan's jade hand and stepped down from the golden chuff, his face already carrying a touch of majesty. And at this moment, when the disciples guarding the mountain saw these 2 uninvited guests, each of them looked on guard, holding their spirit swords in their hands, with an appearance of a great enemy in front of them. That teenager looks somewhat familiar. It's the young master of the Wandao demon sect, the Ling family's Grand Duke Ling Xiao. Yes, the 9 dragons pulling the whiskey and the beauty on the side. The standard match for the Ling Xiao Gongzi. What's this little devil doing here? At this moment, although the crowd of immortal sect disciples were ing with their mouths, a bright smile appeared on all of their faces. Just kidding. This person in front of him, but the entire holy state is a famous dude. No, it's a heavenly pride demon. His identity is a few points more noble than the heavenly sword sect leader, so they can't afford to slack off a bit. Lord Ling Xiao's great presence has brought my heavenly sword immortal sect to life. Between the white clouds and the pale sea, a loud laugh suddenly came out. Immediately, several old men in different clothes stepped out through the void and landed in front of Ling Xiao and the 2 of them. Chapter 66, The Sword of God. Qing K. In front of the heavenly sword immortal sect's mountain gate, an old man dressed in Xian clothes with white hair and a white beard arched his hand towards Ling Xiao and saluted. It's truly an honor for my sword sect that Lord Ling Xiao has come to visit. So it's Elder Su. Courteous. Ling Xiao smiled gently, revealing a sense of humility and elegance. This scene fell into the eyes of that group of heavenly sword sect elders, causing their eyelids to jump again. This asshole. When did he change his tune? Nope. Definitely a conspiracy. Although the heavenly sword immortal sect was on good terms with the Dan Yuan Holy Land, Ling Xiao's temper could always be taken in by no one. Today, with his sudden arrival and showing such an abnormal side, he must be holding back bad water. This was the consensus of all the sects in the entire sacred state. Oh, my lord. why don't you come into the hall? However, even if this group of Heavenly Sword sect elders were no longer reluctant, they would never dare to neglect this male. After all, behind people, there could be three forces standing that were even more powerful than the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect. Elders, please. Ling Xiao nodded and reached out to hold Yi Qingchan's somewhat stiff little hand as he lifted his foot towards the top of the mountain. Gongzi is really powerful. He is honored everywhere he goes. At this moment, Yi Qingchan's beautiful eyes were filled with a strange color as she looked at the old men beside her whose breath was long and terrifying. How could she know that Ling Xiao was respected not because of his strength or character? Rather, it was because of his ferocious, insolent, and prodigal reputation, as well as the three great god emperors behind him. A group of shadows rose up into the clouds and arrived in a magnificent hall at the top of the mountain. The entire body of the hall was made of green stone, revealing an air of ancient vicissitudes. And when Ling Xiao and the others entered the hall and took their seats, there were soon disciples from the sword sect who brought in wine and spirit fruits, and stood around curiously sizing up the mighty sacred state prince. But what made the crowd feel puzzled was that looking at the appearance of this Duke Ling Xiao, it didn't seem as ferocious and arrogant as the rumors had it, but instead, it gave a sense of honor and ease. The rumors were true. This Ling Xiao, indeed, is quite capable of pretending. Mr. Ling Xiao has come today. I wonder what he is here for. That Su Elder's full name is Su Jibu, is the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect's Grand Elder, and his cultivation has long since stepped into the realm of the Divine King. But at this time, in front of Ling Xiao, he even looked restrained. It can't be helped. Who let people have a good father and a good mother? Not to mention the Ling family's power in the sacred state. Just one Dan Yuan Holy Land alone. He couldn't afford to mess with the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect. What's more, Ling Xiao was also wearing the name of a young master of the Wandao Demon sect, representing the face of the demon sect, so they naturally had to be careful in their service. I heard that the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect has been struggling to find a sword Dao heir recently, and as it so happens, I've delivered it to you today. There's no need for Elder Su to thank me, who made our two sects close. Ling Xiao grinned, picked up his wine glass and took a light sip. His playboy nature was clearly visible. Your Excellency is talking about this girl beside you? Elder Su's expression sank, instantly defeated by Ling Xiao's shamelessness. Man, you really can't tell the difference. This young girl, she's a loser at first glance. At the age of 16, this is the awakened god realm? However, once he thought about Ling Xiao's reputation, Elder Su was relieved. This young girl's talent was not good, but she was good looking. Ling Xiao did not dare to place her next to her parents, so he sent her to the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect. Well, it's very much in keeping with this male style of doing things. Not bad. Qingchan's talent is rare to see in 100 years. Your Heavenly Sword Immortal sect has gotten lucky. If not for the fact that she cultivates the way of the sword, I wouldn't have given this bargain to you. Ling Xiao smiled bashfully and looked up at Yi Qingchan, the favor in his eyes not hidden at all. What he said was true. If the Ling family had a sword Dao powerhouse, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to send her to this Heavenly Sword Immortal sect to cultivate. Unfortunately, the Ling clan's truly powerful means did not lie in the path of the sword Dao. Getting lucky? Sword Dao Heaven's pride? Ahem. The faces of the several elders of the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect instantly became brilliant. At this moment, they wanted to laugh, but they really didn't dare to offend this Ling family's Grand Duke in front of them. One by one, their faces were suffocatingly red, and they could only cough to cover up their embarrassment. Well, do you think that our Heavenly Sword Immortal sect is all? Sending a waste to say that it is the heavenly pride of the sword Dao, not to be found in 100 years. This is the rhythm of pinning our sword sect's resources. There are already 100 disciples in my Sunset Cloud Peak. I'm afraid that I don't have the heart to teach other disciples as I'm old and senile. I've recently planned to go into seclusion and try to sense the power of the Dao. The 7 heads of the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect and the 7 great elders all found excuses at this point to try and reject Ling Xiao. This hot potato, whoever likes to take it. If they were not taught well, and this Ling family's son lost his temper, they could not afford it. What a coincidence. Mr. Ling Xiao, my Longjio Peak is riddled with swine plague, causing me to be burnt out as well. Su Jibin let out a sarcastic laugh, revealing a hint of helplessness between his brows. There's just no way to refute the bystander's excuse. As phony as it sounds. What do you mean you're having a swine fever? Afraid you'll infect someone? Oh, that's really unfortunate. It seems that I can only send her to the 10,000 Swords Holy Land. Ling Xiao got up, revealing a look of regret. Oh, right. Qingchan, what did you say you comprehended before? The Dao of the Sword Dao? What? The eyes of the 7 Heavenly Sword Immortal sect elders whose original faces had just relaxed instantly widened. Incredulously, he looked at Yi Qingchan. Is that possible? A person who awakens to God is able to comprehend the Tao of the Sword Tao? Even for them, the few old antiquities, only the Grand Elder Su Jisun had comprehended a trace of the origin of the Sword Tao and deduced the power of the Tao. But if Ling Zhao's words are true, then this young girl is not as simple as a supreme pride. That is simply a demon that will not be encountered for 10,000 years. Lord Ling Xiao, stay back. Su Jibei's old face sank as he stopped his body and blocked in front of Ling Xiao. Elder Su has something else? Ling Xiao pretended to look puzzled, while Su Jibei instantly squeezed out a smile on his face. Fang said that this little girl has comprehended a hint of something? Sword Dao Dao. Ah, but that doesn't seem to have anything to do with Elder Su, does it? As Ling Zhao's words fell, he took Yi Qingchan's jade hand and wanted to leave. Gongzi, stay back. A cold sweat broke out on the top of Su Jibin's head. If today, his Heavenly Sword Immortal sect really missed out on a peerless demon who had comprehended the Tao of the Sword Tao at the awakening divine realm, without the need for the patriarch to do anything, he would have cut his own throat in the ancestor shrine. Awakening God Realm. Sword Dao Dao. These are two completely unrelated words, and it is more or less absurd to link them together at this point. At the same time, it also caused some inexplicable anticipation within Su Jibei and the other group of sword sect elders. Elder Su, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you want to forcefully leave me behind? Ling Zhao's eyes went cold, and the corner of his mouth suddenly raised in a teasing manner. Dare not dare not dare. I see that this girl is simple-minded, decent-looking, at first glance is a good seedling for cultivating the sword. Girl, this hilt of green K, is my accompanying with the sword? Today it will give it to you. Su Jibei's palm clenched, only to see a piercing green blade instantly appear in his hand, which was actually a 3-foot divine sword carved with complicated text. My lord, Yi Qingchan glanced at Ling Xiao somewhat nervously, with a few moments of trepidation within her heart. These sacred states' great powers were really generous, giving away divine artifacts at the drop of a hat, regardless of whether it was this green K ancient sword or that golden silk feathered clothes. In the four wastelands it could be called a heavenly creation. Being Lord Ling Zhao's little princess really doesn't suffer. Chapter 67, Entering the Sword Sect. Elder Su is too kind to refuse. What are you hesitating for? Take it. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, while Yi Qingchan just held that Qing K ancient sword in a well-behaved manner. Buzz. At that instant, a loud and clear sword chant instantly resounded throughout the entire Heavenly Sword Immortal sect. Even in the depths of the sword sect, those sword sect Taishangs who had closed their death throes for an unknown number of years also steeply opened their eyes at this moment, and they all looked in the direction of the great hall at the top of the mountain. The divine sword recognizes its own master. The power of the Tao of the Sword Tao. Heaven bless my Heavenly Sword Immortal sect. The faces of the crowd of Heavenly Sword Immortal sect elders suddenly froze. Immediately afterward, a cry of shock instantly resounded throughout the entire hall. Everyone looked at the sword intent that was gradually raging on Yi Qingchan's body, and a touch of unspeakable excitement and shock blossomed in their eyes. Sword Tao Demon. The sky's the limit. For a clan to want to pass on for eternity, the heritage is one thing. The most powerful person is one thing, but the disciples are the root of the heritage. Although the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect had many strong people nowadays, the talent of the disciples within the sect was slightly mediocre. And this little girl in front of her at the Awakening Realm was the one that all the powerhouses of the Heavenly Sword sect were looking forward to, the Heavenly Destiny. As long as she could worship in the Sword sect, in less than 10 years, no, less than 5 years, the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect would inevitably give birth to a demonic disciple who would shock the entire sacred state. With her here, the Immortal sect would definitely stand at the peak of the holy state in the next 100 years. Of course, if they were to know at this time that this trace of Tao power in Yi Qingchan's body was nothing more than a strand that Ling Xiao had separated out, I wonder what kind of look these sword sect elders would have. Alright, Grand Elder, if there's nothing else, I'll take Qingchan to the 10,000 Swords Holy Land. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. This group of old undead, just now I told you that Qingchan's talent is horrible, and you all love to ignore it. This moment, you show such a demeanor. You take it as buying something in an auction house, not seeing a rabbit. Don't. Mr. Ling Xiao has come to my Heavenly Sword Immortal sect with great difficulty. Why can't you have dinner before you leave? I'll ask someone to prepare a dinner party. I have 100 years of immortal wine in my collection. Drinking it can nourish the spirit. I'll definitely not get drunk with you today. Elder Su let out a sarcastic smile and reached out to grip Ling Xiao's arm with a pleasing look on his face. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect, usually in the sect, was a cold, arrogant and majestic style. When had the crowd ever seen him in such a posture? In particular, the few sword sect disciples standing in that hall had their mouths wide open at this moment, looking at that humble figure with incredulity. Didn't the great elder always say in his spare time that those who cultivate swords should walk upright and sit straight? Not to tend to influence and not to grovel? How is it that at this point, his tongue is sticking out? Let's not eat the meal. Next time, Elder Su stays behind. Mr. Ling Xiao. Right at this moment, an old voice suddenly came from above the great hall. Immediately, a palpitatingly stern intent instantly filled the air, even with Ling Xiao's realm. At this moment, he felt a chill in his heart, and instinctively operated his demonic chi around his body before he was able to fend off that terrifying chill. Heavenly Sword Sovereign, Duan Wuyang. Ling Xiao's eyes stared slightly, but in his heart, he laughed darkly. The reason why he had shared a strand of Dao power with Yi Qingqian was because he hoped that she would be appreciated by this sword sect powerhouse and worship under him. Looking at the entire eastern border of the sacred state, this Wuyang's attainments in the Dao of the sword were also second to none. For him to personally teach Yi Qingqian, it could be considered as not burying the latter's talent. So it's Patriarch Duan. Of course, the resource positions that should be fought for are still there to be fought for. Otherwise wouldn't it be too cheap for the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect? Duke Ling Xiao is indeed as rumored. Divinely handsome and worthy of being the model of my sacred state's heavenly pride. It's customary to come up and lick each other first. It was only at this moment that Duan Wuyong's pair of pale eyes more or less carried a trace of surprise. Regarding Ling Xiao's fierce reputation, he had naturally heard about it long ago. However, upon seeing him today, he realized that this teenager did not seem to be as worthless and arrogant as the rumors. Even what he said and did in the square, step by step, was obviously deliberate. The purpose was naturally to gain more benefits for Yi Qingqian. This is a teenager with a lot of heart and determination and guts. It's not easy. What does Lord Ling Xiao think about letting this girl worship under me? It was just futile for him to scheme anymore. Once Yi Qingqian worshipped the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect, she would not be considered a member of the Ling family. In the years to come, was he still worried that this girl would run away with someone? Patriarch Duan personally accepts his disciple. That would certainly be an honor for Qingqian. Qingqian, are you willing? Ling Xiao knows that in front of this old fox, all the acting is unnecessary, so it is better to open the door and also show frankness. If Gongzi is willing, Qingqian is willing. Yi Qingqian smiled coyly and stood in front of Ling Xiao with her head lowered in a manner of a young daughter. Seeing this scene, Duan Wuyang frowned, but in his heart, he couldn't help but have some doubts. With this girl's character, how did she comprehend a hint of the Dao of the Sword Dao? The world knows that the sword, needs to have an unrelenting momentum in order to go a long way on this path. But look at Yi Qingqian's appearance. Whatever, the power of the Dao can't fool anyone. This Yi Qingqian's lower limit was at least at the Divine King level. Patriarch Duan. Qingqian worships the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect. Does she have an identity? Ling Xiao nodded, his gaze calmly looking towards Duan Wuyang. In this sect, disciple status determined the distribution of cultivation resources. Outer disciples didn't get a few pills a year, but inner disciples could also receive offerings once a month. And if one can be promoted to true transmission and be appreciated by a certain elder, the pills and spiritual treasures are even more randomly selected. Yi Qingqian had come from the lower realms and naturally didn't know anything about these rules. However, Ling Xiao was not someone who liked to suffer. That's of course. Tomorrow I will personally hold an apprenticeship ceremony to announce the identity of the holy maiden of the Qingqian sword sect. Duan Wuyang casually threw Yi Qingqian a bronze ancient order. This order represents the majesty of the patriarch. Anywhere in the Heavenly Sword sect, you can go to, and all the disciples can see this order as if they were seeing this emperor. Really? Thank you, senpai. Yi Qingqian looked delighted. What was so attractive about any place in the Heavenly Sword sect? She just wanted to be able to go down the mountain as she pleased to find Lord Ling Xiao when her cultivation was accomplished in the future. And calling seniors, Ling Xiao fiercely glared at Yi Qingqian, and the latter's small face instantly turned red before she respectfully bowed towards Duan Wuyang. Master. Well, good. In the future, you'll follow me and focus on studying the way of the sword. Although Duan Wuyang was smiling on his face, in his heart, he always felt that something was wrong. This little disciple, how can he look at it? It doesn't seem like he sincerely wants to worship the sword sect. That's all. Now that she has not yet retired from the world, it is normal for her to have some distractions within her heart. As long as she followed him, Duan Wuyang was confident that within a few years, she would be taught to become a supreme heavenly pride with only a sword in her heart. Chapter 68, My Promise. Mr. Ling Xiao, it's getting late. Why don't you stay overnight and leave tomorrow after observing my Heavenly Sword sect's disciple acceptance ceremony? Duan Wuyang made a polite remark. But in his heart, he couldn't wait for this little devil to hurry up and leave. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable the moment he saw Ling Xiao. This is not much to do with the cultivation of identity. Is simply think this kid, the whole body is not a little good water. Since that's the case, then Mr. Ling will reluctantly rest in your clan for the night. As for the disciple acceptance ceremony, Mr. Ling, an outsider, won't follow and get involved. Ling Xiao smiled calmly. It wasn't that he didn't want to get involved. It was that there was an unknowing thing in the Wandao demon sect that was waiting for him to clean up tomorrow. Shameless. It's shameless. The corners of the eyes of the crowd of sword sect elders trembled as they looked at Ling Xiao with contempt in their gazes. A little bit of a stretch. How dare he say that? This kid's shamelessness is worthy of being verified throughout the holy state. Oh, right, Elder Su. You just said. What 100 years of immortal wine? Drinking it can refresh and anti-fatigue. When do you think we should start? I've sent Xing-chan all the way here, and I'm indeed a bit tired. At those words, the Heavenly Sword Sect's Grand Elder nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Sloppy. Today, he not only lost a divine artifact, but he also had to take out his treasured fine wine. The problem is, in the end, the apprentice doesn't get it. Since the patriarch had given the word, he naturally didn't dare to grab it the hard way. It's bitter inside, but this is all blown, in front of so many disciples, and cannot be reversed. Ling Xiao doesn't want to have a face, but he still wants a face. Wait a moment, Your Excellency. I'll go back to Dragonhorn Peak and fetch it. Looking at the figure that shivered and walked out of the hall, Ling Xiao immediately shook his head and sighed with emotion. This Elder Su is a good person. For the sake of the development of the sword sect, he can be said to have spared no effort. Xing-chan, in the future, you must remember that today Elder Su sent the sword to the friendship of Ah. Puff. In the distance, the Su Jibei who had already walked out of the hall finally couldn't suppress his inner aggression, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed straight to the ground. What's wrong with Elder Su? Why is there suddenly an aura of blood? Ling Xiao turned back and looked outside the temple with a surprised expression, his tone filled with worry. At night, the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect's main hall was a scene of jubilation. Of course, the ones rejoicing were Ling Xiao and the remaining sword sect elders. The only one who was gloomy was the Great Elder, who was drunk and unconscious after drinking 2 cups of wine. However, the immortal brew he brought was really good, and drinking it in your mouth gave you a feeling of spiritual energy. Mr. Ling Xiao, I wonder how you and Chung-chan met. After 3 rounds of wine, Heavenly Sword Sect Master Duan Woyang suddenly looked at Ling Xiao with some curiosity. The entire sacred state knew that this dupe Ling Xiao had a domineering and prodigal character, but any woman with some good fortune was unwilling to get too involved with him. There were even rumors that the goddess of the Misty Dao Palace was extremely resistant to her marriage to Ling Xiao, and although Yi Qingchan was in a lower realm, she didn't look like the kind of woman who tended to the power. Could it be that she had something difficult to say? Of course, if it was before, Duan Woyang definitely wouldn't offend Ling Xiao because of an awakened god disciple. But now, since he had accepted Yi Qingchan as a true disciple, he could never let her be coerced. Qingchan and we met in the northern wasteland. Ling Xiao picks up the wine cup and gently takes a sip. This wine is really good. Elder Su, you don't have a problem with me moving 2 jars and putting them on my dragon whiskey, do you? Vomit. Su Jibei, who was already drunk and dazed, suddenly shuddered all over, and the immortal wine he had drunk almost spat out. Just don't know whether he can't give up this wine, or he doesn't want to lose face in front of his disciples. In the end, he even swallowed it back. It seems that Elder Su is fine with it. Thanks a lot, Elder. With a wave of Ling Xiao's palm, the only 2 altars of immortal wine left on the table instantly disappeared and went away. Patriarch Duan, these drinking cups of yours look exquisite. Is it alright with you if I take 2 of them and put them on my dragon whiskey? No comment. Duan Woyang sighed in his heart. The family is unfortunate. With Xian Yuan Yu and Ling Tianlin's status and cultivation, how could they give birth to such a bastard thing? The Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect is full of good people. It seems like I'll have to come and sit here more often in the future. I like dealing with good people the most. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile, while Duan Woyang and the other group of Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect elders instantly had their eyes glazed over, their palms already unable to resist clenching up, obviously trying to restrain their inner tantrums. Ancestor, if you come twice more, I'm afraid my Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect will be emptied by you. If Ling Xiao hadn't really sent a demonic disciple to the sword sect this time, I'm afraid that Duan Woyang would have drawn his sword by now. In the end, the dinner ended after Ling Xiao had had enough wine and food. Xing-chan, why don't you accompany me for a stroll around this Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect? Ling Xiao stood up and said goodbye to Duan Woyang and the others one by one before holding Yi Qingchan's hand and leaving the main hall. The 2 of them followed the path of the Heavenly Sword Sect until they reached an ancient forest at the top of the mountain before stopping. Xing-chan, this is a sound transmission talisman. If you have something to do, you can call me with this talisman. Ling Xiao pulled out a spirit talisman from his pocket and handed it to Yi Qingchan. My lord. Yi Qingchan was slightly stunned, and a touch flashed in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, Ling Zhao's face was still half drunk, and even had a hint of tenderness hidden in the depths of his eyes. When I'm done with the clan and family matters, I'll come to see you, and if you're bored, go to the Dan Yuan Holy Land to find my mother. Ling Zhao reached out and gently rubbed Yi Qingchan's small face. His heart was more or less unwilling to let go. I don't know if the next time I see you again, Yi Qingchan will still be the same Yi Qingchan as she is now. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I will definitely cultivate properly. Yi Qingchan's eyes reddened slightly as she reached out and hugged Ling Zhao, pressing her face against his chest. And then I will go to the prince and never be separated from him again. The latter sentence, Yi Qingchan did not say. She knew that she was not qualified to stand beside Ling Zhao right now. But that day can't be too far away. Well, it's not like we won't see it again. Qingchan, look, the moon tonight, it's beautiful. Ling Zhao gently patted Yi Qingchan's shoulder and looked up at the bright moon overhead. After today, he would have to truly face the storm of this holy state. Of course, since he had come to this world, he certainly wouldn't be easily stepped on. What's wrong with villains? Haven't you heard the saying, the villain lives for 1,000 years? Throughout the night, the two of them just sat on top of the heavenly sword Immortal Sex Mountain, enjoying the moon and chatting. It wasn't until the sky lit up with a touch of sunrise that Ling Zhao got up and woke up Yi Qingchan, who had long since fallen asleep in his arms. Qingchan, I'm leaving, my lord. Yi Qingchan's tears came out all of a sudden, and a pair of small hands tugged Ling Zhao's coat corner to death. It wasn't until this moment that she realized that being apart could really hurt. Remember what you promised me, and if one day you are strong enough, I will come and get you. Ling Zhao lowered his head and gently kissed Yi Qingchan's forehead. This is my promise to you. As the words fell, Ling Zhao did not hesitate at all, summoning the 9-dragon golden whiskey and heading towards the sky. Chapter 69, the female lead is here. Duke. Yi Qingchan's jade hand clenched tightly, looking up at the dragon whiskey that disappeared away, her silver teeth biting her red lips tightly, trying not to let herself cry out. Hey, demented child. Duan Wuyong's figure appeared behind Yi Qingchan at an unknown time. A hint of gravity flashed vaguely in the pale eyes. Looking at this appearance, this little disciple of his is afraid that Ling Zhao is already deeply in love with him. No one in the entire sacred state knew about Ling Zhao's reputation. Even the women who followed him were mostly going for his identity as well as the creation in his body. But this Yi Qingchan, how could she have true feelings for him? Qingchan, how did you and Ling Zhao that, how did you meet? Duan Wuyong nearly said the word asshole out loud and hurriedly coughed twice to cover up the embarrassment. Master, it was Gengzi who brought me up from the northern wasteland, and Gengzi was extremely kind and caring to me. Yi Qingchan's face gradually raised a touch of gentleness, and at the mention of Ling Zhao, it was as if there were little stars twinkling in her eyes. Northern wasteland? Duan Wuyong froze, and then nodded somewhat indistinctly. No wonder the simple-minded young girl would be attracted to Ling Zhao, so she didn't even know about this one's reputation in the holy state. In this way, this awakening spirit cultivation of hers could be explained. Duan Wuyong quietly sighed in relief. Fortunately, the two of them hadn't known each other for a long time, and it wouldn't be long before Yi Qingchan would definitely be disgusted once she knew about Ling Zhao's character and style. In this way, she would be able to focus her mind entirely on the sword path. In the meantime, on the eastern border of the sacred state, on a high mountain as treacherous as a sword, a white-clothed, delicate figure stood peacefully and quietly at the top of Sword Peak, her jade feet bare, floating like an immortal. Her face was covered with a white veil, so she couldn't see her features very well, but the pair of eyes that were exposed beyond the white veil seemed like a vast expanse of clear water. At the time of looking around, there are some elegant temperament, so that people are captivated, ashamed of themselves, do not dare to blaspheme. At this time, her eyebrows were faintly knitted, seeming to have sorrow, causing people to feel sorry for her. Qing Yun, there are still 3 days to go before your engagement to Ling Zhao, the son of the Ling family, so tomorrow you will go down the mountain. Behind the woman in white, a soft laugh suddenly came from behind her, only to see a beautiful woman in a basalt-colored Dao robe stepping into the air, and in just one step, she arrived behind her. The beautiful woman looked like she was in her 30s or 40s, but her eyes contained the vicissitudes of life, giving off a sense of antiquity. Master, the woman in white turned around and bowed towards the beautiful woman. Her face was unreadable and always a bit cold. I know, you don't want to marry him. The beautiful woman smiled bashfully, raised her feet and walked in front of the white-clothed woman, gently assisting her up. My Piaomiao Dao Palace cultivates the path of emotionlessness. Your beauty has spread far and wide over the past few years, attracting countless heavenly prides to salivate. The master's father is arranging this marriage for you. That is, he wants you to cut off the threads of love, and to be emotionless and desireless. But master, why him? The suspicion between the white woman's eyebrows grew heavier. If you have no feelings or desires, why do you want to marry someone else? Furthermore, that Ling Xiao was infamous for being desolate, arrogant and domineering, and was one of the most loathed amongst the younger generation in the sacred state. Nian Qingqian was unwilling, even though she knew that this marriage was just an experience. The thought of her name being put together with his felt like a disgrace to Nian Qingyun. Tai Shang forgetfulness. You need to experience love in order to forget love. The palace-suited beauty smiled blandly. She naturally had her reasons for choosing Ling Xiao. Putting aside his status and position, this Ling family's son's greed for beauty was already well known in the sacred state. Putting Nian Qingyun in front of him was bound to be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. A man who has passed through all the flowers is best suited for practicing love affairs. This was Ling Zhao's retribution and Nian Qingyun's calamity. Moreover, more importantly, once Nian Qingyun became Ling Zhao's fiancé, those celestial pride of the sacred state would naturally be deterred. After all, whoever had nothing to do would not want to mess with that little devil. In this way, Nian Qingquan could realize love, but also less love and hatred, killing two birds with one stone. Of course, the only one in the entire holy state who dared to take Ling Xiao through a robbery was feared to be the divine maiden of her Piaomiao Dao palace. Instead of one day reciting Qingqian's heart to someone and causing the Tao to be dusted, how about granting her a marriage, so that she can recognize the dirty face of men early? You have grown up in my Dao palace since you were young. You have never experienced the love of a man and a woman. That Ling Xiao is barbaric and greedy for sex. There are groups of women around him. From him you will be able to see the nature of a man. Go on. The master is waiting for you to return from the tribulation. As the words fell, the beautiful woman's figure disappeared away. And while Nian Qingyun frowned and pondered for a long time, she ultimately did not ask anything more, and walked alone towards the bottom of the mountain. The road between the mountains is rugged, but the young girl does not care. A pair of jade feet as if walking on the ground, where they pass. It seems to have a lotus shadow. Palace master, are you really relieved to let Cheng Yun go down the mountain alone? The top of a high mountain. That palace-suited beautiful woman stood with her arms folded, quietly watching Nian Qingyun walk away alone. Behind it, a stooped, wrinkled old woman frowned, not a trace of breath flowing around her, as if she was one with heaven and earth. A chaotic world is coming, and there are many demons, so no one can be left alone. With Qingyun's talent, if you have been practicing in my Dao palace, although you can also realize the great Dao, but ultimately less of a killing and decisive. 2 on the merciless, get the love can forget the love. This is the robbery she must experience. A trace of coldness flashed in the eyes of the palace-suited beauty, and not the slightest emotion could be heard in her tone. But that Ling Xiao, the Ling clan is powerful, and the 10,000 Paths Devil sect is also ranked as supreme. But if Qing Yun can cut off the love tribulation, in less than 10 years, my misty Dao palace will surely be able to come to the top of the sacred state. And at that time, what is there to worry about in terms of the district devil sect? As the words fell, the beautiful woman turned back and looked deeply at the old crone, the corners of her mouth suddenly raising a smile. I know that the Supreme Elder is worried about Qing Yun, but you and I are both women, and we both came from Qing Yun's age. So if we don't experience the carving of the bones, how will we understand the true meaning of forgetfulness? Gee, I do hope she'll never understand. The old woman sighed. Her figure gradually became illusory and disappeared in an instant, leaving the beautiful woman in the palace dress standing on top of the mountain. Qing Yun, I calculated that your calamity is on that Ling Xiao, but I don't believe it. My master believes in you. You will definitely be able to sever the threads of love and achieve the position of supreme. Song Hyun. When Nian Qingyun's figure appeared at the bottom of the mountain, a white-clothed young man suddenly walked on the mountain path in the distance. The young man was dressed in white, with starry eyes and sword eyes, revealing 7 points of valor and 3 points of modesty. A cultivation is hidden to reach the level of broken delusion. Majestic and strong. Win the world. Didn't I tell you to leave? Nian Qingyun's eyebrows were slightly knitted, and in addition to the coldness in her eyes, she actually carried a few points of killing intent. Just, this killing intent, although biting cold, but also something different, actually seems to contain a trace of shame. It's hard to imagine a frosty beauty like Nian Qingyun. Another cultivation of the emotionless avenue would actually reveal such a demeanor. Chapter 70, Crushing Ling Xiao to Death. Qing Yun, I know that you cultivate the way of emotionlessness, but I also know that you have me in your heart. The white-clothed young man walked up to Nian Qingyun with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Under the sunlight, his smile is clean and confident. At this time and Nian Qingyun side by side, there are really a few sensations of the gods and goddesses. Lin Xie, don't talk nonsense, or don't blame me for being rude to you. Nian Qingyun's pretty face chilled, and a coldness suddenly permeated around her body. The heavens and earth seemed to freeze for an instant. Instead, that Lin Xi only smiled and shook his head. Qing Yun, I will prove to you that in the entire sacred state, only I can be worthy of you. That Ling Zhao's stream is nothing more than a fop. How can he stand shoulder to shoulder with you? A touch of gloom flashed between the teenager's eyebrows, and his eyes seemed to be pulsing with flames. He came today, naturally, because he had heard the news of Nian Xingyun's engagement to Ling Xiao. Just a notorious, arrogant and brutal ancient clan male was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Over the years, Lin Shi had experienced in the sacred state, and he didn't know how many ancient clan young lords' blood had been stained on his hands. In his view, those with high eyes were nothing more than stepping stones for him to ascend to the position of supreme. The marriage contract was made by Master, and the Ling clan is likewise a supreme ancient clan, so I advise you not to seek your own death. Nian Xingyun gave Lin Shi a deep look and lifted her foot to walk past him, and in the sky above its head, a black shadow suddenly rose up into the sky, emitting a loud and clear soft chant. Chirp, and you say you don't have me in your heart. It's obvious that you care about me. Lin Shi touched his nose, seemingly not surprised by the demonic shadow above his head, and the corner of his mouth even raised a smile. With Nian Xingyun's character, she had never cared about the life and death of others. To be able to say these words, it was evident that in her eyes, Lin Shi was indeed somewhat different. The two met a year ago. At that time, Lin Shi was only a disciple of a small family at the border of the holy state. In order to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible, one man and one sword traveled to an ancient battlefield, and it was there that he first met Nian Xingyun. At that time, Nian Xingyun was already a renowned peerless demon in the sacred state, and was also known as the first beauty of the ages. Therefore, she hadn't even noticed Lin Xie, this mole-like little person. But gradually, Lin Xie had accumulated some fame with his powerful undercard, and this was just letting Nian Xingyun know that there was such a name as Lin Xie in the sacred state. The battle that truly allowed Nian Xingyun to recognize Lin Xie was the latter's battle for the ages with the Prince of the Heavenly Flame Sacred Dynasty. The ancient battlefield in the beginning was within the territory of the Heavenly Flame Sacred Dynasty, so that Crown Prince Li Yuan was considered half a host. Everyone felt that a fledgling teenager could not possibly be a match for Li Yuan, the sacred state's heavenly pride. Besides, there was already a gap between the two men's realms. Even at the beginning of the battle, Lin Shi was restrained at every turn, almost being rubbed on the ground by Li Yuan. Blood stained his robes red, and even his body showed many exposed injuries. But even so, the teenager still didn't take half a step back and clenched his teeth fiercely to hold on. Turns out, he actually secretly cast a means early in the morning, and ultimately, under the carelessness of Li Yuan, against the wind to turn the tide, a move to kill the enemy. Nian Xingkuan took a slight interest in him from this. Determined, resolute, intelligent, mocked at every turn but never presumptuous. Later, Nian Xingyun was bitten by a poisonous creature in a secret realm deep in the battlefield. Her whole body was paralyzed, and she was gradually surrounded by the demon tide. At the critical time, it was again Lin Shi who descended from the sky, ignoring life and death, and guarded her for a full 2 days, until Nian Xingyun suppressed the poison in the body. Lin Shi has not even retreated a step. Covered with blood, the body has long been bruised. Nian Xingyun didn't know how he managed to carry the demon tide with his own strength, but Lin Shi became the first person she owed something to in her life. That alone made the teenager different enough. The two together to repel the demon tide. Lin Shi took the initiative to risk poisoning. Control of the power of the spirit fire will be all the residual poison in her body refining. Is considered to have solved Nian Xingyun's cultivation of the big problem. After that, for a year, the two of them practiced separately, and Nian Xingyun went back to the Misty Dao Palace and never came down the mountain again. Instead, Lin Xie's name gradually resounded in the holy state. It wasn't until a few days ago, when Nian Xingyun's wedding date with Ling Xiao came as promised, that he hurried here, wanting to meet this Dao Palace goddess. Unfortunately, it was rejected by her. Lin Xi had also suspected that she was not attracted to herself, but Fang looked at the hint of hesitation in her eyes. Oh, at first sight, I only know that the person is like jade, but by the time I see him again, he is already the one I want. Spirit Elder, are all the women of the Pyomya Taoist Palace so tongue-tied? Lin Shi shook his head and smiled, his eyes somewhat bitter. It's too much to forget. In the black ring on its finger, a sudden sigh of relief came. I prefer not to have her forget. Ling Xiao, humph, a punk who only knows how to eat, drink and lust. He only dares to play around in front of people. Right, since he wants to marry Qing Yun, I'll step on him in front of the entire sacred state. Lin Shi sneered, turned around and followed in the direction Nian Qingyun had left. Sierra, in fact, you don't have to be so anxious. As long as you find that one immortal heart inflammation, you'll be able to smoothly step into the realm of breaking delusion, and at that time, you'll be an unquestionable candidate for the position of the holy sonship of whatever Dao lineage you worship. And at that time, even if it's the Ling clan. There was some concern in the spirit elder's voice. No, I will never watch Changyan become someone else's wife, not even a fiancé. Lin Shi shook his head, his tone revealing determination. Ling Xiao, what qualifies his name to be put together with Qing Yun? I must let everyone know that only I, Lin Shi, am worthy of this Dao Palace goddess. Countless times, in his dreams he had fantasized countless times about cupping Yan Qingyan's jade feet and personally helping her suck out the poison. That wonderful mingled with a hint of earthy fragrance that he couldn't get out of his bath. So much so that sometimes he could no longer tell if this was a dream or if he had already had skin-to-skin contact with the goddess. But, the Ling clan and the 10,000 Paths demon sect are both top forces in the sacred state. If it was when I was in my heyday, I wouldn't be afraid of them, but right now, AI. Sierra, it's me who's useless. Spirit Elder, you mustn't say that. If it wasn't for you, I might have been killed by my enemies long ago. Don't worry, the Ling clan regards itself as the #1 prevalent clan in the sacred prefecture, and the strongest members of the Ling clan will never intervene in the strife between the juniors so easily. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with a touch of gloom, but the corners of his mouth were raised with a hint of sarcasm. Besides, it's just that I won't kill him. AI. Well, since your mind is made up, I won't persuade you much. The immortal heart inferno is about to come out. This spirit flame is a bit different from the one you fused before. Maybe you can use this as an opportunity to comprehend the flame Dao. And when the time comes to find a place to concentrate on your training, the Ling clan won't be able to find you even if they want to retaliate. The conversation between the two at this moment seemed to not place Ling Xiao, the ancient clan prince, in their eyes at all. But that was true. Although Ling Xiao was extremely famous in the holy state, it was mostly because of his identity background. As for the cultivation piece, with a mother who was the #1 elixir master in the holy state, even if he was a pig who grew up eating elixirs from a young age, his realm would definitely not be too bad. Although Ling Xiao carried the identity of a young master of the Wandao demon sect, very few people had actually seen him strike. After all, there are so many licking dogs standing around. Usually when something happens, letting the dogs out will take care of it, which is Ling Xiao's turn to do it himself. Therefore, in the eyes of most of the true prides of the sacred state, Ling Xiao was nothing more than an arrogant and domineering clan too. Normally, it was that not many people dared to mess with him easily, but once he did it, he was one of the 80% who would be stomped to death. How could a heavenly pride piled up with spirit pills be comparable to a demon like Lin Xie who had experienced from life and death? Furthermore, Lin Shi's undercard was something that even those true ancient sect young masters and sacred realm transmitters wouldn't dare to underestimate. Crushing a Ling Xiao was a breeze in his eyes. There are still 3 days to go. I will make the entire sacred state know my Lin Shi's name. Chapter 71, The Yellow Bird is Behind. At Chu, on the eastern border of the sacred state, 10,000 miles up in the sky, Ling Xiao suddenly sneezed. The 9 dragon figures underneath them trembled, and with some trepidation, they turned around to survey their master on the seat. Who's cursing me? Ling Xiao held his wine cup and took a light sip of the drink, his face slightly flushed. At this time, it was nearly noon, and there was still an hour away from the Wandao demon sect. Ling Xiao moved his muscles and stood up to look towards the distance. 10,000 Paths demon sect. It's been a long time since I've been back. I don't know if my senior brothers and sisters' little sisters have missed me. Senior brother Qinfeng is out of the gate, and at this moment, at the peak of that 10,000 Paths demon sect's main vein, many teenagers dressed in black ran around and cheered, their faces all overflowing with a touch of ecstasy. Today is the day that senior brother Qin will challenge Ling Xiao. This is going to be a good show. Senior brother Qin was already at the mid-Xianqing realm before his seclusion, and with the passage of this half-month, I'm afraid he's already stepped into the late stage. Too terrifying. Senior brother Qin is worthy of being the Grand Elder's personal heir. Let's see how that Ling Xiao will respond later. Che, whether he dares to come or not is still one thing. Didn't you hear from your senior brothers that Ling Xiao seems to have not returned to the sect for a long time? I'm afraid I'm hiding back in the Ling clan, right? A group of 10,000 Paths demon sect disciples gathered together and snickered in whispers. Although on a normal day in front of Ling Xiao, each and every one of them acted extremely humble. It can't be helped. Who made him the Grand Duke of the Ling clan? And his parents are both renowned powerhouses in the holy state. With this kind of status, no one who offended would have a good ending. But to be honest, in the entire Wandao demon sect, there were definitely no more than 5 people who truly agreed with Ling Xiao's identity as a young master in their hearts. Half a month ago, Senior Elder True Successor Senior Brother Qinfeng placed a letter of war with Ling Xiao in person, agreeing to fight at the top of Illusory Demon Mountain half a month later. Although Ling Xiao agreed on the surface, he turned his head and ran away. He disappeared for half a month without a word. In many people's opinion, Ling Xiao had probably gone to ask his mother for pills or go back to the Ling clan to prepare his spirit treasures. But even if there were more spiritual treasures, they would be of little use in the hands of a waste. As for the elixir, just eat is quite fierce. All kinds of posture will never get tired, but eat more easily weak ah. At the back of the illusory demon mountain, a young man dressed in gold walks slowly, his breath majestic around him, each step leaving faint traces on top of the hard green rock. Senior Qin. In the distance, among the mountains and forests, a Xian-robed youth once again appeared. The youth looked a bit older, and his face was a warm and benevolent smile, but the aura on his body was a few points more terrifying than Qin Feng. Senior. Seeing the visitor, Qin Feng had a similar smile on his face before respectfully saluting. A breakthrough? Well, I will definitely trample Ling Xiao under my feet today. Qin Feng smiled blandly, his brows filled with confidence. Not bad, my Wan Dao demon sect. How can I let a waste of space sit in the position of young master? Now many sects are laughing at us privately. This time you challenged Ling Xiao, but there are quite a few people watching. The Xian-robed youth waved his hand and took out an object from his pocket. I've heard that senior brother Qin has some affection for senior sister Fu, but I hate that Ling Xiao is relying on the position of the young master and has been using excuses to bring senior sister Fu around all day long. So today, if you can step on Ling Xiao in front of her, I think that senior sister Fu will be moved by you as well. Senior. Qin Feng let out a bitter smile and frowned slightly as he looked at a brown ancient tripod in the hands of the Xian-clothes youth. That Ling Xiao is definitely not as strong as senior brother, but he has many treasures on his body. This mixed element cauldron was obtained by me during the 10,000 clans martial arts back in the day, so let's lend it to senior brother for the time being, so that he can use it for a showdown at a critical time. Senior brother, in the eyes of all the brothers and sisters, you are the one who is the right choice to be the young master of my clan. Don't worry, this time, I will definitely defeat Ling Xiao. At that time, the clan master and those elders will definitely not let a loser continue to be the young master. Qin Feng was touched, and there was some hidden admiration in his eyes as he looked at that Xian-clothes youth. Senior brother, what are you talking about? If you can defeat Ling Xiao, of course the position of young master will be yours. In fact, I don't care about these false names. I just don't want our disciples of the Wan Dao demon sect to be unable to hold their heads up wherever they go. The Xian-clothed youth spoke in a serious manner and placed the precious tripod in Qin Feng's hands. Senior brother, back then if it wasn't for you rescuing me from that secret realm, I'm afraid that I would have fallen long ago. This favor, senior brother has no teeth to forget. Feel free to rest assured. When the time comes, I will take the initiative to give up my seat to you. Qin Feng put away the precious tripod and his expression gradually became grave. When the Wan Dao demon sect's crowd of pro-transmitters had gone down the mountain together to practice, Qin Feng had indeed been trapped in a secret realm that he couldn't get out of. Ling Xiao directly cast a void talisman to escape in order to protect himself. If it wasn't for this senior brother in front of him, Qin Feng would most likely be buried in it. Although the Qin family was not as powerful as the Ling clan, it had a few reputations in this sacred state great land. Today, he challenged Ling Xiao, and as long as he won fairly, he thought that the Ling clan wouldn't be able to say anything. I'm content if senior brother can have this heart. You should go now. It's almost time for the appointment. Although the Xian-clothes youth smiled bitterly on his face, his inner heart was quite surging. Ling Xiao, even though I don't dare to take action against you personally, I can make you have no place in the Wan Dao demon sect with some random means. A young master of a demonic sect who was defeated by a true disciple. Pust. Just thinking about it makes you want to laugh. Elder brother, aren't you going over there? The patriarch asked me to meditate at the ancestor's shrine today, so I won't go over there. The Xian-clothes youth shook his head, looking somewhat regretful. But don't worry senior brother. Senior brother's heart will always be with you. What a joke. That Ling Xiao is, but his status is there. What good can come of punching him in the face? The Qin family was somewhat famous, but it was still somewhat worthless in front of the Ling clan and the Danyuan Holy Land. This Qin Feng still wants to sit as the young master? Pust. Thinking about it makes you smile again. Thank you senior brother. Then senior brother will wait for my good news at the ancestor shrine. Qin Feng bowed once again, then walked towards the direction of the grand hall with a steady pace. Senior brother Qin, don't blame me for screwing you over. I'm doing this for the sake of the clan. Don't worry, as long as I can sit in the position of the young master, I'll definitely take care of the Qin family more in the future. The Xian-clothes youth sneered, looking at Qin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. He believed that Ling Xiao couldn't beat Qin Feng. However, he was equally convinced that Qin Feng wouldn't survive until tomorrow. It was so good to show people Ling Xiao's cruelty. How could a young master of the demon sect who couldn't defeat his own disciples and would only retaliate against his fellow disciples with crooked methods be convincing? That's two birds with one stone. At most, he had lost a medium artifact. The youth in Xian clothes finally couldn't suppress his inner joy and hummed a little song as he turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Chapter 72, The Elder's True Succession. Wan Dao Demon Sect. Before the Great Hall. By now it was nearly noon. Logically, at this moment, all the disciples should be practicing in their own caves. But today, the verdant stone square before the Great Hall was crowded with people. No. As the young master of the Wan Dao Demon Sect, Ling Xiao should have been the one to whom all the people looked up to. But it was this young master, who had a domineering personality, was greedy, and his strength was not working. Although the crowd of disciples were afraid of his identity on weekdays, in their hearts they really hated for him to be killed earlier. Now that it was so hard for someone to dare challenge his position, how could one not observe such an event? At this moment, many disciples' minds had already brainstormed on their own the image of Ling Xiao being crushed by Qin Feng. At the mention of Qin Feng, the crowd felt a sudden sense of awe in their hearts. This great elder's personal transmission, the cultivation is the top of the peer group, and the integrity of the character, the most important friendship. Such a person should be the Wan Dao Demon Sect's unquestionable choice for young Lord Ah. At this time, not only were all the disciples, even the several true disciples who were always in closed-door meditation had arrived one by one. Many of the inner sect elders and outer sect deacons were also standing in the distance looking out in the direction in front of the grand hall. Look, it's Senior Sister Fu. There was a sudden commotion from the crowd. Quite a few young disciples looked at a green-clothed silhouette that walked slowly from the distance, and a flash of admiration instantly surged in their eyes. The only female true evangelist of the Wan Dao Demon Sect, Fu Yunyao. Even when looking at the holy state, this Fu Yunyao was a renowned heavenly pride demon. Not only were they extremely beautiful, their cultivation was equally terrifying, having long since stepped into the level of peak Xianqing. Today, she is wearing a green dress, lotus steps, a beautiful face, slightly smeared with some powder. Even more shocking. Wow! Senior Sister Fu is so beautiful. What are you looking at? Don't you know that Senior Brother Qin is the one who made a move against Ling Xiao because of Senior Sister Fu? What? There's such a thing? No wonder. Look, Senior Brother Qin is here. Senior Sister Fu. Above the peak of the mountain, a soft laugh suddenly came out. Immediately, that white-clothed Qin Feng took a step across with a smile on his face. At this time he intends to show off. His body seems to have a devil shadow, whistling heaven and earth, shocking the four directions, but not worthy of the 6 words of the Wan Dao magic sect's true heritage. Yun Yao has met Senior Brother Qin. Fu Yunyao bowed her head and smiled lightly, her attitude humble and courteous. Only a trace of gloom flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. He had personally seen this devil sect's proud daughter whining and pampering herself in front of Ling Xiao, so how come she had to put on a serious style in front of him? Senior sister, are you also here to see me challenge Ling Xiao? Qin Feng laughed, pretending on the surface that he didn't care, but inwardly he was already calculating how to trample that Ling Xiao under his feet and ravage him later. Senior Brother Qin, courage is commendable. Fu Yunyao just let out a faint smile, looking at Qin Feng with what appeared to be some deep meaning in her eyes before she lifted her feet and walked to the side. Humph, a woman who tends to favor others. When I become the young master, let's see how I can crush you underneath me and play with you. Qin Feng let out a cold snort, his footsteps lightly tapping the ground, rawly stepping on that hard green stone to shatter a crack of several feet. His figure, however, had already descended from the sky and landed on top of a high platform in the middle of the crowd. The heavens and the earth steeply darkened for a moment. There seemed to be a devilish light shining from Qin Feng's body, as if a devil father had descended. Look, it's Senior Brother Qin. The entire square was instantly thrown into a frenzy. Everyone looked at the hand-carrying, handsome-looking Qin Feng with a touch of admiration on their faces. I love you, Senior Qin. Senior Brother Qin is invincible. Qin Feng's strength was personally verified by the disciples of the demon sect. Other than Ling Xiao, almost all of the Wan Dao demon sect's pro-transmitters had killed their way from the outer gate all the way to the inner gate. Step by step, stepping through a mountain of corpses. Then from the countless inner disciples who stood out after a deadly battle, they were accepted by the patriarch or the elders as true disciples. In other words, the Wan Dao demon sect might have elders who were wastes, but the 7 true biographers, none of them were of supreme talent. Oh, except for Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao first joined the sect, he was accepted as a true disciple by the sect master. Then I don't know what kind of means the Ling clan used. In just half a year, it was inexplicably crowned with the title of Young Master. This caused the remaining 6 true disciples to hold their fire in anger. However, they can't afford to offend the Ling family, and Ling Xiao is treacherous by nature and loves to bully others. There was once an inner disciple who tried to provoke him, and as a result, when he was found, his body was rotting and he was left with a head dead. Senior Sister Fu. Beside Fu Yunyao, a handsome young disciple once again came along. Senior brother Xiao Tuesday. Fu Yunyao's pretty face stared, no longer seeing the high and dignified manner she had when facing Qin Feng just now. Instead, she carried a few points of awe. Qin Feng doesn't know how to die, and I'm afraid he'll be cold after today. And this Xiao Tu's senior brother in front of him was rumored to be one of the strongest combatants in the younger generation of the Wandao demon sect. In particular, the demonic skill he cultivated was obtained from the inheritance in the ancient realm, and its might was quite terrifying. It's just that this person has always disliked bustling and has little interest in the status of the sect, being a true cultivation fanatic. But why did he suddenly come here today? What does senior sister Fu think? Who will win this battle? Xiao Tu raised his head to look at Qin Feng on that green stone platform, the corners of his mouth always carrying a hint of playfulness. The young lord will win. Fu Yunyao gritted her teeth, even though she knew that everyone in the Wandao demon sect was expecting Ling Xiao to be slapped in the face today, but only she understood the terrifying nature of that Ling clan male. His outrageous dominance, even his greed for money and sex, is sometimes more of a cover-up, although Fu Yunyao didn't know what else he needed to hide with his status, but occasionally, she could sense the terrifying, demonic thoughts in the young lord that made her feel incomparably terrified. Compared to these Wandao demon sect true successors in front of him, in Fu Yunyao's eyes, Ling Xiao was the true devil. Oh, it seems that senior sister is really in love with young master Ling Xiao. Xiao Tu smiled blandly. No joy or anger could be heard in his voice, but more or less he was giving Fu Yunyao some pressure. Senior sister Fu, there's still some time left before the 10,000 clans martial arts. What honor do you think Ling Xiao would bring to my demon clan if he were to attend as the young master of the 10,000 Paths demon clan? Xiao Tu seemed to have extraordinarily many words today, while Fu Yunyao was a little confused as to what exactly the senior brother was scheming. I don't know. No? Xiao Tu nodded, and then spun around without further words, and at this time, the day was already midday, and many of the devil sect's disciples looked at Qin Feng on the battle stage with a hint of impatience already hidden on their faces. Then Ling Xiao still dares to come. It's already the appointed time and there's not even a single figure. It's 80% that they don't dare to come. Ha! This young lord is a disgrace. What do you know? Senior brother Qin Feng's original realm was in the middle Xianqing realm, and now that he has made a breakthrough in his seclusion, Ling Xiao is only a person of the Soul Sea. If you were, would you dare to come? That's also true. Although Ling Xiao claims to be able to cross the border to kill his enemies, no one has ever seen it. But since he promised senior brother Qin Feng, if he doesn't come at this moment, wouldn't he be disgraced to the Ling clan? What's wrong with that? With the shamelessness of that young master of ours, he'll just find a random reason to put it off. I just don't know if Senior Qin will be like that senior brother back then. It can't be. Senior Qin is at least a grand elder true successor. Look, it's the 9-Dragon Golden Whiskey. Ling Xiao that pussy. No. Young Lord Ling Xiao is here. In the crowd. A sudden cry of alarm came from the crowd, instantly causing everyone to shut their mouths and look up with fearful expressions. Chapter 73, The Temperament Piece. In the sky above the Wandao demon sect, there were suddenly dark clouds gathering. Only a 9-Dragon Golden Whiskey was seen, resting steadily in mid-air above. On it, a black-clothed figure reclined on a soft couch, holding a turquoise wine cup in his hand and gently sipping it. Below, countless disciples began to let out bursts of cheers. Young Master Ling Xiao, I love you. Young Master Ling Xiao, 1,000 generations. Young Master Ling Xiao, who will compete? At this moment, each of these devil sect disciples fought and hissed, as if they had already forgotten how they had denigrated Ling Xiao just now. That being said, compared to Qin Feng and these true disciples, even the inner disciples were extremely limited in the cultivation resources they could normally receive from the sect, and once he hugged Ling Xiao as his thigh, at the very least, he would never have to worry about pills or anything else. Can't you see that even Sister Fu Yunyao follows the young master around all day long? Man, sometimes you just have to be realistic. Whether you like it or not is one thing, whether you lick it or not is, of course, another. Ling Xiao stood up and waved his hand towards the crowd of disciples on the mountain. Then he stepped out as if strolling, and in the twinkling of an eye, he arrived in front of Qin Feng. Some disciples with lower cultivation levels were all the more dumbstruck and in awe. Awesome! Young Master Ling Xiao's stance is simply like a dragon traveling in the clouds, a tiger walking in the mountains and rivers, unrestrained in its spontaneity, domineering and overwhelming. Yeah, young Master Ling Xiao is worthy of being the #1 heavenly pride of my Wandao demon sect. Just in terms of this stance alone, I'm afraid that no one in the sect can match it. The crowd of lickspittles came online and deliberately raised their voices in an attempt to make Ling Xiao hear them. Humph. A little carving. Qin Feng's face sank, his eyes carrying a hidden jealousy. It wasn't that he was jealous of the flattery of this group of ordinary disciples, but at this moment, Fu Yunyao's pair of beautiful eyes, which could no longer see anyone else, were staring at Ling Xiao with deep affection. Young lord, senior sister Yun Yao, long time no see. Ling Xiao stood with his arms crossed, his black clothes fluttering in the wind, indescribably dashing and upright, dazzling the eyes. Ha ha ha, the young lord is as handsome as ever. Qin Feng ice cold will flow, really do not want to see two people brow to brow again. Immediately out of the voice to interrupt. Senior Qin is radiant and his aura is even better than before. It seems that he hasn't been slacking off during this recent period of time. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Qin Feng, the corner of his mouth lifting in a faint arc. 30 points of qi? How dare you use me as a stepping stone? Did Auntie Liang give you the courage? Originally, Ling Xiao was thinking that a sect true successor would have to carry more or less a little bit of qi on him, so that he could also take the opportunity to suppress a wave of plunder. But now, he was really a bit angry. What kind of stinky fish dare provoke him these days? No, we have to set them straight today. Young Lord Ling Xiao's mouth is still excellent. It's just that in this world, relying on one's mouth alone can't live for long. What senior brother Qin said is very true. I just don't know what method of death senior brother prefers. You. Qin Feng's face stared, and a demonic aura immediately shot up into the sky around his body, just like the posture of a Gaisher demonic father. Senior brother. This young master's position is always for those who are capable. Senior brother has not been in the sect for long. I think it's better not to be so flamboyant for the time being. Otherwise, if we are crushed in the future, won't it be a disgrace to my Wandao demon sect? Senior brother is afraid of being overly concerned. After all, there aren't many things like you that don't know how to die that are alive these days. Ling Xiao smiled blandly, with his own light-hearted demeanor. That's just it. I'll ask senior brother one last time. This young master position, will you let it or not? At this moment, Qin Feng's words, although they sounded polite. However, once Ling Xiao voluntarily admitted defeat and gave up the position of young master, I'm afraid that his moral heart would definitely be damaged in the future. In this cultivation path, the first is about talent, and the second is the importance of the Taoist heart. With a solid Taoist heart, one can break through all difficulties and achieve the supreme way. However, once the Taoist heart is dusty or has a crack, it will harbor demons in the practice of Taoism, hindering the way forward. Qin Feng's move could not be described as sinister, and at this moment, below the battle stage, many young disciples already had a hint of anticipation hidden on their faces. Qin Feng for the great elders personally transmitted a body of magic power in the eyes of the clan that is naturally the top of the list. As for Ling Xiao, although he didn't strike often, he was at least a son of the Ling clan, and had been synonymous with heavenly pride since he was a child. These two people collide together. The result is very clear, but the process is bound to be extremely exciting. Jean? Oh, who in the Wandao demon sect other than me can hold the title of young master? Ling Xiao gave a domineering smile, without the slightest intention of looking Qin Feng in the eye. A person in the late Xianqing stage and with no qi in his entire body, even if he didn't use his undercard, that could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. If Ling Xiao wasn't worried that raising his realm too much would attract too many prying eyes, with the villainous value he had on him now, he would have been able to step into the peak level a long time ago. A mere late stage of Xianqing. How dare you act recklessly in front of him? Overbearing, worthy of being the young master of Ling Xiao. This piece of temperament is really taken to death. Many disciples' eyes flashed with a strange color. Let's not talk about the fact that Ling Xiao had a few moments of posturing at this point, but this look, this boldness, is really not ashamed of the identity of the young master of the demon sect. In terms of pretending, Ling Xiao was definitely serious. It seems that young Lord Ling Xiao is also very confident in himself. Under the battle stage, Xiao Tu let out a faint smile. Although he hadn't fought with Ling Xiao, he had some understanding of Qin Feng's strength. With his strength, even if he wanted to win against him, it would be a miserable victory at most. Moreover, everyone was a true biography, and there were bound to be some terrifying cards in their hands. Xiao Tu had never seen Qin Feng display his undercard before, so he didn't have any certainty of victory. And as if he had heard Xiao Tu's words, Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and glanced at him, and with just one glance, Xiao Tu had a sense of crisis like an enemy. This feeling. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on the top of Xiao Tu's head. How is that possible? That wisp of pressure just now. Why did it feel like the God General realm? Impossible. A 17-year-old God General powerhouse had never appeared even when looking at the sacred state. It must be an illusion. Ling Xiao sneered. He had long since seen Xiao Tu and the others hiding in the crowd. Compared to Qin Feng, he was a bit more interested in this true disciple. 1,000 points of qi value. Although it is not as good as Bai Jishi, but squeezing and squeezing, it is also some oil and water. Dripping. Xiao Tu's heart and soul have been traumatized. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 points of chi value and 1,000 points of villain value. So false? You can plunder 100 chi luck just by looking at it? Sure enough, it's still the air of the holy state that smells sweeter. Ling Xiao inexplicably smiled, while in Qin Feng's eyes, this was a complete provocation. Humph, since senior brother Ling Xiao is obsessed, then today, senior brother will teach you a few moves. Just that above this battle stage, life and death are not a matter of concern, so senior brother should be careful. Qin Feng lightly drank, his white clothes flying in the air, his eyes seemingly containing a magic light. Above its head, a devilishly fierce spear gradually manifested its true form. Chapter 74, The Devil's Demise. A few moves? Senior brother is afraid that he is overthinking it. To defeat you, one move is enough. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, and there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of aura on his body. This scene fell in the eyes of the disciples on the stage, instantly causing many people's hearts to grow in admiration. On the subject of pretending, this Ling Xiao young master is really not against anyone. Everyone here is a younger brother. How dare you talk tough at the end of your life? Ling Xiao, you asked for it. Qin Feng's black hair flew in the air, while above his head, the black demonic spear instantly blossomed with monstrous ferocity. A bizarre magic pattern on it flickered on and off, outlining an incomparably complex totem. The devilish sound boomed out, and heaven and earth dimmed. There seemed to be a great devil in the void, wanting to break through the air. Great demon world-destroying lance. I didn't expect senior brother Qin Feng to actually cultivate it. A heavenly top-grade demonic skill. It's said that it can only be cultivated by stepping into the realm of breaking delusion. Senior brother Qin is truly gifted. This is horrible. I have to pee. Countless disciples looked excitedly at the hideous demonic spear that was gradually solidifying in mid-air, with a hint of shock in their eyes. Even Fu Yunyao, at this moment, was frowning her moth eyebrows and glancing at Ling Xiao with some worry. Why hasn't the prince done anything yet? Great demon world-destroying gun. If this gun goes down, I'm afraid that the delusion breaker will have to shed his skin even if he doesn't die. Xiao Tu sighed darkly. Qin Feng dared to openly challenge Ling Xiao today. He had obviously made sufficient preparations. Moreover, looking at him, he was most likely stimulated by Ling Xiao, and had cast a supreme undercurrent right off the bat. This was no intention of leaving Ling Xiao alive. Xiao Tu glanced at Fu Yunyao without a trace. The magic of love. It really doesn't just go round and round. This Qin Feng has been salivating over Fu Yunyao for not a day or two. This time, he took the initiative to ask Ling Xiao to fight. I'm afraid that the position of the young master is secondary. And most importantly, he wants to take the opportunity to open the heart of this paymaster sister. One move to crush? It's kind of fun. On the battle stage, Ling Xiao looked at Qin Feng, whose face was pale across from him and whose sweat stains were faintly visible on the top of his head, and the mockery on his face grew. This stupid bai. It takes a pillar of time to perform an attack. If he rushed up and slapped him to death at this moment, would it make people feel that there was some victory? It's just a matter of patience. Since it's about establishing authority, of course it's about crushing it head on. Well, the heavenly grade top martial arts did look quite intimidating. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the terrifying demonic spear that was like tearing through the sky and dropping down. His eyes were still just calm. Qin Feng's talent is truly terrifying. In the mountains in the distance, several pale figures stood with their hands in the air, with the same hint of shock on their old faces. The Grand Elder's true disciple isn't just anyone. Now, that Ling Xiao is afraid that he'll be cold. Ling Xiao can't die. Among them, an old man in a black robe with a gloomy appearance shook his head. This person was none other than Qin Feng's master, the Wandao Demon Sect's Grand Elder, Yuan Trek, a God Emperor realm powerhouse. Even if one looked at the sacred state, was a giant-like existence. Can't die? Does the Grand Elder think that his disciple is not a match for Ling Xiao? The crowd of Wandao Demon Sect elders immediately looked at Yuan Trek with some confusion. Nonetheless, I will step in to save him later. Ling Xiao dying in my Wandao Demon Sect will be troublesome. Yuan Trek sneered. He didn't care if Ling Xiao died or lived. It was just that he couldn't die at the hands of his own disciple. Otherwise, with Ling Tianlin and Xian Yuan Yu's temperament, they would definitely refine Qin Feng into a corpse puppet. Especially Xian Yuan Yu. That woman was so crazy that even Yuan Trek was afraid. After all, the Dan Yuan Holy Land was too involved. And Xian Yuan Yu was a notorious child protector. Just kill is not kill. Give him a little lesson. By the way, suppress some, hold their own true disciple on the throne or can consider well. This pussyfooting around by the Grand Elder is a bit out of this world. Eldest Elder, that Ling Xiao has always had no one in his sight. Even the Patriarch was only looking at the face of the Dan Yuan sacred ground in the Ling clan and reluctantly gave him the position of young master. This son has no prestige in the sect. His skills are not as good as those of the others and he was killed in the battle arena. Is it possible for the Ling clan to come to my Wandao demon sect to ask for punishment? Yes. The district's harpies, who don't even have us in their sights the whole day, are not worthy of death. Humph. This Ling Xiao only knows how to cause trouble everywhere all day long. And then the Ling clan steps in to smooth things out. My Wandao demon clan's face has been disgraced by him. I see that Master Qin's nephew is very talented, and he has been given the true succession of the Grand Elder. So why don't we give this young master position to Master Qin? The crowd of elders had opened their mouths, as if they were all old dog lickers. Although Yuan Trek is the identity of the Grand Elder, but on weekdays the patriarch does not come out. The large and small matters within the clan are presided over by him. Furthermore, the lord of the Wandao demon sect, whose cultivation was similarly at the Divine Emperor realm, was still one rank lower than Yuan Trek, and there were many times when he looked up to the Grand Elder. As long as he nodded his head, there was basically nothing that couldn't be done within the clan. This time, when Fonger takes the position of young lord, it will definitely attract the displeasure of the Ling clan and the Dan Yuan Holy Land, and at that time, I still hope that all of you elders will speak out more to support him. Yuan Trek didn't say anything more, while that group of elders immediately patted their chests to show their determination. Don't worry, Grand Elder. Isn't it just the Ling clan and the Dan Yuan Holy Land? Our three forces are of the same supreme inheritance, and our strongest people are all at the God Emperor realm. What else do they want? That's right. I've long since looked at that Xian Yuan Yu with disdain, every day acting as if she's the most powerful in my mother's holy state. If she dares to come, I will definitely let her know the might of my Wandao demon sect. On top of the battle stage, Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and yawned, looking at Qin Feng across from him, smiling faintly. Senior brother Qin, have you gotten better yet? I'm almost falling asleep. Dry. Arrogant as hell. Even Qin Feng's originally pale face was vaguely reddening a bit when he heard this. This great demon destruction Saint King True God gun should have been a means that could only be executed by the delusion-breaking realm. Today, he had intended to show off in front of the disciples, wanting to use this offense to finish off Ling Xiao in one move. But when he really cast it, he realized that it was indeed a bit of a struggle. It's just that this pussy is halfway there, and there's no turning back now. Especially since there's still Sister Fu standing under the stage. Although Fu Yunyao is a bit of a tendency, her body is really gluttonous. Ling Xiao, die for me! Qin Feng suddenly roared. The devilish intent in his eyes flourished, even slightly reddened, and he even showed some signs of being possessed by the devil. Buzz. In the meantime, above its head, the demonic spear's 100-foot body lit up with the same blinding scarlet light, directly crushing the void and falling towards Ling Xiao's head. Space shattered, and the universe turned upside down. At this moment, the entire 10,000 Paths demon sect was vaguely trembling. What a terrifying magic gun! Countless people looked at the white-clothed figure standing on the battle stage with a hint of fear in their eyes and awe. Qin Feng was worthy of being a Grand Elder's true legacy. This kind of character should be the card face of the Wandao demon sect, the role model in the eyes of all the disciples of the demon sect. Senior Sister Fu, now do you still think that Ling Xiao will win? Xiao Tu looked at the terrifying demonic spear that flashed with inscriptions, and his eyes similarly carried a hint of fear. Although it was really a bit of a stretch for Qin Feng to execute this shot at his realm, but since it was cast, Ling Xiao's downfall was doomed. It seems that the Wandao demon sect is about to change. Chapter 75, The Power of a Finger. Young Lord, won't lose. Fu Yunyao's beautiful eyes slightly condensed as she looked at Ling Xiao with some concern in her eyes. She was a fellow true disciple of the demon sect, but she was more than just a vase. Even in the eyes of many people, this female true transmitter with an ice-cold appearance was not the least bit weaker than Qin Feng's stream in terms of cultivation. At this moment, how could she not see the terrifying nature of this demonic gun? With her mid-Xinqing realm wanting to follow, she was at least afraid that she would be seriously injured. And young Lord Ling Xiao was only at the late stage of the Soul Sea realm. Just for some reason, seeing the calmness in Ling Xiao's eyes at this moment, Fu Yunyao felt an inexplicable peace of mind again. She seemed to vaguely feel that the young lord had changed, but where it had changed, Fu Yunyao couldn't really say, though he looked just as cocky and domineering, arrogant and proud as ever. Just, according to Fu Yunyao's understanding of Ling Xiao, if he didn't possess enough self-confidence, at this moment, the young lord would have turned around and run away. Buzz. Layers of space shattered. The sky was overcast with gathering clouds. Qin Feng looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing in the distance with his hands in the air, a cold smile on his face. Something looking for death. I'll see how much longer you can pretend. It was not until the demonic spear carried the momentum of destroying the ages and landed about 10 feet above Ling Xiao's head that the latter finally moved. Lord Ling Xiao has moved. Must have brought another supreme treasure from the Ling clan. What else is he capable of? Except some crooked tricks. Who let people have a good father? You have a good father, you can also be the young master. But with this attack of senior brother Qin Feng, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for an unusual divine weapon to withstand it. The crowd was talking, and their faces were raised in anticipation. They did want to see Ling Xiao get crushed. That's what happens to villains, isn't it? Moreover, the Wandao magic sect has been calm for a long time, and it is time for some talk to happen. Otherwise there is no way to blow awesome after drinking. But just then, a shocking scene appeared, only to see that underneath that 100 feet of demonic spear, Ling Xiao calmly stretched out a finger and met the attack towards the top of his head. Sure. The looks on everyone's faces instantly froze. Even Fu Yunyao's expression was somewhat frozen at this moment. Your son, it's a real show-off. Is this intended to be a one-finger demon-breaking gun? Put. Is young Lord Ling Xiao planning to use a single finger to catch senior brother Qin Feng's great demon Saint Lance? It's really overbearing. Do you really think you're an invincible fast gold finger? Finished. Young lord, this is more than likely too much medicine, isn't it? Buzz. Just before the crowd's words fell, in mid-air, the 100-foot demonic spear suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Then directly in the crowd's dumbfounded and shocked eyes, he was chopped in half. On the contrary, Ling Xiao, dressed in black hunting clothes, his face was always calm and indifferent. It was no wonder that throughout the ages, countless mighty men had enjoyed cultivating swords. This sword finger swings and shatters all illusions. Sure enough, dashing and pretentious. Boom! The monstrous demonic aura instantly collapsed, and the entire illusory demon sacred mountain fell silent at that moment. Everyone had their mouths wide open, looking at the upright figure standing in the 10,000 feet of demonic gas, and only after a long time did they swallow their mouths hard. What did I see? Come on, tell me what just happened. Young Lord Ling Xiao used a single finger to chop up senior brother Qin Feng's demon lance? Is this a ing joke? Young Lord is invincible. Shocked cries instantly resounded. At this time, even Xiao too. The depths of his eyes were filled with a touch of intense fear. How is that possible? That power. The harshness of Ling Xiao's fingertips in the square had only appeared for a short while, so Xiao too wasn't exactly paying attention. Or rather, within him, he simply did not expect that Ling Xiao would be able to retreat in one piece from this attack. He came today, intending to be a fisherman. He couldn't afford to mess with Ling Xiao. But Qin Feng, oh, of course, whoever is stronger will be the young master. But at this point, no way. Qin Feng's entire body was confused at this moment. He rubbed his eyes fiercely and looked at the figure that stepped out of the demonic aura step by step. The smile on his face had long since completely frozen. In its place, there was a flash of resigned fear. The bottom card that he had prepared after half a month of hard training actually couldn't even shake a finger of Ling Xiao? Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. No, it must be some terrifying spiritual treasure hidden in his body. It has to be. You made me do this. A hint of scarlet flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. His hands steeply formed a seal, and the originally collapsed demonic chi outside his body recoalesced, and in the sky above its head, an ancient treasure tripod emitting golden light gradually manifested itself. Spatial oscillations. The golden splendor seemed to contain the divine might of the heavenly Tao. There was a terrifying momentum that crushed heaven and earth emanating out. A top-grade divine weapon? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the golden treasure cauldron, the corner of his mouth suddenly raising a smile. That's your bottom line? Ha! Why does this tripod look somewhat familiar? Below the battle stage, a sudden cry of doubt came. I remember. Isn't this elder brother Zhuge's hybrid cauldron? Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise spread across the faces of many of the demon sect's disciples. Hybrid tripod? Fu Yunyao's eyebrows knitted slightly, and a flash of realization seemed to flash through her eyes. No wonder Qin Feng dared to provoke the Ling Xiao young master. So it turned out that behind him stood that one, Zhuge Lu Yun? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly, and the smile on his face grew even thicker. So it is. Zhuge Lu Yun was originally the patriarch's own great disciple. Before Ling Xiao's future in the 10,000 Paths demon sect, he was the obvious choice for the position of young master. Later, Ling Xiao suddenly descended on the demon sect and took away the glory of the position that belonged to him. But this big brother not only did not show a trace of indignation, but instead, he was careful in every way and extremely humble in front of people. I didn't expect he has laid such a means. At the top of the mountain in the distance, Grand Elder Yuan Trek had an old face that had long since ironed down. He never dreamed that Ling Xiao would be this strong, and with the latter's ruthless nature, today Qin Feng was afraid that it would be hard to escape. Hey, young lord's divine might. One finger breaks the sky. It's truly a peerless appearance. No, it's the invincible immortal stance. Awesome, awesome. My Wandao demon sect has this young master. Why would I worry about not prospering? Worthy of being the son of God Emperor Ling and Empress Regulus. the elders who had originally tried to flatter Yuan Trek in every way they could. At this moment, each one of them morally started praising Ling Xiao again. Joke, even a blind man could see now that Ling Xiao didn't put Qin Feng in his eyes at all. The power of a single finger was still able to suppress a true transmission. If this Ling Xiao were to get serious, who else would be able to compete? Invincible immortal stance. How many people in the entire young generation of the holy state dare to call themselves invincible? And at that moment, among the mountains and forests that were even farther away, Zhuge Liuyun's face was as gloomy as water, and a flash of hesitation seemed to flash through his eyes. He had originally given the mixed yuan cauldron to Qin Feng to use as a winning card, but who would have thought that this silly boy would try to flip the script with this? Compared to spiritual treasures, who in the entire Wan Dao demon sect could compare to Ling Xiao? And who is that damned disciple? This top-grade divine artifact, he had never cast it in front of people, so how could anyone possibly recognize it? Wait, it seems that he had drunk too much one time and had shown off in front of a few inner disciples. Zhuge Luyun felt that regret in his heart. This is great. Ling Xiao didn't get killed and he was exposed. No, we have to find an excuse to get off the mountain and get out of the wind. Chapter 76, Absolute Deterrence. Ling Xiao, die for me. On top of the battle platform, Qin Feng's figure rose up in the air, his body's devilish aura rolling around him, just like a maddened devil. The golden cauldron began to rotate. The aura between heaven and earth was whistling crazily. It was as if the waves were splitting the shore, revealing supreme majesty. Only at this moment, his face grew paler and paler, and the scarlet flashes in his eyes were creepy to the extreme. Then, his hands suddenly lifted up, and with the posture of lifting the sky, he carried the ancient tripod, which had transformed into 1,000 feet, above his head. The roiling aura transformed into a wind whirlpool, completely enveloping Qin Feng's figure. In the sky above the entire Wan Dao demon sect, black clouds pressed down, as if it was the end of the world. It had to be said that Qin Feng's strength was truly terrifying as he was honored as a true legend. This pressure alone caused many inner disciples to breathe tightly and their minds to tremble. Die! Boom! The 1,000-foot ancient tripod was thrown out horizontally by Qin Feng and came towards Ling Xiao to suppress him. Rolls of thunder came down from the sky, and it looked as if a rainstorm was coming, pouring down on the hearts of the people. However, Ling Xiao still only calmly stretched out a finger before gently waving it toward midair. Buzz! An ear-piercing sword chant instantly resounded through the heavens and earth. At this moment, even that black cloud in midair was torn apart by Ling Xiao's finger. The sunlight splashed back onto the earth, piercing the eyes of countless people slightly. Then, a bellows boomed. Clang! Countless disciples' entire bodies trembled, as if real thunder exploded in the 9 heavens in their ears. Many people with a low realm even covered their chests with their hands, and the corners of their mouths overflowed with blood. Even the devil sect's true successors like Fu Yunyao and Xiao Tu were also taking a step back with pale faces at this moment, looking up at the golden ancient bell that flew out backwards with shock in their eyes. That sword intent, it's the Dao rule, the power of the Dao rule. Xiao Tu's eyes widened as he exclaimed in incredulity. At this time, all the disciples of the devil sect heard the word Dao, and each of them was even more shocked to stay in place, their eyes fearfully looking at the black-clothed floating teenage figure above the battle stage. 17 years old and comprehending the Dao? What kind of talent is that? What an invincible position. These 4 words inexplicably surfaced in everyone's hearts. Sword Dao Dao. On top of the mountain, Yuan Trek and the other group of elders had the same shock permeating their eyes. No wonder. That Qin Feng's world-destroying shot couldn't even break one of Ling Xiao's fingers. It turned out that this guy had actually comprehended the power of the Dao. In the entire sacred state, those who were able to comprehend the Dao under the breaking delusion, throughout history, excluding those who were born under the shelter of the heavenly Dao and those with special physiques, there were no more than 5 fingers in total. Ling Xiao didn't often make a move before, so it turns out that he actually hid this kind of heaven-defying undercard. Soon, he was afraid that his name would spread throughout the entire sacred state. Invincible immortal stance. Invincible immortal stance. How many years has it been since such an unrivaled demon appeared in the sacred state? Puff! The divine artifact was broken, and Qin Feng's figure suddenly fell from the sky. Blood flowed from his mouth, and his breath had long since withered to the extreme. How? At this time, this devil sect true successor had long since lost the spiritedness he had at the very beginning. The entire person stared blankly at the black-clothed young man walking slowly in front of him. You're not Ling Xiao, who the hell are you? The peak of Xincheng. Just now, Qin Feng felt extremely clearly that this teenager in front of him had the peak Xincheng realm, and half a month ago, Ling Xiao was only at the soul sea level. Even if his mother was the owner of the Dan Yuan sacred land, there was no way she could help him break through a great realm in half a month's time. Also, what's with that sword Dao Dao? In the entire inheritance of the Wan Dao demon sect, there was no sword skill. And what Ling Xiao cultivated was the Xian Tian de Yin Jing. Where did this Ling Xiao get the chance to comprehend the Tao of the Sword Tao? I'm your father. Ling Xiao sneered and lifted his foot to ruthlessly step on Qin Feng's face. Tell me, the artifact you're holding, where did you get it? Don't even think about it. I'm not going to tell you where this hybrid cauldron came from. Qin Feng's eyes were wide with anger, especially when he was stepped on by Ling Xiao like this. It caused him to feel a humiliation that was worse than death. It shouldn't. That's not how the plot is supposed to work. At this moment, the one being stepped on should be Ling Xiao. Sure enough, it's the mixed yuan cauldron. It seems that senior brother Zhuge still has some attachment to the position of young lord. Ling Xiao let out a faint smile and turned his head to look in the direction of the distant mountains. From the very beginning, he had sensed those many people standing in the shadows and spying, but what he didn't expect was for the Grand Elder to be so calm. However, at this time, he also understood that this Qin Feng, who was a true disciple of the Wan Dao demon sect, why the value of his fortune was so low. A simple-minded waste like him, even if he had some talent, was nothing more than a pawn in someone else's hands. Above the battle stage, life and death are not a matter of concern. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Ling Xiao shook his head as a spiritual might instantly swept outside his body. The terrifying fluctuations belonging to the peak of Xinqing rolled away, and the originally noisy plaza of the Great Hall was once again dead silent. Peak Xinqing. The crowd clamored. Just now, they were still silent on the matter of Ling Xiao comprehending the Tao rules, but they didn't expect to be shocked by the latter's cultivation in just a few moments. 17 years old at the peak of Xinqing, just one step into brokenness. Although in the Wan Dao demon sect, Xiao Tu, Zhuge Luyun, and several other true disciples had all stepped into the peak of Xinqing for a long time, but without exception, they were all much older than Ling Xiao. Furthermore, it was rumored that this Ling family's son, who was unable to cultivate before the age of 10, only suddenly awakened his talent after the age of 10, achieving the name of Heaven's Pride in one fell swoop. That year, another genius of the Ling clan fell for no apparent reason, obliterating into the crowd. Whether or not there is any involvement between these two events is unknown to the crowd. However, compared to the unusual heavenly pride, Ling Xiao had cultivated 10 years later. Moreover, if the crowd remembered correctly, half a month ago, this young master's cultivation seemed to be only at the early stage of the Soul Sea, right? Half a month. Stepping into the peak of Xinqing from the early stage of the Sea of Souls? What kind of demonic speed is this? No, demonic was no longer enough to describe young master Ling Xiao. He's the world-renowned junior immortal duke of the sacred state. Everyone looked at the figure that was surrounded by starlight and blooming with eye-catching luster, and their faces all wore a look of indulgence. If the previous Ling Xiao had only exchanged his identity background for the fear of these demon sect disciples, then at this moment, he was considered to have used his strength and conquered everyone. Young Lord Ling Xiao, young Master Ling Xiao, the roar of a mountainous roar, containing excitement and ecstasy, instantly resounded from the front of the Great Hall. The shout shook the clouds and spread over 10,000 miles, attracting countless sideways glances. Ling Xiao stood with his arms folded, and at the corner of his mouth was a breezy smile. That's what he wanted. Absolute shock and awe. In the world of immortal cultivation, it was always the strongest that reigned supreme. Throughout the ages, all ages have been rushed. How many of those who can leave their names are mediocre? Who cares what their personality is or what their character is? When the cultivation was strong enough, one could change the rules of this world. If there is ever a day, lifting your feet will be King's Landing. Wherever the sunlight shines and the mountains and rivers reach, even the demons, demon lords, immortals and gods are all bowed down. In this chaotic world, your name is the highest honor. It's either death or go and sit in the world. Chapter 77, Domineering. Young lord, spare my life. Qin Feng listened in despair to the cheers coming from under the battle stage. He had never dreamed that the battle in which he had originally sealed himself as a god had accomplished Ling Xiao. At this moment, how could he not hear the trace of awe in the voices of the disciples? It was clear that since today, Ling Zhao's name as young lord was already well deserved. Qin Feng was clear that with Ling Zhao's ruthlessness, if he didn't bow down, he was afraid that he would be cold. Young lord, I will submit to you. Please, spare my life. In the face of life and death, it doesn't matter what Taoist heart is dusty anymore. As long as you can stay alive, you have a chance. Spare your life? If I were to be trampled under your feet today, would you think of sparing my life? Senior brother, thanks to you cultivating the devil for so many years, you don't even understand the meaning of the word devil. Ling Xiao let out a cold smile and pushed his feet violently. Right at this moment, above the sky, there was suddenly a mighty pressure coming across the sky. Vast as the universe, heaven and earth submit. Instantly, Ling Xiao's figure was imprisoned in place. Young Lord Ling Xiao, since the victory has been decided, No such battle. Let's end it here. A voice of vicissitude and antiquity slowly came, and immediately, the figure of Grand Elder Yuantrek appeared out of thin air above the heads of the crowd. Greetings to the Grand Elder. The crowd of Devil Sect disciples knelt down, especially when they felt that brilliant and terrifying power like the might of the sky. Countless disciples were even more shocked. In the Wan Dao Demon Sect, there were 2 Emperor Realm powerhouses on the surface, and this Grand Elder was one of them. It was unusual for the crowd to ever truly feel the Emperor's pressure at all, but at this moment, they realized that before the God Emperor, they were all ants. Still can't help it? Ling Zhao's black clothes fluttered quietly, and there seemed to be sword intent rushing around him. Yuan Trek's face trembled, and a trace of surprise immediately flashed through his pale eyes. It was worthy of being a supreme immortal posture that had comprehended the power of the Tao. Under his pressure, even a God King powerhouse would never be able to shake the slightest bit. However, the Ling Xiao in front of him, apart from his face being a little pale, his body's aura was not even half affected. Ridiculous. He had previously thought that Qin Feng was already at the top of the Devil Sect, so it seemed that this true disciple of his really didn't know how to die. Young Master Ling Xiao, right now the chaotic world is about to begin. My Wan Dao Demon Sect is bound to be unable to stand alone. As a young master, you should take care of your fellow disciples and lead them through the great calamity. Could you really be heartless and put your fellow disciples to death? Yuan Trek knew deep down that his move had violated the rules of the battle stage. At this moment, he could only reason and move, hoping that Ling Xiao would look at his face and let Qin Feng live. Ridiculous. So what if he's a fellow disciple? If he wants to kill me, he should have this realization. Ling Xiao was awe-inspiring and fearless. His body's sword intent spread out with a roar, and he actually strangled and crushed that emperor's pressure. Boom! At the same time, his feet violently stepped down, and the Qin Feng who had just wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy, instantly had his brains shattered all over the place. Gollum! The entire illusory demon mountain was completely plunged into silence. A pin drop. All the Devil Sect disciples looked at the figure on the battle stage with horrified gazes and different colors in their eyes. Awesome! How dare he directly crush his personal disciple in front of the Grand Elder, provoking the Emperor Realm? One must know that nowadays, in the Holy State, Zunis don't come out, and the Emperor Realm is invincible. But the Ling Xiao young lord had gone so far as to openly provoke a divine emperor at the Xian Cheng level? What kind of demonic might is this? What kind of hegemony? Anyone who offends me, no matter who they are, will die. At this moment, all the disciples' hearts and minds trembled. Young Master Ling Xiao, worthy of being the young master of my demon sect. Drop. The host's behavior is in line with the style of the villain. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 points of villain value. You, sins. Naturally, Yuan Trek did not expect that this Ling Xiao would be so bold as to dare to kill his disciple in front of him. Immediately, with a wave of his palm, a spirit-like palm print instantly went towards the latter's head. He didn't dare to kill this Ling family's son, but the Emperor's Majesty could not allow anyone to provoke him? Boom! The sky and the earth were steeply darkened, the emptiness shattered, the winds rose up in all directions, and there was a vague appearance of an apocalyptic world, and facing a God Emperor powerhouse. Ling Xiao was far from as easy as it seemed. Just the same, he knew that this Grand Elder didn't dare to kill him. With this thought, above his fingers, the green light was biting, and he made a chop out of thin air. At that instant, a wisp of sword intent tore out of the air, carrying the momentum of chopping through the ages, and collided fiercely with that spirit mark. Puff! Ling Zhao's figure instantly flew backwards, blood spilling from his mouth, only for his mouth to be tinged with an inexplicable smile. It's true, this old thing's attack looked scary, but it didn't contain much power in it. Otherwise, with a casual strike from an Emperor Realm powerhouse, even if Ling Xiao were to execute his heavenly demon true body, he would have been crushed into crumbs. I'm afraid. Hey! In the distant sky, a soft sigh once again came from the sky. Immediately, a middle-aged man wearing a black and gold robe and a purple jade dragon crown slowly appeared. The man looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with a handsome appearance and an icy cold look. In particular, the pair of black eyes seemed to contain 10,000 demonic thoughts, and between opening and closing, they shocked the world. He was the lord of the 10,000 Paths Demon Sect, the 10,000 Enemies, the topmost Emperor Realm powerhouse in the sacred state. Stop it all. He had naturally watched all the things that happened in front of the Great Hall today. It was just that Ling Xiao killing Qin Feng was within the rules, and bystanders could not interfere. And Yuan Trek was eager to protect his disciple, so it made sense to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. That's why he showed up at this point. Greetings, Sovereign. On the verdant stone square, a burst of worshipping and drinking sounds once again came from the square. Ah, the Lord of the Mundo Demon Sect, normally a godly figure, Even many of the inner disciples had never seen the true face of the patriarch. I didn't expect that today's matter would even alarm him. Patriarch, this son, Ling Xiao, is ruthless. He doesn't even spare his fellow disciples. For such a person to be the young master of my demon sect is really chilling. Yuan Trek knew that he was in the wrong and hurried to be the first to be evil. Above the battle stage. Life and death do not matter. Besides, today's battle invitation is under Qin Feng. The great elder means that in the future, within my clan, disciples may not kill each other? Ling Xiao sneered and raised his hand to wipe the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. The reason why the Wandao demon sect was labeled with the word demon, leaving aside the cultivated techniques, was precisely because the competition in this sect was extremely brutal. All true legends had climbed up by stepping over the blood and bones of countless fellow disciples. And what the Grand Elder said just now is really against the philosophy of the demon sect. Yuan Trek's expression was stifled, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Alright, this matter is over. There is no need for anyone to mention it again. Ling Xiao, you come with me. 10,000 enemies looked up at Yuan Trek, and with a wave of his palm, he directly rolled up Ling Xiao towards the top of the illusory demon mountain peak. When the remaining disciples saw that the patriarch had left, they immediately didn't dare to stay here for fear of angering the great elder who was furious, and they turned to leave. Yuan Trek landed on the stage and looked at Qin Feng, whose head had been stomped on by Ling Xiao, and stood alone in silence for a long time before finally collecting his corpse and disappearing before the main hall. A fiasco that has come to an end. However, Ling Xiao's name had also completely shocked the entire Wandao demon sect today. Invincible immortal posture, accompanied by the Tao. I'm afraid that before long, the entire young generation of the sacred state would be trampled under his feet? How unfortunate! And how fortunate! Unfortunately, even the most powerful heavenly pride would be dimmed by the Ling Xiao. Fortunately, they had shared a life with such a demon, and even had the honor of participating in his growth. Even if it was just a background, heaven did not give birth to him. Ling Wufei, and the devil's way is as long as the night. An elder so lamented. Chapter 78. Chancho is a real Chancho. The Hall of the 10,000 Paths Devil. The 10,000 enemies sat on the main seat of the great hall, his gaze calmly looking at the teenager at the temple, and a wisp of gravity seemed to gather between his brows. Where have you been for the past half-month? Just now Zhuge Luyun had come to him, saying that his mind had been heavy lately and he wanted to go down the mountain for some training. With 10,000 enemies understanding of this disciple, he was afraid that he was involved in this matter today. Back to Patriarch, went to a secret realm. Ling Xiao smiled frankly, not seeing much respect on his face. After all, he had grown up in front of the two great god emperors, and had long since gotten used to the emperor's pressure. Oh, Shower, how about leaving this matter at that? 10,000 enemies suddenly let out a bitter laugh, thinking that he was a divine emperor, a giant in the entire sacred state. He didn't think that he would have to show this kind of tone to a person of Xianqing at this time. It's just that Zhuge Luyun is indeed his own heir, having grown up on illusory demon mountain. Although his talent is not as dazzling as Ling Xiao's, his cultivation has also long reached the peak of Xianqing, and only one step into the broken delusion. With Ling Xiao's character, since he knew that the mixed yuan cauldron was Zhuge Luyun's property, there was absolutely no reason to let him go. Ling Xiao was indeed the young master of the Wandao demon sect and was also demonic enough. Unfortunately, he was still the young master of the ancient Ling clan. 10,000 enemies knew from the start that Ling Tianlin's purpose for sending Ling Xiao to the Wandao demon sect was not pure. However, due to the faces of the two great god emperors, there was no way for him to refuse. But one day, Ling Xiao was going to return to the clan to inherit the Ling clan's Dao lineage. If all the true legends of the Wandao demon sect were killed clean by him, who would hold up the demon sect's legacy? Ling Xiao instantly understood what 10,000 enemies meant. Although he and Zhuge Luyun were both nominally the personal disciples of 10,000 enemies, they themselves had many other identities and were not destined to bow and scrape for the 10,000 Paths demon sect. Zhuge Luyun was different. He was the young master candidate that 10,000 enemies had cultivated from a young age and was absolutely loyal. Maybe that's why the millionaire's enemy went out of his way to bow down towards him. I understand what the patriarch means. If he doesn't continue to target me, I can forget about it. But if he still thinks about killing me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Kidding aside, the face of a god emperor powerhouse was certainly something to be given. But Ling Xiao words also said clearly, people do not offend me, I do not offend. If people offend me, I will kill. Shower. Earlier your father sent word over that a few more days would be the day of your engagement to that goddess of the Dao Palace. So let's see if you have nothing to do in these few days. Make a trip home. 10,000 enemies did not continue to chat further on this topic, but instead took the initiative to talk about Ling Xiao's engagement ceremony. Of course, when the time comes, This emperor will also travel to the Ling family and personally congratulate you. Thank you, patriarch. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded as another stunningly beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Although he had never seen that Dao Palace goddess, he had seen her figure in the Thousand Chance Pavilion's illustrated book. It was only a little regrettable that the Dao Palace goddess named Nian Qingyun had never shown her true face, and her face was always covered with a layer of white veil. I don't know if it's really to the point of being a scourge, or if a mouth has ruined a face. Of course, if it was the latter, Ling Xiao would never agree to this marriage even at the risk of offending the Pumiao Daoist palace. His woman was bound to be ravishing and unrivaled. Gee, I'm actually a little excited just thinking about it. O goddess of the Dao Palace, the beautiful name of the scourge of all races, although he was surrounded by, and now had a few absolute beauties, but obviously compared to Nian Qingyun, there was still a bit of a gap. Well, you just got back too. Go down and rest. 10,000 enemies waved his hand while Ling Xiao bowed and turned to exit the hall. Zhuge Lu Yun, you better not get caught by me. Otherwise, how can a dead man prove he's done anything? Ling Xiao smiled grimly and raised his feet towards his cave. The illusory demon sacred mountain. 10,000 meters high. Every true evangelist of the devil sect had their own cultivation cave, and Ling Xiao's cave was in the most conspicuous place at the top of the mountain, adjacent to the devil's palace. White clouds curled up in a fairy-like atmosphere. It's quite a paradise. And at this moment, before the Ling Xiao cave, Fu Yunyao was dressed in green and waiting with her head cocked. The shock Ling Xiao gave her today was too much. So much so that she was inexplicably a little nervous at this point. Senior Sister Fu. In the distance, between the mountains and forests, a gentle laughter suddenly came. Fu Yunyao turned her head to look, but she saw Ling Xiao floating in black. Young lord, Senior Sister Fu, there's no one else here, just call me by my name. Speaking of which, when I first entered the Wan Dao demon sect, I was still thanks to Senior Sister's care. The gentleness on Ling Xiao's face did not seem to be fake, but a hint of fearful surprise flashed in Fu Yunyao's eyes. Was this still the arrogant and brash Ling family son who looked at her with lust in his eyes? How is it that half a month's time has gone by, and it's as if he's changed into a different person? Senior Sister Fu, don't just stand there, quickly go inside. Ling Xiao took hold of Fu Yunyao's jade hand and led her into the cave. From his memories, Ling Xiao knew that this Fu Yunyao was nothing more than a plaything for himself before. Pampered when he thought about it, the two stayed in bed most of the time they were together. However, this Fu Yunyao had some chi on her. Although it wasn't as dazzling as Bai Zhishi's, it still had a count of 900, and handsome in appearance and gentle in character, giving people a sense of intimacy like a spring breeze. Such a person, without the need to regale, a little bit of trickery would be enough to mesmerize her. Coming from a small lineage and being able to step by step to the position of true transmission, this Fu Yunyao was certainly not simple. It's just that she has what she wants in her mind, and it's easy to take control. Ling Xiao did not intend to see a woman on the sincere use, of course, is to take what you need. You covet my scented car and wine deck. I covet your body. And wouldn't it be nice for everyone to drink and make out at the same time? Young lord. Fu Yunyao's pretty face blushed slightly, thinking that Ling Xiao was pulling her into the house so eagerly, again for that matter. As a result, Ling Xiao suddenly pulled out a Qiankuan bag from his pocket and casually threw it on the stone table in front of Fu Yunyao. Senior Sister Fu, I went out on an adventure this time and obtained some trinkets. See if you like any of them. What was contained in this Qiankuan bag was naturally the divine artifacts that those forces in the northern wasteland had honored him with. Although they were all inferior, they were better than nothing, and no one would mind having too many spiritual treasures on them. Fu Yunyao froze for a moment and looked at Ling Xiao with some incredulity. Originally, she had already been disciplined by Ling Xiao, and at this time, when she first saw the gentle side of the prince, a heart unexpectedly beat hard for no reason. Young lord, take them all if you like. I don't have much use for keeping them anyway. The 10,000 Clans Conference is coming up in a little while, and I'm planning to bring Senior Sister along. Ling Xiao certainly understood how Fu Yunyao felt at this moment. It's true that people who are used to kneeling are a little less comfortable standing up all of a sudden. However, although this Fu Yunyao was only his plaything, her talent and posture were superior. If utilized properly, perhaps in the future, the Wan Dao demon sect could be handed over to her to take care of. 10,000 enemies was right to be worried. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to rule three forces with one mind. Doesn't mean he can't manipulate everything behind the scenes. The Wan Dao demon sect was the same top power in the sacred state, and to give it up to someone else, Ling Xiao could not afford to give it up. Fu Yunyao was a true disciple and was loyal to himself. Once she is pacified, great things can happen. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Daughter of Luck's inclination. The value of luck has increased by 100. That's what you're leaning towards? Women. They really can't be coaxed. The corner of Ling Zhao's mouth lifted into a smile as he smoothly swept Fu Yunyao into his arms. Senior sister Fu, or tonight, you don't have to go. Fu Yunyao had never seen such a Ling Xiao. A heart was almost warmed. Of course she would not refuse any of his requests. It's just as well. Senior sister is lonely in senior brother's absence. A craving is a real craving, and it doesn't discriminate between men and women. Chapter 79, Xiao Tu's plot. Young Master Ling Xiao. Xiao Tu seeks an audience. Just as Ling Xiao picked up Fu Yunyao with one hand, wanting to turn the tables a bit, a soft cry suddenly came from outside the cave. Asterisk. Both of their faces froze at the same time, and they could only temporarily suppress their heartfelt thoughts as they sat back down at the stone table. Especially Ling Xiao. Since coming to this world, there are a lot of beautiful women around, but none of them may be eaten. Yi Qingchan's cultivation was too low, and she was afraid that breaking her virginity would affect her cultivation. Bai Zhishi had yet to be completely tamed, and now she was far away from the 10,000 demons Holy Land. As for that Feng Jiao heir, she was obviously a tea-girl, and Ling Xiao just couldn't get down. Only this Fu Yunyao's looks and figure are all top-notch, and she has the luck of the draw, and she is completely devoted to herself. But at this time, Xiao Tu came. Ling Xiao harbored a bellyful of fire while Fu Yunyao glanced at him with a shy face, the corners of her pretty mouth lifting up in a touching arc. Young lord, this Xiao Tu was very out of place today. So be careful. How is it wrong? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly and gave Fu Yunyao a somewhat puzzled look. Xiao Tu is my Wandao demon sect's notorious cultivation maniac. He seldom walks around the sect on weekdays, but today he took the initiative to show up on the battle stage and watched the young lord and Qin Feng go at it. So I guess there must be a purpose for it. Fu Yunyao naturally knew everything about Ling Xiao. In fact, she couldn't guess why Xiao Tu was being abnormal today, but she just felt that something was wrong. No harm done. Just ask him later. Ling Xiao sneered and gently drank to the outside of the cave. Come in. His voice was a little low, not sounding happy or unhappy, just a little intimidating. Perhaps it was because before the party's holy temple, Ling Zhao's methods were simply too overbearing and ferocious. At this time Xiao Tu's face, surprisingly rare with some humility. Greetings, young lord. Xiao Tu's silhouette stepped in and saw Fu Yunyao sitting on the side again. His face suddenly froze. Senior sister Fu is also here. I don't know what senior brother Xiao is here for. Ling Xiao neither asked him to sit nor to get up, but only asked very calmly. Although this Xiao Tu was claimed to be the strongest combatant of the Wandao demon sect, his cultivation was only at the peak of Xianchang. Without using his heavenly demon true body, Ling Xiao had 10,000 ways to crush him. It was just an impression that the two didn't seem to have half a chance to cross paths. And what was he doing at this door? Young lord, Xiao Tu came today with an unforgiving request. Xiao Tu gritted his teeth, his face slightly cold. An unkind request. Then don't say it. I, for one, have never been too fond of fulfilling others' commissions. Ling Xiao sneered, while Fu Yunyao even nearly burst out laughing. This young lord is really rogue and arrogant to the extreme. Xiao Tu's unkind request was clearly a polite remark, but he directly blocked the person's mouth. Young lord, I'm curious. Senior brother Xiao has always been a god. Why did he appear under the battle stage today? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Xiao Tu with a curious expression, and the coldness in his eyes flowed, giving off endless pressure. Xiao Tu glanced at Fu Yunyao without a trace, then sighed with a bitter smile. That's right. Today when I went to the battle stage, I did harbor selfishness. I wanted to see Qin Feng defeat young lord, and I would then ascend the stage to spar with him. But I didn't expect young lord's divine might. Mr. Xiao is terrified. You're quite frank. Actually, Ling Xiao had long guessed what Xiao Tu was thinking. In the entire Wandao demon sect, honestly, there were a large number of people who couldn't see themselves, but the one who truly dared to make a move against himself was probably just that rash young man Qin Feng. However, compared to Zhuge Lu Yun, this Xiao Tu's character was to Ling Xiao's liking. Tell me about it, that unkind request of yours. Ling Xiao crossed his legs, while Fu Yunyao had already wisely stepped aside and went to make tea for the two of them. Young lord, I think you can bring me along to the 10,000 clans martial arts afterward. A flash of coldness reappeared on Xiao Tu's face. Oh, why? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly. He didn't expect that Xiao Tu coming to his door would be for this matter. For the 10,000 clans martial arts, each clan's holy land would distribute varying quotas, but it was the young lords and holy sons who picked exactly who would go. The moral of that will come later. But, with Xiao Tu's position in the Wandao demon sect, it wasn't as if he was salivating at the rewards of the meeting, was it? Is it for that secret place? I have an enemy who is the holy son of the Yuanyue sacred land, and I swore an oath to personally crush him to death in front of all the forces in the sacred state. Xiao Tu eyes killing intent biting cold. Around the body is a share of demonic intent surging out. Oh, Yuan Yu Holy Land? Ling Xiao frowned. This Xiao Tu body, there is not a trace of luck. To be able to go today, has been considered lucky. As for that Yuan Yu Holy Land, it was likewise a supreme Dao lineage in the eastern border of the holy state, and the holy sons of its sect were bound to have Qi luck on their side. In other words, even if Ling Xiao brought Xiao Tu to the meeting, he was afraid that he would end up dead. That's right, that Yuan Yu Saint's son killed my father and brother. This revenge cannot be shared. Young lord, as long as you're willing to take me forward, I will pledge my loyalty. According to the usual practice of previous years, the Wan Dao demon sect would be given 3 places in the meeting. Young Lord Ling Xiao would naturally get one, and looking at Fu Yunyao's relationship with him, it was no surprise that he would also get one. The last one left, Xiao Tu, was imperative. The Yuan Yu Holy Land, with its immortal legacy and supreme Taoist lineage, when the holy sons of their sects traveled, they would inevitably follow the protector of the path behind them. The 10,000 clans martial arts might be his only chance to be able to face the Yuan Yu Saint's son alone. If I don't remember wrongly, after the meeting, the Tian Yuan secret realm will be opened, right? With your current strength, you will definitely die against the Yuan Yu Saint's son. Why don't you just endure it again? And when you enter the secret realm, I'll help you kill him? The rules of the 10,000 sect martial arts allow you to pick your own opponents. The first to win 3 games advances. The final 100 strongest people could represent the eastern frontier and enter the Tian Yuan secret realm to compete for the creation. By all accounts, although there were many forces in the eastern frontier, there were only a few that truly ranked as supreme. It would be easy for Xiao Tu to enter the top 100. However, once he took on the Yuan Yu Saint's son, he had little chance of winning, and it was more likely that he would be killed on the spot. I can't wait, and I'm going to kill him myself, in front of everyone. Xiao Tu gritted his teeth fiercely, his entire body trembling. The hatred of killing my father is not shared, regardless of why exactly they had feuded before. It was clear that Xiao Tu's heart was determined to kill. It's not impossible to take you there, but I, for one, have never been very trusting, so if you want to submit to me, open your heart and let me plant a soul seal. Ling Xiao thought for a long time and finally decided to play it safe. The world of immortal cultivation is full of crises. If you're not careful, you could be doomed. Besides, this Xiao Tu came suddenly. Ling Xiao couldn't trust him. No matter what he is scheming, as long as he plants a soul mark, life and death will be at Ling Xiao's whim. Yes, without hesitating at all, Xiao Tu closed his eyes and opened his mind. All these years he had cultivated in seclusion, day and night, just to wait for this day. It was just that his cultivation had gradually fallen into a shackle. He was afraid that if he waited any longer, he would be completely left behind by that Yuan Yu Saint's son. This 10,000 clans martial arts was his only chance. So decisive? It seems like you really hate that Yuan Yu Saint's son. Ling Xiao nodded, and within his eyes, a strange light suddenly flickered, and Xiao Tu only felt a tremor in his sea of consciousness, followed by a return to consciousness. Dropping. Congratulations to the host for subjugating the soul slaves, in line with the style of the villain, rewarding the villain value of 3,000 points. Chapter 80, Drawing Air. Soul Regeneration Ancient Art. The reason why it was ranked as a forbidden art was not only because it could take in people's hearts and souls, but the cohesion of this soul seal was also extremely skillful. Even an Emperor Realm powerhouse would have no way of noticing while the host was alive. Of course, there are surprises in everything. That was why Ling Xiao did not cast a soul seal on Bai Jishi in the first place, but instead used divine soul inscriptions. After all, the divine souls of demonic beasts were originally different from the human race, and once they were detected, it would be a calamity for Ling Xiao. After all, we can't afford the attention with this demon body. In the future, you will be my slave. Of course I will not interfere with your cultivation, and even if you perform well enough, perhaps I will return your freedom. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Xiao Tu, who instantly bowed down for a long time. Yes, master. Xiao Tu has nothing else to ask for but to avenge the bloodshed of his father and brother. Here are some third-grade spirit gathering pills. You can try to break through the realm again before the 10,000 clans martial arts go down. Ling Xiao casually threw Xiao Tu a packet of spirit pills, and the latter instantly thanked him and retreated. From the beginning to the end, Fu Yunyao stood on the side, quietly watching Ling Xiao perform his tricks and did not utter a single word. Just on her pretty face, it was inevitably a bit pale. Plant a soul seal and be a slave for life. It's scary to think about. Do you think my methods are too cruel? Ling Xiao picked up the tea on the table and gently took a sip. Yun Yao wouldn't dare. Fu Yunyao instantly fell to her knees in fear and shook her head in panic. You don't have to be so nervous. I can't trust Xiao Tu. But you're different. Ling Xiao reached out and helped Fu Yunyao up from the ground, but without the impulse of the party. The matter of him carrying a demonic body would be exposed sooner or later, and at that time it would be a situation that was incompatible with heaven and earth. Even the Ling clan and the Dan Yuan Holy Land didn't see everyone standing behind them. Nowadays, if you can lay down some more means, it is always 100% beneficial. Furthermore, Ling Xiao always had a feeling that the engagement banquet 3 days later would definitely not be simple, and that there might be another anomaly. His realm hadn't broken through in a long time, and it was time to take this opportunity to prepare. Goddess of the Misty Dao Palace, the first beauty and the first talent in the holy state. Rumor has it that when that Nian Yun was born, a true phoenix from the 9 heavens descended and willingly guarded it. Such a heavenly destined daughter had been delivered to the front of his eyes, so Ling Xiao naturally had no reason to let her run away. Of course, according to past episodes, such a peerless heavenly maiden would naturally not end up falling in love with a young lord of a demonic sect, a male son of an ancient clan. Often they are captured by some stinking beggar. I just don't know. This time, on the smelly beggar, how much chi luck is there for Ling Xiao to plunder? At this point, Ling Xiao could no longer help but think about whether or not he should prepare some medicine and get rid of that goddess that day. So raw, she'd be her own wherever she ran off to. The villain, naturally, is duty-bound to do such heartless things. You also go down. Tomorrow I will go back to the clan a trip. These few days you feel at ease in the clan to cultivate. Prepare for the 10,000 sect martial arts. Oh yes, the relationship between the two of us, temporarily do not be known by anyone. If someone asks, you will say that before or I forced you. Ling Xiao spoke calmly, while Fu Yunyao was slightly stunned. Could it be that the young lord was tired of himself? In the past, whenever he was in the clan, didn't he always have to accompany himself to bed? Why did you come back this time? But you want to draw a line with yourself? Although the young lord was much gentler, he didn't seem to be as needy with himself. But at this time, even if her heart was more confused, she did not dare to show a trace of dissatisfaction, and only obediently retreated. Pawns. It's certainly more useful in the dark. System. When Fu Yunyao walked out of the cave, Ling Xiao also instantly summoned the system. Master, Ling Xiao. Identity, young master of the Wandao demon sect. Divine body, heavenly demon true body second turn, forbidden physique. Cultivation, peak Xianqing realm. Spiritual treasure, Taiku demon sword, great unknown. 8 wastelands glazed demon suppressing pagoda, heavenly treasure. Techniques, the 10,000 paths demon technique. Heavenly demon true scripture. Heavenly demon true body, talent. Silent pupil, talent. Soul regeneration ancient technique, forbidden technique. Luck value, 1600. Villain value, 12,000. 1,600 points of chi. 12,000 points of villain value. Let's see what can be exchanged. Ling Xiao opened the system mall and carefully browsed through the items. It was just that with his current villain value, the spiritual treasures martial arts he could exchange were very limited, and not even as precious as the ones he had on him. Finally Ling Xiao's gaze landed on the spirit beast column. No immortal journey is complete without a baby. Ancestral dragon sacred egg, 100 billion villain value. True phoenix sacred egg, 100 billion villain value. Even the ancestral dragon and true phoenix can be redeemed. This system is really powerful. It's just that the villain value is a bit much. Ling Xiao let out a bitter smile. One must know that the strongest one in the 10,000 demons Holy Land today was only a green dragon that contained a trace of ancestral dragon bloodline. If he could change an ancestral dragon cub beast to follow him, he was afraid that the entire sacred state should tremble. Spirit beast interface lucky draw. Consume 10,000 points of villain value to obtain a random spirit beast egg, one time only. On the last page of the spirit beast column, an odd system prompt appeared in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. Sweepstakes? As we all know, the matter of the lottery is entirely for the sons of Qi. With a villain setup like Ling Xiao's, I'm afraid I won't be able to draw anything good even if I draw until my family is broken. But human beings have an inexplicable longing for such unknown things. Every time I put down a bet, I feel like I'm going to win this one. Ghostly, Ling Xiao pressed the button for the lottery. The roulette wheel began to spin, and as each spirit beast egg jumped in front of his eyes, Ling Xiao's mood became tense with it. 10,000 villain values. This was something he had saved up for a long time. If he used it for cultivation, he would at least be able to break through to the delusion-breaking threshold. Time passed slowly, and eventually the needle of that wheel stopped at an ancient totem. What is this? Ling Xiao's face froze, only to see that the totem was in the shape of some bizarre clouds. Is this pumping air? It's worth 10,000 villains. At this moment, Ling Xiao's heart was dripping blood. It's okay for you to give me a ing dog. What's the point of giving me an air? It was only in the instant Ling Xiao's words had just fallen that a pitch-black colored beast egg suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, with some cloud-like demonic patterns flickering on it, as if it contained endless ferocious flames. This breath, It's kind of awesome. Ling Zhao's eyes were slightly glued as he gently stroked it, and a burst of joyful emotions immediately came from within that beast egg. It looks like it's going to take some time to hatch. Don't worry, we'll meet up soon. The loss in Ling Zhao's heart was swept away, although he couldn't determine what was in the beast's egg. Looking at the scent, it was quite compatible with his villainous setting. In the 8 desolate demons suppressing pagoda, Ling Zhao's figure flashed. He remembered his previous agreement with the mysterious girl. Although he was instinctively a bit fearful of the girl's identity, he always felt a bit uneasy following such a strange being beside him. Moreover, this tower is full of demonic chi, so it would be more than appropriate to place that beast's egg here to hatch. Buzz! There was a humming in space, and Miyang's figure instantly appeared beside Ling Xiao. Master! Aha! Ling Xiao nodded, and with a wave of his palm, the beast egg instantly appeared in the ancient tower. Ha! What's this? Just then, in the darkness in the distance, a sudden cry of alarm came, and the expressions on Ling Xiao and Miyang's faces instantly solidified. She's coming! She's coming! She came silently. Chapter 81, The Origin of the Girl Child. It was still like last time. Even with Ling Zhao's divine soul realm, he still did not feel a single trace of the girl's aura. Even as the owner of the 8 desolate glazed pagoda, Ling Xiao did not notice how she had appeared beside him. There was also a hint of shock in Miyang's eyes, and his entire body was tumbling with demonic intent, in a manner as if he was facing a great enemy. Lord, who is she? ING. You know what I would have asked you last time? What took you so long? Didn't you say you were coming to play with me? In the darkness, the girl with the fair and delicate face walked slowly. She looked up at Ling Xiao with some sorrow between her brows. I've had a lot going on lately. Isn't it time you kept your end of the bargain and told me who you are? A hint of demonic aura quietly swirled around Ling Xiao. He really didn't feel any semblance of hostility in this mysterious little girl, but Ling Xiao likewise didn't dare to be careless. That's the scent. It's so familiar. The black-clothed girl suddenly pounced on Ling Xiao, frightening the latter so much that he nearly cast his demonic body and directly killed her. But what made Ling Xiao feel surprised was that the girl just jumped into his arms and breathed hard on his body. Demonic aura? Could it be the demonic aura in me that's attracting her? Ling Xiao was suddenly a bit confused. Where exactly did this girl come from? Why would you covet the demonic aura in him? You have the same scent as that bone in my house. Your house? Bones? Ling Xiao felt his sweaty hairs stand up. Who has nothing to do with bones in their house? And a bone that reeks of magic? Where is your home? Ling Xiao asked tentatively. No, it's on the 9th floor of this tower. Boom! Ling Xiao's figure instantly transformed into a demonic body, and above his palm, the supreme demon blade emitted a monstrous ghostly aura, just like an enemy. 9 layers. This seemingly cute girl was actually the demonic creature suppressed on the 9th floor of the 8 desolate glazed pagoda. In an instant, Ling Xiao felt that his back was drenched in cold sweat. With the cultivation level of the divine marquee realm of Mayan, he could still only be suppressed at the 1st level. One can imagine how vicious and terrifying the demonic creature above that 9th floor should be. Wow! It's almost identical. Only at this moment, that little girl did not have the slightest fear, but instead buried her face in Ling Zhao's arms. What identical? Who the hell are you? Ling Zhao's body was tense, and the magic sword in his hand quietly moved towards the girl's neck. As long as she dared to make the slightest move, Ling Xiao would not hesitate to put her to death. Your breath. Ah, it's exactly like that bone. Then, the girl in black blinked her big innocent eyes and looked at Ling Xiao curiously. It was only then that the latter realized that on the corner of her mouth, there was a very nice beauty mole, adding a bit of playfulness. My breath and that bone, exactly the same? Ling Xiao froze for a moment, then seemed to think of something. Is it this kind of aura? The 10,000 Paths Devil technique was instantly executed, and strands of black demonic chi wrapped around Ling Zhao's body. But the girl in black shook her head. Not this kind. No, could it be? Ling Zhao's eyes quietly condensed as his body's demonic intent surged, and the aura of his heavenly demon true body was revealed. Yeah, that's the kind. The girl acted very excited, and her entire body nestled in Ling Zhao's arms like a kitten. The demonic intent of the heavenly demon's true body has the same aura as a piece of bone on the 9th floor of this soul-suppressing tower? As Ling Zhao's thoughts turned 100 times, his heart suddenly had some guesses. Perhaps it wasn't just the great demon that was sealed in this 8 desolate glazed soul-suppressing tower. Or rather, the tower owner's purpose of sealing the demons was actually the same as him worshipping the 10,000 Paths demon sect. It was all to conceal the aura of the true body of the heavenly devil. If so, who is this girl? Also, who sealed a piece of heavenly devil's corpse bone here? What the hell is he doing this for? Ling Xiao frowned. Obviously with his current realm, it was far from the time to explore these ancient mysteries. Right now, though, he had to find out where this girl came from. You mean to say that you were sealed on the 9th floor of this tower along with that demonic bone? Ling Xiao asked tentatively, while the girl had already left his arms and landed in front of the spirit beast egg. There's something familiar about this little thing's scent. Who the hell are you? Like I said, I don't know who I am. And I'd been with that piece of bone since birth anyway. The girl glared at Ling Xiao with some impatience. At that instant, Ling Xiao actually felt his body's demonic energy tremble, vaguely showing signs of collapsing. Ling Xiao was horrified. From the time he came to this world, it was the first time he felt this absolute suppression. Even in front of the 10,000 enemies and his mother, he didn't feel as powerless as he did just now. But clearly, there was not even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy in this girl's body. From birth in this 8 wastelands glazed pagoda? This statement probably meant that the girl was not sealed here by the tower owner. At the same time, she should not be a living being. Then, there is only one answer. Is she the birth of a spirit from that demonic bone? No wonder she felt an affinity for the scent she carried. In that case, if she is swallowed. A hint of a ghostly aura flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, but once he thought of the power of this girl's glance just now, this thought of Ling Xiao's was instantly interrupted. It's better to wait a little longer. Although Ling Xiao couldn't feel her aura fluctuating, it was obvious that if she was truly transformed by the bones of a heavenly demon, she was bound to be a hard bone. It was hard to say whether Ling Xiao could swallow her or not, but if she pissed her off, she might even be able to swallow herself. I don't think you have a name yet. Look, now that we've gotten to know each other, my name is Ling Xiao, why don't I give you a name? How about teasing? Ling Xiao suddenly remembers a cat he used to have, and an evil smile appears at the corner of his mouth. I have a name. The black-clothed girl stared at the spirit beast egg without looking back, seemingly extraordinarily interested in what was in it. What's your name then? Ling Xiao froze. This girl doesn't even know who she is, and she actually has a name? Who named her? My name is Fengling. Pocahontas? Little Wind Chime? That's a nice name. Who gave it to you? Ling Xiao nodded. The name was quite fitting for this black-clothed girl's temperament. Playful, cute and a little high maintenance. To hell with you. The black-clothed girl blankly glanced at Ling Xiao without any good reason and suddenly stretched her back. Hoo-ha! It's bedtime. I'm going home. We'll play another time. Little Pocahontas, wait. Do you want to take me to your house and sit down? Ling Xiao had a touch of earnestness on his face, and all of his previous guesses were just figments of his imagination. If one wanted to figure out where this little girl came from, the best way would be to go to the 9th floor of the ancient pagoda and take a look at the demonic bone with one's own eyes. Your cultivation level is too low. Wait until you're stronger. As the words fell, Fengling stepped out and instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 82, 3 Emperors and 10 Kings. Cultivation too low? The smile on Ling Xiao's face gradually dissipated, turning into a look of gravity. Mayan, have you seen her? Beside him, Demon 8 Mian's face was similarly somewhat shocked, with a touch of fear hidden in his eyes. Back to the Lord. No. Mayan shook his head. He didn't doubt what Fengling said for a second. She must be a great demon from the top, because just now, a wisp of fluctuation emanating from her body had nearly caused him to lose his mind. Do you feel it? Ling Xiao sighed. As much as he didn't want to admit in front of Miang that Fengling had an aura that could suppress him, but the question now was how exactly he was going to deal with this girl of mysterious origin. A spirit derived from a demonic bone. Once she grows up, wouldn't Ling Xiao's identity be embarrassing? Killing, the risk seems a bit high. Besides, that girl looks harmless and cute. If he didn't kill, Ling Xiao again really felt uneasy. I feel it, Lord. The aura on that girl's body seems to have an extremely strong restraining effect on demonic qi. A trace of palpitations flashed in the eyes of Miang. That was not restraint. It was complete suppression. Even Mayan had the vague thought that Fengling could suppress him at any time as long as he wanted to. What secrets are hidden above the 9th floor? Ling Xiao sighed and glanced at the spirit beast egg on the side again. This spirit beast egg will be placed here for the time being. Look after it well for me. Aye, Lord. Miang bowed while Ling Xiao's figure had already disappeared. Sure enough. This 8 desolate glazed pagoda is not simple. Moreover, the route that Yi Fan had taken before had a hidden tendency to transform into a demon. I'm afraid that in the end, this demonic bone is the opportunity for him to achieve the supreme demonic path. With the stuff of the Son of Heaven's destiny, Ling Xiao had to be a bit cautious. Just like when he was in that ancient relic, when he grabbed the supreme demon blade, it was also almost a 9 deaths to 1 situation. If not for the fact that he was wearing a Dao artifact demonic armor, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to withstand the full force of an ancient powerhouse's strike. I just don't know what kind of danger or surprise the wind chimes will bring to me this time. The northern border of the holy state. Similar to the eastern wasteland, this is a forbidden place for the human race. Demon clans from all sides were entrenched here. forming forces and occupying the largest piece of mountains, forests and rivers in the sacred state. The land of the sacred state is divided into 4 borders even though it is only one state. The eastern and western borders are the Taoist system of the human race. Various great sects and families were rooted in them, intricately and incessantly fighting. The northern border, on the other hand, is where the 10,000 demons Holy Land is located, and while it appears to be united, it has long been in the dark, and the southern border is 10,000,000 miles wide and is the Endless Sea. There are many sea demons among them, and the Jiao people are the kings. The center of the 4 borders was the most prosperous and flourishing place in the holy state, and it was here that the holy religion, the nominal ruler of the 4 frontiers, was born. At this time, in a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles in that northern border, a thin figure stood on top of a mountain peak, looking up into the distant sky. Overhead was a river of stars, while the young girl's eyes were a little lonely. Ever since Bai Jishi had returned to the sacred state, she had been grounded by the Fox Empress in Qingqiu, although she was good at the art of emptiness. This time, the Fox Queen was obviously moved with true anger, and she was not allowed to step out of the green hill for half a step. What happened in the eastern wasteland had already been passed up by the demon god Mountain Lord, although the identity of that white-clothed swordsman had yet to be confirmed. The name Ling Xiao had caused Empress Fox to be unusually enraged. In particular, the fact that Bai Jishi had the audacity to bring all the demons to the door to crusade against Ling Xiao had caused this demon king of the 10,000 demons Holy Land to cry out for nonsense. Bai Jishi has never stepped out of the northern territory. But who is the 9-tailed fox queen? One of the 9 kings of the demon race. How could she not know this teenager's identity in the eastern border? The eldest son of the first line of the Ling family of the ancient clan, the only son of Saint Lord Dan Yuan, and the young master of the Wan Dao demon sect. Regardless of which identity, it was all something that the 9-tailed Skyfox clan didn't dare to mess with. Moreover, rumor has it that Ling Xiao is ruthless and vicious, and his demonic skills are ferocious and strong. There were countless sacred state celestials who had died at his hands over the years. Although the Heavenly Fox clan wasn't weak, there were only 2 Emperor realm powerhouses in total, and in the Ling clan alone, there were 3 emperors and 10 kings in plain sight. Looking at the sacred state, there were no more than 5 fingers of forces that dared to provoke the Ling clan head-on. What's more, the 9-tailed fox queen had gotten word early on that the most mysterious sect in the eastern frontier, the goddess of the Piaomiao Dao Palace, was about to get engaged to that Ling Xiao. In this way, there were 4 supreme inheritances standing behind that Ling Xiao. However, fortunately, from the mouths of those great demons in the lower realms, the 9-tailed fox queen already knew that Ling Xiao had not been injured, but had suddenly fled and disappeared. But even so, the entire Qingqiu was filled with an extremely tense and depressing atmosphere these days. This kind of atmosphere hadn't been seen in Qingqiu for many years. The 9-tailed Sky Fox clan seldom takes the initiative to make enemies, and the clan almost never goes out of the Green Mound, belonging to the neutral demon clan. But this time, because of Bai Jishi's stubbornness, she nearly plunged the entire Sky Fox clan into a place of no return. How could this not infuriate Queen Fox? Zaishi, so you're here? In the distant sky, a kind and old voice suddenly came from the sky. Immediately, an old woman in hemp clothes appeared behind Bai Jishi. Ancestor Shiraha, you're here. Bai Jishi put away the despondency on her small face and turned towards the old crone with 2 ears and 9 tails and bowed. The old woman smiled gently, leaning on a mahogany walking stick in her hand as she hobbled over to Bai Jishi. Don't look at this time, she looks like an old man. But in the 10,000 demons Holy Land, mentioning the name of Bai Xiao, absolutely no one dares to have half a bit of disrespect. The 9-tailed Skyfox clan's 2 great god emperors, the Fox Empress was one of them, and the remaining one was this white shallow ancestor. It's so late. Why don't you go to bed and enjoy the moon here? Elder Bai Xiao reached out and touched Bai Jishi's little head. The latter was both known as the strongest talent of the 9-tailed clan, and was naturally favored by all the strongest members of the clan on weekdays. Bai Xiao was not only the oldest ancestor of Bai Jishi's lineage, but was also equivalent to half of her master. What? Still angry about the grounding? Look, what did old ancestor bring you? Old ancestor Baishan pulled out a spirit fruit that shimmered with strange colors from his bosom. An aroma filled the air, and the spiritual energy in one's body could not help but emit a burst of buzzing. Old ancestor, Bai Jishi let out a bitter smile. The 7-colored dragon fragrant fruit was indeed her favorite spirit fruit to eat on weekdays, but today, she didn't have much of an appetite. Aya, what's wrong with my little Jishi? Why did you go out to play for a while and come back as a whole changed person? Tell old ancestor what's bothering you. A trace of surprise flashed through Bai Xiao's pale eyes, and he smiled as he gathered Bai Jishi in his arms. Old ancestor, have you inquired about what I asked you to inquire about? Bai Jishi naughtily rubbed against the old ancestor's arm. tilting her head and looking at her with expectant eyes. You said that Ling family's son, Ling Xiao, inquired. Elder Bai Xiao nodded, his eyes inexplicably a little heavy. He has indeed returned to the sacred state, and the rumors are true. This son has a domineering personality, cruel means, kills at every turn, and is also a bit horny. It is said that there are often groups of beauty queens around him, and even over at the human race, the reputation is extremely bad. Old ancestor, that's not what I asked. And what is it you ask? Elder Bai Xiao froze and looked down at Bai Jishi. But see, at this time the girl's face seems to have flashed a touch of scarlet, mumbling for a long time, only then opened his mouth and said, Is he with the Pyongmiao Dao Palace goddess? Really has a marriage contract? Chapter 83, The Fox Queen's Anger. A marriage contract? Bai Xiao gave Bai Jishi a somewhat incredulous look. Especially at this time, the shyness on the young girl's face was such that she couldn't help but feel a tremor in the bottom of her heart. There seems to be such a thing. It should be in the next 2 days. Oh, a trace of loss flashed across Bai Jishi's face. Since returning to Qingqiu, she had already asked the Fox Queen and also the old ancestor to carefully examine her sea of consciousness, and there was indeed no sign of a soul mark being planted. But Bai Jishi could never remember where the swordsman who had chased her that day had ended up. The only thing I remember is that a figure stood in front of me at the moment of my greatest despair. The smile on his face was clean, brighter than the stars tonight. She wasn't sure if that figure was Ling Xiao, but she would inexplicably think about him these days. Think of him. Still miss him. Bai Jishi was going crazy. She wanted to run to the eastern border without thinking twice and ask Ling Xiao for clarification. However, the Fox Queen banned her feet and strictly ordered her not to take half a step out of the Green Hill. Of course, since returning to the sacred state, she had never mentioned the word Yifan. After all, what happened back then was a big taboo for the Nine-Tail clan, and she didn't want to go back and get the Fox Empress angry because of it. Jishi, you don't have to worry too much. That Ling Xiao has a powerful background, but my Sky Fox clan is one of the 9 royal clans of the 10,000 demon sacred ground. You guys are having some minor friction, but the Ling clan shouldn't be so big for this. Although the white shallow ancestor wondered what this little girl was doing with nothing to care about that Ling Xiao's marriage. However, by Jishi's age, only at the age of 90, equivalent to the human race of 14 or 15 years old, the figure has not even developed yet. How could this Fox clan ancestor not have imagined that she would have moved on to someone? Well, he won't. Bai Jishi was obviously a bit lost in thought, her little head full of Ling Zhao's upcoming engagement to that Dao Palace goddess. What to do? Should I go to him? But if he doesn't like me, what's the point of me going? Old ancestor, is it true that my nine-tailed clan cannot intermarry with the human race? Bai Jishi suddenly thought of something again and looked up at old ancestor Bai Shallow behind her, asking softly, This is natural. In the beginning, if not for the human race, my demon race should have been the lord of this domain. And then the human race is powerful, hunting strong people of my race everywhere, so we had no choice but to retreat in this northern borderland, embracing the group to survive. Old ancestor Bai Shan's face immediately turned gloomy. The human and demon tribes, with their many grudges, were by no means clear in a few words. It's just that nowadays, the human race is the co-owner of heaven and earth, and there are many heavenly prides. On the contrary, in the demon race, the more powerful the bloodline, the more difficult it was to give birth to an heir. This is how the gap between the two races was opened. But back then, the Grand Princess, shut up. Before Bai Jishi's words fell, a wisp of might suddenly surged out of old ancestor Bai Xiao's body, directly interrupting her with a stern voice. Don't mention that name again in the future. Zaishi, you have to know. Now the hope of my clan, all on you. What marriage love? In the cultivation of the road are floating clouds, pale dog, passing clouds, only their own strength is strong. In order to guard everything you want to guard. As the words fell, Bai Xiao waved her palm, only to see a spiritual light instantly fall, enveloping Bai Jishi in it. Old ancestor you, I've sealed your cultivation, so in these few days, you can stay in Qingqiu at ease and meditate. Although Elder Bai Xiao didn't know exactly what this girl in front of her was thinking, but looking at her eyes, it was clear that she was revealing a longing for the outside. Now that the chaos was both out, many people had already noticed the talent in Bai Jishi. The assassination had been a scare, but who could guarantee that next time, she would be so lucky? The best thing to do was to let her stay in the clan and cultivate until she had enough power to defend herself. Old ancestor, let go of me, uhu, how can I cultivate like this? Old ancestor, Bai Jishi burst into tears, an unusual trick she had tried time and time again, but this time, the old ancestor didn't bother with her anymore, but tore through space and disappeared in place. Old ancestor, Bai Jishi let out a cry, and tears were actually seen in her eyes. Why? Why is there a difference between humans and demons? She suddenly remembered that when she was a child, she was practicing in the mountains, and an old monk who marched to Qingqiu once said to her with a smile, "Girl, you were born with good fortune, and you will surely have a straight path to immortality in the future, and a beautiful marriage." Now it seems that she doesn't even have the right to choose to love someone. So what's the beauty of it? It turned out that the old monk had lied to her. Even Buddha can be deceived. Bai Jishi looked into the distant sky, and without realizing it, her eyes were already wet with tears. At the end of her gaze, it's clouds, it's mountains. It was a figure she wanted to see but was afraid to meet. Ancient temples with green candles. Buddha's words softly recited. Buddha said that all things in the world are empty, but only cause and effect are not empty. The Buddha said that there are millions of different words for love, but it is love that is the most difficult to understand. The Buddha said to give up falsehood, to abstain from the 7 passions and 6 desires, and to convert to the Dharma and to the heart. If one day I can get to you, whether you are a Buddha or a devil, a Dharma or a precept, I am all willing and converted to you. Ninth Princess. What's wrong with you? Ninth Princess? Behind Bai Jishi, 2 little fox girls of similar age suddenly came along, and at that moment were blinking their big, curious eyes at her. Yoon, when did you guys get here? Bai Jishi's small face screwed up as she hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's been here for a while now. Miss, who are you thinking about? So lost in thought? The 2 fox girls immediately covered their mouths and laughed lightly, with some curious looks in their eyes. Yoon, you say, will he miss me? Bai Jishi did not hide her heart's lovesickness, but instead asked in a melancholy tone. The 9th princess is having a favorite? LOL. Forget it. I'm not talking to you guys. Bai Jishi snorted coldly and turned toward the mountain. 9th princess, wait for me. You still haven't told me which clan's male you have your eyes on. Wan Dao Demon Sect, Peak Cave. Achoo! Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed and sneezed for no apparent reason. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who called me names again? He was always a bit distracted these past 2 days, as if something big was about to happen around him. Tomorrow it's time to return to the clan. And this time, it's time to get those old things to loosen up and settle on me as the Ling clan's heir. A hint of gloom flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he looked up at the night sky outside the cave. Without realizing it, he had already come to this world for some time. From the initial excitement and curiosity, the wave of Ling Xiao was actually, inexplicably, a little tired. Although this immortal path has unlimited scenery and magnificent mountains and rivers, it is really dangerous everywhere, especially for a villain. Every step you take has to be well thought out, or else if you're not careful, you're afraid you'll be trampled to death. That's just it. There's no point in thinking more. It's better to step into the delusion-breaking realm earlier. Ling Xiao let out a bitter smile, not knowing who his mind was being affected by. He always felt a bit annoyed. Casually taking out a bottle of elixir from his Qiankuan bag and swallowing it, Ling Xiao closed his eyes again and fell into cultivation. Although such a traditional way of cultivation was a bit slow, it was better than nothing. In particular, these spirit pills given by Xin Yuan Yu were all of the 4th grade or above, and in the outside world, they were all rare treasures. In that case, begrudgingly, take a few. Not to mention, it tastes fine and crunchy. Chapter 84 News of the Spirit Flame. The next day, a burst of demonic aura filled 1,000 miles above the Wan Dao demon sect. Many of the morning disciples looked up at the 9 black dragons that whistled past, and their eyes were all filled with a strong look of adoration. It's the young lord's 9 dragon golden whiskey. Where is the young lord going? Yesterday's battle between Ling Xiao and Qin Feng had long since spread throughout the entire demon sect by now. Even those outer disciples who were new to the sect knew that young master Ling Xiao, the devil's might, was incomparable. In particular, the fact that the latter had dared to crush Qin Feng alive in front of the Grand Elder had caused many people to feel the monstrous demonic hostility in this young lord. Invincible demonic posture, crushing the world. Nowadays, the entire Wan Dao demon sect was truly united, all of them taking young master Ling Xiao as an example of the immortal Dao. Of course, except for that Zhuge Luyun who had long ago fled the clan. Have you guys heard? Recently, over in the Fire Rock Valley, there are some strange things happening. Oh, what's so weird? I don't know. It seems like people are always disappearing somehow. There's more to this? No one's going to find out what's going on. Who would dare to do that? There was already a great evil hidden in that mountain. Maybe, caution. In the northern border of the sacred state, 1,000 miles away from the 10,000 Paths demon sect, in an ancient city in the mountains, a young man wearing white clothes with a handsome appearance was sitting in front of a tea store, and was seriously sipping on a cup of fresh tea. Fire Rock Valley? It seems like the immortal Heart Inferno should be right here. The corners of the youth's mouth lifted into a smile as he looked up at the few people who were talking and got up to walk over. Gentlemen, I wonder who is that great murderer you speak of. The youth is naturally the Lin Shi who followed Nian Qingyun, only that Nian Qingyun intentionally avoided him, and did not show up again in the past few days. And with a little bit of inquiring, Lin Shi knew where the Ling clan was, and came all the way from the Misty Dao Palace to this Sunset Mountain city. This city was located in the Sunset Mountain range, adjacent to the Ling clan's sacred realm. Moreover, more importantly, the heaven and earth spirit flame that he had been searching for, the immortal heart flame, seemed to be in this Sunset Mountain range. Don't you think it's a coincidence? It's not. Originally, he had only come here to tell all the forces in the eastern frontier that only he, Lin Shi, was worthy of Nian Qingyun, but I didn't expect any surprises. As long as he could fuse that heaven and earth spirit flame, his cultivation would completely step into the delusion-breaking realm. At that time, the entire young generation of the holy state would also inevitably be led by him. What ancient clan young master? Supreme inheritance. All of them had to be trampled under his feet. What's wrong with the little family? What's wrong with poor talent? Only a heavenly pride honed through endless killing could stand at the top of heaven and earth. Moreover, Linger's sister had yet to be found, and in the vastness of the holy state, he simply didn't know where to start. But as long as she had accumulated enough fame, I thought she would surely come looking for her when she heard about it, right? A hint of despair flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. Since the time of his birth, the Lin family had fallen into disrepair. His father, Lin Dong, was originally a famous heavenly figure in the eastern border, but he was victimized by a traitor and eventually became an invalid, leading his clan to migrate to a small border town. Linger was not his real sister, but an orphan that Lin Dong had adopted on the street. Originally, life in the Lin family was peaceful and comfortable, but on Lin Shi's 14th birthday, the enemy who framed his father came to his door, vowing to kill him. Lin Dong sends Lin Shi and Linger away in the night, but on the way he is pursued. Eventually, the three were separated and never heard from again, and Lin Suk accidentally picks up a ring because he fell off a cliff while running away. But who would have thought that a remnant soul of a supreme powerhouse was hidden in that ring? According to the spirit elder, his realm had reached the Zun realm in his lifetime, and he was known to the world as the Heavenly Flame Venerable. Of course, Lin Shi did not believe all of his words. After all, in the entire sacred state today, the strongest person was only at the Emperor realm, and the Zun realm had long been a legend. However, it was undeniable that the Gong method that Spirit Elder had passed down to him was truly divine and terrifying, and was actually able to raise his cultivation level by fusing heaven and earth spirit flames. Although the process was extremely perilous, his battle power was considered to be the top of his peers. Originally, Lin Shi's talent wasn't considered demonic, but since cultivating that burning scripture, he had vaguely touched a trace of the power of the Tao. What kind of horrible talent is that? How many people in the entire sacred state could sense the great Tao at the realm of Xiancheng? Linger, father, no matter where you are, I will find you. Wait for me. Wait for the day when my Lin Xie's name resounds throughout the entire sacred prefecture. That will be the day of our reunion. Who are you? On the table next to him, a few handsome-looking youths frowned and looked Lin Xi up and down, their faces a little wary. My name is Lin Xie. I come from the eastern border city. Gentlemen, what did you say just now? That mighty one who was hidden here? Is it very powerful? Lin Xi wanted to enter the mountain to look for fire, so naturally he had to figure out the situation in the mountain. Immortal Heart Inferno. Even on the Heaven and Earth Spirit Flame list, it was a terrifying existence that ranked 7th. Once such a spirit flame was released, it was bound to attract some supreme powers to fight over it. Although Lin Shi had many cards in his hand, he still didn't have the slightest chance of winning against those old monsters. Furthermore, the day after tomorrow would be the day of Ling Xiao and Nian Qingyun's engagement, and a large number of powerful people would surely descend from the Ling clan's sacred realm. He had to make some preparations in advance, and when the matter of the Ling clan was settled, he immediately took fire and left. Of course it's powerful. That person's body is a 1,000-year-old firewolf. His cultivation has long since stepped into the peak of Divine Marquis. Even Divine King powerhouses easily wouldn't dare to provoke him. A few youths looked at Lin Shi with a look of a country bumpkin. So, thanks a lot, Divine Marquis powerhouses, with battle prowess close to that of a Divine King. Sure enough, there was some trouble. However, since this firewolf was hidden here, it wasn't all bad for Lin Shi. At the very least, in a short period of time, no one should be exploring that secret realm that hid the immortal heart inferno. If not for the fact that he cultivated the burning scripture and had an instinctive intuition of the spiritual fire of heaven and earth, he would not have been able to sense the aura of that spiritual fire at all. As for those who had mysteriously disappeared, Lin Xie guessed that most likely they had been burned to ashes by that bizarre heart flame. Ling Xiao, the day after tomorrow, I will let the entire sacred state know that you, the ancient clan prince, are nothing in my eyes. Nian Qingyun, you are mine. As the words fell, Lin Shi immediately raised his feet and walked towards that sunset mountain range. Zeal. I sense a very familiar aura in that mountain range. Inside the ring, the voice of Spirit Elder suddenly came. Although nowadays, this Zun Realm powerhouse was no longer as brave as he was back then. However, under Lin Shi's careful service over the past few years, the divine soul had recovered quite a bit. Furthermore, he himself had cultivated the burning scripture and was extremely familiar with all the flame scents in the world. Familiar scent. Spirit Elder, is it immortal heart flame? Lin Shi felt his breath become short. Although right now, he didn't have enough time to fuse this flame, but in the entire sacred state, how many people other than him could fuse the spirit flame into their bodies? It's not the aura of spirit flame. This aura, it's the Tao spirit fruit. Chapter 85 Waste Ling Tian. Taoist spirit fruit? Lin Xia's eyes widened steeply. Although he had never heard of the name of this spirit fruit, the word Tao was evocative enough. Moreover, even the always calm and collected Spirit Elder was showing a look of excitement at this time, so one could imagine how terrifying this Tao Rule Spirit Fruit should be. Not bad, it's the aura of the Tao Spirit Fruit. Spirit Elder's voice trembled a little. His original body had been shattered, and now he only existed in the form of a remnant soul in Lin Shi's ring, and these spirit fruits born between heaven and earth were endlessly wonderful for the recovery of his divine soul. In particular, this Tao Rule Spirit Fruit was able to help him regain half of his divine soul might at its peak. Even if it was no good, he didn't have to hide in the ring all day long to survive. Instead, the divine soul can manifest and appear in the outside world now. For a remnant of a soul trapped in a ring for thousands of years and years, what is it that you crave the most? Of course it's a woman. No, of course it's free. Could it be? A flash of contemplation flashed in Lin Shi's eyes, and his heart seemed to have more than a few guesses. But the aura of that Tao Rule Spirit Fruit seems to be masked, and it hasn't matured yet. Although the Spirit Elder had fallen for endless years, his divine soul perception was absolutely unparalleled. Even an Emperor Realm powerhouse would have a hard time matching him. And this, naturally, was the main reason why Lin Xia had been able to turn the danger into good fortune and develop steadily over the years. With a treasure-seeking beast by his side that can foresee danger in advance and can also sense where the creation is, even if it is a little cutie, I'm afraid that it could be fed into a top-notch powerhouse. Being masked by someone's breath? No wonder. At this time, Lin Shi was already all but certain that the firewolf that was secluded in the Sunset Mountain was more than likely here for this Tao Rule Spirit Fruit in the first place. It was just that the Spirit Fruit had not yet ripened, and it was not good for him to pick it in advance, so he lied about being hidden from the world. The purpose was naturally waiting for that Spirit Fruit to ripen. It seems that I misunderstood immortal heartitis. Those people who strangely disappeared might have really been killed by that firewolf. Lin Shi muttered, and at the end asked Spirit Elder, Spirit Elder, can you tell when that spirit fruit will mature? There are at most 3 days left. Otherwise the aura of this spirit fruit wouldn't be so strong. 3 days, just right. Lin Xia sneered. Now that the attention of all the clan powerhouses in the eastern frontier had been attracted over by Ling Xiao and Nian Qingyun's engagement banquet, it was thought that few people would set their sights on this small, out-of-the-way town. Furthermore, Sunset City was adjacent to the Ling clan's sacred realm, and as the saying goes, the more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that a tiny divine marquee realm demonic beast would dare to conceal itself from the eyes of the Ling clan. Sure, I didn't expect that this time when I came to the Ling clan, not only did I find traces of the immortal heart inflammation, but I also stumbled upon this heavenly creation. So, this thing called Chi Luck is really a key factor in driving the plot forward. Spirit Elder, with your strength, is there a way to steal that spirit fruit? Lin Shi asked himself that with his Xin Qing realm cultivation, he might still have a fighting chance against the Delusion Breaker. If one spelled out all their cards, it wasn't as if a god general powerhouse couldn't fight, but the divine constabulary realm, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. But Spirit Elder was different. He had already helped Lin Xia in critical situations several times, and the cost is, at best, a period of slumber. If he could obtain this Tao Spirit Fruit, even if there was only a 1 in 10 million chance of comprehending a trace of the power of the Tao, it would be a drastic change for his strength. Xia, you fused the immortal heart inflammation. You're bound to be able to comprehend the power of the Tao. So this spirit fruit, can you give it to me? How could the Spirit Elder not sense the greed in Lin Shi's heart, and immediately smiled bitterly. If I can swallow this spirit fruit, I will at least be able to condense my soul body. And if there are any more fierce dangers in the future, I will be able to face the enemy alongside you. Oh, a hint of gloom quietly flashed through Lin Shi's eyes, only to be followed by an incomparably relieved laugh. What are you thinking of, Spirit Elder? I originally wanted to seize it and give it to you. Joking aside, He was still counting on the spirit elder to lead him to find more spirit flame creations, and now was clearly not the time to offend him. It's just a spirit fruit in the district. What's there to give up? Sierra, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I still don't know how long I would have to sleep. Don't worry, as long as I can fuse this spirit fruit, even if the Ling clan knows where the immortal heart inferno is located, I have a way for you to get it. Thank you, spirit elder. Then we are now. There's no hurry. There's still some time before that fruit ripens. Don't you still have an iron corpse puppet on you? By then, the spirit elder's voice gradually trailed off, while the corners of Lin Shi's mouth unconsciously raised a smile. Ha ha ha. Spirit elder is worthy of being a character from 1,000 years ago. He really acts meticulously. Over here, Ling Xiao drove the 9 Dragons Golden Whiskey all the way back from the Wandao Demon sect to Cold Sky City, where the Ling clan's sacred realm was located. It was said to be a city, but in fact, it was a magnificent ancient hall that had been built by the Ling clan's successive generations of children, on the dragon vein of Sunset Mountain. Although the Ling clan was an ancient clan, it was not like clans and dynasties that collected disciples, but after thousands of years of accumulation, there are 9 major branches. The disciples of the Ling clan were so competitive that one person took a dozen more daughters-in-law, and the momentum of this ancient clan was instantly up. Moreover, since it is an ancient clan, there will always be some subordinate forces behind it. Over time, this Ling clan's sacred realm became a huge city that housed hundreds of thousands of people. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in mid-air, looking at the bustling flow of people in the city with some shock in his eyes. Although from memory, Ling Xiao had long known that as one of the few ancient clans in the sacred state that had been passed down for 1,000 years, the Ling clan was extremely powerful. But at this moment, when he looked at the 1,000-feet-high city wall below him and the strong aura scattered everywhere in the city, he still felt as if he had underestimated the honor of the 4 words Duke of the Ling clan. No wonder, even 10,000 enemies, the Lord of the 10,000 Paths Demon sect, who was also at the Divine Emperor realm, was incredibly scornful of the Ling family. Ling Xiao only hurriedly swept a glance, but surprisingly, he felt several pressures that were not weaker than those of a God King powerhouse. In the middle of the ancient city, a pillar of 7-colored light connected heaven and earth. There, it was the entrance to the Ling clan's sacred realm, and right now, this ancient city was merely a place for those subordinate forces of the Ling clan to reside. The true people of the Ling clan all live in their own small worlds. Rumor had it that that small world was set up by the Ling clan's ancestor who had forcefully captured the dragon vein of Sunset Mountain. It could be imagined that the spiritual chi in there should be so dense that it had reached such a terrifying level. Ling Tian, you punk, how dare you come to the martial arts stage? If it wasn't for the fact that you're the son of the Ling clan, you would have been beaten to death long ago. But just as Ling Xiao was putting away the dragon whiskey and wanted to head to the sacred realm, in a corner of that ancient city, a soft drink suddenly reached his ears. Ling Tian, punk? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth instantly raised a smile and he lowered his head to look downward. Sure enough, he saw a young man dressed in blue, stubbornly standing on a martial arts platform, holding a green-colored ancient sword with a resolute expression. Oh, several familiar scenes. Chapter 86, Sword Vein Divine Body. Cut the crap and strike. On the martial arts stage, the young man's brow is resolute, and his body has its own aura to spread out. Just looking at his cultivation, he hadn't even stepped into the void spirit realm, and was completely mortal. Humph, Ling Tian, you've already lost 73 matches in a row. Are you sick in the head? If it wasn't for the fact that you're the son of the Ling clan, do you think you're qualified to stand here? Across from him, a magnificently dressed and arrogant-looking son of a worldly family sneered in a cold voice. Although this Ling Tian was the second son of the Ling clan, who in the entire Cold Sky ancient city didn't know that he didn't have any semblance of status in the clan at all. Before the age of 10, this Ling Tian was the Ling clan's most outstanding heavenly pride teenager. Even quite a few Ling clan elders had decided that he was the Ling clan's hope for another brilliant career, but no one expected. 10 years old that year, this talented young man suddenly fell. Not only lost all the cultivation, it is said that even the Sea of Dan is broken. Of course, these are what outsiders think. Although Ling Tian was still young at that time, but in his heart, he could remember clearly that his Sea of Dan was ruthlessly dug out by that woman Xian Yuanyu. Over the years, he had endured the contemptuous taunts of everyone inside and outside the clan, but he had never made the events of that year public. It was because he hadn't had the strength to call a spade with Xian Yuanyu before. But now, humph, Ling Xiao, my good brother, this time when you come back, I'm going to prepare a heavenly surprise for you. Recently, the entire Ling clan had begun to prepare the candidates for the position of heir apparent. These years of experience had allowed Ling Tian to deeply understand the truth that a person, as long as they were strong enough, would not lack followers. As long as he could prove in front of the clan elders that he was better than Ling Xiao, then this position of heir apparent would definitely be his. Moreover, now that Xian Yuanyu had long since stopped returning to the Ling clan, and as long as he became the Ling clan's heir apparent, he thought that it wouldn't be so easy for that woman to want to hurt herself again. Engagement party. Pust. Ling Xiao. I'll make you realize what shame means. A Ling clan male who had been defeated by his own punk brother. I guess the Pumiao Taoist palace would no longer be willing to marry the goddess to him? Nothing. This was what Ling Tian wanted Ling Xiao to taste. Just wait. Xian Yuan Yu. It won't be long before I make you mother and son. Kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. 3 years. Finally. To be able to use that power. Brother C. Be gentle with your hands. Or else if you break this little son of ours, the Ling clan won't spare you. Bah! What kind of male is he? The Ling clan only has one male from the first lineage, and that's Prince Ling Xiao. It's also true that there is no life or death on the martial arts stage. Since he dares to stand here, we must teach him some lessons today, no matter what we say. Brother Seat Song. Get him. Below the ring, a few noble temperament young ladies got together and sneered. On the other hand, the youth named Seat Song only shook his head and smiled. Ling Tian, if you admit defeat now, I can refrain from making a move. Otherwise later on, I'm afraid that I'll miss and kill you. No one in the entire Cold Sky City knew that the two brothers, Ling Xiao and Ling Tian, did not get along, even many times. It was Ling Xiao who stood behind the scenes and deliberately dispatched people to humiliate Ling Tian. In this regard, the people of the Ling clan had always turned a blind eye. Furthermore, this Ling Tian had recently run to the martial arts stage 3 times to seek abuse. Obviously a waste of space, yet he liked to run around provoking them. The Cold City Heaven's pride. If we don't give him a taste of power today, I'm afraid he won't know how to repent. Really? In that case, I'll beat you to death first. Ling Tian nodded calmly as the ancient sword in his hand gently lifted and then gently fell. Buzz. Monstrous sword intent suddenly emanated from Ling Tian's body. A ray of green light appeared in the sky and earth at first, like the wind mesmerizing the eyes. Opposite Ling Tian, the Chinese-robed youth's face froze as he hurriedly exerted his means to block in front of him. However, the spiritual energy of his entire body seemed to be nothing in front of Ling Tian's sword intent. A ray of bloodlight rushed up into the sky, accompanied by that Seat Sung's hiss of pain. Ah! The entire martial arts stage was instantly silent. Everyone looked at the dying Seat Sung, who had fallen in a pool of blood on the stage, as well as the calm Ling Tian in front of him, with a deep shock in their eyes. How, maybe? Just now on Ling Tian's body, it was clear that there was not a trace of spiritual power fluctuation scattered. But what was the matter with that sword intent? Why was he, a punk, able to chop off an arm of a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse with a single sword? That's ridiculous, isn't it? Sword Dao Dao? Kind of interesting. Ling Xiao stood high above the sky with his arms crossed, looking coldly at the martial arts stage below. How could he not see the terrifying severity contained in Ling Tian's sword just now? This kind of severity could cut down heaven and earth. Not to mention a Soul Sea Realm ant. 2,000 points of fortune value. Sword Vein Divine Body. Awakening the power of Dao rules. I just don't know. Does this Ling Tian have a boundary prison pagoda in his body? Ah, worthy of being the heavenly fate son who had his Dan C dug out by me. Ling Zhao's mind instantly figured out what was going on. This Ling Tian was indeed as he had guessed before, having awakened other talents after having his Dan C tapped. Although the path of cultivation, the Sea of Dan is fundamental. Without the Sea of Dan, it was impossible to swallow the aura of heaven and earth. And without being able to swallow the aura, how could one perceive the vastness of the great Tao? But this Ling Tian was different. He used the sword as a Dan and the Tao as a sea, not cultivating spiritual power. He directly cultivated the Tao of the sword and sensed a trace of the power of the Tao. So even if he didn't have any cultivation at all, there were definitely not many people under the divine generals who could withstand one of his swords. This is the real sword Tao demon. Compared to Ling Tian, Yi Qingchan's sword Tao was nothing more than a way to awaken the host of wisdom. Even if he hadn't crossed over himself, this time Ling Xiao had returned to his clan. I'm afraid that he would more than likely have been publicly wasted by this Ling Tian. Ling Clan Duke. To put it nicely, this Duke is strong enough. Then naturally, he is admired by all people, and his master is kind and respectful. But if this male is not strong enough, I'm afraid that sooner or later he will be replaced. This kind of thing was not uncommon in any supreme inheritance. After all, if you want to make sure that a Tao is strong, sometimes you have to put family feelings aside. Ling Xiao had no doubt that when Ling Tian was able to easily decapitate himself, he would definitely become the new pride of the entire Ling clan. Even if he was the Grand Duke of the first lineage of the Ling clan, those clan elders would definitely not blame Ling Tian for that. There was no life or death on the battlefield. Besides, who would want their family's future heir to be a loser? It's a shame. Even if he was well hidden and his cultivation was strong, how could he be a match for Ling Xiao? The road to villainy is a long one. Ling Xiao smiled helplessly, but a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. The new Destiny's Child, will it be killed? Or will it be taken in? A feud between two people is just destined to be a little easier to kill. Able to. Many images from his childhood suddenly surfaced in Ling Xiao's mind. At that time, he was unable to cultivate himself and was bullied and humiliated by his clan. Every time. Wasn't it this punk of a brother now, stubbornly standing up for himself? It's just a bit of a pain in the ass. Though, Chapter 87, Eaten by Dogs. Ah. Seetsung's miserable scream instantly attracted the attention of the entire martial arts arena. Everyone was looking at the figure of the young man who retrieved the long sword with some horror, and there was nothing else but shock in their eyes. A waste with no cultivation, killing a soul see heavenly pride with a single sword. Was that possible? Ling Tian, on the other hand, just glanced at the crowd very calmly and lifted his foot to leave. Drawing his sword 100,000 times, he had completely managed to connect with the origin of the sword Dao. The swords that other people chopped out were carrying sword chi, and stronger ones were sword intent. And he, out of the sword, is the Tao. At this moment, Ling Tian was confident that even the delusion breaker would definitely not be able to withstand the power of one of his swords. And the sky, it seems to still be at the soul sea level, right? Oh, my good brother, I can't wait a bit to see your desperate face yet. Conger, just as Ling Tian's figure stepped down from the battle platform, a stern cry suddenly came from the distant void. Immediately, a tall figure whose entire body was shrouded in golden light took a step and appeared beside Seetsung. Behind them, there were also several subordinates with strong auras. It's the head of the Sea family, Si Lin. This aura, it seems that Si Lin's cultivation level has made another breakthrough recently. The eyes of quite a few worldly powerhouses hidden in the shadows watching the action stared, but the corners of their mouths carried a hint of inexplicable playfulness. The Si family was one of the four great families of Cold Mountain City, and the Ling clan was deadly loyal. The head of the family, Si Lin, was already a divine marquis third-grade powerhouse, and it was rumored that the Si family also had an old ancestor of the divine king realm who was always in seclusion. Seetsung is the only heir of Si Lin, and has always been arrogant and accustomed to this Cold Mountain City. Even the Ling family's collateral clansmen have to be courteous when they see him. Usually the greatest pleasure is to molest the young girls of all families, and the women around them change more diligently than Ling Xiao. However, he did not expect that today he would be chopped off an arm by this waste of a man. Ling Tian, with a single sword. Wouldn't this be one-handed when pushing a cart in the future? Besides, how can you be invincible and fast with these arms gone and even less use for your fingers? Of course, at this point, no one believed that Ling Tian had done this on his own. Thinking about it, he most likely made use of a certain supreme treasure on his body. After all, he was a son of the Ling clan, so how could he not have a few life-preserving cards? Just to use this kind of tactic for the sake of a competition. Was this Ling Tian crazy? Beating up the little ones and getting the old ones out does fit quite well with the villainous drag queen style. Ling Xiao watched the several figures that landed on the ground with equal interest. Conger, Si Lin roared angrily, and looking at Seetsung's neatly severed arm, a flash of gloom flashed across his eyes. At this moment, how could he not see the hint of terrifying lingering that permeated Seetsung's wounds? This hint of Ling had completely destroyed the vitality of this arm of his. In other words, even if it's connected, it's only going to be a showpiece. Ling Tian, you deserve to die. Si Lin casually shoved a spirit elixir into Seetsung's hand before rising abruptly and glaring angrily at the teenager under the battle stage. Family Master Si, what do you mean by that? Ling Tian frowned lightly, and a bit of residual blood quietly dripped down above the ancient sword. A divine marquis realm powerhouse. He couldn't kill. And looking at this Si Lin's appearance, it seemed that he didn't put him, a son of the Ling clan, in his eyes either. Of course, not to mention the heads of these four great families. Even some of the smaller families in Cold Mountain City didn't even put him, the second son of the Ling clan, in their eyes. A waste, or a waste that doesn't get along with Duke Ling Xiao. Sooner or later, he's going to die. It just depends on Lord Ling Xiao's mood. What do I mean? Why? You say, did you cut off my son's arm? Si Lin held back his heart's anger. If he wasn't afraid of the Ling clan, at this point he would have been unable to resist striking out and getting this trash killed. That's a bit of a ridiculous statement from the family head. Above the battle stage, life and death is not a matter of concern. What's wrong with me chopping off one of his arms? Although Ling Tian couldn't kill Si Lin, he believed that he wouldn't dare to touch himself. It's a big no-no for slaves to kill their masters. Si Lin doesn't have that kind of courage. What's wrong with chopping off his arm? This is a very easy thing for you to say. If you can chop off my son's arm based on your ability, I naturally have no complaints. But how did you do it when you were born as a wasted person? Since it's a martial arts competition, of course it's based on real talent. What the second prince did, it's not yet disgraceful. At this time, Lin knew that he was at a disadvantage, and could only find a random excuse to make things difficult for Ling Tian. And above his body, a divine constabulary power filled out, instantly caging the latter's head. Joke, since it's a match, you don't care what tactics I use. However, Ling Tian ultimately did not have half of his cultivation on him, not to mention a divine marquee powerhouse. Even if it was the soul sea pressure, he would not be able to withstand it. But even so, at this time, he still stubbornly stood in place and did not take half a step back. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the stubborn figure whose entire body was trembling and blood was spilling out from the corner of his mouth as a flash of teasing flashed across his eyes. It's still not bad enough, a little more so that he, the savior, can shine. Ling Tian, you deliberately humiliated our family. In vain, my Xi family has been loyal to the Ling clan. This time, if you don't give me a statement, our family will definitely not stop. Lin took a step forward. A majestic momentum on his body instantly blasted out, directly smashing onto Ling Tian's body, with the faint sound of bones breaking resounding. Oh, what does Family Master Xi want to say? High above the sky, a cold laugh suddenly came out. Immediately, a black-clothed figure descended from the sky and directly blocked in front of Ling Tian, and the original pressure on the latter's body instantly dissipated. The beauty of the world is unrivaled. That plump, jade-like face carried a hint of a scornful smile. Duke Ling Xiao? On the martial arts arena, everyone looked at the figure that had suddenly descended, and a trace of surprise flashed through their eyes. When did His Excellency come back? Moreover, why was he standing in front of Ling Tian? Duke Ling Xiao? Lin's face froze, and his aura steeply withered. In front of Ling Tian, he could do so without fear. But in front of this, the Ling clan lineage of the Grand Duke, the future is to be in charge of the existence of the Ling clan. He naturally did not dare to have the slightest offense. Your Excellency has come at the right time. You must make a decision for Song. Normally when Ling Xiao was in the clan, this Song was the most loyal dog by his side. The two stink. Either they were drinking and blowing awesome together, or they were on their way to flirt with a beautiful woman, and were known as the second youngest man in Cold City. Seeing Ling Xiao, not only was Lin not half terrified, the corners of his mouth instead raised in a cold smile. Now, Ling Tian was dead. With the grudge between these two males, Ling Xiao would at the very least chop off one of Ling Tian's arms as a punishment. Master Xi hasn't told me what you want to say? Ling Xiao smiled playfully, not caring in the slightest about Ling Tian's murderous eyes behind him. He wasn't afraid of the latter suddenly wielding his sword to behead him. After all, an enemy who had been holding back for 7 years would certainly not let him die too decently. Ling Tian's methods are cruel, brutally killing my clan's young master. Please, Mr. Ling Xiao, do the right thing for Song and chop off that Ling Tian's arm. Boom! The entire martial arts arena instantly became dead silent. Everyone looked at the calm-faced black-clothed male, inwardly guessing whether he would agree to Lin's request or not. I think so, right? After all, this Grand Duke of the Ling clan's ruthlessness was well known throughout Cold Sky City. Now that he had a chance after a long time, he definitely wouldn't let that punk Ling Tian go. Ling Tian's palms quietly gripped the ancient sword tightly as a flash of struggle flashed across the bottom of his eyes. If he really dared to make a move against himself, then the plan would have to be advanced. But just as the crowd's minds were spinning, waiting for Ling Xiao to make his move, the corners of the latter's mouth, however, suddenly lifted up in a sneer. Sirin, has your brain been eaten by a dog? Chapter 88, The Slave Clan. What? Lin's expression was flabbergasted, obviously not understanding the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. I say, is your brain eaten by a dog? Ling Xiao sneered, and with a wave of his palm, he directly held the paralyzed Song in his hands. Can this guy's one arm be compared to my brother's one arm? Lin, I'm afraid you don't have your identity straight, do you? Let alone an arm. Even if I kill him today, so what? You slave clans, the power of life and death was already in the hands of the Ling clan. What? Are you thinking that your wings have gotten hard? No, Lord Ling Xiao. Lin's face turned white, and the original resentment in his eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by a sense of trepidation. Although Ling Xiao's words were hard to hear, what he said was actually not bad. A family like the Xi family was originally a slave beside the Ling clan, and if they wanted to kill or fight, it was all up to the master's mind. Only, what made him a bit strange was why today, Duke Ling Xiao would take the initiative to shelter that punk Ling Tian? Lin, you'd better remember clearly, your Xi family is nothing more than a dog raised by my Ling clan. If the Ling clan can feed you and grow you up, they can stew you and eat you and raise another obedient one. And you, even if it's on the martial arts stage and you dared to take a swing at my younger brother, you should still be dead. As the words fell, Ling Zhao's palm snapped and directly pinched that Si Tsung's neck into two pieces. I'm killing him now because I'm giving your Si family face. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the only one who died today. Conger. Si Lin clenched his teeth, his whole body vaguely trembling a little. Only in front of such a strong Ling Xiao, he no longer dared to have a trace of disobedience for fear of bringing about the catastrophe of extermination. Originally, all he had to do was to honestly take Si Tsung away and his life would be saved. But he had made a fool of himself and wanted to ask for a statement on Ling Tian. It's self-inflicted. The entire martial arts arena was somewhat terrifyingly silent. Everyone looked at the black-clothed, hostile Grand Duke Ling Xiao and didn't dare to let out a single fart. That's what makes the ancient clan duke so intimidating. Absolutely domineering, absolutely unprovocable. Kill at the drop of a hat. Kill you, and you can't resist, and you have to reflect on yourself, and you have to be proud and lucky about it. In recent years, the Si family was the one that had produced a few strong men, but compared to the behemoth that was the Ling clan, it was the difference between an ant and the sky. Compared to Ling Xiao, that second Prince Ling's character was really a bit weak. Of course, in fact, with Ling Xiao's character, he is simply too lazy to talk nonsense with these dog slaves, and if he doesn't like it, he can just kill them. At this moment, he was only ranting so much in order to stimulate Ling Tian. As expected, Ling Tian's face was similarly a bit dumbfounded as he looked at the black-clothed figure in front of him. How could he stand up for himself? From birth until now, this brother of his has humiliated himself at all times. Before he was 10 years old, he was said to be a wild seed, a pariah, not a descendant of the Ling clan at all. After the age of 10 it was even more straightforward. Scraps, disgraceful trash, unworthy of being a Ling clan descendant. Today, why would he voluntarily stand up for himself? Conspiracy. Definitely a conspiracy. Could it be that he saw the sword intent Dao that he had performed just now? So he deliberately showed kindness, wanting me to spare his life? That must be it. Humph. Ling Xiao, do you really think you can make me forgive you with your words? You dream. You've come back just in time. This time, don't go back to the Wan Dao demon sect. What are you still standing there for? Disgraceful trash. Why don't you roll back to the clan with me? But just as Ling Tian was secretly seething with hatred, that familiar despised angry cry suddenly came to his ears. You! Ling Tian's face turned white as he instinctively felt a hint of awe. The shadow Ling Xiao had left on him was just too great, and if he hadn't been careful to hold back these past few years, he was afraid that he would have been played to death by him long ago. But it shouldn't be. Shouldn't this Ling Xiao continue to curry favor with me? How dare you humiliate me like that? You, as a son of the Ling clan, to be threatened by a dog raised by your own family. What a shame. Ling Xiao snorted coldly and turned towards the center of the ancient city, and Ling Tian gritted his teeth and eventually followed. He wanted to see what kind of trick his good brother was playing, and only as the two left did Si Lin's figure slowly rise from the ground. He glanced at the corpse of Si Tsung beside him, and deep within his eyes, there was a chill. Family master, Wei, take the body of the young lord and go back. Sirin took a deep breath, turned around and disappeared. When did you get back? On the streets of the cold sky ancient city, the two Ling Xiao brothers walked side by side, drawing countless people around them to bow and salute. However, at this moment, many people carried a trace of doubt in their hearts. When have these two ever been able to walk together in peace? Ling Xiao had always regarded Ling Tian as a shame, and it wasn't a matter of a day or two of ostracizing and suppressing him at every turn. This was not a secret in the cold sky ancient city. No big deal. Not even a brother. Ling Xiao turned his head and glared at Ling Tian, but his figure walked directly towards an old Taoist who had set up a stall on the side of the road to tell fortunes. Brother? Ling Tian froze for a moment. As far as he could remember, he hadn't yelled that word in 7 years. Moreover, on weekdays, what Ling Xiao resented the most was people saying that he was Ling Tian's brother. Here, old man, read my fortune. Ling Xiao sat in front of the old Taoist. To one's surprise, the old Taoist in front of him with a withered face and a long white beard did not show too much restraint. By all rights, the cultivators who were begging for a living in this cold sky ancient city should all be terrified and humble when they saw the two dukes of the Ling family. But he just nodded and pointed to the sign jar beside him. Your Excellency will shake a stick first. You first. Ling Xiao handed the sign jar to Ling Tian, who frowned lightly, but in the end, he didn't say anything and instead shook out a bamboo sign from it. Your Excellency's branch is the upper sign. Although there are ups and downs in his life, he can turn misfortune into good fortune, and when he encounters a mountain, he will show it, and he is destined to be the one who achieves the imperial throne. The old Taoist glanced at the trigram sign and nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, the corners of Ling Tian's mouth instantly raised in a smile. It seems that this old Taoist has some Taoist skills, and he does have some twists and turns in his life, and they are all due to Ling Zhao's mother and son. However, it was also because his Danci was dug up that he awakened the sword vein divine body as a result. Now that he was 16 years old and had comprehended the power of the Tao, even if he was unable to cultivate spiritual power, as long as his sword body came to fruition, he would eventually stand at the pinnacle of the sacred Tao. My lord, please. The old Taoist put the sign back in the jar and handed it to Ling Xiao. Ha! Achieving the imperial throne? Ling Xiao let out a faint smile and shook out a bamboo stick from it as well. This. Just that party still looked transcendent, old Taoist. At this time a look at the content of that sign, the face instantly became gloomy. Your Excellency, this sign. What's wrong? It's not good to talk about it. Speak up when I tell you to. What's the point of dawdling? Ling Xiao frowned, while the old Taoist hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. Your Excellency, this sign foretells a great evil omen, the world as an enemy, a life of countless hardships, sometimes in fear of his life. Chapter 89, Emperor Ling's Intentions. The math is pretty accurate. Ling Zhao's eyes condensed slightly, then he let out a cold smile as a cold demonic aura quietly filled his body. Did you have your fortune read before you went out? Take another good look. Sweat was instantly seen on the old Taoist's head. How could he not feel the threatening intent in Ling Zhao's words? Moreover, since he was cultivating in this cold mountain ancient city, how could he not recognize this person in front of him? Ling Xiao, the eldest son of the Ling clan, has a ferocious nature and kills people at every turn. Able to, as a member of the heavenly chant sect, the art he had learned was to comprehend the heavenly chants and convey heaven's destiny to the world, and to tamper with it in such a haphazard manner was not disrespectful to heaven's destiny? Of course, if Ling Xiao knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would be afraid that he would laugh his ass off. Disrespectful to the mandate of heaven? I specialize in killing the sons of heaven, so what if I don't respect them? My lord, Poof. Ling Xiao picked up the trigram sign and directly broke it, then took out another one from the sign jar and threw it in front of that old Taoist. What about this one? This one is also a sign of great evil. Click. Then another one. Until the 9th trigram sign. The old Taoist only wiped the cold sweat on his head and said to Ling Xiao with a smile, Sir, this one is better, this one is much better. This one says, Sir's heavenly destiny is on his own, and no one else can interfere. There's something to be said for the divine order. Ling Xiao got up and gave Ling Tian a cold look. The so-called trigrams are nothing more than these thieves fooling the mortal people. Those of us on the immortal path should hold our lives in our own hands. Got it? As the words fell, Ling Xiao turned straight around and left. He's educating me? Humph. My good brother. I'd like to think that first trigram is your end then. Lifting up the world. People like you don't deserve to have loved ones at all. With a grim smile, Ling Tian pulled out a few spirit stones from his pocket and threw them to the old fortune teller, lifting his foot to follow. Along the way, Ling Xiao did not say another word to Ling Tian. It was only after entering the Ling clan's sacred realm that Fong said in a cold voice, Today, I am not standing up for you. It's just that the majesty of my Ling clan can't be provoked by those dog slaves. And you, the second son of the Tangling clan, can die, but you can't lose my Ling clan's pride. Ling Tian was just about to get angry when he saw that Ling Xiao had already torn through the air. Just let you be arrogant for a few more days. When it comes to the position of the air, I will personally take back everything that belongs to me. Ling Tian gritted his teeth fiercely, and in the Sea of Dan, a golden sword shadow lightly trembled and buzzed, seemingly soothing his mind. The current you is like an ant in my eyes. Over here, Ling Xiao walked in the Ling clan's sacred realm. As far as the eye can see, the buildings and palaces rise and fall. The divine light and spiritual mist rushed skyward and filled the air. In the sky above his head, green light flowed, and the sun and moon shone together. A fluctuation of aura that was visible to the naked eye, as if traveling clouds were floating in it. At the end of the sky, a spirit pillar that looked like a dragon stood through the sky, with a divine charm that was monstrous. With just one glance, Ling Xiao felt that his entire body's chi and blood were actually vaguely boiling, worthy of being the ancient clan's sacred realm. The aura in here, I'm afraid it's 10 or 100 times denser than the outside world. There was some shock in Ling Xiao's eyes, once again shocked by the Ling clan's depth. It's hard not to make a breakthrough when you're practicing here. The supreme Taoist lineage, inherited from the ancient clans. It will not fall for 1,000 years, and it will rule over 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. This is true. Lord Ling Xiao is back. Greetings, Your Excellency. Along the way, from time to time, there were Ling clan underlings and maidservants bending down to salute, and Ling Xiao just smiled and nodded without saying anything. But even so, it still made many underlings feel extremely ridiculous. Was Lord Ling Xiao smiling at us just now? Seems like yeah. Looks like the male is in a good mood. That's right. The day after tomorrow is the engagement banquet of the Duke and the Dao Palace goddess. Have you heard? That goddess is known as the first beauty of the sacred state, and has the immortal face that wreaks havoc on the 10,000 clans. Only our male son would be good enough for her. Hearing the murmurs coming from behind him, Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled as his figure swept out, intending to head towards the center of the Holy Land. Duke! Just then, a sudden cry of alarm came from the distance. Immediately, an old man dressed in hemp robes with an ordinary appearance came running. Before reaching Ling Xiao, the entire person actually knelt down first. Your Phoenix Han? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth suddenly raised in a smile. Your Excellency, forgive me. The old slave has already exterminated the Phoenix clan, and I hope that your Excellency will look at. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll leave you a dog's life. Go down. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. A broken powerhouse that was like a god in the eyes of the Four Wastes was really not even a fart in his eyes. That's what it's called. The status of being across the board. It was only when a grand golden hall appeared before his eyes that Ling Xiao's footsteps came to a halt. At the same time, the door of that golden hall opened with a bang, and majestic spiritual chi erupted like a waterfall. Among them, a middle-aged man wearing a white jade robe with a charitable face stepped out, and when he saw Ling Xiao, a warm smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The man's looks were somewhat similar to Ling Xiao's, and the pair of deep black eyes seemed to contain the changing of the stars and the floating and sinking of the Qianquan. In the 10 feet of land around it, space rippled, diffusing the sun, moon and stars. This was an existence whose cultivation was terrifying to the extreme. It was even much more terrifying than Xian Yuan Yu, 10,000 enemies, and the others. The lord of the Ling clan, Ling Tianlin, the emperor who had pressed across the eastern border of the holy state for endless years. Shower, you're back. Ling Tianlin looked at Ling Xiao with gentleness in his eyes. If this scene were to be seen by an onlooker, it would definitely feel incomparably shocking. After all, whether it was in the eyes of his clansmen or his enemies, Ling Tianlin was the resolute, cold and arrogant emperor of the Ling clan. Father, Ling Xiao bowed, his tone as humble as possible. In front of Ling Tianlin, he felt an unprecedented oppression. It was even a bit more terrifying than the oppression that 10,000 enemies had given him back then. Come in and talk. Ling Tianlin smiled indifferently and turned around towards the hall, and Ling Xiao followed closely behind, stepping into the magnificent ancient hall in front of him. Boom! The door to the temple closed with a bang. Ling Tianlin sat on top of the golden chair in the center of the hall, a smile suddenly raised on his face. Shower, I heard that you killed the young master of the Sea family in Cold Sky City just now? Yes, father. I'm afraid the Sea family won't swallow this easily. Ling Xiao's eyes slightly condensed. Sure enough, nothing that happened in Cold Mountain City could be hidden from his father's eyes, even if he didn't make a move. If that Sea Lin went too far, I'm afraid that his father would send someone to make a move. How could the chosen one be crushed by a dragon set? Father is very happy that you were able to put things on ice with Tian'er. Ling Tianlin looked Ling Xiao up and down, and there seemed to be deep meaning in his eyes. Shower, I heard Patriarch once say that you have sensed the power of the Tao, and your cultivation has stepped into the peak of Xianqing? Yes, father. This time, those old things shouldn't be able to stop me from taking charge of the Ling clan. Ling Xiao nodded. He wasn't surprised that Ling Tianlin would plant eyes in the Wandao demon sect. After all, the fact that he was harboring a forbidden physique was a matter of great importance. Once exposed, not only would Ling Xiao be disallowed by the world, even the Ling clan would be plunged into a situation of no return. In these few years, Ling Tianlin had privately arranged many means. Although Ling Xiao was not aware of it, it was clear that the entire eastern frontier had fallen into his father's schemes. From the day Ling Xiao knew that he was going to be engaged to the goddess of the Pyoumiao Dao Palace, he had vaguely guessed Ling Tianlin's intentions. As one of the few supreme Dao lineages in the eastern border of the sacred state, the Misty Dao Palace possessed great influence throughout the eastern border. It was no exaggeration to say that once the 4 supreme Dao lineages of the Misty Dao Palace, the Ling clan, the Dan Yuan Holy Land, and the Wan Dao demon sect were united, I'm afraid that even the sacred sect would feel an incomparable headache. Chapter 90, Leave it to me. Misty Dao Palace. Inheriting the Emotionless Avenue. This matter was known throughout the world, and it was impossible for Ling Tianlin not to know about it. But even so, he agreed to the marriage. Though the purpose of the lord of that Dao Palace wasn't necessarily pure. But isn't that what the path of immortal cultivation is all about? Plotting against each other and seizing creation? It's just a matter of who will ultimately succeed, depending on who has the better tactics. Shower, the day after tomorrow will be the day of your engagement to Qing Yun. The matter of ruling the Ling clan will be discussed after that? Ling Tianlin suddenly spoke meaningfully. Since he was the lord of the Ling clan, He naturally had all the situations at his fingertips. The sword that Ling Tian wielded today similarly contained the power of the Tao. Originally, both of his sons had comprehended the Tao and achieved demonic fame. Ling Tianlin should have been happy. Able to. How could he not know the hatred in Ling Tian's heart? Now that the latter was no longer hiding his cultivation, I'm afraid that he mostly wanted to make a move against Ling Xiao. The battle for the position of heir apparent is a great time. But these words, he really didn't know how to tell Ling Xiao, and could only delay for a few days, waiting for Ling Xiao and Nian Xingyun to get engaged before making plans. There's no need. Father, I'll rest for a day first, and tomorrow I'll gather all the clan elders and finalize my heir status. Ling Xiao grinned as a touch of gloom flashed in his eyes. Ling Xiao was well aware of Ling Tianlin's concerns. It's just a mere sword Dao. It's like who doesn't have it? He couldn't kill Ling Tian, but that didn't mean he couldn't fight. Ling clan's 9 veins. Now Ling Tianlin's lineage is the first lineage. The position of the heir should have been picked between Ling Xiao and Ling Tian. However, in recent years, Ling Xiao's reputation was so bad that many clan elders had a strong opinion of him. Ling Tianlin was strong, but the Ling clan still had 3 emperors and 10 kings on the surface. When they were united together, even Ling Tianlin had to pay attention. Gonna have to knock the old stuff out of the park. Shower, these are all secondary. You're not too young. It's time to settle down your temperament. Nian Qingyun, I've seen one side of her. Her talent and looks are tops in the sacred state. You need to cherish it. Ling Tianlin sighed. What should come? Sooner or later. He just hoped that the 2 brothers wouldn't fight to the death. Nice? Ling Xiao froze for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh. How good could a woman who practiced the way of emotionlessness be? I'm afraid that in her eyes, she is mostly a tool used to cut off love, also known as a stepping stone. But why did she pick me? Is it because I'm handsome? Well, mostly. Shower, you need to know that all the great paths in this world are emotionless. But who can truly be emotionless and desireless? Nian Xingyun's talent is close to a demon, and she was born with a divine beast. She must be a person with great fortune. If you can take her down, the Piaomiao Dao Palace, naturally, you will take it down as well. Ling Tianlin's voice was a bit low. Unlike Xianyuan Yu's crazy coddling, every step he took was well thought out. The heavenly devil's true body is not trivial. It is a taboo set by the holy sect itself. Ling Xiao would one day stand against the entire sacred state, and the hearts and minds and Taoist traditions that he could pull together today would eventually become his leverage. Father, I understand. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at Ling Tianlin with some emotion in his eyes. A father's love is like a mountain, compared to Xianyuan Yu's directness. Ling Tianlin's love, although hidden, was equally heavy. This made Ling Xiao, who was an orphan, feel incredibly warm inside. Don't worry, father. Even if one day, my demonic body is exposed, I will never implicate the Ling clan. Alright, go and take a rest. I'll inform the clan elders to prepare for the heir position. Ling Tianlin nodded and looked at Ling Xiao with a pleased gaze. From the moment they met, he sensed that the aura on Ling Xiao's body was actually faintly showing signs of breaking through the breaking delusion. Moreover, compared to before, this oldest son, who had a domineering personality, had obviously become much more calm and quiet. Although Ling Tianlin didn't know what had happened to Ling Xiao, however, with his realm, he only needed to take a glance to know that the latter had not been taken over. It's normal for kids to have some secrets when they're older, and all he needed to do was stand behind him and try to remove all obstacles to his growth. That's right, father, the C family side. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still felt that he should remind Ling Tianlin. After all, his divine soul was far beyond ordinary people, and the resentment in that C Lin's eyes just now had not escaped his eyes at all. Recently, I noticed that the C family seemed to be in contact with other supreme Dao lineages, so I sent someone to investigate, and as a result, I captured a strong member of the C family who was in charge of transmitting messages, so it's a good time to take this opportunity to erase it. Ling Tianlin's face suddenly turned icy cold, and the temperature of the entire hall instantly dropped to freezing point. Father, leave it to the child. Ling Xiao turned around and walked directly towards the outside of the hall, and Ling Tianlin only frowned, and a black shadow immediately surfaced behind him. Follow the male. Plan master. The black shadow disappeared quietly, as if it had never been there. Killing and cruelty. The world only knows that Ling Xiao has a domineering personality, but now it seems that being more domineering may not be a bad thing. That way, no one will take him too seriously. Shower, give my father another 5 years, and no one in the entire sacred state will dare to say anything wrong about you again. Forbidden physique? Humph. Sacred sect, you guys better not go too far. In the meantime, the lobby of the C family. C Lin's face was grim as he looked at the corpses laid out in the hall, a touch of viciousness hidden in his eyes. Family head, you must do right by Tsonger. He's obviously had his arm chopped off by that Ling Tian. Why does that bastard Ling Xiao still want to kill him? Family Master Ah. At the foot of the hall, a young woman collapsed on the floor and let out a cry of pain. Not bad, Family Master. My family has been loyal for generations, but as a result, in Ling Xiao's eyes, we are just a dog. It's outrageous. Family Head, with Ling Xiao's character, even if he takes charge of the Ling clan in the future, us vassal clans will definitely not fare well. So why don't we? Family Master, don't hesitate any longer. The ancient Qin clan has repeatedly shown favor to our Si family. This time, Si Quan went ahead. So as long as the Qin family is sincere enough, let's go. Family Master, nowadays, our division family is as strong as the clouds and full of celestial pride. Although it's not as good as the Ling clan, it's still not weak in the slightest. So why should we be here for them to drive us around? Counting the time, Si Quan should be back by now. Yell, so lively? But just as the Si family was filled with righteous indignation, a light laughter suddenly came from outside the lobby. Si Lin and the others' faces turned cold as they instantly looked up, only to see that Ling Xiao, dressed in black, strutting in. Behind them, there were also two Ling clan slaves standing, with a strong aura around them, as if they were strong in the divine marquee realm. Ling Xiao Gongzi. The ferocity on Si Lin's face instantly dissipated, turning to reveal a look of being flattered, but only in the depths of his eyes. He seemed to have flashed a touch of ice. How did this Ling Xiao pass through the Si family's gate and come directly to the lobby? What are those slaves who watch the door for? Damn it, did he hear what the Zell said? At this moment, Si Lin suddenly felt a wisp of coolness that quietly rose from the soles of his feet. Chapter 91, shouldn't have come. Ling Xiao naturally heard the words of the Si family members just now. And as for the slaves who were watching the door, they were of course also dead. He came here to destroy the Si family. How could he be merciful? However, he didn't expect that this Si Lin would be so bold as to dare to conspire against the Ling clan under their noses. I wonder what Mr. Ling Xiao is up to. Si Lin grimaced and raised his eyes to signal the crowd not to be impulsive. You can't come to your Si house without business? You guys guard outside the hall. Ling Xiao grinned, turned his head to the two guards beside him and gave a command, lifting his feet to walk into the hall. But he saw that Si Tsung's body was still laid out on the ground, and his brows furrowed. Is this still not buried? Is it ready to be reborn? My lord, this is the custom of our Si family. Usually when a clan member dies, they are placed in the hall for their loved ones to mourn. Silk of cold sweat gradually flowed from Si Lin's forehead. He was planning to leave the Ling clan and join a new master. However, the word Ling clan has long been engraved in the hearts of all the people of the Si family, and they simply can't put up any resistance. Furthermore, at this moment, behind Ling Xiao, there were two divine marquee realm powerhouses following him. In total, only himself of his Si family had stepped into the divine marquee, and he was only a divine marquee first grade. The old ancestor has been in seclusion for many years, so I'm afraid it's a bit too late to wake him up at this moment. Your Si family customs are quite unique. I thought that you had something against my Ling clan. Ling Xiao sneered and lifted his foot to kick the corpse of Si Tsung that was in his way to the side. This action instantly drew the ire of many of the strongest members of the Si clan, each glaring at Ling Xiao angrily. Sorry, the dead are dead. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly and kicked the corpse back again. Ling Xiao, you bully people too much. Finally, someone couldn't suppress the anger in their heart and drank coldly towards Ling Xiao. Deception? Ling Xiao frowned and glanced at the old man in the hall with a bewildered expression. Family Master Si, did you not make it clear to them? Gongzi, I've already explained it clearly to them. Si Tsung provoked second Gongzi. He deserves to die. He deserves to die. Si Lin wiped a cold sweat from his head and smiled sarcastically. No, hey, Family Master Si, you misunderstood me. That's not what I'm talking about. Ling Xiao shook his head, his face suddenly becoming incredibly serious. Can't it be that this Ling Xiao has come to the door to apologize? For a moment, there had been a wavering in Seren's mind. If today, this Ling clan's son really came to the door to apologize, how should he choose? Didn't I tell you? Your Si family is a dog raised by my Ling clan? How can I say that bullying you is bullying? Poor choice of words. Ling Xiao shook his head, while the faces of all the Si clan powerhouses in the hall had become completely livid. If it wasn't for the two Ling clan divine constables standing outside the hall, I'm afraid that at this point, they would have already made their move and ripped him to shreds. Ha. A dog. Poor choice of words. Seren suddenly lowered his head and laughed softly twice in a somewhat despondent manner. My Si family has always been loyal to the Ling clan, and for generations, we have served the Ling clan as our master. But I never thought that in the end, we would only have the status of a dog. Duke, if the Ling clan falls into your hands, How long can it exist in the holy state? You're wrong. To say that your dogs is a bit too much to raise your sea family. Dogs are at least loyal. Your sea family, you're not even as good as dogs. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth suddenly lifted up with a touch of playfulness as he gently waved his palm, only to see a cloaked figure suddenly appear out of thin air and land in front of the crowd. These past few days he did realize that the space of that 8 desolate glazed pagoda was indeed a good place, as long as one threw someone inside. Even a God Emperor powerhouse wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Moreover, that ancient tower has now recognized Ling Xiao as its master, and although he is not yet able to open the barrier of the second layer, with the might of the first layer, suppressing a divine marquee realm powerhouse should not be a big problem. See Quan? In an instant, the Sea family instantly fell into dead silence. Even Si Lin, when he saw the figure that was limp on the ground, his eyes stared fiercely. How is that possible? How could the strong man he sent to contact the Qin clan be in Ling Xiao's hands? And, by the looks of him, he's obviously been searched. Damn it, did it blow up in our faces? But if they were defeated, how could the Ling clan send over only Ling Xiao and 2 divine marquee powerhouses? Or was this Ling Xiao trying to use this to blackmail the Sea family and use it for him? I have to say, the man does seem a bit deadly once he gets his brain going. However, this is not to blame Si Lin. It is really that this Ling Xiao's reputation is too bad. Making the entire Cold Sky City, there are not many people who sincerely hope that he will sit on the seat of the young master. Now that all the males of the Ling clan's various veins were nearing adulthood, it was thought that it wouldn't be long before the position of the heir apparent would be decided. It was reasonable for Ling Xiao to pull people together at this time. Yeah, that must be it. Otherwise, with the killing determination of the Ling clan, they would have directly sent someone to destroy the Sea clan. So why would they send Ling Xiao to humiliate them? Family Master Si, is this what you call loyalty? Ling Xiao's face grew more and more playful. He certainly didn't come to Si's house to have fun. Rather, it was for the heritage of the Sea family as well as the strong divine souls. After devouring the remnant soul of that relic ancient corpse, Ling Xiao realized that his soul palace, vaguely, was showing signs of a breakthrough. Idle is idle anyway. And besides, this Sea family is intentionally bumping into the gun. Ling Xiao is naturally happy to eat them up as sustenance. Of course, it was a good death to be able to play their last remaining role. The Sea family. Sir Ling Xiao, let me explain. Still explaining. This person's divine soul has been searched to pieces by my Ling clan. Master Si, don't pretend. Your Sea clan's plan, it's been defeated. Ling Xiao smiled grimly, and there seemed to be a devilish aura gradually raging in his eyes. It was said that the Sea family's old ancestor was a God King realm powerhouse, but I just didn't know if he was a match for Miyang in that 8 desolate glazed pagoda. Gongzi, I beg you to be gracious. My family is willing to serve you as a dog and horse, and I will only be loyal to you in the future. Si Lin flopped to his knees, his face already a pleading color, and behind him, all of the people of the Sea family followed Si Lin and knelt down even though they looked indignant. Allegiance to me alone? Ling Xiao leaned down, looked at Si Lin in front of him, and shook his head slightly. Sea family master, once this dog has changed its heart, what loyalty is there to talk about? Today, I came here with the intention of destroying your Sea family. What? Destroying the Sea family? Si Lin's eyes condensed, and a divine constabulary might instantly surged open around him. Then, my lord, you really shouldn't have come today. Boom! A bizarre fluctuation suddenly enveloped the entire Sea family lobby without warning. Then, the 2 divine marquee realm powerhouses standing outside that hall were somewhat shocked to realize that the entire Sea family had seemingly disappeared out of thin air. Damn! It's a formation. Chapter 92, I am the Great Devil. A formation? Ling Xiao sat peacefully in the hall and glanced at the aura enveloping the surroundings with some surprise. At this moment, he could feel an illusion-like fluctuation that permeated the entire Sea family. At the same time, the 2 divine constabulary realm powerhouses standing outside that hall had lost track of them out of thin air. Obviously, this formation should be the Sea family's greatest reliance. Otherwise, Si Lin wouldn't have sacrificed it in a life and death situation. Mr. Ling Xiao, I'm really sorry. My Sea family really has no intention of continuing to serve the Ling clan anymore. You said that if you had come a day later, there would have been nothing more to do. But you happened to come to my Sea family today to look for trouble. Isn't this a death wish? Si Lin sneered and slowly stood up from the ground, looking at Ling Xiao with some teasing in his gaze. Only, what made him slightly surprised was that at this moment, Ling Xiao did not have a panicked expression on his face like he had imagined. You're still pretending when you're dying? Family Master Si, this is Cold Sky City. Aren't you afraid of being discovered if you make a move under my Ling clan's nose? Ling Xiao picked up a cup of herbal tea on the table and gently took a sip. I'm not going to hide it from you. This formation, is something that my family has spent a great deal of money on and exchanged from the Heavenly Formation sect. Even if a Divine King powerhouse falls into it, he won't be able to escape for a while, and once it's cast, for a short period of time, even if it's a Divine Emperor powerhouse is out there, he won't be able to detect it either. Si Lin sneered. He knew that Ling Xiao must have some life-saving cards on him, but this formation, since it could prevent people of the Emperor realm from prying into it, could it not be broken by ordinary means? No matter how strong Ling Xiao's talent was, he was just a soul sea mole cricket, and with his Divine Marquis realm cultivation, he could kill him with a wave of his hand. Oh, the family master is certain that it would be difficult for even a God Emperor realm powerhouse to spy on this formation? When Ling Xiao heard this, he was instantly energized. He was just thinking about how to get these Si family members killed silently. I didn't expect Si Lin to come up with such a powerful formation. Isn't it a coincidence that it's not? Humph. That's natural. Ling Xiao, this time you won't be able to escape even with your wings. A trace of uneasiness inexplicably arose in Si Lin's heart. But for this formation, he had enough confidence. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, he planned to lead his clan and evacuate Cold Sky City as soon as possible, and then he would have his own ancient Qin clan powerhouses to shelter him. Ling Tianlin was strong, and the Ling clan's underpinnings were terrifying enough, but the Qin clan was not the least bit inferior. Even though Ling Xiao had killed Sitsong today, he had not made up his mind to rebel against the Ling clan, but Ling Xiao verbally shouted that their Si family was a dog, which made Si Lin really a bit unable to endure it. Ling Xiao, you killed my son, so I'll kill you today, so it'll be a clean slate. He, Family Master Si is afraid that he's overthinking it. When did I ever say that I'm going to run away? No, this formation of yours, can it really isolate the prying eyes of a God Emperor powerhouse? Ling Xiao seemed a bit uneasy and asked Si Lin again. I pledge my life that you will die today. Si Lin glanced outside the hall, his palm clenched violently, and the entire grand formation roared into action. Vaguely a great power descended from the sky, falling towards Ling Xiao's head. Coincidentally, I'll take this life of yours. Ling Xiao suddenly grinned, and a demonic intent suddenly dispersed quietly around him. Humph, ignorant junior, not knowing how to die. Today I'll take your head as a token of honor for worshipping the Qin clan. Si Lin did not hesitate any longer. The spirit light outside his body surged like a tide, and his entire body instantly transformed into a residual shadow and swept furiously towards Ling Xiao. Death-seeking thing, dare to kill my son. See if I won't tear apart your bones and skin you today. Killing the Ling clan's male. Who in the entire holy state has the guts to do that? Come to think of it, it's really a little exciting. Si Lin's figure broke through the air, and at that moment, a touch of vengeful smugness had lifted up on the faces of all the people of the Si clan. What's the point of having a powerful background? You're still going to be slapped to death by the master of my Si family? But just then, in front of Ling Xiao, there was suddenly demonic light that shot straight up into the sky. The entire grand formation trembled in an instant. A terrifying figure suffused with a ghostly aura suddenly appeared in the Si family's lobby. That cold and evil aura horrified many people of the Si family who couldn't help but have their faces frozen. Boom! Si Lin couldn't collect his momentum in time, and his palm directly imprinted on the demonic shadow. But what made people feel alarmed was that the full force of a Divine Marquis powerhouse's palm had failed to shake the demonic shadow by even the slightest bit. Gollum! Even Si Lin, the ferocity on his face had completely solidified. He stared blankly at the seemingly inhuman face in front of him with scarlet eyes, and a trace of fear suddenly arose in his heart. At this moment, he could feel that his palm, as if it was imprinted on an extremely hard rock. No, the hardest rock in the world would definitely not be able to withstand one's own palm. That kind of hardness is like that iron bar you wake up with at 6 in the morning. Griffin, looking for death. Mayan grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, and backhanded Si Lin's wrist. The monstrous demonic aura churned. Si Lin only felt that his mind and spirit completely collapsed at one moment, as if an ancient evil demon appeared in his eyes, and a burst of demonic chants came from his ears. Demon, you're a demon. You bet. Mayan's main body appeared, and as if his entire body had inexhaustible strength, he directly yanked fiercely and ripped off that Si Lin's entire arm. Ah! Miserable screams instantly resounded throughout the entire Si family. Everyone looked at the bloody scene in front of them with nothing but fear in their eyes. Devil, how could there be a devil in Cold Heaven City? It's you, Ling Xiao. It's you who summoned the demons. You. Si Lin's face turned pale as he hurriedly retreated towards the back, but before he could withdraw a few steps, Miyang had already taken a step in front of him and directly reached out to hold his hand on his neck. It wasn't that Sirin didn't want to struggle at this point. It was just that in front of a 7th grade Divine Marquis, his cultivation spirit power had long since been completely suppressed, and his entire body couldn't use a single ounce of spirit power at all. Family Master Si, It seems that today, you won't be able to kill me. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. His feet stepped out, and above his body, a more terrifying and ferocious demonic chi than that of Miang rolled out, instantly transforming into the shape of a demonic shadow behind him. Although this demonic shadow was a bit blurry, the cold custodial arrogance in those eyes instantly caused many people present to soften their legs and kneel down. Demon, demon. They had never dreamed that the son of the ancient clan would be the great devil that the world spoke of. You're a demon. You're actually a demon. At this point, Si Lin had long since been paralyzed with fear, and his Dao heart crumbled. If he wasn't at the divine constabulary realm, I'm afraid he would most likely be scared to death at this moment. Reaching out, Ling Xiao took Si Lin from Miang's hand, then directly threw him into the mouth of the demonic shadow in the eyes of the crowd of Si family members in fear and despair. Click, click, click. The eerie sound of chewing resounded instantly, and there was no longer a trace of blood on anyone's face. Let me out! Let me out! Oh old ancestor! Save me! Save me! Spare my life! My lord, spare my life! I'll never go back to the water again. Chapter 93, Chopping Off the Roots. In the sky above the Si family, a black-clothed figure quietly emerged. It was midday, but he revealed a cold and gloomy aura. Even his face was a confused and terrifying sight. Formation? He was standing in mid-air, but it was as if no one in the entire cold sky city had noticed his presence. Oh no! The male is in danger. A terrifying aura spread out of thin air, like the arrival of winter. It shook the heavens. All the powerhouses of Cold Sky City instantly looked up, only to see a black sun blossom into a ghostly aura in the sky above the Sea Clan. The sun and moon are reversed, and the stars and rivers lose their light. Layers of space collapsed in a post-apocalyptic scene. That's who? How dare someone act recklessly in my Cold Sky City? But, this aura, could it be the Emperor realm? Who has the Sea family offended? Why is no one from the Ling clan making a move? Boom! And in the crowd's horrified and shocked gazes, that black sun finally came down with a roar, directly smashing 100 feet crack out of the ancient formation that was shrouding the sky above the Sea family. Duke! And at that moment, the two divine marquee powerhouses only came back to their senses, blankly looking at the black-clothed figure that appeared in front of them in a flash, their faces abruptly turning white. Ghost, Lord Ghost, where's the male? The black-robed silhouette's voice was extremely cold, while the two divine marquee powerhouses' faces even trembled as they turned around and swept madly towards the lobby. If anything happens to the Gongzi, I'll make it impossible for you to beg for death. Boom! 10,000 feet of ferocious light rose up into the sky, but the entire Sea family was quiet and somewhat eerie. Nonsense, can't it be quiet? At this point in time, the Sea family, I'm afraid that the only thing left is the old ancestor who has been in seclusion for an unknown number of years. Deep in the backyard, the black-robed silhouette as well as the two divine marquee powerhouses looked dumbfounded at the countless corpses lying around in the Sea family's lobby, and felt a trace of coldness rise from the soles of their feet. Uncle Ghost, what brings you here? Ling Xiao lifted his foot and kicked away the corpse of a Sea family powerhouse in front of him and walked up to the three of them, a bright smile spreading across his face. Ghost Shadow, the most loyal servant by Ling Tianlin's side. His cultivation is rarely known, because he almost never shows his face in front of people. Even the name Ghost Shadow was spread by the people of the Ling clan. As for his real name, no one knows. Mystery sums up all of Ghostbusters. No one knew when he had followed Ling Tianlin. No one knew what kind of gongfu he practiced. It's just that every time Ling Tianlin wanted to kill someone, he didn't even have to do it himself. Wherever the ghostly shadows went, the world became the underworld. Some people said that he had broken through the Emperor realm a long time ago, while others said that he hadn't broken through the Emperor realm at all. But those who had seen him strike were now dead. Ling Xiao did not expect that Ling Tianlin would send him to follow him. But it's good. After all, Miyong can't appear in front of people, and his own heavenly demon true body can't be easily exposed. The 8 desolate glazed demon suppressing pagoda was too involved again, and to deal with that Sea family ancestor, Ling Xiao really didn't have much certainty. Emperor Ling is worried about you and asked me to follow you here. Seeing that Ling Xiao was fine, Ghost Shadow and the others were relieved. Just on second thought, they were a little puzzled. At this time, the entire Sea family, only a weak breath remains. I think it is mostly that closed-door cultivation of the Sea family ancestor. The rest, all dead in the lobby. Able to. Where's Slim? Where are the strong generals of the Sea family? How come the whole lobby is left with some old and sick people? It was just that if Ling Xiao didn't say anything, they naturally didn't dare to ask. Besides, the Gonzi cultivates not only the Ling family's Xin Tian Daxian scripture, but also the Wandao demon sex techniques. So maybe there are some very sinister and poisonous means. Of course, with the Duke's status, having a few undercurrents in their hands that killed the Divine Constabulary's men was not surprising to them at all. Not to mention Divine Marquis, A divine king powerhouse wouldn't necessarily be able to retreat in front of the Duke. After all, behind Ling Xiao, there were two Emperor Realm powerhouses standing. Uncle Ghost, you've come at the right time. That old Sea family ancestor is still alive. Help me capture him. Ling Xiao's mouthful of Uncle Ghosts caused some confusion on Ghost Shadow's face. Was this still the big son of the Ling family he knew? In the past, the Ling Xiao, not to mention the subordinates like them, even Emperor Ling did not put them in his eyes. But now, yes, my lord. The ghostly shadow bowed and headed in the direction from which the scent had come, and Ling Xiao and the others followed closely behind him to the backyard before a mountain peak with ancient trees. The ghostly shadow glanced at Ling Xiao and his palm slammed down, only to see a black light palm print instantly tearing through the air and smashing that entire mountain peak into smithereens. Who is it? Who dares to act recklessly in my Sea family? Smoke and dust rose from the rubble, and an old, angry voice boomed out. At the same time, a fearful god king's might rolled and surged, instantly blowing that roiling smoke away. In the entire cold sky city, all eyes were converging over the Sea family at this moment. One could only see an old man in a red robe with white hair standing in the air. His aura was unrivaled and he was roaring in anger. Who is it? Who dares to slaughter my Sea family's entire clan? At this moment, how could he not feel the smell of blood radiating from the lobby? Moreover, the entire Sea family mansion had actually become a complete ruin. It's you? Eventually, Sea Zhangnan, the old ancestor of the Sea family, had his gaze placed on Ling Xiao and the others, and his originally angry face abruptly froze. You are from the Ling clan? Unbridled. Sea Zhangnan, Ling Xiao, the son of the Ling clan's direct lineage is here. Why don't you kneel down? The two divine marquee powerhouses shouted angrily, while that Sea Zhangnan gave the ghostly shadow a somewhat scornful look. At this time, although he didn't feel half a breath fluctuation on the ladder, but because of this, he felt fear. He was originally in the realm of the God King. What kind of person could completely conceal their aura in front of him? Dare I ask your excellency, why did you slaughter my Sea family's entire clan? Sea Zhangnan gritted his teeth fiercely. He had only been in seclusion for 30 years. He didn't expect that the moment he opened his eyes the Sea family would be slaughtered. Because it's time to butcher. Ling Xiao sneered, and beside him, the ghostly figure abruptly disappeared, and even space did not fluctuate in the slightest. Sea Zhengnan's heart and mind trembled, and he suddenly let out a cold laugh. A good slaughter. Since your excellency said that they should be slaughtered, then there must be a reason to slaughter them. Ling Xiao's face froze, while the ghostly shadow's originally outstretched palm stopped somewhat helplessly in midair. You're sensible, but I don't believe that Xi Lin would do something without consulting you. Unless you open your mind and let me search your soul. Ling Xiao shook his head and said in a calm tone. Although Xi Lin was the head of the Sea family, it was clear that Sea Zhangnan was the master of the entire Sea family. The matter of betrayal of the clan was a matter of great importance, and Xi Lin absolutely could not do this. Your excellency, soul searching is not necessary. I have been in seclusion for 30 years. I really don't know that this group of ungrateful sons and daughters would even do such treasonous things. Xi Zhangnan had a chagrined look on his face, itching to personally crush Xi Lin and the others. Treasonous? Did I say they were treasonous? The smile at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth grew thicker, while Xi Zhengnan's face instantly froze. Ha ha ha! Since your excellency slaughtered my Sea family, it must be that the Sea family has done something treasonous. Do you still need your excellency to say that? Nonetheless, I'm slaughtering the Sea clan, purely for the sake of having fun. So, old ancestor, please be on your way? Ling Xiao indifferently smiled. It doesn't help if this old thing pretends to be anything more than it is. You're not bad. You're loyal, but you're more useful to me dead than alive. It's like I'm ugly and poor, but I love you with all my heart. Do I lack love? What I'm short of is money. Chapter 94 Ling Xiao's means. You, simply too deceitful. Even if I fight until my Yuanshan is shattered today, I will definitely avenge the Sea family heirs. Xi Zhangnan shouted angrily, his spirit aura surging monstrously around him. Two divine marquee powerhouses instantly stood beside Ling Xiao on the left and the right to prevent Xi Zhangnan from rising up and injuring someone. However, in the next instant, that originally grim-faced Sea clan's old ancestor suddenly pulled out a spirit talisman from his pocket and ruthlessly crushed it. Buzz. Space trembled, and in the twinkling of an eye a black rift appeared over the Sea family, and Xi Zhangnan even exerted all his strength and swept furiously towards that black mark. Trying to escape? Ghost Shadow was calm throughout. He looked up at the Sea clan ancestor's soon-to-disappear figure, and his palms clenched violently. The sky and the earth suddenly changed color. Immediately afterward, a round of black sun manifested out of thin air, as if printed from the void. The mountains and rivers are shattered, and the stars are shifting. The entire cold sky city had inexplicably dimmed. As for the old ancestor of the Sea clan who was about to step into the spatial rift in preparation for his escape, The resentment on his old face instantly solidified. Empyrean, you're actually an emperor. No. The great sun enveloped 1,000 miles of the sky in an instant, and the entire space completely collapsed. Xi Jingnan's figure was instantly annihilated by miles and miles of black awnings, and it was only after a long time that he escaped with a wisp of his divine soul. Uncle Ghost, capture him. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, although he did not know the true strength of the ghost shadow, but his father was sitting steadily on the throne of the lord of the Ling clan, deterring the 9 veins. This ghost uncle, the credit goes to him. Your Excellency. The ghost shadow's body did not move, but only casually waved his hand, and that Xi Jingnan's divine soul body, which had been imprisoned alive by an invisible giant force, landed in front of Ling Xiao. Where is old ancestor going in his haste? My lord, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am willing to submit to you, please. At this moment, all that was left on Xi Jingnan's face besides fear was despair. Of course I won't kill you. You're a god king powerhouse. Ling Xiao grinned. A wisp of demonic intent seemed to flash in his eyes as he directly put that Xi clan ancestor into the 8 desolate glazed pagoda and lifted his foot towards the Ling clan's sacred realm. Go and rummage through the treasury of the Xi family, and bring all that can be taken away up to Shaoyun Peak for me. The ghostly figure disappeared out of thin air once again, while the 2 divine constabulary powerhouses sniffed and immediately turned toward the ruins of the Xi family. The entire cold sky city remained silent. All of the Ling clan's vassal forces looked at the few figures that waved their hands to obliterate the God King powerhouses, and no longer dared to have half a thought in their hearts. So scary. The Ling clan powerhouses were really several handfuls of scary I don't know how that Xi family provoked Ling Xiao, the devil, to the point that even the old ancestor was dug out and killed. This time, Ling Xiao's ferocious and violent image was considered to have completely penetrated into people's hearts, even for a long time to come. The parents of Cold Heaven City kept terrorizing disobedient children in this way. Don't go to sleep yet. Mr. Ling Xiao is here. Stopping a child from crying at night is probably what it's all about. At the same time, the news that the Xi family had colluded with foreign clans to try to turn against Shu'er also spread throughout Cold Sky City. The heads of all the vassal families called all their clansmen together in the night and sternly warned them to swear loyalty to the Ling clan and never to have second thoughts, otherwise the Xi clan would be the downfall. And at this moment, the Ling clan's sacred realm, beside a spiritual mountain. Ling Tian frowned as he looked at the 2 Ling clan slaves not far away, and a touch of hesitation seemed to be carried in the depths of his eyes. Have you heard? Duke Ling Xiao ran off to wipe out the Xi family in order to stand up for the second duke. How could this happen? I usually see Mr. Ling Xiao with a cold and arrogant demeanor, but I didn't expect that he would be so concerned about Mr. Heir. Blood is thicker than water. Prince Ling Xiao also has good intentions, right? The 2 slaves turned around and walked away, leaving Ling Tian standing alone at the bottom of the mountain in deep thought. Blood is thicker than water? Ridiculous. Ling Xiao, what are you trying to do? Humph, no matter what you want to do, now that I have already comprehended the sword rules under this Qingluan Peak, tomorrow, it will be the time when I am the sole ruler of the sword. And when those 2 slaves walked out of Ling Tian's line of sight, an old man's figure immediately appeared out of thin air in front of him. Well done. Here's a reward for you from the mail. Eldarine casually threw out a few pills, while the 2 slaves immediately bowed in gratitude, turning around and retreating. All of this was naturally all arranged by Ling Xiao. Even these 2 had been wandering in front of the Grand Hall for 2 hours waiting for Ling Tian to come out. Of course, Ling Xiao did not do this to impress Ling Tian. The hatred of digging into the Dan Sea. 7 years of patience, if it was so easy to put it down. One could only say that this Ling Tian was an idiot. However, even if Ling Tian didn't believe it, a thorn would be planted in his heart. When it matters, this thorn can be heartbreaking, shaky and even all-consuming. Ling clan's sacred realm. On a high mountain near the central dragon vein, here the fairy mist rises. Fairy grass is everywhere. Waterfalls like the Milky Way hanging, just like a scene out of this world. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the mountain hall, looking at the 2 bottles of pills in his hand. This was the place where he practiced, and no one would disturb him at all on weekdays. There were no servants guarding around the compound, but rather an ancient formation that isolated it from the prying eyes of outsiders. This formation was personally laid by Ling Tianlin, and it was even more divine and unfathomable than the one of the Xi family. Of course, Ling Tianlin did this to cover up the secret of the heavenly demon's true body on Ling Xiao. It saved the latter from accidentally exposing himself while practicing one day and attracting suspicion from onlookers. With the pills sent by mother, it looks like Zhou Yue will soon be able to remake her flesh. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, and on the ancient ring in his hand, a ray of soul aura flickered quietly. Zhou Yue's figure instantly appeared in front of him, a shy smile on her stunningly beautiful face. Greetings, Your Excellency. Completely different from in front of Chu Yang. At this moment Zhou Yue, which half of her previous cold arrogance was still there. A proper teenage girl. During this recent period of time, she had been warming her divine soul in the soul-nurturing jade. It was able to be seen that the soul power in her body was no longer as illusory as it was back then. Without looking closely, it was impossible to see that she was actually a divine soul body. How does it feel? Ling Xiao smiled gently. The reason why he kept Zhou Yue by his side was not just because the two shared a common enemy. The most important thing was that one point was that this heavenly pride of the Mean Phoenix clan had yet to establish too deep of a bond with Chu Yang. Otherwise, even if Ling Xiao craved for her body again, and valued her talent again, he would never dare to bring her around. Much better. Thank you, sir. Zhou Yue owed her body slightly and looked at Ling Xiao with some inexplicable affection in her eyes. Ever since that day, when Ling Xiao had bestowed the name, she had always felt that the name Zhou Yue was of extraordinary significance. This bottle of elixir, which was personally refined by my mother, should be able to help you remodel your physical body. Ling Xiao handed the elixir in his hand to Zhou Yue, who sniffed and her petite body trembled, her beautiful eyes immediately flashing with a strange color. Gong. Zhou Yue had never dreamed that it had only been a few short days before Gongzi had found a way to help her remake her flesh. If this had followed Chu Yang, I'm afraid that he would still be wiping his ass at this moment. Sure enough, no matter how talented and beautiful this woman is, in the end, it still depends on what kind of man she follows. Take it easy. That memory you lost, did you get it back? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. He was also curious as to how strong the peak of the 9 specters was. Not yet, but, my lord, I have a vague feeling that memory, it seems to be related to the biggest secret of the holy sect. Zhou Yue's face was solemn and her tone was icy cold. The biggest secret of the holy sect? There's no rush. Think slowly. When you remodel your physical body, we should also prepare some means to deal with the holy sect in the future. Chapter 95, Undercurrents. Nowadays, by Ling Zhao's side, other than his 2 parents, the only people left that he truly trusted were Yi Qingchan, Zhou Yue, and that Xiao Tu who had his mind and soul under his control. It was just that Yi Qingchan and Xiao Tu's cultivation was too low, far from being able to help him. The only one who was powerful in life was Zhou Yue, and once he remodeled his physical body, he would definitely become a bottom card in Ling Zhao's hands. But with the 2 of them alone, even if they stepped into the Divine Emperor realm, it was simply impossible to shake the behemoth that was the holy sect. Therefore, what Ling Xiao needed was a force that was completely loyal to himself. Don't worry, Your Excellency. Zhou Yue will definitely assist you with all her heart and help you step on the sacred sect at an early date. Zhou Yue gritted her teeth. Now that the heavens had given her a second chance, then she should cherish it. It's not like we can't share the same revenge for the extermination of our clan. Well, you can feel free to cultivate here. Absolutely no one will disturb you. Ling Xiao nodded his head and smiled as his figure instantly disappeared in a flash. There are some things that can't be rushed. The priority now was to live well and try to improve his strength. In the 8 desolate glazed pagoda, the Sea Clan's ancestor's gaze was horrified as he looked at the demonic figure in front of him, his face turning blue. Of course he knew about the Sea family's desire to defect to the ancient Qin clan, but how could he not have expected that idiot Sea Lin would have brought things to this point? This is good. The Qin clan didn't vote, and even the whole Sea family was destroyed. However, fortunately, that Ling Xiao did not wipe out his own divine soul, so he thought that most likely he still had some ideas. If we just lick him properly later, we might be able to save a dog's life. Buzz. Space rippled as Ling Zhao's figure appeared out of nowhere. Duke. At this moment, Si Zhangnan, which still has half of the pride of a strong man, saw Ling Xiao directly kneel on the ground. Gongzi the old slave knows that he is wrong. The old slave is willing to be a cow or a horse for you. I beg Gongzi to spare my life. Spare your life? Ling Xiao shook his head. Old ancestor, you only have your divine soul left here now. What use would sparing your life be to me? Gongzi, I can take over a physical body and hide in the shadows to help you. With my God King level perception, no one will notice. Oh, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly. He had to say that this condition was indeed somewhat tempting. Now that Ling Xiao had no one to use on his side, and Si Zhangnan was a genuine divine king powerhouse, keeping him around might have unexpected results. It's not impossible, but old ancestor, you have to let go of your mind and let me plant the Dao Soul seal. Ling Xiao grinned, and the devilish light in his eyes shone brightly. That's fine. I'll listen to the Gongzi. Si Zhangnan hesitated for a moment before suddenly gritting his teeth and opening his mind. Buzz. Just as Ling Zhao's divine sense was dispersed and swept towards Si Zhengnan's soul sea, the latter's face suddenly raised a touch of gloom. Ha. How troublesome to take over someone else. Gongzi, I like this physical body of yours. Si Zhengnan's soul aura around his body rippled steeply. directly transforming into a residual shadow as he swept towards the Ling Xiao Soul Sea. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised in amusement. In this world, there really existed a lot of things that didn't know how to die. And beside him, Miyong similarly shook his head and smiled. Self-inflicted sins cannot live. It was with the same idea as Si Zhangnan that he took the initiative to step into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness in the first place. Outcome. He then became Ling Zhao's slave. What is this place? The smile on Si Zhengnan's face completely solidified before it could dissipate. Just like Miyong, he looked at the pitch-black palace in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness and was momentarily in a daze. Damn, did he run to the wrong place? To the sea of consciousness of that demonic shadow? Old ancestor. Surprised? Ling Zhao's figure appeared at the top of the palace, his eyes teasingly looking at the frozen-in-place Si Zhangnan. How did you do that? Si Zhengnan's entire body trembled as he knelt in front of Ling Xiao once more. Gongzi mighty The old slave knew that Gongzi is gifted and carries great fortune. A test is indeed true. Please Gongzi quickly planted a soul seal in my sea of consciousness. The old slave can't wait to serve Gongzi. Oh, don't worry. You'll get what you want soon enough. Ling Xiao let out a cold smile as the demonic pattern outside his body blossomed and a vast demonic aura instantly surged open. And that Si Zhangnan only felt a lightness in his body. And invisibly it was as if a huge force wrapped him up and pulled him towards Ling Xiao. Gongzi, this way of soul seals of yours is quite unique. Worthy of being my Ling clan's Gongzi. Your methods are out of the ordinary. Si Zhangnan smiled skinlessly, his heart already feeling a strong sense of unease. With Ling Zhao's methods, he would definitely not let himself off easily. But at this time in this weird soul palace, this divine soul body of his didn't have the slightest strength to struggle at all. What can I do? I'd love to too, but people can't do that. Old ancestor, this soul palace of mine still lacks something. Why don't you go down and see what the shortcoming is? Ling Zhao's eyes were pitch black, revealing strangeness, and then directly under Si Zhangnan's dumbfounded gaze, he slammed him hard into the palace beneath him. Put, like soft mud smashing on top of a hard wall. Si Zhangnan felt like his entire soul body was about to crack. Immediately afterward, a terrifying suction force instantly surged in, directly engulfing the power of the divine soul in his body, devouring it. No! Si Zhengnan's helpless hissing sound boomed out, while Ling Xiao just looked calmly at the ancient palace that was gradually rising, with a touch of pleasure hidden in his eyes. The soul power of a god-king powerhouse was enough to cause his soul palace to break through 1,000 feet. One must know that even the soul palace of a divine constabulary person was at most 100 feet away. It could be seen that nowadays, Ling Zhao's divine soul level had long since stepped into the divine king realm. Who would have thought that under the disguise of Ling Xiao being in the Xinqing realm, he would possess a divine soul power that was no weaker than that of a god-king powerhouse? This wasn't the main thing. With the terrifying might of the ancient Pangea stone above, even if a god-king powerhouse entered his sea of consciousness, he was bound to die. It's really comfortable to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. No wonder those dog authors in their previous life couldn't write enough. In the meantime, in the Ling clan's hinterland, a divine palace was situated. Strange flowers bloomed and spiritual trees reached the sky. Several old men with terrifying auras were sitting around a peach tree and were staring earnestly at the chessboard in front of them. Did you hear the words of the clan leader? Well, the selection of the heir apparent is to be finalized tomorrow. Can't wait. What do you think? My Ling clan's legacy has remained intact for 1,000 years, not because one vein is the only one, but because the 9 veins thrive together. That kid Ling Xiao, his talent is some, but it's not too demonic. Now that the clan master is rushing to push him into the position of heir apparent, it seems a bit early. That bastard is too arrogant. My Ling clan inheritance until now has been adhering to the 8 ancient motto of diligence and low profile, harmony and friendliness. If the Ling clan really falls into his hands, in less than a few years quasi-play finished, since all of you are in agreement, then tomorrow at the clan boss meeting, we will all oppose Ling Xiao as the heir apparent. A few old men talked casually without lifting their heads. Hey, what kind of move are you making? Do you know how to play chess? Get out of the way if you don't. I'm playing chess. What are you beeping about? I'll you up. Boom. Chapter 96, Stepping into the Breaking Delusion. Outside of Cold Sky City, on a desolate and lonely mountain, Nian Xingyun looked distantly at the majestic ancient city that was hidden in the depths of the sunset divine mountain in the distance. Beside it, a huge phoenix bird with a red gold body stood quietly, with a strand of despair in its eyes. Fonger, do you think I really want to marry that Ling clan male? Nian Xingyun's face was still covered with a white veil, and her beautiful eyes flowed, revealing confusion. Yes, Nian Xingyun was confused. Why was she forced to marry a flirtatious prodigal son she'd never seen before when she was dedicated to practicing the way of emotionlessness? Moreover, no one in the entire sacred state knew about that Ling Zhao's evil reputation. I don't know how many proud women, when they hear this person's name, have to silently say, Haba. She, Nian Qingyun, was a true phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens of the sacred state. Why did she have to be tied to the name of such scum? Nian Qingyun, the fiancé of Ling Xiao, the son of the Ling clan. Hey yuck, I hope that teenager won't let me down. A trace of softness suddenly flashed across Nian Qingyun's face as she turned her head to look at the golden phoenix beside her, reaching out to stroke its plume. Fenger, wasn't the young man we met at the bottom of the mountain that day very handsome and extraordinary? Chirp, the red gold spirit phoenix let out a hissing whistle up to the sky, and 1,000 miles away from here, a youngster who was cultivating with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. It's Qing Yun, she's actually in the mountains as well. Spirit Elder, can you feel her aura? But Sierra, have you really thought about making an enemy of the Ling family? I've heard that Ling family's son, Ling Xiao, is extremely ferocious in his methods, so if you mess with him, I'm afraid that you won't be able to live in peace for a long time to come. Spirit Elder's voice carried a hint of worry. If he had thought about it, Lin Xia would only need to take advantage of the engagement of the Ling clan son and quietly take the Dao Rule spirit fruit as well as the immortal heart inflammation, and this trip would be considered complete. There is absolutely no need to provoke the supreme ancient clan, a teenager at the peak of Xinqing. Although in the younger generation of this sacred state, he was able to claim a phrase that his talent was near demonic, but when placed in front of the ancient Ling clan, it was a mole cricket. In the face of the lords of the great Dao dominions of the entire eastern border of the sacred state, he ruthlessly slapped someone's male son's face. Yes, it was true that the Ling clan would not make a move against Lin Shi on the spot. After all, there was still the face of the clan to watch out for. But won't they kill you behind your back? To offend a party of supreme Dao lineages for the sake of a woman was, in the Spirit Elder's opinion, simply foolish. Spirit Elder, you don't need to persuade me anymore. My mind is made up. From that day when I detoxified Cheng Yun, I decided that I would be her man. A trace of fascination flashed in Lin Xia's eyes. That flavor, it really was a bit overwhelming. The original flavor of the jade foot, that fragrant and sweet mixed with a hint of earthiness, was the most intense stimulation he had ever enjoyed in his life. AI, Sierra, along with cultivation, all is scenery, only strength. Spirit Elder, haven't you always taught me to rise above difficulties? That Ling Xiao is known as the strongest heavenly pride in the eastern border. If I can defeat him, I will definitely become famous in the eastern border. And at that time, if Spirit Elder and my father are still alive, they will definitely be able to hear my name, right? A flash of sadness suddenly flashed across Lin Shi's face. He had thought long and hard about this trip to the Ling clan to crush Ling Xiao. One is to let all the heavenly pride in the holy state know that Nian Qingyun is his, and no one should think about it. Secondly, of course, it's about getting ahead and being famous. That way, his sister and father would hear his name and be able to sniff it out. Alright, since you've decided, then I won't say anything more. It's just that this time when the Ling clan's son is engaged, there will definitely be quite a lot of strong people, so I won't be able to step in to help you at that time, so you should be careful yourself. The Spirit Elder hesitated for a moment, but eventually reminded Lin Xie, Sierra, even though you have my 9-dragon thunderbolt flame fused in your body, it's best if you don't easily cast it in front of Emperor Realm powerhouses, or else once they get greedy. Don't worry Spirit Elder, I know. Lin Shi let out a cold smile, his palm clenched violently, only to see a huge heavy ruler with a pitch-black body instantly appear in his hand. A punk, why do I need to exert the power of spirit flame? Ling clan, on Shaoyun Peak, Ling Zhao's figure flashed out, and although there was not the slightest change in his external breath, there was a hidden flash of divine light between the opening and closing of his eyes. Si Zhengnan's divine soul had been completely fused by him into the Soul Palace. Sometimes there is only one chance, and to miss it is to miss it all. Ling Xiao was not an indecisive person. Although there was one less God King puppet, it was worth it in exchange for a strong Soul Palace. Zhou Yue's figure was sitting on a plate in the distance, and at this time, a layer of radiant golden aura had lit up on his body. Terrifying qi and blood fluctuations rolled and surged, and it was obvious that the pills refined by Xian Yuan Yu had begun to take effect. Bored, Ling Xiao opened the system mall and browsed through the goods therein. Nowadays, all the villain value he had on him had been used to exchange for that one spirit beast egg. There were 1,600 points left in the Qi luck value instead. But this is something Ling Xiao doesn't dare to move easily. With the luck gone, what's the point of fighting with the Son of Heaven's destiny? AI. It looks like we have to hurry up and find the next Heaven's destiny. Ling Xiao sighed and took out the pills sent by his mother from his Qiankuan bag. 5th grade delusion-breaking elixir. That day when Ling Xiao returned from the northern wasteland, Xian Yuanyu sensed that his aura had reached the peak of Xianchang. That was why this delusion-breaking pill was refined. perhaps to help Ling Xiao take that step in one fell swoop. A 17-year-old delusion breaker, looking at the sacred state. It was absolutely earth-shattering, wasn't it? Although nowadays, the holy sons and young masters of those supreme Tao lineages were mostly at the delusion-breaking realm, but without a doubt, they could all be much older than Ling Xiao. With the villain value gone, the only way to cultivate was with the help of elixirs. Ling Xiao reached out and placed the jade-white elixir into his mouth. A dense spiritual energy instantly swept through his body, and black clouds suddenly gathered in the sky above the entire Shaoyun Peak. Time passed slowly, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. The black clouds over Shaoyun Peak had completely crushed over Ling Xiao's head. The divine thunder hummed like purgatorial robberies. Ling Xiao's eyes opened steeply, and in the next instant, he directly dodged into the 8 desolate glazed pagoda while that apocalyptic thunder was falling. The commotion here was too great, and Ling Xiao did not want to expose his own strength. Moreover, Zhou Yue was still on the side remodeling her flesh. Once that thunder descended, she was afraid that it would most likely involve her. It was just that even though Ling Xiao had hidden in the tower, the lightning of the calamity did not spare him in the slightest. Over the entire ancient tower, 100-foot thunder dragon began to appear. Mayan looked at the heavenly punishment above his head with a horrified expression, and shock flowed through his dark red eyes. Right at this moment, the first thunderbolt fell with a loud bang, and outside of Ling Xiao's body, a thunder aura instantly filled the air. He had already fused the thunder Dao, so how could a mere robber's thunder shake him in the slightest? Boom boom! Thunder streaked across the sky. In the ancient tower, the young man's figure rose up to meet the sky, like a descending thunder god, and outside his body was filled with endless divine light. The demonic body surged, and there was a brilliant spectral aura lighting up. The divine K emerged, spanning millions of miles of mountains and spiritual rivers. At this moment, the sound of the great Tao resounded extravagantly throughout the Ling clan's holy land. The rushing spiritual energy was like a river boiling, rushing towards Shaoyun Peak. Chapter 97, the second floor of the ancient pagoda. Who's breaking through? Countless figures with strong breaths walked out of the palace one after another, looking up in the direction of Shaoyun Peak. That's Shaoyun Peak where Lord Ling Xiao is? Even with a large formation covering it, the sky above that Shaoyun Peak at this moment was still like a holy radiance spilling down, revealing supreme majesty. Shower broke through? Ling Tianlin stood before the holy temple with his hands in the air, and behind him, Ghost Shadow stood respectfully at the side. Although it was difficult to distinguish between the two realms, in front of Ling Tianlin, the ghostly shadow seemed to always remain humble. You said that yesterday, Gongzi alone overthrew the entire Xi family? Yes, Emperor. The ghost's voice was extremely raspy and sounded a little weird. Can anyone else see it? Aside from the 2 divine marquis of the Ling clan, there were no outsiders. Go, erase the divine sense of those 2. Yes, the ghostly figure disappeared away again, while Ling Tianlin's face inexplicably carried a trace of deep meaning. Shower, you really haven't disappointed my father. Boom boom. The robotic thunder continued for a long time before it finally dissipated and went away. At this moment, Ling Xiao could feel that the spiritual energy in his body was like angry waves rippling through his body's meridians. Breaking the delusion. Finally a breakthrough. Ling Xiao's mind moved and a demonic shadow descended behind him. Compared to before, at this time, on top of this devil's shadow, the Tao pattern flickered. The god's light was bright and extinguished, and there was a hidden ancient deity-like devil might pressing across the heaven and earth. Congratulations my lord. Miang's figure knelt on the ground, and at this moment, he simply did not have the courage to look directly at Ling Xiao. That vastness of demonic intent like the sky filled his heart with trepidation. The delusion-breaking realm is worthy of being the threshold of cultivation. It really does feel completely different from before. Ling Xiao's palms clenched and layers of space shattered. This feeling is like ruling heaven and earth and making laws on behalf of heaven. It's time to give those old things some color. Ling Xiao sneered and looked up but saw that Fengling had appeared not far in front of him at some point. You've got a scent on you that's becoming more and more like that bone yet. Yeah, so when are you going to show me up there? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. His body's demonic aura restrained internally, and his figure fell from mid-air. That spirit beast egg still didn't show the slightest sign of breaking open, and even the fluctuation of vitality inside had fallen silent in recent days. Ling Xiao had once suspected that it was a dead egg. At your current realm, you can probably only get to the 2nd floor. Of course, if you want to go to the 9th floor, I can take you there as well, but whether or not you'll be crushed into crumbs, I can't guarantee it. As the two grew familiar, Fengling's tone had taken on a hint of teasing. Che, if you don't go, just don't go. Who are you scaring? Ling Xiao rolled his eyes and looked up in the direction of the entrance to the 2nd floor. He was somewhat curious as to what kind of ferocious demons were sealed in the 2nd layer of this glazed tower. The realm of Miang had reached the 7th rank of Divine Marquis, So I'm afraid that the demons in the middle of that second floor would at least be in the king realm? That guy on the second floor can be harder to deal with than this dead monkey. You'd better be more careful, yell. A flash of cunning flashed across Feng Ling's small face, and his figure instantly disappeared in a flash. Tougher than Mayan? Ling Xiao laughed coldly. What demon would dare to act recklessly in front of his heavenly demon true body? Come on, let's go up together. Ling Xiao and Mion came to the place where the entrance to that second floor was, one after the other. This time, the seal that originally existed did not block his figure anymore. Sure enough, the delusion-breaking realm was the key to stepping into the second level. Buzz. The seal shattered and Ling Xiao's two figures instantly appeared on the second floor of the ancient tower. It was just that this second level of space was not any different from the first level. Still endless darkness. Moreover, that depressing ceiling power was even more terrifying. Although Ling Xiao was now the master of this ancient tower, it was obvious that he was not strong enough to control the power of this tower. How come I don't feel that demon's aura? Ling Xiao frowned and gently snapped his fingers, and a wheel of thunder sun shone in the sky above his head. Mayan, be careful. Ling Xiao swept his gaze across the entire ancient tower and still did not see any sealed demons. Could it be that the great devils on this second floor had been subdued by this ancient tower over the long years? Ling Xiao let out a bitter smile and was just about to turn around and leave when a familiar voice suddenly came from the distance. Ling Xiao, save me. Ling Xiao's footsteps lurched as he turned to look in the direction the voice came from. Only Feng Ling was seen covering his chest, half sitting on the ground with some despair in his eyes. Seal the spirit. Ling Xiao took a step and instantly appeared beside that girl. It was at this time that he realized that a bull-sized bloody hole in Feng Ling's chest had emerged. Blood flowed like a fountain, staining her clothes. It's just that she was already wearing black, so Ling Xiao didn't notice it at first. Feng Ling, how are you? Who hurt you like this? Ling Xiao's eyes stared, especially because the gradually weakening aura of the young girl in front of him caused him to feel a wave of absurdity. They had obviously just separated. But who would have thought that this little girl with mysterious origins would be injured to this state? Yes. Stop talking for now. Quickly take the pills. Mayan, be careful. Ling Xiao pulled out an elixir from his pocket, broke open the young girl's cherry lips and stuffed it in. And when Mayan heard that, he even directly appeared in his own body and looked around with a guarded expression. The monstrous demonic chi instantly rolled over, and an unrivaled pressure enveloped the land in a 100-mile radius. Ever since being unsealed by Ling Xiao, Niyang's cultivation level had vaguely shown signs of a breakthrough. After 3,000 years of suppression, this divine marquis great demon was unable to cultivate, but it was rare for him to quiet his mind. What the hell is going on? Feng Ling, who hurt you like that? Ling Xiao looked at the young girl in his arms, and a devilish aura rose in his eyes. Although he didn't know this girl's exact cultivation, he always felt a hint of dangerous aura on her. Besides, since she could come and go as she pleased from the tower, who could harm her? It's the illusion demon of this second floor. This guy is bad. Fawn disguised himself as you, causing me to fall for it and injuring my heart chakra. Feng Ling coughed, and a strand of blood suddenly spilled out from the corner of his mouth. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, causing the color of worry to intensify in Ling Xiao's eyes. Phantom demons? What kind of phantom demons can escape your divine sense perception? I didn't get a good look at her. Ling Xiao, I'm so cold, so cold. Feng Ling reached out and hugged Ling Xiao tightly, her small face coming to the latter's chest helplessly. Don't be afraid. It's all right. Do you know what realm that illusory demon is in and where it has gone now? Ling Xiao raised his head and looked around with an icy gaze. The demonic aura outside of his body gulped and sputtered, as if he was facing an enemy. To be able to silently and seriously injure Wind Bell, the strength of that illusory demon must not be underestimated. Isn't she in your arms? Chapter 98, The Successor's Throne. Ling Xiao's face froze as his entire body's demonic chi instantly surged and his figure directly appeared 10 feet away. Ling Xiao, you. Feng Ling dropped to the ground, a flash of resentful indignation flashing across his face. You've got a lot of nerve pretending to be me. Overhead, a girl's voice came again. Ling Xiao's eyes slightly condensed as he gazed in horror at the two identical Feng Ling in front of him, only for the corners of his mouth to be tinged with a seeming smile. Feng Ling, you guys, who's real and who's fake? I thought you. As he said that, Ling Xiao didn't forget to twist his head and wipe his eyes. Obviously, between these two people in front of them, one of them was bound to be that illusory demon that was transformed, and even the aura on their bodies was surprisingly exactly the same. With Ling Xiao's divine soul perception at the level of a divine king, he was unable to discern even a hint of difference. If he didn't have the silent pupil, I'm afraid that he would have been tricked by this illusory demon. But, since she wanted to act, Ling Xiao was naturally happy to accompany her in a bitter drama. Feng Ling's identity was just too weird. If you wanted to ask something out of her, You still had to get her trust first. Although Ling Xiao wasn't sure if she was here before. With this girl's nature, how could she not come and join in the fun? As for this phantom demon, who's the father in this tower of the gods? And at this moment, the foamling that he had thrown on the ground suddenly let out a scream, as if he had seen a ghost, kneeling on the ground, his whole body unable to stop trembling. Seal, Lord Sealing Spirit, you deserve to die. In mid-air, foamling snorted coldly, a small white jade-like face revealing a kind of majesty that Ling Xiao had never seen before. At this moment, the entire glazed ancient tower seemed to be filled with an indescribably bizarre aura, and that kneeling on the ground of the black-clothed girl, around the body of the demonic chi scattered, directly transformed into the original form, was actually a beautiful woman dressed in black. The woman was about double 10 years old, with long black hair like a waterfall. At this moment, she was turning her back to Ling Xiao, revealing a white neck like sheep's fat. My lord, the little devil was only trying to tease this human, and didn't mean to offend your lord in the slightest. I beg your lordship to be gracious and spare the little devil's life. It is useless for you to beg me. He is the master of this tower. Your life, in his hands. Foamling looked up at Ling Xiao with some inexplicable feelings welling up in the bottom of her eyes. She could see Ling Xiao's nervousness just now. Rather, I didn't see that this guy. He was quite concerned about himself. Was that a tear he was wiping? Joke. Acting? Of course we're serious. Who are you? Ling Xiao walked up to that illusory demon and lifted his foot to hook her chin, revealing a beautiful face. Although Ling Xiao had seen many beauties, none of them were as flirtatious as this fantasy demon. It was a kind of tenderness that seemed to be engraved in the bones, so that people could not help but feel a kind of pity. Dark, icy eyes, small cherry-red mouth pursed tightly. A soft hum escaped from her erect, agitated nose. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth suddenly raised in a smile. He could understand that this illusory demon's hostility towards him, I'm afraid it mostly came from his status as the master of the 8 desolate glazed pagoda. After all, these great devils in the tower had been forcibly suppressed here by the tower owner. You seem to have a great deal of animosity toward me? On Ling Xiao's body, a monstrous demonic aura suddenly bloomed, and the icy coldness on that fantasy demon's stunningly beautiful and pretty face froze almost instantly. You're also a devil. This aura, this is the new lord. Don't be quick to pay your respects. Mayan's figure came from the side, looking coldly at the phantom demons at his feet. Chaos Demon Ape. Sure enough, it's you, aren't you, sealed in a lair? Humph. Following the Lord naturally leads to freedom. With a cold snort, Miang's figure shrunk back down to human form and stood beside Ling Xiao. Phantom Demon Cascade. Greetings to the Lord. That illusory demon didn't hesitate at all, and with a solemn expression on his face, he directly bowed down towards Ling Xiao. Only at this moment, her face seemed to carry a trace of confusion, and there was some disbelief in her eyes as she secretly looked at Foamling. Boring. Foamling tooted her little mouth and gave a hateful glance at the overlapping shadow as her figure instantly disappeared away. Get up. Where are the seals on you? Ling Xiao frowned as he looked at the woman in front of him. He still remembered that when he first met Miang earlier, the latter had 4 fearful shackles engraved on her body. How come it's not on this fantasy demon? Lord, here it is. Folded Shadow let out a bitter smile and reached out to rip open the shirt on his chest, revealing a piece of snow-white greatness. Gollum. Ling Xiao gulped hard and came over to Folded Shadow, looking down at an ancient rune pattern on her chest. The color of that tattoo was a bizarre blood red, like a lotus, flashing with scarlet light from time to time. What a weird rune pattern. Ling Xiao's face gradually became grave, reaching out to cover the stacked Shadow's chest, carefully feeling the delicate softness. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. Folded Shadow watched dumbfounded as Ling Xiao's palms kept changing positions, sometimes gently rubbing and sometimes tightly gripping, a pretty face that had long since turned red. However, at this moment, this lord's expression revealed gravity again, and it was obvious that he was trying to find a way to help her break the seal. Lord. Well, it's big. It's white, it's ancient. It's tricky, but it's hard to beat, so bear with me. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and the demonic aura in his hand gulped, while the overlapping shadow only felt that his whole body seemed to be drenched by a demonic intent, and the spiritual energy that had originally been sealed, even gradually surged up. Boom! The monstrous demonic aura rose to the sky. Stacked Shadow let out a harsh whistle up to the sky, her beautiful eyes filled with the joy of regaining her freedom. Divine Marquis 9th grade? Ling Xiao glanced at the Stacked Shadow with some surprise. Originally he had thought that this second layer sealed was set to be a King Realm demon. However, he didn't expect that the cultivation level of this Stacked Shadow was still at the Divine Constabulary realm. However, once he thought of the illusionary technique she had performed just now, Ling Xiao was relieved. Her strength is much more than what it seems on the surface. You know that little girl from earlier? Ling Xiao suddenly remembered the fear of the superimposed shadow from earlier and asked with some curiosity. Back to my lord. I only know that her name is Fengling. I don't know anything else. Then why are you so afraid of her? She comes here from time to seek my pleasure. And the aura she carries is as if she was born to suppress the demonic intent in us. A flash of fear flashed through the folded shadow's eyes, clearly not having suffered much at the hands of Fengling. That's just it. It looks like we still need to go to the 9th floor to see it clearly. Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at the void. The two of you can cultivate on your own in the tower on weekdays, but you may not leave the tower. My lord. Miyang and folded shadow bowed, and when they looked up again, Ling Xiao's figure was no longer in front of them. In the meantime, in the Ling clan's holy temple, Ling Tianlin was seated in the golden chair on the hall, with 8 old men below him on either side. Ling Tian, as well as several handsome-looking Ling clan youths, stood respectfully in the middle of the hall. Clan master, it's almost noon and Lord Ling Xiao hasn't come yet. Can it be that we have to keep waiting like this? An old man with gray hair at the head of the group let out a faint smile. At this moment, although his tone was respectful, the deeper meaning was self-evident. That's right, Mr. Ling Xiao is so big. Someone in the hall immediately spoke out in response. Clan master, I don't think there's a need to wait, per se. A few of us don't look favorably on Ling Xiao sitting in the position of heir, so why don't we just pick one of them? Yes, this Ling Xiao brat is too arrogant and rude. My Ling clan has been passed down for thousands of years. How have we ever had such an heir who doesn't respect his elders and children? Yes, extremely. I see the Grand Clan elder's grandson, Ling Rui, is very good. At a young age, he is already at the peak of Xuanqing's cultivation, and he is simple and gentle, and he is simple and loyal. Such a heavenly pride of a young man, is my Ling clan's future awe. The 8 clan elders spoke with 7 words, rarely unifying their positions. Clan elders, I think it's better to wait for my brother. After all, he's the Grand Duke of the Ling clan's current direct lineage. It's inappropriate for him not to come. Right at this moment, Ling Tian suddenly stepped forward and laughed softly. Xiao Tian, you. Many clan elders looked at the young man with a straight figure and calm eyes at his highness, and their faces froze. This guy, when was he willing to speak for Ling Xiao? When did the relationship between the two brothers take a turn for the worse? Although no one in the Ling clan knew about what happened back then, but Xian Yuan Yu suddenly left the Ling clan, coupled with Ling Tian being wasted overnight, which can be everywhere penetrating bizarre. Chapter 99, How do you deserve it? Are you kidding? Ling Tian would speak for Ling Xiao? He just didn't want to have less Ling Xiao present on the day of his prevalent fame. No, he was going to step on Ling Xiao's head and sit on the seat of the Ling clan's heir. In this way, his 7 years of patience and 7 years of hard work would not be wasted. 100,000 times he drew his sword, and at the foot of Qingluan Peak, he had an epiphany. The power of the Tao was enough to easily crush any cultivator below the delusion-breaking realm. The grandson of the Grand Clan Elder? It's not even worthy of lifting your own shoes. Clan Elders, it's better to wait a little longer. Go outside the temple and see if the Duke has arrived? Ling Tianlin smiled indifferently. The brothers, finally, are starting to defend each other. Now that's the scene he wanted to see. Even if Ling Tian had lost all his cultivation now, he was at least the second son of the direct lineage of his old Ling family, so his words still carried some weight. Besides, if you can't cultivate, it's not a bad idea to study other disciplines. Tianer, I've heard that in the past few years, you've been practicing the sword Dao diligently? It just so happens that my father has a confidant who is a top sword Dao powerhouse in the Holy State, and is now the very holy lord of the 10,000 Swords Holy Land. I've already sent a letter to him to accept you as a disciple, and he'll be present at your brother's engagement banquet tomorrow, so at that time, you can pay homage to the master face to face, and follow him back to the 10,000 Swords Holy Land to cultivate. Ling Tianlin looked at his highness's Ling Tian with loving eyes, and at this moment, the latter just smiled and nodded, bowing and saluting. Many thanks, father. Oh, old father, I'm afraid my brother's engagement party tomorrow will be a bust. After all, that Pumiao Daoist palace was looking at Ling Xiao for no other reason than because of his identity. The Grand Duke of the Ling clan's first lineage was more than likely an existence that would be in charge of the Ling clan in the future. But today, as long as he stepped on him to ascend to the position of the heir, I think that the Misty Dao Palace will never agree to this marriage again. At that time, Ling Xiao is a man with no money. No, it's worthless. All of you clan elders, you're all quite early. A light laugh suddenly came from outside the hall, and immediately Ling Xiao's figure stepped in. The black clothes were erect, and the plumpness was like jade. In terms of looks alone, this Ling Xiao could indeed be called a human model. However, at this moment, the eyes of all the clan elders flickered with a flash of complex deep meaning. The 9 veins of the Ling clan, In principle, each of them had the qualifications to compete for the clan master. It was just that Ling Tianlin was too strong, and no one in the previous generation was even a match for him. He was the head of the clan, and that's what everyone wanted. But what is Ling Xiao? It's not just a matter of having a good father and a good mom. Did you barely make it to the Soul Sea realm by eating elixirs as candy beans from a young age? Wait a minute. At this moment, how was the aura on Ling Xiao's body a bit fuzzy and vaguely surging? Could it be that he stepped into the Xinqing realm? No wonder the thundercloud shrouded Xiao Yun peak yesterday and the aura was rushing around. But even so, how could he be a match for Ling Rue? Alright, since all the guys are here, I won't talk nonsense. Father, let's start. Ling Xiao grinned, his gaze sweeping over the proud sons of the various veins standing at the temple, his eyes a condescending and arrogant overlooking. This group of stinky fish and shrimp, they wouldn't be here for the heir position as well, right? Also, looking at Ling Tian's eyes at this moment, it's a bit interesting. This kid, indeed, is trying to use himself as a stepping stone. Are you kidding? I didn't cross over here to stomp on anyone. This is my kingdom, the world of the lone man, the pomp and circumstance of the oligarchy. Everyone, now that my son Ling Xiao has nearly reached adulthood, I think the position of the heir apparent can be set. Ling Tianlin smiled and glanced at the crowd. Other people weren't sure, but he knew all the secrets on Ling Xiao's body. Although this son's character was a bit arrogant, but looking at the younger generation of the holy state, there might not really be a few people who were his rivals. After all, the heavenly devil's true body was there, both taboo, not because it was scary looking, of course, but the strength was too strong. Moreover, Ling Xiao was indeed at the Soul Sea realm half a month ago, but this time when he came back, he was just like a peerless demon who had half a foot in breaking delusion. This was Ling Tianlin's bottom line. Listening to the clan lord's meaning, there is a candidate in mind. The Grand Clan Elder's name was Ling Shan, a powerful person of the Divine Emperor realm, or one of the three emperors of the Ling clan. At this moment, although he had a smile on his face, the look he gave Ling Xiao was vaguely icy. Do you think you can hide your dirty, weak aura just because you cover your breath? Not bad. My son, Ling Xiao, is exceptionally gifted and is an excellent candidate for the position of heir apparent. I don't think the clan elders should have any opinions, right? Clan lord, I don't mean any disrespect to you, but were you serious when you said that Ling Xiao was exceptionally gifted? Ling Tian was just about to open his mouth when beside him, Ling Rue, the grandson of the Grand Clan Elder, suddenly let out a cold laugh and lifted his foot to walk beside Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyelids jumped. He had wanted to take this opportunity to teach Ling Tian some lessons. I didn't expect that there would still be someone who didn't know how to die and was thinking about the seat of the Ling clan's heir. So it's clan brother Ling Rue. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. So, clan brother is thinking that he is more suitable for this position than me? Ling Xiao, don't you have any compulsion in your heart as to what your own strength is? If you weren't occupying the name of a full-blooded prince, do you think you would have the qualifications to stand here? Ling Rue looked at Ling Xiao beside him with a disdainful expression. His grandfather, who was also a god emperor powerhouse, was on par with Ling Tianlin's realm. That was why he dared to be so arrogant. Before coming, Ling Shan has already explained. Today on the temple, no need to be afraid of anyone. He has already greeted the other 7 clan elders. Today we'll hold him to sit on the seat of the heir. Oh, is that what you guys think? Ling Xiao swept his gaze playfully over the several other clan brothers and sisters standing on the hall. These few people, indeed, represented the strongest strength of the younger generation of the Ling clan today. Able to. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled, eventually placing his gaze on Ling Tian. For some reason, there was some inexplicable tension in the latter's heart at this time. Ling Xiao, the position of the heir apparent, of course, is for the one who is capable. What qualifications do you have to sit in that position other than your status being a bit more honorable than ours? At that moment, another Ling clan's heavenly pride sneered in a cold voice. The Ling clan had always had a clan rule that strong people of the same vein were not allowed to intervene in the fights of the younger generation. Moreover, once someone can sit on the seat of the heir today and be recognized by the 9 veins clan elders, as long as they don't die, not even the clan lord will be able to remove them. In that case, they were still jealous of Ling Xiao a chicken. Well said. Those who can. So, are you clan brothers planning to compete with me? Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and turned his head to look at Ling Shan. Grand Clan Elder, is it true that whoever is strong today will be my Ling clan's heir? That's natural. The reason why my Ling clan hasn't declined for thousands of years is precisely because every generation of the clan leader's heir is the strongest of his generation. And it has nothing to do with the first lineage or anything. Ling Shan nodded with a calm expression. I don't know if it was his illusion, But looking at the hint of a smile on Ling Zhao's face, he always felt a little, not quite comfortable. What's this kid holding back? All of you trash. How dare you plot for the position of the heir? Oh, clan brother Ling Rui. I'm not targeting you. What I mean is that all of you present are all trash. The entire hall was instantly plunged into a dead silence. Even Ling Tianlin, who was looking at Ling Xiao at his highness with a surprised face, did not know what to say for a moment. Chapter 100, Pretend. All the trash in the room. Do you deserve it? Ling Zhao's words were direct, arrogant, and very nauseating. Although everyone knew before that Ling Xiao, the Grand Duke of the Ling clan, had a domineering personality and never put anyone in his eyes. But it's okay for you to pretend in front of outsiders. After all, no one in the sacred state was not afraid of the Ling clan. But at this moment, in front of the 8 clan elders, what kind of thing are you, Ling Xiao, that you dare to speak out of turn and scorn the entire Ling clan's heavenly pride? Humph, truly arrogant to the extreme and ignorant. Ling Xiao, if you weren't the son of the Ling clan, I'm afraid you would have been beaten to death long ago, right? Ling Rui sneered, killing intent already visible in his eyes. In terms of age, he was 10 years older than Ling Xiao and should have been the Grand Duke of the Ling clan. But throughout the entire sacred state, when the Grand Duke of the Ling clan was mentioned, what everyone thought of was Ling Xiao. This had already made Ling Rui's heart indignant for a long time. Clan brother is right. There are many people in the sacred state who want to beat me to death, but generally, those who have that thought are dead. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and although his tone was calm, the domineering nature of his words had reached the point where it was intolerable. Ling Xiao, if you have the guts to fight me right now, today I'll let you know that aside from the identity of the Ling clan's son, you're nothing. Ling Rui's face was livid, and a violent aura filled his body. Looking at the eastern border of the sacred state, aside from those few supreme demons of the supreme Dao system, he, Ling Rui, was also the premier teenage pride. A mere Ling Xiao, he didn't even put it in his eyes. He just didn't expect that even at this moment, this Ling Xiao was actually still pretending. What qualifications did a Soul Sea mole have to whimper in front of him? Grand Clan Elder, you shouldn't be angry if I beat him to death, right? This grandson of yours is really a bit unaware of death. Although Ling Xiao said this to Ling Shan, his gaze was on Ling Rui. You grandson, those 4 words, they're a little ambiguous. Grandpa. Ling Rui's face had long been suffocating redness. Especially at this time, Ling Xiao was still pretending to be a light-hearted person, which made people want to immediately step on him and kick him a few times as hard as they could. Father, why don't you let me? On the side, Ling Tian saw that the time was almost ripe and was just about to step forward to ask for a fight when he heard Ling Shan suddenly open his mouth and say, since Duke Ling Xiao is so confident, Rui, you should properly show the Duke the heavenly silkworm divine seal of our lineage. Grandpa. Ling Rui grinned and couldn't wait to look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, you're so loud and arrogant. Who doesn't know about your infamy in the entire sacred state nowadays? The face of my Ling clan is about to be disgraced by you. Today, I'm going to let you know that you don't deserve the 4 words, Prince of the Ling clan. I really don't know where you people get the leisure to talk about fame all day long. Clan brother, could it be that you cultivate for the sake of fame? Do you want to be the heir apparent for the sake of reputation? How about this? Let's not fight anymore. From today onwards, we'll all call you Sacred State's invincible first overbearing dashing handsome absolute great demon. How about it? Ling Xiao grinned, not putting Ling Rui in his eyes in the slightest. You have sharp teeth. Ling Xiao, are you scared? Ling Rui took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in his heart. On the contrary, as soon as he saw Ling Xiao acting so naturally, this fire could not be suppressed at all. If it wasn't in front of Ling Tianlin, Ling Rui wouldn't have been able to hold back from striking out a long time ago. Hey, in this world, there are always people who like to take other people's good intentions and treat them as donkey's liver and lungs. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he glanced at Ling Tian with an ulterior motive. The latter's mind trembled. What the are you looking at me for? Is it possible that you are digging up my Danhai with good intentions? Kindness? Can you be kind? If the Ling clan falls into your hands, I'm afraid that sooner or later you'll lead to the calamity of extinction. Clan brother Ling Rui, you've lived for so long, but you haven't figured out that in this immortal path, fame is worth a few dollars, and if you want to be respected, you need to have more strength than others. Ling Xiao smiled blandly and stood in the middle of the hall with his hands in the air, looking like he was giving directions. Could it be that you think that my Ling clan has stood for thousands of years without collapsing because of the kindness and innocence of our Ling clan's people and their pristine character? In the world of great struggles, everyone wants to become immortal and gain the way. What holy name and infamy! As long as you stand at the peak of martial arts, the world will only bow down. So you guys know that ascended immortal is really not a murderous devil? Boom! the entire Ling clan sacred temple was instantly plunged into a dead silence. All the clan elders looked at the calm young man with nothing but shock in their eyes. Immortals are also murderous demons? What an absurdity this is. Once these remarks were spread, the Ling clan would inevitably be on the cusp of the storm. It can even be punished by the Holy Church. You shut up, Ruei. Come on, show him something. Ling Shan clenched his teeth tightly, and his expression was already terrified. What Ling Xiao said was not false. In the world of cultivation, martial arts are honored. Whoever is strong will be honored and achieve the name of supreme. And those who stood at the very top of heaven and earth, who didn't have 10,000 bone skeletons in their hands. But these are not words that anyone can say, especially a 16 or 17-year-old teenager whose words and actions at this time were demonic. Ling Xiao, suffer. Seeing the Grand Clan elder speak, Ling Rui's eyes immediately flashed with killing intent, and his body's breath finally stopped being suppressed and surged away. The golden light shone brightly and the sound of the Tao resounded. At this moment, the entire Ling clan hall was enveloped in divine light. The peak of Xinqing, vaguely showing signs of stepping into breaking delusion. Worthy of being a great clan elder. This kind of talent, no one in the entire sacred state can match it, right? I see that it won't take long for Ruer to step into the realm of breaking delusion and achieve a great name. My Ling clan will definitely be able to continue its splendor in the future with this heir. The crowd of clan elders immediately nodded their heads in praise and looked at Ling Rui with eyes full of relief. Comparing the two, that Ling Xiao, pust, it's really nothing. Soul Sea Realm. What kind of face is there to compete for the position of the Ling clan's heir? Clan brother Ling Rui. Awesome. Clan brother Ling Rui. The pride of my clan. Clan brother Ling Rui. Him. The remaining celestial pride in the hall began to applaud and shout, while Ling Tian glared somewhat hatefully at the figure of golden light. Damn. I have been planning for 7 years, but I did not expect to let this Ling Rui to finish pretending. But it's fine. You stepped on Ling Xiao. I'll chop you up with my sword later. Oh, the position of heir apparent, the supreme prestige, is still mine. Ling Xiao, make your move. I won't be bullying you if I let you have 3 moves. Ling Rui let out a cold smile. His palms clenched violently, and the golden light outside his body instantly rose up, vaguely transforming into a divine shadow outside his body. Great runes descended from the sky, hovering and winding around Ling Rui. At this moment, all the clansmen of the Ling clan were looking in the direction of the holy temple with some surprise. There, the golden light was like mist, and the immortal traces were floating, just like a scene of divine harbor. The heavens have blessed my Ling clan. Is this a heavenly pride appearing? God bless the Ling clan. 3 moves? Ling Xiao shook his head and laughed bitterly. This Ling Rui has no other skills, but his ability to pretend is a match for him. However, people's heavenly fates made a 3-move pact, and they often settled their opponents in a single move. You, a stinking salted fish without half a bit of luck in your body, forcibly pretending, isn't this seeking death? Alright, since clan brother has such a strong backbone, then let's begin. Ling Xiao suddenly grinned as he looked at the arrogant Ling Rui whose eyes were filled with smugness. Buzz, only to see his feet step out. His figure instantly appeared in front of Ling Rui, and with demonic aura surging around him, he directly lifted his foot and kicked the latter in the face. Chapter 101, The Face Really Hurts. Boom! The monstrous demonic aura obscured heaven and earth at this moment, and that Ling Rui, who had been breezy in the last second, his figure directly flew out horizontally and disappeared outside the great hall. The entire sanctuary, completely plunged into a dead silence. Everyone looked at the figure that rose into the air and landed like a scurrying monkey, and all of them swallowed hard. Even Ling Shan, at this point, hadn't quite figured out how the imposing-looking Ling Rui had been kicked out over 800 miles by Ling Xiao. One must know that the heavenly silkworm divine seal of their lineage wasn't just an offensive immortal law. It was equally terrifying in terms of refining the physical body. Ling Rui was now a powerhouse with half a foot in the delusion-breaking realm, and Ling Xiao was only in the realm of the Soul Sea. Of course, at this point, no one believed that Ling Xiao was able to step directly into breaking delusion from the early Soul Sea stage in half a month's time. It's unrealistic, delusional and absurd. Even looking at the entire history of the sacred state, there was no one who could span 2 great realms in half a month's time. The silence lasted for a long while, until a sudden sound of breaking wind came from outside the hall. Ling Rui's figure just reappeared in the hall. Only compared to his previous spiritedness, his appearance at this time was more or less a bit of a mess. A footprint was distinctly visible on the handsome and peerless face. There was a trace of blood on the corners of his nose and mouth, and his body was covered in dust. The aura on his body didn't change in the slightest. In other words, although Ling Xiao's kick just now had left him in a mess, it hadn't really hurt him. Ling Xiao, Ling Rui which has suffered such humiliation. The whole body golden aura flashes. Head above the sky, a round of golden seal gradually cohesion. Mysterious and unpredictable. As the great Tao Law. How dare you sneak up on me? Yes, clan brother Ling Rui was not prepared at all just now. This Ling Xiao is really treacherous. That's right. Just resorting to underhanded tactics. Clan brother Ling Rui. Teach him a good lesson. The crowd of Ling clan celestials were filled with righteous indignation and rushed at Ling Xiao with their mouths open. Normally in the Ling clan, they were more or less afraid of Ling Xiao's identity, so they had always avoided as far away as they could. But today, the Grand Clan Elder had the intention of fixing this unseemly first vein son. And they had a bottom line. If the 8 veins join forces, are they still afraid of him? A Ling Tianlin father and son? Clan brother Ling Rui. You're the one who said that you'd let me make 3 moves. This is only 1 move. Hey, that's just it. I made a move. So I'll give you a chance to make a move as well. Ling Xiao shook his head and sighed lightly with a look of painful regret. Ling Xiao, you brought this on yourself. At this moment, how could Ling Rui care about the 3 moves appointment? He only wanted to use the fastest time possible to trample Ling Xiao under his feet. The golden light outside his body resurfaced brightly, and along with the golden seal on top of his head, it emitted a dazzling radiance that one didn't dare to look directly at. An invisible great power rolled and filled the air, as if it were the sun, reflecting the heavens of the ages. Awesome! This heavenly silkworm divine seal of clan brother Ling Rui. I'm afraid that it would be difficult for an ordinary delusion breaker to receive it, right? Now, that Ling Xiao is going to be crushed into crumbs. Just as Ling Rui's entire body was raging with breath and trying to condense that one heavenly silkworm divine seal, Ling Xiao moved again. They actually appeared in front of Ling Rui with another flash, then raised a foot and kicked the latter in the face. Puff! Ling Rui's figure, along with that one red gold spirit seal, instantly flew out of the great hall, tracing a graceful arc in the sky and crashing down with countless golden radiance. At this moment, the entire Ling clan's sacred realm was abuzz. All of them looked at the golden spiritual light that was sprinkled in midair, as if they were bathing under the blessing of the immortal king, and all of them had a look of enjoyment on their faces. Miracles! Look! The miracle has appeared again. Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. This time, Ling Rui could no longer suppress the killing intent within his heart, and his body, carrying an unrivaled momentum, rose up in the air from the place of the fall, and rushed horizontally in the direction of the holy temple. This guy actually sneaked up on him once again. What's wrong with clan brother Ling Rui? Why is he so angry? Ling Xiao looked at that red-faced Ling Rui with a surprised expression, but not the red face of anger. It is really born to be kicked by him. Ling Xiao, you're shameless. A strand of blood spilled out of Ling Rui's mouth, especially when he saw that at this moment, Ling Xiao had a harmless appearance, and his clenched palms were about to pierce into his own flesh. I said let the clan brother make a move. I did not say not to fight back. Others hit you, you do not fight back. That is not it? Ling Xiao smiled blandly while bursts of angry curses came from the hall. Shameless. I've never seen such a shameless person. Underhanded. How could my Ling clan have such an underhanded male? Sure enough, this Ling Xiao's reputation in the sacred state is stinking. Above the grand hall, Ling Tianlin gave Ling Xiao a parting glance, the corners of his mouth gradually raising a touch of playfulness. He raised his head and glanced at Ling Shan without a trace, but he saw that this grand clan elder's face was green, but he really couldn't find any fault in Ling Xiao's words. He's shameless indeed, but there's nothing wrong with that. When strong men fight, a single minute can turn the tide of battle, and no one will give you time to prepare. In that case, it seems that Ling Rui and the others are, indeed, too young. In a battle of life and death, will the enemy be willing to wait for death? Ling Xiao, if you have the ability to fight me squarely, don't use such underhanded tactics. Ling Rui's eyes flashed with monstrous hatred. Originally, he wanted to teach this full-blooded male son who didn't know the heights of heaven a good lesson, but he didn't expect to be teased by him repeatedly. At this point he felt his face hurt. It's the kind of pain that really hurts. Underhanded? Clan brother, I'm going to get serious. I'm afraid you, with your little body, won't be able to take it. Ling Xiao shook his head, seemingly with some reluctance. You fart. Have the balls to man up. Ling Rui hissed angrily, having long lost his previous demeanor. Just as well. Today I'll let you see what a true heavenly pride demon is. You few. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the few people at his highness, and the color of his eyes turned cold, instantly causing those few celestial pride's entire body to tense up, in a manner as if they were facing a great enemy. Keep clapping for me. Keep screaming. You. The crowd's faces went down in a grimace at the words. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Rui was challenging Ling Xiao at this moment, they would already be itching to rush forward and stomp on this arrogant and ignorant bastard and kick him directly to death. Ling Xiao, don't show off your tongue. Let me see how much real skill you have. Ling Rui took a deep breath. He already didn't know how many times he had barely stabilized his mind. Although it was said that distraction was the last thing to be avoided when sparring, it was obvious that few people could truly stabilize their emotions when facing a scoundrel like Ling Xiao. Then, as you wish. Ling Xiao nodded his head and smiled, his gaze deeply glancing at Ling Tian, and above his circumference, a trace of green aura abruptly lit up. At first, the green aura was dull in color and did not attract much attention. Immediately afterward, a cool breeze came, plainly making everyone in the hall feel a chill. Then, an indescribably terrifying spiritual energy swept out from the sky. In the short span of a breath, it actually transformed into a wind whirlpool, completely wrapping Ling Xiao's figure. This fluctuation, this is. Chapter 102, Invincible Immortal Posture. Clan Brother Ling Rui, are you ready to die? Ling Xiao's voice was filled with endless majesty. Like the gods who rule heaven and earth, they pronounced the death of living beings, only to see his palm gently raised. Between his two fingers coming together, green light overflowed, and an invisible sword blade instantly condensed into heaven and earth. The sword's light was dazzling, carrying the slightest bit of bitterness. The killing intent was chilling. This is the power of the Tao rule. How is it possible? Ling Shan's old face instantly turned white as he lost his voice and exclaimed. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao's palm slammed down, only to see space collapse and shatter in an instant. 100 feet sword shadow fell from the void, pressing across 10,000 miles of heaven and earth. So cruel. Puff! Ling Rui's figure directly knelt on the ground under that majestic sword might. The spiritual light outside his body had long been cut and shattered, and his face was nothing but terrified. Grandpa, help me! The shocking roar that contained a crying tone steeply resounded through the entire hall. At this moment, Ling Rui didn't have the slightest doubt that once the sword fell, his youth, his life, would be completely fixed. The power of the Tao. Ling Xiao had actually comprehended the power of the Tao. No wonder, he hadn't really been able to display his tactics, so he had actually been saving face for himself. At this moment, Ling Rui wanted to cry. He realized that he had really misunderstood Ling Xiao before. It turns out that the eunuch, after all, is this kind. If not for his repeated provocations, I'm afraid the prince would still be unwilling to use his sword on himself, right? If I still have the chance, I will definitely be the most loyal little old brother of Gongzi. Ling Rui closed his eyes and silently shed tears of remorse. Buzz! Space rippled like a post-apocalyptic scene. Only in the end, Ling Xiao's sword failed to actually fall. At this time, Ling Shan stood in the middle of the hall, blocking in front of Ling Rui, his eyes complexly looking at the long sword of Tao above his head, crunching to a halt, with an unspeakable shock surging in his old eyes. A 17-year-old Tao rule heavenly pride. This is what is called invincible immortal posture, isn't it? How is it possible? How is this possible? In the crowd, Ling Tian's palms were clenched tightly, his expression fearfully shocked as he looked at the green-colored sword shadow that permeated the truth of the great Tao. His inner heart roaring madly. He had held back for 7 years and drawn his sword 100,000 times before he had comprehended a hint of the Tao of the sword Tao. How is it that in the blink of an eye, this Ling Xiao has condensed such a terrifying Tao force? Compared to him, the threat of Tao in his own body was simply a joke? That's not possible. This is never going to happen. Ling Tian wanted to cry, and his entire being was enveloped in a deep sense of frustration. My lord, put away your sword? Ling Shan let out a bitter smile and looked up at Ling Tianlin on the temple. If my clan can have this heir, why worry about not prospering? With one sentence, it was as if one could see the old age on the face of the Grand Clan elder. Obviously, under Ling Xiao's shock, he no longer had the ambition to fight. Ling Rui was very strong, and even in this land of the eastern border, he ranked at the top. But compared to Ling Xiao, oh, it's not that Ling Shan is looking down on his grandson. If this sword really falls, Ling Rui will die without knowing how. The power of the Tao rules, which was ethereal, was the power of the origin of the great Tao. All cultivators were bent on the Tao, but throughout their lives, how many of them had truly comprehended this power? There were even many divine king realm powerhouses that carried the great power of heaven and earth when they raised their hands and threw their feet. However, that kind of potential was merely the result of one's own cultivation communicating with the aura of heaven and earth, a power that was close to the rules of the Tao, but not the rules of the Tao. Thank you, Your Excellency, for not killing me. Ling Rui stood up from the ground trembling, his clothes already drenched in sweat. Clan brother Ling Rui. Many Ling clan celestials looked at the bowed down Ling Rui, and their eyes all carried an indescribable emotion. It seems regretful. It seems helpless. All in all, it's heartbreaking. What are you waiting for? Applaud. But Ling Rui frowned and was the first to applaud and shout at Ling Xiao. Mr. Ling Xiao. His might is unrivaled, worthy of being the light of my Ling clan. Lord Ling Xiao. The world is invincible. 1,000 years. With this air, my Ling clan will be able to visit the top of the holy state. Atmosphere group in place. The originally silent hall instantly became lively. Everyone looked at the black-clothed, handsome young man in front of them, with a touch of fervor on their faces. In the midst of the chaos, only the strong remain. Hubris, it takes capital. At this time, outside of Ling Zhao's body, a haze of light filled the air and the Tao blossomed. The posture of a generation of powerhouses was visible. What hubris to the core! What shamelessness! Your Excellency is clearly chivalrous, bold, and brilliant, as bright as the sunrise, as Yang Yun, as immortal as the bone, as flesh and bone. Applause, hoots and hollers, and songs of praise. Ling Xiao looked at the people in the hall with a calm expression and finally placed his gaze on Ling Tian. Tian Di's face looks a bit ugly. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Me? No. Just happy for, brother. Ling Tian gritted his teeth. But in the end, he didn't dare to pick a fight to his face. After all, the sword Dao Dao in Ling Zhao's body couldn't be fooled. And the current him was still far from being Ling Zhao's opponent. And with the latter's ruthlessness, I'm afraid that once he dares to show even the slightest bit of hostility, he'll end up. For the sake of today's plan, one can only hold back for a while longer and wait for the Tao to be perfected in one's body. Humph. Ling Xiao, just let you live for a few more days. 7 years of stoicism. What did Ling Tian learn? Of course it's tolerated. Really? I thought that Tian Di wanted to draw his sword and try it too. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, causing Ling Tian to feel a chill in his heart for no apparent reason. Clan elders, is there anyone else who opposes Xiao succeeding as my Ling clan's heir apparent? Ling Tianlin gave Ling Xiao a gratifying look, although he was also wondering how Ling Xiao had comprehended the sword Dao Dao. But compared to the other clan elders, he still had some guesses in his heart. The true form of the heavenly devil. It was said that this forbidden physique had many mysteries that mortals could not imagine. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao's sudden realization of the Dao is more or less related to this demonic body. Duke Ling Xiao is handsome and heroic, with a brilliant talent. It is a fortunate thing for our clan to have him as our Ling clan's heir apparent. I propose that by taking advantage of the joyous occasion of your son's engagement to that Dao Palace goddess tomorrow, we feast for 7 days in my Ling clan's sacred realm to congratulate your son on his double happiness. Not bad. Duke Ling Xiao has a gentle character and is adored by the Dao Palace goddess. This matter should be congratulated. No more talk. No more talk. Now it's time to go and pick out a congratulatory gift for the prince. Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me. The various great clan elders who had originally tried their best to block Ling Xiao from assuming the position of heir apparent were all as if they had been pumped up with chicken blood at this point, selling their flattery performances. Unsurprisingly, Ling Xiao was the choice for the next clan master. Furthermore, the strength he displayed today was truly worthy of the name of ancient clan successor. No wonder the reputation of the prince has increased in the past few years. It turns out that it is really a heavenly talent. As for the slanderous slurs, the world is jealous. Especially when invective need not be accountable and words and actions are all about character. Since the clan elders don't have any opinions. Shower. Ling Tianlin smiled indifferently. The words and actions of this group of old things in front of him really answered Ling Zhao's arrogant words at the very beginning. As long as one stands at the top, who cares if he is a devil or an immortal? Strength. That's justice. Father. Ling Xiao bowed and made a respectful bow towards Ling Tianlin. This order is my Ling clan's Lord Imperial Order. Those who see this order are like seeing the clan lord. Today I will impart it to you. And this Star Emperor robe, which is my Ling clan's inherited Dao artifact, symbolizing my clan's majesty, will be given to you as well. With a wave of Ling Tianlin's palm, only 2 streams of light fell from the sky and landed in Ling Zhao's hands. Wonderful. What is this Star Emperor's robe? It is a pretentious artifact as soon as it is heard. Inherited or not, Ling Xiao didn't care. The wave is over. Chapter 103, Spirit Egg Hatching. Clan Lord Imperial Order. Ling Xiao didn't even look at it and directly threw it into his Qiankuan bag. Now that the Ling clan is in the hands of their father and son, who else would dare to disobey? Rather, it was this Star Emperor robe that I didn't expect to be a Dao weapon. The piece of demonic dragon sacred armor that Ling Xiao had previously exchanged from the system had already been shattered by a single seal of that ancient powerhouse in the ruins. Although with Ling Zhao's terrifying physical body, it would be difficult for an ordinary person of his generation to actually injure him. The Thunder Dao and the Heavenly Demon True Body were both supreme divine abilities that tempered the physique. But who would mind having a lot of life-preserving cards on them? Star Emperor's robe, a top-grade Dao artifact, was already considered to be the topmost spiritual treasure in this land of the sacred state. Of course, the main thing is that this Emperor's robe, it's so several handsome. Ling Xiao swept his gaze over the white robe in front of him, which seemed to contain the starry sky and shimmered with light in all its splendor. This thing is worn on the body, and combined with my son's magnificent beauty, Ask under the sky. What other woman will not be moved? I don't know if all the decent ones are lickspittles or not, but I'm a face dog anyway. The very colorful, no, the very colorful kind. Alright, shower. Tomorrow is the day of your engagement to Qing Yun. Rest early and come to the holy temple early to welcome the guests. Ling Tianlin nodded with a faint smile, dismissing the crowd and turning to Ling Xiao. Yes, father. Ling Xiao bowed and exited, and a group of Ling clan celestials immediately surrounded outside the hall. Your Excellency's divine might. I've long been looking at that Ling Rui in a bad light, and today, after being taught a lesson by your Excellency, I hope he'll return to his senses. My lord, I wonder if you're free later. I have a few cultivation questions I want to ask you. Your Excellency, for such a happy occasion, why don't we go to Cold Mountain City and get high? Yes, I know a courtyard girl. The craft is quite good. Will ice will fire? Will Ula will rap? That little tune humming, simply as 100 turns, holding the heart oh, I'm a bit tired today. Besides, tomorrow's engagement event can't be delayed. Next time, Ling Xiao smiled gently, which still has the ferocious scoundrel of just now, is simply the most friendly sun under the sky. Yes, tomorrow is the day of the engagement between the Duke and the Divine Maiden of the Dao Palace. How could I have forgotten about this? Dao Palace Goddess. The dream in the hearts of how many heavenly pride demons in the sacred state. Hey, what's a goddess or not? It's not still unable to escape the palm of our male son's hand. That's true. With our male son's valor, even if I'm a man, my heart is moved. Listening to the flattery of the crowd, Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled, waving his hand to say goodbye to the crowd as he swept towards Shaoyan Peak. The life of a villain is still really boring and tedious. At the same time, the entire eastern border of the sacred states suddenly became lively. A 10,000-foot-tall building and a 1,000-mile giant ship sailed through the sky, converging in the direction of the sunset divine mountain. The Ling clan son and the Dao Palace goddess. These two identities put together were enough to make many people's hearts fearful. Even those forces that were usually hostile to the Ling clan had brought their congratulatory gifts this time, wanting to come to Cold Mountain City to find out what was going on. The name of Ling Xiao was a moment of great splendor. There was a great sense of the king's presence in heaven and earth. On the peak of the sky cloud, Ling Xiao looked at Zhou Yue, whose breath was gradually becoming more and more majestic beside him, and a hint of a smile lifted up on his face. At this moment, he could sense that the realm of this mean Phoenix clan powerhouse had already reached the peak of divine marquis. Obviously, if she remodeled her physical body, her cultivation would definitely be able to step into the realm of the divine king, a god king powerhouse. The Ling clan had a terrifying heritage, but there were only 10 god king powerhouses. Once 9 specters could completely recover, it was like having another terrifying card by his side. The strength of Mayan and Folded Shadows was strong, but they were demons and couldn't show themselves easily. Otherwise, if he attracted the attention of others, Ling Xiao would face endless trouble. But Zhou Yue was different. Even though she had a blood feud with the holy sect, but with some care, no one should recognize her. This clan has disappeared for nearly 100 years. I'm afraid that even the strongest members of the holy sect won't believe that there are still fish like Zhou Yue in the world that escaped the net. Click. And just as Ling Xiao was secretly pondering, in his sea of consciousness, a strange shattering sound suddenly came from him. Ling Xiao's mind moved and his figure instantly appeared in the space within the 8 desolate glazed pagoda, only to see that at this moment, Miang and Folded Shadow were surrounding that one black spirit beast egg, looking at the gap that was gradually cracking open on it with an expectant expression. Is it finally coming out? Ling Xiao grinned and raised his feet to walk beside the two. Greetings, Lord. Mayan and Stacked Shadow hurriedly bowed, with a similarly joyful look on their faces. Lord, this demonic beast is coming out. Aha! Ling Xiao's gaze landed on the beast's egg, only to see that a ferocious demonic aura visible to the naked eye was constantly overflowing from it. This demonic aura, could it be a demonic beast? Click, click, click. The cracks on the beast's egg became denser and denser until a small beast's head poked out from it, and only then did a smirk appear on the faces of Ling Xiao's trio. Dragon! That's right, that poking out of the beast's egg was actually a dragon head. There is no reversal, no surprises. What a start with a dog in gear to lick. It doesn't exist. Yes, it's what you think it is. A dragon. Fierce bloodshot eyes, hideous scales and 2 sinuous and straight dragon horns. Just with Ling Xiao's impression of the dragon race is a bit different. In front of this little dragon, the body actually carries rolling magic gas. Even the scale armor is also the color of pitch black. Magic dragon! Mayan exclaimed, scaring the little dragon so much that it retracted its head back into its shell. You're scaring him. Ling Xiao gave the former a blank look without a good reason and reached out to break the eggshell. Come to me. Seeing Ling Xiao, The little devil dragon instantly let out a soft whistle and directly pounced into his arms, constantly rubbing against him in an extremely intimate manner. Worthy of being a product of the system, this master doesn't even need to recognize, born with absolute loyalty to the host. Ling Xiao grinned, looking down at the docile as if kitten-like demonic dragon in his arms, and deep in his eyes, there was some inexplicable deep meaning. It seemed that he could not get rid of his identity as the young master of the devil sect completely, regardless of whether it was Mayan, Folded Shadows or this demonic dragon. All of them were inseparable from demons, and he himself was the inheritor of the heavenly demon's true body, not to mention the fact that there was also a Taiku demon blade in his sea of consciousness. It's a proper villainous demon setting. However, the world only knows that the devil is brutal in nature and is eager to kill and slaughter, but I don't know that the so-called devil is mostly a deliberate fabrication of those who stand at the top. When they want to consolidate their rule, they will label all opponents with the word devil. If you kill it in this way, you will not attract criticism. Since I've been reborn as a devil, in this life, I shall do justice to the devil. A hint of bitterness flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, frightening the little dragon in his arms as he trembled and looked up at him in disbelief. But, just the next second, Ling Xiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm going to do right by the devil. I'm a villain. What's the point of learning how to make an oath as the chosen one? Lord, the swift demon dragon hasn't appeared in the world for a long time. Where did you get this young beast from? Mayan glanced curiously at Ling Xiao. The ancient devil dragon. Although it could not be compared to the ancestral dragon of the beginning in terms of bloodline, it was likewise a peerless beast born at the beginning of the great beyond. In today's world, although there are many dragons, their bloodline has long been impure, and this demonic dragon's existence was almost equivalent to the peak of the dragon bloodline. Even he, when he saw this demonic dragon at this moment, would feel an oppression from within his heart. It was not hard to imagine that once this demonic dragon grew up, it was bound to be another huge monster that would wreak havoc on the party. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Ling Xiao smiled bashfully and raised his hand to gently stroke the demonic dragon in his arms. Since you're with me, let's give you a nice name. Hannah, how's it going? Chapter 104, Shameful. Put. Folded Shadow didn't hold back for a moment and covered her mouth with a light laugh. Flora? This brain of the Lord's, it doesn't look like it's working very well either. It was only when he saw Ling Xiao's slightly gloomy face that Folded Shadow instantly coughed twice and nodded with a serious face. The name Flower. It really does fit the temperament of the swift devil dragon. Roar! A flash of excitement flashed in the eyes of the devil dragon Flower. I'm afraid he didn't dream that in the near future, his worldly reputation would be ruined on this name. Even those women who were attracted to him, but who knew his name, eventually became sisters with him. Magic Dragon Flower. Gai Jin. No oh, little one. From now on you will follow me. Ling Xiao gently stroked Hua Hua in his arms and took out another bag of spirit pills from his body, handing it to Miyang and Folding Shadow. Don't delay your cultivation either. When there comes a day when your cultivation is sufficient, it will be time to leave the tower. Spiritual elixirs and whatnot, he would only take some when he was bored. After all, having a system to add to cultivation could be much easier than fusing pills. My lord. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes flashing with a flash of excited anticipation. 3,000 years of suppression had long since made them tired of the eternal darkness of the tower. Who says that demons don't aspire to the light? Can I borrow this little earthworm for a couple days? Just as Ling Xiao turned around to leave, Foamling's figure suddenly surfaced in the darkness, frightening the latter's footsteps. Little ancestor, can you stop being so goddamned weird every time? Ling Xiao glared fiercely at Foamling, while the latter ignored him and appeared directly in front of him, reaching out and holding Hua Hua's neck. What a cute little thing. Let me play with it for a couple days. The corner of Foamling's mouth revealed a bad smile, and his two small tiger teeth looked a little milky and fierce. Cute enough to play? Why don't you let me play for a couple days? Ling Xiao snorted coldly in the bottom of his heart, but on the surface, he didn't dare to really offend this great devil from the 9th floor, especially after seeing the terror of the overlapping shadow that day. Ling Xiao was even more convinced that Foamling's harmless appearance was mostly an act. Although he didn't know exactly what this girl was scheming, it never hurt to be careful. The 8 desolate glazed pagoda was, after all, a heavenly treasure, and with the 9-headed demon sealed within it, it would be of great use to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, with his character, he really wouldn't dare to casually bring this unknown danger with him. They're all demon races, so perhaps the 9 specters will know the origin of this ancient tower. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and eventually just touched Flower's little head and said with a smile, Flower, then you should accompany Sister Foamling to have a good time. Woo! A flash of reluctance flashed in Flower's eyes, but her body naturally zipped into Foamling's arms, and a trace of crystals even flowed from the corner of her mouth. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao was stunned. Is this little thing so horny since it was just born? It was true that the dragons were horny, regardless of their bloodline. This little thing is also too cute. It's just that his breath is a bit weak yet. I'll take him to hammer him properly. After Feng Ling finished speaking, his figure disappeared into thin air. Ancestor, remember to give it back to me when you're done playing. Ling Xiao let out a bitter smile and turned around to walk out of the glazed ancient pagoda. Having a sealing spirit hammering away was not necessarily a bad thing for Flower. Cultivation of immortality, babies and other things. Of course, in order to in critical moments for the master to die, the pet that Ling Xiao had spent 10,000 villain values in exchange for was not just for fun. It is necessary to sacrifice one's life if necessary. Does being cute help? Aren't all the cute ones meant to be played with? I just don't know when I'll be able to push that bossy little lowly down. It's delicate, white skin, big eyes, and most of all, it smells good. Ling Xiao returned to Xiao Yun Peak and tapped on the system. In these few short days, the villain value on him had already reached a count of 6,000. It was obviously contributed by that C family crowd in Ling Rue. System, Soul Regeneration Ancient Art. Add points. When he obtained this forbidden art, Ling Xiao knew that the Soul Regeneration Ancient Art was the top divine soul art in the world. Nowadays, there were not many cultivators specializing in divine souls in the world, so the general public did not know much about divine soul techniques. At most, it was known that as one's realm rose, divine soul perception would become more powerful. When fighting someone, the divine soul pressure can suppress cultivation. However, from the introduction of the Soul Regeneration Ancient Art, Ling Xiao knew that the reason why this ancient art was called a forbidden art was not only because it could take in people's hearts and souls, but it could also coalesce an offensive force and kill people invisibly. The divine soul is one of his great strengths, comparable to a divine king, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Buzz. As the 6,000 villain values were squandered, a ray of divine light steeply blossomed between Ling Xiao's eyes. The space in front of him instantly shattered and opened up, as if it was cut by a sharp sword. God's majesty is vast, largely as it is the great desolate imprisoning heavenly seal, the ancient soul skill recorded in the ancient art of soul regeneration, which can punish the immortals and subdue the devils to imprison the heavens. That's a bit of a familiar name, isn't it? If Ling Xiao remembered correctly, wasn't this the rune ancestor's famous means of crossing heaven and earth? It was only slightly different in that the palm print in front of him was not condensed by spiritual energy, but by soul energy, the great desolate prisoner's seal of heaven, a seal to subdue mountains and rivers. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth suddenly lifted into a smile. With his current divine soul realm, it was enough to rival a god-king powerhouse. In other words, under this seal of his, he was afraid that even a divine marquis person would find it difficult to withstand it. System. Master, Ling Xiao. Identity, young master of the Wandao demon sect, heir to the Ling clan of the ancient clan. Divine body, heavenly demon true body second turn, forbidden physique. Cultivation level, early stage of the delusion breaking realm. Spiritual treasures, the Taiku demon blade, grade unknown. The 8 wastelands glazed demon suppressing pagoda, a treasure of the heavens, the star emperor's robe, a top grade Dao artifact. Techniques, the 10,000 paths devil technique. Heavenly devil true scripture, heavenly devil true body, talent. Silent pupil, talent, soul regeneration ancient technique, forbidden technique, great desolate prisoner's seal of the heavens, soul technique. Spirit beast, Taiku demon dragon, void spirit realm. Luck value, 2000. Villain value, 0. Without realizing it, Ling Xiao's chi luck value had already reached 2000. Although these chi fortunes, which were not owned by himself, could not be sheltered by the heavenly Dao. But now, whoever he wanted to kill was likewise no longer bound by the heavenly Dao. Of course, plundering the heavenly destined son's chi was the root cause of Ling Xiao becoming stronger. What's more, squeezing clean the chi of those heaven's destiny people before killing them would drop additional rewards. These few times Ling Xiao had killed the son of heaven's destiny, he had obtained quite a few treasures that were not found in the sacred state. So, I also don't know when the next son of chi will appear. At this moment, Ling Xiao had a vague premonition in the back of his mind that perhaps tomorrow, someone would come to his door to extort him. Misty Dao Palace, Goddess Nian Chan Yun. When this name was placed above the holy state, it was synonymous with immortal face and powerful. Such a supremely proud girl must have some luck on her, right? I just wonder, will there be other chosen ones standing behind her? So much to look forward to. Ling Xiao grinned and suddenly opened the system mall, flipping to the pills section and silently browsing through it. Raw rice or whatever. It's not good. If you want to eat, of course you have to eat cooked rice. Dropping. The host's idea conforms to the style of the villain, making the system feel immensely ashamed. Making an exception in gifting 2,000 villain values. That's okay? Also, you're a system. Shame on you. Chapter 105, The Day of the Betrothal. The sun rises in the sky, and the divine light shines brightly. The entire Ling clan's sacred realm suddenly became lively. Countless powerful auras descended from the sky and landed before the central sacred hall. In the skies above Cold Sky City, one after another, giant ships and large birds were anchored, preparing to ascend to the Ling clan's sacred realm. The entire ancient city was instantly thrown into a frenzy. On both sides of the street, there are big red brocades floating everywhere, and countless cultivators are running along the street in high spirits to announce that Mr. Ling Xiao is engaged. Mr. Ling Xiao is engaged. My Ling clan heir is engaged. The universal celebration is no more than that. In just a few days, Ling Xiao's name had completely resounded through the holy state. Qin Feng, a true disciple of the Wan Dao demon sect's grand elder, was killed in front of him. The Xi family, the first of the four great families of Cold Heaven City, was destroyed overnight. Rumor has it that all of this is the work of Lord Ling Xiao. Moreover, yesterday, the Ling clan suddenly proclaimed the world, settling for the position of Ling Xiao's heir. Although the Ling clan had always been united, who of the 9 veins didn't miss the title of clan master? Ling Tianlin was strong, but not so strong that he could only cover the sky. Therefore, Ling Xiao was able to sit comfortably in the seat of the heir apparent, fearing that he had truly displayed an extremely powerful talent. Originally, those Heaven's Pride demons who had looked down on Ling Xiao behind his back had also made a special trip to Cold Sky City today, wanting to see this prince's honorable appearance. At the same time, they were curious to know if this Ling Xiao's arrogance was in vain or if he really had strength. After all, the 10,000 sect martial arts was about to begin, and that was a supreme opportunity to settle a demon's holy name in one fell swoop. Who doesn't cultivate to achieve supreme fame? Moreover, it was also these high-minded holy sons of various sects and sons of ancient clans. They don't want to be pinned down by anyone. Of course, some people came for Ling Xiao, while others, well, they came for Nian Qingyun. It was well known that this Dao Palace goddess had a heavenly face like a painting, and was even honored as a peerless beauty that was rare to see in the holy state for 10,000 years. It was even rumored that a young lord of an ancient clan had looked at her from afar, and ended up actually falling in love with her. What kind of horrible charm is this? Although seeing her in danger of a violent death didn't stop the crowd from wanting to catch a glimpse of heaven's face. Have you guys heard? That goddess Nian doesn't really want to marry this Ling clan heir. Nonsense. What kind of status and appearance is the Nian divine maiden? Wouldn't it be possible for arrogant mundanes like Ling Xiao to get their hands on her? Shoo, keep quiet. You don't want to live. This is Cold Sky City. If the people of the Ling clan hear this, you'll lose your life. Humph. What are you afraid of? Ling Xiao's prodigal reputation is well known in the sacred state. I just can't figure it out. Is that Pyongyang Palace master's brain in the actually taking the initiative to propose marriage to the Ling clan? But people are indeed strong. Haven't you heard that a few days ago, that one Dao demon sect's true disciple, Qin Feng, was actually killed by Ling Xiao in front of the Grand Elder? Che, do you believe he has the strength? Same true transmission. How much difference in cultivation can there be? That Ling Xiao is 80% high on drugs or has taken some kind of supreme treasure from the Ling clan. That's true, but it's better to be careful. We're just here to see the Nen divine maiden. Don't lose your little life because of this. Quite a few young cultivators gathered together, discussing the recent rumors with their mouths agape. In particular, the fact that Ling Xiao had beheaded Qin Feng had spread throughout the eastern border sect in the past few days. But rumors were rumors after all, and with Ling Xiao's status being placed there, very few people would really think that he was strong enough to crush the Xinqing realm. Grand Elder, where did Master Teacher rush off to early in the morning? In the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect, Yi Qingchan was holding the Qing Ke ancient sword as she stood at the top of the mountain practicing her sword style. Upon hearing this, Su Jibei, who was beside him, let out a smile with a bland expression. Today is the big day of the engagement of Ling clan's heir apparent, Prince Ling Xiao, to the goddess of the Pyongyang Dao Palace, Nian Qingyun, and all of the forces that have befriended the Ling clan have rushed over to offer their congratulations. What? Yi Qingchan's delicate body trembled lightly, along with her body's sword intent showing signs of collapsing. Your Excellency, is getting engaged? Although from the very beginning, Yi Qingchan knew that with a status like Ling Xiao's, it was simply impossible to have only one woman by his side. But she still felt heartbroken when she heard such news. But the good thing is, it's just an engagement. Grand Elder, I'm going to be in seclusion. You can tell Elder Master when he returns. Yi Qingchan retrieved the immortal sword in her hand and walked towards a cave in the distant mountains. Donzi said that as long as my cultivation is strong, he will come to fetch me down the mountain. Ha ha ha. Well, Qingchan you go. Su Jibei nodded and smiled, his pale eyes revealing a touch of deep meaning. Before the patriarch's departure, he had specifically instructed that if Yi Qingchan asked, he would tell the truth. In this way, she would naturally cut off her thoughts of Ling Xiao and focus her mind entirely on the sword Dao. The patriarch is truly a brilliant mind. If Su Jibei knew what Yi Qingshan was thinking at this moment, he was afraid that he would be angry again and spit out blood on the ground. Meanwhile, the northern border Green Hills, Bai Jishi looked at a green-clothed little maidservant in front of her with an icy expression, and a delicate little face that seemed to carry a touch of sulking. Are you saying that Ling Xiao is engaged today? Not bad, Princess 9. My cousin in the eastern frontier said that today is the day of that Ling Xiao's engagement to the goddess of the Pyumiao Palace, and right now the entire Ling clan's sacred realm is abuzz with activity. Dao Palace goddess? Humph. Vixen. Bai Jishi snorted coldly, but she froze herself when she finished speaking. Ling Xiao is engaged. What's it got to do with her? How could one be so angry? Did really fall in love with him? But humans and demons can't fall in love. That's an old rule. What to do? At this moment, Bai Jishi had never been more confused. Dan Yuan Holy Land. Xian Yuan Yu, dressed in a red robe, stood at the front of the grand hall, gazing into the distant sky. Behind him, the woman named Jiao slightly lowered her eyes and stood respectfully. Holy Lord, you aren't going over there yourself? I swore that I would never set foot in Cold Sky City again in this life. Xian Yuan Yu shook her head, a hint of sadness on her stunning face. Why would she not want to go to Ling Zhao's engagement ceremony? It was just that when she had dug into Ling Tian's Dan Si alive and risked universal condemnation, she had already touched Ling Tian Lin's bottom line. The two have not broken off their engagement, but their relationship is broken. It's not logical or reasonable for her to go to the Ling clan. Sacred Lord, it's been such a long time. I think Emperor Ling. Humph. Xian Yuan Yu snorted coldly, and the space shook, actually having the tendency to crumble. Holy Lord, rest in peace. Take the congratulatory gift and send it to the Ling clan, and at the same time tell Shower that I'll help him find out about Bai Jiro. Yes, Ling clan's sacred realm. In the central hall, Ling Tianlin was sitting on top of the main seat in a golden robe, and beside him stood the 8 great clan elders, and on both sides of the hall, countless great powerhouses with majestic breaths sat on their knees, their eyes either in awe or containing deep meaning as they looked at Ling Tianlin and the others. The Ling clan's power was something that these clan leaders had witnessed for all to see, and today, the Ling clan had once again joined forces with the Pyumiao Daoist Palace. So who else was their enemy in the entire eastern border of the holy state? Able to. The 9 lines of the Ling clan are quite complete. Why hasn't the heir apparent, Ling Xiao, shown up yet? Sure enough, the rumors were true. This Ling Xiao has no respect, knows no etiquette, is arrogant, and can hardly handle a big job. In the future, even if the Ling clan reached him, it would most likely be cold. Your Majesty, the Holy Lord of Dan Yuan has sent a congratulatory gift. Outside the main hall, a Ling clan son suddenly led a black-clothed woman in, instantly attracting the gazes of everyone present. Chapter 106, A Public Smack in the Face. Not much is known to outsiders about what happened back then. However, in these years, the Dan Yuan Holy Lord had lived in the clan for a long time and had never come to the Ling clan, which had already given rise to many conjectures. The most recognized one is that Xian Yuan Yu and Ling Tianlin have a broken relationship and are no longer married. Of course, speculation is speculation, whether it is the Dan Yuan Holy Land or the Ling clan, both of which are supreme Taoist lineages in their own right. It is unusual that no one would dare to take the initiative to provoke. Emperor Ling, my sacred lord has prepared a special congratulatory gift for Prince Ling Xiao. Please pass it on to him. Jiao raised his head and eyed Ling Tianlin on the hall, took out a white jade porcelain vase from his bosom and bowed in obeisance. Sister Jiao, it's been a long time. But just as Ling Tianlin nodded his head and wanted to respond, a light laughter suddenly came from outside the great hall. Immediately, everyone saw a white-clothed figure walking slowly, vertical black hair tied back behind his head, and a sword with strong eyebrows, slender hidden sharp eyes, like an eagle in the night, cold and arrogant and lonely, but also the full force of the atmosphere, independent of the emanation, is proud of the world's strength. What a handsome and unmatched beautiful boy, especially when set against the white robe on his body that emitted starlight. He was even more reclusive and handsome. At this moment, even those sacred sect powerhouses on the hall, the ancient clan great powers, were all staring with wide eyes, looking at the teenager in the hall with some disbelief. They did hear that this Ling clan heir was human-looking, but I didn't expect it to be quite a mannequin. Even some of the clan's proud daughters who had followed their elders, at this time, their eyes were filled with starlight and their pretty faces were slightly red, obviously craving for Ling Zhao's body. No wonder, this asshole was infamous. Yet there were still women willing to take the initiative to stick it to them, just by his looks. It's easy to be lustful yet. It's impossible to get married, but it's still possible to get comfortable. Duke, Jiao turned around and when she saw Ling Xiao, a smirk appeared on her originally cold face. This is a congratulatory gift from the Holy Lord to you. And the Holy Lord said. Ah Jiao came over and whispered a few words in Ling Zhao's ear. The latter nodded with a sudden smile. Thank Mother Superior for me. Yes, Your Excellency. Then if there's nothing else, Ah Jiao will go back first. As the words fell, Ah Jiao made another bow at Ling Tianlin and lifted his feet towards the outside of the hall. Shower, why don't you quickly pay your respects to the seniors? Ling Tianlin let out a bitter smile. This kid, every time he looks lazy and weary. No wonder he is not likable. He didn't care much about Ling Zhao's reputation. After all, like he said, strength is what makes a man a man. But just because Ling Tianlin didn't care, it didn't mean that others didn't care. These past few days, he had heard that the Dao Palace goddess seemed to be quite resistant to this marriage. All of you uncles and uncles driving the Ling clan and personally coming to attend my nephew's big engagement ceremony. It really makes my nephew flattered. Ling Xiao grinned and bowed down towards the people present. Uncles, is it time for your congratulatory gifts to go up? The smiles that were originally on the faces of the crowd froze almost the instant Ling Zhao's second sentence fell. Shameless, they're guests from afar, and before their asses are even warmed up, they're asked to hand over their congratulatory gifts? Besides, they haven't even arrived yet, so if you take it out now, all the congratulatory gifts will go to you? What are you all waiting for? When my fiancé comes later, the congratulatory gift will have to be split in half between her. Hurry up, Cam. It's amazing that this pussy is really trying to take the congratulatory gift all by himself. Shameless, so shameless. The crowd had just changed their minds about Ling Xiao because of his appearance. But this short moment completely confirmed the rumor that the Ling clan's prince was shameless to the extreme. Even the fiancé is a victim. It's unconscionable. The problem is, who wouldn't want to take care of a stunningly proud woman like Nian Qingyun when they marry her? But this Ling Xiao, not only is it shameless, it's an oddball. Cough cough. Prince Ling Xiao is really different. On behalf of the 10,000 Swords Holy Land, this father sends the divine sword Xiao. I hope you will smile. In the middle of the hall, a black-clothed old man suddenly stood up, holding a 3-foot green blade in both hands and smiling blandly. 10,000 Swords Holy Land? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly, but he saw that at that moment, Ling Tian was standing beside that old man with a look that seemed to be humble and respectful. So it's the 10,000 Sword Saint Lord. Ha, thanks a lot. When Ling Xiao held the ancient sword, he felt an overwhelming aura come over him. It was actually a top-grade divine weapon. Good sword. What a good sword. Tian D. What do you think? Ling Tian's expression froze as he looked at Ling Xiao somewhat helplessly. This asshole is trying to gift this sword to me? Otherwise, why would he ask my opinion? Ling Xiao, don't think that I'll forgive you if you deliberately curry favor. You're dreaming. This sword, Xiao, is a famous divine sword of the 10,000 Swords Holy Land. So it's naturally excellent. Ling Tian barely suppressed the emotions in his heart. He cultivated the sword Dao and had an instinctive affinity for swords. This time, the 10,000 Swords Holy Land had made a great deal of effort to congratulate Ling Xiao on his wedding banquet. This Xiao divine sword, even if you look at the entire 10,000 Swords Holy Land, it is still top of the line. Although this 10,000 Sword Sacred Lord had also given him a divine sword when he paid his respects just now, it was clearly inferior to Xiao. Able to. What's going on with this Ling Xiao? How come you seem to be a different person this time when you return to the tribe? Did he have another agenda? He couldn't have seen his divine vein and wanted to take it for himself again. Could he? In an instant, Ling Tian's face went a little pale. And naturally, the change of emotions in his eyes did not escape Ling Xiao's eyes. Since Tian D likes it, that proves that this sword is really good. Patriarch Duan, just give it to Qinchan. Ling Xiao backhanded the Xiao and handed it to Duan Wuyang who was at the side. The complexion on the faces of the 10,000 Sword Sage Lord and Ling Tian froze at the same time, and their faces were a kind of ironic blue that was even uglier than eating. This, then I'll thank Mr. Ling Xiao for Qinchan. Duan Wuyang obviously didn't expect that Ling Xiao would do such a face-slapping thing in front of that 10,000 Sword Sacred Lord, and his old face immediately turned into a daisy with a smile. The 10,000 Swords Holy Land and his Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect were both sword sect Taoist lineages, and were often compared to each other. In the past few years, the 10,000 Swords Holy Land had produced a few proud sons of the Sword Dao, and their reputation had vaguely suppressed the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect, which made Duan Wuyang very dissatisfied. But today, watching Ling Xiao make the 10,000 Sword Sage Lord suffer with a casual move, Duan Wuyang felt a surge of pleasure. Your Excellency's engagement is a great joy. My Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect sends 2 ancient glazed marigolds that can transform chi into spirit and are most suitable for drinking. I hope Your Excellency will smile. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Upon hearing this, a heartfelt smile appeared on Ling Zhao's face. Still, this mediocrity knows itself. What divine sword and divine knife? Does he look like someone who lacks spiritual treasures? Only this kind of strange and weird stuff is the most suitable for Ling Zhao's heart. Seeing this scene, all of the strongest members of the Dao lineage in the Great Hall had their eyes slightly condensed, and they couldn't help but secretly sigh in the bottom of their hearts. The rumors are indeed true. Chapter 107, The Goddess Comes. Letting go of the top-quality divine sword and giving it to someone else. Taking a broken cup actually made him happy in this manner. This Ling Xiao did deserve the word dude. Moreover, the name Qingshan doesn't sound like a man in any way, does it? On the day of this Ling Xiao's engagement, he even gave the congratulatory gift from the 10,000 sword sage lord to another woman? It's ing. Sure. I'm afraid that it doesn't need to be tomorrow. Today's headlines in the entire holy state will be that the heir to the Ling clan is a philanderer, humiliating the goddess's fiancé on the day of her engagement, and is suspected of falling in love with a woman named Qingshan. Alas, what are you waiting for? What congratulatory gifts do you have? Hurry up and get on one. If you are late it will be too late. Ling Xiao certainly didn't care what the onlookers thought, although he wasn't sure how Ling Tian got involved with this 10,000 sword sacred lord. However, he would use his actions to tell anyone, but anyone who had anything to do with Ling Tian would not end up well. 3 feet of ice is not a day's cold. If he was to care for Ling Tian, I'm afraid that the little brat would be suspicious in his mind again, which would be counterproductive. If you give him room to think, he will be obedient. As for whether or not things would end up going the way they wanted, it still depended on whether or not this Ling Tian was qualified enough. It wasn't that he couldn't give the 9 heavy dance, but the premise was that it had to be given with value. Ling Xiao, as expected, at this moment, the look Ling Tian gave Ling Xiao could no longer be described as icy cold. This asshole, as usual, is a pain in the ass. The Dao Palace goddess has arrived. Outside the Great Hall, a soft cry suddenly came. Ling Zhao's hand, which was originally reaching out towards the crowd, awkwardly stopped in midair. He turned his head in the direction of the temple door, and in the next instant, his eyes steepened. Mother ***********, 10,000 chi value. At this moment, Ling Zhao's eyes were about to go blind. He didn't even see that Nian Qingyun's face. He only saw her whole body emitting golden light, like a new sun, piercing to the extreme. Wait, what's with this trace of Dao aura on her? Misty dogs? This Nian Qingyun actually comprehended the Dao? Breaking the delusion? How old is she? And she's already a delusion breaker? Wait a little longer. What? She's actually a chaotic Empyrean god body. This divine body, itself, was attuned to the heavenly Dao, so it was no wonder that she had sensed the Dao at such a young age. Most importantly, this physique is said to have endless wonderful benefits from dual cultivation. Get rich? Nope. Too lucky to be able to marry such a supreme goddess, and to be able to cultivate every day when there's nothing to lie down on. This kind of luck. Ling Xiao suddenly felt as if his villainous setting was not so firm anymore. This is clearly a treatment that only the Son of Heaven's destiny can enjoy. It was just that Nian Qingyun's divine body should not be known to others yet. Otherwise, it was impossible for those old monsters whose cultivation had long since stepped into the bottleneck not to be moved. This is the ultimate cultivation cauldron. Even if she had a horrible identity background, the land of the holy state, there was just no shortage of old colorful bacha. If Ling Xiao didn't possess the silent eyes, a natural aptitude that could naturally see people, he would never have known about the secrets on Nian Qingyun's body. Even Ling Xiao thought that this Dao Palace goddess was afraid that she herself did not know the secret of this divine body of hers. After all, with this kind of physique, how can you possibly know unless you try? But what's with the guy standing behind her? Why was he looking at himself kind of weird? And what the hell is that thing he's carrying? A heavy black ruler? That looks familiar. 2,000 points of chi value. Coming, old buddy? At this moment, the entire Ling clan sacred temple was strangely plunged into a dead silence. Everyone looked at that lotus step, immortal face like a picture of a peerless woman, with a touch of obvious dumbfoundedness on their faces, especially those sacred sect successors and ancient clan sons and daughters. Each one of them was even more red in the face, with a look of lust. Snow-white skin, like agate. Jade hands are as slender as green onions. A white dress floats like a fairy. The temperament is out of the ordinary, but also pervades an awe-inspiring absolute cold. Unearthly, as if all the beauty of the world paled before her. This Nian Qingyun is worthy of being the first goddess of the eastern frontier. Ahem. Ling Tianlin coughed lightly, which caused everyone to come back to their senses, and a trace of embarrassment instantly surged on their faces. This Dao Palace goddess is truly worthy of her name. The reputation of being a scourge to all races is really not just words. Even though her face was covered with a white veil at this time, it didn't affect her beauty at all, but rather added a bit of mystery. It's just, how come she had a man with her on this engagement day? And look at the appearance of that youth. Sword eyebrows and starry eyes, but also has a few points of the meaning of divine steed. At a glance is not an unusual dragon set. Do not say. At this time he and Nian Qingyun stood together, are all in white, actually a little bit of the meaning of the fairy couple. So it's the goddess who has arrived. Shower. A trace of displeasure flashed in Ling Tianlin's eyes, but in front of everyone, it was not good to have an attack so as not to lose the Ling clan's demeanor. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, just smiled and shook his head, lifting his foot and walking to Nian Qingyun's body, reaching out to take hold of one of her soft, boneless jade hands. Lord Ling Xiao. Right at this moment, beside Nian Qingyun, the young man suddenly stepped forward and blocked in front of Ling Xiao, with a hint of inexplicable sarcasm in his eyes. Although he couldn't see Ling Xiao's realm, he thought it was mostly because he was carrying a spiritual treasure to conceal his cultivation. However, Lin Shi was confident that in the entire sacred state, there was absolutely no one of his generation who was his opponent. The immaculate conception of the Tao is naturally disobedient to heaven and earth. Who are you? Ling Xiao frowned, but his heart was joyful. He had long guessed that this engagement banquet today would definitely not be calm. Like Nian Qingyun, such a supremely proud woman, how could she not be followed by a few licking dogs? Although he also wanted to lick it now. The chi on this teenager's body was much more enticing. Another loser who wants to use him as a stepping stone. However, the youth in front of him felt somewhat familiar to Ling Xiao, both in terms of his appearance and dress, as well as his breath. In particular, that black ruler was an excellent match for a divine weapon in his memory. Could it be that in this teenager's ring, there was also an old grandfather who could make pills? He took, also, the route of collecting spirit fire and rising as a scrapper? Black heavy ruler with a flame smell. Several bars of familiar sets. He's not named Shaw, is he? I am Lin Shi. This teenager was naturally Lin Shi who had followed Nian Qingyun all the way to the Ling clan. That day, when he sensed the former's aura, he found Nian Qingyun in the depths of Sunset Mountain in the night. Although this Tao Palace goddess put on an ice-cold and indifferent appearance on the surface, this time, she did not take the initiative to leave. Lin Shi knew in his heart that Nian Qingyun most likely didn't want to marry Ling Xiao, so he wanted to use himself as a shield. It's just that it's a shield, and he's a willing one. After all, in the entire sacred state, who was qualified to be utilized by Nian Qingyun? He's the only one. Lin Suk, the old forest family? Finally, we've waited. Ling Xiao nodded his head and smiled. Since ancient times, the Lin family has produced scum, and the scum have great fortune in their bodies. 2,000 chakra values. Squeezed clean is 20,000 villain values. The higher the value of chi, the more precious the rewards that would drop after a kill. This was something that Ling Xiao had known for a long time. At this moment, the gaze he was looking at Lin Shi was properly looking at a mountain of gold. And looking at the Ling clan heir in front of him with a smile at the corner of his mouth and a lewd appearance. For some reason, Lin Xia's heart suddenly chilled, and a coolness instantly spread out from the daisy. This guy, does he have some kind of special fetish? Why else would he stare at me and smile instead of looking at Nim Qingyun? You're here to give me a congratulatory gift too, aren't you? Ha, even though I don't know you. At first glance, you're a good person. It was only Ling Zhao's next sentence that instantly caused a flash of surprised mockery to flash across Lin Shi's eyes. This stupid bai. Not only is he arrogant and ignorant, he doesn't seem to have much of a brain either. Nonetheless, I came here today to tell your excellency that Nian Qingyun, you don't deserve it. Chapter 108, Fight with me. Boom. The entire hall was suddenly enveloped by a great power. All the Ling clan powerhouses looked at the white-clothed youth standing at that temple with a touch of anger in their eyes. Well, dare I say that this kid came to the door to pick a fight? It's just that if we look at the sacred state, which power would dare to humiliate the Ling clan so much as to come and steal the marriage on the day of the prince's engagement? Lim Sik? That name seems a little strange. Moreover, there didn't seem to be any god emperors or ancient clans with the surname Lin in the sacred state. Did there? After all, those great Lin family names in ancient times, like the eternal emperor Lin Yen, the 10,000 ancient martial emperor Lin Yun, and the rune ancestor Lin Dynamic, all brought their families to the upper realms after their cultivation had been accomplished. Nowadays, in the sacred state, there were many ancient clans, but there was no Lin family name. You're saying that I'm not good enough for her? Ling Zhao's face was always calm, which caused Nian Qingyun and Lin Shi to be somewhat surprised. After all, rumor had it that this Ling clan prince was notorious for his arrogant and violent nature, and that he was going to kill with his hands at the slightest disagreement. Not bad. What kind of reputation do you Ling Xiao have in the holy state? Don't you have any idea in your own heart? Lin Xie sneered. A scorching hot fluctuation rushed up around his body, and he even vaguely resisted the pressure of those clan elders of the Ling clan. Sure enough, It was the scent of a spirit fire. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth smiled even more. Even though this Lin Shi had not yet comprehended the power of the Tao rule, he had vaguely touched the threshold. Furthermore, the heaven and earth spiritual flame was originally created in response to the flame origin derivation. So as long as Ling Xiao was able to fuse a few of them, he thought that he would be able to comprehend the flame Tao. It's cozy. This Nian Xingyun was worthy of being the established heroine, giving herself so many great gifts as soon as she arrived. Ling Xiao did not believe that this Lin Shi did not have a fused spirit fire in his body, and according to the previous routine, he must still know where the next spirit flame was going to be born. Is that what you think? Ling Xiao crossed over Lin Shi and placed his gaze on Nian Xingyun. He could not care how many lickspittles were standing around the ladder, but he could never tolerate that his fiancée had someone else in her heart. If she was just testing herself with this Lin Shi, Ling Xiao could forgive her. At most, it's a PIE meal. If the two of them really had something, Ling Xiao will naturally choose to forgive her as well. Just kidding. 10,000 luck. Chaotic ethereal god body. I'm a villain, want what true love? Chained up in a tower as a pot, it does not smell good? Furthermore, with this Nian Xingyun's fortune, if he were to take the form of a treasure-seeking beast, he would definitely be able to help Ling Xiao find the countless hidden heavenly creations in this sacred state. After all, this thing called Chi-luck was not something that was just said. The secret realm that is difficult to find even with all the efforts of ordinary heavenly prides. In the eyes of these heavenly destined people, it is a star in the dark night, bright and piercing. You say angry. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but think about how he should use some means to make some marks on this Lin Shi later on. I came here to be engaged to you by the order of my master, but the love of the world is like passing clouds in my eyes, so, even if I were engaged to you, I wouldn't be emotionally attracted to you, and anyone else, the same. Nian Xingyun gave Ling Xiao a cold look, but the words were meant for the two to hear. How could she not know about Lin Shi's affection for her? Only that since she was on the immortal path, everything should be focused on cultivation. Although she was somewhat grateful to Lin Shi, she was far from losing her mind. Not to mention the infamous Ling clan prince in front of us. Men. They're all big hogs. Master said that the men in this world are all chattel that have no feelings and crave her body. That's not true at all. Normally, the way those ancient clan celestials, prestigious demons looked at her was really disgusting to the extreme. Lin Xia was a little different from them, but only a little different. And this Ling Xiao in front of him, he was really good looking, with a plump god like jade and a heavenly Taoist rhythm. But Master also said that the more handsome a man is, the more he can cheat. Nian Xingyun didn't know how that master who had always regarded men as dung and was ice clear knew these truths. But what the master said was surely right. This Ling Xiao was not only shameless and greedy, but he also seemed to be a ghostly liar. Big liar. What else would he have been doing when he entered the hall? Asking for a gift from the crowd? Shameless to the core. The rumors are true. So it is. Ling Xiao nodded. This Nian Xingyun was worthy of practicing the emotionless avenue. The absolute coldness between her words and actions would never be faked. He believed that this Lin Shi was absolutely no different in her eyes. Isn't the whole wishful thinking thing all about lickspittle self-mastery? The reason why she brought Lin Shi to the Ling clan today was because she was afraid that she really didn't want to get engaged to him. It is just that if this Nian Xingyun is an ordinary heavenly pride, even if it looks more beautiful, Ling Xiao is not rare. However, the 10,000 Chi luck values on her body were truly a bit gluttonous. Furthermore, the taste of the chaotic Empyrean spirit god body was something Ling Xiao said he wanted to taste. Otherwise wouldn't he be sorry for being a villain? Nian divine maiden. Whether or not you'll fall in love with me is not a matter of concern for now. Today's engagement, since it was discussed between my father and your master, then it can't be delayed in any way. So, it's better to ask this friend of yours to leave. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Nian Chongyun and said in a calm tone, Lin Suk will have to be killed sooner or later, but he has to finish contributing his light and heat. There's no rush. This scene fell into Nian Xingyun's eyes, causing another trace of doubt to arise in her heart. Isn't this Ling Xiao known as the sacred state sea king? Isn't it true that he reveals his nature when he sees a beautiful young woman? What's with the moralizing now? For her own charm, Nian Xingyun had complete confidence. However, Ling Xiao's behavior at this moment was somewhat beyond her expectations. In him, Nian Xingyun actually saw a trace of a transcendent aura. Liar. Surely it's a lie from the inside out. What? Lord Ling Xiao, are you afraid? Lin Xie sneered, not feeling the slightest bit chagrined by what Nian Xingyun had just said. Her nature, always. It was just that if she didn't like herself, how could she have brought him to the Ling clan's sacred realm? When he thought of that wonderful taste in his dream, a flame burned in Lin Shi's belly. Not to mention anything else, just Nian Xingyun's pair of jade-like feet was enough for him to play for a whole year. Giggling. Scared? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly as he eyed the youth in front of him. He could understand that the sons of heavenly destiny who grew up like this template actually had some inferiority complexes within them. They grew up despised and were mocked and belittled everywhere they went. Now that he was standing in front of his beloved woman, it was natural for him to act like the old man was invincible. It couldn't be helped. Other than being a bit confident in their cultivation, they really didn't have much confidence left. Generally, these types of heaven's destiny sons had sparse looks, tacky names, and undeveloped families, and even the spiritual treasures on their bodies were only a handful of pieces. What could they compare to an ancient clan prince like Ling Xiao? Of course, the only way to vent the indignation in your heart and forge a flawless Taoist heart is to trample them hard under your feet. Since you're not afraid, fight me. Chapter 109, The Supreme Honorable Name. A battle? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth grew more and more playful. These sons of heaven's destiny are really the same mold. Anyone who sees themselves hates to step on them twice. Not bad. If you lose today, you will return the green peony goddess to her free body. Lin Xia never thought he would lose at all, so he didn't even consider the consequences of losing. The immaculate conception of the way, of course, must be the only one. Otherwise, in this chaotic world where demons are gathered, how can the true meaning of the 4 words, heaven's destiny is extraordinary, be emphasized? Give her back her freedom? Ling Xiao shook his head as some coldness gradually welled up in his eyes, and at this moment, the countless ancient sect powerhouses watching the ceremony in the main hall were all looking at the 2 people in front of them with a playful expression. The cultivation level of that white-clothed youth had clearly reached the threshold of breaking delusion. Moreover, the flame breath on his body had a few flavors of the Tao. Although most of the people present had never heard of the name Lin Shi, it was undeniable that this was a heavenly youngster. As for the sky, these past few days the eastern frontier was circulating many rumors about this Ling clan prince, but no one can say for sure what his battle power is. Humph. Ling Xiao, could it be that you're holding on to so many names, all in vain? Don't even have the courage to fight me? Lin Xia laughed wildly, his words showing as much sarcasm as possible. Today he came and refused this marriage for Nian Qinyun is one of them. The second was naturally wanting to step on the Ling clan's prestige and make a name for himself in the holy state. In this way, his sister and father would know he was alive. Moreover, Lin Shi was confident that with his current strength, as long as he fused another spirit flame, he would be completely able to protect them. As for those enemies who were chasing him back then, it seemed that they were completely worthless now. Did you have a sister you got separated from? Of course, Ling Xiao had long been aware of Lin Shi's thoughts. A person from a small lineage who dared to come to the Ling clan to pick a fight was either having a bubble in his head or wanted to be famous. Looking at this Lindsay's template, he shouldn't be a drag queen retard who lives for a few chapters, so his actions at this time must have another deep meaning. How did you know? The ferocity on Lin Xia's face instantly solidified, and then he seemed to think of something, and his eyes widened abruptly. Could it be that the one who chased our father and son back then was the Ling clan? At this moment, the hatred in Lin Shi's eyes could no longer be concealed, although he didn't expect that his father's enemy was actually this holy state's renowned supreme ancient clan. But if it weren't for them, how would this Ling Xiao know the hidden story of that year? It's true that there's no place to go when you step on iron shoes, and there's a certainty in the fate of the world. However, today he had accidentally exposed his identity, so he was afraid that he would have to be more careful for a long time to come. He had seen the ruthlessness of the Ling clan as early as when he was 12 years old. Although the Ling clan might not pull their faces down to strike at him in front of all the clans today, but in the future, it was hard to say. Hypocrisy could always be synonymous with these ancient clans. Dropping. Congratulations to the host for successfully arousing the suspicion of the son of heaven's destiny. In line with the style of the villain value increases by 1,000 points. Sure enough, it's all the same old stuff. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and looked at Lin Shi with increasingly playful eyes. I'm afraid that this Lin Xia must have been separated from his sister, and such an unknowing behavior was just to get the latter's attention. And, according to the formula, that sister of his should also have a great background. Either they were taken in as disciples by powerful people, or they were illegitimate daughters left behind by ancient clans. Now it has long been taken back to live in the limelight. She must be looking for Lindsay as well. After all, there's a hidden emotional thread. It was just that Lin Shi had been busy cultivating and searching for the secret realm for the past few years, and his reputation was not obvious, so he had not found it for a while. Buy one, get one free, get Lin Xia killed, and then lure in another heaven's destined daughter. That's just not too lucky. What did you guys do with spirit? Lin Xia's body began to tremble gently. These years he had experienced in life and death, and the only thing that persisted in his heart was the whereabouts of his sister and father. Unexpectedly, today he made the mistake of knowing who the enemy was. It seemed that he had come to the right place on this trip to the Ling clan. although it was difficult for him to fight against the entire Ling clan with his own strength nowadays. But, as long as he was able to fuse the 9 spirit flames, the spirit elder had said that he would be able to take the final step and achieve the Yuan Zun realm with the burning scripture. By that time, the entire Ling clan will still be destroyed with a wave of the hand. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. I'm only 18, I have plenty of time to play with you. Spirit? For a moment, Ling Xiao thought of wind chimes, only for the thought to be snuffed out in a whirlwind. Although wind chimes' origins were mysterious, she clearly looked as if she had not been involved in the world and had not experienced any suffering. However, looking at the hatred in Lin Xia's eyes at this moment, Ling Xiao knew that it was about time. One Nian Qingyun alone was not enough to make Lin Xi lose his mind, especially once he was crushed by himself later on. There was no guarantee that this son of heaven's destiny wouldn't be apprehensive and no longer dare to strike out at will. Therefore, Ling Xiao needed to give him some excitement, stimulate him to quickly go in search of creation and raise his cultivation level, so that he could also logically sit back and reap the benefits. Still pretending. Also, when I step on you, I'm not afraid that you won't say anything. Lin Xia's eyes were slightly condensed, and his heart was secretly fierce. Ling Xiao, cut the crap. Do you dare to fight me or not? With you, you're also worthy of fighting me? Ling Xiao suddenly shook his head and raised his eyes to look at Nian Qingyun behind Lin Xi. What about you? Do you want to fight with me as well? It's normal for the daughter of the Mandate of Heaven to be high-minded. The best way to get them to be completely submissive is to just battle-harden them. Battle until their whole body is weak, gasping for breath, sweating, want to stop, cannot, so, which still have the strength to be cold and proud, especially women like this who practice the way of emotionlessness. They must be made to understand the sourness of friendship. The most primal emotions in this world are fear and lust. The Buddha said that everything is empty, an epiphany after an ordeal. In other words, who would be willing to give up the 7 passions and cut off the 6 desires if they were not disillusioned in life? And Nian Qingyun, a little girl, has never experienced anything at all, and only cultivates the way of emotionlessness based on her beliefs. Isn't this a joke? As for what to do to take in this woman of destiny, give her sweet love, ham and soy milk. Of course, stinky sister, I can act any way you like. One word, dry. It's over. Humph, arrogant. Nian Qingyun snorted coldly, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain. Looking at the sacred state, it wasn't that there were no people who could compete with her, but that by no means included Ling Xiao. The ethereal Tao rules are mysterious and unfathomable. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao, and the latter didn't have the slightest bit of resistance at all. Alright, since you're looking down on my husband so much, then today, my husband will properly prove it for himself. As the words fell, Ling Xiao directly lifted his foot and walked out of the sanctuary, landing on top of the square. At that instant, all the gazes of the entire Ling clan converged on him. The Ling clan's heir, whether it was a false name or truly invincible in the world, they could finally witness it with their own eyes. Of course, the only ones who were curious were the powerful and heavenly prides who had rushed to watch the ceremony. At this moment, everyone in the Ling clan had a look of disdain on their faces. Even the way he looked at Lin Shi was like he was looking at a little cutie. Ling Xiao, today, I, Lin Shi, will step on you and achieve a supreme honorable name. Lin Shi naturally ignored the gazes of the Ling clan's crowd. From the moment he stepped out of the Lin family, he had been suffering from this unfair treatment. But in the end, those who mocked and belittled him died. Today, Ling Xiao would be no exception. Chapter 110, A Shocking Ruler. Ling Xiao, new grudge and old grudge. I'll come and settle things with you today. Lin Xia took a step, his figure descending from the sky, rawly smashing countless cracks out of that lapis lazuli floor. Around it, a scorching hot fluctuation quietly diffused, and the entire Ling clan hall seemed to have turned into a sea of hellfire. What a terrifying flame aura. It seems that this teenager called Lin Shi has already touched the Tao threshold. Not bad. His cultivation is close to breaking the delusion. I'm afraid that once he steps in, he will immediately be accompanied by the Tao. This engagement banquet for the Ling clan's heir today is more than likely going to be cold. People have come to the door to steal their marriage, so Ling Xiao has no choice. Good thing too, so that the Ling clan's ambitions. Many sacred sect powerhouses and ancient race powerhouses walked out of the great hall and looked at the 2 people in the square, secretly sneering. Things like marriage were rare in the sacred state. The purpose, of course, is that each has his own agenda. The Ling clan was already powerful enough. If they were to join forces with the Pyongyang Taoist palace, what else would make the remaining forces in the eastern frontier play hammer? However, at this moment, Ling Tianlin was sitting steadily in the hall, without the slightest intention of wanting to watch the battle. Even the 10,000 Paths Demon Lord, 10,000 enemies, was sitting openly at the temple, sipping his own wine. a teenager who had sensed a trace of the power of the Tao, presuming to challenge Ling Xiao? Pust. It's a messy world. It's fascinating. Emperor Ling. The 10,000 Sword Sage Lord was a bit hesitant. He was closest to Emperor Ling, and at this moment, he was a bit at a loss. Should we go out and see the action or not? Oh, what does the Holy Lord think? How is my son? Ling Tianlin gave him a parting glance, as well as Ling Tian who was standing on the side. Duke Ling Xiao is naturally a dragon among men, the light of the sacred state, the pride of the righteous path, and the benchmark of immortal cultivation. The 10,000 Sword Sacred Lord was a bit stifled in his heart, but in front of this ancient race divine emperor, he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of contempt for Ling Xiao, this little bastard, who had just made him lose face. He hated that Lin Xie could ruthlessly trample him under his feet and kick his head to pieces. I'm talking about Tennille. Ling Tianlin shook his head and smiled, picking up the tea on the case and taking a light sip. Shower. I naturally don't need to worry about it. With his natural talent, it's not something that any cat or dog can provoke. Put. A mouthful of wine nearly spewed out of the 10,000 enemy's mouth. Sure enough, these two masters are carved from the same mold. It's so arrogant and overbearing. The 10,000 Sword Sage Lord smiled awkwardly and nodded his head in approval, but a flash of gloom flashed across his eyes. Ling Di what time has it come? Still pretending with us here. No wonder that Ling Xiao is so domineering and arrogant. Dare I say that this skill of pretending is learned from you? No need to worry. That Lin Shi obviously touched the threshold of the Tao. A body cultivation in the eyes of the young generation of the holy state also belongs to the top of the ranks. Can't you see that big knife on a man's back? All hungry and thirsty? The iron law of the immortal cultivation world is that any unknown person who dares to take the initiative to provoke must have something to rely on. Moreover, the young pride that could enter Nian Xingyun's eyes. How bad could it be? Duke Tian is handsome and has commendable perseverance. Although he is unable to cultivate spiritual power, the path of the sword path is different from the ordinary path. As long as there is a sword in his heart, he can wave his hand to cut down the immortals. The 10,000 Sword Saint Lord's face suddenly became serious. With his eyesight, how could he not see that hint of sternness in Ling Tian's body? The creation of the world. With the talent of this second son of the Ling clan, he should have been someone who stood at the top of the sword Dao. Yet, he didn't have a Danhai. A good wave of the hand can be used to cut down immortals. Then Holy Lord, Tian'er is counting on you. Don't worry Ling Emperor, I will do my best. The 10,000 Sword Sage Lord bent down and proceeded to look towards the outside of the hall. He could feel that at that moment, in the square in front of that great hall, a fearful aura was gradually surging. Mr. Ling Xiao, I'm offended. Lin Shi sneered, holding the heavy ruler horizontally in his hand. A force of flame seen with the naked eye instantly filled out, burning that heavy ruler into a crimson color alive. Come on, show. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back, his star robe blooming with divine splendor. If he didn't know his temperament, this dress and appearance, but indeed said a sentence unrivaled in the world. Humph, out of your depth. Lin Xie's footsteps pounded, his entire body like a pale wolf that preyed on its prey. The entire lapis lazuli square instantly exploded into endless ashes. Immediately after that, layers of fiery flames began to wrap around his body, that weird deep red color that made people feel hot at a glance. What kind of kung fu is this? What a domineering flame. Of course, at this time, even those ancient sect lords would never have imagined that a youngster of the Xianqing realm would be able to melt the heaven and earth spirit flame into his body. However, all of this fell into Ling Zhao's eyes, but there was not the slightest surprise at all. At this moment, Lin Shi was just like the god of fire in the upper realm. His body was filled with blood flames, and even his realm was vaguely like a breakthrough. Space collapsed in front of him on its own, as if it couldn't withstand that terrifying scorching heat. It's overwhelming and sharp. Even some of the sacred sect's celestial pride were looking at Lin Xia with some awe at this moment. Lin Shi's realm. Another breakthrough. Nian Xingyun was dressed in white with bare jade feet, standing before the crowd. At this moment, a flash of color similarly flashed in her beautiful eyes. She remembers the year when she first met the teenager, all dressed in linen and smiling brightly. There is always a stubbornness on his face that never backs down. At that time, Lin Shi's cultivation level was only at the Soul Sea realm, but in just 1 year's time, he had already touched the breaking delusion threshold. This kind of cultivation speed, even she was ashamed of herself. Nian Xingyun didn't have the slightest doubt that in less than 5 years, Lin Xie's name would resound through the absolute top of the sacred state. Fluttering gentleman. Supreme immortal posture. It's teenagers like him, isn't it? Ling Xiao. Suffer. In the crowd's shocked gazes, that Lin Shi, who was incarnated as the ancient fire god, steeply and furiously chopped out the fire ruler in his hand. Spirit flame drunken wave ruler. The monstrous ferocious flames covered the sky, the entire sky above the Ling clan's sacred realm instantly turned into a sea of crimson fire. The sound of the word resounded and was unceasing, and the fire ruler in Lin Xie's hand finally transformed into a giant shape of 1,000 feet and fell towards Ling Xiao head-on. Terrifying swirls of qi scattered and surged, suppressing gusts of hissing. Lin Xie's divine might was revealed at this moment. What a terrifying martial art! I'm afraid it's already beyond the heavenly grade category? The original playfulness on the faces of the crowd had long since solidified by now. Everyone looked at the ruler that shattered the void, and their eyes were filled with intense awe. In today's battle, no matter who wins or loses, this Lin Xie's name will definitely resonate throughout the holy state. Of course, no one believed that Ling Xiao would die at this point. This was the Ling clan sacred realm, and countless Ling clan powerhouses stood around. No matter how strong Ling Xi was, he was only at the Xinqing level, and he was an ant in front of a god emperor or even a god king. However, what he did today was a real slap in the face of the Ling clan. The young lord of the first lineage, on the day of his engagement, was crushed by a nameless heavenly pride, and his fiancée left in anger. Tomorrow's headlines in the sacred state seem to have been pre-booked by Ling Xiao again. Chapter 111, Crushing with a Palm. Buzz. In the sky above the Ling clan, the clouds crumbled and the sun and moon reversed. Terrifyingly hot astral winds scattered in all directions, stirring up miles of wind and clouds. Under that shattered void, Lin Xie clutched the huge ruler with both hands and ruthlessly smashed it against a teenage figure standing with his hands on the square. At this moment, Ling Zhao's figure appeared extremely small, as humble as a mole cricket, and one could not help but feel a trace of pity. Miserable. This Ling clan heir's seat hadn't even been warmed up when he was inexplicably crushed on the day of his engagement. This matter spread out. Not only Ling Xiao's reputation is completely lost, for the entire Ling clan can also be called a strange shame. Spirit flame drunken wave ruler? UING have me wave? Only, just as that ruler crushed space and landed above Ling Zhao's head, on the latter's body, a ray of light that was radiant to the extreme suddenly bloomed. In just an instant, the void that was originally filled with blazing flames turned into a sea of black clouds. There was hidden thunder descending from it, as if it were divine punishment. The scent, before the great hall, the looks on everyone's faces instantly froze. Even the crowd of Ling clan powerhouses were all dumbfounded as they looked at the figure that was covered in starlight and swirling with immortal intent, only to swallow hard after a long time. Boom! In the sky, countless purple thunderbolts fell, like a great star destroying the world, and Ling Zhao's palm, at that moment, also slowly lifted up, catching that huge ruler that had cracked the sky. Buzz! Like a yellow bell shaking the ears, purple thunderons tore through the clouds, completely enveloping Ling Zhao's figure. Under the giant ruler, his figure still looked small and humble, but at this moment, no one dared to ignore his presence anymore. Shattered. In the midst of the thunderous flames, a soft laugh suddenly came out. Then, everyone was shocked to see that a bizarre lightning aura began to blossom on that 100-foot giant ruler. Click, click, click. A crack spread rapidly, and in just an instant, it completely turned into flames and scattered from midair. This is the Thunder Dao. Finally, someone began to exclaim. Immediately afterward, countless cries of alarm boomed throughout the entire sacred realm. At this moment, no one paid any more attention to the white-clothed figure that fell from midair. Everyone's gazes converged on the lightning shadow that hadn't taken a single step since the beginning. Thunder Road rules. The true power of the Dao. That overbearing aura filled with endless destruction. Even the great holy lords felt an inexplicable palpitation of the heart. A peerless demon. An invincible immortal posture. It turned out that this Ling clan heir was hiding so deeply. Even Ling Tianlin and 10,000 enemies had appeared before the crowd at some point, their gazes astonished as they looked at the teenager in the distance. While others might not know, they were extremely clear that in Ling Zhao's body, there was another type of Dao power fused. What kind of talent is it to be accompanied by two kinds of Dao rules? Even uncritically speaking, even the heirs of those supreme imperial dynasties, inherited great religions, and hidden holy clans in the center of the sacred state would never be better than Ling Xiao. Duke, too damn strong. Ling Rui and the others stood behind the crowd, with nothing but shock and a hint of fluke on their faces. If it weren't for the Duke's kind heart, I'm afraid I wouldn't have used a single move to kill him yesterday. Ling Tian was the only one, his palms clenched tightly together, and there was an unspeakably complex emotion in his gaze towards Ling Xiao. If you hadn't dug into my Dan Hai, it would be me who would be enjoying this supreme honor today. Ling Xiao, sooner or later, I'm going to step on you and take back everything that's mine. The Thunder Dao? Nian Xingyun's beautiful moth brows were slightly knitted, and at this time, when she looked at Ling Xiao again, she had already lost half of her contempt, but instead, she had brought a touch of wariness. Fang Shi's strike was not a strong one. Even if she wanted to break through, she would inevitably have to perform some underhanded maneuvers. But Ling Xiao, however, merely extended a hand and crushed that monstrous ferocious flame to smithereens. Nian Qingyun knew that it had to do with the power of the Dao rules that he had comprehended. The Thunder Dao was originally one of the most domineering powers in the world, but she asked herself, if she were herself, she would never be able to do that easily and naturally. Even from the beginning to the end, he hadn't used half of his spiritual power, and with only the power of the Dao, he had crushed Lin Shi. It's scary. For the first time, Nian Qingyun showed a hint of interest in a man. It wasn't a good feeling, merely wondering who was stronger and weaker, her and Ling Xiao. Ta-da-da. It wasn't until a footstep came from in front of him that the bewilderment on Lin Xia's face gradually dissipated. He struggled to get up from the ground and looked at the calm and indifferent face in front of him, and in addition to panic, there was also a trace of strong unwillingness in his eyes. How is that possible? How could he have comprehended the power of the Dao? How could this pampered loser be better than him? Lin Shi was unwilling and angry, but he didn't dare to show the slightest bit at this time. He can't die, he still has a chance. As long as he was able to find that one top 10 ranked heaven and earth spirit flame, he would definitely be able to step into the delusion-breaking realm and comprehend the Dao. At that time, Ling Xiao could kill with a wave of his hand. Moreover, the spirit elder had said before that he had also prepared a heavenly creation, and was only waiting for himself to step into the breaking delusion so that he could go and pass it on. I'm not much of a bleeper in general, and anyone who bleeps with me, I'll just them up. Ling Xiao's voice slowly resounded, and the entire Ling clan's sacred realm was terrifyingly silent. Lord Ling Xiao. It was just when Lin Shi was holding the spirit talisman tightly in his hand, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. In the distance, a white-clothed silhouette suddenly came and blocked in front of Ling Xiao. Sheng Hyun, still calling Gongchan, doesn't that make it awkward? Ling Xiao guffawed and smiled, where on his face was the ferocious and overbearing nature of the party. There was only a touch of warmth like the brilliant sun in the starry sky. Lindsay, go away. Nian Qingyun did not pay any attention to Ling Xiao, but instead turned her head to look behind her, at the young man in the wretched white clothes. Qingyun, come with me. Lin Xia gritted his teeth, his face an indescribable suffocating unwillingness. Although he was defeated today, his Taoist heart became stronger and stronger. The son of heaven's destiny. Naturally, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. How could he back down because of this? I can't leave. Since it's my robbery, free me to cross it myself. Nian Qingyun shook her head, her bright eyes flashing with green light. The Ling Xiao she saw today was indeed different from what the world had been told. It's a marriage she's not sure she'll have to make. Otherwise, once the Ling clan is truly angered, Master's face will not be honored. Song Hyun, stop talking and get out of here. After Nian Qingyun finished speaking, she took the initiative to walk beside Ling Xiao, and the sunlight poured down, just like a fairy and a person. You, Ling Xiao, what you can't get, I got it a long time ago. Qingyun, don't forget, your first time, but it was given to me. I will definitely prove to you that in this world, only I am worthy of you. Lin Shi smiled sinisterly, the woman he couldn't get. No one else could get it. Even if the two were engaged, he would still bury a thorn in Ling Xiao's heart. At any time, thorn in his side that could cause him pain. Oh, first time? This mother asterisk. It's bad. Ling Xiao smiled playfully and gave Nian Qingyun a meaningful look. However, she saw that her pretty face was slightly red at this time, and she glanced at Lin Shi somewhat shyly. But in the end, she didn't explain anything more and turned around to head towards the direction of the main hall. Ling Xiao, wait for me. I'll be back again. Seeing the flash of gloom in Ling Xiao's eyes, the corners of Lin Xia's mouth instantly lifted into a smile, and his figure instantly disappeared in a flash. The thorns had been planted, so if he stayed here again, he was really afraid that Ling Xiao would become enraged and strike to wipe him out. Of course, how could the son of heaven's destiny not have some life-preserving cards on him? But those, of course, are saved for when it matters most. Chapter 112, Not Panicking When Things Go Wrong. Interesting, sure as some doggone relationship lines. Ling Xiao stood with his arms folded and did not make another move to stop Lin Shi until his figure disappeared. He had already left a strand of his divine soul imprint on the ladder. The method recorded in the ancient art of soul regeneration. It was thought that it would be difficult for an unusual powerhouse to discover it. Of course, even without Nian Qingyun, Ling Xiao had no intention of executing Lin Xia now. After all, there was still a lot of qi to be taken from him. The party was just the beginning. Next, this treasure-hunting beast should come into play. Heaven and earth spirit fire or whatever. Ling Xiao naturally also coveted. 9 Dao rules, a long way to go. Furthermore, today, he did not feel half of the residual soul aura on Lin Shi. Obviously, the old grandpa in his ring should have deliberately hidden his figure, to be able to dodge the divine soul perception of a god emperor powerhouse. It seems that this old grandpa, this time, is something. The residual souls of powerful people were the nourishment that Ling Xiao used to nourish the Soul Palace. 2,000 she, and in today's battle, 500 have been taken. I just don't know what kind of surprise this Lin Shi will bring the next time we meet. He. This feeling of being looked down upon and not being able to do anything about it. It's really quite comfortable. First time? Which first time? Ling Xiao turned around and glanced at the many powerful people before the great hall, a smile rearing up on his face. He could feel some inexplicable awe in the eyes of the crowd looking at him at this moment. The power of the Tao rule was the difference between a demon and a heavenly pride in this holy land. Especially the disciples of the Wandao demon sect and the people of the Ling clan had a hidden touch of fear in their eyes. Comprehending two kinds of Tao rules, this kind of heavenly posture could be called invincible. Ha. Lord Ling Xiao is truly invincible. The young generation's ruler of the Bull's Ear is none other than Gongzi. Mr. Ling Xiao, I've loved you for a long time. Quite a few ancient clan prides immediately gathered around and stood in front of Ling Xiao, trying to curry favor. At this time in their eyes, this Ling clan's son is not only a divine steed, but also an immortal bone and godly posture, and the Tao rhyme is heavenly awe. Such a character is bound to stand at the top in the future. So if you don't lick it now, when will you wait? Yes, Mr. Ling Xiao. As soon as I saw that what's her name Lin Shi, he's a short-lived ghost, but Mr. Ling Xiao is magnanimous, and with this kind of temperament, we're sweating. Sir, today, my slave is staying at the Cloudy Pavilion, room 1 of the heavenly character. If you have time later on, can you come and instruct my slave on cultivation? Quite a few proud women began to be mesmerized, spitting out fragrant orchids and competing with each other, only seeking to obtain a hint of pity from this Ling clan heir. Poof! Just at this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from the distant hall. Instantly an absolutely cold aura rolled out, causing many proud women to turn pale and nearly lose their minds. It's like, there's an internal flavor. Ha! Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly. This woman it is true that regardless of her identity and background, and her cultivation realm, she really is all of the same temperament. Drop! Congratulations to the host for arousing the curiosity of the Divine Fate's daughter, gaining 500 points of chi and 5,000 points of villain value. Gentlemen, let's go. Today Mr. Ling is engaged to be married. Everyone must not get drunk. Ling Xiao grinned and raised his feet towards the main hall. Today, Duke Ling Xiao's big day should have been celebrated by all. Yes, sir, please. The crowd of celestial pride lagged behind Ling Xiao by half a step, in a star-studded position, clustering the former toward the front. A trace of bitterness flashed across the faces of all the ancient sect lords when they saw this. I'm afraid that after today, this Ling clan heir is really going to suppress a generation. The engagement feast has officially begun. At the table, no matter if it was an ancient sect powerhouse or a divine emperor powerhouse, all of them offered congratulatory gifts, wishing Ling Xiao and Nian Qingyun great joy. Of course, congratulatory gifts and whatnot. Ling Xiao was uniformly nonchalant and put them all in his pocket. And Nian Qingyun since the beginning is a cold look. Neither eat nor drink, but also did not even look at Ling Xiao a glance. Tao Palace Goddess, Frosty Beauty, truly lives up to her name. Ha. Lord Ling Xiao is unrivaled in the world. Why don't we take advantage of today's big day and we brothers pay our respects? I see the prince as if he were my own brother, affectionate to the core, and this is a wonderful suggestion. Woof woof. The whole hall is peaceful and joyful, and Ling Xiao is even more so, and keeps drinking and making merry with all the heavenly prides. So happy. Over here, Lin Shi escaped the Ling clan's Saint Realm and didn't dare to hesitate at all, directly exerting his full strength to run towards Sunset City. It wasn't that he was in a hurry to collect that spirit flame, he was just worried that today's action would enrage the Ling clan and lead to a chase. Don't look at Ling Zhao's moralistic appearance just now. This kind of ancient clan heir is the most hypocritical of all. Fang just wanted to show some generosity in front of Nian Qingyun. I'm afraid that at this moment the heart has long hated himself. Ling Xiao, as powerful as you are, your fiancé's taste I have tasted it in my dreams. Giggling. Seol. Inside the ring, Spirit Elder's voice suddenly came. Spirit Elder. Lin Shi's eyes flashed a trace of gloom. This old thing, usually blowing powerful when quite powerful. What Zun realm mighty, heavenly flame venerable, how come just now when he was insulted, even a fart did not dare to find a place to stop first? Spirit Elder's voice was a bit grave. Just now in the Ling clan, even though he had exerted means to conceal his breath, he still felt a terrifying divine sense that seemed to have noticed his presence. The Ling clan's underpinnings made him a little afraid. Once Lin Xia fell, his efforts for nearly 8 years would be completely wasted. Spirit Elder, we're not out of Cold Sky City yet. Once, Lindsay frowned. Stop, in case a strong person from the Ling clan comes after them. Don't panic when things go wrong, come. Eat this Dan first. The spirit elder smiled blandly, a strong man's demeanor on display. You are not panicking. Big deal. Find another inheritor. What about me? Lin Shi gritted his teeth fiercely and took out a small blue medicinal pill from his ring, his eyes somewhat puzzled. Spirit elder, this is the easy chi transformation face pill. Eat it to mask your aura and change your appearance. I guarantee that even your father won't recognize you. So amazing? Lin Shi naturally wouldn't doubt the means of the spirit elder. After all, according to what he had said before, back then, he hadn't just relied on his Zune realm cultivation to traverse the sacred state. He also had a handful of out-of-this-world Dan techniques. Even now, some of the masters of the supreme Tao lineages in the holy state had been his followers. It was just that now that his physical body was broken and only his soul was left, he didn't dare to contact these people for fear of attracting more trouble. The human heart, after all, is a complicated thing. But once Lin Shi was able to step into the Emperor realm, the spirit elder had promised him that there would be at least 5 supreme Tao lineages that would be at his disposal. And that was the reason why Lin Shi had not placed Ling Xiao, the Ling clan, in his eyes since the beginning. Look at this pie. It's big and round. It can't eat one bite. It's easy to eat too much. Chapter 113 Ancient Mysteries. This is nothing. If it were old me in my heyday, casually refining a pill would help you step into the delusion-breaking realm. Spirit Elder snorted coldly. He really wasn't bragging about being powerful. Zune Realm Dan Masters, throughout the history of the sacred state, there were never more than 5 fingers. Moreover, the burning scripture that he cultivated was able to directly fuse spirit flames within his body. What does it take to make an elixir? Of course it's a danburator. No, of course it's flames and flare. The spirit elder was unrivaled in the world in the power of spirit flame, and it was only normal to have a few God Emperor lickspittles standing behind him. It's a shame. Meeting a bad man and trusting his disciples wrongly eventually led to his death. Don't worry spirit elder. I will definitely work hard on my cultivation and step into the Emperor realm as soon as possible. And then I will also be able to help you look for alchemy materials to reshape your physical body. Lin Shi tilted his head and ate that elixir, and his spiritual energy was immediately dispersed throughout his body. And immediately afterward, his appearance and voice, including his cultivation, changed slightly. Sure, although the spirit elder always loved to blow his mind about being powerful, he did have a lot of good things in his body. Ling Xiao, you wait for me. Sooner or later, I'm going to step on you. No, I'm going to refine you into a corpse puppet and serve tea and water to me every day. There are at most 2 days left before the Tao Rule Spirit Fruit is estimated to mature. Sierra, we still need to make some preparations earlier. Spirit Elder's tone was a bit agitated. Tao Rule Spirit Fruit as long as I can fuse and refine it, I won't have to curl up in this broken ring every day. Good, don't worry Spirit Elder, I'll definitely help you get that fruit. It's just, Lin Xie suddenly lowered his voice, a little desperate for words. The God Emperor realm. He was going to step into it sooner or later though. But by the time that happens, I'm afraid that Nian Xingyun is going to be blackened by Ling Xiao's play. He really couldn't stand his woman, following that Ling clan male. Therefore, he had to find an opportunity to get Ling Xiao killed first. As for the Lin family's blood feud with the Ling clan, when I am at the top of the world and in command of all the races, a mere Ling race will still be destroyed with a wave of my hand. With Spirit Elder's mind, it was easy to guess what Lin Shi had in mind. You want to get Ling Xiao killed? Not bad. Spirit Elder, in today's battle, that Ling Xiao will eventually become my heart demon. If I can't put him to death, I'm afraid it will affect my state of mind. The Son of Heaven's destiny is a man whose heart is flawless. The battle is invincible, and the peer group is overwhelmed. But Lin Shi really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so strong that with one hand, he almost crushed him to death. At that moment, Lin Shi felt a fear he had never felt before. This fear is shame to him. I didn't expect that Ling Xiao to have comprehended the power of the Tao. In the world of great struggles, there are really a lot of demons. Even in the ancient times, those who could comprehend the Tao at this age would be the top of the line heavenly prides. The Spirit Elder let out a dark sigh. Even though he didn't show his face today, he felt Ling Xiao's dreadfulness in the ring, especially since the Tao of Thunder was originally the world's most rigid and masculine Tao of destruction. If he was allowed to grow, perhaps this Ling Xiao could actually become a generation of Thunder Emperor. Spirit Elder, Lin Xie's palms were clenched. How could he not feel the strength of that Ling Xiao? But at this moment, when he was told by the Spirit Elder, he actually had a kind of inexplicable unwillingness to be cynical. But Sierra, you don't have to be presumptuous. After all, the time you met me wasn't too long. As long as you are given another 5 years, you will definitely be able to surpass him. Spirit Elder, 5 years is too long. Actually, if you want to defeat Ling Xiao, It's not like you don't have a chance, if that inheritance is still there. Inheritance? What legacy? A hint of greed immediately flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. It certainly wasn't a lack of love when he served the old man day and night, an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of thousands of years. His knowledge of this sacred state was not something that anyone could compare to. Well, back then, when I traveled through the holy state, I had found an ancient secret realm, a place where a great power had fallen, in which there was a spirit fire whose power was extremely terrifying. According to my guess, that spirit fire should be the third-ranked Taiku Imperial Flame on the spirit fire ranking list, but unfortunately, at that time, I had important matters to attend to, plus there were legacy clans guarding around that secret realm, so I could only lay down a means of sealing that secret realm. I just don't know if it has been discovered since then. Ancient Imperial Flame? A place where powerful people fall. The inheritance inside that. Lin Xie immediately became interested upon hearing this, and his entire body was vaguely trembling a little from excitement. If, however, he could fuse the three spirit flames and comprehend the power of the Tao, in the entire sacred state, who else is his enemy? Moreover, the fall place of ancient great powers. If there wasn't a little bit of creation inside, Lin Xie would want to slap this group of dog authors to death. Spirit Elder, where did you seal that secret realm? It's on top of a barren mountain in the eastern borderlands. It seems to be called Enlightenment Mountain or something. The Spirit Elder seemed a bit hesitant, but Lin Xie suddenly froze. Mount Enlightenment? Tian Yuan's secret realm? This old man's awesome blowing up. He meant that the seal of the heavenly Yuan secret realm was laid by his own hands? You're so powerful. Why don't you seal the sky? You know this place? Spirit Elder was startled by Lin Xi's actions. Can it be that the secret realm has been discovered? More than just discovering it. Now the 10,000 clans martial arts held every 60 years in the eastern borderlands is on that Mount of Enlightenment. And only the eastern borderland celestial pride that enters the top 100 are eligible to enter the secret realm to practice. Lin Xie frowned. Regardless of who actually sealed that secret realm, the fact that it contained heavenly creations was something that the entire eastern border sect knew. It was just that Lin Xie had never dreamed that there was an overwhelmingly ferocious fire sealed within it. Moreover, the inheritance of that ancient powerhouse seems to have remained undiscovered. So to speak. Spirit Elder, do you still remember the exact location of the place where that powerful man fell? Naturally, I remember. But the ancient remnants there are not easy to deal with. Humph. I won't be the only one who enters the secret realm at that time. And at that time, naturally, there will be people who will help us clear up the trouble. Lin Xie smiled grimly, using a knife to kill someone or something, but the Son of Heaven's destiny was the best at it. Just before that, he had to take down this undying heart inferno in the Sunset Mountain and then enter the top 100 of the 10,000 sect martial arts before he could have a chance to enter the heavenly Yuan mysterious realm. Moreover, with Ling Zhao's identity, he would definitely enter the secret realm as well. By then, it will be the tomb of the heir to this ancient race. Alright, Sierra, since I know where that secret realm is, everything is much simpler. As long as I can fuse the Tao Rule Spirit Fruit this time, I'll be able to help you then. So first focus your mind on the undying heart inferno at the moment. You should know that although this spirit fire is not ranked as good as that ancient imperial flame, but the power is strange, especially for those who cultivate the divine soul. It is an unparalleled creation. You both want to inherit my attainments in the Dan Dao. The divine soul cultivation cannot be slacked off. Don't worry, Spirit Elder. I've already cultivated the soul sword technique to the third style, and if I'm lucky enough to find another soul stone, I might be able to cultivate the fourth style as well. The soul aura in Lin Xie's eyes flashed, and an invisible ferocious might instantly swept away, cutting 100 feet crack in the space in front of him. Chapter 114 A World of Great Struggle. In today's battle, Lin Xie was defeated, but he didn't exert much of the undercard he had on him, especially the divine soul attainments. I'm afraid that there really aren't a few heavenly pride demons in the entire holy state that can truly compete with him. After all, compared to the heaven and earth spirit flame, this divine soul art had long since disappeared into the river of history. If it wasn't for the Spirit Elder passing it on, he wouldn't have been able to reach it at all. As for the soul sword art, according to Spirit Elder, it was passed down from a divine soul power in the ancient times. He called himself the Heavenly Soul Saint, and his divine soul feats were out of this world, suppressing an era horizontally and eventually ascending to the immortal realm. By chance, Lin Xie had obtained a seemingly ordinary blackstone. I didn't expect that inside. There was a soul exalted inheritance hidden. He had already found 3 of them one after another over the past few years, and the 3 styles of the soul sword was his biggest card nowadays besides the burning scripture. Let's go. First go to Sunset City to quietly observe for 2 days. The day after tomorrow the Tao Rule Spirit Fruit is feared to be ripening. The Spirit Elder smiled in relief. He was still very satisfied with this disciple. At the very least, compared to ordinary ancient clan prides, Lin Shi's mind and character are all superior. Although the talent was somewhat ordinary, the more so, the less likely it was to attract the attention of those great powers. In today's chaotic world, if you have too much wind, it's easy to hold a grudge. What's wrong with staying put? Let them just go ahead and sneak around picking up gear and saving up potions for yourself. Wait until the dead are almost gone. Then come out of nowhere and crush the generation. Spirit Elder, why don't we go infuse that immortal heart inferno first, so that there is more certainty as well? What Lin Xia cared about, of course, was not more certainty. He was just worried that once he stole the spirit fruit and attracted that firewolf to chase after him, how would he have time to search for the spirit flame? Anyway, that spirit fruit is not my own, and it's none of my business whether I get it or not. No, if the spirit flame comes out, it will definitely attract heaven and earth anomalies. At that time, the Sunset Divine Mountain will surely descend countless powerful people, and then it will be troublesome to take that spirit fruit. Let's take the Dao Rule spirit fruit first, and as long as I can fuse it, even if more people come, the spirit flame will still be in the palm of our hands. Spirit Elder's voice revealed firmness, and although Lin Shi's eyes were a bit gloomy, he ultimately did not say anything more. Okay, now you're talking. Ling Clan's Sacred Realm, Central Hall. The crowd of sacred sect powerhouses and ancient race powerhouses waved their hands, bidding farewell to Ling Tianlin and the others as they left. The magnificent pavilion rose up into the sky, and the 100-foot giant ship crushed space. A palpitatingly ferocious aura swept past from the top of his head. The Ling clan, which had been bustling for a whole day, was finally completely quiet. Ling Xiao and Ling Tianlin stood side by side, looking at the countless figures that had broken through the air, and their eyes both carried a touch of indifference. Of the supreme Dao lineages present today, only a few were truly on the side of the Ling clan, such as the Wan Dao demon sect. Most of the remaining people were afraid that they had come to explore Ling Xiao's reality. However, fortunately, Ling Xiao was competitive enough to shatter the void with a single palm, achieving the power of the Thunder God. As such, the prestige of the Ling clan once again reached its peak. Shower, should we send someone? No need, father. I have my own plans. Ling Xiao naturally knew what Ling Tianlin wanted to do. Lin Xia's talent was not as good as his, but it was definitely comparable to the top of the sacred state. Moreover, a heavenly destined son like this is bound to have a lot of creations in his body. Sooner or later, he'll grow up if you give him time. Kill it, be prepared. Ling Tianlin didn't want Ling Xiao to set up such a big enemy. But, Shower, I feel that on him. There is also a very strange aura that can hide his form in front of me. I'm afraid. A coldness flashed in Ling Tianlin's eyes while Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. It would be strange if it didn't. However, but all remnant souls, no matter what realm they were in, were just supplements to him. Don't worry, father. I know what to do, but it's Tian Di. Do you really intend to hand him over to the 10,000 Sword Saint Lord? My Ling clan did not have a sword Dao powerhouse. I see that Tianer has been keeping his sword in his hand from time to time over the past few years, and your mother and I owe him too much. So, if he likes it, it's fine. Ling Tianlin sighed, looking a little tired. He had never blamed Ling Xiao for this. After all, at that time, he was also forced to do so. It was just that what Xian Yuan you did was too cruel and incompatible with heavenly justice. Father, you don't have to blame yourself too much. Perhaps, it's a good thing. Ling Xiao smiled bashfully and looked up at the distant sky. The Yin Yang Danhai was now like chicken ribs to him. Besides, he still had a 9 heavy Danci left by a saint stored in his system. It was just that if he showed too much solicitude now, it would inevitably not attract Ling Tian's suspicion. It's not that easy to settle this matter once and for all. 7 years of patience, 100,000 times to draw the sword off. How hateful does one have to be to have that kind of fortitude? Even Ling Xiao had no doubt that if he were to follow the normal routine, he would definitely end up not much better than that Seetsong. Ugh. Ling Tianlin did not speak again, and behind him, Nian Xingyun had already arrived with slow steps. Song Hyun, tired? Ling Tianlin smiled gently while Nian Xingyun instantly shook her head with some trepidation. The Ling clan's Ling Emperor was one of the most terrifying existences in the eastern border of this sacred state. There were even rumors that this contemporary lord of the Ling clan's cultivation had already vaguely stepped out of the Emperor realm. Of course, rumors were rumors. After all, with this person's identity, it was unusual that no one dared to provoke easily. No, Emperor Ling. Still called Ling Emperor, it's time to change your name. Ling Tianlin shook his head and laughed. An object suddenly appeared in his hand. It was actually 2 jade spoons that flickered with green light. This pair of dragon and phoenix jade spoons was given by my mother when I was engaged to you, Aunt Xian Yuan. Although it is not a heavy treasure, it can sense each other's existence. Now I am giving it to you, hoping that the two of you will be able to have 100 years of good fortune. Ling Tianlin handed the jade key in his hand to Nian Qingyun and Ling Xiao, and was just about to turn around and leave when he heard Ling Xiao say in a disdainful tone, Lord Father is also too stingy. Today, the day of my engagement, you don't give away a Dao artifact or anything, but actually give away 2 jade pendants? Many thanks to Ling, uncle. But at this moment, Nian Qingyun suddenly owed a bow, and obediently hung that spirit pendant around her waist. She's pretty well fed. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He certainly understood his father's bitterness. Besides, for spiritual treasures and whatnot, Ling Xiao really didn't have much of a need for them, but he didn't expect that this Dao Palace goddess, whose temperament was absolutely cold, would accept a gift with such an obvious moral. Well, it's been a tiring day, so you guys go down and rest. Ling Tianlin nodded and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, looked up at Nian Qingyun somewhat playfully, the corner of his mouth suddenly raising a hint of mockery. Mother, why don't you go home with my husband? What Taoist palace goddess? Wreaking havoc on all races? Oh, just do it and be done with it. Prince Ling Xiao, please watch your words, we are only engaged and not yet married. You, Nian Qingyun's face turned cold again. Just before her words fell, she saw the teenager in front of her suddenly stepped forward and removed the white veil from her face. Chapter 115, This marriage is not to be broken. Buzz. The Ling clan's sacred realm suddenly set off a spiritual wind. There is also a divine rainbow descending from the sky, signifying auspiciousness. Ling Xiao's face was stagnant as he looked at the perfect white and flawless face in front of him, and for a moment, he was actually a bit mesmerized by what he was looking at. What immortal face is like a painting? The beauty of the city is simply not enough to describe Nian Qingyun's absolute beauty. If there really is one word that sums it up, it can only be thrilling. At this moment, she was slightly clustering her moth brows, and her delicate and picturesque immortal face contained a hint of sullenness, like the orchid in the empty valley, the cool breeze in the mountains, the spirit of heaven and earth on this face. Star's bright eyes overflowed with a waveless blandness, as unpredictable as the deep sea. Her nose was erect and her cherry lips were slightly parted. Coupled with her cold and noble temperament, she really looks like a fairy banished from the sky, mistakenly entering the mortal world and stunning the dome of heaven. It's better to bring it with you. Just as the coldness filled Nian Qingyun's eyes and she was about to get angry, Ling Xiao recovered that white veil over her face. Mother, remember, this face, only I can look at it. No one is allowed to look at it. You, scoundrel to the core. Nian Qingyun's silver teeth clenched, and she just wanted to turn around and leave. But she was suddenly picked up by Ling Xiao and swept towards Xiaoyun Peak in a hurry. Scoundrel to the core? Also? Then I'll let you see what it means to be a true scoundrel. Ling Xiao laughed cheerfully, not caring in the slightest about the envy in the eyes of the surrounding Ling clan crowd, and instantly disappeared in place. You let go of me. Let go of me. Gongzi, awesome. Ling Rue and the others stood before the great hall, looking at the figure that disappeared away, each with a touch of shock on their faces. In the entire sacred state, I'm afraid that the only one who dares to slight Nian Qingyun like this is their Ling clan heir, right? It was even rumored that any man who had touched Nian Qingyun, whether intentionally or unintentionally, had their arms cut off by her. But now, the dreamy goddess in the eyes of all the heavenly prides in the entire sacred state was actually held in the arms of Duke Ling Xiao in a manner that could be described as brutal, even if the two were already engaged. If this matter were to spread out, I'm afraid that the entire sacred state would immediately fall into a boil. Mr. Ling Xiao, you're on fire. If you don't let go of me, watch out, I'm going to be rude to you. Nian Qingyun was embraced in Ling Xiao's arms, a face that had reddened to the roots of her ears, especially the latter's masculine aura that belonged to a man. It made Nian Qingyun's Taoist heart, which had been cold for 17 years, suddenly panic a little. This damned bastard. How dare he slight himself? My lady, how ungracious do you want to be? Don't forget, I'm your fiancé now. If you kill me, you'll be widowed. Ling Xiao teasingly smiled. It is true. The colder the woman is, the more shy she is inside. He himself hadn't even started his offense yet, and this Dao Palace goddess's neck was red through and through. Ruthless avenue? So ruthless. Ling Xiao. The entire Ling clan's sacred realm was suddenly filled with a burst of terrifying fluctuations. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the Dao Palace goddess in front of him, whose entire body was churning with spiritual energy and whose figure was gradually blurring, and a flash of coldness suddenly welled up on his face. First time to Lindsay? Which first time? Are you going to explain it to me properly? The cuckold thing. Of course Ling Xiao couldn't stand it. Of course, the main reason was that Nian Qingyun was really too beautiful, and not only did he crave it, but he wanted to completely dominate it. So how can love disappear? It's not as if you've gotten ugly. Nian Qingyun's pretty face froze, and her entire body's aura instantly shriveled a bit. It's okay if you don't say anything, but if I hear it from someone else, Ling Xiao sneered, his face deliberately putting on a gloomy look. He didn't really believe that Nian Qingyun would have anything to do with that Lin Shi. It was just that there was more or less a tie between the two, and all he had to do was to cut that tie off completely. Otherwise, when he killed Lin Shi in the future, it was inevitable that something would not change. After all, he was an established son of Heaven's Mandate, and his fortune was not comparable to Ling Xiao's. Doing things, of course, is to emphasize a watertight. Hearing what Ling Xiao said, the cold color on Nian Qingyun's face intensified. That incident was kind of the only stain on her moral fiber. Especially now, even though she didn't recognize Ling Xiao's identity, but the entire sacred state knew that she was already the fiancée of this Ling clan heir. Once Lin Xie spouted nonsense, she was afraid that her reputation would, inevitably, be in tatters. Come to think of it, she had been wrong about the teenager who had first caused her to fall short. I didn't think that he would be so enraged by his defeat at the hands of Ling Xiao today that he would deliberately slander himself. Dropping. The daughter of Heaven's destiny has a suspicious heart. Congratulations to the host for gaining 3,000 villain value. No? Good. Then you'll be infamous and worthy of my reputation as a scoundrel to the core. Ling Xiao nodded and took hold of Nian Qingyun's jade hand, brutally pulling her into the great hall of Shaoyun Peak. You let go of me. Nian Qingyun glared coldly at Ling Xiao, more or less aggrieved in her heart. This Ling clan heir is really as rumored. Ferocious and violent. He has not married him yet. He is so brutal. If it is the future. Mother, today you and I are engaged. We should have been happy. Before the matter, I can forget about it. Just in the future, still hope that you and my husband are of one mind. Ling Xiao flipped his hand, took out the 2 glazed marigolds that Duan Wuyong had given him from his Qiankuan bag, filled them with wine, and handed them over to Nian Qingyun. This wine is an immortal wine that the Heavenly Sword Immortal Sect's Grand Elder has treasured for a long time. So try it, ma'am. Poof. Nian Qingyun twisted her head to look away, an absolute coldness in her eyes. She had been 10,000 times more reluctant to get engaged today. It's just that she can't disobey her master's order. Moreover, the Ling clan was powerful and this Ling Xiao was strong and domineering, so she had no choice but to become the latter's fiancé. But even so, in Nian Qingyun's mind, she was nothing more than carrying this name and practicing in the earthly world. As for being of one mind, that's nonsense. After today, she would leave the Ling clan and go to various parts of the eastern border to look for a bit of opportunity. Even if you are no longer willing, you are now my Ling Xiao's fiancé. It's not impossible for you to withdraw from the marriage if you want to. I'll let you go when you beat me. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, with some obvious playfulness in his tone. The early stages of the breaking of delusion. The ethereal Tao rules. This Nian Qingyun's strength could not be said to be unimaginable. Even looking at the sacred state, there would be no more than 10 fingers that could be stronger than her at this age. But who is Ling Xiao? The inheritor of the heavenly devil's true body, the villainous demon king with his own system. As long as he doesn't do anything to die, he will definitely be a character that crushes the generation in the future. Nian Qingyun wanted to defeat him. It was simply a pipe dream. Ling Xiao, this is what you said. As soon as Nian Qingyun heard this, a spiritual light flashed on her body, as if she was eager to try. Mother, even if you hate my husband again, you can't withdraw from the marriage today just after the engagement. Come on, come on. We can't drink the first cup of milk tea in the fall. Dry this cup of wine. Everything will wait for tomorrow. Ling Xiao shook his head and laughed, drinking the wine in his cup first and looking at Nian Qingyun with a playful expression. You? Nian Qingyun hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she didn't say anything else. Ling Xiao was right. Withdrawing from the marriage that day was tantamount to slapping the Ling clan's face. At that time, the master's side is not easy to explain. Immediately took the wine cup and drank a mouthful. Just, why? At this moment, was there something inexplicably sinister in the way this Ling Xiao looked at her? Chapter 116. Come, ma'am, finish this one, there are 3 more to go. Ling Xiao picked up the wine altar and poured another cup for Nian Qingyun, and deep in the bottom of his eyes was a playfulness of a successful plot. Humph, is this Ling Xiao not trying to get himself drunk? Nian Qingyun understood Ling Xiao's intentions in an instant and let out a cold snort in her heart. Doesn't he realize that the booze is worth nothing to him? If she wanted to, she could use her spiritual power to force the alcohol away in minutes. However, this Ling clan prince in front of him was really a bit different from the rumors. At the very least, the Ling Xiao she saw today was not just arrogant and lustful. His cultivation battle power was indeed much stronger compared to the average heavenly pride. And at this time in the hall, in addition to the 2 of them, did not see a beauty maid. On the contrary, outside the hall, there seemed to be an extremely strong aura guarding it. It was thought that it was mostly this Ling Xiao's protector. Ma'am, the moonlight is stunning tonight. Why don't we do something fun later? Ling Xiao had a smile on his lips as he watched Nian Qingyun drink 3 cups of wine in a row and suddenly opened his mouth. Something interesting? Nian Qingyun's face stared slightly, and she instantly realized what Ling Xiao was referring to when he said something interesting. Sure enough, this asshole's decency is all pretense. Wine is like a person. It only took 3 drinks to reveal his nature. Ling Xiao, even if you and I are engaged, you will never want to take advantage of me for a single moment. To tell you the truth, you are just a scoundrel in my eyes. I, Nian Qingyun, will definitely not fall in love with someone like you. Nian Qingyun sneered, her expression extremely mocking. To be honest, she wasn't at all afraid of this Ling clan heir in front of her. After all, her identity was similarly top of the eastern frontier, and both of them were peerless demons who had comprehended the Tao. If he really wanted to fight, Ling Xiao might not be his opponent. Although during this period of time, rumors about Ling Xiao's invincible immortal posture were rampant, but in Nian Qingyun's eyes, the word invincible, he was not yet worthy. At the very least, the few sacred land successors she knew of, the ancient clan saints, were not weaker than Ling Xiao at all. He had only crushed a few mole crickets and dared to call himself invincible? Ridiculous. My lady, don't talk too soon. Ling Xiao inexplicably smiled, the greed in his eyes not even remotely concealed. Maybe later on, you'll beg me to do something with you. Oh, just kidding. There is no saintly woman in this world that a cup of medicine can't fix. If so, 3 cups. Ling Xiao, you dare to humiliate me. Nian Qingyun's pretty face became more and more cold. Only the next moment, a pair of eyes steeply rounded. At this moment she seemed to be feeling, deep inside, a sudden urge. A unspeakable urge. What did you do to me? Nian Qingyun's face gradually looked out of place, and her eyes even revealed a touch of confusion. Ling Xiao, what on earth have you done to me? What are you talking about? Ma'am? Ling Xiao frowned, but the corner of his mouth lifted up in a sinister smile. Oh, whether Shijing is hot or not, it's still up to you. Shouta, you expect me, a villain, to act like a licking dog and urge you to drink hot water every day? Take your time to develop a relationship? It doesn't exist. It's too slow. Nian Qingyun glared fiercely at Ling Xiao as her entire body's spiritual energy rumbled out. It was just that the more she tried to resist the urge, the more intense she found the longing in her heart. I'll kill you. Nian Qingyun swept in front of Ling Xiao. Her feet suddenly softened, and her entire body directly jumped into the latter's arms. Ah, mother, what are you doing? Ling Xiao pretended to be panicked and fell down with the trend, and the two of them were suddenly lying on the ground embracing each other. Kidding aside, the elixir in this wine was one that he had spent 2,000 villain value to exchange in the system. Not to mention a pure love girl in the realm of breaking delusion. Even if it was a god king powerhouse, eating it would inevitably cause his heart to flutter in spring, and his love would be hard to suppress. The villain, of course, has this kind of dirty tricks at his fingertips. Invisibly, Ling Xiao suspected that he seemed to have become the first protagonist in this 9 heavens and 10 earths, the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, and the endless Son Yu, who had drugged his fiancée. Mistress, it's my first time. Ling Xiao desperately resisted, but one of his hands pressed hard on top of Nian Qingyun's jade leg. At once, the latter's face was covered in shame. Ling Xiao, I will kill you. Kill you. At this point, if Nian Qingyun does not understand what is going on, it is really a little cute. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it, but she really never dreamed that this Ling Xiao would be shameless to such an extent. If this kind of thing spreads out, isn't he afraid that the entire Ling clan will be disgraced because of him? Even throughout the history of the entire sacred state, I've never heard of any clan heir drugging a woman, right? Ridiculous. Shameless. Vile. This Ling Xiao is simply scum. But it is at this time that Nian Qingyun's heart is heavy with killing intent, but the impulse inside gradually lost control. Even the veil on her face was removed by herself, and the hot breath that gasped out of her mouth was suffused with a suppressed longing. Who would have thought that the ice-clear goddess of the Misty Dao Palace would have such a shameful side? Nian Qingyun wanted to die at this point. However, there was not a single ounce of strength in his body, so he was brutally wrapped in Ling Xiao's arms, and the last trace of clarity in his eyes gradually dispersed. Even the more repressed it is, the more intense it becomes, until it was covered in sweat stains. Wisps and wisps of green silk, sticking to the forehead and neck, were like a, stunning painting. Mother, you have to refrain. Don't talk, kiss me. Finally, Nian Qingyun took the initiative to take off her white clothes, revealing the touch of moving snow white on her chest, pavilion and blowout. At this moment, what was sentient and unfeeling, and the great Tao immortal capital, were all thrown to the back of Nian Qingyun's mind. Even Ling Xiao, full of heart and eyes, could no longer see others. Only in front of the head of the light panting, moth eyebrow light knit of the absolute woman. It was a hysterical, oblivious pleasure. Until exhausted, the two fell asleep in each other's arms and forgot how humiliating this absurdity was. On the second day, the entire Ling clan's sacred realm suddenly heard a miserable scream. Ling Xiao looked at the picturesque woman in front of him who was lying on top of him, not wearing a single piece of silk, with a touch of tenderness at the corner of his mouth. Mother, you're awake? Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. Nian Qingyun angrily got up. The thin blanket on her body gently slipped off, again exposing that perfect manliness to Ling Xiao's eyes. So beautiful. Even though the two of them were having fun to the death last night, Ling Xiao still couldn't help but sigh in admiration at this time. Nian Qingquan, you are the favorite of heaven and earth's creation. All the best words can't be used for you. You scum. Ma'am, it's still early in the day. Why don't we plummet? Ling Xiao smiled bashfully and took hold of Nian Qingyun's jade hand, pulling her back into his arms. Before the latter could struggle, his mouth had already covered Nian Qingyun's lips. Oh. Chapter 117, Fighting All Night? Ling Xiao screamed miserably as blood slid down the corner of his mouth. And taking this opportunity, Nian Qingyun flew away and stood in the middle of the hall with her clothes on, a hint of coldness quietly austere, as if winter was approaching, freezing everything. You're a flipping woman. Ling Xiao wiped a blood stain from the corner of his mouth, his face equally somewhat gloomy. You were the one who took the initiative to push me down last night, and besides, I did it for your own good. As the words fell, Ling Xiao did not forget to look down, glancing at the puddle of bloodstains on the ground, and some playfulness suddenly surged in his eyes. Ling Xiao, if I don't kill you today, I'll swear not to be a human being. Nian Qingyun was already too lazy to talk nonsense with this scoundrel in front of her. Her jade hand fiercely clenched, only to see a trace of ethereal intent instantly spread out. It was only when she raised her foot to pounce towards Ling Xiao that a tender girl's voice suddenly came from above the great hall. Why are you guys fighting again? Aren't you tired after fighting all night yesterday? Gulp. Nian Qingyun's feet trembled and her eyes looked up in horror, only to see a girl's figure in a black dress sitting on the beams of the main hall, swaying her legs. You clearly held Ling Xiao down and beat him last night, so why are you screaming even more miserably than him? Seal the spirit? Ling Xiao's face, likewise, was a bit dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the confusion on the little girl's face, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. She can get out of the 8 wastelands glazed pagoda? How is that possible? Assuming that she is really that 9-layer demonic bone derivation of spiritual wisdom, how could she possibly walk out of the suppression of the ceiling tower? In an instant, a chill went straight to Ling Xiao's heart. Who the hell is she? Who are you? What are you doing here? Nian Qingyun was completely confused at this point. What does this girl mean? She was here last night watching the live broadcast? Why hadn't he felt a whiff of it himself? Also, why does she not have any fluctuations in her body? But she felt some heart palpitations? And who are you? Why are you fighting with Ling Xiao? And, why don't you guys use spirit power in your fights? Favoring the ground to crush, for a change? Feng Ling's figure dropped down from above the great hall, the curiosity on his face looking at Nian Qingyun with a moment of embarrassment. This girl, obviously involved in the world. But why did she give herself so much pressure? Little girl, don't blame me for any more nonsense. Nian Qingyun raised her head to look at Ling Xiao, and then saw that he had a touch of gravity on his face. To be able to enter and exit Ling Xiao's chambers at will, it seemed that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. But why, then, would Ling Xiao reveal such a look of nervousness as if he were an enemy? You're not polite? Humph. You bullied Ling Xiao last night. I'll kill you now. As Feng Ling spoke, his figure instantly disappeared in place. Ceiling stop. Ling Xiao was startled and took a step behind Nian Qingyun, and the Star Emperor's robe coalesced on its own, blocking directly in front of Feng Ling. Hiss. At this moment, Nian Qingyun clearly felt a death wish rising from the bottom of her heart. Without realizing it, a cold sweat actually ran down his forehead. What a weird stance. What a horrible cultivation. But when did such a demonic maiden appear in the land of the holy state? By the looks of her, she must be about 10 years old, right? Able to. Why had I never heard of such a demon from the Ling clan before? Ling Xiao, she clearly wants to kill you. Why are you protecting her? Feng Ling's large eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of confusion. And Ling Xiao just let out a bitter smile and said in a heavy tone, because she will become my wife, and no matter what she has done to me, I will not allow anyone to harm her unless they step over my corpse. These few words, Ling Xiao had deliberately said to Nian Qingyun. He certainly couldn't do something like dying for a woman. After all, we're a villain. What kind of righteousness do we learn from the chosen one? However, Nian Qingyun was considered his first woman, so if others dared to bully her, Ling Xiao would naturally not agree. At this moment, Ling Xiao intentionally put on a deep expression. The purpose is? Of course it's an opportunity to plunder a wave of goodwill from the chosen one. Drop. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining a slight touch from the daughter of heaven's destiny. Increasing your chi points by 100. Nian Qingyun froze and looked up, looking at the figure of a well-built teenager in front of her. The killing intent that had originally permeated his heart actually suddenly dissipated a bit. At the end of the day, she was only a 17-year-old girl. Although he cultivated the emotionless avenue, the word love was not something that could be suppressed by the Tao. Humph. What a mess. I can't understand you guys. The might on Feng Ling's body dispersed and she gave Ling Xiao a fierce blank look. This wife of yours, though, is quite good looking. Huh, you were here all last night? Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. He did know that Feng Ling could completely hide her breath, and he also knew that she could easily travel through space, but he really didn't expect that this girl would be able to walk out of the glazed ancient tower. When he thought of his battle with Nian Qingyun last night being seen from the beginning to the end by a little girl, even with Ling Xiao's face skin, he felt a burst of hotness. Well, I was going to give you back your little dragon, but seeing as you were busy, I didn't bother you. Feng Ling nodded seriously, and with a wave of his palm, the demonic dragonflower flower instantly swept into Ling Xiao's arms, and the latter's heart went cold at the grief in his eyes. This little guy, I'm afraid he hasn't suffered much at the hands of Feng Ling. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao could also sense that this flower's realm seemed to have broken through to the Xin Sheng level. Overnight, it had actually broken through several great realms? Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Ling with some surprise, while the latter just gave a cold snort with great disdain, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. I can't believe it's a dragon. On the side, a flash of shock surged on Nian Qingyun's face once again. From that little black dragon, she actually felt a palpitatingly ferocious demonic aura. Although she hadn't often gone down the mountain over the years, she had seen quite a few strong demon race members. Moreover, she was accompanied by a 9 heavenly golden phoenix. But the demonic aura on it seemed to be a bit worse compared to this black dragon in front of her. Could it be? Was it really destined to be? True Phoenix Magic Dragon? Whoosh! Originally shivering in Ling Xiao's arms, Manhwa instantly transformed into a residual shadow and swept into Nian Qingyun's arms, looking rather aggrieved. Does it mean it likes me? Nian Qingyun looked at Ling Xiao with some bemusement, then seemed to remember something and her face turned cold again. Who was that girl just now? Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? Ling Xiao let out a bitter smile, but his eyes stayed fixed on Hua. This little is pretty witty. After all, women, as always, are overflowing with love and have no resistance to cute things. Humph. Don't say it even if you don't say it. Don't think I don't know your reputation in the sacred state. You don't even let go of a 10-year-old girl. You're really worse than a beast. Nian Qingyun smiled coldly, but the killing intent of the party was gone from her body. Chapter 118, The Holy Church's Plot. Mother, you really misunderstood. I only know her name is Feng Ling. As for where she came from I really don't know. Also, those rumors in the sacred state are spread by some people who are jealous of me. They are jealous of my good looks. They are jealous of my strong talent. And they are jealous of my dignified status. How can I believe those lemon essence's ghost words? Ling Xiao sighed. The fact that Feng Ling was able to walk out of the 8 desolate glazed pagoda was equally meaningful to him. He had to think of a way to figure out where this girl's whereabouts came from. Otherwise wouldn't everything he did in the future be exposed? Once she tried to get herself killed. It couldn't have been easier. Heavenly Devil True Body. Killing the son of heavenly destiny. Soul-searching the 9 princesses of the heavenly fox clan. And drugging the divine maiden of the Dao Palace. All of these things together. Ling Xiao cannot be atoned for 100 deaths. Humph. Today you count saving my life. I will spare your life. So the grudge is cleared. But the next time I encounter you, I will kill you. Nian Qingyun snorted coldly, gloom covering her eyebrows. It wasn't that she didn't want to kill Ling Xiao, but that fluctuation outside the hall was just a bit terrifying. This enmity was not shared, but dying in the Ling clan was obviously somewhat unworthy. Her face iced back down and she reached out to pet Flower. Do you want to come play with me? Hua nodded, but sensing the coldness in Ling Xiao's eyes, she hurriedly shook her head again. Humph. Ling Xiao, if I had heard yesterday's matter from anyone's mouth, Nian Qingyun didn't know how to threaten Ling Xiao even after thinking about it for half a day. I'm afraid this scumbag doesn't care about threats since he can do the shameless deed of drugging his fiancée, right? Oh, it seems that you are still not enough to understand the wife. You also do not ask around in the Ling clan and the 10,000 Paths Devil sect, for the husband character, can be called a model of the holy state, self-love, kindness and simplicity, open and honest, infatuation and dedication are synonymous with these are for the husband. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently as his imperial robe blossomed with starlight. Not to mention, If one didn't know the Ling clan son's character, his appearance would be quite immortal. But now, Nian Qingyun smiled indifferently and was just about to open her mouth to sneer at him, when the door to the distant hall opened with a loud bang. Gongzi! Gongzi! I did it! I did it! Only to see a delicate figure flash in and stand in front of Ling Xiao growling in excitement. Ling Xiao! You! Humph! Shameless to the core. Nian Qingyun glanced at the woman in front of her, and the killing intent in her eyes instantly intensified to the extreme. Then she directly pinched Hua Hua's neck and threw it onto the ground viciously. Ling Xiao! You better not step out of the Ling clan's sacred realm. Whoosh! Nian Qingyun's figure transformed into a stunning rainbow and disappeared into the hall. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, gave Zhou Yue a somewhat helpless look, and in his eyes, besides bitterness, there was actually a hint of greed. Big sister, if you succeed, can you put on your clothes first? But, this Zhou Yue was worthy of being a member of the Meisher Phoenix clan. Her entire body's skin was a wild bronze color, revealing endless temptation, especially the pair of straight legs, long and well-proportioned without a trace of fat. Gollum! Ling Xiao had just eaten his fill, but he seemed to have a craving again. Duke! The elation on Zhou Yue's face gradually solidified, especially at this moment when Ling Xiao's eyes actually made her feel a chill throughout her body. Nonsense, can it not be cold? Big sister, you're naked. Ah! Zhou Yue seemed to suddenly think of something, glancing down at her own body, a pretty face instantly turning red. Whoosh! Ugh! Ling Xiao sighed and looked up to the sky above the Ling clan. The teasing in his eyes had long disappeared, leaving only a touch of depth like the sea. This engagement party, at last, has come to an end. The ending was not bad. Not only did a new heaven's destined son appear, but Nian Qingyun was also successfully involved with herself. The chaotic Empyrean spirit god body was truly subtle and incomparable. And after just one night, Ling Xiao actually felt that there was a significant increase in his realm. What made him slightly puzzled was where this Nian Qingyun's over 10,000 qi came from. Could it be that a mere divine body is worth 10,000 qi? Obviously not. After all, Ling Tian was also equipped with a sword vein divine body, but his qi luck was only 2,000. Moreover, since returning to the sacred state, Ling Xiao had also discovered that all of the heaven's destined sons in this realm had their qi counted in the thousands. In this way, Nian Qingyun looked a bit different. It's hard to believe that there are other secrets hidden in her? Reincarnation of the powerful? A great power taking over the body? Or, my lord, Zhou Yue's figure reappeared in the middle of the hall, a trace of shyness still remaining on her face, adding a few points of flirtation for no reason. Not bad, Divine King Realm. It seems that you weren't nameless in the mean Phoenix clan during your lifetime. Ling Xiao looked Zhou Yue up and down, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised a smile. The woman in front of her was not only extremely beautiful, her cultivation was also extremely terrifying. She had actually reached the 5th rank of God King, and was considered to be the strongest amongst the people Ling Xiao trusted nowadays. How about that? Can you remember what happened in the Holy Church before? Of course, what Ling Xiao really cared about was how the mean Phoenix clan, back then, had their clan exterminated. After all, according to the story circulating in the sacred state, this clan had been adopted by the sacred sect as a spirit clan and served in the Heaven's Path sacred mountain in the center of the sacred state. But I didn't expect that in the twinkling of an eye, I would be exterminated from my entire clan. No, just a vague recollection. There was a lot of bloodshed, and there were many people crying and wailing. Not only my Mei Feng clan, but many. Zhou Yue suddenly looked pained and covered her face. Obviously that memory was too much torture for her. It seems that your memories haven't fully recovered yet. Zhou Yue, what realm were you in during your lifetime? Ling Xiao frowned. He had long known that Zhou Yue's divine sense had been sealed by someone, but she didn't expect that after remodeling her flesh, she still hadn't been able to unlock that seal. Can't remember much, but it must have been higher than it is now. It seems like you'll have to wait until your strength is fully restored before you can retrieve that memory. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and suddenly looked up at Zhou Yue. Zhou Yue, I have something I need you to do right now. Your Excellency, please. Even though he had now regained his God King cultivation, in front of Ling Xiao, Zhou Yue still acted extremely humble. To be able to remodel his flesh so quickly, he could count on this ancient clan heir. Follow him, and revenge is in sight. You follow the woman from the party, keep me posted on her whereabouts. Ling Xiao let out a light sigh. Not that he was worried that Nian Qingyun would seek death. After all, the daughter of the divine order, which is so fragile, he's just worried that he can't hold this woman once she gets mad. After all, the Tao she cultivated originally resisted male and female pleasure. And what Ling Xiao did last night was really a bit shameless. But so what if it's shameless? As long as he could make the daughter of heaven's destiny submit, he had more than enough shameless means to do so. Your Excellency, Zhou Yue nodded and instantly chased after Nian Xingyun in the direction she had left. Lin Shi, you must hurry up and help me find the creation. The entire hall suddenly became empty. When Ling Zhao's mind moved, a monstrous demonic aura was immediately dispersed from his body. Although with his strength, there were few enemies in the younger generation nowadays. But Ling Zhao's enemies were not just as simple as the younger generation. The holy religion, after all, was like a huge stone weighing on his heart. Sooner or later, he would make an enemy of the entire sacred state. And what Zhou Yue said today has put a lot of pressure on Ling Xiao. It was obvious that the holy religion that was like a god in the eyes of the world was secretly doing something unseemly. Was the extermination of the Meifeng clan by chance? Or was it a deliberate act by the holy church? If it is deliberate, what are they scheming? Chapter 119, Spirit Flame appears. In the meantime, somewhere in an unknown space, a magnificent palace of golden splendor stood among the clouds. The resplendent and ancient gold bricks and tiles bloomed with blinding divine light. In it, there was a dense tidal wave of aura gushing out, and the sound of the great Tao resounded extravagantly, stretching for 10,000 miles. At this time in that hall, a roar filled with killing intent suddenly came from the hall. Who is it? Who is it that insults me so? Boom! Like a sea of murderous aura rolling and surging across the sky. All around the divine hall, countless stunningly beautiful-looking beings instantly prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. They really couldn't think of anyone in this world who would dare to anger the one in front of them. Don't let me find you, or else I'll make sure that you don't enter reincarnation and become a slave for eternity. Over here, Nian Xingyun left the Ling clan's sacred realm and turned her head to look at the majestic sea of qi that connected heaven and earth. The absolute coldness of the past had long since returned between her eyebrows. Humph! Ling Xiao, you better not walk out of the Ling clan, or else. Only, at this moment, this Tao Palace goddess felt slightly puzzled. Why yesterday's successive battles? She today not only did not have a trace of fatigue, even the realm, even vaguely some signs of loosening. Didn't Master say that all love in the world is poison, and when you touch it, you die? Why was it that last night's feeling was a bit wonderful? And, what is that icy, evil, despairing aura deep in Ling Zhao's soul? Instead of being unreadable and unguessable, it's more of a little attraction. But Ling Xiao must die, and she must kill him with her own hands. Otherwise, she can't cultivate immortality with her Tao. Boom! Right at this moment, in the depths of that sunset mountain range, there was suddenly a spiritual light rushing up. A palpitatingly hot aura spread out in all directions, enveloping almost the entire top of the divine mountain. This is a divine object coming out. Nian Xingyun's pretty face froze, and without the slightest hesitation at all, she directly swept towards where that divine light was. Around the sunset divine mountain, countless sects in the ancient lands similarly swept out angrily, obviously all rushing towards the divine object that had come out of the world. Although, the sunset divine mountain was where the Ling clan's sacred realm was located, even if a divine object came out, it would most likely fall into the hands of that clan. The strongest of the clans naturally do not dare to easily go out and grab it, but sending disciples to go and practice. I think the Ling clan will not say anything more. Senior Sister Fu, are we really going to go to young Lord Ling Zhao's clan land this time when we go down the mountain? Between the green mountains and the green water, several Wandao demon sects celestial pride dressed in black followed behind Fu Yunyao, all of them wearing a look of anticipation on their faces. Not bad. The sunset divine mountain has a spiritual light rushing into the sky. It must be a heavy treasure appearing in the world. Nowadays, many forces in the eastern frontier have already run towards the sunset city. When the time comes, you guys have to be careful. Don't invite trouble. Fu Yunyao was dressed in green, with a faint smile on her picturesque immortal face. It is said that the young lord yesterday defeated his sacred state heavenly pride with the Thunder Dao. Thunder Dao rule. So it seems that the young lord has two kinds of Dao rule in his possession. With this kind of talent, sooner or later, one would be able to step onto the peak of heaven and earth. And by then, at this moment, Fu Yunyao had already secretly made up her mind that no matter what, she must hold on to Gengzi's thighs. The old city of sunset. Lin Shi stood in an inn in the middle of the city, looking up at the aurora in the sky with an icy coldness in his eyes. Damn it! There was still one day left before he could secretly pick the Dao fruit, seize the spirit flame, and leave this place of wrongdoing. But on the contrary, the immortal heart inferno actually came out on its own, attracting heaven and earth anomalies. In this way, Lin Shi's plan was completely disrupted. Sierra, be at ease. This spirit fire coming out at this time may not be a bad thing. Spirit Elder's voice came from the ring. Not necessarily a bad thing? Lin Shi's eyes flashed with a touch of gloom. This kind of vision, even if it was a little cutie, could also guess that there was a heavy treasure present in this sunset divine mountain. I'm afraid that it won't take long for the heavenly pride demons from the surrounding sects to gather in this sunset ancient city. Not bad. The spirit flame appearing in the world will definitely attract countless eyeballs, so that Dao Rule spirit fruit will instead appear inconspicuous. And when we seize the spirit fruit, I'm afraid that even if that divine constabulary flame wolf retaliates, it won't know who to retaliate against. Spirit Elder smiled blandly. Wanting to silently take away the Dao spirit fruit in front of a divine marquis demon wolf was obviously a bit unrealistic. After all, the territory he was in was unusual in that no one would even set foot in it. But now, the great clan's heavenly pride had gathered here, and were bound to enter the mountain in search of treasure. It's only when you take advantage of the chaos and muddy waters that you can catch a fish. As for that immortal heart inflammation, it wasn't that Spirit Elder was conceited. In the entire sacred state, I'm afraid that only he and Lin Xia understood how to take it in. That's true. Lin Xia nodded, instantly understanding what Spirit Elder meant. One can only wait patiently for another day. On Shaoyun Peak, Ling Xiao looked at a page of golden paper in his hand. The corner of his mouth raised in a smile. Spiritual light rises to the sky. A heavy treasure appears? This Lin Xi is worthy of being the son of heaven's destiny. Everywhere he goes, there is creation to be gained. Moreover, looking at this aura, it is more than likely that the heaven and earth spirit flame has appeared in the world. Cam, it really doesn't give you a moment's rest. After a great battle last night, Ling Xiao had spent billions of divine energy and had wanted to rest in the clan for a while before going out to play with those heaven's destiny children. Unexpectedly, it was only one day before the creation was delivered to the door. My lord, Nian Xingyun has traveled to Sunset City. In the transmitting note, Nine Spectre's voice suddenly came out. Ling Xiao stretched his back and casually waved his hand, and Hua instantly swept in along his pants leg. I've got a dragon in my crotch? Feet stepping away, hair tossed. Ling Xiao gave a spontaneous smile and traveled towards the distant mountains. He hadn't thought of a good solution for the matter of sealing the spirit for the time being. So it's better not to mess with that little ancestor just yet. Besides, if she really wanted to be unfavorable to herself, I'm afraid she wouldn't have waited until now. As for Elder Yin, Ling Xiao did not bring him around anymore. Although he was Ling Xiao's personal slave and had always been trusted by the latter, nowadays, there are just too many secrets on Ling Xiao's body, and if one less person knows about it, it's one less risk of being exposed. Roar! Hua suddenly let out a growl and pitifully poked her head out to look at Ling Xiao. Hungry? Although nowadays, this little demonic dragon was not able to transform into a form and open its mouth, the meaning it wanted to express was clearly understood by Ling Xiao. Pills? I do have quite a few here. Ling Xiao took out the piece of congratulatory gift sent by his mother from his Qiankuan bag and gently opened the jade bottle, only to hear a wisp of Dan aroma wafting away. The whole sky even suddenly darkened. Sixth grade elixir? To be able to attract the resonance of heaven and earth, the grade of this elixir must have reached the 6th grade. This kind of supreme treasure was an incomparable heavenly creation when looking at the sacred state, and it was enough to attract countless powerhouses to covet it. Ho ho ho! And at this moment, Hua's doggy eyes were going straight, and a wisp of crystal was flowing from the corner of his mouth. Here you go. Ling Xiao poured out a jade-white pill and casually threw it into Hua's mouth. Boom! In a short moment, the spiritual winds of heaven and earth converged, directly transforming into a wind whirlpool that fell towards the top of Ling Xiao's head. Worthy of being a 6th grade elixir, the power is truly terrifying. Roar! Flower tilted her head and let out a dragon's roar, and above her body, demonic energy surged, and the next moment, it actually fell asleep directly in Ling Xiao's arms. It seems that the medicine is too strong, but when you wake up, I'm afraid that there will be a breakthrough in your realm. Ling Xiao let out a bitter smile and casually threw Hua into the glazed ancient pagoda. And just as he was about to turn around and leave, there was a sudden burst of sharp wind-breaking sounds coming from the surrounding dense forest. The heaven and earth vision is right here. Let's split up and look for it. At the same time, an alarming voice rang out. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled as he lifted his feet and walked towards the distance. Stop! But before he could walk out far, a cold shout once again came from behind him. Kid, who are you? Have you seen any treasures present over here? Only to see a magnificent figure descending from the sky, looking at the teenager in the distance with an icy expression. It was only at the moment that the teenager slowly turned around that his face suddenly froze. Puff! Kneeling is an attitude. Dead or alive? What can I do? I'm panicking now too. Chapter 120, How dare you? Spare your life. Sir, Your Excellency. Spare my life. The people who came were naturally some of the strongest members of the world families in Cold Heaven City. After seeing a vision in the mountains, he came here to seek treasure. But they really didn't expect that the treasure hadn't been found, and that they had encountered this little ancestor of the Ling clan. Housemaster, why are you crying? It wasn't until a voice came from beside him that the kneeling figure slowly came back to his senses. Looking up again, where was Ling Zhao's figure? Ooh, I don't know. It's just fun. The shadow of the Sea Clan's destruction had yet to dissipate in Cold Sky City. Ling Zhao's ruthlessness was a nightmare for these people of the minor clans. Today he was able to get away with leaving a dog's life in the hands of Duke Ling Xiao. Not crying twice simply insults the Duke's infamy. The old city of sunset. Today's ancient city was simply more lively than the day of Ling Zhao's engagement. One could only see a figure with a strong aura falling from the sky, either in groups of 3 or 5, or alone, converging from all directions. However, what made people feel strange was that although the sunset ancient city was crowded with people, it surprisingly did not have too strong of an aura. Even the cultivators who appeared in the city were mostly young men and women. What a mess! This was the Ling clan's land, and when an ordinary strong person visited, they were bound to send a greeting first, otherwise it was always considered a provocation. Even if the creation in this mountain is good, no one dares to joke with their lives. Senior Sister Fu, is this Sunset City, young Master Ling Zhao's clanland? And at this moment, on the streets of the city, several black-clothed youths flanked a woman with a clear face, walking slowly. Aha! Fu Yunyao nodded, her expression indifferent and cool, only the bottom of her eyes seemed to carry a hint of anticipation. Sir, will I meet you here? Senior sister, that spiritual light only appeared for half a day before it disappeared, and I heard that there are already clan celestials who have gone into the mountains to search for treasures. Right. Senior sister, when are we departing? I heard that this time, the Cloud Immortal sect has also sent disciples to Sunset City. The crowd of disciples obviously had an extremely strong interest in that mountain's exotic treasure. Moreover, this time, there was only one true disciple, Fu Yunyao, who led the team, and the rest were all inner disciples who had been practicing in seclusion in the Wandao demon sect all year round. Now that it was hard to come out for a trip, the mood was naturally incomparable. Humph, Cloud Immortal sect. If they dare to come to Sunset Divine Mountain, aren't they afraid of running into the young lord and not being able to return? Fu Yunyao sneered. The same supreme Taoist system. In this holy state eastern border, Wandao demon sect hostile forces quite a lot, but to say the deadly enemy, but not this Cloud Millet Immortal sect. Devil sect disciples, cruel and murderous, although not really evil, but more or less stained with a devil word. And this Cloud Immortal sect has always taken itself as the leader of the righteous path, and regarded it as its duty to eliminate demons and devils. That was why there was never a lack of conflicting hatred between these two supreme Taoist systems. It was even rumored that the previous young lord of the Wandao demon sect was beheaded by the young lord of the Cloud Immortal sect, and whenever the disciples of the two sects met, there was bound to be a vicious battle. Ha! Isn't this Senior Sister Fu? What a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you in Sunset City. The moment Fu Yunyao's words fell, a light laugh suddenly came from the gates of Sunset Ancient City. Fu Yunyao's pretty face was slightly chilled, and when she turned her head to look again, she only saw that several young men dressed in white and immortal style had already taken steps towards them. At the head of the group was a handsome young man of about double 10 years of age. The youth was dressed in white, arrogant, with a hint of sarcasm between his eyebrows, and a flawless cloud pattern embroidered on his chest. It was the Cloud Immortal sect disciples. So it's senior brother Ma Liang. Fu Yunyao let out a cold smile, and her aura around her body was austere, as if she was in the presence of a great enemy. Cloud Immortal sect's true disciple Ma Liang. His cultivation had long since stepped into the peak of Xianqing, and he was a famous heavenly pride teenager in the eastern border. Behind him, the remaining few Immortal sect disciples likewise looked at Fu Yunyao and the others with sneers on their eyes, the killing intent on their faces, not hidden at all. The disciples of the Devil sect, everyone will be executed. This was the ancient motto of the Cloud Immortal sect, even if that Wandao demon sect's young master Ling Xiao was now mighty in all directions. In the eyes of these Immortal sect disciples, it was nothing more than a false name. The way? Invincible immortal posture? Puffing. It's just having a good father. Besides, who doesn't have a young master with a Taoist rule on his side? What's more, didn't that previous generation's young master of the demon sect also claim to be invincible in the world and have the appearance of becoming an immortal? In the end, wasn't he still chopped under the sword by their Cloud young master? The clan has always not interfered in peer-to-peer disputes. As for the Cloud Immortal sect's disciples, being able to kill a famous demon sect disciple would also mean the possibility of being promoted to the true transmission. For example, this Ma Liang Ma's senior brother in front of him. It is said that it was in a secret realm that he killed 10 disciples of the Devil sect before he was valued by an elder of the Cloud Immortal sect and accepted as a true disciple. As for this Fu Yunyao, if she didn't follow Ling Xiao, how could she possibly sit firmly in the position of the Devil sect's true heir as a woman? I'm afraid that I would have been ed to death on the battle stage a long time ago. The world is to be fair, but there are some ideas that remain deeply rooted. Sister Fu, alone? Of course, no matter how arrogant Ma Liang was, he wouldn't dare to belittle a peak Xianqing demon sect true successor. Although this Fu Yunyao seldom makes a move on weekdays, her cultivation level is there, and she follows Ling Xiao around all day long, so who knows if she has any powerful spiritual treasures and talismans in her hands. It had to be said that, regardless of how Ling Xiao's battle power was, the spiritual treasures in his hands were really many, with two great god emperors at his back, with the depth of the Ling clan and the Dan Yuan Holy Land, not to mention divine artifacts, even Taoist artifacts. Ling Xiao is expected to have a few on him. Senior brother Ma Liang, a good dog doesn't get in the way. Fu Yunyao didn't want to pay attention to Ma Liang's intentions and raised her feet to leave. Humph. Senior sister Fu, it's not easy for all of us to meet, and Mr. Ma has admired senior sister for a long time. I know there's a nice tavern in the city, why don't we go and have a few drinks together? Ma Liang raised his foot to block Fu Yunyao's body, the greed in his eyes undisguised. Wan Dao demon sect's first beauty, this Fu Yunyao since can be Ling Xiao that lecherous devil fancy. Posture temperament naturally need not be said. Kill for sure. After all, even though Ma Liang was a true disciple of the Cloud Immortal sect, his reputation was not as good as the remaining few senior brothers and sisters. As long as you kill this Fu Yunyao, you will definitely be able to attract the patriarch's favor. And at that time, what kind of resources and spiritual treasures would you not be able to pick at will? But it doesn't hurt to have a little fun before you kill. I'm a righteous person. I'm an immortal sect. I didn't play with a good girl. I played with a disciple of a devil sect. Isn't that also doing justice for heaven? Senior Ma, you'd better get out of the way now. Fu Yunyao's pretty face chilled. The coldness of her body flowed silkily, and in her pair of bright eyes, demonic intent quietly swirled. What if I don't allow it? What? Is senior sister still planning to beat me? Ma Liang laughed indulgently, and along with a few immortal sect disciples behind him, they snickered out at once. A pussy, if she dares to take a shot at Master Ma, today let her understand what it means to be wheel-dried. Ling Xiao spoils you, but we don't. Just at the moment when Ma Liang's words fell, Fu Yunyao's jade hand steeply printed out. A cold demonic seal swept out horizontally, ruthlessly smashing down towards him in the horrified eyes of Ma Liang and the other group of immortal sect disciples. Fu Yunyao, how dare you? Chapter 121. A word of caution. A monstrous demonic aura swept through heaven and earth. The sky above the sunset ancient city was filled with demonic shadows. Ma Liang's eyes condensed. A paintbrush suddenly appeared in his hand, casually tapping twice in front of his body, only to see a spiritual immortal shadow instantly coalesce, rushing straight towards the demonic seal. Boom! The two attacks blatantly collided, although the two did not show their full strength, but that kind of momentum still instantly attracted a lot of eyes in Sunset City. There were only a handful of supreme Dao lineages in the entire eastern border of the holy state, and behind the Wan Dao demon sect, although there is a Ling clan figure, but the Cloud Corn immortal sect has been inherited for thousands of years, but the depth of the foundation is even deeper. Look, it's Fu Yunyao from the Wan Dao demon sect, and Ma Liang from the Cloud Immortal sect. These two great sects, they really fight wherever they go. It can't be helped. A devil and an immortal are inherently hostile. Besides, I heard that the Wan Dao demon sect's previous young master was killed by the Cloud Corn immortal sect. Interesting, let them fight, and when it's over, there will be no one to rob the creation in the Sunset Mountain from us. Senior sister Fu, you brought this on yourself. Ma Liang held a pen in one hand and stood with his hand behind his back, looking at Fu Yunyao who was not far away with a sneering expression. Compared to the latter, he was a bit older and had stepped into the peak of Xianqing for a longer period of time. Therefore, in terms of cultivation, Ma Liang didn't put Fu Yunyao in his eyes in the slightest. Then Yunyao will learn about Senior Ma's strength today. Fu Yunyao austere, jade hand waving, a channel of magic chi intertwined horizontally and horizontally, vaguely transformed into the shape of a foursquare ancient seal, whistling and rotating in the top of its head. On top of the ancient seal, the symbols are civilized and extinguished, and there is actually a bit of the power of extinction. Humph. I've long heard that Senior Sister Fu's world-destroying demon seal is overbearing and incomparable. Well, let me see today, whether this demon sect's true successor of yours is in vain, or whether it relies on beauty to rise to the top. Ma Liang sneered. The brush in his hand pointed in the air, and a ferocious beast totem instantly appeared out of thin air. The demonic and hostile aura gradually surged, only to see that the demonic beast from Ma Liang's pen actually seemed to have broken out of the void, blinking in front of everyone's eyes. Senior Sister Fu, be careful. This righteousness is righteousness, and it is customary to remind the other side before striking. If it were Ling Xiao, he would have been eager to take advantage of his defenses and slap his opponent to death. Buzz. Space trembled and demonic beasts hissed. turning into a stream of light. He swept furiously towards Fu Yunyao. Poof. Seeing this, Fu Yunyao but only coldly laughed. Her jade hand violently waved down. The devil seal above her head instantly pierced through the void and ruthlessly smashed down. Boom! In an instant, the entire sky above the sunset ancient city was suddenly covered by demonic aura. Many small sect cultivators looked up at the two attacks that were frozen in midair, and their eyes all carried a touch of intense shock. Worthy of a supreme Taoist lineage. Worthy of being a person of true heritage. With this kind of might, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for an ordinary delusion breaker to fend it off. Shatter. Only at this moment, Fu Yunyao's pretty face raised a hint of sarcasm, and once again, there was a surge of demonic energy around her body, and the demonic seal in midair even grew against the wind. In a short period of time, it even transformed into the size of 100 feet, directly suppressing the spirit beast drawn by that Ma Liang. Boom! Like a sea of spiritual energy collapsing away. On both sides of the street, many onlookers only feel a fishy wind. Some cultivation weaker people was directly knocked flying a distance of several feet. Puff! And at that moment, a similarly thick wave of panic welled up in Ma Liang's eyes. The attack was broken, and along with his breath, it instantly withered. How is that possible? How could this Fu Yunyao have a trace of a delusion-breaking aura on her? Although this trace of aura was extremely weak, it was not something that any Xianqing person could fight against. So strong, Fu Yunyao is so strong. Can it not be strong? Following young Master Ling Xiao every day, gulping down young Master's essence. That's true. Young Master Ling Xiao. Alas, the role model in the hearts of many men. It's said that he was engaged to Dao Palace goddess Nian Shangyun yesterday, and the two of them didn't come out all night on Shaoyun Peak. It can't be. With Nian Qingyun's temperament, even if she was engaged, she wouldn't let a man touch her. Hey brother, what era? Nowadays women, which have spiritual treasures smashed immovable. That Ling Xiao lacks everything, just not lack of spiritual treasure creation. That's true. Hearing the murmurs coming from the surroundings, in the crowd, the eyes of a young man dressed in white with an ordinary appearance gradually became a bit grim. Ling Xiao, you bastard. Lin Shi still remembered that when he was practicing with Nian Qingyun in the ancient battlefield, every time night fell, she would quietly leave and would never stay with Lin Shi in the same place. But now, although Lin Shi didn't believe that Nian Qingyun's character would be taken in by Ling Xiao so easily, but in all things, there are exceptions. Hey, this senior brother, there's someone over there looking for you. Lin Shi patted the rumor-mongering youth in front of him and pointed in the direction of the city. Who are you? Who wants me? The youth was dressed in a purple robe with a lewd appearance, and a flash of vigilance appeared in his small eyes. Kidding aside, in today's chaotic world, people are killing for treasure at every turn. Before he left, his master had specifically reminded him to be careful. Damn, could it be that the fact that I'm carrying a divine weapon has been discovered? This time when he came down from the mountain, his master had specially given him the only divine weapon in the clan to bring down with him and use it as a life preserver. Able to. Who actually leaked it? Could it be senior brother Li? No, it must be senior sister's son. She failed in her courtship and tried to put me to death. Yeah, that must be it. With this thought, a flash of ice coldness flashed in the eyes of that purple-robed youth. It's a good-looking girl who said, she's admired Gongzi for a long time and wants to get to know him. Lin Shi came up to his ear and whispered, oh, a good-looking girl? Ha ha ha, sure enough, I knew it. With my gallantry, I'm a star in the night sky wherever I go. So troublesome. This senior brother, what are you waiting for? Quickly lead the way. Okay, senior brother, follow me. Lin Xia smiled morosely and went in the direction of the city first. No matter what actually happened between Nian Qingyun and Ling Xiao, he wouldn't even allow anyone to slight her. Moreover, if the two of them were really, then it must have been Ling Xiao who forced Nian Qingyun to do it. What could he do but choose to forgive her? Of course. No, she's not going to kill herself, is she? Ling Xiao, you wait for me. If Qingyun suffers the slightest harm, I guarantee that I will make your life worse than death. Senior brother Ma, it seems that this immortal sect's true tradition of yours is somewhat in vain. Fu Yunyao smiled blandly, her green dress floating like a fairy, indescribably clear and elegant. The seal of the party showed the majesty of the devil sect. Ridiculous that Ma Liang made a fool of himself. Provoking to his face, this time, the face of the cloud immortal sect is considered to have lost all its face. Fu Yunyao, you seek death. Ma Liang's face was blue, especially in front of so many sect heavenly prides. The stifling of his heart could be imagined. Cloud immortal sect, are they all dogs like you that only bark and don't bite? Senior Ma, why don't we compete again? Life or death? Fu Yunyao's lotus steps lightly moved, lifting her feet towards Ma Liang. The latter's face stared, and he actually retreated 2 steps with some trepidation. Shame on you. It's a disgrace. At this moment, Ma Liang wanted to die. He was a true legend of the immortal sect, but he was actually scared off by a single word from this demon sect Demonis. If this matter were to spread back to the sect, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to keep his name as a true successor. Sloppy. If he knew that this Fu Yunyao had half a foot in the delusion-breaking realm, he wouldn't dare to provoke a face-to-face even if he was given two guts. Oh, Senior Sister Fu was calling my cloudy mortal sect disciples dogs? Just at this moment, outside the ancient city, but a faint laughter suddenly came from outside. Chapter 122, he's really here. Hearing the voice, Fu Yunyao's face froze, while a flash of ecstasy steeply lit up in the eyes of Ma Liang and the other group of immortal sect disciples. Senior brother Su Yue, only to see a white-clothed, handsome youth walking slowly from outside the city. Although there was a hint of a warm smile on a resolute and calm face, a broken aura shook heaven and earth. Cloudy mortal sect true disciple, Su Yue, a body of Shenhuang Xiantong has long been practiced out of the gods. Even the young master of the Cloud Millet immortal clan, see him also have to respectfully call have for the senior brother. Unexpectedly, he had come to Sunset Ancient City as well. It seemed that this time, the great sects were paying quite a bit of attention to the exotic treasures in this mountain. It is also true that in recent years, although the eastern frontier has often appeared in the secret realm, but the ones that really contain the most precious treasures are mostly guarded by the Legacy clan. Moreover, whichever clan territory these secret realms appeared in would basically be claimed as their own. The unwritten rules of the sacred state. The secret realm contention is not impossible, but it is restricted to the younger generation. And now, this Sunset Mountain Range's divine sky rises to the heavens, covering 10,000 miles, so I think the treasures in it must be extremely rare. Cloudy Mortal Sect's two true biographers arrived in unison. It seems that they are determined to win the foreign treasure. So it's senior brother Su. Fu Yunyao's pretty face similarly carried a trace of gravity. Ma Liang, she naturally wouldn't put it in her eyes. After all these years of following Ling Xiao around, Fu Yunyao had not only eaten more than her fair share of Gongzi divine elements, but she had also eaten a lot of pills. Nowadays, her cultivation level was considered to have touched the threshold of breaking delusion, but compared to a true breaking delusion powerhouse, there was still a considerable gap. This Su Yue is Cloudy Mortal Sect veteran true biography, age is much older than Pei Cloud Yao and others. The cultivation is a long time ago to enter the realm of broken delusion. Against him, Fu Yunyao would surely die. Just now, Senior Sister Fu said that my Cloudy Mortal Sect are all dogs that only bark? Su Yue nodded his head and smiled, his expression still gentle and calm, not the slightest hint of anger could be seen. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunyao's eyebrows knit lightly. Shutting her mouth, a pair of jade hands quietly clenched. Let's put it this way, Pei's sister woman. I won't make things difficult for you. You kneel down, learn how a dog barks, and I'll spare you all today. How's that? Su Yue smiled blandly, only the coldness in his eyes was quietly biting. A few disciples of the devil sect dare to be so rampant? What is this world coming to? Boom! An invisible momentum instantly enveloped the heads of Fu Yunyao and the others, instantly causing many of the demon sect's disciples' faces to change drastically. The realm of breaking delusion was originally the threshold of the immortal path. It was only when one stepped into the breaking delusion and opened the soul palace that one's breath would contain a wisp of the might of heaven and earth. And this pressure alone was not something that an ordinary Shanqing person could resist. Not to mention that at this time, Su Yue was intentionally shocked and almost exerted his full strength. Puff! Fu Yunyao's pretty face turned white. She stood in front of the disciples and took the brunt of the pressure, almost carrying all the pressure by her own strength, and immediately blood spilled and dispersed from the corner of her mouth. In the middle of a tea house in the distance, Nian Qingyun stood in front of the window with her hands in the air, her eyebrows slightly knitted, and a flash of hesitation seemed to flash through her bright eyes. This Fu Yunyao was a true disciple of the Wandao demon sect. In other words, senior sister Ling Xiao. If she was humiliated by Su Yue today, would that bastard lose face? After all, this was not a disciple feud, but rather a battle between two supreme Dao lineages. No, why would I care about his face? What's wrong with me? What's it to me if he dies or not? Shouldn't I be happy that he's been disgraced or beaten to death? Nian Qingyun suddenly froze. A pair of jade hands clenched tightly into fists, and on her pretty face was a flash of panic. Asshole Ling Xiao. You better not show up in Sunset Ancient City or I will definitely kill you. How about it? Senior Sister Fu, it's just learning a dog. Isn't that what you're best at? Ma Liang sneered, especially when he saw Fu Yunyao's pale little face. The depths of his eyes were filled with pleasure. Where's your party's awesome power? Let's see how I'll capture you later. Chain your neck, whip you with a small leather whip, and make you kneel in front of me and learn to crawl like a dog. Don't you dare. I'll die before I dash. Fu Yunyao's silver teeth clenched tightly. Her complexion was ice cold. Only that pale face made people feel some pity for no reason. Alas, this Ma Liang is a real dog. Fong was defeated and didn't dare to let out a single fart. Now that Su Yue is here, he's the one barking happily. Who says otherwise? Bullying a female disciple. What kind of skill is that? If you have the ability to go to that demon sex young master Ling Xiao and clamor. Oh, how dare he? He can't even beat Fu Yunyao. I heard that young master Ling Xiao has already comprehended the power of the Tao and achieved the name of invincibility. Not to mention Ma Liang, even Su Yue. I'm afraid that he wouldn't be a match for the young master. A hop? You're amusing me, bro. I heard that when young master Ling Xiao was engaged to the Nian goddess, there was a heavenly pride that touched the threshold of the Tao that provoked him, and as a result, he was directly pinched out of his by young master Ling Xiao with one hand. Really pinched the out of it? Can I lie to you about this? My third uncle's cousin's niece is working as a servant girl in the Ling clan. I saw it with my own eyes. Tang all over the place, vomit. In the crowd, Lin Xia's face was a blue as he gently patted the two men who were blowing awesome. Senior brother, there's someone over there looking for you. Not even willing to die? Then go ahead and die. Su Yue shook his head and smiled with a regretful look. The green light in his hand was radiant and he gently held it towards Fu Yunyao. The heavens and the earth changed color abruptly. It was as if a large hand was pressing across the void, wanting to suppress all the demons in the world. A flash of pallor surged on Fu Yunyao's face. How could she not feel the monstrous might contained in this seal? Once it fell, it was feared that all of the demon sect disciples present would fall. It was only when she was urging her entire body's spiritual energy to sacrifice her spiritual treasure. Between heaven and earth, a sudden green light tore through the sky, and that appallingly powerful palm just shattered into starlight out of thin air. At the same time, a cold laughter containing sarcasm suddenly came from overhead. He, who do I think it is that dares to spread wildness in my Sunset City? It turns out to be a few dog brothers from the Cloud Immortal sect. At those words, the entire Sunset City instantly fell into a dead silence. Even Su Yue, the mildness on his face was instantly frozen. He raised his head and looked at the figure sitting on the golden whiskey in midair, and his eyes steepened. He's coming. He came riding the wind and waves and riding the dragon. Young lord. The corner of Fu Yunyao's mouth suddenly raised a faint smile. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto his chest as a bit of vermilion. Ling Xiao. Su Yue gritted his teeth, and his entire body was like an enemy. Although he was a Cloud Immortal sect true successor, in the eastern border of this sacred state, his fame and prestige was completely incomparable to the one in front of him. Wan Dao Demon Sect Young Master, Ancient Clan Ling Clan Heir, Pilmyo Dao Palace Son-in-Law, Dan Yuan Holy Land Quasi-Sacred Son. Which of these names were placed in the holy state? They were all existences that shocked the party. To be honest, Su Yue was a bit flustered, but flustered cannot lose the face of the righteous path. Ah, senior brother Su, I heard that your Cloud Immortal sect's true successor likes to learn how to bark. If you kneel down and bark twice, I'll spare you a dog's life today. Otherwise, leave it all behind. Chapter 123, Invincible Immortal Posture. Overbearing, strong, absolute, not to be provoked. Sure enough, this Ling Clan Heir and Demon Sect Young Master was just like the rumors. Ling Zhao's figure fell from the sky and stood in front of Fu Yunyao, gently wiping away the bloodstains from the corner of her mouth. White robes and starbursts, immortal style, a spiritual charm that seemed to be natural. At this moment, the legs of many proud women in Sunset City were unconsciously clenched. Sorry senior sister Fu, I'm late. Young lord. Fu Yunyao was about to cry at this moment. It's so touching. The young lord is simply a gentle noble gentleman. A breath of fresh air in the fluttering turbid world. Look, the male's eyes, they are full of love. A smile saddened the corners of the male's mouth. At this moment, all the aggression and uncertainty in Fu Yunyao's heart disappeared. There was just the urge to be with the person in front of her to the death. The woman who moves, the woman who is magnificent. Throughout the street, everyone's eyes unconsciously fell on her. But this scene in the eyes of Nian Qingyun, but instantly made the latter's eyes chilled. An absolute cold breath emanated out. Horrified, the entire tea house guests have run to the street. What's going on? I don't know. I thought my mother-in-law was here. Look at this bit of talent of yours. Just now your eyes fell off looking at Miss Fu. You've got something, so hurry up and wipe your mouth. Oh, exempt? Let's start with that painting, baby. Ling Xiao smiled bashfully and turned his head to look at Ma Liang. He could feel that at this moment, Ma Liang's breath was extremely depleted, and it was obvious that he had just had a fight with someone not long ago. Today's incident was mostly caused by him. Beat up a senior brother. Senior brother backs him up. 1,000 different routines. You, Ma Liang's face grimaced. and a flash of hesitation seemed to flash through his eyes. He couldn't even defeat Fu Yunyao. And now that the young master of this demon sect had arrived in person, he simply didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting. All the previous clamoring was merely contempt for the opponent in terms of momentum. Who knew that this Ling Xiao had actually come? The Tao is demonic, invincible, immortal posture. Those 8 words are not worthy of anyone. But learning to bark, he was a true disciple of the supreme immortal sect. But if he learned to bark at a dog in this Sunset City today, he didn't need anyone else to do it. And it was estimated that after he returned to the sect, his master would be able to beat him into a retard. Ma Liang's palms clenched, but reason told him to hold back and wait for a moment to stabilize. Brother Su, go! Brother Suan, if you don't go and I don't go, who's going to make the immortal sect famous? Elder Brother Su, go! Senior Brother Ling is a bit too deceitful. As expected, Su Yue snorted coldly and lifted his foot to walk in front of Ma Liang. He asked himself that his background was in no way comparable to that of Ling Xiao, but the cultivation piece is still somewhat confident. Otherwise, their cloudy mortal sect's young master wouldn't have been respectful in front of him, opening and closing his mouth to have for senior brother. Moreover, the more famous this Ling Xiao became, if he could trample him under his feet, I'm afraid that the entire sacred state would also know his name. Su Yue. Peer-to-peer battles were always something that the strongest members of the clan would not intervene in, as long as he, Su Yue, won brightly and openly, whether it was the Wandao demon sect or the Ling clan. He was afraid that neither of them would have the face to take action against him. What do people of the righteous path care about? Fame, of course. In an instant, the hesitation on Su Yue's face dissipated. A mere 17 teenager. Even if he had comprehended the Tao, so what? I, Su Yue, became a Taoist in my 20s and stepped into the breaking delusion. And now at the age of 29, my cultivation is close to the middle stage of the breaking delusion. So it's hard to be afraid of an ignorant teenager like you? Bullying people too much? Elder Brother Su's words are inappropriate. I'm clearly bullying you dogs. What's with the bullying talk? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. Nowadays there was not even one person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him amongst the younger generation in the entire sacred state. This Su Yue was not even a young master of the immortal sect yet. So what qualifications did he have to clamor in front of him? Death-seeking thing. Hearing this, Su Yue could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. The green light in his hand flickered, and his entire body transformed into a shocking light that swept towards Ling Xiao in anger. Buzz. At that instant, space hummed and strong winds rose. The breaking delusion might rolled and swirled like a drowning river in sea, chilling the heart. Above the tea house, Nian Xingyun's pretty face was slightly frozen, instinctively feeling a little nervous. She had naturally seen Ling Xiao's strength with her own eyes, but delusion breaking and Xianqing are originally watersheds on the way to cultivation. Ling Xiao's talent was near demonic, but in the end, he hadn't taken that step. And this Su Yue, although Nian Xingyun hadn't heard of his name, but with an aura, it was really a bit appalling. Don't know how to die. Ling Xiao shook his head and stepped out gently. The sky and the earth were steeply darkened. The sea-like momentum instantly shattered the void, as if the stars were falling and the sun and moon were reversing. And that Su Yue didn't even react. The whole person suddenly felt a strong force coming from the neck winding, and then his figure, just like a dead dog, was held in Ling Xiao's hands. Ruthless. So cruel. Gollum. The entire Sunset City was plunged into a dead silence again. Everyone looked at the immortal sect's true legend who had been so powerful just moments ago, but had been captured by Ling Xiao in the twinkling of an eye, and their eyes were all filled with a touch of intense shock. Even when Ling Xiao struck just now, it was only in a flash of lightning, and not a single strand of Tao rule power was dispersed around his body. But, a delusion breaking heaven's pride, it was as if he didn't have an ounce of resistance in front of him. His strength, just how terrifying had it become? Invincible immortal posture, crushing the generation. It turned out that this Ling clan heir had truly stood at a height that was beyond their reach. Senior Brother Su, now, do you want to learn how to bark like a dog, or, do you want to die? Ling Xiao had a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. Compared to killing these immortal sect disciples, breaking their Tao was undoubtedly more cruel. The villain, of course, is as sinister as he wants to be. You don't want to. My immortal sect disciples can be killed but not humiliated. Today even if you kill all of us, we. Woof 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 woof. Woof 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 woof. Before Su Yue's words fell, behind him, there suddenly came a sharp barking sound, only to see Ma Liang and the others falling to their knees, tilting their heads and trying their best to learn how to bark. There were even a few disciples with their tongues hanging out of their mouths in a marvelous manner. Puff! Su Yue's mouthful of blood directly sprayed out. The whole person actually fainted and died in Ling Xiao's hands. You guys know what you're doing. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, the light in his eyes flowing, casually tossing Su Yue aside. turning around and holding Fu Yunyao's jade hand, walking towards the end of the street. And at this moment, the eyes of that group of devil sect disciples looking at Ling Xiao only had endless admiration in them. The Duke is unrivaled in the world, and the young lord is the most shining awe. If today's matter were to spread out, I'm afraid that the entire eastern frontier would once again be shaken because of the young lord's name. With one palm, one could easily crush a delusion-breaking demon. What kind of battle power? What kind of ferocity is this? The invincible immortal posture is no more than that. It was only when Ling Xiao passed by the crowd that his face froze slightly. In front of him, a young girl with a clear appearance was looking at him with eyes full of adoration. A tender and white little face with a hidden touch of shyness. The young girl was dressed in a yellow robe, graceful and upright, and in the place of her chest, a flame totem was vaguely embroidered. Girl, you. Ling Xiao. Stop right there. Right at this moment, in the distant void, a soft cry suddenly came from the air. Immediately, a stunningly beautiful silhouette dressed in white came tearing through the void, with a monstrous divine radiance blossoming from the ancient sword in her hand. A sword, ruthlessly chopping down towards Ling Xiao's head. Chapter 124, Showing Love? Hiss? In the originally silent ancient city, there were suddenly bursts of sounds of cold air being sucked in, with Lord Ling Xiao's reputation. And in this sunset divine mountain, there was actually someone who dared to draw a sword on him? Provocations. What a provocation. Although the crowd didn't know which clan's delicate daughter had such guts, her downfall. Pust. Look at Su Yue. He's not even awake at this moment. That is the eastern border immortal sect's famous righteousness pride. A righteousness of heaven and earth, brilliant as the sunrise. But so what? The devil can't win? It's the devil who is defeated in this world. Hey, I'll be damned. That's a bit of a pretty back. It was only when the crowd saw the woman who had fallen from the sky that the expressions on their faces froze once again. Why is this figure somewhat familiar? It's Dao Palace Goddess Nian Qingyun. Hiss. Another sound of cold air being sucked in booms out. At this moment, all the cultivators in Sunset City were looking towards the silhouette in midair with excitement in their eyes. Immortal aura floating. White clothes inseparable convergence. Unspeakably overwhelming and moving. Able to. Didn't this goddess just get engaged to Lord Ling Xiao? What's with all the sword fighting? Ling Xiao. Die. Coldness flowed in Nian Qingyun's eyes. And on the ancient sword in her hand, the sharpness was biting. However, when this sword fell, it was impartial and chopped right on Fu Yunyao's body. It's careful. Ling Xiao's eyes stared as he ruthlessly pushed the ladder away. Then with a flash of his figure, he instantly appeared in front of Nian Qingyun. Mother, what are you doing? I'll kill you, the bastard. The coldness in Nian Qingyun's eyes grew even more, not giving Ling Xiao the slightest chance to explain. His spiritual energy was vast and unrivaled, and the sword style in his hands stretched on and on. Space shook and the clouds crumbled. A stern intent swept across heaven and earth, causing all the onlookers to change color. Although this sword style was horrendous, how come it couldn't cut down on Lord Ling Xiao? Gradually, some playfulness surged on the faces of the onlookers. This goddess, her mouth was screaming, but every move and style avoided chopping on the air. This is not about killing Ling Xiao. This is clearly a show of love. A flash of heartbreak immediately flashed across the eyes of many ancient clan prides, their hearts filled with sadness. What happened to the promised path of ruthlessness and emotionlessness? How come it's only been one day and you're already abusing your dog? Woof woof woof. At the same time, the entire Sunset Ancient City was desolate with the sound of dogs. In the crowd, Lin Shi's palms were clenched tightly as he looked at the two figures in front of him whose white clothes fluttered like the wind, and his fingertips almost pierced into his flesh. How could he not see that although the might on Nian Qingyun was terrifying, it did not contain half a bit of killing intent, and that Ling clan heir was even more ridiculous, with a gentle smile on his face since the beginning. This pair of dogs, mother, it's been half a day of fighting, you must be tired too. Nian Qingyun's sword falls, but Ling Xiao skillfully avoids it, and in the process, he grips her jade hand and pulls her into his arms. Look, this mountain's heavy treasure is about to appear. If we couple fight to the death here, won't it be cheaper for others? In this way, after we seize the treasure, how about fighting to the death? You, let go of me. Being embraced in Ling Xiao's arms in front of everyone, Nian Qingyun only felt hot all over, and her pretty face once again turned red and alluring. This Ling Xiao is too shameless, old colorful head boy now. Let go of the Nen goddess. Many of the clan's celestial pride were filled with righteous indignation. Even though the matter of Ling Xiao's engagement to Nian Qingyun had long been rumored throughout the eastern border of the sacred state, still, watching their beloved goddess being embraced in their arms was too much for many to handle. Humph, Ling Xiao, I will kill you sooner or later. Nian Qingyun let out a cold snort, but the spiritual energy in her body quietly dispersed, and she turned to coldly look at Fu Yunyao in the distance. This vixen, who had acted like a pitiful person just now, was really disgusting. Fine, fine, I'll let you kill. Ling Xiao smiled gently and suddenly lowered his head, gently kissing Nian Xingyun's vermilion lips through the veil. Mistress, why don't you stay at my place tonight? Hiss. On both sides of the street, everyone looked at the two people who were kissing as if no one else was there. All of them had their mouths open and their eyes wide open, and only after a long time did they let out a wail. Woof woof woof. You are shameless to the core. Nian Xingyun similarly looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of shock, and momentarily forgot to resist. It wasn't until a gush of angry curses came from his side that he pushed the teenager in front of him hard. Ling Xiao, you'd better remember your life. Sooner or later, I'm going to. Just before Nian Xingyun's words fell, Ling Xiao's palm once again gripped her jade hand. Fine, I know, ma'am. Why don't we find a place to have a drink first? I don't. Nian Xingyun broke away from Ling Xiao's palm and looked a little shocked and angry. Trying to trick me into drinking medicine again? Then young lord, we will find a place to stay first. A flash of loss flashed in Fu Yunyao's eyes as she respectfully bowed towards Ling Xiao and Nian Xingyun. She was clear that in Ling Xiao's eyes, she was at best a maidservant, slightly more valuable in the entire sacred state. I'm afraid that the only one who could be favored by the young lord would be this Dao Palace divine maiden. Aha! Ling Xiao nodded, but his gaze inexplicably glanced at the crowd. Here you go, buddy. Transfiguration? Oh, Lin Shi, don't let me down. At this moment, how could he not feel that one cold and resentful gaze? Furthermore, Lin Shi had the divine soul imprint he had left behind on his body, not to mention the disguise. Even if he turned into ashes, Ling Xiao would be able to recognize him, and seemingly sensing a hint of teasing in Ling Xiao's eyes, Lin Shi's face froze and immediately lowered his head, but inexplicably felt a sense of unease in his heart. Did he recognize him? Impossible. The spirit elder had said that it was simply impossible for even a God King powerhouse to see his disguise. Extra. Sunset City's largest auction house, Yunlai Pavilion, will hold an unprecedented mega auction today, with lots of discounts and surprises. So I hope that all of you gentlemen and ladies will show your face and come. At the end of the street, there was a sudden shout. Only a few boys dressed in black were seen hawking along the way, attracting countless gazes. Yunlai Pavilion is holding an auction? Take a walk and go check it out. The many celestial pride who were originally watching the scene suddenly became interested and lifted their feet in the direction of the city. The relics in the mountains had not yet appeared, so it was better to be idle than to try your luck in the auction house. If one could obtain a handy spirit treasure, one would have more means in the next fight for creation. And looking at that one figure that was mixed in the crowd, the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth instantly lifted up with a touch of playfulness. At this time, his body's qi had reached 2000. When Fong made a scene, Ling Xiao certainly wasn't doing it for the sake of showing love or being true to anyone, but rather to plunder Lin Xie's body clean of qi as quickly as possible. The villain is really greedy, but if it wasn't for the fact that Nian Xingyun's luck is really a bit high, and her physique is really a bit special. Oh, son of heaven's destiny, daughter of heaven's destiny, there might be a windfall. Ling Xiao grinned and tugged the reluctant Nian Xingyun, following the flow of people, the auction house and all that, but it has always been the stage for these people of qi. Chapter 125, Yunlai Merchant Alliance. I walk in the setting sun and listen to the opera singers singing a Beijing tune. People cluttered with clowns, leaves yellow and retreating into the long fall. Ling Xiao hummed a small tune and looked aimlessly at the colorful streams of people on both sides of the street. Nian Xingyun's hands were a little cold, worthy of being a woman who practiced the emotionless avenue. Several times she tried to pull her hand away, only to be held tighter by Ling Xiao. Sunset City, that's a terrible name. Nian Xingyun snorted coldly. Sunset City is a bit rustic. That ugly bastard. What are you looking at? It's you. Come here. Ling Xiao casually waved his hand, and a lewd-looking youth by the street instantly pointed at himself with a horrified look on his face. Is the prince calling out to me? The Gongzi is calling out to me. Duke Ling Xiao is actually calling out to me. My lord, go tell the Sunset City lord that from this day forward, this Sunset City will be renamed Green Sky City, and plant both sides of the streets with peach blossoms for me. Ling Xiao spoke faintly, and the lewd young man's entire body immediately trembled with excitement as he turned around and swept away angrily in the direction of the city lord's mansion. With his background, not to mention Duke Ling Xiao, even the Sunset City lord was not qualified to meet him at all. The pinnacle of life comes so suddenly. Will you let go of me? Nian Xingyun looked deeply at Ling Xiao. Many times, she felt that this Ling clan heir, his brain seemed to be a little different from normal people. Why would I let go of you? Ling Xiao asked a rhetorical question and brought his face in front of Nian Xingyun, frightening the latter's eyes and nearly striking out at Ling Xiao. Scoundrel! Mother, I heard that when you were born, you were guarded by a divine beast. Where is that divine beast? A trace of deep meaning flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He still felt some trepidation regarding the qi in Yan Qingyun's body. The number of 10,000 was far more terrifying than Lin Xie and Ling Tian, the sacred state's sons of heavenly destiny, who were several times more terrifying. It seems a bit beyond this realm's setting. Could it be that she was also the reincarnation of a strong person or the rebirth of an immortal emperor? However, on her body, Ling Xiao did not feel a trace of Si Bu Hui breath again. That's a little strange. What's it to you? Nian Qingyun snorted coldly and looked at Ling Xiao with an indifferent expression. It's none of my business. I'm trying to get to know you a little better. Aren't I? Ling Xiao smiled sarcastically. This Dao Palace goddess is just hard to deal with. If it were an ordinary proud girl, with Ling Xiao's status, just a little bit of attentiveness would instantly make them fall. I don't need you to know more than that. Just remember that we're not going to get anywhere at all. Nian Qingyun spoke indifferently, and even the expression on her face turned into the absolute coldness that Ling Xiao had seen her with at the very beginning. Ruthless Avenue. It's a bit of a headache. How do you break this? Yunlai Pavilion, located in the central place of Sunset Ancient City. It is said that behind this pavilion is the largest merchant league in the sacred state, the Yunlai Merchant League. At this time, in front of the pavilion, countless sect disciples who had come to Sunset Divine Mountain for training had already gathered. Have you guys heard? Just now, outside the city gates, that cloudy mortal sect's two true masters teamed up to bully the Wandao demon sect's Fu Yunyao, only to be crushed into a dog by young master Ling Xiao alone. Ah, hey, don't you think the cloudy mortal sect is making a fool of itself? Before the spiritual treasure was even revealed, it was let down by a group of people. What's this? Have you guys heard? Young master Ling Xiao was just at the city gates and forcibly kissed Nian Divine Maiden, this old colorful horse. In front of the Yunlai Pavilion, the pride of the various races gathered in groups, discussing in low voices what had happened in the city just now. Although all along, the crowd knew that Ling Xiao was strong, but in recent days, what this Ling clan heir had done could no longer be described as strong at all. Crushing the contemporary, invincible, even an unfeeling goddess like Nian Qingyun now dared to openly show her love with in front of everyone. What does that mean? It means that it's not that the other goddesses are heartless, it's that you're not Tai enough. Humph. Upon hearing this, Nian Qingyun snorted coldly, a coldness instantly sweeping away, horrifying those few clan prides who were whispering, their faces instantly turning white, especially when he saw Nian Qingyun's pair of murderous eyes. He nearly peed his pants. People are right too. What are you scaring them for? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth lifted up in a warm smile as he secretly gave a thumbs up towards those people. Everyone, the auction will begin soon. Please come in. In the Yunlai Pavilion, a beautiful maidservant suddenly stepped out with green clothes and sleeves. Mr. Ling Xiao, this way please. She took it upon herself to walk through the crowd and arrived in front of Ling Xiao and the two of them, slightly owing her body. This Sunset City, in the end, was still the territory of the Ling clan, although the Yunlai Merchant Alliance was known as the largest merchant alliance in the sacred state, with a terrifying heritage. However, in front of the Ling clan, it was still less intimidating. Ling Xiao nodded, holding Nian Qingyun's jade hand, following behind that maidservant and walking towards the pavilion. But just at that moment, in that entrance place, there was a sudden quarrel. Why can they get in and we can't? One could only see a young man in white clothes with a reddened face looking at the two Merchant Alliance boys standing in front of the pavilion with a somewhat indignant expression. Behind it, another yellow-clothed young girl rubbed the corner of her coat with an aggrieved and bemused face, looking extremely nervous. I'm sorry, there are limited seats in Yunlai Pavilion. Both of you, it's better to wait first. The two boys had an extremely humble attitude, but the words they spoke were full of contempt. Why? Because you're not qualified. Of course. Two souls see early stage. No reputation background of the small door disciples. Also want to enter his Yunlai Pavilion. Simply delusional. Ah. You guys look down on people. Humph. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. Let them in. Just as the white-clothed youth was angrily preparing to leave, behind the two, a gentle laughter suddenly came from behind them. Ling Xiao glanced calmly at the yellow-clothed young lady and nodded slightly. Prince Ling Xiao. The young girl's pretty face froze, then she lowered her head somewhat shyly. From the city gates just now, she had been shocked by the dominance displayed by Ling Xiao. It was just that how could such an absolute gentleman notice an insignificant disciple of a small sect like her? One must know that those who could stand beside Duke Ling Xiao were the topmost proud girls in this sacred state. At this moment, Lin Meng was a little confused and a little inferior, but inside, there was an inexplicable joy. As for why Ling Xiao paid attention to her? Oh, don't ask. Asking is fate. My lord. The two boys hurriedly bowed and greeted Ling Xiao and Nian Qingyun as they walked into Yunlai Pavilion. The white-clothed youth, however, frowned, and for some reason, there was always an indescribable suffocation in his heart. What is this? Pity me? I don't need to be pitied. Senior sister Lin Meng, Just as Yin Tianqing turned his head to look at Lin Meng, he saw that the young girl's eyes seemed to carry a hint of ecstasy, and his face immediately froze. Senior sister, I don't see anything good in this Yunlai pavilion, so why don't we just not go in? Elder brother, I want to go in and take a look, you take me in to get a better look. Lin Meng turned her head and smiled sweetly towards Yin Tianqing. That's okay. Yin Tianqing gritted his teeth, but in the end, he didn't say anything else and lifted his feet towards the pavilion. Sense of humor? Don't you need spirit stones to learn more? I've only got 100 dimes. I can't even afford a cup of tea. Yin Tianqing suddenly felt that he had been hasty in bringing his senior sister down the mountain this time. Moreover, looking at the way she looked at Ling Xiao just now, it was obvious that she had some admiration. This kind of look, it used to be when the senior sister looked at herself. Damn Ling Xiao, you have a thing for that maiden? Nian Qingyun turned her head, glanced at the teenager beside her, and suddenly opened her mouth to ask, what? How can that be? I just think that there's something pathetic about her. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled, but a trace of deep meaning flashed under his eyes. Another one of those destined daughters. Chapter 126 Ancient Treasures. When he was at the city gates earlier, Ling Xiao had noticed this young girl in yellow. It wasn't because of her poise or talent, but the familiar beep in the system. The daughter of heaven's destiny, with 1,000 qi. Although it couldn't be compared to Nian Qingyun and the others, but it was better than nothing. Furthermore, for a heavenly destined daughter like this, Ling Xiao would be able to receive a steady stream of qi from them as long as he took them in. Why not? Then, who is Yi Qingshan? Nian Qingyun looked at the calmness on Ling Xiao's face and froze slightly. Feel sorry for her? Would this Ling clan heir be so kind? But looking at the look on his face, he didn't look like he was lying. Could it be that those rumors about him were really spread by someone deliberately? Ling Xiao's eyes were slightly condensed, but a touch of misery flashed across his face. Alas, my lady, you don't know. Yi Qingshan is an orphan girl I met in the lower realms, born with both parents dead, living on the streets, with no food or clothing. When I met her, she was about to be starved to death. It was too miserable. Ling Xiao sighed and his expression gradually became grave. My generation of cultivators, traveling against the heavens, should take it as their duty to get rid of devils and defend the way, and restore justice in the world. Although my power alone is limited, I believe that as long as we start from me, there will definitely be love everywhere in this world. It's... Nian Qingyun's pretty face stared. She had asked casually, but she didn't expect Ling Xiao to explain to him so seriously for half a day. Previously, she had heard that on the day of Ling Xiao's engagement, he had obtained a supreme divine sword from the hands of the 10,000 Sword Saint Lord, but it was turned around and gifted to the woman named Yi Qingshan. But she really didn't expect that Yi Qingshan's life was so miserable. It seems that I misunderstood him. I didn't expect that this Ling clan heir was not only not as ruthless as the rumors, but also quite responsible. But there seems to be something wrong somewhere. Getting rid of the demons? Mother, I know that in your heart you are misunderstanding me quite a bit, but I believe that sooner or later, you will come to know the real me. Ling Xiao swept across the room with a despondent expression and finally placed his gaze on a white-clothed figure. Lindsay, hey, you'll have to behave yourself later. Well, you don't have to say it. I know the fault is not yours. It's just that in the past, I didn't care how others maligned me. After all, when people stand tall, there will always be some slander. If I respond to them one by one, instead, it looks like I don't have enough gas. In the future, I won't connive at them anymore. Ling Xiao held Nian Qingyun's jade hand and raised his feet to the seat behind Lin Shi and sat down. And this time, Nian Qingyun surprisingly did not resist, and even in her eyes, there was a faint trace of self-reproach. Yes, she had lived in the Misty Dao Palace for a long time, and all she knew about Ling Xiao was what she had heard from him. So much so that before even meeting him, he instinctively felt that he was an arrogant, ignorant, powerful, and despicable scumbag. But with these 2 days together, this Ling clan heir is not only strong in cultivation, but also broad-minded, just like a beam of piercing light of the righteous path. Except yesterday he was in the drink. No, how can I be swayed by his tripe? Nian Qingquan, you're practicing the way of emotionlessness. If you don't kill this Ling Xiao, your Dao will collapse. Dropping. The Divine Destiny's daughter's heart has slightly shifted. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,000 villain values. The voice in the system caused the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth to raise in a teasing arc. These silly women, once they get their brains together, are pretty deadly. It was just Yi Qingshan's identity. Of course he couldn't let Nian Qingyu know. At the very least, she couldn't know until she had been completely subjugated. The two disciplines of time management and space management are vast and profound. And although Ling Xiao cannot say that he has comprehended the true meaning, so many predecessors in previous generations have proven its practicability by example. As long as the frequency is fast, time can't run away from me. Ling Xiao, I admit that I was wrong to blame you before, but don't expect me to forgive you for what you did last night. Nian Qingyun snorted coldly and turned her head to look away, but these words fell on the ears of Lin Shi in front, but instantly caused a flash of resentment in the latter's eyes. What you did last night can't be forgiven? What did this pair of dogs do last night? Alas, you and I are husband and wife. Isn't it normal to do those things? Qing Yun, I know that what you cultivate is the way of emotionlessness, but sooner or later, you'll understand that I did that. Alas, it was all for you. Ling Xiao sighed, a bitter look on his face. For me? Nian Qingyun's eyebrows were slightly knitted. If she had heard such words before, she would have inevitably drawn her long sword and hacked this prodigal and shameless bastard into cinders. Able to. When she thought of her somewhat loose cultivation level, Nian Qingyun was actually a little confused. And at this moment, Lin Shi's entire body had completely reached the brink of collapse. Husband and wife? Isn't that all couples have to do besides fight? Could it be that? Lin Xia's face turned white, and a mouthful of heartblood directly spilled out of the corner of his mouth before he swallowed it back down alive. I'll take it. What is the use of this iron rod? Damn Ling Xiao. Damn Nian Qingyun. I won't let you guys go. I definitely won't let you go. Ling Xiao's eyes teasingly looked at the slightly trembling figure in front of him, and the wonderful voice of the system came from his ears again. Everyone, the auction has officially begun. The first spiritual treasure, the ancient 9 Havoc Divine Sword. Rumor has it that this sword was left by a great power in the ancient times. Originally it was a superb Dao artifact, and now even though it's 2 Havocs short, the power is equally comparable to a lower grade divine artifact. On the high platform in front of them, several women with revealing clothes suddenly came and introduced themselves with a rusty ancient sword. Ancient relics. Good stuff. Starting price, 10,000 spirit stones. Each increase is no less than 1,000 spirit stones. I'll give you 20,000, 30,000. At that instant, the atmosphere of the entire auction house instantly exploded. Many young celestials' brains fainted when they heard the words ancient. Just a 9-jack sword with a 2-jack difference. Wouldn't that make it a 7-jack sword? A hand to break the dome of heaven. A sword to dance in the sky? One man, one sword. Proud of the 9 heavens? The sword is good, but it's obviously a little surprise for the chiropractor. Otherwise, with these few stinky fish and shrimps in front of us, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to gather the remaining 2 robberies in a lifetime. 40,000 spirit stones. As expected, just as the atmosphere in the arena grew depressing, Lin Shi's voice suddenly came out. 40,000 spirit stones? Which sect's heavenly pride is this? Daring to compete with the young master of the giant spirit sect for the treasure? I don't know. I've never seen it, but, looking at his cultivation, it's only at the Soul Sea realm. I'm afraid that even if he gets this treasure, he won't be able to walk out of Sunset City. There were bursts of murmurs from the surroundings, and some of the clan's celestial pride's gazes towards Lin Xie suddenly carried a touch of sarcasm in their gazes. In this immortal path, it's not like you can buy treasures just because you have spirit stones. Killing people for treasures happened daily in this Sunset City, especially for someone like Lin Shi, who had neither background nor cultivation. Obtaining a treasure was tantamount to seeking death. 41,000 spirit stones. But just as the crowd was secretly sneering, a slightly lethargic voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire auction house. Chapter 127. Hearing that familiar voice behind him, Lin Xie's face instantly grimaced. This damn Ling Xiao. Women, you robbed me. Creation, you robbed me. I think it's obvious that you're deliberately targeting me. Sierra, this 9-robber sword in the ancient times is not as simple as a Dao weapon. I vaguely remember a 9-robber sword master had with this sword killed through the 9 heavens, and eventually achieved the position of the supreme heaven and earth. Although now the sword is missing 2 robberies, but also by no means can be measured by the spirit stone. Spirit Elder's voice came from the ring. With his divine soul level, it was impossible for a mere broken mole cricket to sense it. So at this point, he was somewhat reckless. The 9-hack sword master? Lin Xie's eyes stared, and he finally clenched his teeth fiercely. 50,000 spirit stones. 51,000. It was only when Lin Xie's words had just fallen that Ling Zhao's voice came lazily over again. Lin Shi clenched his hands, almost unable to suppress his inner resentment. Raise the price 1,000 at a time. This pussy is still not targeting me on purpose? Had he recognized his identity? No way. Although the spirit elder loved to blow off steam, he still had the means to do so. And when he said that the person of the divine king couldn't see his own aura, he must not be able to see it. Could it be this Ling Xiao also saw the extraordinary nature of this sword? Lin Xie hesitated for a moment, and finally opened his mouth again to shout out a frightening price. 70,000 spirit stones. Hiss. An inferior divine artifact was reasonably worth the price. But this artifact is crippled, even though it is an ancient artifact. With Yunlai Pavilion's treachery, if this sword's power still existed, how could they put it up for auction? 70,000 spirit stones. This kid is quite fat? At this moment, many people's gazes towards Lin Shi changed, vaguely flickering with a touch of greed. Humph. We're not looking at the possessions on you. It's just that you dared to compete with Prince Ling Xiao for the treasure. Isn't this a death wish? This isn't? 71,000 spirit stones. Ling Xiao still shouted out a price very unconcernedly. With his financial resources, not to mention 70,000 spirit stones, 700,000 spirit stones would be a drop in the ocean. Able to. The desire to kill the Lin Shi in one go was a little too boring. It's only exciting when you play slowly, little by little. Dry. Seol. Don't be impulsive. Just as Lin Shi's entire body was running on spiritual energy and was about to tear himself apart from Ling Xiao, a ray of coolness suddenly came from the ring. There's not the slightest benefit in flipping off him now. Don't forget, this is Sunset City. Phew. Lin Shi took a deep breath and barely suppressed his heart's anger. Only the killing intent in his eyes almost condensed into substance. Congratulations to Lord Ling Xiao for obtaining this heavy treasure. A maidservant on the high platform immediately delivered the 9 robber's sword to Ling Xiao with it in her hand. This sword is obviously crippled and severely damaged. 70,000 spirit stones. You really have money to spend. Nian Qingyun teased, clearly feeling that Ling Xiao had been the wrongdoer. Maybe that strange teenager in front of him was the trust that Yunlai Pavilion had found. Otherwise, how could a teenager who could take out 70,000 spirit stones with his hands be a bumbling nobody? I know. I just have money I can't spend. Ling Xiao grinned, while Lin Shi, who was in front of him, nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. But this sword is an ancient relic. Maybe if we find those remaining 2 robberies, we can bring back its luster. How about it? Do you like it? Ling Xiao gripped the 9 robber's sword in his hand and felt a sense of coldness spreading along his arm. At this time he was a little puzzled. Ancient times, these great powers, where have they gone? Why were their accompanying spiritual treasures either sealed or damaged, and left behind in the land of this holy state? One must know that countless venerables and even saints had left legends here throughout the ages. But right now, the strongest person in the entire sacred state was only at the Emperor realm. As for whether or not the holy sect had a Zun realm, the world had no way of knowing. But, according to Ling Xiao's thought, there should be. Otherwise, that group of hypocrites wouldn't have been able to suppress the holy state for thousands of years with just one mighty name. You're giving it to me? Nian Xingyun's pretty face stared at the teenager beside her with some incredulity. 70,000 spirit stones. It wasn't a small amount for the holy sons and young masters of those supreme Dao lineages. The ancient sword is not as powerful, but the price is there. Don't you use a sword? This sword has some stories. You might want to try it. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and handed that ancient sword in his hand to Nian Xingyun. The latter's face changed slightly, and a faint trace of surprise immediately flashed through her beautiful eyes. Obviously, at this time, Nian Xingyun also felt a hint of repressed emotion in the sword. Just as Ling Xiao had said, if the remaining 2 robberies could be found, perhaps this sword could really blossom into its former divine glory. Not bad. Then I'll give it to you. As the words fell, Ling Xiao did not look at Nian Xingyun again, as if 70,000 spirit stones were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Invisible pretenses are the most deadly. Of course, Ling Xiao certainly didn't do this just to please Nian Xingyun. As this sword was an ancient relic, it was obviously prepared for the heaven's destined son. The probability of him, a person with no qi in his body, finding that remaining 2 Jack divine sword was almost zero. But Nim Qingjayun is different. She was by far the most highly fortunate daughter of heaven's destiny that Ling Xiao had ever seen. With this sword in her hands, it was undoubtedly easier to trigger the chance. By that time, Ling Xiao would probably be able to completely subdue her as well. And it wouldn't be the same if this ancient sword was in anyone's hands. Next lot. 9 dragons whistling heavenly cauldron. This cauldron was left by a pill emperor, a lower grade divine artifact. Starting price, 10,000 spirit stones. On the platform, the charming maidservant once again took out a spiritual treasure. Only this time, Ling Xiao did not follow the bidding. Inferior divine artifacts. He didn't have half a use for them at all. And there were even dozens of inferior divine artifacts in his Qinkuan bag. But just because he doesn't like it doesn't mean others don't. Especially for these celestial pride from the sacred sect ancient clan. Having one more divine weapon on their body signified one more card to save their lives. It's actually a medicine cauldron. But it's a pity that the grade is too low. Lin Shi shook his head and didn't bid again. 30,000. 50,000. Soon, the price of this inferior divine artifact was inflated to 50,000. Senior brother Ian, When do you think we can have a divine cauldron of our own? Behind Ling Xiao, a young girl's voice filled with envy suddenly came out. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and turned his head to look at the yellow-clothed young lady. You like the tripod? Ha! Mr. Ling Xiao, Lin Ming's face flushed, and even her tone carried a hint of panic. Mr. Ling Xiao, talking to me again. However, at this moment, Yin Tianqing, who was beside him, had a vaguely gloomy face. He and Lin Meng had been childhood sweethearts since they were young, and had joined the same sect, the Fire Cloud sect. Yin Tianqing's grandfather was the Grand Elder of the Fire Cloud sect, and Lin Meng was considered forbidden in his eyes. But today, Ling Xiao had shown Lin Meng kindness 3 times, which really made him a little bit angry. 60,000 spirit stones. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. How could he not see the resentment in that Yin Tianqing's eyes? However, a soul sea griffin, not to mention being rootless, even if it was a disciple of a supreme Tao system, Ling Xiao wouldn't even have the slightest hesitation if he wanted to kill it. But once Ling Xiao did that, it was inevitable that it wouldn't attract the yellow-clothed young lady's grudge. And even if she was forced to submit to Ling Xiao in the end, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to contribute to the qi. Give him a little boost, drive him crazy. Everything just fell into place. The poor pair of originally mutually interested young couple, nothing to go down the mountain to see lively, fell into the trap of Ling Xiao. Miserable. 70,000 spirit stones. However, just as Ling Xiao was secretly calculating in his heart, a voice that did not know how to die suddenly came from the front. Chapter 128, continued fooling around. Kind of interesting. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Shi in front of him, and the corner of his mouth suddenly raised in a smile. Life is short. What's the hurry? I think you won't stop until you're dead. 90,000 spirit stones. 100,000. Sierra, you're crazy. The green demon god tripod that I left for you is the classic inheritance of the immortal great religion Lauer sect back in the day. This is a mere inferior divine artifact you. The spirit elder's voice clearly contained a hint of huffing. It seems that this disciple of his has been stimulated by Ling Xiao to the point of near insanity. Spirit elder, be at ease. It's not that I want this tripod. Lin Xie smiled coldly, a ghostly aura flashing in his eyes. With his eyesight of the son of heaven's destiny, spirit treasures that weren't tied to the ancient times were naturally unappealing. Raising the price at this time was merely a desire to pit Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if he came across something he liked again later, wouldn't he still be taken by Ling Xiao across the board? This dog had just taken his own 9 robber's sword. It was time to pay a price. Trying to punk me? But how could Lin Xi's little thought escape Ling Xiao's eyes? And immediately sneered and stopped bidding. Time slowly passed, and a flash of panic gradually welled up in Lin Xi's eyes. I only have 100,000 spirit stones on me. If I spend it on such a wasteful treasure, Lin Xi suddenly wanted to cry, and couldn't even help but want to ask Ling Xiao, Big brother, why don't you follow? It shouldn't. For a broken ancient treasure, this Ling clan heir was willing to spend 70,000 spirit stones. Isn't this tripod the one he's going to use to pick up girls right now? Why are you giving up now? Is there no more bidding? On the high platform, the charming woman likewise looked at Ling Xiao with some surprise, obviously feeling that stopping at this time is somewhat inconsistent with the noble temperament of the prince. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully auctioning off the 9-dragon whistling heavenly cauldron. This Ling Xiao actually really didn't bid. Lin Shi swallowed hard. Trembling hands from the hand of the maidservant took the ancient tripod, the eyes even vaguely with a trace of tears. Oh, I'm sure the mail is just asking. A trace of loss flashed across Lin Meng's small face. For a moment, she thought that Ling Xiao was auctioning off this divine cauldron for her. Don't you have plenty of spirit stones? Why don't you continue bidding? Nian Qingyun sneered. It seemed that with Ling Xiao, her words were a bit too much yet. Oh, I just suddenly remembered that I seem to have a divine tripod in my hand. Ling Xiao scratched his head and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Puff! Finally, Lin Xie's heart's blood, which he had just suppressed, sprayed all over the floor once again. What's your name? Ling Xiao casually took out a crimson treasure tripod from his Qin Kuan bag. It was the same mixed yuan cauldron that he had obtained when he had killed Qin Feng that day, with a slightly higher grade. My name is Lin Meng. Lin Meng's small face was red and she didn't even dare to look directly into Ling Xiao's eyes. The Fire Cloud sect that she was in was just a small and inconspicuous sect in this eastern frontier land, and her posture, compared to Nian Qingyun, never mind, even compared to Fu Yunyao, there was a huge gap. I'm not talented. How can I win your favor? Forest dream? Green mist wrapped around the forest. Big dreams. Good name. Ling Xiao nodded. Worthy of being one of the 3 ancient hegemonic clans. Lin Qinzhao's 3 clans. They really do produce heavenly pride from generation to generation. Of the 10 men of the Mandate of Heaven, 9 come from these 3 surnames. The remaining 1, mostly died in a natural disaster. Gongzi, is Gongzi complimenting me? Lin Meng covered her vermilion lips with both hands, her petite body vaguely trembling a little from excitement. With her status, it would have been impossible for her to have even half an encounter with Ling Xiao. You know, how many proud girls in the entire sacred state have been waiting with bated breath just to get one more glance from the prince? This mixed elements divine cauldron is also a divine artifact, and since you and I are destined to be together, I'll give it to you. Ling Xiao casually handed that ancient tripod to Lin Meng. This, Prince Ling Xiao, this divine cauldron is too expensive. We can't have it. Yin Tianqing's eyes flashed with a touch of gloom. Can his strength? How dare he offend this Ling clan heir in front of him? He could only refuse with a bitter smile on his face. At this time, he had already secretly made up his mind that this time when he returned to the clan, he would immediately ask his grandfather to arrange a marriage between him and Lin Meng, and completely possess Lin Meng. Even if Ling Xiao has a strong background, he's not going to rush to be the receiver again, right? You guys? Did I say give it to you? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly and shook his head slightly. No one dares to not want what I send. Bully. Strong. No provocation. Gong. Lin Meng was obviously a bit overwhelmed and stole a glance at Yin Tianqing. It was evident that she was still extremely dependent on this senior brother within her heart. Don't worry. I don't have any other intentions. I just see that you have a destiny. A divine artifact. It's not worth mentioning to me. Ling Xiao smiled gently. Where was the ferocity of the previous moment? And reached out to hand that ancient cauldron into Lin Meng's hands. Thank you, sir. Lin Meng's eyes were full of adoration, and although it wasn't mixed with the slightest bit of love, the deference was real. If you have money, you can really do whatever you want. But, if you want this simple little girl to submit herself from the bottom of her heart, you have to think of a way to get this signorine dead first. It's a good idea to get rid of it. It's just an ant, but it has to be made lustful, nay, seamless, and it's going to take a little bit of trickery. Hoof. Nian Qingyun let out a light snort, and coldness flowed around her body. What's wrong? Bad nose? Ling Xiao reached out and wrapped his hand on top of her fragrant shoulder. Get your filthy hands off me. Nian Qingyun's tone was cold and she didn't even look at Ling Xiao. Are you mad at me for giving something away? Ling Xiao sighed, his tone suddenly serious. Yes, Nian Qingyun blurted out, her pretty face instantly reddening. She looks, somewhat, like her mother when she was young. A hint of loneliness passed through Ling Xiao's eyes, while Nian Qingyun was completely captivated by the look on his face at this moment. That look, there's a bit of a story there. Wasn't Ling Xiao's mother that Eastern Border's #1 Dan Master, Saint Master Xianyuan? Right. Oh. It seems that when Ling Xiao was 10 years old, Saint Master Xianyuan left the Ling clan to return to the Dan Yuan Holy Land, and he swore that he would never set foot in the Ling clan again in this life. For a 10-year-old to suddenly lose the love and care of his mother must have been painful. Thinking like this, the coldness on Nian Qingyun's face instantly dissipated and turned into a touch of rare gentleness. I'm sorry. What's there to be sorry about? I told you you'd get to know the real me in time. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. His face was self-satisfied. It was as if such misunderstandings had long been commonplace for him. I'm Kam. How have I ever seen Xianyuan you as a young man? Women. Sometimes they have a lot of sympathy. Most of them have no resistance to men who are kind, honest, filial, sunny, handsome, loving, responsible, motivated, and durable in gold. It was just that this scene fell in Nian Qingyun's eyes, which again made her unable to help but feel a trace of heartache. It's me. Wrong about him yet. But, why do I get heartburn? Chapter 129, The Taoist Heart Has Been Disturbed. Ling Xiao, actually. Nian Qingyun hesitated for a moment, then suddenly looked very seriously at the teenager beside her. Ling Xiao's performance today was indeed far from the rumors. The chivalry, loyalty and kindness, and even the reverence for his mother, all allowed Nian Qingyun to see a different young master of the demon sect. My lady, there is something we can't say as a couple yet. Ling Xiao's face was a bit puzzled, but he just sneered in his heart. It was obvious that this heaven's destined daughter was gradually letting down her guard and opening her heart to him. Ling Xiao, actually, Lin Shi and I, we met at an ancient battlefield. Nian Qingyun sighed softly, but her eyes gradually turned cold. She still couldn't get over what Lin Shi had said that day in front of Ling Xiao. For the first time, even though this first time had already been verified by Ling Xiao, she still didn't want the latter to have a trace of it in his heart. Oh, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly. In fact, he didn't need Nian Qingyun to say anything. He also knew what the two had gone through. It's just a story about a young boy from a small tribe who is trying to get rid of a difficult situation for a proud daughter of heaven, regardless of his life. The proud girl is grateful and feels that there is something different about the young man, and then the two go through trials and tribulations and fall in love with each other. Griffin managed to rebound and take the dream goddess in the hearts of all the heavenly prides in the sacred state. slapping the faces of all the great sex-holy sons of the ancient clan's heirs. But do you think the proud girl's heart is moved by an ordinary-looking little man with a cheesy name? Just kidding. What struck the proud girl's heart was, of course, the gradual unfolding of the little man's talent. In this world, there is indeed true love, provided you're hard enough, of course. Lim Sik. Pust. Is your father Lin Dong? Your uncle Lin Bei? And your first cousin Lin Nan? It's not an earthy name, as if it doesn't even deserve the protagonist's pushiness. Lousy Ling Xiao. Ling is the Ling of overriding heaven and earth. Xiao is the Xiao of piercing through the clouds. At that time, I was suffering from severe poison and was unable to move. It was Lin Shi who risked his life and blocked the demon tide for me. I did say that he was the first person who made me feel indebted. Nian Xingyun's pretty face was a little scarlet, especially in front of Ling Zhao's face when she spoke of this past event. It really made her a little shy. Would he mind? I think it will. After all, what man would allow his woman to live and die with someone else? I'm afraid that even if we are forced to do so, we will still have a grudge, won't we? Inexplicably, Nian Xingyun was actually a bit lost. And at that moment, in front of the two people, Lin Shi's body couldn't help but start trembling. So Chang Jiayun remembered. Turns out she had me in her heart all along. She's saying all this to tease Ling Xiao that it's me she loves, right? The aggrieved indignation of the party just now instantly dissipated. Lin Shi even vaguely moved a little. The joy of licking a dog is really quite simple sometimes. I'll allow you to be someone else's woman, but when you're sad and forlorn, always remember that I'm waiting for you. I don't ask you to love me with all your heart. You're right. I'm really not worthy. But, at least I have to have a special place in your heart. Chang Jiayun, drink lots of hot water. Oh, there's still such a thing. Qing Yun, you're too careless. I have some antidote pills here that my mother personally refined. Take them with you. Alas, that Lin Shi is a good person. Can it not be a good guy? This was a gift of a proud daughter and a creation. Maybe even the old grandpa in the ring was going to be given to him in the end. But in this world, good people don't live long. Ling Xiao smiled gently and casually took out a porcelain white jade bottle from his Qiankuan bag. If Nian Xingyun really had some affection for Lin Shi, she wouldn't have said those words to his face. Since she said that, it proved that the thread of affection between the two was completely broken. And at this moment, Nian Xingyun's pretty face had long since flinched. Her eyes suddenly reddened as she looked at the smile on Ling Zhao's face and the pair of dark eyes that were as deep as the sea. It's been years. She hadn't shed a tear in years. But at this moment, she suddenly felt that certain things in her heart that she had held onto for more than 10 years began to gradually crumble. Mother, what's wrong with you? Quickly take it Don't worry. I will be responsible for you in the future. If you want to go out to practice, I will accompany you. Whoever dares to touch you, I will kill whoever dares to touch you. If you want to close the door, I will build a hut in the place where you close the door, and plant 2 cherry trees, and wait for the day when you come out of the door. I think that the cherry blossoms will be blooming, and the sun is warming up, and it just so happens that I'm also thinking about you. Ling Xiao reached out and gently stroked Nian Changyan's cheeks. The smile at the corner of his mouth was as bright as a sunrise. But I still want to say to you, Miss Nen, Sakura is not as good as you. Boom! Outside of Nian Xingyun's body, a monstrous spirit aura suddenly bloomed. A wisp of coldness biting coldness spread. Instantly horrified, all the surrounding ancient sex celestial pride's face turned white. Instinctively running spiritual energy want to resist. Even right in the auction house, there were several black-clothed figures with strong breaths coming from the shadows, gazing warily at the silhouette whose entire body seemed to be shrouded in frost. Whoosh! Nian Xingyun's figure suddenly swept towards the outside of the field. And just as those several black-clothed figures were about to block, a calm voice suddenly resounded. If you dare to strike at her, you will die. Ling Xiao understood that Nian Xingyun's Dao heart was in turmoil. The emotionless great Dao she cultivated would never allow any flaws in her Dao heart. It was obvious that she was gradually falling into the invisible net that Ling Xiao had woven for her. As for the end, whether she would completely drop her guard or regain her heart of the heartless Dao, Ling Xiao was in no hurry. Chastity? A cold, lonely girl? A haughty goddess? Oh, where in this world is anything set in stone? If it does, it's only because, well, there's not enough temptation. Mr. Ling Xiao, my Yunlai Pavilion has a rule that you are not allowed to leave during the auction process. Or else, move her, die. Ling Xiao calmly sat in place, not even the slightest fluctuation radiating from his body. But even so, the entire auction house was instantly thrown into a fit of depression. Even the few black-clothed powerhouses standing around the merchant house felt an aura, if any, that was firmly locking them in place at this moment. Once they dared to make the slightest move, they would surely end up in hell. What Holy State's #1 merchant alliance didn't last 3 seconds in front of Ling Xiao after all. Let's get on with it then. on top of the high platform. The charming woman glanced at Ling Xiao with some scorn, and a smile blossomed on her face once again. This next lot. It's somewhat special. Even our auction house doesn't know what it is. But, according to one of the elders, this item might be related to the divine soul. If it came to financial power, Yunlai Pavilion did not fear any power. Of course, money can be used to do whatever you want. But, there are only so many top powerhouses in the sacred state. And although there are quite a few who are willing to sell their lives for the Yunlai Pavilion, they don't see a few who dare to go against the Ling clan. Spirit stones were good things, but one had to have the life to spend them. Furthermore, there was more than just one Ling clan standing behind Ling Xiao nowadays. Wan Dao Demon Sect, Pyongyao Dao Palace, Dan Yuan Holy Land. Which one of these was not an unusual power to dare to mess with? The identity of the number one person in the younger generation. Ling Xiao might not be able to sit firmly, but the strongest body in the younger generation. Ling Xiao definitely deserved it. As for principles and whatnot, of course it's the dog's life that counts. Oh, even the auction house doesn't know what it is? A hint of playfulness immediately flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. Here we go. He didn't come to the auction house simply to capture the hearts of proud women. Of course, there is never a shortage of sincerity where money can be spent, but more important than that, it was the chi on Lin Xie's body. Look everyone, it's this rock, and even though on the outside, it's a rock, but, it's a rock that glows. Boom! The auction house lights suddenly all darkened, and the woman's hand on the black stone really emitted a dense white light. Chapter 130 Lin Xie is crazy. Everyone saw that, didn't they? The flirtatious woman swept her gaze across the room, a faint hint of charm in her eyes. Although there isn't the slightest fluctuation on this round stone, this wisp of soul aura is real. Gentlemen, maybe it's waiting for a person with destiny to yell. And inside here, it might be possible that it's hiding a supreme technique. Hiss. Under her incitement, many of the ancient sect's celestial pride's faces were vaguely flushed. Absolute ancient method. Weird soul on. Just thinking about it makes you a little excited. Starting price. 1 spirit stone. Little brothers, just 1 spirit stone yell. This is a setup. A proper live room. It's just that unlike the live broadcast, this delicate woman is right in front of her. Visible and touchable. And really good looking, so she doesn't have to perform oriental wonders. Unlike some famous anchors who don't even recognize herself with the filter off. Every day, when you take a look in the mirror with your face uncovered, you have to meditate 3 times. Invisible, invisible, invisible. It's exciting. Ling Xiao grinned. This was something that was clearly prepared for a heavenly destined son like Lin Xie. Unfortunately, the party had already been pitched 100,000 spirit stones by himself, and this time his pockets were afraid to be smoother than that stone. But the chosen one, he must have his own way. For example, there are some exotic treasures on the body, and at the critical time, they take them out and exchange them for things, hitting the face of the arrogant bidders of the party's heavenly pride. Pity. Whether it was spirit stones or treasures, Ling Xiao had plenty of them on him. I'll offer 100 spirit stones. A burst of bidding came from the auction house. Smart merchants, no lower limit. This price, naturally, has no upper limit. But the more this happens, the easier it is to feel that one is capable of bidding on it as well. It's called engagement, and it's about as vicarious as dog writers get. Otherwise, look at Yin Tianxing, who has just a few dimes left in his pocket, with a look of eagerness on his face. This fluctuation. Yes, it must be the 9 styles of soul sword left by the Soul Emperor. I just don't know how many it is. Lin Xie gritted his teeth. If he hadn't wasted 100,000 spirit stones earlier, this soul stone could be said to be within his reach. After all, there weren't many of these ancient sect celestial pride present who could take out 100,000 spirit stones. Even if you did, you wouldn't buy a rock that glows, would you? But, Ling Xiao, you wait for me. Sooner or later, I will trample you under my feet and make you realize what heaven's destiny is. The protagonist, as you know, likes to build a house of cards. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West are standing up as toxic spots. It's more popular nowadays. Sooner or later, when I return, and so on and so forth. When you return, what can you do? Ling Xiao looked at Lin Xie, who was trembling with excitement in front of him, and eventually did not hold back and gently patted his shoulder. Brother? Such a hot day. How come you're cold like this? I see your face, pale and waxy, both eyes are lightless. At a glance it's, false I have some 3rd grade Di Huangdan here. It's very cheap. Do you want it? You sell pie. Lin Xie glared fiercely at Ling Xiao and took a deep breath, barely suppressing his heart's excitement. 10,000 spirit stones. Everyone's gazes instantly converged on him. This bastard just spent 100,000 spirit stones to buy a tripod, and then he's going to spend 10,000 000 spirit stones to buy a stone ball. This is to tell everyone. What's the point of practicing? 11,000 spirit stones. Ling Xiao barely had the slightest hesitation and immediately opened his mouth to follow up with a price. Dry. Ling Xiao, do you dare to say that you're not targeting me on purpose? Lin Shi's palms instantly clenched. Only this time, he wasn't angry, and the corners of his mouth instead raised in a smile. Spirit stones? I really don't have any, but in my ring, there's a heavenly flame venerable who's revered as the #1 Dan master in the holy state. Although the spirit elder's cultivation was gone now, all of the Dan magic wonders had been passed on to Lin Shi. When the Lin family fell into disrepair, Lin Shi relied precisely on alchemy and selling pills to revive the Lin family's splendor. But who knew that this would lead to retaliation from Lin's father's enemy, the Ling clan? In these few years, Lin Shi had experienced in life and death, constantly breaking through the realm, but he had never stopped for a moment in his cultivation of the Dan art. Furthermore, he himself fused heavenly flame and had a unique advantage in the Dan Dao, so although he didn't have many spiritual treasures in his possession, he had quite a few pills. Why was the poison that even Nim Ching Jiayun couldn't resist ineffective against him in the first place? Are you kidding? Of course it's because all that poison was absorbed by the spirit elder. 11,000 spirit stones. Any more bids? On the high stage, the flirtatious woman's gaze fell on Lin Shi. She could sort of see that the entire auction house dared to call the shots with Duke Ling Xiao. It's just this dumbass too. If not, then this one. Wait. Just as the woman was about to finalize her decision, Lin Xia suddenly stood up. This gentleman, do you still want to keep raising the price? Spirit stones? I don't have any. Lin Xia shook his head, instantly drawing a sneer from the auction room. It's a little more refreshing than letting you pretend. You don't have any spirit stones. Are you planning to sell your kidney or what? Look at you. You're so vain. Your kidneys aren't worth much. My lord. If you disturb the order of my Yunlai pavilion again, I can only send someone to invite you out. A flash of coldness immediately flashed in the flirtatious woman's eyes. Ling Xiao provoking the Yunlai pavilion is just fine. After all, he is the heir to the Ling clan, the young master of the Devil's sect, and the son-in-law of the Dao Palace. But, what kind of a hammer are you? You don't have any spirit stones, and you dare to make me wait a bit for you to borrow them now? I don't have any spirit stones. Lin Shi shook his head, but in the bottom of his heart, he sneered. It wasn't time yet. The atmosphere hadn't been baked to the peak. But, this kid really thinks he's the prince of Ling Xiao, daring to be reckless here. It's 80% that we won't be able to walk out of the Yunlai pavilion today. Don't take a piss and look at yourself. Are you worthy of pretending here? It's probably because he thinks he'll get some special treatment after spending 100,000 spirit stones on his party, right? But, are you teasing me? My second senior brother. 10 years in Yunlai Pavilion luxury millions. The result of a few days ago a little reckless. In the auction venue pretending to be more than. And finally carried back to the clans. Faces swollen into a pig's head. What's your second brother pretending to be? He met the Yunlai Pavilion master's daughter at the Yunlai Pavilion and actually whistled at that one. But, your family's second senior brother has always had a steady character. I didn't expect there to be times when he drifted off. The crowd of Heaven's Pride disciples immediately sneered out, looking at Lin Xia as if they were looking at a little cutie. Men, pull this ungrateful thing out for me. On the high stage, the charming woman finally couldn't suppress her inner rage and coldly shouted, "Arrived! That's the vibe. All of you keep your eyes open and watch. Wait a minute. I'm here. Forget it. This stone. I like it. 10,000 is a bit too shabby. I'll offer 100,000 spirit stones." But just as Lin Shi wanted to take out the only 5th grade elixir in his hand and ruthlessly smack everyone present in the face, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and spoke faintly. 100,000 spirit stones. Cam. The value of a 5th grade elixir was only in the range of 70,000. Was this Ling Xiao crazy? But whether he was crazy or not, in any case, at this moment, Lin Shi was crazy. Chapter 131, It doesn't smell good anymore. Ling Xiao, I think you're deliberately targeting me. Lin Shi turned his head and glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. This then, why is he against himself at every turn? And, why is it that every time, he seems to have insight into what he's thinking? 100,000 spirit stones. Except for that 9 dragons tripod on his body which was worth this price. He simply couldn't come up with this amount of spirit stones? Able to. If he sold the 9 dragon cauldron back to Yunlai Pavilion at a price of 100,000 spirit stones again, he was afraid that he would be killed on the spot. Right? Lin Xia swallowed hard and looked up only to see that the figures of the 2 god general powerhouses had already arrived in front of him. Gulp. Everyone, listen to me. I actually wanted to congratulate Lord Ling Xiao. Lin Shi's face was a eating expression. He turned to look at Ling Xiao and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Congratulations to your excellency for obtaining this heavy treasure. This treasure, I recognize it. It's a soul skill. Oh, Ling Xiao's eyes stared, but the corners of his mouth lifted up with a touch of playfulness. This son of a is still trying to screw himself at this point. Since I can't get it, I certainly can't let you get it so easily. At this moment, although Lin Shi was congratulating Ling Xiao, he had also invariably stated the origin of this black round stone. A soul skill. These 4 words alone were enough to attract countless powerful people to salivate. After all, the divine soul technique had been lost for a long time, and every time it appeared in the world, it would attract countless sects to fight for it. Yunlai Pavilion took out this item, and it was obvious that they really weren't sure what it was for. But he, Lin Xie, knows. Once he verbalized the soul-exalted technique hidden within it, this little black stone would become a hard and hot stone. Anyone who takes it will be missed. Moreover, in doing so, Yunlai Pavilion would inevitably feel remorse. 2 birds with 1 stone. Humph. Who said that I, Lin Xie, am a descended wisdom's heavenly destined son? Soul technique. As expected, when he heard what Lin Shi said, bursts of cold breaths were heard throughout the auction house. As we all know, divine soul feats, demonic and ghostly, kill invisibly. Once one was able to master a soul skill, even if it was the lowest grade kind, one would undoubtedly have an extra deadly card when fighting someone. Especially nowadays, there were very few people in the holy state who cultivated the divine soul. The crowd only knew that soul skills were passed down in the ancient times, but they had never seen them at all. So how could they resist? And at that moment, a flash of surprise likewise flashed across the face of the flirtatious woman on that high platform. A pair of beautiful eyes stared tightly at Ling Xiao, clearly weighing the pros and cons between a soul skill and offending the Ling clan. Even the divine king god emperor of Yunlai Pavilion couldn't tell that there was a soul skill hidden in this black stone. How did you see it? Is it hard to believe that you have an identical stone on you? Ling Xiao hadn't shown a trace of nervousness since the beginning. What about soul skills? What if they know? It was hard to believe that in this Sunset City, there was still someone who dared to hit him? Even if they walked out of Sunset City, how many people in the entire sacred state would dare to make an enemy of Ling Xiao? Lindsay, you're such a naive little darling of mine. You're so full of innocence. I didn't. Lin Shi instantly panicked. He was only trying to pit Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect that in a flash this guy would direct his hatred towards himself. Compared to Ling Xiao, how does he look like that soft persimmon? Although there are quite a few ancient sect prides in this Yunlai Pavilion, their status and position are all 100,000 miles behind Ling Xiao. Even if they coveted the creation on the ladder, they would never dare to gamble with their lives. Furthermore, which creation in this Ling Xiao was not coveted? But isn't he alive and well now? And feeling the hint of greed contained in the gazes of the people around him, Lin Shi's legs trembled, and he couldn't help but let out a dark sigh in the bottom of his heart. Careless. You didn't? Then wouldn't you be insulting the elders of the Yunlai Pavilion? Ling Xiao sneered, while the charming woman on the high platform finally stopped hesitating and with a wave of her palm, she steeply shouted angrily, "Capture him for me. Are you kidding? Who cares if you have it on you? Search your soul first." A Xianqing Anoles, and in this holy state eastern border without half a reputation, Yunlai Pavilion kill up naturally without half a pressure. And of course, Lin Shi understood exactly what would happen to him once he fell into the hands of the Cloud-Come Pavilion. He glared fiercely at Ling Xiao, and a spirit talisman suddenly appeared in his hand. His spiritual energy around him radiated steeply, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Lin Xia was repentant in his heart. That day, when he ran alone to the Ling clan to provoke them, he had not used this undercard either. I didn't expect that today. In this small auction house, it had cost him a spatial transfer. One must know that he only had a total of 3 copies of this spatial divine symbol. I've already used one before in a secret place. So, he'd only have one chance to escape. Looking at the figure that instantly disappeared in place, the entire auction house was suddenly plunged into silence. Obviously many people didn't expect that an unimpressive and disreputable teenager would have such a card in his hand. But, in that case, it seems that maybe this kid is really hiding some heavenly creations in his body. Lord Ling Xiao, your treasures. The flirtatious woman personally held the soul stone and walked over to Ling Xiao. Her hesitation just now must have been detected by this Ling clan heir. If this does not show some attentiveness, I'm afraid that it will lead to some unnecessary trouble for Yunlai Pavilion. Aha! Ling Xiao nodded his head and glanced provocatively at the crowd in the arena as he turned around and spilled away. He could feel that Lin Xie's aura had not gone far, and at this point in time, no matter how great the risk, this treasure-seeking beast should make a move. Lord Ling Xiao. It was only when Ling Xiao walked out of the Yunlai Pavilion that a timid young girl's voice suddenly came from behind him. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly, and sure enough, he saw Lin Meng follow him out. Miss Lin Meng, Something wrong? No. Just wanted to say goodbye to Gongzi. I'm returning to the Fire Cloud sect today with my senior brother. Lin Meng's small face was scarlet, and she looked a little bemused. A status like hers would not have been worthy of appearing in front of Lord Ling Xiao. Now that the two of them have the opportunity to chat face to face. Isn't it all thanks to Gongzi's money? Oh, you're in such a hurry? You guys aren't going to search for that relic in the Sunset Deep Mountain? Maybe there will be a harvest? Cam, if you don't go to Sunset Mountain, how can I quietly kill that Yin Tianqing and capture you? Not going. Senior brother said that the creation in that mountain is not destined to be with us. The Duke and the Goddess are here, which is still someone else's turn to think about it. Lin Meng shook her head, and a trace of reluctance seemed to flash through her eyes. After today, I'm afraid that she and Mr. Ling Xiao will never have the chance to see each other again, right? Before coming to Sunset City, Lin Meng's biggest dream was to break through the Xinqing realm and become a true disciple of the Fire Cloud sect like senior brother Yin. But after seeing Ling Xiao, she realized that this world was so prosperous and beautiful. Surprisingly, there really are. What about a perfect and flawless and stunning gentleman like Mr. Ling Xiao? When compared like this, it seemed like Senior Yin or whatever suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Chapter 132 Spirit Flame appears. Oh, since your mind is made up, then, I'll see you later. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. This girl at the moment, it was obvious that she looked like she was uninvolved in the world. In layman's terms, it's good to fool around. He wasn't in a hurry to take him under his wing. Otherwise someone would have to call him a colorful batch head again. And right now, taking care of Lin Shi and Yan Changyun was the top priority. Today in the auction house, the system's voice in his head didn't stop. Both Yan Qingyun and Lin Shi had contributed many chi values to him. As for the next, of course it's to strike while the iron is hot and get rid of that little cutie Lin Shi once and for all. Moreover, if Ling Xiao expected correctly, the old grandfather on that Lin Xie should not only be a strong person, but also a Dan master. If I can capture him and lock him up in the 8 desolate glazed pagoda to make pills for him day and night. It was true that Ling Xiao did not have a great need for pills, but the people around him still relied on pills to cultivate. It was more or less a struggle for him alone to fight against the holy sect, but if he were to form a heavenly destiny girl group and ride the winds and waves to make a debut, just the value of chi alone would be enough for those hypocrites of the holy sect to panic a batch of times. I'm afraid. As for the harem and all that, you slap yourself and ask yourself which of the 30 ladies you want. Meh, only kids make choices. Whichever one you want, I want all of them except Jing. After all, there are too many people who want to be quiet, and I don't deserve it. Afterward? Lin Meng's pretty face stared. What about when Gongzi said there would be a meeting afterward? Originally plain and strange and even some polite words, at this time fell into the ears of the young girl, but it was like heavenly music. She was originally a small disciple of a small clan in the mountains and fields of the eastern border of the holy state. What virtue and ability could enter the eyes of Prince Ling Xiao? The male says I look like his mother when she was young? What an honor it is. My lord. See you later. It wasn't even until Ling Xiao's figure stepped out for a long distance that Lin Meng would suddenly react and shout out towards the distance. Ling Xiao did not speak or turn around, but only raised his hand and gently waved it. Gently, I walked away, with the usual pretense of being more than a write-up. Senior sister, didn't you go for convenience? Why are you here? Yin Tianqing's voice came from behind her, and the anticipation on Lin Meng's face instantly calmed down as she turned her head towards Yin Tianqing and smiled sweetly. Senior brother, this time, thank you for bringing me out to gain insight. Senior sister, this is all what I should do. This time when I come down the mountain, I actually have something I want to discuss with you. Yin Tianqing's face was solemn, and an aura of his own surged out of his body. Elder brother. What is it? You and I were childhood sweethearts. This is no longer a secret in the Fire Cloud sect. This time when I return to the mountain, I plan to have Grandpa go to the Lin family to propose marriage. Yin Tianqing smiled faintly, but the desire in his eyes was not concealed at all. Proposing marriage? Lin Meng's small face froze. If it was before, she wouldn't have hesitated. After all, Yin Tianqing's status and position was there, and in the future, he would more than likely become an elder of the Fire Cloud sect. As for her Lin family, it was just a small family under the mountain of the Fire Cloud sect. Being able to climb up the behemoth that was the Fire Cloud sect was thanks to Yin Tianqing's favor. But for some reason, at this time, Lin Meng's heart was more or less confused. It was as if the tiny Fire Cloud sect could no longer satisfy her desire for the immortal path. Senior sister? You don't want to? Yin Tianqing's face sank, and a flash of coldness flashed in his eyes. It shouldn't. With his status, it was still more than enough to match her with a woman of a small clan. Although the Yin family couldn't be compared to those ancient sacred clans, it was still somewhat famous in the Fire Cloud sect's realm. If this Lin Meng doesn't know what's good for her, senior brother. I want to advance into the true transmission first before I consider the matter of marriage. Lin Meng sighed. Offending Yin Tianqing, she didn't have the courage yet. After all, Ling Xiao was just an accident in life for her. But how could a person, who had just seen a true dragon, be willing to follow a, Teddy, true successor? This is good. This time when we return to the clan, I'll have Grandpa accept you as a true successor. Consider it as my Yin family's bride price for you. Yin Tianqing sneered, looking at Lin Meng with some coldness in his eyes. Senior sister, don't forget that the Lin family was originally in Fire Cloud City, but it was just a third-rate clan. If it wasn't for the support of my Yin family, I'm afraid that the old city lord would have already taken you as a concubine, right? Senior brother's great kindness. Lin Meng will never forget it. Lin Meng leisurely sighed softly. Perhaps everything was her own delusion. Boom! In the distance, on the divine mountain, there was suddenly a divine sky rising straight up into the heavens. Thunder rolled and the sky collapsed. The Xuanzhen flame, a shocking change, a piercing red light shrouded the sky for miles and miles, and a bizarre sizzling fluctuation quietly spread out. At this moment in the sunset ancient city, a flash of shocking longing flashed through the eyes of all the young powerhouses. Out of this world. After a lapse of 2 days, that heavy treasure finally reappeared. It's just that this volatility. A flash of hesitation flashed across the faces of some ancient sect celestial pride with lower cultivation levels. At this moment, they seemed to be feeling that an indescribably weird sizzling heat was quietly rising in the bottom of their hearts. It's finally out of the world. Ling Xiao stopped and looked up at the vision in midair, and the corner of his mouth suddenly lifted into a smile. It's a heaven and earth spirit fire. I just don't know where this spirit flame ranks on the Tianji Pavilion spirit flame list. Young Master Ling Xiao, Fu Yunyao and the others' voices came from behind them. Ling Xiao turned around and nodded and smiled towards the crowd. Let's go. Boom. For a while, the sound of breaking wind was incessant over Sunset City. A figure transformed into a divine rainbow and headed towards the depths of that sunset mountain at breakneck speed. In the face of such a heavenly creation, it was hard for anyone to resist their heart's desire. Of course, most of the people weren't going for that heavy treasure. Ling Xiao, Nian Qingyun, and even the ones from the Cloud Immortal sect were all insurmountable mountains for these small sect and small clan celestial pride. That heavy treasure, 80% of it is going to fall into their hands. Especially Ling Xiao. These days his reputation is in full swing, and he occupies the right place at the right time. I'm afraid that even if someone seizes the treasure, he won't be able to slip away under his nose. However, like this kind of heaven and earth spiritual treasure appeared in the world, which must contain some other creation. Can't we just have some soup instead of meat? Young Lord, Wei, when Fu Yunyao saw that Nian Xingyun was not by Ling Zhao's side, a smirk appeared on her pretty face. But, this heavy treasure is now in the world. Why does the prince still look like he's slowing down? There's no rush. This creation can't be snatched by anyone. Bull asterisk 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 it's not. Lin Shi appeared in Sunset City, and it just so happened that there was a spirit fire present in this Sunset City. Can you heavenly shelter be any more obvious? If Lin Xia didn't come, that spirit flame definitely wouldn't be taken away so easily. It was just like when Yifan triggered the relics of ancient great powers in the northern wasteland. He, a villain, didn't dare to be careless even if he had more means on him. The safest thing to do is to let Lindsay lead the way and clear any obstacles. He finally incarnates a scythe and makes a gentle cut. Alas, and the deed is done. Of course, Fu Yunyao definitely didn't understand these truths, and Ling Xiao was too lazy to explain. God's perspective? You're asking a bunch of immortal worshipping mortals to understand the word God. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? It was only when Ling Xiao was swaying towards the front that his eyes quietly froze. Hey, it's not right, is it? That Lin Shi's breath. How come it's heading elsewhere? Chapter 133, Fortune Teller. Senior Sister Fu, you guys go ahead and wait for me at the place where that heavy treasure is present. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ling Xiao wanted to swipe towards the distance. Your Excellency, stay back. But just at this moment, an old voice suddenly came from a side street. Ling Xiao frowned lightly and turned his head to look. However, he saw that old fortune-telling Taoist that he had met in Cold Sky City before, looking at him with a smile on his face. For a moment, Ling Xiao felt a hint of uneasiness in his heart. That day, when he had sought out this old Taoist to tell his fortune, he had merely wanted to take the opportunity to teach Ling Tian a lesson, so that he would have the illusion that he didn't actually want to get him killed. But he didn't expect that he would meet this Taoist again in this Sunset City today. Coincidence? Or is this old Taoist secretly following him? But where did a mole whose breath was only at the Xinqing realm get the guts to follow him? Moreover, with Ling Zhao's divine soul perception, how could he not feel that he was being followed? Coincidence, right? Or did he really see the secret in himself? In this rumor, The stream of heavenly knowledge sacrifices must not be killed. Otherwise you will be punished by God. Ling Xiao didn't believe in this. After all, it was probably these heavenly knowledge sacrifices that were spreading these remarks. He even kills those who are destined by heaven. Is he still afraid of the wrath of heaven? If this old Taoist really has a sly intention, next year today will be the anniversary of his death. You again? Ling Xiao raised his feet and walked towards the old Taoist. Oh, my lord! What a coincidence! Meeting again. The old Taoist nodded his head and smiled, his pale eyes seeming to carry a touch of hesitation. What did you call me for? Ling Xiao stood in front of the old Taoist, the corners of his mouth gradually raising a hint of playfulness. That day in Cold Sky City, this old Taoist hadn't shown him the Ling clan's heir, the reverence he deserved. Could it be that this old man has some background? Or was his cultivation far beyond that of a divine king, and the aura on his body was nothing more than a deliberate pretense? But no matter which one it was, it caused Ling Xiao to feel a trace of inexplicable pressure. Usually characters that appear inexplicably like this are not simple, especially the fortune-telling Taoist priests. They're not to be messed with. Poor Taoist sees some dark colors above your sun's seal. I'm afraid that this trip will be a disaster. The old Taoist let out a bitter laugh, his expression not appearing to be fake. Oh, is there a way to break it then? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows lightly. There will be a calamity? Well, is it? Plotting the creation of the Son of Heaven's destiny is a calamity in itself. Throughout history, which villain can survive to the end? The identity and background of the villain is even more powerful, but not still become a stepping stone for the Son of Heaven's destiny? But is Ling Xiao afraid? Of course they were afraid. Otherwise why would they have plundered the destined children's destiny bit by bit and then wiped them out? It's not like there's no way to crack it. But the old Taoist twirled his fingers, and a flash of greed flashed in his old eyes. Oh, it seems the Taoist master has forgotten that I don't believe in fate. Ling Xiao laughed coldly, and a demonic aura suddenly rose up from his body, directly horrifying that old Taoist's face, and he sat on his butt on the ground. Ha! Is this old man really just greedy for money? Sir, spare your life. If I were to meet you once more. Ling Xiao grinned and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The first encounter is coincidence. The second encounter is fate. If there is a third time, this old road is bound to have problems. However, Ling Xiao did not sense a trace of strong fluctuation in him, and the old Taoist's reaction just now was real enough. Most importantly, Lin Xie's aura was fading away. Pinching down a person of Xin Chang was really not a great effort for Ling Xiao. However, if he missed out on the creation in Lin Xi because of this, it would be a bit of a loss. The spirit flame was present, but this Lin Xi went somewhere else. Something fishy, definitely fishy, and it was only until Ling Xiao's figure walked away that the old Taoist figure rose from the ground, and on an old face, which half of the fearfulness of the previous moment was still there. Thunder Dao Dao, Sword Dao Dao, I just don't know. Can you grow to the God Emperor realm without any problems? No, a God King would be fine. Meanwhile, deep within the Sunset Divine Mountain, Lin Xie had long since removed his disguise and revealed his true form, carefully standing at the top of an ancient tree. Today, he was considered completely famous in Sunset City, competing with Ling Xiao for treasure, carrying a huge fortune, and even having a soul skill. If he were to show his previous appearance again, he was afraid that he would be in someone else's hands before the spirit fire arrived. Damn Ling Xiao, you wait for me. When I fuse the immortal heart inferno and comprehend the Tao of flame, let's see how I will crush you. Humph. So what if the soul sword falls into your hands? If you die, won't the creation on your body still be mine? And, of course, the women. Although Nian Qingyun's behavior today was a bit strange, but what could Lin Xi do? It could only be to forgive her. After all, in the entire eastern border of the sacred state, the only one who could be worthy of himself was this beautiful and famous Tao Palace goddess. Spirit Elder, are you sure that the Tao Rule Spirit Fruit is in the mountain stream below? Lin Xia frowned. A great demon at the peak of Divine Marquis, he didn't have the slightest bit of resistance at all. If not for the fact that the creation promised to him by the Spirit Elder was too tempting, he would not have been willing to take this risk at all. Don't worry, Sire. I can feel that the spirit fruit will soon be ripe. There was some excitement in Spirit Elder's voice. Nonsense, how can you not be excited? Ever since he had followed Lin Xi, he had done nothing but suffer and eat poison, giving whatever spiritual herbs and immortal pills to the disciple in front of him. But this Tao Rule Spirit Fruit was different. This thing had endless wonderful benefits for his divine soul. As long as he could fuse it, he would be able to manifest his divine soul and leave this broken ring. Even though his physical body was gone now, a Zun realm divine soul was not something that any divine king or divine general could contend with. Especially if Lin Xi wanted to go forward to the Tian Yuan mysterious realm and look for that swift emperor flame. He definitely wouldn't be able to do it with his own strength alone. And what the Spirit Elder was going to do was to protect this disciple. For him. Good. Then Spirit Elder, we'll act according to the plan later. You go on that iron-armored puppet for the time being and lure the firewolves. I'll take the opportunity to seize the spirit fruit. Lin Shi had already discussed this in detail with Spirit Elder before. With his realm, he was afraid that once he showed himself, he would be crushed into crumbs by that firewolf. And although the Spirit Elder's strength was gone, the pressure was still there. Putting the ring on that iron-armored puppet, the Spirit Elder released his breath, drawing the firewolf on guard. As long as he left the mountain stream for a little while, Lin Xia would be able to take advantage of the opportunity to seize the spirit fruit. Moreover, with that firewolf's vigilance, it definitely wouldn't chase out too far, so that way, Spirit Elder wasn't in much danger. As long as he seized the spirit fruit, Lin Xia would immediately run towards the place where the spirit flame appeared. When the time comes, there are so many people. I'm afraid that even if that firewolf is furious, he wouldn't dare to kill all of them, right? Besides, a divine marquis great demon. To be honest, its identity wasn't as honorable as those ancient sect true legends. Once he dared to strike at the crowd, he was afraid that soon there would be no place for him in the sacred state. This dumb loss, he cannot swallow also have to swallow. Of course, if the opportunity was right, perhaps Lin Xia could still put this pot on Ling Zhao's head. When the time comes, hey, even if the Ling clan has a horrific heritage, but this firewolf has been able to hold back in this barren mountain for several years, and the obsession in his heart must also be extremely strong. Being thought of by a divine marquis great demon, that Ling clan heir was afraid that his days would not be too good. Oh, so that's it. It was just that Lin Shi had never dreamed that at this moment, above his head, a figure dressed in white was hiding between the ancient trees, nodding his head with a serious face, revealing a thoughtful expression. Chapter 134. The Star Emperor Robe. The reason why it was a Ling clan inherited Dao artifact. It's not just that it looks beautiful because it contains starlight. No, it wasn't just because it possessed an extremely terrifying power of defense. The most important point was that it could completely conceal the aura of the Emperor Robe's owner. Even though the Spirit Elder was a great power in the Zun realm in his lifetime, now that his physical body was shattered and his divine soul was damaged, although his perception and whatnot was comparable to that of a god emperor, he was not omnipotent. Of course, just to be on the safe side, Ling Xiao still exchanged a 5th grade divine talisman from the system mall that concealed his breath and carried it with him. At this moment, he stood in the shadows, looking at the pair of dogmasters and disciples underneath him, his eyes full of playfulness. This son of heaven's destiny is really not even a good thing. Tian is incapable of doing anything but figuring out how to rob others of their creations. Rob you on it. After the robbery, he also did not forget to say the last sentence. Both in the immortal path, is to fight with the sky, fight with the earth, and fight with people. When the Son of Heaven's mandate does this, he is following the way of heaven and deserves it. It's up to the villains to do it. Another line, so cruel and insidious. There you go. You grab it first, and I'll grab you after you've grabbed it. Is that okay? Ling Xiao smiled grimly, while underneath him, Lin Shi had already taken out a black puppet from his Qiankuan bag and smoothly put the ring on its palm. For a moment, Ling Xiao thought about just snatching this ring over. But looking at this Lin Shi's realm today, I'm afraid that he has already established an extremely deep bond with the old grandfather in the ring. And I'm afraid that Lin Shi will have to rely on him to find that spirit flame next. It's not quite right to take it away now. After all, even if Ling Xiao had plundered 1,000 Qi, Lin Shi still had 1,000 on him. Spirit Elder, I'm counting on you. Lin Shi took a deep breath, while that one black armored puppet immediately swept out of the mountain forest and headed towards the mountain stream. Boom! At the same time, a terrifying fluctuation of the divine marquis realm instantly surged out. Below the mountain stream, an angry hiss came instantly. The monstrous flames filled the sky, while that black armored puppet didn't hesitate at all and turned around to leave. It's too late to leave. The flames scattered in the sky and transformed into a wolf shadow-like figure. You dare to kill me? I am from the Ling clan. And to Ling Zhao's surprise, the black armored puppet suddenly let out a cry of rage before fleeing frantically towards the distance. Ling clan? The fire wolf hesitated for a split second, and finally a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he chased after the black shadow. Since he was a member of the Ling clan, if he were to let him escape, I'm afraid that his purpose for hiding here would be exposed. Even if he ended up fusing the Dao spirit fruit, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape the Ling clan. So, it's better to do neither. A divine constabulary person still dared to be arrogant in front of him? Sure. Ling Xiao looked at the two figures that instantly disappeared into the distance and instantly grinned, guessing the sinister intentions of this pair of dogmasters and disciples. It had to be said that the plan of these two Lin Xie people was not too well thought out. The first to disperse a hint of divine constabulary aura managed to draw that fire wolf's guarded alarm. Then he reported the identity of the Ling clan to really make that firewolf have killing intent. Otherwise, once that iron puppet escaped, perhaps the next Ling clan powerhouse to come would be at the King realm. Lin Shi took the opportunity to take away the spirit fruit and put all the blame on the Ling clan. Don't say, this pair of dog masters and disciples, worthy of their heavenly destiny, used the trick of killing with a borrowed knife quite skillfully. Nowadays, in the entire Sunset Mountain, there was only one Ling Xiao, a member of the Ling clan. Here, I'm afraid that even if that firewolf ended up looking for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't dare to strike at will. It can only be a broken tooth to swallow. Besides, it's not a glamorous thing to say in any way, and no one would voluntarily admit it. In this way, the plan of their two masters and disciples was completely successful. This Lin Shi had counted on everything, but he hadn't counted on Ling Xiao leaving a divine soul imprint on him. And at the moment, just above his head, this pair of dog masters and disciples are so intentional. It seems that what's in this valley is not ordinary Taoist spirit fruit. This is the moment. Seeing the fire wolf leave, Lin Xie's face immediately revealed a smirk, and immediately, without any further hesitation, his figure flickered as he wanted to swipe towards the mountain stream. But it was also at this time, he distinctly felt a dark shadow looming over his head, and then, as if a foot had stomped on his head and kicked him straight to the ground. Instead, the figure used the force to fall into the mountain stream. Damn, there's actually someone, Lin Xie jealoused, but that kick was just too much force, so much so that with his cultivation, at this point, he couldn't even react in time, and he directly smashed down to the ground. There's actually a formation? Ling Xiao falls into the mountain stream and looks at one of the small fiery red trees and a spirit fruit bearing on it. A flash of surprise flashes across his face. Just see that the spirit fruit flashing color, as if there is a spiritual mist around the diffraction, and then closer, there is the sound of the great way of the wind. Suddenly, the spirit mist outside that spirit fruit slowly rose up and turned into the spirit fruit. At the same time, a strange aroma quietly filled the air. Good stuff. It seems that Lin Xia master and disciple have also calculated the ripening time of this spirit fruit. Ling Xiao grinned and reached out to grab towards the spirit fruit. In this world, what formation could stop the might of the boundary-breaking stone? Especially a divine marquis demonic beast. The means set up were even more clumsy. It was only when Ling Xiao was holding that spirit fruit in his hands that an incomparably angry hissing sound suddenly came from the distant mountains and forests. Who dares to rob me of my creation? A terrifying fishy wind filled the air from the sky. Ling Xiao grinned and turned around to look at another figure that swept angrily above the mountain stream, and immediately, without further hesitation, swept towards the place where that spirit flame had appeared. Who dares to rob me? The anger in Lin Shi's heart at this moment was not even half as weak as that firewolf. After all, this spirit fruit meant to him that there would be an additional Zun realm attendant beside him. Moreover, he and Spirit Elder had been planning for a long time, but now that he had been plucked off in front of his eyes like this, how could he describe his heart as stifled? Just before he could fall into the mountain stream, he saw a white-clothed figure had already swept out from it and fled towards the distance. ************************************************ Ing asshole, I'll see where you're going. Lin Xie gritted his teeth and followed Ling Xiao closely. Only at this moment, a trace of doubt flashed vaguely in his eyes. This back, why did it look somewhat familiar? Roar! Deep within the Sunset Mountain, a demonic aura suddenly pressed across the miles. That divine constabulary firewolf looked at the empty spirit tree in the mountain stream, and flames instantly rose in his fierce eyes. He sniffed the air and then chased after them in one direction. There's something unique about the aura of this spirit fruit. It faintly has a hint of the great Tao. Ling Xiao swept all the way through the mountains and forests. At this moment, how could he not feel the aura that was chasing behind him? His eyes were full of playfulness. It wasn't until a sudden burst of clamor came from the distance that Ling Xiao's figure fell from the sky and walked towards Fu Yunyao and the others. Young lord, you're here? Fu Yunyao smiled sweetly and turned to look at the side with some bitterness. Ling Xiao followed her gaze, but saw Nian Qingyun standing alone outside the crowd, with not a single figure visible at all within 10 feet of her surroundings. At this time, her eyes had returned to their usual calm indifference. Even when Ling Xiao arrived here, she didn't give her a second glance. It seems that this goddess of ours has a very tough Tao heart. Ling Xiao sneered and turned his head to look at the sky behind him, but he saw Lin Xie's figure flickering, and only after a slight hesitation did he walk towards Nian Qingyun. Chapter 135, A Big Trouble. Xie, you're saying that someone took the spirit fruit before you? Inside the ring, Spirit Elder's voice clearly carried a hint of doubt. He waited early at the place he had agreed with Lin Shi, but what he waited for was not the good news he wanted. Even if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Shi really didn't have the aura of a Tao spirit fruit on him, he couldn't help but take a shot at this disciple. Cam, are you kidding me? just as you were striking out to take the spirit fruit. Someone got there first? Is that possible? Lao Zizun Realm's divine soul perception simply did not feel half a living person's breath beside that mountain stream. That shortcut person. Can't it be that it's the holy realm? I'm KAM. I wanted this Tao Rule spirit fruit because I had no choice but to do so because my flesh was broken. Otherwise before, would I have looked at something like that? Besides, if there was really someone who could evade his divine soul perception, then why would he still need to wait for the firewolf to leave before stealing the spirit fruit? Wouldn't it hurt to just slap him to death? After thinking for half a day, the spirit elder eventually suspected that it must be Lin Xiaodas then, secretly hiding the fruit elsewhere. It doesn't make sense otherwise. Able to. It was obviously a bit inappropriate to turn his back on him now. After all, he was still counting on Lin Shi to help him remodel his physical body. If there was a falling out over a fruit, Lin Xia would be able to betray his divine soul to the powerhouses of this sacred state in a matter of minutes. A Zun Realm divine soul was a great tonic for any strong person. What's more, some of the old perverts in this heaven and earth are also good at the art of detaining and controlling souls. Once he fell into someone else's hands, his end would only be more miserable. Spirit Elder, I suspect that the person who stole the spirit fruit is Ling Xiao, so don't be in a hurry. I'll ask Qingyun first. Lin Shi took a deep breath and pretended to be calm as he walked over to Nian Qingyun. He believed that with Nian Qingyun here, Ling Xiao would definitely not make a move against himself. Otherwise this Ling clan heir would appear to be too small in temperament. Moreover, if he dared to kill himself in front of Nian Qingyun, he would have done it that day in the Ling clan and definitely would not have chosen here. It's just that he probably couldn't comprehend that killing him was anything like daring or not daring to Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still chi on him that hadn't been plundered cleanly, Ling Xiao would have been able to crush him with a wave of his hand. As for Nim Qingquan, oh, nowadays, in the heart of this Tao Palace goddess, I'm afraid that even Ling Xiao is much more decent than him. Song Hyun, you're here too? Lin Shi looked at the fairy-like face in front of him, his eyes revealing a touch of infatuation. She should have been her true destiny, but naturally, she was from a humble background and was not worthy of this true phoenix of the nine heavens. Therefore, he had been working hard, practicing between life and death, constantly breaking through the realm and crushing all the obstacles that stood in his way. Whether it was the young lord of the sacred sect or the demon of the ancient clan, none of them were worth mentioning in Lin Shi's eyes. They were merely born noble, born with a golden spoon in their mouths. But how could that kind of heavenly pride that was held in the heart of people be compared to him? Every step Lin Shi took was extremely difficult, but all the same, every step he took was extremely steady. Even in Lin Shi's eyes, if Ling Xiao had not comprehended the Tao, this Ling clan heir would not have been his opponent at all. By what right does he own Nian Qingquan? Just wait, one day, I will stand at the top of the holy state and look down on you noble ants. Something wrong? The absolute coldness of Nian Qingyun was not meant to distinguish between people, but at this moment, Lin Shi still felt a trace of heartache. In the past, although she also had such an icy look, she would at least look at herself, but at this moment, Nian Qingyun's gaze fell above the divine light in the mountain, not even looking at him. And, it's fine. Can you see? Ling Xiao, when did the prince come? Not ever. Just kidding. At this time, Nian Qingyun heard the word Ling Xiao and felt upset. This stupid boy actually want to mention. Oh, Lin Shi was a bit lost and was just about to open his mouth when he saw that Ling Xiao had actually walked over from the side. So it's brother Lin. Ling Xiao's face was a gentle smile, as if he was the demeanor of a great son. Ling Xiao Gongzi. Lin Shi gritted his teeth and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Even if he was conceited, he knew that he was not a match for Ling Xiao today. Right now that undying heart inferno was on the verge of coming out. He would never allow any more accidents to occur. As long as he obtained this spirit flame, he would almost be able to step into the delusion-breaking realm, and the power of the Tao and whatnot. Wouldn't he be able to sense it casually? When we said goodbye that day, it's already one day. Brother Lin don't come back well. Ling Xiao shook his head in regret, as if he did not see Lin Shi as an enemy at all, but rather like a sympathetic old friend. This scene, however, fell into Nian Qingyun's eyes, but caused the Tao Palace goddess' heart to tremble. Originally, she had thought that with Ling Xiao's temperament, she would most likely want to get Lin Shi killed, any less and he would be seen as a hater. After all, on the day of their engagement, this Lin Shi's doorstep provocation was undoubtedly considered a humiliation, although he humiliated himself in the end, Ling Xiao's notoriety. But at this moment, looking at the appearance of this Ling clan's heir, he was generous and gentle, and quite generous. On the contrary, it was Lin Xie, with a leathery look that was truly disgusting. Thinking of the first time he said that day, Nian Shangyan felt a surge of anger rising from the bottom of her heart. Boom! And just as the three of them were each pondering and bowing their heads, a demonic aura suddenly filled the mountains and forests in the distance. A frightening divine marquee pressure pressed across thousands of miles, enveloping almost the entire Sunset Mountain. Lin Xie's eyes glazed over and he looked deeply at Ling Xiao before turning to walk away. Although he wasn't sure if the spirit fruit had been taken by Ling Xiao or not, but it was clear that the demonic beast had definitely identified with the Ling clan. It was hard to say if he dared to kill Ling Xiao, but at this time, being too close to the latter was always a bit dangerous. What a terrifying demonic aura! Where the divine light rushed into the sky, the faces of many ancient clan disciples instantly paled. They looked up at the terrifying demonic shadow that swept in from the distance, and their eyes all carried a trace of unspeakable shock. The divine marquee realm was not considered top-notch in most sacred ancient clans though. However, those who came to the Sunset Mountain this time were mostly disciples of the younger generation, the strongest of which was no more than breaking delusion. So how could they resist a divine marquee great demon? Damn! Is this demonic beast crazy? It dares to come here to act recklessly. Who is it? Just who robbed my spirit fruit? The firewolf took one step and instantly came above the heads of the crowd, his pair of ferocious eyes spewing flames, clearly on the verge of insanity. Be careful. Ling Xiao raised his foot and blocked in front of Nian Chongyun. This simple act caused the latter's heart to tremble again. And then look at that Lin Shi who didn't know where he had gone to hide. Ha! His own eyesight to see people. It is really quite poor. Dropping. The daughter of Heaven's destiny is disliked in her heart. Congratulations to the host for plundering the Heaven's Destiny's son's chi value of 300 points, and the villain value of 3,000 points. Hearing a system beep coming from his mind, the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth instantly raised a hint of playfulness. Sure enough. The icy coldness on this Nian Xingyun's face was all pretend. Oh, you can pretend all you want. I'll see how long you can pretend. Say, anyone who has just came here. With a wave of his big hand, Firewolf directly grabbed a disciple of the small sect into his hands and hissed angrily. I don't know. Puff. A rain of blood spilled from the sky, instantly causing many of the sect disciples to soften their legs and nearly paralyze on the ground. Mother asterisk. This creation hadn't even been seen yet. Why was it being targeted by such a ferocious demon? But listening to what he meant just now, was there someone here who robbed him of his spirit fruit? Cam. Which turtle grandson is it that has caused such a disaster? Chapter 136. You say. The firewolf hissed and roared to the heavens. His face was hideous and terrifying, and he tackled another disciple from the ground, and the ferocity in his eyes even scared him directly into fainting. Rubbish. Say, anyone who just got here. Firewolf tracked the scent from that mountain stream all the way here, but I didn't expect that there would be so many sect disciples here. Of course, how could he not see the divine light in the Sunset Mountain? It was just that this was the Ling clan's territory, so if he really dared to get his hands on it, he would surely end up dead. Therefore, originally, this firewolf just wanted to obtain the Dao Rule spirit fruit and leave this place. But who would have thought that he waited for 5 years, and just as that spirit fruit was ripening, it was stolen. His gaze slowly swept over the crowd and finally rested on Ling Xiao. Cam. There was actually someone from the Ling clan here, or an heir to the Ling clan. Even if the spirit fruit was really taken away from him, he wouldn't dare to take it lightly, but to leave like that, the anger inside is really hard to be pacified. Tell me or I'll kill all you hypocritical humans. Boom! A terrifying demonic flame fell from the sky, instantly burning several more sect disciples into flying ashes all over the ground. Just this firewolf is not stupid. At this time, the killings are small sect disciples, as a way to vent the anger of the heart. Otherwise, once he messed with some people he shouldn't have messed with, I'm afraid that there would be no place for him in the vastness of the eastern border. Damn! Which one robbed the spirit fruit of this ferocious demon? I don't know. Damn it, if I find out, I'll get him. Since this is not, still have to get us killed. Son of a, you dare to rob but you don't dare to admit it? If you're capable of doing something, do it yourself. Countless angry curses instantly resounded, and even quite a few sect disciples had already exerted their full strength to flee towards the distant mountains and forests. It was just that those people, before they could escape much farther, were tackled back by the firewolves and were torn to pieces in front of everyone. Lin Shi hid behind the people, thoughts swirling in his eyes. If he came forward to identify Ling Xiao at this time, would it seem too obvious? It's better to wait a little longer. But right at this moment, that firewolf's gaze was suddenly fixed on him. I'm Kam. Lin Xie's legs trembled and he clenched his teeth fiercely. Regardless, whether it was Ling Xiao or not, I thought that the firewolf would not dare to take action against this Ling clan heir, and would naturally retreat at that time. As for the sky, anyway, I've been offended through and through for a long time, so it's no big deal to be offended again. The hatred of taking a wife is not shared. It seems like that firewolf is going to make a move on Brother Lin. Oh, it seems like he was the last one to rush here in the party, right? Ling Xiao suddenly let out a light sigh and looked at Nian Changyun with a grave expression. Whether you admit it or not, right now you're my fiancé, and since he saved your life, I'll return this favor to him. As the words fell, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his foot and walked towards the firewolf. Look, it's Ling Xiao, the son of the Ling clan. What's he going to do? Did he steal the spirit fruit? Are you using to steal what Duke Ling Xiao sees? A mere divine marquis demon beast. The Duke would put it in his eyes? That's true. Then the gentleman's move. This is sheltering us. Everyone looked at the figure of the young man strolling through the void with a bland expression, and their eyes all carried a touch of shock. Duke, the world is unrivaled. Deservedly, he was able to win the favor of the goddess and achieve the name of invincibility. And at this moment, Nian Xingyun's pair of beautiful eyes also revealed a touch of complexity. Is this returning the favor for himself? Only Lin Xie. Hearing the crowd's exclamations, the gloom in his eyes instantly intensified to the extreme. Damn it, this calamity was more than likely caused by Ling Xiao. Why should he still be honored? On what grounds? Stop it. Ling Xiao walked up to that firewolf and spoke softly. So it's Prince Ling Xiao. Firewolf clenched his teeth fiercely, his tone somewhat grim. It was just that in front of the Ling clan, he wasn't even a fart. So naturally, he didn't dare show a hint of disrespect to Ling Xiao. Divine Marquis bows down. This is the so-called, unrivaled heavenly might, isn't it? Duke Ling Xiao, worthy of being the #1 heavenly pride of my eastern border. What heaven's pride? Is heaven's pride used to describe Gonzi? Ignorant. This is called, supreme immortal stance. Everyone looked at the white-clothed, handsome figure in midair with a look of yearning and full of awe. Not to mention how this Ling clan prince was rumored to be in the past. His actions at this time can undoubtedly be described as chivalrous and righteous, taking on the role of loyalty and righteousness. Leave now and I can pretend I didn't see anything. Otherwise, killing someone in my Ling clan, do you know what the consequences are? Ling Xiao spoke calmly, while the ferocious flame outside of that firewolf's body suddenly wilted a bit. It seems like Mr. Ling Xiao was the last one to arrive in the party, right? In the crowd, a voice filled with doubt suddenly came from the crowd, vaguely eerie. However, the moment this voice had just fallen, the gazes of everyone in the surroundings landed on Lin Xie. Just kidding. Those who could come to the Sunset Divine Mountain in search of treasure were all the pride of various sects, and their divine soul perception was not weak. You think if you hold your nose, people won't hear it's you? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Lin Xie's face. He didn't expect that firewolf to make a move against Ling Xiao. He just simply couldn't stand the idea of him being praised. Obviously you are the thief who stole the spirit fruit, causing us to be in such a predicament, but you act like a hero instead. Is it appropriate? At this point, Lin Xie seemed to have decided that the figure from the party was Ling Xiao. Other than this Ling clan heir, who else could hide his figure under the eyes of the spirit elder? No wonder there was something familiar about his back just now. Ling Xiao pretended to be surprised as he glanced at Lin Shi, and a trace of coldness suddenly flashed in the depths of his eyes. Right now, this spirit flame hadn't come out yet, and the flame barrier at the entrance of the secret realm wouldn't dissipate for a while. Why don't we just let this heaven's destined son move his muscles first? And when she heard what Lin Shi said, Nian Xingyun immediately frowned lightly, especially because the latter's scandalous behavior just now caused her to feel a wave of contempt. Mr. Ling Xiao clearly stood up for you. How dare you hide in the crowd and accuse him falsely? Villain. Total villain. However, maybe that spirit fruit was really stolen by Ling Xiao. After all, among the people present, those who had the guts to dare provoke a divine marquis demon beast could not find a second one besides Ling Xiao. This asshole. Almost got fooled by him yet. Oh, Brother Lin. It makes me sad when you say that. Ling Xiao let out a bitter smile and sighed softly. I originally wanted to help you. After all, you had saved my wife's life. But I didn't expect that, alas. Senior, truth be told, the last one to arrive here in the party was actually him. Ling Xiao reached out and pointed at Lin Shi, while someone around him immediately exclaimed, Yes, it seems like he was the last one to come. That's him. He's deliberately trying to frame Lord Ling Xiao. I'm Kam. Lin Xie sniffed, and his face twisted a bit. Chapter 137, The Divine Maiden's Heart is in Turmoil. Ling Xiao, you're making false accusations. Although I was the last to arrive, how can you prove that I stole the spirit fruit? I think you are deliberately targeting me, wanting to use the senior's hand to put me to death. Hypocrite! Lin Xie shouted angrily, his face a great pathos of righteousness. This asshole, how dare he backpedal? However, he didn't have any Dao Rule spirit fruit on him at all, so how could he be afraid of being falsely accused? Being upright and not afraid of shadows, Lin Shi wasn't panicking at all at this time. This guy, he seems to be the one who provoked Duke Ling Xiao to his face that day when he was engaged. Yeah, I think it's called something like Lin Shi. Could it be? The crowd sniffed and looked a little puzzled again. This Lin Shi really didn't look like someone who could steal spirit fruits in front of a divine marquis demonic beast. He doesn't have the strength. But Ling Xiao was different. Even though his realm was comparable to Lin Xie's, the identity of the heir to the ancient clan and the young master of the demon sect predestined him to have some cards in his hand that others could not imagine. Even Yan Qingyun, at this time, had a flash of coldness in her eyes. Sure enough, this Ling Xiao was merely acting. Oh, these days, it's really hard to be a good person. After all, there are a lot of wallflowers and they can't withstand incitement. Ling Xiao lost a smile and looked deeply at Nian Chongyun. It's just that they don't believe me. I don't care. You have to believe me. Nian Qingyun was suddenly a little confused. What the hell is this Ling Xiao up to? Is it really not him? How to prove it? Isn't that simple? Let's take out the Qiankuan ring together and let senior search it and we'll know? Ling Xiao smiled grimly while Lin Shi's face went a little pale for a moment. He really didn't steal the Dao Rule spiritual fruit. And he really didn't dare to let people search the Qiankuan ring. Putting aside the secret of the spirit elder, that iron-armored puppet was still inside. When that fire wolf sees it, can he wash himself away by jumping into the Yellow River? In a short moment, the top of Lin Shi's head saw cold sweat. Griffin, hand over your Qiankuan ring. When Firewolf heard this, he felt justified. Ling Zhao's Qiankuan ring, he wouldn't dare to search it even if he was killed. This is in case something that shouldn't be seen is searched out from it, such as a woman's belly pocket. Inflatable, ahem. Then the Ling clan must not kill him to silence him? But that mole down there. Why is he suddenly looking a little pale? Look, the pussy's face is sweating. It's a ghost in the heart. Asterisk. So it was really this kid who stole it. Shameless. How dare you slander Lord Ling Xiao? He just doesn't look like much to me. Thieving. But you can't just search the Qiankuan ring. Previously, there was a disciple from our clan who stole the elder's pills and actually stuffed them up his ass. Vomit. That's disgusting. How can I eat it then? Hey, these dogs can be eaten and washed just the same. But the spirit fruit is so big. Many of the human disciples unconsciously looked towards Lin Xie, a touch of shock hidden in their eyes. Tough. However, this then dared to go to the Ling clan alone on the day of Duke Ling Zhao's engagement to provoke him, and was a ruthless person in his own right. When you think about it that way, things make a lot more sense. He didn't even put the 3 emperors and 10 kings of the Ling clan in his eyes. So how could he be afraid of a mere divine marquis demonic beast? And at this moment, Lin Shi's face had long since turned completely ironic when he heard the slander of the crowd. He really couldn't figure out why every time Ling Xiao managed to put the pot perfectly on his head. He can't explain it. Suffocation, indignation, and finally turned into a hiss filled with resentment. Ling Xiao, you wait for me. Bah! Shameless. This Lin Shi is actually unrepentant. It's obvious that he caused the disaster himself, but he wants to dump the pot on Lord Ling Xiao. Shameless to the core. Whoosh! Lin Xie's figure instantly disappeared in place, while that fire wolf's complexion flinched, and the blazing flames around his body instantly rose to the heavens. It really is you. It's not you. What are you running for? Whoosh! The sound of breaking wind roared out, while that fire wolf similarly chased after Lin Shi. Ling Xiao eyed the 2 silhouettes that instantly disappeared into the sky, the corners of his mouth always carrying a hint of playfulness. The son of heaven's destiny has always had a bad life. However, with the means of this fire wolf, if he wanted to kill Lin Xie, that would definitely be impossible. After all, it's not easy to say about the matter of Qi luck. Ling Zhao's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Fu Yunyao and the others, not paying any more attention to Nian Qingyun. Women can't be spoiled. If you want to escape, you have to air it out, or else it will grow hair easily. Besides, the way she looked at herself just now, there was clearly some distrust. We're no one's lapdog, so of course we're not going to settle for less. Young Lord. Fu Yunyao and the others bowed and looked at Ling Xiao with awe in their eyes. Young Lord, that spirit fruit, is it in your hands? It's just that with Fu Yunyao's understanding of this kind of thing, it's 80% that he did it, and then used the opportunity to dump it on that Lin Shi. Otherwise, that Lin Shi wouldn't have been able to run so ghostly. Ling Xiao glanced at Fu Yunyao with a smirk and said softly, be confident and remove the pot. Fu Yunyao's pretty face instantly revealed a smirk. Sure enough, this young master of his own family is holding all the bad water in his stomach. Although she didn't know why that Lin Shi didn't want to be searched for the Qiankuan ring, she thought that most likely there was some kind of handle that had fallen into the hands of the young master. It's just that in this case, he's the one who has to take the blame without taking it. In front of the ancient forest in the distance, Nian Xingyun looked coldly at the 2 Ling Xiao people who were talking and laughing. and a trace of ice coldness immediately flashed across her picturesque immortal face. After hesitating for a long time, she finally gathered enough courage and walked over towards Ling Xiao. Fawn, I'm sorry. For the first time, this Dao Palace goddess took the initiative to bow her head to someone else. It was hard to imagine that a divine daughter of heaven like her, who also cultivated the emotionless avenue, would actually apologize to others. What does it mean to apologize? It means you can't let go. Fu Yunyao and the others' eyes instantly widened, and they obviously did not expect that Nian Xingyun would admit her mistake to Ling Xiao. Oh, ruthless avenue. Good accumulation of thinness and ruthlessness. Oh. Ling Xiao just nodded very calmly and did not have the slightest intention of trying to pick up Changyan's idea. And seeing that trace of indifference on the teenager's face, a trace of humiliation instantly flashed through Nian Xingyun's eyes. I've already admitted my mistake. What more do you want? For a moment, she actually felt a little aggrieved. In a trance, Nian Xingyun seemed to have realized that since she had been with Ling Xiao for the past few days, there were many more emotions in the bottom of her heart that she had never felt before. She begins to have expectations, gets nervous, is afraid of losing, and can't stand to see another woman standing next to him. Able to. Why is that? Emotionless avenue, Tai Shang forgetfulness. She had cultivated the Tao for 18 years. How could she be unable to defeat a face? The world can disbelieve me, but not you. These words, like a demonic law, deeply penetrated into Nian Xingyun's heart. Vaguely she seemed to think, too, yes, I can't. At this moment, Nian Xingyun's heart was in turmoil, and at this time, seeing Ling Xiao's indifference, she realized that the original indifference, surprisingly so hurtful to the heart. Chapter 138, another one. Over here, that divine constabulary fire wolf chased Lin Shi all the way to the edge of the Sunset Divine Mountain. One step further, it was human territory. Moreover, Sunset City belonged to the Ling clan, so once he rashly showed up, I was afraid that some strong Ling clan members would definitely step in to kill him. Damn it, how did this Xinqing griffin run so fast? Just kidding. A mole cricket is a mole cricket, but we have a Zun realm remnant soul in our ring. To casually display some means, how could it be imagined by a wild demon in the mountains? Damn human race. I don't believe that you won't come out of this sunset ancient city. The fire wolf stood at the top of an ancient tree, coldly looking at the figure that fell into the city with a hideous look on his face. 5 years of waiting and waiting in vain for someone else. He couldn't swallow this. If the one who stole his spirit fruit was the Ling clan's heir, it would have been fine. But it was a Xianqing ant with no background who dared to taint his creation. Damn it, Elder! Right at this moment, in the darkness and the distance, a faint laugh suddenly came from the distance. Who? Firewolf's face stared and instantly turned his head to look, only to see a figure shrouded in black robes slowly walking over. His face was completely hidden under the bucket hat, revealing only a long thin lip. Looking at the aura, it should be in the realm of breaking delusion. Griffin, who are you? Senior. I know in whose hands that spirit fruit is. The black-robed figure smiled blandly, some inexplicable resentment in his voice. You know? The firewolf's eyes slightly condensed, and a terrifying might instantly spread out around his body. Griffin, take off your bucket hat, or else, don't blame me for not being polite. Senior, I'm sincere in cooperating with you, yet you have this attitude. It's a bit inappropriate, isn't it? Zhuge Luyun smiled blandly and removed the bucket hat from his head, revealing a pale and gloomy face. Ever since that day, when Qin Feng was crushed to death on the battle stage by Ling Xiao, he had gone down the mountain to hide. The mixed Yuan cauldron had exposed his identity, and since Ling Xiao had dared to crush Qin Feng to death in front of the Grand Elder, I'm afraid he wouldn't mind killing him again as a patriarch true successor. That fellow, his ferocious reputation in the eastern border of the sacred state was in no way weaker than any of the famous old devils. Since he had torn his face, Zhuge Luyun naturally did not have too many scruples. The Ling clan was terrifying, but as long as Ling Xiao died, he was the obvious choice for the position of young master. Could it be that the Ling clan would still dare to destroy his Wandao demon sect if the clan's disciples were to compete? The two great sects were of the same supreme inheritance, and once they went to war, they were bound to be extremely involved. The 9 veins of the Ling clan were not the only ones who had the say in the matter. Ling Tianlin. Of course, the most important point was that the conflict between Zhuge Luyun and Ling Xiao could no longer be reconciled. In other words, if he didn't kill Ling Xiao, he was bound to get killed by Ling Xiao. In that case, why don't I kill you first? You are? Firewolf looked at the youth in front of him and frowned lightly. He had been secluded in Sunset Mountain for the past few years, and he didn't know much about the heavenly pride of the eastern border of this sacred state. However, looking at the appearance of this black-clothed youth, it was obvious that he was not very old, yet he was already at the breaking delusion level. Obviously, this should be a great clan's heavenly pride. or even an ancient clan's young lord. Wan Dao demon sect, patriarch's true lineage, Zhuge Luyun. Zhuge Luyun smiled blandly, his gaze playfully looking at the firewolf in front of him. With his status as a disciple of the 10,000 enemies, not to mention a divine marquis demonic beast, even a divine king powerhouse would have to be afraid of it. This is his bottom line. Of course, Zhuge Luyun admitted that he had an element of gambling. Once this firewolf exposed his whereabouts, in this Sunset Mountain City Ling clan's territory, he would almost be dead by 10. It was just that with his strength, he didn't have much of a chance of winning against Ling Xiao alone. Zhuge Luyun's ability to remain in the position of patriarch's true tradition was inextricably linked to his low profile and steady character. This immortal road is vast and dangerous everywhere. Of course it is safest to be in a dog. If it wasn't for the fact that things had fallen apart this time, coupled with the fact that Ling Xiao was so strong and domineering, he wouldn't have taken this risk. Oh, so it's a true disciple of the Devil's Sect. As expected, when that firewolf heard Zhuge Luyun's identity, a trace of scorn immediately flashed in his eyes, and even his tone became milder. Ah, the Mundo Demon Sect, another supreme Daoist. Although he was a divine marquis powerhouse, which of these supreme Dao lineages didn't have a few divine kings and divine emperors that could crush him with the move of a finger? Moreover, although he didn't recognize this demon sect true successor, the name Zhuge Luyun was somewhat heard of. The Wan Dao demon sect's most stable senior brother. If Ling Xiao hadn't entered the sect, he would have been the man to sit on the young master's throne 80% of the time. But, what was his sudden approach to himself about? You said earlier that you know who stole my spirit fruit? Firewolf gave Zhuge Luyun a somewhat guarded look. Who stole it? Wasn't it that bastard named Lin Xie? I don't need you to tell me that. Not bad. The spirit fruit isn't in Lin Xi's possession. Zhuge Luyun let out a faint smile. He naturally knew about the news of a divine miracle appearing on the Sunset Divine Mountain a long time ago. This was Ling clan territory again. So I thought that Ling Xiao would most likely come over. Now that the latter was in the light and Zhuge Luyun was in the dark, it was certainly the best time. Therefore, a few days ago, Zhuge Luyun came to Sunset City to hibernate, to see if he could find a hint of opportunity. Originally, after Ling Xiao had crushed that cloudy mortal sex delusion-breaking true master, he had been somewhat disheartened and was considering fleeing to the western border to avoid this mongrel devil. But early this morning, he hid among the mountains and forests and watched Lin Xi chase Ling Xiao away, and a glimmer of hope was rekindled in his heart. God help me! When this divine constabulary firewolf arrived, Zhuge Luyun instantly guessed what had happened. Although he was also a little surprised as to why the always ruthless Ling clan prince didn't take the opportunity to kill Lin Xi, he thought that it was mostly because he was concerned about Nian Qingyun. After all, now that the matter of Ling Zhao's engagement day had spread throughout the entire eastern frontier, once he killed Lin Xi in front of Nian Qingyun, I'm afraid that the former would inevitably have a grudge. But so, here's his chance. A divine marquis demonic beast was enough to easily kill a delusion breaker, even if it was a Dao heavenly pride. As long as he joined forces with it, that Ling clan heir would be in trouble. Some people, of course, just like wishful thinking. If it's not on Lin Xi, can it still be on Lord Ling Xiao? The firewolf immediately snorted lightly, but saw that Zhuge Luyun had a smile on his lips, and surprisingly did not utter a rebuttal. Gollum! Firewolf only felt a coolness rising from the bottom of his heart, and when he looked at this devil sect true successor in front of him again, a hint of fear had been brought into his eyes. What the is that supposed to mean? Could it be that, Senior, that spirit fruit is indeed on Ling Zhao's person? I saw him steal it and leave with my own eyes. Zhuge Luyun let out a faint smile. He saw a chicken with his own eyes. At this point it was just to make this firewolf believe in himself. However, according to his understanding of Ling Xiao, this kind of thing of taking away someone's creation was something he was absolutely comfortable with. Senior, you should be more familiar with the fluctuations in this Sunset Divine Mountain than I am. I guess it should be a heaven and earth spirit flame appearing in the world. If you confuse it, wouldn't it be more useful than a spirit fruit? But, this is Ling clan territory. If I make a move, I'm afraid. Chapter 139, Dislike in the Heart. I understand Senior's concerns, so I've come. Zhuge Luyun waved his palm, only to see an ancient beast-skin spirit bag instantly appear in his hand. Trapped demon bag. The firewolf's complexion changed greatly, and a demonic aura immediately shot across the sky above its circumference. The demon trap bag, as the name suggests, is exactly what those who claim to be decent people use to collect demons. But looking at this Zhuge Luyun's appearance, he shouldn't be trying to make an enemy of himself. Could it be that he? Senior, don't panic. Zhuge Luyun smiled bashfully. Senior, you only need to hide in this demon trapping bag. Then I can take you to that relic that contains spirit flame. And when that time comes, Senior, show up and kill Ling Xiao for me. And the spirit flame will still not be in the palm of your hand? You want to kill Ling Xiao? Firewolf's face changed dramatically, and his mind was filled with thoughts, although he wasn't sure what exactly this Zhuge Luyun was scheming. But regarding the words he said just now, once the people of the Ling clan knew about it, his dog's life, I'm afraid, would be hard to keep. That's right, Senior doesn't know. Ling Xiao and I are great enemies in life and death, and now that we are in exile, it's all thanks to him alone. So, Senior doesn't have to do it yourself. You just have to help me capture Ling Xiao, and I'll do the rest. Zhuge Luyun clenched his teeth as he said these words, naturally to dispel this firewolf's concerns. After all, it was obviously a bit of a chore to expect him to do it himself. The might of the Ling clan is not something that anyone would have the courage to provoke in this land of the eastern border. Killing Ling Xiao would undoubtedly be completely antagonizing this behemoth. Not to mention a tiny divine marquis demon beast. Even those demon kings and demon emperors in the northern borderlands definitely didn't have the guts to do this. Firewolf seemed a bit hesitant. After all, once this kind of thing was revealed, it would be more than just losing one's life. There can be ways to be worse than death in this immortal journey. Senior, there is only one chance. Whether you intend to continue to hold back in this barren mountain or capture the spirit flame and step into the king realm in one fell swoop can depend on today. Zhuge Luyun's voice was filled with temptation. How could he not see the demonic beast's previous bloom of anger? Peak divine marquis, one step short of being crown king. No one could resist this temptation, especially for a lone demonic beast wandering in this wilderness. They didn't have much cultivation resources, and it wasn't easy for them to cultivate to today's realm. A spirit fruit was an unusual piece of creation for an ancient clan heir like Ling Xiao, but for this firewolf, it was an opportunity to achieve the king realm. Opportunities will not be the same depending on your status. The mountains and rivers in your eyes are even more worlds apart. Griffin looks at the sky and sees white clouds. The sun, moon, and stars are visible only when the dragon is in the air. I'm only responsible for capturing Ling Xiao. You do the rest. And after today, you and I don't have to meet again. In the end, that firewolf took a deep breath, and his eyes steeply flashed with monstrous ferocity. Zhuge Luyun was right. If he missed today, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to step into the king realm again in his life. The fact that he had chased after Lin Xie just now was witnessed by all the clan's celestials. Even if Ling Xiao ended up falling in the Sunset Divine Mountain, he thought that no one in the Ling clan would suspect him. Such STH. A mere Ling clan heir. Even if he had more means, if he had no one to help him, how could he be his opponent? Of course, the risk of this matter is, naturally, extremely great. If the kill did not succeed and that Ling Xiao escaped, I'm afraid that both he and Zhuge Luyun would die without a burial place. But likewise, in this world, for ordinary people, if they want to excel and achieve supreme prestige, the unusual path certainly does not work. Had to go a little wild. Ha. Senior, feel free to rest assured. I have prepared many means. That Ling Xiao will not be able to escape with his wings. Zhuge Luyun smiled grimly. The spirit bag in his hand steeply blossomed with light, while the figure of that firewolf instantly disappeared in place. Ling Xiao, this time, let's see where you're going to run? Of course, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about joining forces with Lin Xie. After all, with the latter's hatred for Ling Xiao, I'm afraid that without the need for his own promise, that young man would inevitably give his all. But that day during the battle of the Ling clan, this Lin Xie performed a monstrous attack, but was crushed by Ling Xiao with one hand. His strength is still too weak. Big brother has few merits. Steady is the style of handling Meanwhile, in the Sunset Ancient City, Lin Xie looked wretched as he hid in a small, dilapidated courtyard on the outskirts of the city, the bottom of his eyes all gloomy. Once again, he had actually been undermined by Ling Xiao once again, from the time he met the spirit old man so far. Although Lin Xie cannot be said to be smooth, but always only he has been in. Why has he ever been in? Moreover, in this short one day's time, from Yunlai Pavilion to this Sunset Mountain, he was even undermined twice in a row by Ling Xiao? How is that possible? Moreover, just as Spirit Elder had said, with his divine soul perception of the Zun realm, how could he not sense Ling Xiao's presence? And how did he hide his figure and take the opportunity to steal the spirit fruit? Lin Xie's eyes grew more and more gloomy as he suddenly thought of the only possibility. Spiritual elders. Whether it was at the auction house or at Sunset Mountain, Ling Xiao seemed to be able to easily penetrate what was going on in his mind and play him in the palm of his hand. How ridiculous is that? He's a god of the 9 heavens? Able to foretell the future? If no one had tipped him off beforehand, Lin Xie would never have believed that everything would be so coincidental. Instead of going to seize the spirit flame, he appeared right on time outside that mountain stream? How did he find his way there if no one was ventilated? Thinking about it this way, Ling Xiao's targeting himself at the auction house made sense. Able to. Why would Spirit Elder do that? Could it be because of the talent Ling Xiao displayed that day? A 17-year-old Dao demon with an invincible immortal posture. Following him, you won't have to suffer anymore in the future? Oh, at this moment, Lin Shi was suddenly a bit lost. Along the way, he and Spirit Old Man had been born and died, and there had been quarrels, but more than that, it was the joy of growing up together. To be honest, Lin Shi was grateful to Elder Spirit, even though he always loved to blow off steam and talk about things that used to be scenic. But without him, Lin Shi might have died at the bottom of the cliff long ago. I didn't expect even the deepest friendship, ultimately can't resist all the temptations of this world. With enough leverage, betrayal and all that isn't a split-second decision. And at that moment, the Spirit Elder in the ring had some of the same doubts in his heart. Was that Dao Rule Spirit Fruit really taken by Ling Xiao? Is that possible? With his own divine soul perception, although he couldn't say that it was foolproof, an ordinary person of the Emperor realm would definitely not be able to avoid it. What's Ling Xiao's level then? A Xianqing, at best a delusion-breaking disciple of the ancient clan, actually avoided his own divine soul perception, and in the moment he left, he shortcut him and snatched the Dao Rule Spirit Fruit from Lin Xia's hands? Ridiculous? Of course it's ridiculous. At the very least, Spirit Elder definitely did not believe that Ling Xiao had the ability to completely conceal his aura. Just now, at the entrance of that relic, Spirit Elder had specifically observed the latter. There was indeed a fluctuation in his body that was able to block others' divine soul probing, but at best, it was a cover-up of cultivation, breath vitality and whatnot, and there was no way to avoid his Zune realm's perceptions. Moreover, if that Ling Xiao didn't go to the place where the spirit flame was present, why did he have to run to the depths of the Sunset Divine Mountain? Although the Fire Wolf's tactics were clumsy, they were not something that could be seen through by an ordinary delusion breaker. How did Ling Xiao know that there was a creation in that mountain stream? But on the contrary, something so ridiculous happened just today. Seol, you're a real disappointment to me. Chapter 140 Happening Experts. A Dao Rule Spirit Fruit. Although for Lin Shi who had not yet comprehended the Dao Rule, it did have a considerable temptation. But which of the creations he had given Lin Shi along the way was not more terrifying than this spirit fruit? Oh, the dog has gotten big and learned to guard his food. The master and disciple who originally clung to each other and swore to become immortal together. Finally, because of Ling Xiao, this variable, the heart of the dislike. Cough. Spirit Elder, has that fire wolf left? It's just that dislike is dislike, and the play goes on. Nowadays, the two are inseparable from each other. Even if the Spirit Elder had dissenting thoughts, he couldn't leave himself for the time being. Women, love and friendship and whatnot are all false. This avenue is inherently unfeeling. Of course, it is the interests that are most important. As long as Lin Shi could fuse this immortal heart inferno in front of him, his cultivation would step into the delusion-breaking realm. Comprehending the Tao was hardly difficult for him. At that time, he would have the qualifications to fight against Ling Xiao. And as for Spirit Elder, careful watchfulness was certain. Nowadays, if this old man wanted to stay awake, he would not be able to do without the elixir that Lin Xia had refined. So, wanting him to slumber or something? Ling Lao, it's time to take your medicine. Gone. Spirit Elder's voice was obviously a bit low. Only in this regard, Lin Shi didn't feel surprised. Instead, he pretended to be relieved and said in a deep voice, that Ling Xiao has harmed me. The spirit fruit is 80% in his possession. If Spirit Elder doesn't believe me, when I have fused the immortal heart inflammation, I will surely capture him in order to prove my innocence. Oh, Spirit Elder still looked distracted. Since Lin Xia had moved to covet the creation, I'm afraid he had already prepared his words. Although Spirit Elder also wanted to believe him, but once this relationship had a crack, it was hard to break the mirror. Spirit Elder, do you still have any pills on you that can disguise your face? Nowadays, Lin Shi's reputation in this Sunset Mountain was afraid that he was really not even as good as Ling Xiao. Once he showed up rashly, not to mention whether or not that firewolf was waiting at the entrance of the ruins. I'm afraid that even those ancient sects' celestial pride would definitely not let themselves go, right? Just thinking about this made Lin Shi's teeth itch with hatred. He was often robbing others of their creations, but wasn't that normal in this immortal path? Whoever is strong takes the creation. If one didn't have the strength, forcibly grabbing the creation would likewise face the risk of being put to death. It's called, opportunity and risk go hand in direct proportion. But now, with Ling Xiao slandering him, he had become a scumbag that everyone was ashamed of. How can this breath be swallowed by our heavenly destiny son who has 3 positive views, good character, and a stubborn personality? How do you swallow? Swallow with your mouth. How to swallow? Cam. Lin Xia took a deep breath. Even if he had more grievances in his heart, now was not the time to turn the tables on Ling Xiao. Wait a little longer and hold back and stabilize. Spirit Elder's half-dead voice caused Lin Shi's heart to grow even more furious. Spirit Elder, these past few days there were not enough spirit materials to refine enough soul-nourishing pills. Why don't you just slumber in the ring for a while, and then I'll wake you up after I seize the immortal heart inflammation. Well. The Spirit Elder's tone was austere, but in the end, he didn't say anything else, handing out an elixir and falling into complete silence. I'd like to see how far you little brats can go without your old man. Humph. When one day you realize that everything you have gained is nothing more than a gift from me, you will realize how absurd what you have done today really is. It's a sin. Perhaps Ling Xiao also did not expect that originally he unintentionally robbed this Lin Shi's spirit fruit, but actually made this pair of master and disciple, who had been born to die for many years, have a rift in their feelings. Blame it on coincidence. Did I happen to be moving on the day you got your period? Happen to meet the class president at a movie alone? Coincidence versus coincidence. You two are experts at coincidences. Lin Shi took the elixir and changed his appearance once again. However, at this moment, he still uneasily walked down the street and found an ancient clan's pride who had not traveled to the Sunset Divine Mountain and gently patted his shoulder. Brother, dry hanging? Did you go to the Yunlai Pavilion auction before? Going? What? So do you know me? I'm going to you. You're nothing. Why do I know you? Do you think you're Prince Ling Xiao? It couldn't be helped that the Lin Shi from before had completely trusted the Spirit Elder, so he didn't even know what he had become by taking the transfiguration pill. But now, he had to be a little more cautious. In case this old thing gave himself the same disguise, wouldn't he still be looking for death if he appeared in front of people? Just like that, Lin Shi walked through the streets of Sunset City, asking everyone if they recognized him. Only after receiving more than a dozen scoldings did he sneer and walk towards the depths of the Sunset Divine Mountain. Hey, don't tell me, why does this guy look familiar? The last ancient clan pride frowned, and then he seemed to have thought of something. Isn't this the same silly boy who fought with Duke Ling Xiao for the treasure in Yunlai Pavilion before? It was just that no one had expected that he would dare to appear in Sunset City in a big way, which was why he didn't react for a while. This then, actually dare to show up? How could one furnace of transfiguration pill refine two looks? The Sunset Divine Mountain, where divine light rushes into the sky. Ling Xiao had long since closed his eyes and fell into cultivation. On the side, Fu Yunyao and the others were separated on both sides, quietly standing guard. In fact, there was no need for them to keep watch. No one dared to set foot in the 10 miles around Ling Xiao. Joking aside, although the actions of this young master of the demon sect just now could be described as chivalrous, magnificent, loyal and loving, but all the same, Ling Xiao's ferocious reputation had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. So who was fine and willing to mess with this half-breed devil? And at this moment, Nian Qingyun wrapped her arms around herself and leaned under an ancient tree, her pair of beautiful eyes staring icily at the figure not far away. Today, although her Taoist heart is in turmoil, for some reason, since the last time she was that by Ling Xiao, not only has her realm not fallen the slightest bit, but instead, there are hidden signs of a breakthrough. Able to. Didn't Master say that those who practiced the emotionless way would lose all their cultivation once they broke their virginity? But, how did this cultivation dissipate, so slowly? Could it be that the Master was lying to himself? But how? Ever since I was a child, my Master has treated me like a mother. Doesn't she want me to be happy? When she thought of that kind of trembling from her soul, Nian Qingyun only felt her pretty face redden, and a layer of ripples violently rippled in the bottom of her heart. But just as she was frowning in contemplation, an eerie sound suddenly came from the teenager in the distance. When Fu Yunyao and the others heard the voice, their faces all stared slightly before they subtly moved their feet towards the distance. Only Nian Qingyun, a pretty face, steeply froze. At this moment, she seemed to be sensing that the aura on Ling Xiao's body was suddenly a bit stronger. Just before she could feel it clearly, that kind of fluctuation disappeared flat out. Ling Xiao's eyes opened steeply. The corners of his mouth seemed to carry a smirk, and his entire body looked refreshed. The young lord is really unconventional. Fu Yunyao and the others covered their mouths and laughed lightly, while Nian Qingyun felt a wave of absurdity. This asshole, that strange noise just now, was it actually a breakthrough?